Family, I found myself in a primitive forest, and when a handsome fox blocked my way wanting to mate, the childbirth system was activated. Later, 3 handsome guys protected me, and when a female orc provoked me, I was about to challenge her unknown, but she suddenly knelt down before me. This plot twist left me dizzy. What on earth is going on? Does anyone understand? Just a second ago, this woman was pointing at my nose wanting to duel, and the next second, thud, she knelt down. Honestly, it was such a grand gesture that I didn't know how to respond. Wait, this needs to be explained from the beginning. Let me tell you, just a second ago I was lying on a hospital bed, and the next second I opened my eyes, bam, I was in a primitive forest. The trees were tall, blocking out the sun, and there were wild animal cries all around. At that moment, I thought, I'm doomed. But the excitement was just beginning. A stunningly handsome guy with silver fox ears and a fluffy tail directly blocked me against a tree trunk. His fox eyes were mischievous and captivating, and he leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Want to run away?" I was so scared my soul almost flew away, stammering, Who? Who wants to run away? My mind was racing. Who are you? Let me go. But then his big tail wrapped around my ankle, giving it a gentle tug, and I felt them all over. He smiled and asked, "So, do you want to mate with me?" Mate. I swear my brain went buzz, and my face turned instantly red to my neck. What kind of wolfish words are these? I desperately pushed him, but his chest muscles were as hard as iron, and I couldn't budge him at all. The fox smiled even more happily, grabbing my wrist and pulling me into his arms, then leaned down and kissed my hand, his sharp teeth deliberately grazing my skin. Just when I thought I was about to lose my innocence and be taken by this fox, he unceremoniously kissed me. And then, my mind went ding, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. Childbirth system activated successfully. Wow, I was stunned. So, I had crossed over and brought an extra system with me. But isn't the name of this system a bit too bold? Then a panel appeared. Host fertility, S descendant of Nuwa. Host physical value, 101 fall and dead. I was dumbfounded 100? So my body is even weaker than Lind IU. But the next line from the system ignited my hope. Every time quality genes are produced, one can obtain physical value and transform the host body. Family, transforming my body. This means that I, a sickly child raised in a medicine jar, finally have the chance to live a normal life. When I woke up again, I found myself no longer in the forest. Moreover, there was not just the fox beside me. As soon as I opened my eyes, 3 incredibly handsome faces were right in front of me. 1 fox, 1 wolf dog, and 1 cold, snake-like handsome guy. This fortune was like a mental bomb for me. The wolf-eared handsome guy even poked my face and said innocently, "Her face is so soft." I was still reeling from the shock of their beauty when a loud voice suddenly came from the door. "Why haven't you all attended my comingafage ceremony?" I turned to see a muscular female orc standing in the doorway, her tail swinging loudly, looking fierce and unapproachable. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping across the room before landing on me, and she exploded. "You actually hit a female?" The handsome fox, Aksu, was the first to stand in front of me to protect me, and the other 2 quickly shielded me tightly. The female orc looked at me disdainfully from head to toe. "Just her? She looks weak and has no appeal. Have you forgotten? The elder has already betrothed you to me." Axe's voice was as cold as ice. "We never agreed. You dare refuse me? I'm the strongest female in the tribe." The female orc was furious. Axe didn't even lift his eyelids. "We don't want to be your males from start to finish." Wow, this was escalating. The female orc left in a huff, and once she was gone, the 3 handsome guys instantly changed their faces, looking pitifully at me. The wolf orc, Aho, had red eyes and nervously asked, You don't want us anymore?" Axe's big tail wrapped around my waist, fearing I would run away. I was dumbfounded. What was going on? Axe sighed and held me close, saying, "If you don't accept us, we will be worse off. Without a female's protection, we will be sacrificed." Sacrificed? This is serious? I then understood why that fox wouldn't let go of me in the forest. It turns out the 3 of them were the poor little ones ostracized in this tribe. Females preferred powerful males, and those who were non-mainstream like them had no females wanting them. Well, for the sake of my life and my body transformation plan, what else could I say? I nodded. "All right, it'll stay." As soon as the words left my mouth, the 3 of them became ecstatic. I thought my body felt sticky, so I mentioned wanting to take a bath. Aksu and Aho immediately rushed out to prepare water for me, while the snake-like handsome guy, Aling, stayed behind to keep me company. I learned that all their male names started with A, and if they made a contract with a female, their names would change to the female surname. Wow, isn't this just a matriarchal society's marriage system? After I finished bathing and changed into the animal skin skirt they prepared, I was shocked at my reflection in the mirror. My skin was glowing white, and my features were extraordinarily delicate. When Axel walked in, he was dumbfounded, his gaze burning with intensity, and his tail started wagging uncontrollably. He stared at me and said, his voice trembling, You are a charm beast. I was confused. What is that? A charm beast? Axel explained that this is an extremely rare female, born to attract males, and most of the children born will be females. In their world, whoever possesses a charm beast essentially holds the future of the entire tribe. Before I could digest this shocking revelation, a commotion erupted outside. Aho rushed in and said, Not good. All the males in the tribe have come. They're coming for our female. When I stepped outside, good grief, there were layers upon layers of men, their gazes like hungry wolves who hadn't seen meat in centuries, ready to devour me alive. One bold guy stepped forward and declared, Beautiful female, choose me. I'm stronger than them. Before he could finish, Axe's silver tail whipped out like lightning, knocking the guy to the ground with a loud thud, pinning him down. Don't speak nonsense to my female. Axe's voice was chilling. Everyone was stunned by his display. No one expected this flamboyant fox to be so formidable. Just then, the female orc jumped out again. Seeing her provocation fail, she resorted to personal attacks, shouting to everyone, She has no fertility at all. If you choose her, do you want to be sacrificed? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding males hesitated. After all, in this world, being able to give birth is paramount. I was furious. Wasn't this bullying me honest? I stepped out from behind Axu and said to that female, They're my males now. What right do you have to lecture them? The three behind me. Axel looked so tender he might burst into tears. Aho's eyes were teary with emotion, and Alling's mouth was secretly curling up. Axe's tail wrapped around my waist, whispering in my ear, You are our female, and we are all yours. I felt emboldened. Did you hear that? They are mine. The female orc's face turned green with anger as she pointed at my nose and shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? I want to challenge you on. She stormed toward me with such momentum that it felt like one punch could kill a cow. Asu and the others immediately stood in front of me. Then there was that explosive scene at the beginning. Just as the female orc reached me, her legs suddenly gave way, and with a thud, she knelt down on one knee. She was stunned, her face full of fear. She tried to stand up, but the more she struggled, the weaker her other leg became, and eventually she collapsed to the ground, bowing in complete submission. She cried out in despair, What did you do to me? I shrugged my shoulders, looking innocent. I didn't do anything. The people around us were also dumbfounded, starting to whisper to make other females submit. This is the legendary RareFemale. Hearing this, the orc on the ground turned pale. After struggling to recover and feeling the invisible pressure dissipate, she managed to get up, looking at Asu with reluctance. Don't you really want to be my male? I can give birth to your offspring. My physique is so strong. Your children will definitely be robust. And guess what? Asu couldn't even be bothered to give her a glance. That ice-cold face was so aloof, and he directly delivered a crushing blow to the female orc. I told you, I don't want to be your male. Let me tell you, the tone was so cold. It was as casual as discussing the weather. The female orc named Shalliger exploded on the spot, screaming, Why? Do you know how many males are lining up to be my partner? I'm so strong, I can protect you all. Goodness,Zus' big tail was still wrapped around me, and he didn't even bother raising his eyelids. He glanced at her sideways, his gaze sharp as a knife. I don't like you, I've never been interested. But her, he deliberately brushed his tail against me. I liked her the moment I saw her. At that moment, my face felt like it was burning hot enough to fry an egg. This fox spirit knew how to stir up trouble in public. Shalliger's eyes widened like copper bells, just as she was about to say something. Her gaze happened to meet mine. Hey, I don't know what was going on, but it seemed like she was stunned by the inexplicable aura around me, instantly swallowing her words and turning pale. After holding it in for a long time, she finally squeezed out the words, Don't regret it, and ran away in embarrassment. When she left, I looked up at Axu and quietly asked him, I think she's pretty nice and strong. Why do you dislike her so much? As soon as I asked, Axu's enchanting face turned pale, and he looked nervous, cautiously asking me, Are you angry? I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would I be angry? I'm just a latecomer, and I don't want to get involved in someone else's relationship. When he heard me say this, he obviously breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment he became nervous again, like a little wife, mumbling softly. So, do you not like me? Oh my, in such a public place, even if I have a thick skin, I can't handle this. Just as I was thinking of finding an excuse to slip away, the most respected old lady in the tribe, leaning on a cane, slowly walked over. As soon as she appeared, the surroundings fell silent, and even Asu and the others obediently lowered their heads. The old lady's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, and with a swift glance, she looked me up and down, then spoke. Whose female is this? In the next second, I was invited into a large room and seated on a chair covered with soft animal fur. To be honest, I was extremely anxious. My hands were gripping so tightly they turned white. Asu and the other two stood behind me like bodyguards, each one even more nervous than I was. The old lady somehow pulled out a piece of crystal that was as murky as frosted glass, walked up to me, and succinctly said, "Raise your hand." I did as instructed. As a result, she picked up the stone and swiped it against my fingertip. Ouch! It hurt so much. A drop of blood oozed out, just dripping onto that broken stone. Asu saw me frowning from behind, looking so heartbroken, leaning forward, wanting to come up but hesitating. Who understands, family? What followed was a moment of witnessing a miracle. As soon as my drop of blood touched it, that broken stone instantly transformed as if a beauty filter had been applied, becoming crystal clear and even starting to glow. The light grew brighter and illuminated the entire room as if it were daytime. Everyone in the room held their breath, staring intently at that stone. After shining for a while, the light suddenly went out. The old lady squinted at me for quite some time before saying, "Weak constitution, fertility, uncertain." I was stunned at the time. What is this? Fertility unknown? Is this a blind box? The others in the room were also in an uproar, whispering to each other. What does unknown mean? Cannot give birth? The old lady shook her head, also looking puzzled. No, that light just now clearly had the brightness of high fertility. How could it suddenly disappear? I felt like a wooden man the whole time as I listened to them analyze me. Sigh. Hearing the words physique is relatively weak made my heart drop a little. It was quite uncomfortable. In the end, the old lady sighed and waved her hand. Forget it. Just give her a piece of land. I understood what she meant. It was like she thought someone as weak as me would probably have a difficult labor and die. So she couldn't be bothered. After finally getting out of that oppressive room, I was still feeling uneasy, but as soon as I stepped outside, a furry force came from behind me. Aksu's big tail directly wrapped around me. I gasped, and suddenly I was flying. Looking down, I was shocked to find that I was riding on a super huge silver fox. Its fur was shining in the sunlight, incredibly silky. Aho was bouncing around excitedly like a silly dog, howling and transforming into a giant wolf, jumping up and down. Now we have a male with a female. Seeing both of them reveal their true forms, my curiosity piqued, and I couldn't help but turn back to look at Aling. I thought about his usual icy demeanor and the scales on his body. It shouldn't be what I was thinking, right? But when I turned around, I froze. Who understands the family dynamics? A gigantic, damn huge white snake. Its white scales glimmered coldly in the sunlight, and those golden vertical pupils were staring at me coldly. I was so scared that my soul nearly flew away. Instinctively, I clutched the fur on Aksu's back tightly, my voice trembling. Aksu, Aling, he's a snake? Aksu chuckled softly, his tail patting my waist to comfort me. Don't be afraid. White snakes are not aggressive. But when Aling saw my terrified expression, his golden eyes instantly dimmed, filled with insecurity and sadness, as he silently lowered his snake head. When we reached the mountain designated for us, Ahau was still howling at the sky. We have our own place now. Aling had already transformed back into human form, curled up alone in a corner, withdrawn. I looked at Aling's aggrieved expression and felt extremely regretful. I'm really afraid of snakes, but I can't bear to see someone show that kind of expression as if they had been abandoned by the whole world because of me. I sighed, looked at the three of them, and decided to speak up. I have a poor constitution and may not be able to give birth. Do you really still want me? As soon as I said this, the three men became increasingly anxious. Aho jumped down from the rock. Don't worry, we will definitely help you get better. Once you're healthy, you can give birth. Aling, in the corner, was staring at me intensely, and his eyes clearly said it was fine. Asu wrapped his big tail around me tightly. Why are you thinking so much? We just want you to be well. Everything else doesn't matter. They weren't anxious, but I was. If I couldn't complete my reproductive system task, my broken body wouldn't get better. Who doesn't want to run and jump and be healthy? Seeing that I was still frowning, Asu suddenly became excited again. And let me tell you, you are definitely not an ordinary female. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a rare female. The term rare female came up again. I was taken aback, remembering. You said that the first time you saw me, and you also said I was some kind of charm beast. As soon as I finished speaking, Asu quickly reached out and made a shushing gesture. It was too late. Aho and Aling heard everything. That guy, Aho, was so excited that he rolled down from the stone, and Aling instantly teleported to my side with a whoosh, his golden, snake-like eyes shining with a kind of fervent light that I couldn't understand. I shivered in fear, and he immediately noticed his eyes losing their light in an instant as he silently took 3 big steps back, distancing himself from me. Aho didn't care about that. His voice was already hoarse from shouting. Charm beast? Is it really a charm beast? Later, I learned that this so-called charm beast is a rare female with a deadly attraction to males, practically walking hormones that they simply cannot resist. I silently complained in my heart. System, is this your doing? The system still had that same deadpan expression. The host body has made the necessary adjustments to complete the task. Talking to this AI is like playing the lute to a cow. Then these three started to play the pity card, saying they had been bullied since childhood, and that no females wanted them, and I was their only hope. I somewhat believed Aho and Aling, but I shot a sideways glance at Aksu. You can stop right there. That powerful female just now was trying to compete for you. This vixen had a thick skin. Raising an eyebrow, she smiled in a way that was simply enchanting. That's only because I like you at first sight. Only you can make me unable to resist wanting to charm you. The topic changed so quickly. We quickly built a wooden cabin on the mountain, and according to my request, we made it a 4-bedroom, 1 living room. As a result, Aho, who just didn't get it, actually scratched his head and asked me, "Can't we just sleep together in an embrace?" My blood pressure shot up at that moment, and I said, "You guys are dreaming. Sleep together? Are we doing a foursome?" Aho naively asked, "What's a foursome?" Asu beside him wagged his tail and grinned mischievously. I shot them a fierce glare and issued a stern order. Everyone sleep separately. The three of them immediately behaved, obediently listening to me. It made me feel like I was bullying them, so I quickly changed the subject. I'm hungry. As soon as I said that, the three of them sprang into action like they were on adrenaline, fighting to get me food. That's how the days went by, and to be honest, I adapted pretty well. In this world, although it's dangerous, those three really treat me like a treasure. I've never experienced the feeling of being cared for so unreservedly in my past life. Just as I finished my thoughts, the door was pushed open from the outside with tail. Asu poked his fluffy head in and asked with a grin, Shoo, can I sleep with you? You. I take back what I said earlier. This fox's charm is truly remarkable. Ever since my identity was exposed, I've practically become a giant panda in the tribe, with a return rate of 300%. The way those male orcs look at me is like hungry wolves seeing meat. They can't wait to devour me alive. I originally just wanted to lie flat at home, but I can't. I still have to go to the tribe center to handle the procedures and officially register Sue and the other two under my name, while also picking up our living expenses. That's right, there's actually money here, which is a kind of shiny mineral. After collecting the money, I put the mineral into the leather pouch that Ling made for me and sighed again. Ever since he found out that I'm afraid of him, Ling has become more withdrawn. Recently, his behavior has been a bit strange. He keeps sneaking close to me, and his gaze is also odd. I just came out from the place where I got the money and saw a strange man talking to Ling. When the man saw me, he looked stunned. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he didn't even notice when the thing in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Ling instantly stepped in front of me, shot a cold glare at the man, and scared him away. As he turned to leave, he got too close to me, and I unconsciously tensed up. He immediately noticed, softly said sorry, and quietly stepped back. When I got home that night, Asu unexpectedly asked me very seriously, "Are you really afraid of Ling?" I nodded. He sighed. He had been feeling down lately, and he stopped mid-sentence, his gaze a bit unfocused. A few days later, I kept smelling a particularly pleasant fragrance, faint yet strong, especially when Ling was nearby. I finally couldn't help but ask him, "You seem to smell really good?" Goodness, Ling's eternally icy face instantly turned bright red, his eyes darting away as he stammered, "Maybe it's the scent of the male serpent." As soon as he said the word serpent, goosebumps rose all over my body, and I shivered. When Ling saw my reaction, the color drained from his face in an instant, and without saying a word, he turned and ran away. I was just about to explain when Sue's dead fox came over again, its tail wrapping directly around my thigh, inching its way up, and blowing in my ear. I have a way to make Ling happy. But I must remind you, he's been in a bad state lately, and he might even be thinking about wanting to break up with you. As soon as I heard the words break up with my partner, I exploded. Isn't that going to kill someone? In my panic, I was taken advantage of by this fox. His big tail wrapped around me tightly, and he kept saying that as long as I listened to him, he would guarantee that Ling would be happy again soon. By the time I came to my senses, I had already been completely devoured by him. That night, I lay in bed, my mind filled with the terrible idea that Asu had come up with during the day. He said that the snake tribe is most vulnerable at night, and suggested that I take this opportunity to find Ling by the lake and apologize, which would definitely cheer him up. I hesitated for half a day, but in the end, I put on my clothes and sneaked out the door. Inside, Aho was holding his nose and complaining to him. Ling really is something. The smell on him is getting stronger and stronger. And he doesn't go find a female to solve it, just knows how to stay alone. Asu was lying there, squinting his eyes, with a smirk of triumph at the corner of his mouth, still mumbling softly. That guy, Ling, is just a stubborn fool. Even at that point, he is still holding on. The smell is almost suffocating the forest, and he can still endure it. He deserves to suffer. I have to tell you, I could smell that something was off. That sweet and fragrant scent was drilling into my nose as if it were free. Following the smell, I found myself by the lake, and wow, who understands? My pupils were shaking. In the lake, there was a ling, that big silver snake, half of its body thrashing in the water. Its upper body, with those muscular lines, shone under the moonlight, dazzlingly white. The lower half was something to behold. A long silver serpent tail, its scales glimmering with a faint silver light, clearly in distress. The whole snake was writhing in pain in the water. That fragrance made my CPU overheat. My legs went weak. It felt like someone was dancing on my heart. And in a moment of impulse, I unconsciously took a step forward. Ling, I shouted out without thinking. And he jolted as if he had been electrocuted, his golden snake eyes turning so red they looked like they might bleed. He hoarsely shouted at me, Don't come near me." The more he tried to suppress himself, the more intense the atmosphere became. He wanted to turn his tail back into legs, but the more he tried, the more painful it became, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The look in his eyes was both anxious and fearful, as if he was afraid he might lose control and do something to me. In the end, he suddenly flicked his tail, and a splash of water swept me off my feet. With a plop, I fell into the water like a dumpling, instantly feeling a refreshing chill that lifted my spirits. Adult. Ling went crazy at that moment, all rationality evaporating in an instant. That big silver tail reacted quickly, swooping down and pulling me up from the water surface. The scales on his waist dug into me painfully, and I coughed violently, looking as disheveled as a drowned rat. But I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. My hand instinctively reached out to touch those icy, slippery scales. Hey, guess what? I wasn't scared at all. It actually felt pretty good. Ling's whole body went stiff, staring at me intensely, probably thinking I would scream and run away. But then I looked at his handsome face and added, "You're so good looking. Why would I be afraid of you?" I tell you, his expression at that moment was that of an innocent boy possessed. His face instantly turned bright red. His lips trembled for a long time without being able to say a word, and that big tail was so nervous it didn't know where to put itself. As soon as I saw there was a chance, I seized the moment and gently touched his face, saying softly, "Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you feel like I was afraid of you." To my surprise, a little spark ignited in his golden pupils, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Then, the tip of his big tail seemed to have a mind of its own, cautiously and tentatively wrapping around my ankle. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, I burst into tears. The scene from last night, the image of that big silver snake playing in the water, kept replaying in my mind. It was simply unbearable. Just when I was feeling so embarrassed I could die, I turned over and, to my shock, a furry, warm big tail was directly pressed against my waist. I looked up, and there was Asu's enchanting face sleeping soundly. I was instantly furious. "Asu, you sly one." He opened his fox-like eyes sleepily and lazily said, "Good morning, Shoo." His voice was hoarse, and he added, "I was worried you wouldn't feel well after messing around in the water with Ling for so long last night." Damn, he knows. He even cheekily added, "Don't worry, I didn't sneak a peek with Aho. I don't believe you." I was so angry that I grabbed his tail and was about to give him a buzz cut. 3, 2, by the time I counted to 2. He reluctantly pulled his tail back, and as he was leaving, he winked at me and said, "Who knows, I might come back to take care of you tonight." I was so furious that my pillow flew off. That damn fox, he's the most indecent one. His tail seems to grow on me every day. I finally managed to gather my emotions and open the door, only to find him leaning there like a guardian of the door, with silver hair, smiling at me in a way that was utterly captivating. My heart skipped a beat, and I silently chanted for him his emptiness 1,000 times in my mind. If this fox spirit flirted with me again, I would surely be at his mercy today. Just then, my savior arrived. Ling came over, and let me tell you, his face was as red as a tomato, standing far away and too shy to come closer. As a result, Asu, with his big mouth, went over to sniff him and grinned mischievously. "Wow, the scent has traveled from you to Shoo. It was simply shrimp and pork heart." I'm about to confront Asu. Aho, that silly guy, is here again, coming up and wrapping his arm around Ling's neck, yelling loudly. After mating with Shoo last night, Don't you feel much better? I was dumbfounded at that moment. But it wasn't over yet. He looked at me with an innocent expression, then glanced at Ling and suddenly realized, wasn't all that noise last night mating? You just held each other and slept all night? Folks, I'm already starting to dig a 3-bedroom apartment under my feet. Just when I was dying of embarrassment, a female orc came over and said that the tribe will be going out to shop in a few days. Before she finished speaking, she leaned in and sniffed me. Then her eyes lit up as she ambiguously patted my shoulder. This scent. Are you pregnant? Me? Everyone present was stunned. A Su's smile froze on his face. A Ling's face turned as white as paper in an instant. And a Ho's eyes were about to pop out. I heard a beep in my head, and the system's emotionless electronic voice sounded. Congratulations, host, on successfully becoming pregnant. A beginner's gift package is provided. Painless pregnancy, painless delivery, and rapid postpartum recovery. I'm numb. Am I really pregnant? Just last night? One shot at the mark. This success rate is higher than my gotcha polls. I still haven't recovered. That fox-nosed Axu came over and sniffed me for a long time, and then his always upright big tail suddenly drooped down with a thud. He said dejectedly, "Not my child." I was also confused at the time. Is it not him? This guy bothers me every day. How could it possibly not be his? As I turned my head, I saw Ling. Her face was so red it looked like it could bleed, her head buried lower than a groundhog, nervously clutching the corner of her clothes. The case is solved, everyone. Dad is that pure-hearted big snake. Aho was beside her, enviously patting Ling's shoulder. Ling, you're amazing. The snake clan is indeed powerful. The hit rate is really high. I really appreciate it. That female orc happily ran off to report the good news to the elder, leaving us a few in disarray in the wind. I'm worried that a Su is feeling down, but as soon as that vixen saw a hint of pity in my eyes, her drooping tail perked up immediately and wrapped around my waist, saying in a domineering Xiong manner, "Every child is the same. Anyway, you'll have to give me a little fox cub sooner or later. Fine, you have a thick skin, you get to decide." But when I thought about the possibility of having a snake egg in my belly, or a slippery little snake, I felt completely unwell. I instinctively glanced at Ling, and he immediately sensed my fear, lowering his head and whispering, "I'm sorry." His voice was filled with both remorse and restraint, making my heart ache, and I reached out to hold his icy fingers, thinking, what are you apologizing for? Can't you let me adapt to this child, just like I'm adapting to you? Just as my words fell, a host struck me with a soul-crushing remark. "So when is it my turn to mate? I also want to mate with Shu." The air instantly froze. I felt the darkness before my eyes, and Asu was still fanning the flames beside me. "You'll be able to when your heat period arrives." I really want to punch through this world. I held my forehead and casually said I had a headache. Goodness, it was as if those 3 had planned it. One lifted my leg, another supported my waist, and the third held my arm. They moved so quickly like a gust of wind that they directly kidnapped me to the tribal elder. The elder was initially quite calm, but when she started examining me, her expression turned as if she had seen a ghost, becoming more and more shocked. In the end, she said I was fine, not only fine, but the baby inside me had also given me a super buff, making my vitality stronger than any female in the tribe. I was completely at a loss. So this is what it means to level up while raising a child. After returning, they insisted on forcing me to drink that dark, foul-smelling herbal concoction. I said I wouldn't drink it. Su wrapped his tail around my hand. A Ling stood behind ready to hold me down, and Aho held the bowl in front of me, blocking my way. This was like a 3-way interrogation. I was so anxious at that moment that I shouted in my heart, "Don't mess with me." Then, suddenly, an invisible aura exploded from me, and all 3 of them, one by one, seemed to be paralyzed as if they had been struck by a pressure point. Instantly, their legs went weak, and they all knelt down in unison, lying flat on the ground, unable to move. Aho lay down like a little beast cub. Asu's devilish face was pressed directly against the ground, and Ling also lay down steadily. I was so stunned that I lowered my head to look at the fox, the snake, and the wolf lying on the ground. Asu still managed to lift his head and smile at me, his smile full of shock and undeniable excitement. "It's okay, Shu. Now we are even more certain. You're not an ordinary female." Let me tell you, as soon as Asu said that, the 2 guys next to us were like they had been injected with adrenaline. Aho, the big guy, grinned widely like the foolish son of a landlord, his big white teeth dazzling me, shouting, I also have rare females." He was just short of performing a backflip right in front of me. Goodness, these 3 were piled up on the ground like a game of stacked humans. I tried to get them up, but in a flash, 3 dark shadows lunged at me. The scene was simply incredible, like three large dogs that hadn't eaten for 800 years seeing a piece of meat. Asu was the first to reach me. His enchanting face, so close that I could feel his breath on my ear, and his tail was swishing back and forth behind me, making me itch like crazy. Aho was even more direct, pressing his entire body against my waist like a giant warm baby, rubbing against me while muttering, "Shoo shoo, it's great to have you." As for Ah Ling, he didn't team move or touch me, just stood quietly beside me, but his gaze, my goodness, was like an X-ray, as if he wanted to imprint me from the inside out into his brain. I finally managed to break free from those three figurines, only to have them start imposing restrictions on me. Asu wrapped his tail around my waist like a living belt, lazily saying, "Shoo shoo, if you feel any discomfort in the future, you must not hide it from us for even a second." Aho nodded vigorously beside him, right? "Even if you just want to sneeze, you have to report it to us first. The child is great, but we only like you." I glared at him. Try not to like my child. He was so scared his ears turned into airplane ears, frantically waving his hands. No, I like it. I like everything you give birth to. Who understands family? It's just a pregnancy, but they treat me like a national treasure, imposing all sorts of restrictions. I held my forehead, feeling that the future was bleak and could only resign myself to it. All right, I'll listen to you. You guys are the bosses, right? Despite being annoying, these people really work well. Ever since I got pregnant, the whole world has quieted down. Before, even the smallest matters in the tribe had to come to me, but now, I can't even see a shadow of anyone. I just lie on the soft mat, munching on fruits, enjoying this hard-won peace. But just when I was starting to enjoy my good days, there was a knock on the door. A Ling went to open it, and at the door stood an old acquaintance, also from the snake tribe, exuding a gloomy aura that made me feel he was not to be trifled with. They didn't say anything, and a Ling just went out with him. I lay on the mat, feeling that man's gaze sweeping the room like a spotlight, and our eyes met for a moment. He withdrew his gaze and got straight to the point with a Ling. "A Ling, our snake nest is short on females, and others are unwilling to come. Can you lend us your female?" At that moment, I thought, what about my power bank? A Ling's brows instantly furrowed into a knot. I later learned that during the mating season, the snake tribe goes crazy without a female to calm them down, and the males would end up killing each other, leading to the entire tribe's demise. So they have a tradition of borrowing females from others. If it were anyone else, A-Ling would have slapped them. But the one in front of him was the leader of their snake tribe. The leader, seeing that A-Ling wasn't speaking, began to play the emotional card. His voice full of sorrow. "A-Ling, our snake tribe really can't hold on anymore. Can you bear to watch us perish? Don't you remember who took you in when you were little? Who provided you a place to stay and food to eat during your mating season?" Well, right off the bat, that was moral coercion. A-Ling's hands clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. I knew he was feeling conflicted. On one side was my safety, and on the other was the gratitude owed to the entire tribe. Just when I thought he might waver, he spoke 3 words in a particularly low, yet incredibly firm tone. "She is pregnant." The leader's face changed, probably not expecting this counter. A-Ling just looked at him, silent. But the message was clear. This is my bottom line, no negotiation. Finally, the leader sighed and walked away with heavy steps. The moment A-Ling closed the door, he leaned against it, his shoulders slumped, and his hand was still trembling slightly. I tell you, it was the first time I saw him so fragile, like a porcelain doll about to shatter. I walked over and gently took his hand, which was as cold as a block of iron. I called out to him, "A-Ling, what's wrong?" He looked down at our intertwined hands and remained silent for a long time. Then he cautiously and gradually returned my grip, his hold so light as if he were afraid of crushing me. I rubbed my thumb on the back of his hand, trying to comfort him, but this warm moment didn't last 3 seconds before Sue slithered over like a boneless snake, his tail wrapping around my waist, laughing as if he were asking for a beating. "Oh, so you're all cozy now? I want to hold hands too." Aho also came over like a big dog. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Me. After I finally managed to free my hand from these 2 clingy ones, my hands were all red. I shook my numb hand. "All right, have you touched enough?" Asu still looked unsatisfied. "Shushu's hands are so soft. I can't get enough." With these 2 clowns interrupting, I almost forgot about A-Ling's strange behavior. But a few days later, that female orc Sherlock came knocking, arms crossed, her eyes sharp as knives, scraping over my belly, sarcastically saying, I didn't expect someone with such a weak constitution could get pregnant. I was just munching on a fruit, too lazy to even lift my eyelids. "I'm not afraid of her now. There are strict rules in the tribe that no one can touch a pregnant female." I replied slowly, "Yeah, unlike some people, who are strong but make no moves at all." Her face instantly turned green, shaking with anger. She left with a huff, saying not to get too complacent. I thought to myself, isn't this just a classic villain sending their head to the protagonist's plot? After sending one away, another one came. It was the snake tribe leader from last time. I figured Ah Ling was at home, and I was a key protected target. So I didn't think much and opened the door for him. Just as I was about to call for Ah Ling, that guy suddenly rushed in front of me, quickly saying, "I'm sorry." Before I could react, in the next second, the world spun, and I was thrown over his shoulder like a sack, and he took off running. I was completely stunned at that moment. "Hey, what are you doing?" I struggled with all my limbs, but it was useless. The wind howled in my ears, and the only thought in my mind was, I've been kidnapped. A surprise attack, huh? Today, both Asu and Aho happened to be out, and, at home, there was only Ah Ling, who has always been too afraid to get too close to me. When I woke up again, I was already in a damp and cold cave. My feet were bound, and my whole body ached. When I looked up, I almost passed out on the spot. Not far away, there was a big tree, densely packed, layer upon layer, covered in snakes. Hundreds and thousands of them. The writhing scene made my stomach churn, and my soul almost flew away in fear. Just when I was about to break down, a snow-white snake swam out from the mass of snakes. It was none other than Ah Ling. He rushed over and instantly transformed into human form, tightly holding me in his arms, his voice hoarse, "Master." His body trembled violently. But before we could escape, a massive black snake swam out. It was the clan leader. He spoke to Ah Ling in a tone that was almost pleading. "Ah Ling, she gone, the children will all die." I was just about to ask Ah Ling what was going on, when suddenly, the entire cliff was illuminated by a blinding silver light. A loud roar echoed, and a gigantic silver fox descended from the sky, its body engulfed in silver flames, exuding an explosive aura. It was Asu. His eyes were filled with fury as he spat out a single word through clenched teeth. "Get out." The giant snake trembled in fear and instinctively retreated. What followed was chaos, as Asu pounced on Ah Ling and began to beat him mercilessly, while Ah Ling did not fight back. From their fragmented dialogue, I pieced together the whole truth. It turned out that Ah Ling was a white snake, born and deemed an outcast, abandoned by his parents. It was the leader of the snake clan who took him in and raised him. He owed a tremendous debt to the entire snake clan. This year, during the snake clan's mating season, there wasn't a single female to be found, and seeing the impending doom, the leader had no choice but to kidnap me. After hearing this, Asu's eyes turned red, and he grabbed Ah Ling by the collar. "So, you just watched them take Shushu away? Speak." Asu punched him against the stone wall, causing the flames around us to flare up. I quickly stepped in to pull him back. "Asu, that's enough." He turned to look at me, the red light in his eyes slightly receding, but he was still furious. "He didn't protect you." I shook my head. If it weren't for him protecting me, how could I possibly be standing here unharmed? Only then did Asu reluctantly release his grip. I walked over to Ah Ling and held his cold wrist. "It's okay, I don't blame you. I know you refused him." He hung his head, not saying a word, looking like a big dog that had done something wrong, which made my heart ache. At that moment, the snakes around us caught my scent and began to stir, their eyes glowing green as they slowly surrounded us. I felt a chill run down my spine, and goosebumps cover my arms. I knew I had to leave, but looking at Ah Ling, this man trapped by his debts, a sudden thought popped into my mind. I took a deep breath and shouted to the leader of the snake clan, "Hey, is there a way to help you without touching me?" Upon hearing this, Asu immediately looked at me disapprovingly. Shoo, please don't tell me you want to play the saint." The leader's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Yes, there's a way. As long as a drop of your sweat falls on that tree, we can survive on the scent." I was stunned. Sweat? Asu directly coldly refused. "No way." The clan leader became anxious and stammered. Just 10 times will do." 10 times? I really don't want to come to this hellish place 10 more times. My mind turned, and I got an idea. "How about this? I'll give you a piece of clothing soaked in my sweat. You can hang on a tree, right?" I pinched the wet corner of my clothes. I'd just been scared and ended up breaking out in a cold sweat. The clan leader paused for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, this is completely fine." I sighed in relief, lowered my head to pinch the wet hem of my clothes, and was just about to take them off when at that moment Asu suddenly grabbed my hand, his red eyes shining with an undeniable light, his tone deep. "No." I was taken aback. "It's just a piece of clothing." He curled his tail around me and directly pulled me into his embrace, being incredibly domineering. "Not here, change at home." The leader of the snake tribe didn't dare to say more and could only nod in agreement. The next second, Asu transformed into a huge silver fox. Biting my collar and tossing me on his back, then using his fluffy big tail to cover me tightly, completely cutting off my breath. I nestled in his thick silver fur, only hearing the howling wind by my ears, while a ling ran alongside. I looked at him and shouted through the wind, "I'm not afraid of your snake body." As soon as we returned home, my feet barely touched the ground when Xiong transformed back into his human form, lazily leaning against the door frame, his red eyes looking at me with a smirk that was both playful and sly. "Shoo, now you can take off your clothes." I was taken aback at that moment. Good gracious, this fox is getting more and more out of line. I pushed him towards the door and said, "Get out, now." Immediately, as a result, he stumbled from my push and surprisingly continued to laugh, looking all flamboyant. "Oh, Shuju, why are you being so distant? I still want to help you out." I directly threw a "get lost" at his face using all my strength, and with a bang, I slammed the door shut. The world finally became quiet. Let me tell you, this vixen is really becoming more and more unruly. It's simply outrageous. I quickly changed into a dry outfit, and just as I took the wet clothes outside, a ling floated over like a ghost. He lowered his head, his vertical pupils filled with guilt and anxiety, not daring to look at me, and said softly, I could take it over. Who understands what family members feel? Just like a big dog that has done something wrong, cautiously clutching the corner of the clothes, afraid that I would refuse, making my heart melt. The fox spirit next to him leaned against the door frame, fanning the flames. Sure, let a ling take it. I sighed and thought, what else could I say? I just handed him the clothes and told him to come back soon. When he took them, he was so solemn, as if I were giving him not a wet piece of clothing, but a precious imperial seal. I just sent someone off, and suddenly I felt a warmth behind me as a Xiong's fluffy tail wrapped around my waist, pulling me directly into his embrace. He leaned in close to my ear, his voice low and sultry. "You bastard." My face instantly turned red, and I wanted to push him away, but that big tail slid up my leg. I'm telling you, this fox really knows how to do it. His tail seemed to have a mind of its own, teasing all the right spots. He was laughing there, looking particularly infuriating. Why are you cursing me with your mouth while holding me so tightly with your body? I was so angry, yet my whole body felt weak, and I couldn't muster any strength. He even deliberately sniffed around my neck, disdainfully saying, "Tisk, so smelly. You smell like a snake." I bit my teeth and gasped. "If you don't like me, why are you holding on so tightly?" Guess what he said? He replied, "Well, there's no helping it. I can only hold you a little longer to cover their scent with mine." After he said that, his hand mischievously moved closer, and I felt like I could hardly breathe. This fox even leaned close to my ear and said, Shoo, your breath is all over the place." I was just about to warn him not to go too far, and then this guy directly dropped a bombshell, saying, Shoo, I also want a child." My mind exploded with a buzz. I lay in his arms for a long time, unable to recover. This fox is too dangerous. After finally catching my breath, I pushed him away and said, "Don't get too pleased with yourself." But as soon as I moved, I didn't know what I had pulled, and I winced in pain, instinctively gripping him tighter. Now he was even more pleased, saying, "See, you're holding on to me all by yourself." My face was almost burning, and as I turned my head, I suddenly remembered that Ailing hadn't come back yet, so I instinctively asked, "Wow." As soon as I said that, Asu's face instantly fell, and the sourness was so strong that I could smell it from 800 miles away. He snapped his tail and said sourly, "You care about him that much? You always say he's not having an easy time. What about me, an a-ho? We don't matter, right?" His tail kept wrapping tighter and tighter, looking utterly wronged. "You're biased. It's not fair." I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. I can only reach out to touch his silvery fur, trying to soothe this big fox who is throwing a tantrum. His hair is soft, and as soon as I touch it, he immediately squints his eyes, like a cat that has just been petted, purring contentedly in his throat, and his tail starts wagging back and forth in a show of affection. I asked him, "Are you still jealous?" He hummed and said, "It's a bit better. I was telling you, the atmosphere was just right," and then with a bang, the door was burst open from the outside. Aho rushed in like a cannonball, his face full of panic as he shouted, "What happened to Shoo?" I shivered in fear and quickly bounced out of Asu's arms. Asu lazily glanced at him and irritably said, "What are you making such a fuss about?" Aho probably caught a whiff of that scent in the air. His face instantly turned red and his ears perked up. He stammered, I heard that Shoo was taken away. You guys, were you just mating?" I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. As a result, this silly dog cub was still there feeling wronged, pouting and murmuring softly, "I haven't mated with Shoo yet. You all have done it several times, but I haven't." Asu, who loves to stir up trouble, actually thought about it seriously and patted me, saying, "How about giving Aho a chance tonight?" I felt my face turn red and push him away. "What nonsense are you talking?" As soon as I turned around, I saw Aho's ears drooping, his eyes red, looking like a little dog abandoned by the whole world. Choked up as he said, "I knew it. You don't like me. Ailing is fine, Asu is fine, but I'm not." His little appearance made my CPU overheat. Asu was still fanning the flames beside us. "Oh no, look, you've made Aho cry." I shot him a glare to make him shut up, then hurried over to comfort Aho, rubbing his furry head and saying that I didn't dislike him, that he was the best. The silly dog instantly stopped crying and perked up his ears, looking at me with bright eyes, eagerly asking, "So are we mating tonight?" "You." I really don't want to sleep with 3 people. My head hurts, and I feel exhausted. It's impossible to reason with this foolish person. I said I have a child now and can't keep doing this. As a result, Asu chimed in. "It's okay, children are fine, it won't cause any harm." "I really want to thank you." I couldn't be bothered with them, so I went straight to the bathroom for a soak. By the time I finished and came out, it was almost dawn, and Ailing still hadn't returned. I was really anxious. Just as I was worrying, the door opened, and Ailing came back. When he saw me, his cold eyes instantly lit up. I hurried over to ask him why he took so long, and he lowered his head, only saying he had to wait for a while. I noticed there was still dew on him, so I tugged at his sleeve and told him not to hide anything from me next time. He was taken aback for a moment, then nodded very lightly and agreed. Just at that tender moment, Aho appeared again. He excitedly announced to Ailing, "Ailing, I'm telling you, tonight I'm going to mate with Shu Shu." At that moment, I wanted to die. Guess what Ailing said? He calmly nodded and said, "Yeah, it's time for Aho." "Me? Do you guys have some strange scheduling?" After I finally managed to get Aho to leave, I hurriedly asked Ailing, "Does that piece of clothing work?" He said, "The adult's clothing is very effective. The male snakes are all gathered around that tree and are going through their mating season very smoothly." I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that in this day and age, an old piece of clothing could do this. Then he sincerely thanked me, calling me adult repeatedly. I asked him, "Why does everyone call me Shuju, but you call me adult?" He paused for a moment and answered very seriously, "Because I respect you very much." I'm feeling dumbfounded. "Buddy, we already have kids, and you're playing the respect game with me? Isn't this just a pure workplace adjustment?" I'm at a loss for words, and Aho comes over to say, "Shu Shu, I can respect you too." I directly push him away and told them all to hurry up and do their own things, leaving me alone to reflect quietly. I just sat down for a short while when the old leader of the snake tribe unexpectedly arrived. Without saying a word, he knelt down as soon as he entered and hoarsely thanked me for saving their entire tribe. Then he said he wanted to go to the tribal elders to offer himself as a sacrifice to atone for his sins. Ahu immediately exploded with anger, baring his teeth and ready to go up and hit him, but I stopped him. I said there was no need for that. I didn't want his life. However, the old man was very stubborn and insisted that kidnapping a female was a serious crime that warranted death. I was so angry at that moment that I directly said, "Fine, if you want to die, that's up to you. But if you dare to go and make a sacrifice today, not a single one of you in the snake's den will survive. You all will go down with it. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me." I don't know what's going on either. After I finished speaking, he suddenly started trembling all over. His face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and he crawled away in a panic. I was a bit stunned. Is being a bad person really this exhausting? Su leaned over again, his tail curling around my waist, grinning mischievously. "Shu Shu, your move is truly brilliant. So tonight, shall we continue to mess around?" He changed the subject abruptly and pretended to be disappointed, shaking his head. "No, tonight it's Aho's turn." I really started to feel anxious about how to spend a night. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Aho ran to open it. Standing outside was a young male. When he looked up and saw me over Aho, he froze on the spot, his face turning bright red to the ears. Aho, annoyed, shouted at him, "What are you staring at? If you have something to say, just say it." The young man finally snapped back to reality and stammered that the tribe's messenger had arrived and wanted all pregnant females to come over. When we reached the square, the scene was packed with males, all kinds of beast ears and tails, like a blind box from a zoo. I wrapped myself up tightly from head to toe, surrounded in the middle by Aksu, Ailing, and Aho like bodyguards. Let me tell you, there are too many males and too few females in the tribe, and each female is surrounded by several males, their gazes wary, as if guarding against thieves, afraid someone might look too long. In the middle of the square stood the messenger, a female covered in light golden scales, exuding a strong presence, both cold and impressive. I noticed that her gaze kept darting towards our Aho. I poked Aho, and his face turned red instantly, his ears drooping down as he stammered, "Her breath feels a bit familiar." Next to us, Ah Su, enjoying the spectacle, mischievously said, "Aho, you didn't mate with her before, did you?" Aho jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, anxiously shouting, "No, I haven't mated with anyone else. I only want to mate with Shu Shu." His voice was so loud that everyone in the square turned to look at us. At that moment, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. My face was so red it felt like it could bleed. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, the messenger began the ceremony, chanting incomprehensible incantations. I thought it was just a formality, but suddenly I felt a gurgle in my stomach, and a warm current surged up. Before I could react, a white light shot out from my body. It was a super mini little dragon, pure white all over, with a pair of tiny curved horns on its head, and its scales shimmering in the sunlight. After it came out, it affectionately coiled around my arm like a silver ribbon, finally resting obediently on my wrist. Just as it lay on my hand for a couple of seconds, it suddenly lifted its little head, its amber eyes fixed on me, tilting its head, with its little horns trembling slightly on top. Goodness, that little appearance was simply confirming its gaze, checking if I was the right person for it. Let me tell you, there was no hint of fear in its eyes, only the kind of attachment and curiosity a little baby has for its mother. Its small paws gently rested on the back of my hand, letting out a particularly soft and tender sound. Oh my heart was instantly crushed, feeling all mushy. Ahu's lazy fox came over to take a look and even laughed. "Wow, this little thing looks pretty good." Next to him, Ahu's loud voice exploded. "Shu Shu's child." Goodness, that shout scared my little cub so much that it shrank its whole body into my wrist, clearly unhappy. Aho immediately backed down and quickly shut up. But the most shocked was Aling, who just stood there with his vertical pupils narrowed like pinpoints, staring intensely at the little creature on my wrist, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then the messenger next to us suddenly said, "It's actually a snake-tailed creature with strong adaptability and regeneration abilities." At that moment, my mind went blank. Snake? I looked down at this thing on my wrist. It has horns and ear fins besides the color. How is it similar to a Ling's big white snake? I looked up at a Ling again. Does anyone understand? My heart sank, and a terrifying thought popped into my mind. I can't have slept with the wrong person, can I? This child can't be a Ling's, right? Just when I was playing out an entire melodrama in my head, my little one suddenly transformed into light and went back into my belly. The other sisters' little ones also appeared one by one, with little tigers and such, each looking quite impressive. My snake, due to its potential to transform into a dragon, instantly became the center of attention. Even the tribal elders glanced at me from a distance. Just as the ceremony was ending and we were about to leave, that messenger suddenly stopped a hoe and made a heavyweight statement. "Do you want to become my male?" At that moment, I was also stunned. My ears perked up in surprise. He stammered and refused. I have a female. I really like her." The messenger was straightforward, nodded, and left. Aho immediately leaned over to me to take credit. "Shu Shu, I only like you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that Su and Ling had hired actors to put on a show for Aho to pave the way for me tonight." Just as I'd taken a couple of steps, the elder called me back and handed me a small bag of money, saying it was a reward for my pregnancy. Wow, this treatment feels like receiving a year-end bonus. I really didn't waste my time in this class. I thought that was the end of it. But who would have guessed that as soon as I got to my doorstep, I saw someone. It was that messenger again. She was just standing there waiting for me. Aho and the others instantly went into battle mode, surrounding me like protective hens with their chicks, their gazes sharp enough to kill. But the messenger still approached Aho and asked again, "Can he really be my male?" Aho was almost in tears, shaking his head. "I don't want to. Besides, I'm not as good looking as Asu or as smart as Aling. What do you see in me?" Listening to his reason for refusal, I couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Then the messenger, after hearing everything, left behind a baffling remark. "It will thunder today." After saying that, he walked away. Aho froze for a moment. I wanted to tease him about how all three of them were attracting love. But just as I was about to joke about Aho lacking confidence, he suddenly leaned in closer. His usually goofy face looked incredibly handsome under the sunlight, with his eyes blazing like there was fire in them. He asked me in a low, husky voice, "So does Shuju think I'm good?" I was completely taken aback by his sudden handsome face attack, and my face turned red instantly. I quickly turned my face away, coughed, but couldn't help but smile. "All right, I guess you're not bad," I told you. When Aho heard this, his eyes lit up and his ears perked up quietly, his invisible tail almost wagging into a phantom. He leaned in a bit closer and asked very seriously, Can Shuju like me a little more? I was a loss for words and could only pretend to be helpless. Aho, why are you so clingy? As a result, this big dog sincerely replied, because I really like Shuju. Oh no, I was hit directly again. Seeing that I didn't respond, he became anxious, stepped forward, and looked at me with burning eyes, assuring me, Shuju, a 1T let you down. I will become stronger and protect you. Oh dear. Looking at his loyal dog expression, my heart softened again, and I reached out to ruffle his hair. All right, I got it. He immediately smiled, looking silly and extremely satisfied, glowing with happiness. Later, I couldn't help but find an opportunity to ask Aling why I was not carrying a little snake, but a snake monster. Let me tell you, Aling's expression was so excited that he almost bowed to me, his lips trembling as he said that the snake monster was the rarest bloodline in his clan, and it could only happen when a female and male of exceptionally strong lineage combined. He said, it's because of your bloodline that it evolved from a snake into a snake monster. This is an honor I never imagined. Saying this, he even took the initiative to gently place his hand over mine, which was resting on my belly. Wow, this was unprecedented. Aho and Aho were also stunned, especially Aho, who reacted quickly and secretly took my other hand. Aho, that fox spirit, was watching the show next to us, wearing a smug expression, grinning like a sly fox. That night, Aho even specially brought me water and arranged my pillow, being incredibly gentle. I joked, you're being so attentive. Are you trying to make me save energy for tonight? He leaned in with a smile and said, I just want you to be more comfortable. Tonight, just consider me lending you to Aho. Among the three of us, he hasn't really, you know? At that moment, I felt quite complicated. In my last life, I was single from birth, and in this life, I suddenly have 3 partners. Asu seemed to see through my confusion. He held my hand seriously and said, Shu, we are all willingly here for you. Without you, we wouldn't even have a home. You make us whole. Well, since he put it that way, let's go for a harem of 3 husbands and 4 concubines. Since we're all in this together, no one is getting away. However, the next day, things changed dramatically. Everything was fine at noon, but by the afternoon, dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by thunder and lightning, just as the messenger had said. I felt a chill in my heart and asked Asu, where's Aho? Asu's gaze was evasive, as he said, he went to the back mountain to pick fruits. I didn't believe him at all. After pressing him repeatedly, he finally confessed that Aho has been afraid of thunder since he was young, and whenever the weather turns like this, he has to find a place to hide. Who understands this? A 9-meter-tall wolfish man is actually afraid of thunder? Who can handle this contrast? As soon as I heard that, I got anxious and said I want to go to the back mountain to find him. Asu, with his fox-like eyes, suggested, why don't you come with me? It's a good chance to relax. I thought about it and agreed. After being stuck in a hospital room in my past life, it would be nice to get out and take a walk in this life. I nodded, and Asu immediately smiled, kneeling on one knee to tie my cloak for me in a particularly charming manner. When I looked closely at his face, it was simply stunning. Just as I bashfully said thank you, Aling suddenly appeared out of nowhere, also half kneeling down, gently putting on a pair of freshly made boots for me. Oh my! At that moment, I felt just one thing in my heart. How awkward, how wonderful, how happy. I sat on Asu's fluffy fox back, weaving through the mountains and forests. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, but I wasn't scared at all. Instead, I felt particularly free. This feeling was something I couldn't even dare to imagine in my past life in the hospital. Asu thought it was them who made me feel unfree. So I quickly explained that I felt at ease because they were with me. As we chatted, Asu joked, Shu, even if you really are a monster come to take our lives, we would accept it. Before I could retort, Aling behind me quietly and firmly added, no matter what you are, we willingly accept it. Oh my, that felt amazing. Finally, we found Aho in a cave. He was curled up in a corner, ears drooping, trembling all over, looking pitiful. As soon as I jumped down from Asu's back and turned around, lo and behold, Asu and Aling had staged a performance of the disappearing lover, completely vanishing. These two did it on purpose. I sighed and could only walk over by myself. When Ahu saw me, his eyes widened in disbelief. Shu, what are you doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, another loud thunderclap rang out, and he shivered in fear, instinctively grabbing my wrist. I patted his shoulder to comfort him, and when he heard me say, I came specifically to find him, his eyes instantly lit up. He held onto me tightly, as if afraid I would run away. Another thunder struck, and he practically clung to me, like a big dog seeking shelter. I simply hugged him and said, don't be afraid. I'm here. At my embrace, he froze for a moment, then cautiously leaned in my arms, burying his face in my chest. The satisfied and secretly pleased look on his face made me feel a bit shy. Suddenly, he became anxious again and looked up at me. Shoo shoo. Do you dislike me? Please don't dislike me. He was in a panic. I'm already trying hard. Really? Look, it's thundering so loudly now and I haven't run too far. Before he could finish, another thunder struck, causing him to tremble. But he still held on tightly without moving. I looked at him, so cautious as if afraid of being abandoned, and my heart suddenly ached. Isn't this just me in my last life, lying in a hospital bed, facing my parents? Looking at him felt like looking at myself. I reached out to touch his face and gently said to him, I have never looked down on you, You don't need to prove anything. You're just fine as you are. I told you after hearing this. He became extremely excited, pouncing on me like a hungry tiger and knocking me down. Fortunately, he still had some sense, one hand protecting the back of my head and the other supporting my back so I didn't hit my head on the stone. He pressed down on me like that, his breath hot and hurried, his eyes filled with both excitement and apology. Shoo shoo, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Looking at his face full of anxiety, my heart softened, and I shook my head and said, It's okay. The thunder outside gradually diminished, and he held me like that, burying his face in my neck, like a little beast that had found its home, satisfied and at ease. Just when I felt relieved, this guy pressed his face against my forehead and quietly said, With you here, I'm not afraid. Oh my, who can resist this little puppy? But it didn't last long. I started to feel cold. The wind was pouring in through the opening as if it were free, and even though Ahua was hugging me like a furnace, I was still shivering. When Ahua felt me trembling like a sieve, he got really nervous, holding me tightly, but it was no use. Seeing that this wasn't working, he immediately said to me, Shoo shoo, I'll take you to a good place. You won't be cold anymore. I still couldn't react, and suddenly, he picked me up in a princess carry. Then, with a shake of his body, bang, he transformed into a giant wolf. The silvery gray first shimmered in the rain. It was simply stunning. I was dumbfounded as he looked back at me, signaling me to climb onto his back. Let me tell you, his fur was so smooth, completely different from Sue's soft fur. I almost slipped right off. He carried me like that, his four legs moving like they had motors, and in a flash, he took me to a very secluded little valley. As soon as I got down, a wave of warm air mixed with the smell of sulfur rushed over me. Who understands? Family? In this remote wilderness, there was actually a natural hot spring. Aho transformed back into human form, and it was a lightning-fast change. His bee skin skirt was instantly put on, and then he pointed at the hot spring, urging me to get in quickly. I hadn't moved yet when I heard a splash. He jumped in first, and the steam immediately enveloped him, his outline becoming hazy. Water droplets flowed down his hair, and I tell you, that scene was mesmerizing. He was still in the water, urging me. Shoo shoo. Hurry down, the water's warm. I really don't want to admit that I'm superficial. But when Ahu stands there in the hot spring, completely bare, surrounded by mist, my eyes seem to have a mind of their own, uncontrollably glancing at him. Those muscle lines, those broad shoulders and narrow waist, it's just incredible, filled with that raw, untamed handsomeness that hasn't been polished or refined. I was scolding myself for being lustful while my face was burning with embarrassment. As a result, he was completely unaware, looking at me with his clear and naive eyes, and simply asked, Shoo shoo, are you cold? Do you want me to carry you inside? My heart is beating like a drum, and I'm complaining wildly in my mind. Some people, who usually seem so honest and simple, who would have thought their impact would be so great when they take off their clothes. Just as I was about to say I'm not cold, he jumped out of the water, standing in front of me boldly and reaching out to hold my hand. Oh my God. I quickly looked up at the sky, afraid of seeing something I shouldn't. He was still there, smiling brightly. Shoo shoo, the water is really warm. With that big white smile and his sunny demeanor, I tell you, in modern times he would definitely be the type of campus heartthrob, the kind that makes a bunch of girls scream wherever he goes. Looking at his silly grin, I couldn't help but laugh. He tilted his head and asked me what I was laughing at. I reached out and ruffled his wet hair, saying, Seeing you smile makes me want to smile too. Upon hearing that, his eyes lit up and he excitedly grabbed my wrist, saying, Then shoo shoo, you have to stay with me forever. I'll make you laugh every day. I was just about to nod when I suddenly realized that we were a bit too close. The heat radiating from him was penetrating through the moisture in the air, and when I looked down, a droplet of water slid down his abs. My face instantly turned red. Why you too close? I'm hot. I push him away. As a result, his ears drooped down immediately, looking particularly aggrieved as he stared at me. Shuju, do you not like me? You didn't make Aksu and Aling keep their distance, but you want me to. Wow. He even turned it into a complaint. Seeing his pitiful expression, my heart softened again, And I could only explain, it's not that I don't like you. It's just that you're too close, and I'm a bit what I can't say out loud. Then this silly guy's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Shuju, are you shy? Axu said that your face turns red when you're shy. He even wanted to lean in closer to take a look, and I glared at him. Try coming any closer. He immediately laughed and obediently took a step back. Okay, I won't get close anymore. But Shuju, you're really cute. I like you a lot. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. Forget it. Let's just sleep. Anyway, it's going to happen sooner or later. These three have been thinking about me all along. Since I've already done that with Asu and Ailing, not having a turn with Aho feels a bit unfair, especially with the atmosphere building up like this. As a result, just when I was struggling with my thoughts, this guy really stood there obediently, without moving, still grinning at me. Why are you being so obedient now, when you should be more proactive? I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. The atmosphere had reached this point, and he ended up washing himself like a good little boy. The water droplets slid down his muscles, and I have to say, it was quite a sight. After washing for a while, he secretly glanced at me, checking if I was watching him. His ears turned red again. And then he mustered up the courage to quietly ask, Shu, do you want me to help you wash? At that moment, I didn't know what got into me, and I suddenly had a bold idea. Right in front of him, I slowly unbuttoned my clothes. Ahau was instantly petrified, his face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Not knowing where to look, stammering, Shuju, you really want me to help you wash? I deliberately teased him. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Then forget it. He became flustered when he heard this, hurriedly waving his hands. No. I want to help you wash. He was so nervous that he stumbled while walking, and after a lot of effort, he finally made it to my side. When his hand rested on my shoulder, it felt as light as a feather. I could sense that his breathing was all over the place. Just as the warm, hot spring water and the ambiguous atmosphere set in, his hand accidentally brushed against something it shouldn't have, and he suddenly froze. As if he had been electrocuted. I thought the next moment would naturally follow, but then the most explosive thing happened. He actually stopped all his movements, slowly raised his head, and with a flushed face, looked at me with those clear and innocent eyes, and seriously asked, Shu, I really want to mate with you right now. Is that okay? At that moment, my mind went completely blank. Family. I've lived for so long and have never seen anything like this. The atmosphere had reached this point, and he could actually slam on the brakes and then seriously apply for it. I looked at him, both expectant and nervous, afraid to cross the line. My sense of shame and a hint of flirtation were in turmoil. I unexpectedly asked, what if I say no? The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and he bit his lip, looking particularly dejected as he said, then I'll hold back and wait until Shuju is willing to talk. Well, I completely surrendered. I beckoned him with my finger. Come here. He seemed to be instantly lit up, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement, approaching like a sleepwalker. Then, when I opened my eyes again, my whole body ached as if it had been run over by a truck. The system's voice suddenly rang in my head. Host, you have been in a deep sleep for 3 days. Your body values have dropped to -105. I suddenly sat up, dumbfounded. I'm already at -100. Can it go any lower? The system calmly told me that if it dropped to -200, I would just kick the bucket. I instantly felt a sense of urgency. I gritted my teeth, recalling the silly yet enthusiastic look on Aho's face. He was simply an uncontrollable brute. Compared to Asu and Ailing, does he have an infinite stamina bar? I passed out and came to, then passed out again, and he was still at it. At that moment, I had only one thought. Once I recover, I must give him a beating. I have to hurry up and have the baby, or else I will be drained by them sooner or later. I angrily got out of bed, my feet barely touching the ground, when a pair of hands picked me up horizontally. When I looked up, I met a Ling's worried eyes. You're not wearing shoes, and you don't have a coat on. You'll catch a cold, he said in a low voice, carrying me into the room. I quickly stopped him and pointed outside, carrying me out to take a look. As soon as we stepped outside, wow, what a spectacular scene it was. Aho was kneeling in the middle of the yard, bare-chested and wearing only shorts, with a stone as big as a millstone on his shoulder. Looking full of regret and guilt, Asu stood next to him with his arms crossed, sternly scolding him. I told you to be mindful of your limits. Look at what you've done to Shu. Do you even realize your mistake? Aho looked up and saw me. His eyes lit up for a moment, then were instantly drowned in guilt. His voice was hoarse as he said, Shu, I am sorry, I shouldn't have let you get hurt. I looked at his miserable appearance, and my anger diminished by half. Just as I was about to speak, Asu directly handed over a long whip. The whip was pitch black and gleamed coldly. He said coolly, "Shoo shoo. Use this to teach him a lesson. He needs to remember what restraint is." Me. Bro, are we filming some kind of large ethical drama here? I don't have the strength to swing this thing. I quickly stuffed the whip back. Him carrying the stone is punishment enough. When Aho heard me defending him, he was so touched that his eyes turned red, swearing that he would never dare again. I was really overwhelmed, and I patted Aling. "Get inside, get inside." What kind of image is it to be in shorts holding a stone? Aling hugged me and brought me inside, but Aho actually followed in holding that big stone and directly knelt at the door. I really couldn't handle him. Axu came over and hugged me tightly, saying he should have known better than to let him mate with me. Just thinking about Aho's physique and that kind of thing, cough. My face couldn't help but get a bit hot. Axu's eyes were so sharp. He noticed right away and pinched my chin, ready to say something. Just then, the door was knocked, and before anyone could respond, it pushed open by itself. The guy who came in was instantly stunned. The scene in front of him probably burned out his CPU. Aho was kneeling on the ground with his bare shoulders holding the giant stone, and I was surrounded by Axu and Aling, with Axu's hand pinching my chin as if he was about to kiss me. The air was frozen. The guy scanned the room, and when he saw me, his face immediately turned red, awkwardly saying, "Am I coming a bad time? Let me tell you, buddy, this is not the right time for you to show up. You're practically dancing on a minefield." I was so angry that I didn't even want to look at him and just turned my head away. Just then, the main group was ready to set off, and I thought I should hurry up and leave to avoid getting annoyed. But the next second, wow, a carnival zoo erupted right next to me. The siblings around me howled, one by one, transforming into fluffy beasts. It was such a scene that anyone who didn't know would think a wild animal park had collectively escaped. I was the only one standing dumbfounded among a group of giant beasts, feeling completely out of place. At that moment, a flash of silver light appeared, and Asu transformed into a super beautiful silver fox. Its fur sparkled in the sunlight, looking as if it had special effects applied. With a flick of its tail, it swept me up and put me on its neck. I tell you, being buried in its soft fur was incredibly comfortable. As soon as Asu made his appearance, he instantly became the center of attention. A bunch of handsome foxes gathered around, their eyes wide with admiration, saying, "Oh my gosh, Asu, what kind of care do you use for your fur? What brand of hair mask do you use? It's too beautiful." Asu was so pleased, casually saying he just groomed it a bit, but his tail was nearly wagging to the sky. On the other side, a Ling originally didn't want to transform, fearing that his snake form might scare me. I quickly told him it was fine. Walking so far without transforming would ruin his clothes. Only then did he hesitantly turn into a super long white snake, its scales as white as snow. As soon as he transformed, a few snakes nearby started making sarcastic remarks, saying the white snake was the lowest in the snake clan. A Ling completely ignored them, quietly watching me. Just when those snakes were laughing the hardest, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Who understands a Ling actually had 2 small bumps growing on his forehead? Those snakes' eyes nearly popped out, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. This thing was like in a game when a basic piece of equipment suddenly reveals a hidden golden attribute. Snake horns. That was a sign of evolving into a snake dragon. One more evolution, and it would be a dragon. A lowly white snake? About to turn into a dragon? This was more absurd than announcing in 2025 that there would be no holiday adjustments. Those snakes were instantly dumbfounded, probably wondering if they were seeing things. The team set off just like that. 1 second, I was enjoying a VIP view on Asu's head, and the next second, the ground shook violently. It felt like the ground was on a level 10 vibration mode, with a huge rumble that left me stunned. I watched as the ground cracked open wide, and Asu and the others disappeared in an instant. I shouted their names at the top of my lungs, but all I got back was an echo. Just when I was about to despair, I suddenly saw something golden shining not far away. I mustered up the courage to take a closer look, and wow. It was a shimmering golden snake, but it had horns on its head, and those scales, that imposing presence, looked just like a dragon. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind: run. Hadn't I learned my lesson from the last time I was kidnapped? But before I could even lift my foot, that shimmering creature swiftly wrapped itself around my ankle. What I fear the most in my life are these slippery, boneless things that even burrow into my body. My brain completely crashed at that moment, and I let out a dolphin-like scream that could be counted as intangible cultural heritage. It even bit me. I thought to myself, it's over. I'm done for, I might be poisoned. Then everything went dark, and I fainted. When I woke up again, I felt like I was in a big furnace. My whole body was hot. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was dumbfounded. I was completely naked. In my arms, I was holding something golden and thicker than my thigh. Those scales, that texture, isn't this the dragon from earlier? At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Family, it seems like I slept with a dragon, or was I slept by the dragon? I let out a yelp that nearly broke my voice, rolling back in a panic and quickly covering myself. What kind of unfortunate constitution do I have? Again, I've been, well, by some unknown creature. I could just scream at myself in frustration. To my surprise, that golden dragon actually looked at me with concern, as if asking if I was okay. I angrily pointed at it. You, stay away from me. It obediently backed off a bit. Still shaken, I checked myself and suddenly noticed a strange symbol on my ankle where it had bitten me. It depicted a little dragon biting its own tail, doing a sort of Ouroboros cosplay. What is this? A mark? Or a contract? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, glaring at it and shouting, "Can't you just turn into a human?" As soon as I finished speaking, there was a flash of golden light, and suddenly a handsome golden-haired guy was standing in front of me. His looks, his physique, his aura. He was so handsome that it nearly fried my CPU. He just looked at me, a smirk on his lips, his voice low and magnetic. As you wish. I was stunned at that moment, looking at the dazzling, handsome guy in front of me, and after a long while I managed to squeeze out a sentence. You? That dragon? Just now? He actually smiled, looking so graceful, and said, "Scared you, sorry." I took a deep breath and pointed at the mark on my ankle, asking, "What is this?" His gaze was so gentle as he replied, "This is the bond mark between you and me, a promise I make to you." A promise? Who are you to make a promise? I was about to ask him what he wanted, when suddenly the sky darkened, thunder and lightning struck, and the ground began to shake. His expression changed, and he muttered, so fast, then shielded me behind him. In the next moment, he transformed back into that dazzling golden dragon, coiling above my head, the scene resembling a Hollywood blockbuster. He looked down at me and said, "I will come for you." Then, with a whoosh, he flew away, disappearing into the thunder and lightning. I stood there for 3 seconds, then realized I just got played without knowing. I don't even know his name. Does this count as a new type of cyber scam in 2025? I was both angry and annoyed when I heard the shouts of Aksu and the others in the distance. The three of them rushed over like they had lost their minds, and when they saw me alive and well, Aksu immediately pulled me into his arms, his voice trembling. "Shuju, are you okay? You scared me to death." A Ling, with keen eyes, quickly spotted the mark on my ankle. Aksu leaned in closer to sniff it, and his face immediately darkened as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is that person?" I hesitated and finally spoke up, mentally preparing myself to be scorned by them, as this matter was quite embarrassing. However, to my surprise, none of them looked down on me. Instead, they all acted like guilty elementary school students, reflecting on how they failed to protect me. Asu lamented, "It's all our fault for not protecting you," which allowed that guy to take advantage of the situation. Aho clenched his fists tightly, and Ailing also wore an apologetic expression. On the way back, the three of them surrounded me, as if escorting a national treasure. Asu and the others still couldn't believe it. "Shu, are you sure? It really is the golden dragon?" I nodded. Asu reached out to touch the mark on my foot, but quickly recoiled, saying that the power was too strong and that it was something from a higher realm, completely on a different level from their kind. I just realized that there are still class divisions in this world. The way the three of them looked at me suddenly changed, filled with tension and unease, afraid that I would dislike them. I was at a loss for words. Why would I dislike you? Then I quietly asked, "So, if I were with other males, would you dislike me?" They all shook their heads like cats whose tails have been stepped on. Asu said, "It's because you're too charming that you'd be noticed." Aho nodded vigorously. "We only care about whether you're okay." To be honest, I didn't feel dirty at all at that moment. Instead, I was feeling regretful. I was thinking, that guy has such an abstinent-looking face, what would it be like if... Cough, cough. At that moment, oh no, I felt like I was sprinting down the path of Scumbag Girl. Aho saw that I didn't dislike them, and cautiously leaned over to ask, "Shu, you won't kick us out later, right?" That little gaze was pitiful, fearing that they would be outshined by that dragon. I felt both amused and heartbroken. How could I possibly kick you out? I don't even know him, and I don't like him either. As soon as I said this, the three of them's eyes lit up. Aho even leaned his head over directly, rubbing against my hand like a big dog seeking praise. I pinched his face casually, making him so happy that his eyes squinted. Asu, watching from the side, was practically overflowing with envy and jealousy in his gaze, and pretended to cough, inching closer to me. Just when I finally found the main group and was about to blend in the crowd, I felt a shocked gaze shooting over. I looked up, and it was the messenger, staring at me with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. I was just about to ask her what those riddles she mentioned to a whole last time meant when she walked over, lowering her voice to ask me, "Did you encounter something?" I won't indulge her anymore. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't act like a riddle. She sighed and said, "That ahua of yours has a trace of ancient bloodline." I was taken aback, and she continued, "This bloodline is very rare, and once awakened, it brings many benefits." I instantly understood. "So you wanted him to be your male last time?" She actually admitted it calmly. She said she wanted to use ahua's seeds to have a child with the same bloodline, which would benefit the tribe. I was dumbfounded. So that's what she was after, to have a child with a father and leave the offspring behind. She wanted to borrow our ahua's excellent genes to have an SSR baby. Ahua, who was listening beside us, broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pledged his loyalty to me. Shoo, I will definitely not become her male. I couldn't help but laugh at his expression and patted him, saying, "Don't worry, you are mine. No one can take you away." Once the messenger left, Asu turned serious and said to Ahua, "Ahua, don't casually talk about your bloodline. It's very mysterious. If you can awaken its power, that's good. But if you can't, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Others will take notice and even want to get something from you." As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. I turned my head to tease Asu. "Do you have some hidden bloodline too? Otherwise, how could that big sister Charlotte be so clingy and insist on having you?" I tell you, that kid, Asu glanced at Sherlock following my gaze, then quickly looked away and even pretended to cough, shamelessly saying, "Could it be she's craving my body?" Goodness. I couldn't help it at that moment and looked him up and down. Honestly, his face is truly unfair. So exquisite it looks like it was drawn by AI. The kind that appeals to both men and women. Just standing there, he was like a walking spotlight, impossible to look away from. But this guy wasn't satisfied. He even winked at me, and the way he looked was simply mesmerizing. I tell you, he was doing it on purpose. His gaze had hooks in it that instantly pulled my soul away. My mind buzzed, and by the time I reacted, I was already gripping his chin and kissing him. Yes, you heard that right. I forcibly kissed him. I was completely stunned at that moment, my eyes wide open, and I was frozen in place. Asu was also taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to be so bold. But the next second, the guy's lips curled up, and he wrapped his arm around my waist, deepening the kiss. My little bit of rationality instantly shattered into a QR code, and I couldn't scan it back. Just when I was about to run out of oxygen, a big head suddenly popped up beside me. Our family would stare at me with big, innocent eyes and ask, "Can you play like this too?" Who understands? Family members. I was instantly petrified, pushed Asu away, my face red enough to fry an egg, stuttering as I tried to explain, "I didn't mean to." Asu, however, remained calm, leaning close to tease me. "Shoo, you were really proactive just now, it scared me." I shot him an angry glare, wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, that silly Ahua was excitedly studying the situation. "So this is how kissing works? Shoo, can I do it too in the future?" My temples throbbed, and I raised my hand to give him a light slap. Of course it was gentle. He, on the other hand, just laughed foolishly even after getting hit. I looked at Aling, who was quietly sitting beside me, never competing or fighting for anything. And my heart sank. Well, I guess I should treat everyone equally from now on and not show favoritism. Later, we found out that the earth-shattering commotion earlier was caused by two super big shots clashing nearby. The noise was like the Earth online server exploding. The first thing that flashed through my mind was that golden dragon and what he said before he left. Oh no, I started to feel anxious. For the first time, feeling anxious because I was too popular and I couldn't let the three at home know about this. We quickened our pace. And after a few days, we finally arrived at Ling City. Goodness, as soon as the city gate guard saw me, before I even had a chance to register, they were startled and took several steps back as if they had seen a ghost. Then they bowed at a 90-degree angle, their voices trembling like a phone on vibrate mode. "GG, gentlemen." At that moment, I saw an elderly man on the subway looking at his phone, with a face full of questions. I thought to myself, "I don't even know you." Then the guard, trembling, said, "No, I don't dare to recognize you. But the aura you carry, it's too strong." I looked down and saw the golden dragon's mark on my ankle, shimmering with a soft glow. So this was the special effect of this skin. While I was still in a daze, several guards surrounded me like bodyguards and escorted me into the city, making it feel like some big shot was on a parade. Not only were the passers-by stunned, but everyone from our tribe was also shocked. One guard respectfully handed me a small red wooden plaque, saying it was a VIP pass. I quickly explained to everyone that it was just a misunderstanding, that they had mistaken me for someone else. But the looks in their eyes practically carved, "I don't believe you," on their faces, especially Sherlock. Her expression suggested that a dramatic 80-episode series was playing out in her mind. As a result, our three companions visibly sank into low spirits, looking like wilted eggplants. Aho was no longer making noise. Aling became even quieter, and Aksu's big tail tightly wrapped around my waist, as if afraid I would ascend at any moment. I hurried to reassure them, saying that once we finished shopping, we would go home and no one would find us. As soon as I saw that it wouldn't work, I said, "Come on, I'll take you shopping." First, I picked a really cool animal skin for Aho to make a cloak, and then I chose a few bone carvings that Ailing liked. When it came to Asu, he started to put on an act, pretending to be wronged and insisting that I choose for him. All right, I softened my heart and picked a carnelian necklace for him. As a result, Aho and Ailing also looked on eagerly. Fine, let's buy one for each of you. Is that okay now? In the end, these three wanted to give me kisses as a thank you, and it was only after one peck on the cheek from each that it was settled. Next, we went to a clothing store, and the staff outside acted like they were all high and mighty, blocking our way and saying that males weren't allowed inside. Their disdainful looks practically screamed that we were country bumpkins. Just as he was about to continue with his snarky remarks, he caught sight of the little red tag on my waist. Oh my, his face changed in an instant, going from arrogant to kneeling down, bowing like he was pounding garlic, begging for mercy. The shop owner came out, learned the situation, and kicked him away, then proceeded to shower me with compliments. Acting all humble, I was so angry that I dragged them to a somewhat shabby shop next door. As a result, I came out in a new dress, and the whole place fell silent. Let me tell you, the other females in the shop were all wide-eyed, and the males passing by the entrance looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Asu and the other two immediately nervously surrounded me. I couldn't help but ask them, "Do I look good?" The three of them responded as if a switch had been flipped, nodding frantically. Asu said I looked so good that people couldn't take their eyes off me, and Aho excitedly claimed I looked 100 times better than all the other females. Although Aling didn't say anything, the astonishment in his eyes was impossible to hide. Fine, I'll buy it. I took out the money from my pouch, leaving a little for backup, and bought new clothes for them and myself. But when it came time to check out, the shop owner saw the tag and adamantly refused to take my money, even saying he wanted to kneel. I was really at a loss. In the end, I was forced to take a bunch of clothes for free. But when I turned around, I saw the increasingly dim expressions on Asu and the other two's faces. I instantly understood. This damned sense of superiority wasn't given to me by them. How could they feel good about it? This thing doesn't bring respect. It creates a barrier. In front of them, I directly took the small red wooden sign off my waist and threw it towards the distant grass with a swoosh, not even looking back. It's inconvenient everywhere. I clapped my hands and said casually, "Guess what?" The eyes of the three instantly lit up, like three little suns suddenly appearing on a cloudy day. I smiled as I linked arms with them, feeling much more at ease. But as soon as I stepped outside in my new dress, I was surrounded by onlookers again. At that moment, Aling, without saying a word, pulled out a large cloak from who knows where and wrapped me up tightly, blocking all the gazes. He even whispered in my ear, "Adult, it's chilly outside." Oh, my heart just melted at that moment. I smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Aling." His ears turned red, and he lowered his head, softly replying, "It's what I should do." When we returned to our place, the sisters in the tribe went wild again. Seeing my new outfit, they instantly surrounded me, chattering away with questions. They asked where I got the dress, if I bought it in Ling City, and honestly, the excitement was even more exaggerated than a press conference. But let me tell you, the buzz around this new dress was nothing compared to the commotion I caused the next day in the city. That was like a minor event compared to a major one. The next day, I was planning to go out in a cloak to keep a low profile and do some shopping in the city. However, as soon as I stepped outside, I heard the surrounding sisters chattering away about gossip, saying that a mysterious female had come to Ling City, who was incredibly beautiful and dressed uniquely, and she was accompanied by 3 men, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8. At that moment, I had the expression of an old person on the subway looking at their phone, listening to them bragging, "Oh, I heard the guard has to bow when he sees her, and he doesn't even dare to take her money. How bold of her, bringing just 3 people. Isn't she afraid of getting into trouble?" The more I listened, the tighter my brows furrowed. Wait a minute, why does this script sound so familiar? Isn't this about me? Family, who understands? Overnight, I became the gossip heroine of the whole city, and I was even given the title of the beauty of Xiong. I was completely stunned, tightened my cloak, and turned to sneak back, afraid of being recognized. But after just 2 steps, I heard them wishing, "I really want to see her in person. I wonder if she will come out today." This scared me so much that it felt like I was stepping on a whirlwind, and I dashed back to my room, slamming the door shut. and the world became quiet. But when I turned around, good grief, a Su, a Ho, and a Ling were all staring at me like I was being interrogated. A Ho, that silly one, even asked, Shoo, aren't we supposed to go out? I awkwardly cleared my throat twice and said, don't mention it. The outside is all about my gossip. Let's just stay home today. When I mentioned this, the expressions on their faces were truly remarkable, and the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. Let me tell you, that feeling was both subtle and dangerous. Asu was the first to come over, his intentions clear as he slyly wrapped his arms around my waist, tightening his grip circle by circle, with a mischievous smile in his eyes that said, I know, but I won't say it. On the other side, ever since Aho and I had that thing, it felt like he had opened up some hidden channels, casually rubbing against me like a big golden retriever seeking comfort, his eyes full of desire. Only Aling was still relatively well-behaved, quietly sitting beside me and watching, but his gaze was so gentle it could almost drip with water, as if he were waiting for me to give a signal. My heart was racing like a drum, and Asu deliberately leaned close to my ear and blew air, saying, Shoo, why is your face so red? His tail was teasing me lightly on my waist, and I felt like I was about to catch fire. The next morning, my mind was on high alert. The cold electronic voice of the system hit me like a ton of bricks. Host body value decreased by 5 points. Before I could react, it added another blow. It is recommended that the host moderate behaviors to ensure bodily safety. Who understands, family? I was being reminded by an AI to moderate. I was so embarrassed that I had no place to hide my face and could only hold my forehead and sigh. Truly, beauty can lead one astray. Just as I was feeling ashamed, I opened my eyes and, wow, there were 3 naked people standing in front of me, the morning light shining on them. That scene was simply a work of art, but it was also quite stimulating. I froze, and after a long time, I squeezed out a sentence through my teeth. Could you put your clothes on first? That guy, Asu, was still laughing, picking up his clothes while saying, last night was a bit too much. The hint of apology in his tone, let me tell you, was not absent, but it was minimal. Once the 4 of us clumsily got dressed, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was extremely awkward. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I hurried to open it, and as soon as I did, there was Xia Luo Gu hugging a guy and munching away, looking like she wanted to swallow him whole. I was stunned and instinctively slammed the door shut again. But the door knocked again, so I took a deep breath and opened it. She finally finished, crossed her arms, and looked at me with a mocking expression. Yin Shu, the commotion you've been making these past few days is bigger than anyone else's. Why are you pretending to be pure now? I felt my face heat up. Is she here specifically to tease me? I asked her what was going on, and she actually came to invite me to the beauty parlor, saying that the day to go back is approaching, and we need to go take a look. I originally wanted to refuse, but she grabbed my arm and dragged me along, saying dirty things. Stop pretending. Don't you want to see even better-looking males? Those in the beauty parlor are wild. So different from these in the tribe. I tell you, I really swallow my saliva at that moment. Of course, Asu and the others were unwilling and wanted to follow, but Xiaoluoga directly stopped them, saying, Beauty house, males are not allowed. Don't disturb our female enjoyment. Then I was half dragged away by her. As soon as I entered that so-called beauty house, I was dumbfounded. ISNT this just like those ancient male model clubs? The air was filled with fragrance. There were sheer curtains everywhere, and the lighting was dim and ambiguous. Several exquisitely handsome men were lazily leaning there, and when they saw me come in, their eyes looked like hooks. Xiaoluoga was as familiar as if she had returned to her own home, confidently looking for her favorite, leaving me alone in a state of confusion. As a result, my cloak accidentally slipped down, and wow, the eyes of the surrounding men instantly lit up, like wolves seeing meat, directly surrounding me, each one saying how beautiful I was, half pushing and half leading me into a small booth. Just when I was surrounded and felt my scalp tingle, suddenly a skinny little boy, looking like a bean sprout, came in with tea, but he shook his hand and dropped the tray. The surrounding men instantly exploded, cursing at the boy with eyes fierce enough to kill. The boy turned pale with fright and kept apologizing. Just as he was about to be chased away, I don't know what got into me, but I said, wait a minute. He dropped a small stone, and I picked it up and handed it to him, even complimenting it as quite pretty. The boy was stunned at that moment, holding the stone, and ran away, overwhelmed with gratitude. I finally found an excuse to sneak out from that group of men. Just as I reached the door, I heard a scream. I hid in the shadows and took a look. Goodness, it was that weak-looking boy again, being beaten to death by an old man who looked like a manager, cursing, no female would look at a useless piece of trash like you. I'll sell you to the abyss tomorrow. I really didn't want to meddle, but family, he was hitting way too hard. My damn maternal instincts kicked in. I went straight out and yelled, "Stop." The old man immediately changed to a flattering expression when he saw me. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and coldly said, "Who said nobody likes him? I like him. Let him come with me." The old man didn't dare to say a word, kicked the boy, and told him to hurry up and follow me. Just like that, I picked up another person. I looked at the boy who was following me, thin as a piece of paper and all dirty, and I felt a wave of regret in my heart. What on earth was I doing? Later, I had the people from the beauty parlor take him down to get cleaned up. I was waiting around, bored, and drank a few glasses of wine on the table. It didn't seem strong at first, but as I kept drinking, I started to feel tipsy. When the boy was brought back, I was completely stunned. Let me tell you, once he was cleaned up, my pupils. This was no poor little thing. He was clearly a stunningly beautiful boy. His features were exquisite, but he was just too thin. He timidly said his name was Nushur-san. And when I heard that unfortunate name, fueled by the alcohol, I waved my hand grandly. "It doesn't sound good. From now on, you'll be called Aiken." I was still a bit dazed and bragged to him, saying that I had 3 more at home that were also very good looking. That kid, just because I gave him a name, was so excited that he directly knelt down, crying uncontrollably and thanking me repeatedly. Then I completely blacked out. I only felt like I had a strange dream that was both cold and hot, as if I had fallen into an ice hole. But there was also a fire burning inside me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a strange room, and there was someone sitting by my bed. The person was thin and weak, with skin that glowed white. I focused and recognized him. "You, how'd you get here?" I was confused. The young man, who was Ah Chun, immediately knelt by the bed and asked nervously, "My lady, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" I rubbed my aching head, looking confused. "Where is this? How'd I end up here?" Aiken bit his lip and explained softly, "You drank last night and seemed unwell, so I took the liberty of bringing you to this guest room to rest. I told you, I felt something was off at that moment. When I looked down, good grief, my clothes were all loose and baggy. My mind went blank for a moment, and all the fragmented scenes from last night flashed back like a movie. My face instantly changed, and I suddenly raised my head to glare at Aiken. He, on the other hand, looked like a wife who had done something wrong, with his head down, his ears all red, nervously rubbing the hem of his clothes, clearly tense and flustered. My heart was pounding like a drum as I realized what happened last night, and I was completely dazed, at a loss for what to do. Who understands this struggle among my family? I opened my mouth to say something, but only one word squeezed out from my throat. "You." Just that one word scared the guy across from me, so much that his face turned pale, and he trembled as he apologized. "Sir, I'm sorry. It's all Aiken's fault. Please don't be angry. Aiken shouldn't have offended you." Wow, this move was like that of a tea art master, making it seem as if I had done something to him. Although thinking back, it was indeed my own fault last night. I lost control and drank a bit of that fruit wine, which tasted quite good, so I had a couple more glasses. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Looking at him lying on the bed, not even daring to lift his head, I couldn't feel the anger anymore. "Forget it." I waved my hand and said as calmly as possible, "All right, what happened last night has already happened. Let's move on and not mention it again." I walked out of the room, settled the bill, and was ready to leave, treating last night as if it were just a ridiculous dream. Achun silently followed behind me like a little tail, his eyes filled with despair, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Just a few steps out, the shopkeeper suddenly called out from behind, "Sir, if you don't plan to take this slave 13 with you, according to our rules, we can only send him to the abyss." I paused in my steps. Absolute abyss? What the hell is that? I turned back to look at Aiken. Let me tell you, when he heard the words absolute abyss, his face turned as pale as paper, trembling all over like a sieve, and the fear in his eyes was palpable even from 800 meters away. My foot suddenly felt as heavy as if it had been filled with lead, and I couldn't move it anymore. I was struggling inside. I knew that bringing him back would definitely cause a stir with Asu and the others, and it would be a huge hassle. But looking at his thin, pitiful appearance, his eyes seemed to be begging me to take him with me. Damn my saintly heart. In the end, I gritted my teeth and thought, fine, I'll just consider this as picking up a cyber son for myself. I turned to him and said impatiently, "Let's go, come back with me." He was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly burst with joy. His eyes turned red, and he knelt down with a thud, bowing his head and choking up, "Thank you, my lord. Aiken will never forget your great kindness." I quickly waved my hand to get him up. I really couldn't stand this kneeling business. I tell you, on the way home with him, my heart was racing. Sure enough, as soon as we walked in, Asu, Aho, and Ling surrounded us like a courtroom interrogation. Their noses were sharper than dogs, and they immediately caught the unfamiliar masculine scent on me. Their expressions, TSK, instantly became a bit off. I could only grit my teeth and pull Ah-chun out from behind me, awkwardly clearing my throat. This is Ah-chun, he has nowhere to go, and he might be following me from now on. The three of them exchanged glances, and the silent communication held a lot of meaning. Although they didn't explode in anger, their tense expressions said it all. Seeing their reaction, I thought it would be better to die early and be reborn. So I casually added, I ran into him last night, felt sorry for him, so I brought him back. As if anyone would believe that. They weren't stupid. Looking at their expressions, I felt incredibly uneasy, like a cheating woman caught in the act. In a moment of impulse, I said, if you can't accept him, then I'll give him some money to leave on his own. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted it. I could clearly feel Ah-chun behind me shuddering, his shoulders starting to shake, yet he remained silent, holding back his emotions. Ah-su was silent for a long time, sighed, and his calm tone was frightening. We will, of course, support the decision made by Shu. However, since he has stayed, he cannot leave easily in the future. Good heavens, as soon as those words were spoken, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Ah-ho and Ah-ling just nodded expressionlessly, their dissatisfaction almost spilling from their eyes. At that moment, I felt suffocated by their heavy gazes. Honestly, it felt like my chest was being constricted, and my head began to ache. I thought to myself, this is it, I'm going to be stared to death by them. But then, in the next second, the atmosphere changed completely. Just as I was feeling uncomfortable, I suddenly looked up and saw Ah-su, Ah-ho, and Ah-ling all crashing to the floor with a thud. Each of them looked as if they were crushed by a mountain, their expressions painfully contorted, softly whimpering on the ground. I was directly stunned, you guys. I instinctively reached out to help Ah-su, but as soon as I touched him, he struggled violently like he had been electrocuted, his expression even more pained. What is wrong with you? I shouted anxiously. Ah-su's voice was as weak as a mosquito, buzzing, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Shuju, don't be angry. At that moment, I was left with a big question mark. Am I angry? I'm angry at you. How come you all fell down instead? Just then, an alarm went off in my head, beeping wildly. Host body values dropped by another 10. I was startled. A sharp pain shot through my chest. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. Beep, beep, beep. Host body values dropped by another 10. I blacked out completely. When I woke up again, wow, there was a circle of people around my bed, looking like they were holding a memorial service. Ah-su and the others were there, along with a few females from the tribe, and standing by the bed was that serious-looking female messenger, staring at me intently. Seeing that I was awake, she immediately dropped a bombshell on me. You are actually pregnant with twins. My mind went blank, and I was stunned. What was happening? Twins? The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ah-su and the others turned pale, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The messenger's sister continued. It was already very dangerous for you to be pregnant, and now you unexpectedly have twins. Ah-su was the first to react, his voice shaking. Twins? How is that possible? Her body is already so fragile. But let me tell you, I was overjoyed inside. Twins. This was like receiving an experience pack. My body stats were saved. However, that messenger's sister had a sharp gaze and saw right through me, frowning as she asked, You're happy? Do you realize the burden that carrying twins puts on your body? Seeing my carefree demeanor, she dropped another bombshell. What you're carrying isn't just any ordinary twin. These two kids are special. One is a snake demon, and the other is a mermaid. A mermaid? I was stunned and instinctively glanced at Xiong in the corner. Upon hearing this, Ah-su and the others turned even greener and directly asked the messenger, Dear messenger, since it's twins, is there any way to avoid giving birth? The messenger shook her head, her expression serious. If it were a single fetus, maybe we could find a solution. But now, the two children are already connected to Yin Shu's lifeline, their powers restraining each other. If you attempt to terminate the pregnancy recklessly, her body simply won't be able to handle it. As soon as she said this, the room fell into a deathly silence. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, I quickly cleared my throat and waved my hand casually. Don't worry, I'm really fine. It's fate. Since the little ones want to come, let them come. The messenger sighed, seeing my determination, and didn't say more before getting up to leave. As soon as she walked out, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Before I could say anything to ease the tension, Ah-su dashed up to Xiong. I tell you, that move was quick, precise, and ruthless. He grabbed Xiong by the collar and mercilessly dragged him over, throwing him heavily to the ground. What do you think you are? Asu's voice was as cold as ice. How dare you put Shu in such danger? I was just about to get up when Ahu suddenly pressed down on my shoulder, coaxing and exasperated, saying, Shuju, don't move, Oxa 1T really kill him. Aling, standing by, coldly interjected, He very strange. As a merman, he can pretend to be so weak. Ahu nodded in agreement and added, yes, his bloodline is much more noble than ours, yet he chooses to act like a helpless weakling, which is truly baffling. After a while, Aksu dragged the person back. Aiken was completely drenched, water dripping down, his face pale, and astonishingly, there was a layer of blue scales covering his face and neck, looking both tragic and eerie. Aksu cast a cold glance at him, then turned to me. Shuju, I asked him, and he has no idea he's a merman. Their kind has something called half-life stone that can awaken their bloodline. But before awakening, they are sent out to train, find a female to mate with, and reproduce before they awaken their memories and return to their homeland. His tone noticeably soured when he mentioned the word mate. Well, it seems I'm still his awakening tool. Huh? I looked at their long faces and asked, are you still angry? As soon as Asu heard this, his eyes turned red, and he said softly, we're not angry, we're just worried about your health. He grabbed my hand tightly, causing me pain. Shu, we are really afraid something might happen to you. If you were to leave, we really wouldn't be able to live. I could feel his body trembling slightly. Aho and Aling also gathered around, their expressions as if the sky were about to fall. My heart softened instantly, and I raised my hand to touch Asu's face, my voice choking. I promise you, I will live well. So you have to believe me. I will ensure that these two children are born safely. In the end, a few people hugged me tightly, and the atmosphere almost made me cry. Meanwhile, the culprit, Ah-chun, remained kneeling on the ground, probably cursing himself 1,000 times in his heart. Finally, we could go home. We came as 4, and now we were going back as 5. When we reached the gathering place, I found that I wasn't the only one bringing something back. Several females in the tribe had new faces beside them. Take Xia Luo Ge, whom I was most familiar with. She had a young male following her. I took a glance, and wow, his features and aura were simply a perfect match for Asu. She seemed quite proud and showed off to me. How about it? My new recruit is not bad, right? Although he's not as good as Asu, he is still very charming. On the way back, these people treated me like glass. Afraid I might bump or knock myself. As soon as we returned to the tribe, they didn't even let me catch my breath. Asu directly picked me up and said, let's go find the elder to check your health. I originally wanted to struggle, but when I saw those 4 pairs of anxious eyes, I thought I'd better just stay put. When the elder saw me, he was a bit surprised at first, but after examining my body, his expression clearly froze, and he was utterly shocked. After all, he was the one who had said I was infertile. He checked me countless times, back and forth, before finally accepting reality. He sighed and said, the fetal positions of these 2 children are very stable, but your physical condition is simply too weak. His brows were tightly furrowed. Although the fetal positions were good and the situation was stable, considering your physical condition, trying to give birth to both children would still pose a risk to your life. Let me tell you, the atmosphere at that moment instantly dropped to freezing point. Good heavens, everyone looked like they were attending a memorial service. But I was really angry at that time. What does that mean? Are you cursing me? I shot back directly. Elder, give me a break. Back then you said I couldn't have any, and now look. I'm expecting twins. I believe I can do it. I must give birth. My attitude was tough, and I directly made the elder speechless. He looked at me, probably never having seen someone so stubborn. I thought to myself, of course I have to fight for this. It's my child. I continue to push. Elder, I feel great. I've got these 2 kids covered. The elder was silent for a long time, then finally sighed deeply. His gaze softened as he said, all right, since you've said that, it must be fate. I will definitely help you with all my strength. He changed his tone and became serious again. But your health is really weak. I will personally take care of you next. You must take good care of yourself. Hearing this, the heavy stone in my heart finally dropped. Oh my, I finally got it sorted out. Asu and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, but their worried little eyes still surrounded me like bodyguards. I quickly comforted them. All right, the elder is here. My child and I are fine. Don't act like the sky is falling. Asu held my hand with great tenderness. Shu, you've worked hard. I shook my head, feeling warm inside. Ahau also came over and patted my shoulder, saying in a muffled voice, we are with you. Aling nodded beside him, his gaze incredibly firm. Just at this touching moment, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a chun in the corner of my eye. Oh my, I just remembered there was still an extra person here. I felt a bit embarrassed, and Asu, being sharp, followed my gaze, raised his eyebrows, and directly suggested, since the elder is here, Why don't you let a chun form a contract with you? Huh? I was stunned, having completely forgotten about this. A chun came back with me. So according to the rules, he had to form a contract. When I looked at a chun again, he had changed into new clothes, looking really handsome, but his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with anxiety, fear, and that kind of look of a little dog afraid of being abandoned. No wonder on the way I told him that his bloodline was activated, that he was free and could return to the merfolk. But this guy had been a slave since childhood. He didn't even know what freedom was. He only felt like I was going to throw him away. His heart was probably beating like a drum, almost burying his head into the ground. He trembled and called out, "Master." The tremble in his voice, "Oh, family. Who understands?" My heart softened instantly. He looked like the whole world had abandoned him, and I was the only lifeline left. Growing up as a slave, used like livestock, it was hard to finally meet me and receive some kindness. But then I said I would let him be free. To him, wasn't that just a synonym for being kicked out? I looked at him, on the verge of breaking down, and it was truly unbearable to see. I couldn't stand others being so pitiful in front of me. I sighed and thought, well, I'll just have to clean up this mess myself. I turned directly to the elder and said, "Elder, please give me and Aiken a contract." The elder gave Aiken a meaningful glance, said nothing more, and began the process. Let me tell you, the contract ritual was particularly magical. It felt like there was a mysterious power in the air that instantly connected Aiken and me. The moment the contract was completed, Aiken was completely stunned, his eyes wide like copper bells, mouth agape, looking as if he couldn't believe it. He probably had a script written where he was supposed to be sent away, but instead, the tide turned. I not only didn't drive him away, but also gave him a formal position. This emotional turnaround from hell to heaven completely fried his CPU. He suddenly knelt on the ground, unable to speak, only making choked sounds, his shoulders shaking, tears streaming down like they were free. Wow, this reaction was too intense. It made me feel a bit embarrassed. I could only crouch down to comfort him. "All right, Aiken, don't cry. From today on, you are mine, and you won't have to be scared anymore." As I spoke, I didn't know what got into me, but I inexplicably reached out and lifted his chin, forcing him to look at me. His tear-filled eyes were full of shock and dependence. I softened my voice. "I won't abandon you. Be good. Stand up." He stood up slowly like a marionette, still lowering his head, looking like a wronged little wife. I patted his shoulder, giving him some strength. Just as I managed to comfort Aiken, I turned around and was instantly petrified. A Sioux, a Ho, and a Ling were all staring at me, their eyes filled with desire and grievance. The three of them exchanged glances as if reaching some mysterious consensus. Then thud, thud, thud. All three of them knelt neatly in front of me. Me, I don't want this blessing at all. In the end, I still had to support these three gentlemen, lifting them up one by their chins. When I got home, I was completely exhausted, so I quickly lay down on the bed, closed my eyes pretending to be dead, fearing that they would come up with some more tricks. As I was thinking about it, I actually fell asleep. When I woke up again, my head was spinning, and I felt even weaker. Sue was guarding me by the bedside, and as soon as he saw I was awake, he hurriedly handed me some water. He told me that Ah Ho and Ah Ling had already gone to look for medicinal herbs. I just hummed in response, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ah Chun kneeling on the ground, panting and mopping the floor. I quickly shouted at him, "Aiken, stop." He paused for a moment, and without looking up, he said, "My lord, I'm used to it, it's fine." I was both angry and amused. I got off the bed and squatted in front of him. "You don't have to do this." He looked up at me, his eyes filled with confusion and fragility, like a little pitiful creature. I softened my voice and said, "You are my person, not a servant. Don't see yourself so low." I wanted to grab his hand, but he recoiled as if he had been electrocuted, panicking, "Adult, please, my hands are dirty." I felt a pang of sympathy all of a sudden. Regardless of whether his hands were dirty, I just grabbed his hand. His hands were covered in calluses cold as ice. Looking at his shocked expression, I said, "If it's dirty, then it's dirty. I don't care. Stop thinking you don't deserve to be touched." His face turned bright red, like a ripe shrimp, and he obediently let me pull him up. I looked at his cautious demeanor and felt quite uncomfortable inside, recalling my past life where I also longed for warmth yet feared abandonment. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a fluffy big tail suddenly wrapped around my waist. A Sioux buried his face in my shoulder, rubbing against me, with a tone full of grievance. "Last time you felt sorry for a Ling, and this time for a Chun. When will it be my turn?" "Me? Wow. The smell of vinegar is so strong I can smell it from 800 miles away." I quickly comforted him. "Of course I feel sorry for you." He flicked his tail and insisted, "Then how do you feel sorry for me?" Seeing me not say anything, he pouted and started to complain. "Shuju, You just talk without acting, right? Just joking around? I had no choice but to lean over and give him a quick kiss on the mouth. As a result, this kiss ignited a powder keg. Asu's eyes instantly lit up, and he grabbed the back of my head, taking the initiative to kiss me fiercely. I was completely stunned, my mind blank, and by the time I reacted, I had already melted into his arms. The kiss was urgent and fierce, and when he finally let me go, my legs felt weak, my chest was heaving violently, and my gaze was dazed. Asu looked at me with satisfaction, his eyes full of possessiveness, and he provocatively shot a glance at Ah-chun. Following his gaze, I saw Ah-chun completely frozen, his face so red it looked like it was going to bleed, with an expression as if he had been struck by lightning. I felt embarrassed and quickly buried my face in Asu's arms, not daring to look at him. Ah-chun was completely dumbfounded. The cloth in his hand dropped to the ground, motionless like a statue. I lay back on the bed, looking at him like that, and asked, "Ah-chun, what's wrong with you?" He looked up at me, his eyes filled with confusion and self-blame, his voice hoarse. Adult. I don't know what to do. He felt useless, unable to do anything except hard labor. I was just about to comfort him when Asu lazily spoke up. Shoo, just let him do it. If you don't let him, he'll think about it even more. I also thought so, and could only helplessly say, all right, do whatever you want. As soon as Aiken heard this, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly picked up the rag to start cleaning the floor again. Later, when I was pregnant, I realized that having a child in this beast world is completely different from back home. It's as fast as rabbits, 1 litter a month. The ordinary ones take about 3 to 4 months. Asu told me that the rarest species, like one with a Xiong bloodline, had a mother who was pregnant with him for a whole 3 years. 3 years. I was blown away at that moment. What a joke. Would I have to give birth in the year of the monkey and horse? Just when I was getting anxious, the system in my head spoke up. It was simply my electronic ibuprofen. Host, please rest assured, your body as pregnancy limit is only 10 months. My eyes suddenly lit up, and the system also told me that I have a newbie gift pack. No pregnancy symptoms, painless delivery, and rapid postpartum recovery. All right. So that's how we're playing it? I'm taking off right here. I asked it when I would give birth, and to my surprise, it directly projected a countdown in front of me. Post-delivery countdown. 48 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes. Accurate to the second. Impressive as always. Looking at the countdown, I felt reassured, but then Asu became unhappy, getting jealous beside me. Clearly, I'm your first male, so why isn't my child in your belly? I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and could only coax him. All right, next time, I will definitely have your family's child, okay? He was finally satisfied, poking my waist with his tail, as if sealing the deal. Life went on like this until one day, I noticed something was off with me. My skin started to become dry and tight, and later, there were even dry, cracked lines appearing on my arms, looking like peeling skin. I was startled and quickly called for Asu. The others gathered around to take a look, all shocked. The host said I had been drinking enough water. 3 big barrels. Just when everyone was at a loss, Ah-chun weakly spoke up. Sir, this resembles my state when I lack water. We were all stunned. I'm not a mermaid, so how could I be lacking water? Ah-chun whispered. Maybe the child constitution is affecting you? As soon as he said that, Asu decisively said, get in the water. Go to the beach right now. He acted swiftly, directly picking me up and running towards the beach. When we arrived, Ah-ling and Ah-chun had already gone into the water. Let me tell you that scene, wow. Ah-ling's pale skin, sickly and submerged in the water, had a kind of enchanting beauty. Ah-chun was even more amazing, directly transforming into mermaid form, his silver fish tail gently swaying in the water, sparkling under the sunlight. With long hair sticking wetly to his neck. It was cough and short. The sight of these two, what was almost enough to make me forget why I was there. I took a deep breath, braving the assault of their beauty, and slowly walked into the sea. Guess what? The moment the icy water touched my skin, that dry and tight feeling instantly vanished. Once I was fully submerged, I looked down and saw that the cracked lines on my arms were visibly disappearing, and my skin was becoming smooth and hydrated again. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. It was like pouring a whole bottle of magic water into a withered potted plant, and it came back to life instantly. Asu was watching from the shore, his eyes wide with excitement, nervously asking me how I was doing. I turned around, held up my smooth arm for him to see, and smiled brightly, telling him that not only was I feeling much better, but I felt like I could take off right here. Wow. He exchanged glances with Aho, and they both finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering that it was indeed a lack of water, and it must have been the baby in my belly causing the fuss. I looked down at my belly and couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking to myself that you two little ancestors really know how to make your mom suffer. Just then, Aiken, the merman with the silver tail, swam over to me with a splash. His tail moved gracefully and gently, as if afraid to splash water on my face. His eyes were cautious, as if he were looking at some rare treasure, and he asked me how I was feeling and if I wanted to swim a bit deeper. I instinctively took a step back at that moment. Just kidding, I'm a terrible swimmer, and in my past life, I must have been a VIP regular at a hospital. Swimming? What kind of advanced sport is that? As a result, that fox spirit, Asu, directly stretched out her fluffy tail, wrapped it around my wrist, and coaxed me like a child, saying, "Shoo shoo, don't be afraid, go try it with Ah-chun." Once Ah-chun was mentioned, he looked completely dazed. His tail froze for a moment in the water, clearly nervous. His voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz as he asked me if he could support me. I looked at the shimmering sea, and I felt a bit scared, but there was no way around it. For the sake of my skin and the baby in my belly, I had to go for it. I nodded, and only then did he dare to slowly approach. As the seawater washed over my neck, I shivered from the cold, and my survival instinct kicked in instantly. Without thinking, I wrapped both arms around Aiken's neck, holding on to him like he was a lifeline. My voice trembled as I told him I was scared, and that he had to hold on tight. My family, who understands? Aiken instantly stiffened like a block of ice. That silvery fishtail didn't even dare to move in the water. His head hung low, and he was almost holding his breath. His hands hovered in midair, wanting to support my waist, but afraid of offending me. And not supporting me made him worry I'd really drown. He was so anxious that it felt like his CPU was about to overheat. I couldn't care less about whether he felt awkward or not. I just felt a special sense of security holding on to him, and I kept urging him to steady himself. He then trembled and placed his hand on my waist, and with a gentle flick of his tail, I floated up. As soon as I turned my head, I saw a Ling, the dragon, standing not far away with a blank expression, watching us. The white scales on his neck were tightly fitted, and he glimmered coldly in the sunlight, like an iceberg. His gaze made me feel inexplicably uneasy. He was quite perceptive, noticing me looking over and even asking what was wrong. What could I say? I couldn't just tell him that his stare was making me feel all jittery, so I could only clear my throat and say it was nothing. As soon as I said it was fine, Aiken's face turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp, and he quietly begged me to loosen my grip, saying he was afraid the fish tail might accidentally touch me. It was then that I realized I was holding his neck a bit too tightly and quickly loosened my hand, just as I was fully submerged in the sea. Enjoying that refreshing feeling, a sound rang in my head, and the system's emotionless mechanical voice exploded. Environmental change detected. Host's fetus status active. Production countdown adjusting. I was stunned at that moment. What the heck? Immediately, the countdown in my mind, which originally had 10 days left, started jumping down like crazy. 9 days, 8 days, 1 day, 12 hours, and finally it jumped straight to 0. I was completely stunned, shouting in my mind, System, come out. Are you kidding me right now? The system coldly replied, the fetus is adapting to the seawater environment. Bloodline awakening is ahead of schedule. Please prepare for delivery, host. And then it went silent. Almost at the same time, I felt something was off with my body. Ailing was the first to notice that my complexion was off and immediately swam over to ask me what was wrong. I forced myself to stay calm, shook my head, then took a deep breath and dropped a heavy bombshell. I might be going into labor. The air instantly froze. I looked at the three of them with expressions of who am I? Where am I? And repeated, I'm going to have a baby. In the next second, the whole beach erupted. Asu's foxtail shot up instantly, and his voice broke. Shoo, what did you say? Now, without caring about his dislike for water, he jumped towards me with a splash. Aho, who was already afraid of water, forgot his fear upon hearing that I was going to give birth, and tried to get into the water as well, but was shouted back by Asu to hurry and call the elder. Ah-chun was completely panicking, his fishtail thrashing wildly in the water, splashing everywhere as he circled around me, muttering, Didn't you say we still had a long time? We haven't prepared anything. Even the usually stoic Ling couldn't hold it together, his scales on his neck opening and closing anxiously, urging to take me back immediately. I looked at this group of handsome guys who were in a complete mess, and I couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. Even as a pregnant woman about to give birth, I wasn't as flustered as they were. I shouted, Don't panic. I can still hold on. Just let me get to the shore first. Finally, they had some guidance for action, although they were still in a frenzy. Aiken wanted to help me, but his hands were shaking as if he had Parkinson's. Aksu pushed him aside and tried to help me himself, but as soon as he touched me, he pulled his hand back, saying he was wet and afraid I'd catch cold. A Ling wanted to pick me up directly, but was worried that he might hurt me with a sudden movement. In the end, I couldn't stand it anymore and commanded them, "Listen to me. First, get me to the shore so I can sit down." Just as I finished speaking, Axa bent down and picked me up in a princess carry, muttering, "You're about to give birth. Why are you still holding on?" To be honest, I was actually holding on just fine. The system's painless delivery benefit was simply magical. Apart from feeling a gurgling in my belly, I didn't feel any pain at all. But as soon as I was placed on the shore, before I could even warm my seat, an extremely uncomfortable feeling of being drained swept over my whole body. I immediately struggled and shouted at them, "No, quickly put me back in the water. I want to go back to the water." Aksu turned pale with fright and hurriedly shielded me with his tail. Aiken was also anxious, saying it might be because the baby needed a water environment. Aling said his bloodline was highly dependent on water and quickly urged them to get me back into the water. So this group of people hurriedly lifted me back into the sea. I tell you, as soon as my body touches the water, that discomfort instantly disappears. I feel completely comfortable floating on the surface of the water. It's simply amazing. I was enjoying myself with my eyes closed when suddenly a wonderful wave of sensation came from below my belly. Just as I opened my eyes, a crisp sound of a baby's cry echoed across the entire surface of the sea. Wow, wow. Everyone was petrified. Aling trembled as he pointed at the surface of the water not far away, stammering, "BB boss, the child has come out." We followed the direction he pointed, and to our surprise, a little baby shimmering with silver was splashing a small silvery fishtail, peacefully floating on the water surface. The system notification also sounded simultaneously. "Congratulations to the host for completing the first childbirth task. The reward has been issued." I suddenly felt my strength returning. I asked them to quickly bring the child over for me to see. Aiken swam over, carefully holding the little mermaid baby, and swam back to my side. His voice trembling, "Sir, this is..." I looked down and saw a small, soft bundle with blue scales glinting in the sunlight, and my heart melted instantly. I picked it up and held it in my arms, gently stroking its little face. This feeling was so wonderful. Asu and the others gathered around, nervously asking if I felt unwell. I smiled and said I felt great, but before I could finish my sentence, my stomach had another wave of strange sensations. My heart skipped a beat, and I had a sense of foreboding. Just then, Aho arrived with a commanding female elder. The elder glanced at the baby in my arms, then looked at my belly, and immediately squatted down to examine me. After a moment, she looked up, her tone remarkably calm. "It's already happening. You all step aside." As soon as she finished speaking, I hadn't even reacted when I heard Aling exclaim, "Over there." I looked over to see a silver little creature slowly surfacing on the water not far away. I focused my gaze, and, good heavens, it was a slender little dragon. Aling reacted the quickest, darting over to grab the little dragon, then turning to shield it with her body, not showing it to me right away, but instead, she solemnly reassured me, "Ma'am, it's a baby. Please don't be scared. I will take care of it." A question mark slowly emerged on my forehead. I looked at his anxious expression, as if he were afraid I would faint from fear, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Aling, have you misunderstood something? Although it looks, well, a bit like a snake, it's a Xiong, our child. How could I be afraid of my own baby?" Aling was stunned, looking at me in disbelief. "Master, you really aren't afraid? What is there to be afraid of?" I reached out to him. "Look how small and cute it is. Hurry and bring it over for me to see." Only then did he hesitantly hand me the little Xiaolong. When I took it, I saw its shiny silver scales, its round little head, and two tiny horns that hadn't fully grown yet. It was soft and incredibly cute. I patted its little head, and it wrapped its tail around my finger. "Congratulations, host, on giving birth to another child. Extra rewards for twins have been issued. Special bloodline adaptability increased by 1. The system's voice sounded again. I was taken aback. Twins have extra rewards? What is this special bloodline adaptability? The system explained that this thing could enhance my physique, allowing me to better adapt to various chaotic bloodlines. My eyes lit up instantly. I didn't catch everything, but I heard the words enhance physique. Doesn't that mean I could not only recover to normal, but also possibly become a superwoman? I was instantly motivated. At that moment, the elder had finished examining me. She looked at me, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She said that after giving birth to 2 children, not only was I not weak at all, but my energy and vitality were even stronger than before, which she had never heard of before. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's over. I'm going to be treated like a guinea pig for research. I can only hold on to the 2 kids and start acting dumb, saying it must be because of their strong bloodline that they granted me this power. The elder was skeptical, but eventually accepted this explanation. However, after giving birth, being in the seawater was really cold. I was shivering and quickly shouted that I wanted to go home to take a hot bath. Ailing didn't say a word and directly picked me up along with the two kids. His movements were steady and gentle, but his body was as cold as ice. When he pressed against me, I shivered even more. Once we got home, Asu and Aho hurried to boil water for me. Achin brought in the hot water, and Ailing wrapped me in a blanket, all of them extremely nervous. Just when I hadn't even soaked in the hot water yet, the elder chased after us again, saying he needed to confirm my physical condition one more time, and pulled out that familiar crystal ball. Goodness, he really wanted to check me thoroughly. I couldn't help it, so I just extended my finger and let her draw a drop of blood. The moment that drop landed on the crystal ball, it instantly illuminated with a warm, silvery white light, with a hint of gold. The elder stared at the crystal ball, her shock nearly impossible to conceal, and she said that my body's recovery ability was extremely strong, even better than before giving birth. At this point, everyone exploded with excitement. Asu and the others were thrilled, believing that I would definitely be fine in the future. I could only continue to push all the credit onto the two little ancestors in my arms. After checking me, the elder said she needed to check the children's gender. She first placed her hand on the little mermaid baby, who seemed to dislike being touched by a stranger, and let out a couple of grunts. Moments later, the elder lifted her head, looked at me with a very complex expression, and announced, "This one is female." Female? I was momentarily stunned before realizing it meant daughter. I instantly broke into a smile, my eyes curved with joy, feeling incredibly happy. That's great. Just as I finished speaking, the elder looked down to check my second child, the little dragon. She touched it for a while, then suddenly looked up with a gaze that was as if she were looking at an alien, and calmly said, "The second one is also female." I was stunned on the spot, my mind buzzing. All daughters? The entire cave instantly felt like someone hit the mute button, and everyone's eyes were suddenly fixed on the two little ones in my arms. Family, who understands? In this godforsaken place, having a daughter instantly elevates a mother's status like a rocket, and the whole family benefits from it. And now I ended up with two. A pair of daughters in one birth. The odds of this are lower than pulling a double yellow egg in my previous life. The elder also looked incredulous, checking again and muttering, "This isn't right. There should be at least one boy in a multiple birth this situation." Her expression was a mix of shock and confusion, with a hint of seriousness. It was simply unbelievable. I held my two daughters, my heart blooming with joy, while modestly saying, "They're both my treasures." But the elder's gaze towards me was deeply meaningful. She said, "Yinshu, this is the glory of the entire tribe. You must protect them, and even more so, protect yourself." I didn't quite understand what she meant at the time, and just handed the two kids over to their respective dads. I tell you, the moment Ailing and Achin's dads took the kids, they both froze like ice sculptures. Ailing, that eternal ice mountain face, holding that soft little dragon, surprisingly had a hint of fatherly love in his eyes. It was just that feeling of the ice mountain melting. Achin's reaction was even more exaggerated. Holding my mermaid daughter, he completely short-circuited, standing there like a statue, his CPU probably overheating. He probably never imagined he could have his own kid in this life. And now, holding the child, his hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's, wanting to touch but too scared to do so. His eyes were red, and he stammered out the word child, with a voice that was almost crying. Asu and Aho could only watch from aside, saying they weren't of their bloodline, and being female, couldn't be touched. All right, this rule is quite strange too. I was thinking that I could finally have some peace and quiet, so I wanted to get out of bed and take a shower. But Asu insisted on carrying me, saying I needed to be careful since I had just given birth. Well, refusing was useless. He directly carried me into the bathroom. However, I made it clear that I would shower by myself, and that he shouldn't try to pull any tricks. As soon as I finished my shower and was still feeling warm, I heard a ruckus outside, like a vegetable market. I was puzzled. Who was having a party at this late hour? After I changed my clothes and opened the door, wow, there was a huge crowd of guys outside the yard, all with gleaming eyes, staring straight into my room. The leader saw Asu and shouted, "We heard that Yinshu gave birth to two females, and we came to check on her." Asu's face darkened immediately. His foxtail swished behind him, and he coldly said, "She just gave birth and needs to rest. You all don't need to worry." But someone from the other side retorted, "She's not just yours. We have the right to care too. Besides, if she can give birth to two females, it shows she's exceptional, so of course, we have the right to pursue her." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of guys outside erupted like a stirred hornet's nest, each one clamoring to challenge Asu. I was stunned at that moment. And the elder's words to take care of myself flashed through my mind. Oh my gosh, so that's what it meant. Seeing that Aksu was about to be surrounded and beaten, I quickly rushed out. Aksu, come back. As soon as I stepped out, the entire venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on me, their eyes so intense they could ignite me on the spot. My family, who understands? The way they look at me is as if I am a walking, human-shaped ibuprofen, capable of curing their years of mental exhaustion with just a glance. I took a deep breath and tried to look fierce. I'm not planning to look for any males anymore. You all can go back. Guess what? One guy actually looked at me with starry eyes and said, "Adult, you look really beautiful." Another one chimed in, "Female speaks so nicely, my heart is melting." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Are these people deaf or what? Is my refusal not clear enough? So I had to shout again. I said, "I'm not looking. All of you get lost." As a result, they got even more excited, as if they were on a sugar high. "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, sir. We can wait." Yes, it's worth waiting a lifetime for you. I really can't take it anymore. This is like playing music to a cow. I feel like I'm the meat of Tang's song, and everyone wants to take a bite. In the end, I had no choice but to unleash my final move. I'll say it one last time, everyone get lost. If you keep making noise, I'll let the elder handle it. As soon as I said that, the place finally calmed down, even though they were reluctant. They didn't dare to go against the elder and could only leave reluctantly, looking back 3 times. I let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly slipped back into my room. But as soon as I pushed open my door, I was stunned again. Those 2 little creatures on the bed had actually turned into human babies. 2 beautifully chubby little infants, sleeping so soundly. I was completely stunned. What was going on? Ailing furrowed his brows and said something was off. Logically, they should be at least 3 years old to take form. Achin looked even more guilty, as if he thought it was his mistake that had mutated his daughter. I leaned in for a closer look. Although the 2 kids looked like infants, they still had some beast-like features. The mermaid daughter had a few blue scales on her feet, and the little dragon daughter had 2 small horns that hadn't fully grown on her forehead. One felt icy cool, while the other was warm and smooth, which was quite fun. Never mind. As long as they're cute, the infant form is also convenient to carry. I looked at my 2 daughters and couldn't help but kiss each of them, and in that moment, maternal love surged. As a result, when I looked up, I saw Aksu standing beside me, his handsome face looking long, with his foxtail drooping down, exuding an aura of "I'm not happy. Come and comfort me." I could tell just by looking at him that this guy was feeling jealous again. He was watching me chat happily with the biological father of the 2 kids. And since he wasn't the biological dad, he couldn't get close. It was frustrating for him. He even started to doubt whether his status as the top male was secure. I saw his fox-like eyes spinning around, and I knew he was definitely plotting something in his mind. Sure enough, he was thinking, no way. I need to hurry up and get Shuju to have a baby for me. After playing with my daughter, I lay down on the bed feeling satisfied, but my bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Asu immediately came over to cover me with a blanket and said sourly, "You can finally take a break. The kids have their 2 dads to take care of them, so you don't have to worry." The words dads were emphasized with a bit of bitterness. I laughed. "Are you serious? Still holding on to this?" Asu snorted lightly, feeling quite awkward. On the other hand, Aho was like a big golden retriever, lying by my bedside with a worried look. "Are you tired? Do you want to eat something? Do you want to soak your feet?" I couldn't help but laugh at his silly expression and patted his head to stop him from fussing. Just as I closed my eyes, there was another knock at the door. I was really getting a headache. It wasn't even this tiring to give birth. When the door opened, it was the elder. She walked in with a serious expression and got straight to the point. "Yinshu, I want to ask you, would you be willing to take my place and become the elder of the tribe?" I was completely stunned at that moment. And after I came to my senses, I waved my hands frantically, saying, No, elder, I can't do this. How could I possibly handle it? The elder, however, had an expression of someone who had seen through everything and said, "Why not? You're able to give birth to 2 females, which is unprecedented in the tribe. You are the most suitable candidate." I'm about to cry. My mind is going crazy with complaints. Those guys outside still haven't been dealt with. And now they want to promote me? Isn't this just putting me on the grill? I quickly said, "Elder, please don't. I just want to live my little life. You should find someone more capable." The elder looked at me with a profound gaze and said, "Yinshu, you are already the hope of the tribe. Many things cannot be pushed away just because you want to." After she finished speaking, she left, leaving me alone in a mess on the bed. Aho, that big fool, was still excited beside me. "Shushu is going to be an elder. Doesn't that mean our family's status will be even higher?" Asu swatted him with his tail, pouring cold water on him. "You wish. If she becomes an elder, Those who come to court her will line up all the way to the other side of the mountain. What will you have then? Aho's smile instantly froze on his face, and he quickly changed his tune. Shoo, please don't agree. Being an elder isn't peaceful. I was left in a mix of laughter and tears by these two lively characters, saying that I really didn't want to take on that role at all. But to be honest, I do feel a tiny bit swayed inside. After all, if I become an elder, I can access more powerful bloodlines. And wouldn't the rewards for my system tasks rise accordingly? I had a fantastic sleep, and when I woke up, I felt like a completely new person. My waist no longer ached, my legs didn't hurt, and even my skin improved. My body stats shot up from -100 to -90 in an instant. Even though it was just a 10-point increase, the feeling was like returning from hell to the human world. The system's rewards are truly amazing. I was happily stretching in bed when Asu came in. Seeing me so cheerful, his foxtail curled around my waist, and he leaned in a whisper in my ear. You're in such a good mood? Looks like you're recovering well. Shouldn't you consider giving me one too? His tail tip was mischievously rubbing against my leg. I swatted it away and said, get lost. You just gave birth a few days ago, and you're already thinking about this? No way. As a result, this little fox suddenly became emo, looking at me with a pitiful expression. You're a charm beast. You don't need a rest at all. Wow, he even knows this. He started to play the emotional backstory game with me, saying he knew that my constitution naturally attracted men, and that in the future, there would be more males around me, and he was afraid of being forgotten. Looking at his pitiful expression, I couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. I reached out to touch his face and said, all right, stop being so insecure, making me feel like some rare treasure. He immediately buried his face in my palm, rubbing against it like a big fox seeking comfort, his voice turning into a spoiled tone. Shoo, no matter how many males there are in the future, you can't forget me. I'm the first. I was so exasperated by his pitiful look that I could only squat down and pat his face. Are you silly? No matter how many of them there are. It won't matter if I don't agree, right? Don't worry unnecessarily. He still wasn't reassured, his fox-like eyes staring at me intently. But you're so nice to everyone. I'm afraid you might waver. I was amused by him. What about you? Aren't you always trying to take advantage? That's different. He said earnestly, I'm the first one to follow you. I'm not like them. Looking at his serious and stubborn fox eyes, my heart suddenly softened. So I had no choice but to pat his head and comfort him. All right, you really are different. You are my first male, and no one can take that position away. Upon hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up, but he still wasn't satisfied. His tail wrapped around my ankle, and he acted spoiled. You have to remember, I'm the first one. You can't forget me. Okay, I won't forget you. I was stuck with his clinginess and patted his tail, quickly moving away. Don't act like a little fox. Finally calming this big fox down, I had time to check on my precious daughters. After all, they were my first litter, and the novelty of being a mom hadn't worn off yet. But as soon as I turned around, I felt that bright gaze behind me dimming instantly. I told you, I originally thought that last time's explosive output would at least keep them quiet for a few days, right? But what happened? I was naive. I just stretched and was about to go out and play with my two precious daughters, and good heavens, the noise outside sounded like an early morning market. Adults, we're here to see you. Don't push. I got here first. I paused my steps. My heart skipped a beat. No way, right, sir? These big guys really are stubborn, huh? I quickly walked to the door, and as soon as I peeked out, I was instantly frozen. Let me tell you, outside was a sea of people, more crowded than the last fan meeting. Pairs of eyes were shining at me like high beams, all staring right at my face. And their gazes were so intense that I felt like my hair could catch fire. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind. I really can't live like this anymore. Before I could say anything, Asu quickly pulled me back from the window. His handsome face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his temper was so bad that he nearly broke the door frame with a loud bang. His voice was so cold it could freeze icicles. They're too loud. Shoo, don't worry about it. I'll go deal with it. I quickly grabbed him, saying, with so many people, how are you going to handle this? Are you planning to start a fight? As a result, Asu snorted coldly, his fox-like eyes filled with displeasure. These guys just love to push their luck. I need to let them know that not everyone can be targeted. Next to him, Aho looked like a warrior, his fists cracking. I've always found them annoying. When we were kids, they teamed up to bully us. And now, they want to take away the wives we've worked so hard to get? Huh. I suddenly caught on to the key point. Wait, they bullied you when you were kids? Aho nodded as if it were obvious, his face full of grievance. Of course. Back then, Ling and I were just two little pitiful ones, with no one to protect us. Besides scaring people with Asu's tail, we got beaten up by them every day. Let me tell you, this fox spirit, Sue, deserves a little golden statue from the Oscars. Immediately chiming in, the foxtail drooped down, and his little eyes looked pitiful. Yes, they bullied us in groups, and I was bullied terribly. All right, I believe Aho about 80%, but I only trust Asu's words about 20%. However, seeing the two of them, one sharpening his knife and the other looking wronged, a picture of three little bean-sized figures being bullied by a group of big guys suddenly flashed in my mind, and that sour feeling rose up inside me. Just as I was lost in thought, the two of them had already walked out. The group outside fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter, their mocking tone completely unrestrained. Just you two? One muscular guy with his arms crossed, chin raised high enough to poke the sky. How can an adult female be interested in you weaklings? Exactly. Standing next to an adult is a waste of air. The leader, who is even more imposing, grinned and said, "Be smart and quickly give up your spot. Only we strong ones can protect the adult properly." I tell you, before he even finished his words, he suddenly flew out. With a bang, he hit the ground, and dust flew everywhere. At the door, Asu had his foxtail raised high, a smirk on his face. Still think we're soft persimmons just because we don't fight back? Aho also clenched his fists. Let's talk. Let's settle this one-on-one. The remaining group looked pale, but as soon as they heard the words one-on-one, I tell you, their expressions instantly lit up as if they had just won 5 million. Each of them had shining eyes, their tails almost wagging like they were about to leave a blur behind. In this godforsaken place, winning a one-on-one could mean getting promoted directly. At that moment, I was so nervous that my heart felt like it was in my throat. With so many people, how could we fight? But the next second, the atmosphere on the field changed completely. Aho shot out like a little cannonball. One punch, down goes one. Then with a sweeping move, down goes another. His actions were so clean and swift, and he even cast a disdainful glance at the person on the ground. Is that all? On the other side, Asu was also not idle. He was so graceful, so deadly. With a flick of his foxtail, one person flew out like a sandbag. He weaved through the crowd, his tail flipping up and down, knocking down one after another. Family, who understands? This isn't a fight. It's like a one-man mowing spree. I was completely stunned, rubbing my eyes in disbelief, wondering if I was seeing things. The group of arrogant males that had just been full of bravado were now sprawled all over the ground, some clutching their waists and others holding their legs, howling in pain. And guess what? It got even more ridiculous. The remaining ones who were still standing, looking at me from a distance, seemed to have lost their minds. One by one, they looked like they were on a caffeine high. The female leader was watching. There was no retreat. Even if they couldn't win, they had to show her our determination. Then, this group helped each other up and stood again, striking a pose as if they were ready to face death, howling and charging at me once more. I was watching the old man on the subway looking at his phone. What's going on? I'm here watching a show, and they suddenly get motivated? Isn't this a candidate for the annual Bewildering Behavior Award? I couldn't take it anymore, so I turned around and left, out of sight, out of mind. But when I turned back, I bumped into Azuro and Achun, each holding a child. Azuro was holding a little dragon, and Achun was holding a little mermaid. When they saw me, their eyes instantly softened. "Sir, it's windy at the entrance. Sir, why don't you rest a bit longer?" I looked at them, then at their well-behaved daughters, and my heart melted. I reached out to pat the little dragon's head and pinched the little mermaid's cheek, smiling as I said, "You two are doing pretty well as dads." Azuro said seriously, "They are your children, and they're also our responsibility." Let me tell you, at that moment, I really felt like this was the paradise for sisters. The kids have dads to take care of them, and the men are eager to show off. It's way better than when I was working like a dog in the hospital in my past life. This time travel is a total win. I was just about to enjoy a nice bath when someone came to the door. I quickly told Ailing, "Don't pay attention to anyone knocking." But the knocking became more urgent, and eventually, I got annoyed and went to open the door myself. As soon as I opened it, Sherlock's big face was right in front of me. "Yinshu, we're here to see you." To my surprise, she wasn't he alone. Almost all the females from the tribe had arrived. Each of them was carrying a huge beast on their shoulders, striding in aggressively, and they dropped them on the ground with a loud thud. "Yinshu, this is for your health," Sherlock said, looking like she was genuinely concerned for me. After delivering their gifts, they didn't leave. Instead, they plopped down on my sofa, poking around and then starting to praise my daughter. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. A weasel paying a visit to a chicken surely meant trouble. I cut straight to the chase. "What do you all want?" Sherlock exchanged glances with the others and dropped the pretense, leaning in to say, "Yinshu, you've only had 2 daughters in your lifetime. Do you have some secret method?" I was like, "A secret method? Sister, do you think this is cooking?" When they saw I wasn't responding, they got even more excited. Don't be modest. Who in a whole tribe doesn't know how difficult it is to have daughters? And you had two right away. That must be a trick. I said that it depends on the male, but could I really say that? I was afraid if I did, they'd kick their own men to the curb and come to snatch mine. I could only say it's all about fate. Then Sherlock sneered. Stop pretending. We've heard that in the big tribe, there are special mating positions that can increase the chances of having daughters. Did you come from the big tribe? At that moment, my head buzzed and I nearly cracked up. Mating positions? Are you serious? How can this be related to me? Seeing their determined expressions that I wouldn't have a good time unless I revealed my secret. I had no choice but to start my artificial intelligence mode of nonsensical rambling. Ahem, actually. The atmosphere is quite important, you know? It's about creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. If the mood is good, it might be easier to have daughters. I was blushing all the way to my neck. And to my surprise, they actually believed me. They all started asking how to create that atmosphere. I was nearly driven crazy by this group of women and ended up spinning a wild tale. Once I finally got them to leave, I collapsed in exhaustion. Asu came out from the room, looking suspicious. Shoo, what did they talk to you about? I waved my hand dismissively, feeling utterly drained. Don't ask. If you do, just know they've lost their minds. I looked at the group of beaten-up males outside the door, still shouting that they would come back tomorrow. And my head started to hurt. Turning around, I saw Aho, who was still excited, wagging his tail like a large dog. Shoo, did you see? I took on 3 by myself today. Am I impressive or what? I couldn't help but tease him. Yeah, so impressive. How could you have been such a pitiful little thing when you were younger? He scratched his head shyly. That was when I was a kid. I'm different now. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll be the first to beat him up. I laughed and ruffled his hair. This big dog was quite cute. But then Asu, a jealous one, chimed in coldly, look at you all dirty. Shoo will get her hands covered in dust if she touches your head. Aho, completely oblivious, chuckled, then let's go take a shower. Shoo, do you want to join? I can scrub your back. I quickly pushed his handsome face away. No need, you go by yourself. Just as he left, Asu, the sly fox, came over, squinting with a mischievous smile. Shoo, if you don't want him to scrub, do you want me to help instead? I smacked him lightly, but he grabbed my hand and rubbed it against his own face, lowering his voice. Actually, I got hurt fighting just now. Hearing this, I immediately got anxious. Hurt? Where? Let me see. I lifted his shirt and felt around his shoulder for a long time, but apart from really nice muscles, there were no injuries. It dawned on me that I'd been tricked, and I angrily slapped his shoulder again. Can you not be so annoying? I turned around and walked away, not seeing him standing there with a smile, but his brow furrowed for a brief moment. My slap had landed right on the spot where he was actually hurt. However, this mischievous fox caught up with me, acting as if nothing had happened, still grinning. I ignored him and went to play with my 2 precious daughters. Let me tell you, my little mermaid daughter, when I poke her cheek, she grabs my finger and smiles at me, melting my heart. The little dragon wasn't to be outdone either, rubbing against me with her little tail, looking incredibly adorable. Asu watched nearby with those fox eyes of his. Slightly squinting, I could tell he felt a bit sour. As my first man, he didn't have kids yet. That night, more males started gathering outside again. I pressed my temples and finally made up my mind. It's time to move. I can't stay in this place anymore. As soon as I said that, Aho, Asu, Aling, and Ah-chun all agreed in unison, the core idea being, wherever you are is home. When it was time for my bath that night, I finally relaxed. It was oddly quiet today. Even Asu didn't come to bother me, leaning against the edge of the tub. I couldn't help but think of the envious look he had when he watched Ah-ling and Ah-chun holding the kids during the day. Sigh. I pondered that having kids was something that had to happen eventually. After all, I needed to gain experience to level up, right? Since it would happen sooner or later. I stood up from the water, just wrapping myself in a towel when there was a gentle knock on the door. Shoo. Asu's familiar voice came through, with a hint of caution. Are you okay? I smiled. It was indeed him. I opened the door and saw him standing there, his foxtail hanging behind him, his gaze a bit unfocused. You came to find me so late. Is there something you need? Let me tell you, that guy Asu, with his fox-like eyes darting around, I knew he was up to no good. He actually said to me, I saw you've been tired all day, so I came to see if you need anything. Goodness. I rolled my eyes straight to the heavens. When did this fox spirit become so considerate? Is the sun rising from the west? I couldn't help but laugh at the time, teasing him on purpose. What could I possibly need? Do you expect me to ask you to give me a massage? As soon as I finished speaking, his fox-like eyes lit up like 2 little light bulbs. His tail was wagging excitedly behind him, but he didn't dare to move. Carefully asking me, Shoo, are you Are you serious? I shot him a sideways glance and lazily said, go wash yourself clean before you come in. This left him completely stunned, and then the flame in his eyes suddenly flared up. His tail shot up high, so excited it was almost tangled, and his voice trembled. Really, really? I almost laughed out loud. Why would I lie to you? Hurry up, don't dirty my room. Only then did he react, rushing out like a gust of wind, stripping off his clothes as he ran, mumbling, okay, I'll wash up right away. But as he turned around, I caught a glimpse of an unusual color on his shoulder out of the corner of my eye. My heart sank, and I immediately called out to him, wait, what is that on your shoulder? Are you hurt? He paused, instinctively covering his shoulder, and that happily wagging tail instantly drooped down, his mouth still stubbornly insisting, it's nothing, just a little injury. A little injury? I was furious, stepping forward to pull him back. Are you kidding me? You'd scream like a pig if you scraped your skin a bit, and now you're telling me it's nothing with this big bruise? Do you take me for a fool? He realized he couldn't hide it anymore and reluctantly turned around. When I looked, hey, this guy actually has some muscle. The lines are quite smooth. As my gaze unconsciously slid down. Cough, cough. I quickly turned my head away, pretending to cough. Just looking at your shoulder. Only your shoulder. Don't show off, all right? Is the main feature a cyber, noticeable package? Hearing my voice was a bit weak. He actually took it a step further, puffing out his chest, his fox eyes squinting and grinning with pride. Shoo, are you shy? Shy my foot. I glared at him, but his restless tail brushed against my ankle. I was so angry I almost laughed, pointing at the bruise on his shoulder. Be honest. If you keep moving around, I'll throw you out. Only then did he obediently stand still. I leaned in to take a look, and goodness, that was quite a big bruise. The skin was broken, and it looked painful. I told you, the night before was still thrilling. But the next day, I woke up with a sore back and aching waist, with only one thought in my mind. Run away. I absolutely had to escape. This place was simply a battlefield. Every day, it was either that male trying to curry favor, or that female forming cliques, and the elders were always watching me. I was really fed up. Just as I packed my luggage and was ready to sneak away with Aksu and the others, a sudden rumble echoed outside, shaking the ground. My heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I opened the door and, oh my gosh, there was a sea of dark figures in the distance, charging towards our tribe like a horde of zombies. There were also roars from beasts in the sky. The noise was unbelievable. Just as I was dazed, Aksu dashed over, his face extremely serious. Shuju, hurry up and go. Right after that, Aho came running too, his wolf ears perked up, panicking. The tribe is under attack. It's those bastards from the border town tribe. I was stunned. Wait, why? Wasn't everything fine just a couple of days ago? Aksu was protecting me while running inside, gritting his teeth as he explained, they're kidnapping people. Their tribe's females are almost gone, so they're directly taking others. Who understands this? It's such a ridiculous reason. Kidnapping? What kind of primitive survival law is that? Aho added, these guys love to bully others. They say they're taking hunting grounds, but they're actually here to take women. It's not the first time. My heart sank. Aksu quickly held me close, comforting me not to be afraid, saying he'd take me to the center of the tribe where it was safe. When I turned around, I saw Aling and Aiken each holding a child behind us. Aiken, usually timid, was so scared his face turned pale, but he still tightly held onto the little mermaid, trying to hold it together. Seeing him like that, I instantly understood I couldn't panic now. If I panicked, they would probably fall apart on the spot. I had to be their backbone. As soon as we reached the center of the tribe, I was shocked by the scene before me. Two groups of people were facing off, swords drawn. One side was from our tribe, and the other side, wow, they were all bare-chested, with muscles bulging like small hills, faces full of fat, and eyes like wolves, exuding a greedy and wild aura. I instinctively shrank back behind Aksu. The most disgusting part was that those people were eyeing me as if I were a piece of meat, looking me up and down, grinning lecherously, and some even whistled. Aksu immediately sensed something was wrong, narrowed his fox eyes, and wanted to take me away. Just as we turned around, several people from the opposite side rushed over, blocking our way. A man who looked like the leader grinned dangerously, his gaze sweeping over me, then landing on the children in Aling and Aiken's arms. His eyes lit up. Wow, where did this exquisite female come from? And she gave birth to two little females? His gaze was like looking at a piece of juicy meat, making my skin crawl. Aksu directly shielded me behind him, his tail bristling, his voice icy. She is our female. The leader scoffed, full of disdain. You weak chickens from this tribe. How could you possibly have such a good female? Better come with us. We'll guarantee she eats and drinks well. Aho exploded on the spot, his fist cracking. Say that again. "Oh, you dare threaten us?" The people on the opposite side burst into laughter. Just as the tension was thickening, the elder arrived with some people. The leader's arrogance diminished for a second upon seeing the elder, but he quickly smiled and said, "Since the elder is here, perfect. Let us add her to the competition list. Whoever wins gets her, fair, right?" We all shouted in unison, "No way." The bastard immediately acted shameless. "No? Then we'll just take her." The air instantly froze, and I was so tense my heart almost jumped out. The elder stared at the other side, tapping his staff on the ground, quieting the entire place. Seeing us silent, the opposing group got even more excited, starting to taunt. "What is wrong? Afraid? Is your tribe full of softies?" The leader looked even more smug, as if he had us figured out. "If you don't dare compete, then don't blame us for protecting her ourselves." The word protect was emphasized, the threatening meaning almost overflowing. Aksu coldly chuckled. "You want to play? Come on." Aho stepped forward. "Just right, I'm itching for a fight." Aling directly shoved the little dragon into my arms. "Adult, I want to go too." Aiken also wanted to join, but Aksu shot him a glare that sent him back. "You stay, protect Shuju and the kids. You're not needed for this." Aho added, "You just awakened. Going up now is just sending yourself to death. Don't make things worse." Aiken had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. I knew clearly that there was no way to avoid this fight. Refusing would mean admitting defeat, and admitting defeat meant being taken away as their spoils. Suddenly, the elder spoke up, his voice calm. "A competition is fine. If you lose, we take 2/3 of the hunting grounds." The leader, hearing this, laughed. "Deal. If you lose, the female and the hunting grounds all belong to us." The elder actually nodded. "I agree." I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "What on earth? Elder, are you out of your mind? This bet is way too big." As the competition began, let me tell you, we were completely crushed, losing several rounds in a row. And the opposing side was so arrogant, shouting that our tribe's females would eventually all belong to them. I held the 2 children, my palms sweating from nerves. Just as Aksu, Aho, and Aling stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. I saw Aksu turn back and shake his head at me, meaning we should not worry. How could I not worry? My mind was filled with his earlier warnings that I must never reveal my true identity. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this one tribe that would come. As soon as they entered the arena, the situation turned around. Aksu was as fast as lightning. Aho knocked down one opponent with each punch, but what shocked me the most was Aling. Wow, this guy who usually was silent and seemed like a duller turned out to be a human weapon in a fight. His strikes were quick, accurate, and ruthless, almost like a ghost. The opponents didn't even see him clearly before they were all down. He single-handedly reversed the situation. Our side was stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. I was also dumbfounded. Was this still the Aling who brought me meals every day? The little dragon in my arms seemed to sense something and let out a cry towards the arena. Aling heard it and actually turned back to look at me, his expression instantly shifting from that of a killing machine to a gentle dad, radiating warmth. The contrast was simply overwhelming. Just then, the opposing side sent out a massive Scarman, clearly a tough character. Aling's gaze turned cold again. But just as everyone was focused on the arena, a shadow silently crept up behind me. I was completely focused on Ailing when suddenly a hand abruptly covered my mouth, while another hand wrapped around my waist. I was so startled that my heart skipped a beat, but my body reacted faster than my mind. Without thinking, I lifted my foot and kicked back hard. With a thud, that guy let out a scream and was kicked several meters away by me. This shocked everyone in the room, and all eyes turned towards us. HN was the first to react, instantly standing in front of me. Asu and Aho rushed over like crazy. Asu's foxtail whipped like a steel whip, hitting the attacker and making him howl in pain. Aho charged in and started throwing punches at him. Ailing also came over, although she didn't say anything. Her gaze was cold enough to kill. The leader of the opposing group saw his men embarrassed like this, and instead of getting angry, he sneered in disdain. Useless. Can't even steal a female. He then tried to play tricks with our tribe's leader, saying that it was just a rabid dog that bites, and had nothing to do with them. I was so infuriated by their shamelessness that I couldn't help but laugh. With things escalating like this, the competition couldn't go on. That group cursed and left, but before they did, their eyes were fixed on me, clearly indicating that this matter wasn't over. To prevent them from finding another excuse, Ailing had no choice but to continue in the arena, taking on the opposing team in a wheel battle alone. By the time he faced the 11th person, he was clearly exhausted and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The guy opposite seized the opportunity, grinning wickedly as he raised his weapon and aimed for the back of Ailing's neck. The intent was to kill. Ailing, Asu and Aho, unable to break free, shouted in desperation. I watched as the weapon was about to strike, my mind buzzing, and without thinking of anything else. I roared and charged forward. How dare you? The guy paused for a moment, even smiled at me, as if intentionally waiting for me to come over. Then, he accelerated again, swinging the weapon down towards Ailing. He wanted Ailing to die in front of me. Ailing! I screamed, and just at that critical moment, an uncontrollable force erupted from my body. A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the entire tribe. That sound, let me tell you, was like thunder, making everyone's ears buzz and freezing them in place. The attacker's weapon came to a halt midair, his expression shifting from sneer to terror. The entire place fell silent. I stood there, feeling a sudden heat in my ankle. I looked down and my heart dropped. Oh no! A piece of the tree sap I had used to mask my aura had fallen off, revealing the Golden Dragon clan mark underneath. Wow, my disguise was completely blown. The leader of the border tribe instantly went from arrogant to serious, even showing a hint of fear, staring at me as if he had seen a ghost. His voice hoarse, this is not just him. Even our own tribe members were stunned, the elders and the chief's expressions turning extremely complicated. The elder trembled as he asked me, "Oh, you have been marked by the Dragon Clan?" At this point, I couldn't hide it anymore, so I could only force myself to nod. I guess so. As soon as those words were out, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The elder pressed on. Which major tribe are you from? I could only show an awkward but polite smile, lifted my glowing ankle, and innocently said, Elder, I really am just an ordinary person. As for this mark, to be honest, I don't even know what is going on. As soon as I said that, I tell you, the discussion among the onlookers immediately exploded. What ordinary person could have a Dragon Clan mark? I just said she didn't look like one of us. Various small comments drilled into my ears like a machine gun, making my head ache. I quickly rubbed my forehead and made a gesture to the elder. Elder, let's not worry about me for now. Look over there. The guys from the Border City tribe are trying to sneak away. Sure enough, as soon as I said this, the big shots from both sides turned their heads at the same time. Just as I expected, those people from the Border City were stealthily trying to move back, looking like thieves, clearly wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Our leader took a step forward and sneered. What's wrong? Can't admit defeat and trying to pull a trick like a golden cicada shedding its shell? The leader on the opposite side stiffened, but still stubbornly replied. The contest is over. What we need to keep for. Before the official announcement was even made, our elder chimed in, his gaze sharp as a knife. You want to run away just because you can't take the loss? These rules were set by you, and now you want to tear them up like they're worthless? This was like adding fuel to the fire, and our tribe exploded with anger. How shameless. Running away after losing. What kind of nonsense is that? No wonder it's the Border City tribe. They only know how to play such despicable tricks. The leader on the opposite side was turning green, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly enraged by the insults. He gritted his teeth and shouted, We admit it, but we need to confirm whether that female truly belongs to your tribe. If she doesn't, then even if we win, it doesn't count. Hey, this excuse is just ridiculous. Asu and the others burst into laughter, looking at him as if to say, Look at this fool. We've grown up here since childhood. And you say you've never seen us? Now, those who were originally doubtful of my identity were united in their hostility, charging forward with a fierce momentum. Our elder was too lazy to waste words with them and directly made a decisive statement. If we lose, we will follow the rules. And 2/3 of the hunting grounds will belong to us. She paused, her gaze sweeping over me, and said firmly, As for her, she is, of course, the female of our tribe. The leader of the Border City gritted his teeth, looking unwilling, but he was probably intimidated by the dragon aura on my feet, not daring to say another word, and could only wave his hand fiercely. Retreat. Phew. Finally, we managed to send this group of plagues away. Do you think this is the end? Not at all. Just as I was calculating how to quickly take Asu and the others to escape, our elder suddenly called me. Yinshu, wait. I felt a jolt in my heart, realizing that I couldn't avoid it. Sure enough, when I arrived at her place, she immediately asked about what happened today. I want to hear your thoughts. What thoughts can I have? My only thought is to run away. I quickly shook my head. I have no thoughts, elder. I was just about to tell you that I'm planning to move. Move? She seemed quite nervous upon hearing this, but then nodded, thinking about it. Yes, your place is a bit remote, and given your current status, it really isn't safe to live there. No. I hurriedly waved my hands, afraid she would misunderstand. I don't mean to change where I live. I just want to go out for a walk. With that said, how could she not understand? The elder's brows instantly knitted together. and her voice turned heavy. You want to leave? Yinshu, do you know what your existence means to the tribe? Who understands family members? It's the same old story. In my last life, I heard this so often in the hospital that my ears almost got calloused. Responsibilities, the bigger picture. Simply put, they just want to tie me down. I finally had a chance to live again, and I don't want to be caged up once more. I laid it out directly. Elder, I refuse. I can't stay here forever, and I definitely can't take your place. The elder probably didn't expect me to be so firm, and for a moment couldn't find the words to respond, only managing to laugh it off and let me go back to rest, clearly wanting to delay things. I was too lazy to argue with her and turned to leave. As a result, well, the tribe leader came over with a line of muscular men. Their builds were all incredibly strong, like moving small mountains. I was thinking they were here for a meeting and was about to sneak away when, in the next second, with a thud, the leader took the lead, and this group of big brothers all knelt down on one knee in unison. I was completely stunned. Asu and the others instantly became agitated, standing behind me like guards, their eyes wary as if facing someone trying to abduct me. Then, I heard the leader ask in his deep and powerful voice, "Lady, we would like to ask, can we become your males?" I felt a buzzing in my head, couldn't help but swallow, and managed to squeeze out a sentence. "You guys are joking, right?" The leader shook his head, his gaze so serious it could make someone join the party on the spot. "We're not joking. We are serious." It took me a while to understand that this group of muscle-bound men were all exclusive models for elders. They were the male team prepared by the tribe for the next elder. So they just made me the next elder without even a word of greeting? I really find it funny. To be honest, these guys look like those AI-generated fitness images with ridiculously huge muscles, although they have a strong presence. They're just too hardcore. Then I look at my Aho, who is also strong, but that's a healthy and vibrant handsomeness, and he is just so adorably silly. I directly rejected it with one click, 3 consecutive denials. Not considering, not accepting, don't come near. Whether it's the position of elder or your arrangements, I refuse them all. After saying that, I pulled Asu and the others away, too lazy to look at that group of muscle mountains again. When I got home and was just about to catch my breath, I saw that the people from the Bianching tribe hadn't left yet, still loitering at the edge of our tribe. Aho was so angry that he snorted. These scum must be plotting to snatch females from some tribe again. I was stunned when I heard this and curiously asked, "Don't they have any females in their tribe?" "They do, but they're almost all gone." Asu replied with disdain in his tone. "They have a ridiculous rule. If a female becomes infertile or fails to give birth to a female after 5 consecutive times, she must be sacrificed. To them, females are just tools for bearing children." I felt my scalp tingle. This is simply crazy. Asu saw that I was worried and comforted me by saying that they wouldn't dare come back here. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the crowd. All right, I really can't stay in this place anymore. We quickly packed our things and prepared to run away early the next morning. Just as I stood at the gate of the courtyard, reflecting for the last time, a strange buzzing sound suddenly reached my ears. Following that, the ground began to shake, and a vast mass of dark objects surged out from the forest in the distance, rushing towards our tribe like a landslide moving at double speed. I stared in shock, my hair standing on end. That wasn't a black cloud, it was ants. Carnivorous ants. "Run," Axis shouted, his face pale. Without a second thought, he transformed back into a large fox, and with a flick of his tail, tossed me onto his back. Aho instantly transformed into a giant wolf, carrying Ah Chun, who was holding a child, while Ah Ling turned into a white snake to protect us. We took off running. The entire tribe was thrown into chaos, with screams and cries for help echoing everywhere. I glanced back, and the scene was unbelievable. I watched as a female was dragged into a swarm of giant ants, instantly swallowed by a black tide, leaving not even a bone behind. I felt my sanity plummeting. Aksu quickly yelled, "Shoo shoo, don't look, lie down on me." We didn't know how long we had been running, nearly exhausted, when we finally stopped in front of a body of water. The water could block those ants, and we were safe for the time being. But when I looked up, I saw familiar faces. Those people from the Bianching tribe had also escaped here, looking disheveled. I even saw their legendary female elder, who supposedly had quadruplets. At this critical moment of fleeing for our lives, I noticed something was off with Asu. This guy's face was as red as anything, his gaze darting around, and he wanted me to get on Aho's back. This clingy fox actually wanted to push me away? I was wondering, the female elder from the border town tribe actually walked straight over and flirted with Aksu. Wow, what a handsome fox. You smell really enticing. Are you in heat? Do you want me to keep you company for a night? I suddenly understood. It's the mating season. No wonder. But when a Ling is in heat, he can't wait to cling to me. So why is he avoiding me? I directly stood in front of Aksu and coldly replied to that girl, "He is my male." Then I insisted on sitting on Aksu's back. He couldn't resist me and had no choice but to let me get on. As soon as my body touched him, wow, the temperature was like hugging a little stove, incredibly hot. I whispered to him, "Why didn't you tell me?" In an instant, Aksu froze, not saying a word. Next to us, Aho was about to give me a science lesson. Shoo shoo, their fox tribe goes into heat. But before he could finish, Aksu silenced him with a flick of his tail. Now I was even more curious. As we continued on our journey, when the sky darkened and the moon rose, I finally understood why he had kept it from me. Under the moonlight, Aksu's form began to change. He grew taller, his upper body sculpted like an ancient Greek statue, every inch of muscle radiating strength. But the most striking thing was his silver tail. No one in the family understands, but that furry tail under the moonlight shed all its fur and turned into a pink, smooth, glistening flesh tail. My face instantly turned red, and I quickly closed my eyes, silently reciting that anything would be fine, trying hard to calm myself down. But I couldn't control it at all. I secretly opened my eyes and immediately met his deep and intense gaze, which seemed like it could swallow me whole. My heart instantly lost control, and I subconsciously lowered my head, softly calling out, "Aksu, did you cast a spell on me?" I tell you, at that moment my mind went completely blank, and my heart was pounding like a drum. It felt like the whole world was left with just his face. And then this guy, wow, his fox-like eyes narrowed, and he smiled in such a captivating way, his deep voice booming in my ear like cannon fire. If I really knew how to do that, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Seriously, who can withstand this? He gently hooked my chin with his finger, his gaze soft enough to drip water. Just 2 words, "Hold tight." Then he picked me up horizontally, and we floated over to a small pond nearby. Aho and Aiken, those 2 fools, still wanted to follow, but were stopped by a single glance from Alling. Alling was concise. "The boss is about to do something serious. Family, don't look." As soon as Aho heard this, he immediately understood and obediently went back to roast meat, saying we would definitely be hungry after we finished. Aiken's face turned completely red, sitting there with his daughter filtering water, finding something he could do, looking very satisfied. I tell you, the scene of Aksu standing in the water was truly amazing. The moonlight poured down his muscular lines, his silver long hair sticking to his back, water droplets rolling down. He looked like a fairy who walked out of a painting. Those fox-like eyes were staring straight at me, with so much content that I didn't dare to think deeply. He walked over step by step, the water rippling, his voice sweet as poison honey, calling me. Shuju at that moment, I felt my little rationality was staging a grand runaway. He walked up to me, lightly brushed my hair aside, and softly asked, "Shuju, do I look good?" My heart was racing so fast it was about to jump out of my throat. My hands tightly gripping the stone beneath me, my mouth uncontrollably blurted out 2 words, "Good." "Good looking." He smiled, and that smile made me feel like all the flowers in the world bloomed. Then he became more demanding, lifting my chin, insisting I look at him. And then he asked, "So tell me, what looks good?" It's killing me. I felt like I was about to be burned to a crisp by his gaze. What's worse, that fluffy tail of his head somehow wrapped around my waist. I tell you, that tail felt different than usual. It was burning hot, like it was on fire. Just as I was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly turned red, his pupils became blood-colored, and then he bit my neck. My brain went boom, completely exploded. The next second, I was jolted awake by a sound in my head. "Congratulations, host, you are successfully pregnant. Countdown to delivery has begun." I opened my eyes, and the feeling of soreness throughout my body instantly disappeared, feeling incredibly comfortable. Next to me was Aksu's handsome sleeping face. Silver hair spread across the pillow. That scene, TSK, TSK. Memories from last night flew around in my mind like a slideshow, and my face instantly turned red. "I'm pregnant? With Aksu's?" I couldn't help but softly exclaim. Just that one sound woke Aksu up. As he opened his eyes, his gaze was lazy yet captivating. "Shuju, you're awake?" My heart started racing again, and I lowered my head and mumbled an MM. He then directly took my hand and placed it on his face. His skin was smoother than mine. He closed his eyes, his tail gently sweeping across my waist, his voice hoarse. "Shuju, help! This fox spirit is too much." I couldn't take it anymore, want to run away, muttering, "Aksu, stop messing around." But he laughed even more joyfully, pressing his whole body against me. My face was burning hot. I gritted my teeth and directly revealed my trump card. I might be pregnant. As soon as I said that, he instantly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Pregnant? I looked at him nervously and could only nod. The next second, the shock in his eyes instantly turned into wild joy. That smile, I tell you, was so radiant it was a bit crazy. He lifted my chin, his voice trembling. Really? Really? I nodded again. Ha ha ha. He suddenly hugged me tightly, his strength frightening, laughing like a fool. Shuju, you really have my child. I'm so happy. His excitement seemed like he wanted to announce it to the whole world. Just then, footsteps came from the entrance, and Ahau, Aling, and Aiken peeked in. Ahau's loud voice immediately shouted, I think I heard Shuju is having another baby? I quickly seized the opportunity to slip out of Axu's embrace and went to check on my two hungry daughters. These guys were stickier than kids. I didn't even have time to bond with my daughters. Ahau directly came over, his eyes shining like two light bulbs. Since Shuju, you were pregnant with Axu's, doesn't it mean it's my turn? Without thinking, I was about to refuse. Are you kidding? Axu is so restrained during his heat. If it were Ahau, that bull, I'm afraid my small frame would fall apart. But looking at his little puppy-like face, I softened and couldn't help but reach out to rub his fluffy head. Comforting him, there will be. As soon as I finished speaking, this guy directly hugged me and kissed me forcefully. I stared wide-eyed. When did this silly boy get so bold? I slapped him, and it directly turned his face sideways. Guess what happened next? Not only was he not angry, but he also smiled foolishly, holding my hand and asking with concern, Shuju, does your hand hurt? I was speechless. Family, this pure loyal dog attribute, is fully charged. He was still blinking his innocent big eyes, asking me, Shuju, when can I have one? Tonight? I was overwhelmed, quickly changing the subject. No, the carnivorous ants are about to catch up. We need to run. We escaped along the way, encountering a few waves of refugees. And after a few words of discussion, I suddenly figured it out. That border city tribe, they didn't let out a peep when they lost the contest before, and they always wanted to catch me. They must have known the carnivorous ants were coming, trying to grab me as a ticket to escape together. When I shared this guess, Axu and the others found it reasonable. Ahau was nodding furiously beside me. His little expression seemed to say, hurry and praise me. Hurry and praise me, fearing I wouldn't think he was smart and wouldn't let him have kids. This silly boy really makes me laugh to death. After a few more days of travel, we were exhausted. And guess who I ran into? That messenger. I was about to say hello when I noticed her eyes were like X-rays, staring intently at my belly, looking shocked. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch. Axu and the others immediately rushed in front of me. The messenger then realized she had lost her composure, awkwardly retracting her hand, her voice trembling a bit. Sorry, I was rude. It's just, I sense the child in your womb has a particularly strong bloodline. Strong bloodline? I thought to myself, Axu's fox bloodline isn't that outrageous, right? I quickly asked her what kind of strong. The messenger said seriously, this child has a heaven-defying talent and potential, born with dominance and influence. The more I listened, the more something fell off. I turned my head and saw Axu's face had turned pale, looking like a frostbitten eggplant. His eyes filled with shock and disappointment. My heart sank. Oh no, the scumbag was actually me. Axu closed his eyes, his voice low as he asked, is it the bloodline of the dragon clan? The messenger didn't answer but stared at my ankle, where there were still traces from being entangled by the dragon clan before. She said she could take a look at the child's soul. I was curious too. This child was too young, and they couldn't sense its aura. And the incident with the dragon clan happened even before the little mermaids were born. Why is it coming up now? I nodded. Okay. As soon as the messenger's hand touched my belly, I tell you, a golden light exploded. When the light faded, a mini golden dragon coiled around my arm, its scales shimmering with golden light, and its aura was simply that of a young dragon. The messenger was dumbfounded, stuttering. This is a regression bloodline. There's the aura of an ancestral dragon. Goodness, I later found out that this thing is like a genetic mutation. An SSR level that comes around once every few thousand years. That little golden dragon was very clingy, rubbing against my hand. Just then, before I could finish speaking, another silver light flashed. A completely snow-white little silver fox jumped out and landed right at my feet, looking up at me with its lively little form. Clearly a descendant of a Sioux. Another twin. A Sioux was frozen in place. He originally thought his child was taken by the dragon clan, and his expression was as if the sky had fallen. Now, seeing the little fox, his eyes instantly turned red. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Is this my child? The little fox seemed to sense him, prancing over to his feet and nudging his hand with its little nose. The next second, a Sioux's tears started falling like beads from a broken string. Choked up as he said, I thought I had no children anymore. I had never seen him like that. a big man, crying like a child. I looked at the little golden dragon in my arms, and then at the little fox by his feet, feeling a sense of accomplishment that was simply overwhelming. This painless motherhood with a surprise box is something I wouldn't mind doing a few more times. I patted his shoulder, just about to say a few comforting words, when the little golden dragon and the little fox suddenly zipped back into my belly. I casually glanced at the system countdown. Goodness, the fox pup still needed over 2 months. And the golden dragon pup, 309 days. Almost 10 months. This bloodline is truly impressive. The messenger next to me was panting, her face pale from exhaustion, saying that the regression bloodline was too taxing. After resting for a bit, she looked at me earnestly and said, could I ask you for a favor? I said, go ahead. Could you lend me a male of yours? I also want to have a child with a regression bloodline. I was instantly petrified, huh? Can this thing be shared? Goodness, I tell you, my mind went blank at that moment. Was this girl seriously sick? She looked so serious, saying she wanted to borrow my man to have some once-in-a-thousand-years regression bloodline child. At that moment, I almost carved the word no on her face, repeatedly waving my hands. No, I absolutely won't lend it. What kind of joke is this? My man is mine alone. Why should I share him with you? Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at my family's faces, each one darker than the last. Asu's brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Aho was standing with his arms crossed like a door god, and Aling's gaze was so cold it felt like he could freeze the messenger across from him into an ice sculpture at any moment. Even Chun was so scared he shrank behind Aho, each one of them looking like a little dog guarding its food. You can't imagine how tense it was. I was worried they might misunderstand, just as I was about to say that having this amazing bloodline might be my own issue. Suddenly, my mouth was covered by Aksu. I stared at him, my eyes shooting daggers. What do you mean by that? You can't seriously be thinking of switching jobs to be the next door Wong, right? Aksu shook his head in a panic, looking incredibly aggrieved. He quickly let me go and whispered, Shoo, don't overthink it. Then he turned around, facing the messenger. His tone icy. We have things to attend to, so we're leaving. He even added, with a tone that sounded as if it were laced with ice. I also hope the messenger will keep the matter of my Shoo's pregnancy confidential. Our Dragon Clan's descendants do not like to be treated like rare animals for people to gawk at, and we definitely do not want to attract any unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, the messenger's expression changed, and he quickly nodded in assurance. Let me tell you, Aksu's move was absolutely boyfriend material, Max. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept me up in his arms without giving me a moment to react and started to run like crazy. And Aling followed closely behind, moving so fast that in the blink of an eye, they left the messenger far behind. We stopped by a small creek, and I jumped down from Asu's arms, glaring at him angrily. Why did you cover my mouth just now? Asu raised his hands in surrender, looking very humble. My dear aunt, please don't say that. Do you know what it means for a female to have a bloodline that can revert to ancestral traits? You're going to become Tang Seng's meat. At that time, all the tribes in the world will come to snatch you away. Do we still want to live a peaceful life? No way. As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. Goodness, thinking about it this way, it seems to make sense. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble the most. I pouted and said, all right, you have a point. But next time, don't cover my mouth, or I might think you really want to go be someone else's husband. Just as this matter had settled, we had hardly found peace for a few days when something else happened. We were homeless and fleeing, and guess what? When fellow villagers see each other, their eyes are filled with tears. I actually ran into the main group of our tribe, with the elder and Shalok among them. When the elder saw me, tears streamed down her face instantly, and she grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I quickly pulled my hand back and saw Shalok next to her. Let me tell you, she looks completely different now, all gray and worn out, as if life had beaten her down 100 times. The arrogance she once had was gone. After inquiring, I found out that only one of her males was left alive to protect her, and her child had also perished on the way. I'm not really on good terms with her, but seeing her in such a miserable state made me feel a bit of sympathy. So I went over, patted her shoulder, and wanted to say a few comforting words. But then, who understands, right? She looked up, grabbed my hand, and said softly, how about, you give me Asu? I was furious at that moment. Are you kidding me? I shook her hand off, so angry that I almost jumped up. Has this girl-less brain been kicked by a donkey? I kindly comfort you, and you actually have your eyes on my husband? As a result, I scolded her. But she didn't get angry. She just sighed and said dejectedly, if you're unwilling, then forget it. I was just saying it casually. Her defeated look made me so mad that I didn't know where to vent my anger. I couldn't help but needle her. What happened to your previous boldness? Didn't you say switching males is as easy as drinking water? Can't you handle this little setback? She shot back at me. If your male was the only one left and something happened to him, would you feel good? Hey, that left me speechless. I lowered my head and thought, if anything happened to Asu or any of them, damn, I'd probably go crazy. Thinking about it like that, my anger subsided a bit, but I still couldn't help but retort. But you can't have designs on my male, right? Xiao rolled her eyes. Who is having designs on your male? Look at how protective you are. You won't take any loss at all. We started to bicker back and forth like this, and the atmosphere was much better than the awkward consolation earlier. In the end, I still followed the elders to leave. After all, in this world, it's the same wherever you go. It's better to find a place to settle down first. They were heading to a nearby joint shelter, like a relief station. When we arrived, there were quite a few people, and it was chaotic. And just then, Chen actually ran into an old friend. He was so excited, shouting, "Adult, they're my friends." As soon as I saw those few people, I thought, good heavens. They looked shifty and suspicious, their eyes darting around. It was clear they were up to no good, especially their eyes, which weren't even on Aiken. They were all fixated on the girl that Aiken and I were holding at the time. When they heard that my daughter was a little female, their eyes nearly sparkled with greed. I felt a warning bell ringing in my heart. I smiled and said to Aiken, "All right, old friend, you guys have a good chat. Just don't come back too late." As I said this, I quickly took the baby from his arms, jokingly saying, "You want to take the baby to meet these people? How big do you think my heart is?" Aiken, still foolishly grateful, happily went off with his friends. Once they left, Axu leaned in and said, "These people seem off." Ahau bluntly added, Shoo, should I go see what's up? That fool Aiken. I hope he doesn't get sold, and then help count the money." I shook my head. Don't rush. After all, he's a friend of Aiken. I want to see what these people really want. Sure enough, those people dragged Aiken over, first showering him with compliments, and then starting to play the victim, saying how tough and difficult their lives were. In the end, their true intentions were revealed. They wanted Aiken to ask me to take them in. Although Aiken is soft-hearted, he still refused, saying he couldn't trouble me. At this point, those people stopped pretending and began moral coercion, saying things like, "Remember how we helped you back then? Now that you've become successful, you've forgotten your brothers?" Seeing that Aiken still wouldn't relent, they even said something that blew my mind. Since that esteemed person can't help, your daughter should be fine, right? Let us be your daughter's mates. That way we can also be protected by the females. Oh my gosh. Achen's face turned pale on the spot, trembling in fear. No way. Absolutely not. The commotion here had already caught my attention. I let him come over because I wanted to see what these so-called friends were made of. Now that I've seen, they aren't even worth a crumb. As I watched Achen being pushed back repeatedly, that group, realizing the soft approach wasn't working, actually ran up to me, knelt down with a thud, and began to wail, claiming how pitiful they were, begging me to show some compassion. They saw that I was young and a female, probably thinking I was the kind of naive, sheltered person who could be easily deceived by a few words. My buddies' faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. A Su and a Ling stood like two door gods on either side of me, and Aho couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward without saying a word and delivered a heavy punch. It sent the leading, skinny guy spinning around twice before he fell to the ground, screaming. Then came a beating that made those guys cry for their mothers. After the fight, they still weren't satisfied and crawled over to my feet, crying even harder. "Please, sir, save us. We just want to survive. They are too fierce." I held the child in my arms, not even glancing at them, only turning my gaze to Aiken. And, "Aiken, what are your thoughts?" Aiken's lips were trembling. He looked at the few brothers on the ground who were crying bitterly, his eyes slowly turning from struggle to coldness. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and said word by word, "Sir, I don't want to keep them by my side." As soon as the thin guy heard this, he became anxious. "Aiken, have you forgotten how he used to treat you?" I watched this farce with no emotional response. "I tell you, I did it on purpose. This child, Aiken, is too soft-hearted and has always lived cautiously. If he doesn't see the malice of human nature with his own eyes and doesn't cut off this toxic past with his own hands, he will never grow up." I looked at Aiken and calmly asked, "Aiken, do you really think these people are your brothers?" He was taken aback, clearly not understanding my meaning. I sighed, my voice not loud, but enough for everyone to hear. "Ah, Sue, go ask them, was their initial treatment of a Chun really out of goodwill? Or was there another reason? Just because I usually joke around, do you really think I'm some kind of saint? I spent so many years in the hospital in my last life. I've seen the warmth and coldness of human relationships. My parents said they loved me, but they couldn't even pay the medical bills on time every time. I still remember the disdainful looks from the nurses. So I've long learned that being soft-hearted is the most useless thing. If you want to survive, you have to toughen up. Faced with the targeting from Sherlock and those strong orcs, she was indeed nervous and scared due to the imbalance of the unknown and power. Being teased by Asu and the others made her blush and her heart race, which wasn't false. This kind of intimate contact she had never experienced before was enough to make her flustered, even unable to help but feel her face burn. In her last life, she had had crushes too. The handsome boy in the next ward had added some color to her dull life. Unfortunately, that person's life was shorter than hers, directly becoming a youthful illusion that withered before it could bloom in her life. Under Asu's violent pressure, the females quickly couldn't hold on and revealed the whole truth. It turned out that the so-called generous rations were actually Ah-Chan's share allocated by the tribe. They were just greedy, hoarding most of it, and fearing that if Ah-Chan really starved to death, it would affect the next distribution. So they reluctantly threw him some scraps. As for the brotherly heroism, it was a complete lie. Ah-Chan had been beaten half to death multiple times because they deliberately pushed the blame onto him to cover up their own mistakes, framing him and making him a punching bag for others. Their so-called rescue was just to pretend to be loyal, so that Ah-Chan would continue to feel grateful towards them, making it easier to exploit him. Once the truth was revealed, the males' excuses became weak and powerless. Yet they still had the audacity to say, "We didn't mean it. It was all for survival." The thin male spoke provocatively. "Ah-Chan, I want to duel with you." Ah-Chan was taken aback. Then his expression changed drastically, turning pale then green. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the thin man, voice suppressing anger. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" The thin man spread his hands, speaking as if it were only natural. "Rules are rules. The males around the females take the capable ones. If we win, we can naturally replace you and become the males next to the adults. Yes, Ah-Chan, we won't bully you. Since this is the rule of the beast world, there's nothing to argue about. It's just a duel. Whoever wins has the right to stay by the adult side. It's fair." Ah-Chan's fist trembled slightly, his chest heaving heavily. "Ashu, Au." And Ah Ling wanted to go beat them up again, but unfortunately, they had no reason, because dueling was allowed. Yen Shu listened, frowned, and then quickly recovered. "Ah-Chan, I believe you can do it." Upon hearing Yen Shu's words, Ah-Chan was stunned for a moment, then looked up at her, his eyes filled with excitement. The adult's trust flowed into his heart like a warm current, slowly dissolving the anger and grievance in his chest, replaced by a deep sense of gratitude and determination. His tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly, but soon tightened again, his eyes reddening, voice trembling slightly. "Adult, I want to let you down." Yen Shu leaned in front of him and kissed him on the cheek in front of everyone. "I just hope one thing, after you win, don't be timid anymore." After receiving Yen Shu's kiss, Ah-Chun froze in an instant. His face turned red at a visible speed, shy to the point of not knowing how to place his hands and feet. He stood there in a daze, lips slightly parted, wanting to say something, but unable to squeeze out a complete sentence for a long time. Asu and the others squinted their eyes, feeling very displeased. Shu, the adult, had never kissed them in front of outsiders before. No way, once this was over, they had to make Shu kiss them more. Yen Shu didn't know what her males were thinking. After comforting Ah-Chun, they went to a place by the water. Unexpectedly, these males were also from a water tribe, and they had to duel in the water. After Ah-Chan followed them, Asu leaned close to Yen Shu and quietly asked, Shu, do you believe he can win?" They really didn't expect her to agree to Ah-Chan accepting the challenge from those useless males. They had originally wanted to drive them away, but now that a formal duel was accepted, they couldn't pull any tricks. Yen Shu smiled slightly. "I think Ah-Chan will win." Upon hearing Yen Shu's words, Asu felt very jealous. He gently ground his teeth, unable to help but murmur, "You really believe in him?" Yen Shu tilted her head slightly, glanced at him, and her smile became more obvious. "Of course I believe. He is mine. How could he lose?" The moment Asu's tail wrapped around her waist, he lost control of his emotions and pulled Yen Shu into his arms. His movements were very natural, but carried an irresistible possessiveness. His soft tail tightly wrapped around her, and his hot breath almost sprayed on her neck. The whispers from the surrounding people kept coming, but Asu didn't care. His eyes focused solely on Yen Shu. Yen Shu gently patted his tail, her tone somewhat soothing. "If it were you, I would believe it too." However, her pat made Asu's breath catch. His body trembled slightly, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. His tail tightened even more, as if he was reaching his limit. Yen Shu was slightly taken aback, then realized what she had done. She could clearly feel the temperature of Asu's body rising, remembering that his sensitive spot was his tail. She wanted to break free, but was held tighter by Asu. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a suppressed emotion. Shu, don't move. Yanshu was momentarily speechless and angrily whispered, "There are still people watching. You can't control yourself?" Chapter 88. Ah Chen's home ground. He presses people down to rub. Yanshu was stiffly held in Ah Su's arms, her hands having nowhere to go, only stiffening, even her breathing becoming cautious. She bit her lip, countless thoughts flashing through her mind, but ultimately chose to obediently remain still. She knew very well that if she moved again and truly provoked him to lose control, this duel would really turn into a farce. Ah Su felt her stiffness, leaned down to her ear, his voice low and hoarse. "Shu Shu, you're so obedient. I don't want to let go." Yanshu's face instantly turned red. She softly scolded, "Stop messing around. There are so many people watching. Can't you restrain yourself?" Ah Su chuckled softly, but his tail showed no sign of loosening. Instead, it tightened even more. His voice carried a hint of seduction. "I can restrain myself. If I couldn't, they would have left long ago." Yanshu was instantly left speechless, her ears burning. She secretly glanced around, and indeed saw more and more people gathering. Some unable to help but whisper, clearly curious and amused by this scene. Everyone had fled from disaster, and this lively event was just what they needed. On the other side, Ah Chun, having received the trust of the female adult, felt a mix of excitement and responsibility intertwining within him, filling him with fighting spirit. He stood by the water, his gaze fixed on the eager males, the shyness on his face long replaced by determination. Those males showcased their agile skills in the water. Clearly confident in their domain, they whispered mockingly at Ah Chun, their eyes filled with contempt. "Ah Chun, just give up. You, a useless person, can't win against us." Aiken gritted his teeth and did not respond. He understood that this battle was not only to defend his position beside the female adult, but also to prove himself. He could not become the Aiken who would retreat, weak and incompetent. With this thought, Aiken took a deep breath and slowly walked into the water, feeling the cold current spread from his ankles to his entire body. He stopped in the center of the water, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his whole body trembled slightly as the surrounding water began to ripple around him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and in his clear sea-like pupils flickered a hint of icy blue light. His original legs gradually merged into the water, transforming into a shimmering fishtail. The fishtail was long and elegant, with scales that shone with a translucent blue-silver hue. Each movement created a dazzling luster, like the first ray of sunlight in the morning scattering across the water's surface, sparkling. The end of the fish tail split slightly, resembling spread butterfly wings, carrying a touch of dreamlike beauty. Aiken's face, illuminated by the water's light, became even softer and more handsome, and the previously ordinary aura now emitted an undeniable charm. His skin glowed faintly in the water, pure and flawless like a water spirit, and the water around him seemed to come alive with his presence, as if softly singing. The onlookers gasped, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "He has awakened." The skinny male's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to utter those words. His eyes were filled with jealousy and unease, even a hint of fear. "Awakened? It can't be." Another male muttered to himself instinctively, but as he looked at Aiken's transformed figure, his voice gradually weakened. Wasn't he always just a good swimmer, a waste? They knew Aiken was from the merfolk, but among the merfolk, there were countless individuals with ordinary bloodlines. They had never associated Aiken with strength, only seeing him as a useless being living under their protection. However, Aiken standing before them seemed to slap them hard with the facts. Meanwhile, Aiken felt the gentle embrace of the water, gradually suppressing the tension and anxiety within him. He slightly opened his eyes, revealing deep blue pupils like the deep sea, calm and profound, as if looking into an unfathomable ocean. The surrounding water seemed to merge with his body, slowly swirling around him, making him look like a ruler of the water. At this moment, he was no longer the weak and timid boy, but a powerful being that coexisted with the water. The skinny male swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. He instinctively wanted to beg for mercy, but seeing the gazes of the onlookers, he immediately dismissed the thought. He forced himself to stay calm and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't think that just because you've awakened, you can win against us. You are just a bit faster in the water." As soon as the words left his mouth, Aiken's gaze swept over him with an undeniable chill. That glance felt like a cold current from the depths of the sea rushing into his limbs, making the skinny male shiver uncontrollably. "You're right," Aiken spoke, his voice low yet filled with calm assurance. "The water is my domain, but it's not just because I swim fast. Now, let me show you what true power is." As his voice fell, The surrounding water suddenly surged violently, as if responding to his will. The water quickly spread out from Aiken, rippling in circles, carrying an irresistible pressure of power. The skinny male's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly adjusted his posture, trying to stabilize himself, but the surrounding water seemed to no longer obey him, becoming heavy and oppressive. Every movement felt blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? He muttered, panic filling his eyes. Aiken leaned slightly forward, his tail fin flicking gently. His movements were as quick as lightning, and in the next second, he appeared in front of the skinny male. His gaze was icy, and his arm came down like a giant wave. The skinny male hardly had time to react before being struck by this sudden force. His body violently propelled backward through the water. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, everyone's eyes wide with shock at Aiken's display of power and speed. The skinny male tumbled awkwardly into the water, choking on a few mouthfuls, struggling to stand, but found his body completely unresponsive. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Aiken, his voice trembling. Impossible. How could you be this strong? Aiken ignored the skinny male's outcry, his gaze cold and indifferent, his tail fin gently pressing down on the skinny male's chest without hesitation. The skinny male was pinned down by this force, utterly collapsing. In his eyes, the previous scorn and scheming were gone, replaced only by intense fear. His lips trembled violently, wanting to plead for mercy, but found he could not even produce a sound. The pressure of an upper being. I don't know who said it, someone murmured. Chapter 89. Aiken's wet eyes. The pressure of an upper being. Someone whispered this phrase, but it rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into water. The onlookers fell silent, their gazes fixated on Aiken in the water. So Aiken won, right? Yinshu noticed that everyone was silent, all staring at Aiken in the water, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Aiken now truly captivated attention. He stood quietly in the water, his figure enveloped in a silver-blue halo, like a water deity born from the deep sea. The aura surrounding him made people involuntarily hold their breath. Aiken seemed to feel the gazes upon him. He slightly lowered his head, his expression awkward. His gaze did not linger on the shocked crowd, but instead went straight to Yinshu on the shore, the sharpness and coldness instantly transforming into gentle ripples. His eyes carried a hint of caution, mixed with deep affection and gratitude, as if silently conveying his efforts and achievements to her. Yinshu felt his gaze, the corners of her lips rising slightly, a trace of comforting smile flashing in her eyes. She gently nodded, as if responding to him. I see you. You did well. Aiken seemed even more shy, a faint blush appearing on his ears. Although he displayed great momentum in the water, in front of Yinshu, he reverted to his honest and reserved demeanor. He lowered his eyes, gently moving his fingers, as if unsure what to do next. At this moment, the onlookers finally snapped out of their shock. Whispers began to rise again. Who is this male? I've never seen him before. He actually possesses the pressure of an upper being. Just now, I almost thought it was some strong person fighting. I want such an excellent male, too. Hearing these discussions, Aiken's shyness deepened. He secretly glanced at Yinshu, then immediately lowered his head, afraid that showing even a trace of pride would lead the adult to misunderstand. On the shore, Yinshu raised an eyebrow upon hearing the murmurs, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. She cleared her throat, her tone calm, yet clear. He is mine. With those words, the crowd fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to Yinshu, who had now put on her cloak again, obscuring her appearance but revealing her figure. Their expressions were filled with surprise and disbelief. A frail-looking female, seemingly not very old, could actually possess such a powerful male? Aiken heard Yinshu's words and suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock and uncontrollable joy. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just lowered his head, blushing, and softly replied, "My lord." Asu, watching from the side, felt a bit irritated and murmured, Shu, you really gave him face." The tail wrapped around Yinshu's waist tightened a bit, filled with jealousy. Aho crossed his arms and sneered. He looks so foolish. He seems like a not-so-smart male. Aling's gaze was indifferent, his voice calm and collected. He did perform quite well. Yinshu glanced at them, unable to help but laugh, and said, "All right, don't be jealous. Next time you two can have a duel, and I'll cheer for you, okay?" This made Aho, and Aling's eyes brim with fighting spirit, as if they had secretly resolved to impress Yinshu with their performance. After defeating one opponent, Aiken scanned the remaining males with a calm gaze devoid of any emotion. The power and pressure he had just displayed still lingered in the air, leaving those who had initially wanted to try their luck completely devoid of courage. We lost. No duel. One of the males spoke softly, his tone filled with guilt. The rest nodded repeatedly, fearing they would provoke Aiken again, hurriedly retreating to the shore, heads down. Too afraid to look back. This appearance of surrendering before a fight even began drew snickers and whispers from the onlookers, especially from a few females on the shore, who all showed expressions of disdain. The retreating males felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But they had no courage to refute. Aiken returned to the shore, water droplets sliding down his silver-blue scales, making him look as if he were enveloped in a halo. He stepped in front of Yin Shu, his face shy and reserved. Then he knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully, and said, "My lord, I won." His posture was not one of humility, but rather a heartfelt sense of belonging, as if expressing loyalty to his faith. Yin Shu looked down at him, her gaze gentle, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Aiken, you did very well. I always believed you could do it." Upon hearing this, Aiken felt as if he was bathed in warm sunlight. His ears turned slightly red, and his eyes became a bit moist. He slowly raised his head, looking at Yin Shu, his voice slightly choked. "Thank you, my lord. Your trust gave me courage." "Oh dear." Yin Shu looked at Aiken's moist eyes. Her heart softened, as if a small animal was silently seeking affection. She couldn't help but sigh softly, reaching out to touch his hair, her tone carrying both helplessness and a hint of fondness. "All right, you don't need to thank me. You earned it yourself." Aiken felt the warmth of her hand. His whole body stiffened for a moment. Then he lowered his head again, his ears turning even redder, like a little beast that had just been praised, feeling shy and embarrassed, but unable to hide his inner joy. This made Asu and the others feel a surge of jealousy, especially Asu, who leaned in closer, his tone dripping with envy. Shu, I want to have my head patted too." Yin Shu found it amusing and, seeing his demeanor, could only helplessly reach out to gently pat his head. "What you doing, you big fox?" But Asu was relentless, rubbing against her hand, his tail wagging happily, insisting, "If you patted him, you must pat me too, or I won't feel balanced." Oh, witnessing this, couldn't help but interject, Shu, that's not fair. You can't just favor Aiken." Aling remained silent, but his eyes clearly showed he wanted the same. Yin Shu looked at the group, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She helplessly raised her hand to rub her forehead, teasingly saying, "What are you all arguing about? You can fight over a head pat?" She then gently patted Aho's head, reached out to tidy Aling's hair, and playfully tousled Aling's neatly arranged hair. Chapter 90, Yan Shue's aura. She's not someone to be bullied due to the powerful aura Aiken displayed during the duel. It caused quite a stir, especially among the females who were eyeing him with intense interest. As soon as Yin Shu arrived at their current residence and hadn't even had a chance to sit down and catch her breath, those females had already crowded around. They were all smiling, but their eyes were firmly locked on the figure behind her. Upon seeing the females outside, Aiken quickly turned around and rushed to hide behind Yin Shu, holding his daughter in his arms. He appeared somewhat tense, his eyes flustered. One female laughed lightly, her tone playful yet suggestive. "Yin Shu, can you trade this male? I have all kinds." With one speaking up, the other females chimed in, throwing out various offers. "I can give you a piece of high-quality green crystal, or just tell me what you need. And I have a safe territory where you can settle down. I would even be willing to trade my 2 males for you. Yin Shu, think about it." These words caused Aiken's face to change instantly. His complexion turned pale, almost devoid of color, and the hand holding his daughter began to tremble slightly. "Aiken, why are you so nervous?" Yin Shu noticed his stiffness and turned to look at him, her tone gentle but filled with a hint of helplessness. Aiken didn't speak, only shook his head, his eyes filled with unease. Yin Shu then raised her head to look at the group of females, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But her tone was icy. "My male is, of course, not for trade." This statement immediately stunned the females, their eager expressions freezing for a moment. The leading female, still unwilling to give up, tried to persuade. "You have so many good males, why not share them with those in need? It would be a benefit to other females." Yin Shu found the audacity of such words amusing. She looked up at the leading female, her smile growing colder. "Benefit other females? Why should I share my people with you? Do you think if you ask nicely, or if you're thick-skinned, I should just comply?" The leading female was left speechless by her retort, not expecting this seemingly weak female to have such a commanding presence in her words. The smiles on their faces stiffened momentarily, but they still weren't willing to give up. "Yin Shu, look, we're not asking for free. We're willing to trade conditions." "Conditions?" Yin Shu chuckled lightly, her tone unhurried. What conditions could possibly compare to my affection for them? Or do you think the males I like can be measured by conditions? The females exchanged glances, their smiles becoming increasingly forced. They had never imagined that this seemingly delicate female could silence them with just a few words. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave in dissatisfaction. Once those females finally left, still unwilling to accept their loss, and the yard fell quiet again. Yin Shu hadn't even had the chance to sigh in relief before she saw the tribe elder approaching with Xia Luo Gu and the others. Xia Luo Gu glanced at Aiken behind Yin Shu with a complex expression, then swept her gaze over Su and the others. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "How'd you find these males? They're all so good." Her tone was filled with envy and a hint of unwillingness. As for Su, forget it. He looks weak. But I didn't expect him to be so capable. You must be very lucky. Yin Shu found her words amusing and leaned against the door with her child in her arms, saying with a half-smile, "Luck? Xia Luye. Such things can't be decided by luck." Sherlock pouted, his tone still sour. "Then how did you choose?" "One by one, they all look like treasures, with good bloodlines and strong abilities." "Are you jealous?" Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, her words laced with a hint of teasing. "Of course I'm jealous," Sherlock replied without hesitation. The two little females born to Yin Shu already looked great. If it weren't for past experiences, Sherlock would have wanted her to give him one. "You only see the surface of a male, but I see their inner selves," Yin Shu said, raising an eyebrow. Sherlock was taken aback for a moment, then pouted, his tone a bit defiant. "Inner self? What's so interesting about that? Strength and bloodlines are the most important. Don't talk to me about these intangibles." Yin Shu chuckled lightly. "If you think it's intangible, that's because you only look at the surface. Whether their inner selves are truly reliable is the key. Having power doesn't necessarily protect people, but having faith makes them willing to do their utmost." Sherlock was momentarily speechless, wanting to refute but unable to find the words. However, the tribe elder took it in. Yin Shu didn't want to elaborate further. She indeed felt overwhelmed recently. The males around her were all troublemakers, practically walking tools for attracting attention. Su, needless to say, with his enchanting appearance and the Fox tribe's charm, was the center of attention wherever he went. Aho was tall and strong, with a handsome yet innocent face that made people unable to help but look twice. Ling's cold and abstinent aura was even more unforgettable. And now, even the once timid Xiong had become the focus due to this single challenge. Of course, having such excellent men made Yin Shu quite pleased. The tribe elder came over with the group, having something to say. The elder said, "We have found a place to settle down. It's safe, and the surrounding environment is suitable for settling in." Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in her gaze. "Elder, have you found a place so quickly?" "Yes," the elder nodded, a bit more relieved, "and during our search, we also rescued quite a few members of the tribe. Some were previously scattered, and others came to join after hearing the news. Although they suffered some hardships along the way, now that we are all together, our hearts are much more at ease." Yin Shu nodded and asked again, "Is that place really safe? The situation with the carnivorous ants is such a big deal, and the nearby tribes are also unstable." The elder pondered for a moment and said seriously, "That place was confirmed by several capable individuals. The terrain is easy to defend and hard to attack, and so far, we haven't found any traces of carnivorous ants. Moreover, the resources there are sufficient for our tribe to rebuild our home." Although this elder would no longer let herself be an elder, the fact that she took such pains to inform her showed that she still valued her. "We will set off the day after tomorrow morning," the elder said with anticipation in her eyes. "You should prepare as well and come with us. Everyone can settle down quickly and return to a stable life." Yin Shu smiled slightly and nodded in response. The elder smiled in satisfaction, gave a few more instructions, and then left. Chapter 91. Su's alluring appearance at midnight in the dead of night. Yin Shu was sound asleep when she suddenly felt parched, groggily opening her eyes. The hazy moonlight poured through the window, allowing her to vaguely see a figure hovering above her. The figure was tall and graceful, like a perfectly painted scroll, exuding a certain indescribable sense of danger. She blinked, gradually making out the familiar outline. It was Su. He was actually suspended in midair, his 9 tails slowly swaying, dancing softly in the moonlight like silver flowing light. Each tail emitted a faint cold glow, the flowing silver resembling moonlight cascading down, enveloping the entire room in an unreal atmosphere. His white hair fell behind him, strands shimmering with a faint glow, making him appear particularly enchanting and pure in the interplay of light and shadow as if a mysterious being descended from the heavens, or a seductive fairy lurking under the moonlight. Asu's eyes were different from usual. His originally colored eyes had turned silver white, like a frozen lake, cold and clear, with a depth that seemed to penetrate everything, sending a shiver down her spine. Yanshu instantly became more alert, her heart tightening as she couldn't help but whisper, "Asu?" As soon as she spoke, Asu's silver-white eyes slightly moved, as if catching some signal. His figure suddenly flickered, and in the next moment, he descended from the air, almost instantly enveloping her. "Asu!" Yanshu barely opened her mouth to shout, but all her words were blocked by him. Asu lowered his head and bit her lip, his movements both gentle and domineering, carrying an indescribable aggressiveness. His silver-white eyes, seen up close, were especially captivating. The coldness mixed with a burning tension that seemed to want to possess her soul as well. His tail gently wrapped around her waist, its soft touch yet holding an irresistible strength, firmly trapping her within his domain. Under the cold moonlight, his white hair fell on her shoulder like entwined silver threads, completely intertwining their breaths. Yanshu was overwhelmed by this sudden series of actions, her heart racing like a drum, her whole body frozen as she stared at him, both surprised and at a loss. "Asu, you." Before she could react, Asu's deep and seductive voice rang in her ear. "Shu, open your mouth." She was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was because his voice was so soft, yet carried an irresistible pressure, that she unconsciously obeyed and opened her mouth. In the next moment, a sweet, metallic taste slid into her mouth, the strange flavor quickly spreading, making her furrow her brows, yet she couldn't utter a word. Asu slightly curled his lips, seeming quite satisfied with her reaction. He raised his hand, his long fingers gently pinching her chin, forcing her face to tilt slightly upward. Yanshu felt her chin being gently lifted, her throat as if pulled by an invisible force, almost reflexively swallowing the sweet, metallic substance. Her eyes widened, wanting to say something, but feeling his gaze tighten her throat, leaving her only able to silently look at him. She wanted to speak, but unfortunately, her lips were still held by Asu, only able to let out indistinct sounds through her nostrils. As he voraciously sucked, Asu finally released her rosy lips, his tongue lightly licking the corner of her lips stained with blood, his smile wicked and enchanting. "Shu, you're truly beautiful." Yanshu's heart raced extremely fast, her head spinning heavily, as if she might faint at any moment. She already knew what she had consumed. It was Asu's blood. Just now, when he was entwining his tongue around hers, she had clearly noticed a wound on his tongue. In Yanshu's dizzying vision, Asu's face was close at hand, his silver-white eyes shimmering faintly, as if they were absorbing the entire night. His white hair gently fell, spreading over her shoulder like soft silver threads, trapping her in a domain from which she couldn't escape. The corner of his lips still bore a trace of enchanting red, contrasting sharply with his pale, almost transparent skin, exuding a beauty that was impossible to look away from. This Asu, wicked and cold, yet carrying a deadly allure. Yanshu thought to herself, "He is truly beautiful enough." "Shu." Asu's voice was deep and magnetic, one hand leisurely caressing her delicate, beautiful cheek. At this moment, your gaze is anything but subtle. Yanshu was brought back to her senses by his playful tone, her heart racing as if it were about to leap out of her chest. She gasped for breath, raising her moist eyes, her voice slightly weak yet filled with questioning. "Aksu, why did you feed me your blood? What's going on?" Aksu raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening, the enchanting curve making one's heart tremble. His fingertips gently traced her cheek, slowly moving towards her chin, pinching her slightly trembling chin, forcing her to make eye contact with him. Shuju, his voice elongated, a hint of amusement flickering in his silver-white eyes. "Don't you find it delicious?" "Aksu." Yanshu gritted her teeth, trying hard to steady her breath, attempting to keep her tone calm. "Be serious with me." Aksu's smile faded slightly as he looked down in her eyes, his tone suddenly serious. "Shuju, this is for your own good." He paused, his tail gently wrapping around her waist, his voice deep and soft. "My blood can alleviate the abnormalities in your body. Don't you feel thirsty?" Yanshu was momentarily taken aback by his words, then recalled the reason she had woken up. She was indeed extremely thirsty. That thirst seemed to seep into her bones. Hard to ignore. She narrowed her eyes, vaguely feeling that something was off. "So, is there something wrong with my body?" Axel looked at her, his gaze complicated for a moment, but he did not answer immediately. His tail tightened slightly, pulling her closer to him, his tone soft yet with a hint of insistence. Shuju, my blood is not harmful to you. You just need to trust me. Aksu. Yanshu was not swayed by his words, but rather became more alert. I need to know the truth. Does you feeding me blood relate to the child I'm carrying? Upon hearing this, Aksu's gaze darkened slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke softly. It's somewhat related. Shuju, the child you are carrying is not an ordinary one. The golden dragon bloodline is too powerful, and since you're now carrying my child as well, the twin pregnancy poses a certain burden on your body. I feed you my blood to help balance this conflict and alleviate your discomfort. You should have told me earlier. She did not expect it was because of this. Aksu's lips moved, showing a difficult expression. Shuju, actually there's also my selfish motive in it. Chapter 92. They all leaned over the bed to watch the two being affectionate. Yanshu's voice carried doubt. Selfish motive? Aksu lowered his gaze. His white hair falling beside his shoulders, his 9 tails swaying slowly, appearing somewhat hesitant. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet serious. Shuju, if I don't feed you my blood, my child might be suppressed by the bloodline of another golden dragon. Yanshu was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. Suppressed? What do you mean? Aksu looked up, his silver-white eyes fixed on her, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The golden dragon bloodline is too powerful, especially in the case of twins. When 2 children are in the same womb, the stronger bloodline will instinctively squeeze the weaker one, competing for more resources for its growth. My child might be absorbed by another golden dragon, or even become its nourishment. Yanshu's pupils slightly contracted, her tone filled with shock. Absorbed as nourishment. She indeed felt that her body had some abnormalities after becoming pregnant, but she did not expect it would involve a struggle between bloodlines. She never thought one child could become the nourishment for another. Axon nodded, his tone becoming somber. Yes, such situations are not uncommon in the nurturing of powerful bloodlines. My blood can provide you balance and also inject more strength into my child, helping it resist the suppression of the golden dragon bloodline. Yanshu took a deep breath. Then what about the little snake and little mermaid I had earlier? Before she could finish her sentence, she realized it was likely due to the weaker bloodline of the 2 children. Aksu's tail gently swayed, pulling her tighter into his embrace. His voice deep yet gentle. Shuju, the bloodline of your previous children is indeed not as dominant as that of the golden dragon, which is why they could be born smoothly without needing this extra help. He lowered his head, his white hair gently falling forward, his lips brushing against her ear, lightly rubbing against her cheek with a hint of cautious placation. Shuju, will you not like my children? Yanshu was taken aback, looking up at Aksu, who had a hint of unease and testing in his silver eyes, his usual enchanting demeanor now tinged with a shadow of grievance. What are you talking about? She couldn't help but smile wryly, her voice softening a bit. How could I not like them? Aksu slightly lowered his gaze, his 9 tails gently tightening around her, as if expressing his unease through his actions. His voice was low and restrained. Shuju, the golden dragon bloodline, is so strong. If my child fails to compete with it, will you think it not good enough? Yanshu couldn't help but lightly smack his shoulder in reproach. Aksu, saying that makes it sound like I'm some kind of materialistic mother. She sighed softly, reaching out to cup his face, her tone serious yet gentle. The child is mine. Born from me. No matter how strong their bloodline is, they're my treasures. Moreover, I never think strength or weakness is a measure of a child's worth. Gee, in my past life, women in remote areas were worried about not giving birth to sons, fearing disdain from their in-laws. Here, your own man is worried that your child is not strong enough, fearing the female may get angry. Aksu's ears turned a light shade of red from being comforted. He lowered his head, rubbing against her palm, his voice soft. Shuju, I just knew you were the best. Yanshu looked at him, feeling her heart soften. She reached out and gently touched his ear. So, stop overthinking. Besides, this is your child, of course. I like them very much. Aksu's tail swayed gently, an uncontrollable joy spreading behind him. He tilted his head slightly, starlight appearing in his silver eyes. Shuju, you are truly wonderful. Yanshu looked at his obedient and satisfied demeanor, unable to help but chuckle, reaching out to poke his forehead. All right, let us sleep first. Thankfully, Aho and the others didn't wake up. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she found it strange that with such a commotion, the 3 of them didn't wake up. Yanshu turned her head to take a look and was instantly stunned. She saw Aho, Aling, and Achun, 3 familiar faces all leaning over the bedside, like 3 large guard dogs, staring at her, and Aksu with wide eyes. Their expressions were filled with worry and concern, as if afraid of missing something important. As soon as she realized this, the three immediately caught on her shift in attention, instantly perked up, their eyes bright like freshly ignited torches. Aho was the first to move, eagerly climbing onto the bed. Shuju, you're not feeling unwell, are you? Ling quickly followed, though not as urgent as Aho, but his tone was deep and serious as he called out. Adult. Chun was the last, not daring to climb over, only managing to sit awkwardly at the bedside. Yanshu had been wondering why they hadn't woken up, only to find out they had been staring at her the whole time. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. So, you three were awake the whole time, just lying there staring? Aho scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, and quickly explained, we were afraid of hurting you. Also, Axa didn't let us make a sound, saying he was afraid of waking you. Aho quickly threw Axu under the bus. However, Yanshu was more concerned about the part where they might hurt her. She asked in confusion, how could you hurt me? I just woke up because I was thirsty. Aho stammered, his face showing a hint of unease and hesitation, clearly having something he was afraid to say. His gaze secretly darted towards Aksu, then quickly shifted away as if afraid of being seen through. Yanshu looked at him and immediately had doubts in her heart. She didn't rush to question him, but instead gently coaxed him a few times. I know Aho is the best and will tell me, right? While speaking, she reached out to touch his head and rubbed it. Aho's face turned red from being coaxed. Shoo. Then, feeling a surge of heat in his head, he spilled everything out. It turned out that when Yanshu was asleep, her body was not quiet like usual, but rather restless. In the deep of night, she would start to move involuntarily in her dreams, constantly murmuring about being thirsty. The sound carried a hint of pain and hoarseness, making people's hearts tighten. They watched this happen, anxious but not daring to use forceful means to wake her up. After all, she was pregnant with twins, and her body was already fragile enough. They were strong and feared that even a gentle touch could cause her great harm. What worried them even more was that ordinary water could not alleviate her symptoms, and this thirst could only be quenched by Asu's blood. After hearing Aho's description, Yanshu's heart sank. She also realized that what she drank was not ordinary blood, but Asu's lifeblood. That kind of blood carried special power, which could not only balance her internal condition, but also alleviate the conflict between the Golden Dragon bloodline and the Fox Clan bloodline. Chapter 93. Developing a new ability for Chun. Yanshu's expression turned cold, which was the first time Asu and the others had seen her so silent. She did not make a fuss or question them. She simply turned away, her back to them, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Usually, whether it was their teasing or coaxing, she would respond, even if it was just a helpless roll of the eyes or a gentle reproach. But at this moment, it was as if she had locked all her emotions behind a closed door and no one could reach her. Asu cautiously approached her, his tail carefully wrapping around her waist, gently swaying with a hint of a spoiled tone. Shoo, please don't be angry, okay? However, she still did not respond at all, not even moving her body, as if she had distanced him to an unreachable space. Mischievous, Aho scratched his head, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. Shoo, if you're really angry, you can hit me. But after his words fell, the room remained eerily quiet. Yanshu's silence made them feel more uneasy than any reprimand. Ling stood by, usually the calmest among them, but at this moment, he could not hide the anxiety in his eyes. He whispered, "My lady, I'm sorry." Even Chan began to tremble all over, his hands tightly twisted together, not daring to breathe. He sat on the edge of the bed, lowering his head, his shoulders slightly shaking, resembling a child who had done something wrong, lacking even the courage to apologize. Yanshu sighed. She was not truly angry with them, and knew she couldn't use silent treatment on them. However, Yanshu was accustomed to sulking and not wanting to interact with anyone. The more others tried to comfort her, the more irritable she became. She gently rubbed her forehead, sighed, and lowered her voice. "All right, I'm a bit angry because you hid this matter from me." Aho immediately shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. Asu's tail quietly rested on her shoulder, his movement gentle yet ingratiating. Shoo, we wanted to make you worry less, but unexpectedly, it made you angrier." Yanshu snorted lightly, glancing over them, her tone neither cold nor warm. "You all think I need to be protected, but I'm not glass that will shatter if dropped. If something really goes wrong, tell me in advance so I can think of a way. Hiding it from me won't solve everything, will it?" Ling stood by, his eyes slightly shifting, and finally spoke softly. "My lady, we were wrong." Chan fidgeted beside him, hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, "My lady, I'm sorry." Seeing their repentant expressions, the frustration in Yin Shu's heart finally eased a bit. She sighed and waved her hand. All right, then you promise that no matter what happens in the future, you must tell me and not hide it from me. The few of them immediately stood up straight, nodding in unison. Okay. Yin Shu nodded, finally not pursuing the matter further. Fine, considering your attitude is not bad. I won't hold it against you. Remember, if anyone does this again in the future, don't think you can get close to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few became even more tense, nodding repeatedly in assurance. The atmosphere finally eased a bit, and Yin Shu didn't want to fuss anymore. So she lay down directly, ready to rest. It was still the middle of the night. The few people behind her cautiously surrounded her, their movements gentle as if guarding a treasure. Aho secretly glanced at her closed eyes and muttered softly, Shu Shu is really scary when she's angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Asu's tail flicked him. Shut up, don't disturb Shu Shu's rest. The room finally returned to silence, and no one dared to make any more noise, but in each other's eyes, there was a sense of relief and ease. The next morning, when Yin Shu woke up, she felt more energetic than ever. Everything from last night seemed to have caused some subtle change in her body. She felt much lighter, and even the fatigue from the long journey had vanished. However, she did not notice that a faint scent was beginning to emanate from her body. This scent was very subtle, almost imperceptible, but it carried a uniquely attractive quality, as if it could stir some instinct deep within the heart. Yin Shu herself could not smell it at all. She got up as usual, tidied herself up a bit, and planned to go out to see the situation outside. Just as she reached the door, she noticed that Asu, Aho, and Aling were all standing in the yard with somewhat strange expressions. Their eyes all fell on her, revealing hints of confusion. What's wrong? Yin Shu sensed their unusual gazes. Aho scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and sniffed the air. Shu Shu, it seems like you have a different smell. What smell? Yin Shu looked at him in confusion. Asu's nine-tail swayed gently, his silver-white eyes slightly squinting, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Shu Shu, this smell. We haven't smelled it before. He moved closer, but the enchanting expression on his face showed discomfort. For some reason, this scent makes me feel uneasy. Aho nodded vigorously. Yes, I feel uneasy too. Aling remained still. Ah-chun tilted his head, wanting to sniff, but fearing that this action might offend the female lord. He could only endure it. After hearing them, Yin Shu quickly lowered her head and sniffed herself vigorously. Since the past few days had been spent either on the road or rushing, and now that she had just settled down, she hadn't tea-bathed for 2 or 3 days, feeling quite smelly. She looked disgusted. Of course it's uncomfortable after not bathing for so long. Suddenly, Yin Shu thought of something and looked at Ah-chun. Ah-chun, can't you control water wool? Can you help me take a bath? Ah-chun nodded. My lady, I can. This was certainly a small matter he could handle. Then, Ah-chun was pulled by Yin Shu into the house. When Ah-chun saw the female lord unhesitatingly begin to undress, he immediately froze, his face turning completely red, even his ears turning bright red. My lady. Ah-chun hurriedly turned around, awkwardly covering his eyes, his voice stuttering. You can't just, this is not appropriate. Yin Shu remained calm and continued to deftly take off her outer garment. What's inappropriate? How can I take a shower without undressing? After being trained by Su and the others, the little shyness she had before was long gone. Anyway, they're all her men. It's fine to let them see. Hearing her nonchalant tone, Ah-chun felt even more embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and quickly waved his hand, causing the surrounding water to swiftly converge into a semi-transparent water curtain, separating Yin Shu and completely obscuring her figure. At that moment, the Su Aho and Aling in the courtyard saw Yin Shu wrapped in the water curtain and instantly understood what was happening, their expressions becoming subtle. Chapter 94. Comfortable is comfortable. But what about this tale? Standing under the water curtain created by Ah-chun, warm water flowed evenly over Yin Shu's body, instantly reminding her of the days she took showers in her past life. She closed her eyes, feeling the touch of the water, and was filled with emotion. The temperature was just right, washing away her fatigue without being cold enough to make her shiver. This kind of personalized service made her feel extravagantly indulgent. Ah-chun, you are really amazing. Yin Shu couldn't help but praise, her tone filled with joy. The water flow is so well controlled, and the temperature is just perfect. You're simply a genius in the bathing world. As she spoke, she raised her hand to splash some water on her face, the cool droplets sliding over her skin, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. This was probably the most comfortable bath Yin Shu had taken since arriving in this world. Ah-chun, hearing her straightforward compliment, was stunned. his ears instantly turning a deep shade of red. His movements became hesitant, almost causing the water flow to stop as he stammered a response. Madam, as long as you like it, this is what I should do. Yin Shu, fully immersed in her enjoyment, said Chun. Will you stay with me when I take a bath in the future? Chen's face was already flushed, his head lowered, too shy to look at her. His voice getting softer. Okay, as long as Madam needs me. Su, unable to watch any longer, narrowed his silver eyes slightly, flicked his tail, and let out a soft snort. Ho and Ling also looked displeased, one crossing his arms and the other frowning slightly, their eyes clearly showing dissatisfaction. Ho was the first to speak, a hint of defiance in his voice. Shu, it's just a bath. What's there to praise? I can do this too. Su followed with a cold laugh, swaying his tail leisurely. Humph, controlling water temperature is nothing. Shu, wait until I create a dream for you. That would be real relaxation. Although Ling didn't speak, his gaze was fixed on Chun, clearly not planning to let this go easily. Chen's rosy cheeks quickly returned to normal, albeit a bit pale, seeing that he had scared Chun like this. Su couldn't help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? We're not targeting you. Yin Shu heard this and also laughed, shaking her head. You all, each one loves to vie for attention. Chen finally realized that Su and the others were trying to attract the female adult's attention because the female adult liked him very much now. Being able to make the adult so happy filled his chest with a little pride. As soon as Yin Shu stepped out of the room, she felt several scorching gazes directed at her. She looked up and saw Su, Ho, Ling, and Chun all standing not far away, staring at her in unison. For a moment, no one spoke, as if frozen by the scene before them. The dim light outside the window fell on Yin Shu. The mist gently rising, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a lazy yet natural beauty. The clean clothes she wore made her appear particularly fresh. Her delicate features flushed from the recent bath, making it hard for anyone to look away. Ho was the first to react, swallowing hard as a blush quickly spread across his face. Shu, Before he could finish, Su quickly stepped forward, gently flicking a wet strand of hair aside with a smile. Shu, your hair is still wet. You'll catch a cold. Ling stood silently to the side, his gaze deep as if holding 1,000 words. He didn't express urgency like a Ho and Su, but gently pushed the towel he was holding towards her. Before Yin Shu could react, she felt Su's gentle movement. He carefully used the towel to dry her hair, applying just the right amount of pressure, neither too light nor too rough. Seeing this, Ho immediately squeezed in, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance to lose. Shu, I can help you too. However, as soon as he reached out, he accidentally pulled too hard, causing Yin Shu to gasp in pain. Hearing her cry, Ho quickly released his hand, his face filled with panic and regret. Shu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Su couldn't help but laugh coldly, his tone dripping with unhidden pride. Ho, you're really clumsy. It's better not to move around. Let me do it. Ho scratched his head, conceding, okay. Su's movements became even gentler, his tail flicking as he carefully dried her hair. Yin Shu slightly closed her eyes, allowing Su to carefully wipe her hair, the soft towel gliding gently through her strands, bringing a comfortable sensation. This service is not bad, she said half-jokingly, a faint smile gracing her lips, clearly satisfied with the treatment. Upon hearing her praise, Su's tail flicked proudly, and he became more meticulous in his actions. Fearing he might not do perfectly, his 9 tails gently encircled her, as if declaring his territory. Seeing this, Ho scratched his head in dissatisfaction and couldn't help but say, Shu, I also want to massage your shoulders, can I? Yin Shu opened her eyes, glanced at him, and smiled deeper. Next time. Ho immediately grinned, nodding foolishly. Okay, next time I'll be gentle. Ling stood silently to the side, quietly offering a cup of warm water. Madam, drink some water. Yin Shu took the cup, looked up at him, and smiled. Thank you, Ling. She leisurely leaned back in the chair, slowly sipping the warm water Ling had offered, the smile on her lips unwavering. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is the peak of life. Su's tail continued to gently dry her hair, his movements soft as if afraid to hurt her. Chun stood to the side, holding a pile of fruits he had somehow gathered, carefully selecting as if pondering which one was most suitable to present to the adult. Ling stood silently on another side, seemingly ready to do anything for her at any moment. Ho felt awkward standing by, knowing he was clumsy. Yin Shu half closed her eyes, observing this scene, feeling like a moving statue, surrounded by loyal followers. She couldn't help but feel a bit smug. After all, Her judgment was pretty good. None of these males disappointed her. Just as Yin Shu was enjoying her moment of pride, she suddenly felt a gentle touch around her waist. Looking down, she saw one of Asu's 9 tails quietly wrapping around her waist like a soft satin ribbon, slowly tightening. Ever since Asu entered his estrus period, his big tail had transformed into 9 tails and hadn't changed back. Asu, what are you doing again? Yin Shu asked, her lips twitching in exasperation. Asu's face broke into a smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Shu, I'm helping you relax. Didn't you just say it felt good? Comfortable is comfortable. But your tail. Yin Shu was about to say something else when she felt the tail gently sweep past her waist, bringing a wave of tingling sensation that made her shiver slightly. Chapter 95. I don't mind disturbing your group. Mating. Yin Shu froze for a moment, then shot a glance at Asu, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Asu, when will your tail calm down a bit? Asu looked down at his 9 swaying tails, still wearing that lazy and charming smile. Shu, it's not that I'm not calm. They want to get close to you themselves. As he spoke, another tail lightly brushed against her wrist, eliciting a soft feeling, as if it were acting coy. Yin Shu gritted her teeth and pressed down on one of Su's tails, trying to make it behave, but that tail seemed to have a mind of its own, gently wrapping around her wrist, soft as a cloud. Asu. Yin Shu couldn't help but call out again, her tone already tinged with helplessness. Stop pushing your luck. Asu lowered his head, his eyes carrying a hint of innocence and mischief, but the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't fade. Shu, you like my tail. I'm just letting them keep you company. How is that pushing my luck? Yin Shu was momentarily at a loss for words by his remark, and as she felt that irresistible urge to touch his tail again, her heart softened a little. Aho, witnessing this, couldn't help but complain from the side. Asu, don't get too proud. Shu touches your tail because it's fluffy. If I had so many tails, Shu would definitely prefer to touch mine. Asu turned his head, raising an eyebrow at him, his tone full of pride. Then wait until you grow 9 tails and we'll talk. Aho, furious, clenched his fist, but had no way to refute, scratching his head instead. Just wait, I'll have my chance to make Shu touch me. Aling lowered his head, concealing the fleeting loneliness in his eyes. He knew that his cold and slippery touch made adults instinctively avoid him. As Aling thought of this, he clenched his fingers, trying hard to maintain a calm demeanor. His gaze slightly averted and unexpectedly met Yin Shu's eyes. Looking at his downcast gaze, the unhidden loneliness in his eyes made her heart soften slightly. She stepped forward and gently touched his arm. What's wrong? Asu watched as Yin Shu tenderly touched Aling's arm, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Shu is so considerate to everyone. This always warms his heart. Aling raised his head slightly, meeting Yin Shu's concerned gaze, his throat moving, seeming a bit at a loss. When he spoke, his voice was low, adult. I'm fine. Just as the atmosphere became sufficiently ambiguous, Yin Shu felt herself heating up. The door was knocked. Xiaoluoga pushed the door open and walked in, her gaze sweeping across the scene in the room, immediately stopping on the subtly charged trio. Yin Shu stood in the center, her face slightly flushed, seemingly still recovering from an unexplained warmth. Aling had his head down, his ears red as if they could bleed, looking awkward and shy. As for Su, he lazily leaned against the side, his silver tail slowly swaying, wearing a smile that seemed both present and absent. Aho knelt on one knee beside, looking like he was seeking affection. Am I interrupting at a bad time? Xiaoluoga raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Didn't he expect you all to be so lively? Yin Shu finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Xiaoluoga. Is there something? Xiaoluoga curled her lips, of course. I came because there's something, otherwise do you think I want to disturb your group mating? Saying this, her gaze shifted between Asu and Aling, her smile growing more meaningful. Be serious. Yin Shu shot her an annoyed glare. What's the matter? Damn it. Even group mating can be said out loud. Tomorrow we have to move, and it will be early. Xiaoluoga finally put away her smile, her tone becoming a bit more serious. Don't stay up too late tonight. I'm worried you want to get up. Yin Shu. If she had something in her hands, she would definitely throw it. After Xiaoluoga finished speaking, without waiting for Yin Shu to respond, she waved her hand and left gracefully. The room fell silent, and Yin Shu couldn't help but rub her forehead and sigh, just about to say something when she felt Asu's tail quietly wrap around her waist again. She turned her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth. Asu, put your tail away. Asu blinked innocently, but the tail didn't loosen. Instead, it tightened a bit more. Shu, don't take what she said to heart. We are completely innocent. Completely innocent? Yin Shu scoffed, reaching out to pat the tail wrapped around her. Then shouldn't your tail be a bit more innocent first? Asu immediately pretended not to hear, but the tail obediently loosened a little, while Aho took the opportunity to lean over, awkwardly smiling. Shoo shoo. We need to rest well for tomorrow's early move. Yin Shu took a deep breath, looking at these guys crowding in front of her, trying to please her, ultimately waving her hand helplessly. All right, stop talking. Let us sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Hearing this, although they felt a bit dissatisfied, they nodded obediently, each gathering their emotions to prepare for rest. But the smiles in their eyes still couldn't be hidden. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sounds of a busy crowd filled the courtyard. Yin Shu was awakened by a slight shaking, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Asu half kneeling by the bed, looking at her with a smile. Shu Shu, it's time to get up. We have to travel today. You hate dragging things out the most, don't you? She rubbed her eyes, half sitting up, only to find that the others had already packed and were ready to go. Aho was managing the luggage beside her. A Ling quietly leaned against the door, holding a child in his arms while keeping an eye on the movements outside. Meanwhile, a Chun was carefully feeding the baby. Yin Shu felt a bit embarrassed by the scene and quickly got up to dress, stretching. You all woke up so early. She had even set an alarm with the system, but she still ended up waking up late. It's still quite early, Shu Shu. Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Asu held a warm towel, gently wiping Yin Shu's hands, his movements tender and focused, as if holding a priceless treasure. Yin Shu looked at his lowered eyelashes, unable to help but smile, softly saying, You all take such good care of me that I'm almost getting used to it. Aho walked over, holding a clean set of clothes, grinning foolishly. Shu Shu, it's our duty to take care of you. We all really like you. Yin Shu shot him a glare, but the smile in her eyes was hard to hide. You're just sweet-talking. Hurry up and put the clothes down. I'll change myself. A Ling and a Chun were coaxing the baby nearby, each holding one, the small heads moving slightly in the swaddling, occasionally making soft, gooey cooing sounds. By the time Yin Shu finished tidying herself up and walked out of the room, a Ling and a Chun had already brought the two children over. A Ling handed the baby to her arms, whispering, Shu Shu, the baby has gained quite a bit of weight recently. Yin Shu nodded, gently holding the baby. The child seemed to sense the familiar scent and turned its little head slightly towards her, nuzzling softly. A Chun stood beside, quietly saying, Adult, if she bites you again, why not skip feeding tomorrow? Right now, the baby is fed once a day, but even so, the baby is growing very quickly. Chapter 96. Everyone s blushing. Heartbeats quickening, Yin Shu thought for a moment and finally nodded. She held the little one in her arms, knowing full well that children in this world were indeed different from those in her own. Having just been born not long ago, they were growing so quickly that even now the little girls had already sprouted teeth, and biting did hurt a bit. The little one's mouth opened and closed gently, seemingly sensing the smell of milk as she clung to Yin Shu's clothes, her little head nuzzling restlessly in her embrace. She lightly patted the child's small back. She really liked her two daughters. It's just that usually she was teased by Asu and the others, and the children didn't need her to hold them or take care of them, so she often forgot that she had given birth to two kids. Yin Shu looked down at the child, tentatively poking the little tooth tip with her fingertip again, feeling both amused and helpless. This little one looked soft and cute, yet her strength was surprisingly great. She sighed softly, adjusted her position, and began to feed the child. The little one leaned in, skillfully drinking the milk, making small sucking noises. Yin Shu looked down at the tender little face in her arms, unconsciously revealing a gentle maternal smile. Her expression was calm and full of affection, completely unaware of the reactions of Asu and the others not far away. Asu, who had been lazily leaning against the doorframe, suddenly felt his smile stiffen slightly, and a faint blush crept up to his ears. He blinked and tried to divert his gaze, but his eyes seemed to have a mind of their own, uncontrollably glancing back at Yin Shu. Aho and a Ling were not much better off. Aho scratched his head in a silly manner, but his gaze seemed to be drawn to something, staring blankly at the child in Yin Shu's arms and her actions, his face showing embarrassment and shyness. As for a Ling, although his expression was a bit calmer than the other two, a subtle ripple flickered in his eyes. He lowered his gaze, trying to hide his emotions, but the faint pink tint on his ears betrayed him. A Chun, holding his daughter in his arms, lowered his head, feeling as if he were nailed to the spot. He was originally just waiting for a Ling's daughter to finish drinking before it was his child's turn. But the sound of the child sucking made his face turn even redder. He didn't dare to look up, his hands awkwardly supporting his daughter's small body, his ears almost smoking with embarrassment. Clearly, this was just a very ordinary thing, But the atmosphere at this moment made him so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he even breathed much more lightly, afraid of disturbing the adults and the child. The entire room seemed to be filled with a strange atmosphere, subtle and ambiguous. While Yin Shu was lost in thought, the little one in her arms suddenly became restless, opening her mouth to bite down again. She gasped immediately, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ouch, you little girl, biting again? The little one, however, seemed completely unaware of her misdeed, happily biting away. Her round eyes full of innocence, even making cooing noises. Ling moved swiftly and decisively, his pale face tense, clearly angered by the little one's actions. His long fingers gently pinched the child's chin, threatening her with a no-biting gesture, his voice low, "No biting adults." The little one was startled by her father's action, her round eyes immediately filling with a layer of mist, her mouth pouting slightly, seemingly on the verge of crying. Ling's movements were quick and decisive. He picked up his daughter while gently cradling her in his arms, as if to distance her from the opportunity to continue her mischief. The mist in the little one's eyes grew thicker, her little mouth pouting severely, making a few soft, aggrieved sounds as if pleading for her mother's help. Yin Shu watched this scene, unable to help but laugh lightly and softly sighed. "Ling, she's still just a child, don't scare her like that." Ling looked down at his daughter in his arms, his calm eyes flickering slightly as if stung by the little one's aggrieved expression. But he still maintained a stern face. "She bit you. She needs to know it's wrong." Yin Shu knew she couldn't interfere with the father's guidance of his child. So she reached out to gently pat the little one's back, soothingly saying, "Be good, don't cry, mommy's not angry." The little one seemed to understand her mother's comfort, her tears gradually stopping, her small hands still clutching her father's clothes, trying hard to reach for her mother, clearly wanting to stay in Yin Shu's embrace. Seeing this, Ling's cold demeanor finally softened a bit. She has had enough milk today. Saying this, he moved aside with his daughter. At this moment, Chen's expression became tense. Holding his daughter, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. "Ling, how about today? Today she doesn't drink. She might bite too." Yin Shu smiled gently, reaching out to take the little one from Chen's arms, her movements slightly awkward. "It's okay. We start weaning tomorrow. Today they still need to drink once. If one baby drinks, how can the other not drink?" Although Chan looked very nervous, he obediently handed over the child. But his eyes were filled with unease. "If she bites you, you must tell me, aye." Once the little one was in her mother's arms, she immediately began to happily coo, waving her chubby little hands as if expressing her joy. Yin Shu looked down at her daughter, her smile becoming even softer. The little mermaid was timid, just like her father. Her small head nestled in her mother's embrace, her chubby little hands tentatively grabbing Yin Shu's clothes, her little face full of dependence and reassurance. Yin Shu watched her daughter's obedient appearance, her heart softened, and she couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke her soft hair. "Be good, after drinking, don't fuss." Chun stood by, his gaze firmly following the little mermaid in Yin Shu's arms, his whole body tense, as if ready to rush over to rescue her at any moment. The little one was indeed obedient, cooing for a while before quietly drinking milk, her soft tail gently patting Yin Shu's arm, as if expressing her delight. Su watched with red eyes, and when he inadvertently saw the small female throwing out a red, his eyes turned even redder. Aho cried outright, "Juju, I want a child too. Now Su has one, but I don't." He was truly crying, tears streaming down his face, his voice full of grievance. "Juju, I want a child too. Now Su has one, but I don't." The room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the little mermaid stopped moving, curiously staring at the giant crying baby in front of her. Yin Shu felt a bit sorry for him. Well, currently he was the only one without a child. Even Jean Long, whom she had only met once, had one. She had to be fair about this. Chapter 97. A man who works hard is handsome. Yin Shu looked at Aho's face full of grievance and gently said, all right, don't cry, Aho. Having children depends on fate. You can't rush it." Aho sniffled, looking at her with wide eyes, his voice tinged with a bit of grievance. "But I really want to have a child, Juju. I also want my own little baby like a Ling and the others." Yin Shu helplessly rubbed her temples and patted his shoulder. "All right, once things settle down, we'll consider this matter. You need to focus on the relocation for now, okay?" Hearing this, Aho's eyes immediately lit up, not bothering to wipe away the tear stains on his face, grinning like a big child. "Juju, you said that once things settle down, we can, right?" "MHM." Yin Shu nodded, her gaze gentle. "But you have to remember, behave well, and don't make me angry, okay?" Got it. Aho repeatedly nodded, his honest smile bright as the sun. The little mermaid daughter didn't fuss or bite her. After drinking her fill, she lay softly in Yanshu's arms. Her small mouth slightly open, contentedly letting out a little burp, her tail gently splashing, clearly enjoying her meal. Yanshu looked down at the little one in her arms, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting into a gentle smile. She gently patted the little mermaid's back and said softly, "So good." Chun leaned forward, carefully taking their daughter from Yanshu's arms, his movements as light as if he were holding a fragile treasure. After the two little ones were fed, it was almost time to leave. Yanshu tidied up the last of her clothing, ensuring that her cloak wrapped her up tightly from head to toe, and slightly raised her head to glance at the already prepared group. Chun carefully held the two satisfied little ones in his arms, a hint of cautious tension on his face, as if afraid that a moment of carelessness would wake the two children who were sleeping soundly. Aho stood nearby with a backpack, his sturdy figure providing a sense of reassurance. Asu lazily leaned against the doorframe, his nine tails swaying casually, but his gaze was closely following Yanshu, as if he would jump into action at her slightest word. As for Ling, he stood at the back of the line, his movements silent and swift, always ready to handle any unexpected situation. Yanshu adjusted the edges of her cloak, confirming everything was in order before nodding. "Let's go." The group began to move forward slowly, the morning mist enveloping the road ahead, creating a hazy scene. The new residence was nestled by mountains and water, surrounded by lush hills embracing a clear stream, resembling a secluded paradise. Many tribes had already gathered here, each dividing the mountain tops based on the number and strength of females, forming a subtle balance. By the time the elder led Yanshu's group to their destination, many members of the tribes were already busy at the foot of the mountain, constructing habitats or transporting supplies, the scene lively yet orderly. With Yanshu and her two little females joining, the tribe's overall prestige significantly increased. Because the children had a noble lineage and Yanshu was carrying twins, this divine blessing gave their tribe an absolute advantage in negotiations. Under the elders' leadership, the tribe successfully acquired an entire mountaintop. This location was superior, not only rich in water sources but also surrounded by vast fruit orchards and medicinal herb growth areas, making it the most suitable place to live in the entire region. Standing on a flat area halfway up the mountain, Yanshu slowly scanned the environment of her new home, listening to the babbling of the stream and the chirping of birds not far away. She squinted at the busy figures, sunlight casting on their shoulders and backs, outlining distinct muscle lines, sweat sliding down those lines, reflecting a healthy sheen. Aho walked to the front, carrying two thick logs, striding confidently, a hearty smile on his face, occasionally glancing back at Yanshu's direction, as if waiting for a compliment. Asu moved gracefully with one log, though not as strong as Aho. His calm demeanor exuded an indescribable charm. Achun was slightly less strong, but moved very steadily, gritting his teeth as he dragged a log over, sweat dampening the bangs on his forehead, sticking to the side of his face. He immediately blushed and looked down shyly when he noticed Yanshu looking at him. Ling, on the other hand, was brisk and efficient, silently moving the heaviest log, his pale skin glimmering slightly in the sunlight, making him appear as a blend of ice and fire, calm yet full of strength. Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle softly, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. "You're all working hard, my males." Upon hearing this, Aho immediately turned his head, grinning foolishly. Shoo, don't worry. With us here, this place will definitely be beautiful." Yanshu nodded. She only needed to watch her daughter playing in the puddle. There was no need for her to keep an eye on everything. Ling and Chun would come over to take care of things. Yanshu half closed her eyes, lying on a chair enjoying the sunlight, the little mermaid in her arms quietly sleeping, surrounded by warm sunlight and fresh air. She had originally thought today would be a peaceful day until a few unfamiliar females appeared in her line of sight. They looked like members of nearby tribes, dressed in their respective tribal attire. After glancing around the mountaintop, their attention was quickly drawn to the busy Asu and the others. A few pairs of eyes were fixed on the shirtless males, their gazes filled with undisguised admiration and a hint of amazement. However, when they looked at Yanshu, especially at the little mermaid in her arms and the female cub beside her, their attitudes softened instantly. Everyone approached her with friendly smiles, their tone particularly warm. "You must be the newcomer? Your tribe is quite impressive to have secured such a great place." Yanshu felt a bit nervous. Sensing something was off, she shifted her position, sitting up straighter, looking at the group of females, her expression calm, yet her gaze alert. After all, every time unfamiliar people came around, it often led to some headaches. One of the females, noticing her tension, quickly smiled and waved her hand. Don't be afraid. We're just here to say hello. We'll all be living nearby from now on. Perhaps we can look out for each other. Hearing this, Yinshu forced a smile and nodded. Hello. Although her tone was polite, her attitude was somewhat distant, clearly not intending to engage in deep conversation with them. However, the females did not retreat because of this. One of them smiled even more warmly. This mountaintop is really nice with a nearby water source and flat land. It must be very comfortable to live here. Another female casually glanced at Sue and the others moving the logs, a hint of envy in her tone. Your males. All seem pretty good, looking quite capable. Soon, Yinshu realized what they were here for. Furrowing her brows slightly, she looked at the females. A trace of confusion in her tone. Forming a union? What does that mean? One of the females moved a bit closer, her tone enthusiastic yet carrying a hint of secret excitement. It's like this, several nearby tribes have decided to unite to form a council. Since you've given birth to 2 females, you can join directly without any tests. This council is a paradise specially designed for us females. Paradise? Yinshu's brows furrowed even deeper. Another female quickly took over the conversation, her face full of smiles. Don't misunderstand. This is a good place. All the males from the participating tribes will be gathered together, and every month we females can choose males in advance, no longer needing to rely on luck like before. Moreover, females who join this council can receive a sum of money each month, which is said to be an incentive for our participation. After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yinshu's eyes. Money every month? What about the males? Are they willing? The females exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat subtle. Then the sweetest smiling female spoke up. Of course the males are willing. This way they have more chances to be chosen by females. Isn't that better? Yinshu squinted her eyes, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling quite speechless inside. She replied in a neutral tone. Thank you for telling me about this. I will consider it. Seeing her cold attitude, the enthusiasm on the females' faces waned a bit, but they still forced a smile. Don't you want to join? Listening to their probing, Yinshu smiled lightly, raised her hand to gently touch her belly, and calmly said, I'm pregnant. There are 4 males at home, and none of them have children yet. Once I've arranged everything for each of them, I'll consider other matters. As soon as she said this, several females were immediately stunned, their enthusiasm instantly turning into shock. Pregnant? The leading female, who had been smiling sweetly, suddenly raised her voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. So soon? Another female widened her eyes and couldn't help but scrutinize Yinshu up and down, her gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions. Envy and jealousy intertwined. You just got here not long ago, right? Moreover, not only does she look so striking, but she also got pregnant so quickly. The others were clearly shaken by this news, exchanging glances as if to confirm they hadn't misheard. Yinshu's lips curled slightly, her smile calm and unhurried, yet exuding a sense of leisurely confidence. What's so strange about this? All the males at home are quite good. Getting pregnant is just a natural thing, right? Her words were delivered casually, but her tone carried a composed pride that left the females momentarily speechless. She didn't even explain that it was from the journey. You really are impressive. One female managed to force a smile, her tone laced with deep envy. Yinshu raised her eyebrows slightly, a faint smile curling at her lips. It's nothing special, so I can only politely decline your inquiry. Sorry about that. The females quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, No problem, we understand. Yinshu thought the topic would end there. But one female suddenly leaned in closer and lowered her voice to ask, do you have any secret methods? Or tricks? Secret methods? Yinshu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what the other meant, her cheeks stiffening for a moment. She unconsciously lowered her eyelids, replying in a dry tone, No, where would I get any secret methods? Another female looked at her with a face full of skepticism, continuing to press. Really none? We usually find it hard to get pregnant, yet you managed so quickly, and you had twins before. How could you not have some special way? Yinshu's smile was nearly unsustainable, her lips twitching awkwardly, but internally she was already rolling her eyes in frustration. Familiar lines, familiar scenarios. How come even in a different place, someone still cares about this? I really don't have anything special, it's just because of my race, I guess. She replied perfunctorily, feeling that this conversation was utterly ridiculous. After Yinshu finished speaking, the female still looked somewhat doubtful. But it seemed they had found a reasonable explanation and nodded in agreement, their tone carrying a hint of realization. So what is your race? Can you tell us? Yinshu was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, a faint smile appearing on her face. I'm a rabbit. A rabbit? The several females exchanged glances, clearly surprised, then suddenly seemed to understand something, as rabbits tend to have many offspring. Yinshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Glad she had discussed this with Asu beforehand. The traits of rabbits allowed her pregnancy frequency to seem reasonable, especially with the occasional twin births. Other races might raise suspicions, but rabbits definitely wouldn't. No wonder. One female exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy, "You rabbit people really have a natural advantage. It's so easy for you to get pregnant." Exactly, let alone twins. It's hard for us to even have one. Another nodded in agreement. Yinshu maintained her outward calm, but inside, she felt somewhat helpless. Shu, you need a rest now. Asu's voice was low, carrying an undeniable tone. His 9 tails casually flicking as if asserting some kind of dominance. Yet his tone remained gentle. You're not well. You can't stay out for too long. Yinshu watched him saunter over lazily, that unintentional possessiveness making her lips twitch slightly. But she didn't rebut. She knew Asu was doing this on purpose, trying to drive away those who still wanted to pry for more information. Yinshu, who already looked frail and delicate, was naturally believed by the females. After all, she was pregnant. If something happened, they would also be at fault. Once the females left, Asu slowly walked to Yinshu's side, his 9 tails casually drooping. Surrounding her in the center, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Shu, you're becoming more and more like a female adult now. Yinshu lazily leaned back in her chair, glancing at him. I'm not a female adult? Asu's smile deepened as he leaned closer to Yinshu, his voice laced with affection. Yes, you are the most beautiful female adult. His 9 tails moved restlessly, the fluffy tips occasionally brushing against Yinshu's arm, sending a tingle through her. Yinshu slightly turned her body, casting a sideways glance at him, her tone playful. Asu, is your tail getting more unruly? Shu, they dislike you too much. Asu replied confidently, wrapping his tail gently around her waist and leisurely adding, just like me. Yinshu raised a hand to poke his soft tail, lazily leaning back against the chair, her gaze casually sweeping over him. All right, stop teasing. I'm exhausted. But Asu wouldn't miss this chance to tease her, leaning down closer, his silver eyes narrowing slightly, his tone intentionally lower. Shu, I've never felt tired. Yinshu felt her ears heat up from his words, and she raised her foot to kick him, but he nimbly dodged, laughing triumphantly. Shu, being so fierce. You're really becoming more and more like a female adult. Chapter 99. Yinshu helps Ahu take a bath on a stormy night. Rain pounded against the window, the wind and rain outside intertwining into a blur, while the indoor lights were dimmed and tranquil. Yinshu leaned back in her chair, the sound of the storm outside filling her ears, but her heart was wandering elsewhere. As she aimlessly glanced outside the window, the scenes from earlier that day unconsciously surfaced in her mind. That was Ahu. His mood seemed off lately. Although he still worked hard, he always appeared somewhat distracted. What left her both amused and exasperated was that he had learned some little tricks from somewhere, wearing the simplest shorts every day and casually flaunting them in front of her. The daytime scenes vividly replayed in her mind, making her feel both helpless and instinctively attentive. His strong body glistened slightly in the sunlight, solid muscles outlining smooth and powerful lines, while his tan skin radiated a healthy glow. Water droplets slid down his broad shoulders, meandering down his chest, eventually disappearing into the fabric at his waist, vaguely outlining a perfect body proportion. He walked with steady steps, wildness and nature intertwined, resembling a wolf in heat. It was mainly that inadvertently revealed charm that made it hard for one to look away. On this thunderstorm night, she instinctively thought of these things. Ahu must be scared, right? Imagining his big but timid figure, Yinshu's lips curled slightly. Yinshu sighed and ultimately stood up, putting on her cloak and pushing open the door to step into the rain. The rain pelted her shoulders, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. But her steps remained unhesitant. Although Ahu seemed honest and strong, he was actually quite timid. Usually it was only when Asu was around, along with herself, that he could act bold. Yinshu searched several likely places and finally found him in the kitchen. The kitchen was dimly lit in a patch of damp mud, and Ahu was curled up in the corner, soaked through, covered in mud, with disheveled hair sticking to his face, looking utterly miserable. Ahu, what happened to you? Yinshu was momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing her voice, Ahu suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a moment of surprise and grievance. He moved his lips, but said nothing, just stood up, lowering his head like a big boy who had done something wrong. Seeing him like this, Yinshu's heart softened instantly. She shook her head, sighed, and walked over to pat his shoulder. Where did you get all this mud? Aho opened his mouth to explain, but didn't know where to start. His gaze fell on the puddle of mud on the ground, and his shoulders slightly shrugged, as if he felt a bit embarrassed. Lowering his head, his tone filled with regret, I just wanted to try and see if I could not be afraid of thunder. But then, Yinshu raised her eyebrows, watching his silly expression, patiently waiting for him to continue. Aho scratched his head, his eyes a bit unfocused, his voice getting softer. Not long after I stood in the yard, there was a particularly loud thunder, and I was so scared that my legs went weak. I wanted to run, but didn't get far, tripped, and ended up rolling around on the ground. He looked up at Yinshu and added, then I quickly ran to the kitchen. Yinshu looked at him, covered in mud, and thought of the image of him rolling on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. So you roll from the yard to the kitchen? Aho nodded, his face turning bright red, like a big child who had done something wrong, quietly saying, yes, yes. Yinshu sighed and couldn't help but pinch his ear. You silly guy, why are you so foolish? Aho's ears instantly turned red, his gaze flickering, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. Shoo, I just didn't want you to think I was useless. Is it especially embarrassing to be afraid of thunder? Yinshu released her hand, her tone softening. So what if you're afraid of thunder? Everyone has things they're afraid of. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's great that you're trying to overcome it. Just don't make such a mess next time. Aho's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he grinned foolishly. Shoo, you're really nice. He wanted to nuzzle against her. Yinshu quickly dodged, saying, don't rub against me. You'll make me dirty. Seeing the disdainful expression on Yinshu's face, Aho instantly froze, scratching the back of his head, his smile becoming a bit awkward. I am a bit dirty. Yinshu unceremoniously reached out to block his approaching head, her tone clearly filled with disdain. You're not just a bit dirty. You're practically a mud person. Don't come over here. Hurry up and take a shower. Aho looked down at himself, noticing that he was almost completely dirty, especially his arms and legs covered in mud, and even some grass stuck in his hair. He chuckled foolishly, then, Shoo, I'm going to wash now. After saying that, he walked out while looking back 3 times and couldn't help but ask, Shoo, can I come see you after I finish washing? Yinshu helplessly rubbed her forehead and waved her hand. Let us talk after you're clean. Watching him excitedly run out, she shook her head and muttered softly, this guy is really a big, foolish child. Just as Yinshu was about to sit down, she suddenly heard a deafening thunder outside, accompanied by a gust of wind. Immediately after, she saw Aho's huge figure rush into the room at an unbelievable speed, almost knocking down the doorframe. His face was full of terror, mud still dripping from his feet, shaking like a frightened big dog. Shoo, it thundered again. He lunged in front of Yinshu, his hands almost grabbing her arms, his voice filled with grievance and fear. Looking at Aho trembling in fear, with that expression of being scared yet trying to hold back his embarrassment, Yinshu's heart softened a little. She sighed helplessly, stood up, walked to his side, and gently patted his shoulder. All right, in this state, you probably wouldn't dare to take a shower alone. I'll help you wash in the kitchen, so you don't come back covered in mud again. Aho's originally stiff body suddenly shook, looking up at her with a gaze filled with surprise and anticipation. Shoo, are you really willing to help me wash? Yinshu glanced at him, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up, her tone teasing. Yeah, what do you want to do otherwise? A big guy afraid of thunder, even needing me to help him wash. How can I not care? Aho's ears turned red, scratching his head, smiling foolishly. Shoo, you're the best. I promise to be good. Then hurry up. Yinshu pushed him impatiently and went to the kitchen to get some hot water. Aho quickly nodded, like he had received some special reward, happily running out. Chapter 100. Aho and Chun take a shower in front of Yinshu. She is thirsty. Yinshu leaned back in her chair, quietly waiting for the hot water to be ready, thinking that Aho should learn these things eventually. She even planned to take this opportunity to get a bit closer to him. After all, he and T been in a good mood lately, and she didn't want to neglect him. Not long after, she heard a commotion outside, accompanied by Aho's familiar voice. Chun, hurry up, be faster. It's about to thunder. She frowned slightly, feeling that this was not a good sign. Sure enough, in the next moment, Aho pushed open the door, followed by a confused-looking Chun. Shoo, Chun can get water much faster than me. Aho grinned, a bit smug. Yinshu looked at the bucket of water in Chun's hand, then at Aho's silly expression, and suddenly felt speechless. All the ambiguous thoughts in her mind were immediately swept away by him. Ah-chun was also in the shower, dragged over by Ah-ho in a hurry. At this moment, Ah-chun hadn't had time to dress properly. His upper body was still damp, his hair sticking to his forehead in disarray. His pant legs rolled up halfway, and he was even wearing his shoes properly. He held the water bucket in one hand, and with the other hand, he awkwardly adjusted his pants, clearly a bit dazed from being rushed over by Ah-ho. Now, being hurriedly pulled into the room, he raised his eyes and immediately saw Yin-shu sitting in the chair, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Their eyes met. Ah-shen, whose clothes were already not neatly worn, suddenly felt the coolness turn into heat all over his body. His cheeks instantly flushed. The water bucket almost slipped from his grip, and he hurriedly set it down, quickly draping his damp outerwear over himself, fidgeting to button it up, even misbuttoning one. "There are adults here," he stammered, his ears completely red. Ah-ho scratched his head innocently, grinning. "Shoo, I thought since Ah-chun could get water, I'd just call him over. It saves time." Yin-shu looked at the blushing Ah-chun in front of her, then at Ah-ho's "aren't I smart?" expression, and couldn't help but sigh and wave her hand. "All right, since you're both here, let Ah-chun help get water for the shower." Upon hearing this, Ah-chun quickly nodded and turned to take the water bucket outside. However, Yin-shu's gaze unintentionally swept over his damp clothes, water droplets dripping down his sleeves, forming little puddles at his feet, and her brows slightly furrowed. "Ah-shen, you're soaked too." Yin-shu stood up, her tone filled with helplessness. "You both might as well wash together." Ah-chun lowered his head, the blush on his face deepening. Hearing Yin-shu's words, he softly responded with a faint his voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. Ah-ho, however, was not shy at all. He strode confidently to the side and skillfully began to take off his clothes. His tall and strong figure revealed firm muscle lines with each movement, his skin showing a healthy wheat color, glistening slightly under the light. He casually shook his hair, his slightly damp short hair giving off a wild aura. Ah-chun, on the other hand, appeared much more bashful. Standing beside Ah-ho, his movements were noticeably slower, as if he was still hesitating. Despite his flushed cheeks, he obediently took off his soaked outer garment, revealing a pale and slender body. Compared to Ah-ho's ruggedness and strength, he appeared even more delicate, with a flat yet firm chest, skin as smooth as jade, like a boy untouched by the world. Yin-shu originally sat back in her chair, facing away from them, intending to give them some privacy. But to her surprise, Ah-ho directly pulled Aiken over and boldly walked in front of her, unabashedly starting to take off his pants. "Shoo, do you think I look good?" Ah-ho grinned, his face showing a hint of anticipation, his tone full of innocence and directness. Yin-shu turned her head at the sound and was met with two completely different appearances. One was beaming with a silly smile, unreservedly showing himself, while the other was blushing to the roots of his ears, looking down and not daring to meet her gaze, his movements exuding shyness. Ah-ho patted Aiken's shoulder. "Aiken, don't be shy. Shoo is not an outsider." She couldn't help but facepalmed, her tone laced with helplessness. "Ah-ho, can you be a bit more honest?" Hearing Yin-shu's complaint, Ah-ho chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "Shoo, I heard it from Su. He said you like us without clothes, and that it would make you happier." "Yin-shu, what nonsense is a Su spouting again?" "It's not nonsense," Ah-ho insisted, his gaze serious as if defending himself. "Su also said that you often watch his tail wagging and that you really like it, which means you like seeing our true selves." Aiken, on the side, felt his ears getting hotter, nearly burying himself in his chest. He bit his lip and said softly, "Oh gee, say less, the adults are getting unhappy." At that moment, Yin-shu had no expression, her eyes devoid of emotion. Ah-ho then realized the atmosphere was off and quickly shut his mouth. Yin-shu looked at him helplessly, her tone carrying a hint of fatigue. "All right, stop listening to Su's nonsense. Quickly wash up and don't mess around anymore." Ah-ho obediently replied with an but from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yin-shu, his face now showing a bit more satisfaction. Outside, lightning flashed, but there was no thunder. Yin-shu was sitting in the chair, holding a cup of warm tea that Aiken had brought over. She regretted not leaving, because these two males had started bathing right in front of her. She tried hard to look down, but her gaze involuntarily drifted over. When Yin-shu saw the scene before her, she was somewhat dazed. Ah-ho's tall figure, with clearly defined muscles, had water droplets sliding down the contours of his skin, each movement exuding a sense of primal strength. Although she tried not to think too much, her eyes seemed to betray her, unable to resist following his movements. Aiken, on the other hand, appeared completely different. His skin was even fairer than Aho's, and the water droplets on him looked particularly bright, as if each drop left a mark on his skin. Despite his efforts to cover himself, she could still sense his shyness. His eyes were always flickering with unease, as if worried that others would notice his awkwardness. Yin Shu felt parched, and she closed her eyes, constantly telling herself to stay calm. But her body's reactions were completely uncontrollable. She clearly realized that she couldn't stay here any longer. But no matter how hard she forced herself to look down, her eyelids couldn't help but slightly lift, looking at the places she shouldn't. After Aho finished bathing, he climbed onto the bed, drying himself off, moving with the glee of a satisfied little wolf cub. Although the thunder still occasionally rumbled outside, his expression had settled down considerably, clearly no longer afraid, due to Yin Shu's company. Aiken, however, appeared much more awkward, carefully sitting at the edge of the bed, hesitating about whether he should leave. But at that moment, with his mood calmed, Yin Shu said to Aiken, "You stay too." She had decided to treat them equally and not show favoritism. Aiken was pulled over. It was still raining and thundering outside, and he was going to sleep with Aho. How could he let him leave alone? That would be too heartless. But when Yin Shu found herself lying between the two of them, she felt uncomfortable. The thunder rumbled outside, occasionally lightning slicing through the sky. Yet the room was eerily quiet. She lay stiffly in the middle, with Aho's broad chest on one side and Aiken's anxious breathing on the other. She tried to relax, but the presence of the two beside her made her tense all over, not even daring to turn over. Mainly, the images of the two bathing kept resurfacing in her mind, leaving her parched. Seeing that Yin Shu had not closed her eyes yet, Aho gently patted her shoulder, his tone a bit ingratiating. Shu, don't worry, sleep well. I promise not to disturb you." Yin Shu shot him a sidelong glance and was about to speak when Aiken on the other side softly said, "Adult, if you're uncomfortable, I can sleep on the side." His voice trembled slightly, his ears already bright red. Yin Shu sighed softly, closed her eyes, and said, "Stop fidgeting, hurry up and sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow." Chapter 1:01 Su sneaks in. Yin Shu mentally prepared herself several times, telling herself that the two beside her were quietly asleep and that nothing would go wrong. She tried to relax, slowly closed her eyes, and worked to let her body succumb to the fatigue disturbed by the thunder. Outside, the rain pattered, accompanied by occasional thunder, filling the room with a stifling humidity. Just as she was about to fall asleep, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She had just frowned and raised her head when the door was pushed open. Chilly air rushed in, along with a slight breeze, wetting a corner of the floor. Asu stood at the door, his white hair slightly damp against his face, his entire figure shrouded in shadow, his silver eyes glinting with a cold light in the dim room. His gaze swept around the room and paused on the three figures on the bed, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. "Oh dear, I guess I came late." His voice was low and lazy, the ending carrying a hint of meaningful laughter, like a fox returning from the storm, silently standing beside its prey. Yin Shu's temples twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, her voice tinged with helplessness. "Asu, what time is it now? Why are you here causing trouble?" Asu seemed not to hear, leisurely walking in, his 9 tails swaying behind him, stirring the fine mist in the air. "On such a cold night, still raining, and you three are warm together, I must feel sorry for myself," he said, his tone carrying a bit of grievance, but smiling with malicious intent. "This big bed looks really warm." As soon as Asu finished speaking, he naturally sat down at the edge of the bed, his white hair gently falling on his shoulders, the damp tips exuding a bit of chill. But his smile was like a flame ignited in the night, hot and bright. Yin Shu looked at his overly familiar demeanor and felt a headache coming on. "Asu, enough, go back to sleep. I'll keep Aho company tonight." Asu turned his head to look at her, ripples appearing in his silver eyes, as if shrouded in a kind of tender affection. Shu, can you bear to? It's stormy outside, and I came through the rain. My tail is almost soaked." "That's because you ran over yourself," Yin Shu retorted. However, Asu smiled even brighter. He reached out a hand and gently lifted his tail, 9 soft, fluffy tails swirling around him. The seemingly casual movement carried an air of captivating elegance. But Shu loves these fluffies the most, doesn't she? Aho was now completely awake, sitting up and saying, "Asu, Shu has already agreed to accompany me." Ah-chun, on the other hand, was curled up on the other side of the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, clearly unable to resist the sudden commotion and trying to minimize his presence. "Accompanying you doesn't stop me from squeezing in. Su said nonchalantly to Aho's question, his nine tails slightly raised with a hint of pride. Isn't it warmer if we all sleep together? Shu took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions about to erupt, and said coldly, Su, if you don't leave, I'll make you go out into the wind and rain to warm up. Su smiled, swaying his tail gently, and leisurely lay down, stating confidently, whatever Shu says goes, but if you force me out, don't blame me for crying to you in the middle of the night. Shu. As expected, this guy is a shameless fox spirit. Su finally got up, as if intending to leave, but his lively eyes kept surveying the layout of the three people on the bed. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shu, such a big bed is a bit wasteful. Isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly walked back to the bedside without a hint of hesitation. Shu froze, realizing that something was off, and hurriedly got up, her tone firm. Su, you. But before she could finish her sentence, Su had already quietly laid down, resting his head directly on her shoulder. Due to the ridiculous size of the bed, the four of them didn't seem too crowded. Su didn't push Chun or Aho away, but simply lay on top of Shu's head. Shu, such a big bed is really a waste. Su laughed, gently sweeping his tail over Shu's shoulder, exuding an irritating ambiguity. It seems I must fill this gap. Shu's eyes widened, hardly believing her ears. You, what's wrong? Su innocently looked up at her. There's so many empty spaces, and Shu still wants to kick me out? He lay down comfortably, paying no attention to her reaction. Shu paused, suddenly recalling the scene when they built this bed. At that time, they had specially made the bed very large for convenience when sleeping together in the future. They had originally thought that with more children later, a bigger bed would be more convenient, but now. Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath, her feelings of frustration and helplessness intertwining into a tangled mess. The reasons they had given for building such a large bed came back to her mind. Back then, she had naively thought it was just for having more space to take care of the children. But who knew, at this moment, it had turned into their premeditated scheme. Su lay beside her, completely disregarding her displeasure, inching even closer, resting his head on her pillow. She could feel his cool breath and the almost suffocating intimacy. When will you have some shame? Shu muttered softly. Su seemed to hear her complaint and turned to smile at her. For Shu, if I weren't thick-skinned, how would I have the chance to be with a female adult today? Shu's forehead twitched, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, closing her eyes to ignore him. She no longer had the energy to argue with this thick-skinned fox and just wanted to fall asleep quickly, seeking peace. But just as she was about to drift off, a pale face always filled with restraint appeared in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Almost forgot about Aling. Now everyone was here except for Aling. If Aling knew about this, he would surely overthink things. That sensitive guy always puts others first while repressing everything himself. Su noticed her emotional fluctuation and looked down at her, gently asking, Shu, what's wrong? Before Shu could speak, Su had already leaned down, teasingly asking, Shu, are you thinking about Aling? Chapter 102. This guy is using charm again. Shu let out a deep sigh, her fingers gently pinching the bed sheet, as if trying to suppress her chaotic thoughts. She forced herself to calm down, avoiding Su's teasing gaze but still feeling his mischievous eyes fixed on her. How do you know? She spoke in a low voice, filled with helplessness. Su slowly leaned closer, almost touching Shu's ear, his breath warm and teasingly playful. How do I know? He spoke lowly, drawing out his words. Because you can never hide your thoughts, Shu. When you have something on your mind, your eyes change. He intentionally lowered his voice, pretending to be jealous, especially regarding Aling. Even I can feel how much you care. Shu suddenly felt the warm breath by her ear made her somewhat uncomfortable, slightly turning her head to avoid it, but he only moved closer. Her face involuntarily flushed, while her mind thought, this fox is relentless. How can he always make my heart a mess? You, don't come so close, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of anger. Su didn't mind, instead laughing even more. Shu, what's wrong? Are you shy? He deliberately made his voice more ambiguous, reaching out to gently lift her chin, forcing her to face him. I like you this way. Don't pretend to be calm. Your soft side is the cutest. Shu felt exasperated, pushing his hand away with force, only to find that Su wouldn't budge, drawing even closer. Su, can you just quiet down? She nearly shouted, seeing Shu finally explode. A glint of mischief flashed in Su's eyes as he chuckled softly, standing up and clapping his hands. All right. Shu is unhappy. I'll go call Aling over. While saying this, He deliberately walked slowly towards the door. With such a big bed, it's better to have more people. It's warmer. Yanshu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her fluctuating emotions, her eyes slightly closing. Asu was indeed an endless troublemaker. Knowing he had annoyed her, he still found it amusing. After a while, light footsteps were heard from outside, followed by the door being gently pushed open. Ling stood at the door, his damp hair tips gently falling, droplets glistening under the light. When his gaze landed on the 3 people on the bed, a moment of shock appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, his expression slightly changed, and the tips of his ears quickly turned red. Yanshu instantly saw through his thoughts. Ling misunderstood. He must think tonight was her summons for a group mating. Yanshu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She wanted to explain, but the problem was she was currently lying on this bed, and there were also Aho and Achun on it. This situation was really difficult to explain. Moreover, she had called him over in the middle of the night. This situation was indeed hard to articulate. She could even feel the tension and shyness coming from Ling. Ling. Yanshu finally spoke, her voice low and somewhat helpless. I originally came to accompany Aho, and now that everyone is here, I didn't want to leave you out, so I called you over. She still explained a bit. Upon hearing Yanshu's explanation, Ling was momentarily stunned, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. This made him feel touched. He lowered his head and remained silent, but the slight flush on his ears and his unconscious relaxed posture had already betrayed the fluctuations in his heart. Good adult. Ling softly spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. Yanshu looked at his unassuming demeanor and couldn't help but soften in her heart. She didn't expect him to be so obedient. Ling is really good. She praised softly, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness, and her gaze inadvertently softened. Upon hearing her compliment, Ling's drooping eyelids moved slightly, the redness in his ears becoming even more pronounced. Although he still did not look directly at Yanshu, that shy aura was palpable, as if the air itself was infected by his sensitive emotions. He was not good with words, but that shy expression was more authentic than any words could convey. Ling gently raised his head, his gaze flickering for a moment, adult. His voice remained hoarse, tinged with a hint of unhidden nervousness. Despite Yanshu's gentle tone, he always felt like a pampered little animal, both enjoying this attention and unsure of how to respond. The redness in his ears had not dissipated, as if that one compliment was enough to stir his inner turmoil. Seeing Ling's awkward demeanor, Yanshu's heart softened, and she couldn't help but smile. She gently moved, making space on the bed, and softly patted the empty spot beside her. Ling, come here, don't just stand there. Ling froze for a moment, looking down at the empty spot on the bed, feeling a wave of panic in his heart. He originally planned to sleep in the corner, as adults did not like him in his snake form, and he had always consciously kept his distance, never expecting too much care. But now, seeing Yanshu's gentle gaze and the lightly padded sheets, his heart unexpectedly raced. That warm invitation made him feel a sense of unprecedented surprise, and the shyness in his eyes deepened. Seeing his hesitation, Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle, her tone becoming even gentler. Stop standing there. Come lie down. We're all together. No need to be so reserved. Ling's face flushed. He lowered his head and slowly walked to the edge of the bed. But a surge of indescribable emotions rose in his heart. Although he always preferred to keep his distance, Yanshu's words touched him. Especially when she invited him to lie down beside her, he felt his heartbeat quicken. Ling gently lay down, expecting to feel awkward or uncomfortable, but to his surprise, his body relaxed a lot, even feeling a long-lost comfort. Yanshu slightly turned her body, looking at him with gentle eyes, and seeing him finally lying down. A relaxed smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. All right, sleep. Ling's tense emotions gradually relaxed, and he slowly closed his eyes. The redness in his ears had not completely faded, but he knew that at this moment, he was no longer an outsider, but lying on the same bed with them. Yanshu intended to close her eyes and relax her mind, but suddenly felt the atmosphere around her becoming subtle. She instinctively looked up and saw Asu and the others staring at her, their eyes seemingly filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. Asu slowly leaned closer, his tone flirtatious. Shoo. It seems I also need to work hard to compete. Yanshu was a bit confused. Her gaze shifted to him, just as she was about to ask. She was captivated by his teasing eyes. This guy is using his charm again. Chapter 103. One person gets a turn. Yanshu is tired. Asu leaned in closer, his tone becoming ambiguous. You are so gentle with Ling. Why do you become so soft when you see him? But why are you so fierce with me? Yanshu tried to regain some rationality, but heard Asu continue with a smile. Is it because I'm not gentle enough? Or do you just like his obedient look? I can be obedient and well-behaved. Don't think about random things. She finally spoke, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I'm gentle with you both too. Asu chuckled softly, lifted her chin with his hand, and leaned in to kiss her lips, the action slow and alluring. His kiss brushed across her sensitive skin like a feather, sending ripples through Yin Shu's heart, making her feel as if she had been struck by an electric shock. Unable to help but shrink her neck. Seeing her little girl-like posture, Asu's smile deepened, but he did not let go of her. He buried his head in her neck, inhaling her unique fragrance, greedily sucking on it, as if he wanted to devour her. Now you be gentle for a bit. Let me see if you're gentle with me, he murmured in a low voice, his breath brushing against her ear, making her tremble involuntarily. After taking a few deep breaths, Yinshu barely regained some rationality. She pushed him away, her face flushed. No way, Asu, if you keep this up, I'll get angry. Asu raised his head to look at her, his gaze burning with intensity, as if it were on fire. He licked his lips, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. The way you get angry is so charming. I'm looking forward to it. You, stop messing around. Yinshu gasped, finally breaking free from Asu's embrace and stepping aside, her expression serious. I hope you can be more serious. Asu stared at her for a while before slowly speaking. All right, I understand. His expression was somewhat dejected, like a child who had been wronged. Yinshu, seeing this, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Although she knew Asu was deliberately putting on a pitiful act to gain her sympathy, he was, after all, sincere. She rubbed her forehead, trying to adjust her emotions, and explained in the gentlest voice, Asu, you are my first male, so of course, I'm gentle with you. Although Asu was very pleased with the phrase first male, he still quietly looked at her without speaking. His lowered eyelashes concealed the flickering light in his eyes. All right, I apologize to you. Yinshu sighed. I shouldn't have said that to you. Upon hearing this, Asu's previously dim expression instantly regained its brilliance. He smiled broadly, his beautiful peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons. All right then, as Shushu's first male, I forgive you. Yinshu looked at Asu's radiant smile helplessly, feeling a bit annoyed in her heart. However, she also knew that this guy was never really angry. He was more enjoying her impatience and helplessness. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a warm touch on her shoulder. Eho suddenly leaned over, gently rubbing against her arm, letting out a low, grumbling sound, almost like a spoiled child. That tall and strong exterior now seemed exceptionally adorable, like a big wolf dog seeking its owner's affection. He lay beside her, tilting his head, his eyes sparkling. Then he reached out a big hand, gently grasping Yinshu's wrist with a hint of spoiled intent. Shu, pet me too. Yinshu was taken aback, looking down at that big hand, then at Aho's expectant expression, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement in her heart. This tall and strong guy actually had such a spoiled and obedient side. Thinking about his recent bad mood, she said, you this guy. She still did not refuse, lightly placing her hand on Aho's sturdy shoulder and stroking his back a few times. She could feel his muscles were firm, yet somehow soft. Aho closed his eyes, enjoying her touch, letting out a soft sound. Shushu's hand is so warm. The big wolf dog squinted his eyes in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing two sharp and shiny fangs, extending his tongue to lick her little finger. A warm breath sprayed on her wrist, causing a ticklish and tingling sensation that sent waves of electricity coursing through her body from her feet, making Yinshu involuntarily retract her hand, wanted to break free from that furry big head. However, the wolf dog seemed to see through her actions, firmly gripping her wrist, no matter how much she struggled. It wouldn't budge. Oh! Yinshu's eyes widened, her face flushed. Ahu blinked innocently, as if he didn't understand. Looking at her, Shushu, you. Yinshu was genuinely a bit annoyed. Despite her efforts to remain calm, this guy was simply a big dog. How could he not understand boundaries at all? Seeing her angry, Aho finally reacted. He gently released her wrist and said softly, Shushu, I just wanted you to pet me. His tone carried a hint of reluctance and disappointment, as if he had no awareness of going too far. Looking at Aho's innocent appearance, Yinshu's heart softened a bit. You really? Her gaze fell on Aiken. She had to treat everyone equally. Now that she had already interacted with Sue and the others, she couldn't neglect Aiken. Aiken's snow-white skin appeared even more translucent under the light, quietly sitting by the bed, his eyes carrying a hint of shyness, seemingly waiting for her attention. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the chaos in her heart, revealing a gentle smile. She reached out her hand and gently patted the empty space beside her. Aiken, you come over and lie down too. Aiken's face instantly turned red. He hesitated a bit, glancing at Yin Shu, then slowly moved closer to the bedside. He sat down gently, his gaze downcast, clearly showing some nervousness and unease. Adult. His voice was slightly hoarse, sounding particularly weak. Yin Shu looked at Aiken's shy and obedient demeanor, unable to resist reaching out to gently pat his shoulder hair. Don't be so nervous, come here. Aiken seemed a bit awkward, but ultimately lay down obediently, his back slightly leaning against her side. He still didn't look at her directly, but kept his head down, seemingly trying to hide his inner tension in this way. Yin Shu could feel Aiken's body was somewhat stiff, as if her closeness made him uncomfortable. But she didn't speak immediately. Instead, she gently patted his hand, trying to help him relax a bit. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Her voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of reassurance. Okay. One person had already interacted once. Yin Shu felt that comforting others was really tiring. Chapter 104. I've only met him once. Only slept with him once. The morning sunlight spilled onto the bed through the window. Yin Shu had just woken from a deep sleep. The moment she opened her eyes, she was slightly taken aback, feeling that the atmosphere beside her was somewhat different. She stretched lazily, just about to check on the child, when she suddenly felt a faint burning sensation coming from her ankle. Looking down, she was instantly startled. The dragon scale mark that was originally faint had suddenly emitted a blazing light, the dragon scales becoming dazzlingly bright. Yin Shu wanted to get out of bed, but the light grew increasingly intense, reaching a blinding state. Then a low dragon roar emanated from a mark, the deafening sound making her feel dizzy. What's going on? Yin Shu's heart raced, and in a panic, she reached to grasp her ankle. However, at that moment, the burning sensation intensified, as if some force was spreading out from her ankle. Asu rushed in from outside, and upon seeing Yin Shu's pale complexion and panicked eyes, he instantly realized what had happened. He sat down beside Yin Shu, his expression tense, his lips moving slightly. The mark has awakened. Yin Shu looked at him in confusion. What is the awakening of a mark? What does it mean? Asu's expression turned serious, his tone heavy. The awakening of the mark means that the bond with the male connected to the mark has been fully established. That male will no longer engage with other females unless you die. Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat, hardly believing her ears. What does that mean? Are you saying that the mark's master is completely bound to me? Asu nodded, his expression complex, yes. That male has acknowledged you. The awakening of the mark means he has truly fallen in love with you. He can never switch to another female unless you die or he dies. The awakening of the mark symbolizes a bond of life and death. At that moment, the light dimmed, but the dragon roar had already spread. Yin Shu murmured, I've only met him once, only slept with him once. Her voice was low and carried a hint of helplessness. Now, not to mention the child, she could be forced to bear his responsibility. Shu, don't worry. Asu's tone was gentle, carrying a hint of comfort. In any case, the awakening of the mark does not mean you must accept him. It only indicates that he is sincere and wants to bind with you for life. You don't need to feel pressured. Yin Shu sighed. But the appearance of this dragon roar would surely bring about troublesome matters. Just as her words fell, a commotion arose outside, and Yin Shu frowned. She sighed, wanted to go out and explain a bit. But the moment she opened the door and stepped out, a wave of ancient and heavy aura surged toward her like a tide. The aura was deep and ancient, carrying an irresistible pressure that instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The surrounding females staggered, as if unable to stand firm under this pressure, retreating a few steps. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock, as if they were in a huge oppression, and some even nearly fell. Yin Shu's steps halted. She noticed that as she took a step forward, the group of females retreated in unison. You all, just as her words came out. Those females who were originally anxious and doubtful suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, straightening their bodies, the tension and vigilance on their faces gradually dissipating. Because that layer of pressure had vanished. They were no longer afraid. Instead, they gained some courage, even moving closer. One female approached Yin Shu, curiosity and interest evident on her face, slightly lowering her head to sniff the air, revealing a barely noticeable surprise. It truly is the aura of the Dragon Clan, she whispered, as if very familiar with the scent on Yin Shu, seemingly confirming something. Yin Shu couldn't help but lower her head to sniff her sleeve, but she didn't smell anything particularly special. Just then, another female came over, her eyes filled with surprise. leaning closer to her body and taking a deep breath. Indeed, there's the aura of the dragon clan. How could there be such a scent on you? Yinshu's heart jumped. At that moment, her body involuntarily heated up, especially around her abdomen, as if something was churning, bringing waves of burning sensations. Her expression slightly changed as she looked down at her belly. You guessed right. Yinshu took a deep breath, finally deciding to come clean. I do have a male from the dragon clan. After she said this, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The surrounding females were stunned, exchanging glances. Disbelief written all over their faces. This is a very rare race, and yet you would. One female's words were fragmented, clearly stunned by this news beyond measure. Her eyes reflected obvious doubt and confusion, as if unable to comprehend how Yinshu could have any connection with such a rare and powerful being. Yinshu didn't answer immediately, yes. Yinshu finally spoke calmly, her voice steady, but she knew that her honesty at this moment had already stirred up great waves. Isn't it normal for someone as beautiful as me to be noticed by the dragon clan? Yinshu didn't understand why she should be modest, lower her head, or change the subject at this moment. But now, she only felt anger surging within her, inexplicably wanting to fight back. Yinshu was slightly taken aback. Her heart raced a bit, but her gaze quickly became calm as she forced herself to steady. The surrounding females were clearly shocked by her words, and the air instantly became tense. Their expressions varied. Some were stunned, some showed clear confusion, and others had slight disdain and jealousy. However, they also had to admit that Yinshu's beauty was truly stunning and beyond reproach. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, her eyes clear yet somewhat cold, making it hard for anyone to look away at first glance. Every detail was just right, and every curve on her face was irresistible. There was also an aura about her that seemed to separate her from everything around. All eyes focused on her, and any negative emotions dissipated in that moment. Although the surrounding females felt unwilling, they had to acknowledge that Yinshu's beauty was something they could not ignore. Thus, before coming over, they had not brought any males with them. Well, you are indeed beautiful. Some people in this era might have less than good characters, but they were very straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. Their admissions were quite refreshing. Yinshu slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her gaze sweeping over those females. Her tone still calm. Since you can appreciate me, that isn't a bad thing. Her words contained no hint of self-praise. Yet there was an invisible pressure that made the females present feel somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 105. This child's bloodline has reverted due to Yinshu's overwhelming aura. Those females did not dare to stay longer. They finally left, and the courtyard returned to calm. Yinshu stood in place, taking a deep breath, trying to suppress the agitation in her heart. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly felt an unbearable heat rising from her abdomen. The burning sensation crashing over her like a tide again. She instinctively covered her belly, her steps faltering, and the once steady pace became hurried, as if something was rolling inside her. The intense heat made her breath quicken. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. She forced herself to endure the discomfort, frowning as she walked toward the room. When they saw Yinshu like this, Asu, Aho, and Aling's expressions changed instantly. Asu was the first to reach out and support her shoulder, his brow furrowed. Shushu, what's wrong? You look off. His tone was urgent, concern evident in his voice. Yinshu fought against the heat, trying to remain calm. She smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. Her tone clearly concealed the truth, but her face was pale, cold sweat already beading on her forehead, indicating that her condition was much worse than she claimed. Asu was not fooled by her words. He quickly looked around, trying to find anything that could help her. Is something wrong with your body? Aho, go get the elder. Hearing Asu shout, Aho immediately responded and rushed out, his steps hurried and chaotic. Aling also nervously approached, his voice laced with worry. My lady, you should lie down. Achin's expression was already anxious, his eyes red, wanting to help but unsure of what to do. Yinshu took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging heat within her. She raised her hand weakly, waving it. No need. Don't alarm anyone else. It's just a bit uncomfortable. It will be fine soon. Her voice was as light as a feather, but to Asu, it felt like a heavy blow. His brow furrowed tightly as he reached out to feel her forehead, which was burning hot, and his internal alarm bells went off instantly. Shushu, don't be stubborn. This doesn't seem like ordinary discomfort. Asu's voice was low but urgent. It might be the mark stimulating the child. Hearing the word child, Yinshu's tightly closed eyes slightly opened. She had just begun to speak when the burning sensation in her chest suddenly intensified, as if something was burning inside her. She covered her belly and bent over sharply. Asu tightly held Yin Shu's hand, seeing her frown and pale face. His worries surged like a tide. Without hesitation, he leaned down and extended his wrist toward her. Shu, his voice was deep and urgent. You must drink some of my blood. Yin Shu no longer had the strength to resist. She weakly raised her eyes to meet Asu's determined gaze, understanding that what he said was not something she could refuse. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Asu's gaze sharpened. His finger traced across his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. He quickly brought his wrist close to her lips, softly urging, Shu, hurry and drink. The warm blood flowed into her mouth. It was warm, but carried a strange feeling as it entered Yin Shu's body. She could feel the blood flowing down her throat, and her body gradually warmed up. Gradually, Yin Shu's breathing became steadier, and her complexion was no longer as pale as paper. She slightly opened her eyes, and through her blurred vision, she met Asu's worried gaze. His face showed a hint of fatigue, blood still slowly oozing from his wrist, but he showed no intention of pulling back. Asu, her voice was weak but carried a hint of heartbreak. Why are you so foolish? Seeing her speak, Asu's anxiety finally eased a bit, but his tone remained firm. Shu, I'm not foolish. This little bit of blood means nothing to me, but you're different. Yin Shu's hand trembled as she raised it, trying to push his wrist away, but her strength was too small and it was almost ineffective. Guilt filled her eyes. Asu held her hand, gently moving his wrist away from her lips, his movements soft yet firm, not allowing for refusal. He whispered, don't move. Just take it easy. Yin Shu breathed weakly, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, warmth gradually returning to her breath. She could feel the burning sensation in her chest gradually diminishing. The pain that seemed to want to consume her was finally suppressed. Asu held her in his arms, gently stroking her back, as if comforting her and also himself. He murmured softly, it's okay. I'm here. Shu, you must be all right. His voice was as gentle as the warm wind of spring, yet it carried an undeniable heartache. Yin Shu leaned in his embrace, closed her eyes, and the tension in her heart finally relaxed. A Ling and a Chun knelt beside the bed, their expressions tense and afraid to speak. A Ling's usually pale face showed even more of a sickly hue, his fingers trembling slightly, his eyes filled with deep fear. He stared intently at Yin Shu, as if worried that she would fall back into pain the next second. A Chun lowered his head, his hands tightly gripping the bedding at the edge of the bed, his shoulders slightly trembling from suppressed emotions. His lips were tightly pressed together, and his eyes were filled with deep regret and helplessness. The two of them did not know what more they could do, only kneeling stiffly there, as if fearing that any slight movement would worsen Yin Shu's condition. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door, accompanied by a cool yet slightly anxious voice. What happened? The elder quickly walked in, her brows knitted with rare tension, her gaze fixed on Yin Shu on the bed without blinking. Usually so composed, she couldn't hide her worry at this moment. How is Yin Shu? The elder's voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable authority. She approached the bedside, her gaze sweeping over the wound on Asu's wrist and the faint breathing of Yin Shu, her expression tinged with anxiety. Asu held Yin Shu tightly, gently raising his head to look at the elder. Yin Shu's condition had stabilized for the time being, and the child should be fine. His expression darkened slightly, his voice laced with self-reproach. It's my fault for not taking care of her. A Ling and a Chun echoed in unison. It's all my fault. The elder's gaze lingered on Yin Shu's face for a moment before shifting to a Ling and a Chun, her tone softening slightly. I'll check on the child's condition. She gently placed her hand on Yin Shu's wrist, closing her eyes to diagnose. The room fell silent, with only the sound of Asu, a Ling, and a Chun holding their breath, as if the air itself had become stagnant. The child's bloodline has reverted. Chapter 106. Yin Shu was bathed while they watched. The elder's hand had just landed on Yin Shu's wrist when her expression suddenly changed, shock rendering her nearly speechless. Her palm trembled slightly, and, after a moment, she took a deep breath, withdrawing her hand and gazing in shock at Yin Shu's belly. Incredible, the elder murmured, her expression filled with astonishment and a hint of uncontainable reverence. Asu's eyes tightened, immediately asking, Elder, what is wrong with Yin Shu's body? The elder looked up at him, her tone calming. Her body is fine. It's just that the contract mark on her body resonates with the child's bloodline. This is the result of the bloodline and the mark responding to each other, which is why she's like this. Aho furrowed his brow in confusion. Then, does this affect the adult? The elder shook her head. Currently, it seems there is no impact. It's just that the strength of the bloodline makes the contract more stable. The child's aura is manifested through the mark. It is a natural response of the bloodline, not a bad thing. The tribal elder stared intently at Yin Shu. Although Yin Shu had mostly recovered, being scrutinized by the elder still made her feel a bit uneasy. Elder, she cleared her throat, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. What are you looking at me for? The elder slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering how to speak, and after a moment said with a complex tone, I just can't understand how a female like you could have such strong allure. Yin Shu's lips twitched slightly, about to respond, when she heard the elder continue. Not just the contract and bloodline, even the rare dragon race has awakened their mark for you. This blunt question rendered Yin Shu momentarily speechless. Asu interjected at the right moment, his tone lazy yet protective. Elder, it's quite simple. Yin Shu is just naturally good. No background needed for people to willingly be drawn to her. Yin Shu also casually spoke up, her tone light, yet revealing a hint of pride. Perhaps. Everyone just prefers those who are good-looking. As she spoke, she raised her hand to brush aside a strand of hair, the casual movement carrying an unintended charm. Those slightly lifted eyes, half smiling, held a captivating allure that made it hard for others to look away. The elder was taken aback, not expecting her to be so direct, and was momentarily left speechless. However, after staring at her for a few seconds, she quickly sighed softly, her tone complex. That does make some sense. She glanced around, then shot another look at Yin Shu, as if contemplating something, and finally said softly, in this world, there's indeed much pursuit of the beauty of power, but your appearance is truly unique. Though you seem frail, you managed to give birth to 2 females and are now pregnant with twins. Yin Shu listened, gently rubbing her temples. Elder, are you praising me or teasing me? The elder shook her head and smiled. How could I be teasing? Just look at those strong females. They might not even have smooth pregnancies, yet you, who looks so delicate, have not been hindered at all. As soon as she finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard from outside, followed by a male from the tribe bursting through the door, his face filled with anxiety. Elder, my female is about to give birth. You need to hurry over and take a look. The elder's expression tightened, and she immediately stood up, her tone becoming steady. So, soon? I'll go right away. She turned to Yin Shu, her expression softening slightly, and instructed, you must take care of yourself. If you feel any discomfort, come to me immediately and don't push yourself. Yin Shu nodded, her tone calm, yet carrying a hint of gratitude. Understood, elder, thank you. The elder gave a slight nod before hurriedly leaving the room with the male. The room fell silent again, with only Asu and the others silently watching Yin Shu, their eyes still filled with lingering concern. Yin Shu stood up, stretched lazily, and pretended to speak lightly. You don't need to be so tense. Asu and the others nodded. The elder checked, so it should be fine. Yin Shu suddenly felt awkward and spoke up. Actually, it's nothing. I just feel a bit hot. As soon as she said this, Asu and the others instantly tensed up. Huh. Asu immediately leaned closer, his 9 tails gently swaying, pulling aside the blankets around her to reveal her fully. Are you uncomfortable? Aho hurriedly came over, but the elder just said it's fine. Achun stood aside, worry written all over his face, as if ready to do something at any moment. Seeing their anxious expressions, Yin Shu quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing serious. I just feel hot. Don't be so tense. But just as she finished speaking, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and realized she had indeed broken out in a thin layer of sweat, and the heat in her chest showed no sign of dissipating. She inadvertently touched A Ling's hand, and the cool sensation felt like a refreshing spring flowing into her heart, instantly suppressing the heat in her chest. Yin Shu instinctively held on for a few more seconds, feeling the coolness gradually spread, her gaze relaxing a bit. However, this small action made A Ling tremble all over, his pale ears instantly tinged with a shade of red. Yin Shu also felt that her behavior was a bit strange and quickly released her hand. I think I might need to take a bath, she said somewhat shyly. Asu quickly reacted, pulling Achun over with a beaming smile. Perfect, Achun is here. He is the best at handling water. Achun, dragged to the front, looked embarrassed, whispering, a dulled eye. I can do it. He gently raised his hand, and a cool stream of water quickly formed in his palm, swirling gently in the air before coalescing into a floating water sphere, translucent and shimmering with a faint glow. Achun can stay, You all go out. Yin Shu quickly said, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was impossible to bathe comfortably with these few people staring at her. However, Asu shook his head firmly, his tail restlessly swaying. Yin Shu, how could I let you wash alone? What if something happens to you? Yin Shu's forehead twitched slightly. Unable to help but glare at Asu. What could happen to me? It's just a bath. Asu remained unmoved, grinning confidently. Yin Shu, your body just had issues. Who can guarantee there won't be more problems now? I don't want to take that risk. As soon as he finished speaking, Aho immediately chimed in. Yin Shu, we're staying to protect you. If something happens, we can help right away. Yin Shu glanced at a Ling standing nearby and found that although he hadn't spoken, he clearly had no intention of leaving. She finally couldn't help but sigh. Fine, but at least don't stare at me. Aksu raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, Shushu, we are only focused on the water, definitely not on you. As he spoke, his tail flicked restlessly, clearly unable to hide his excitement. Aiken, controlling the water flow in his hands, gradually increased the flow with his movements, as if to distract Yin Shu's attention, and quietly said, My lord, I'm ready. We can start any time. Yin Shu shot Aksu a glare, glanced at Ahau, and finally said helplessly, Do as you like, but really, no peeking. Aksu immediately raised his hand, making a serious promise. Absolutely no peeking, just focusing on the water flow, dedicated to protecting your safety. Chapter 107. Yin Shu is very hot, very hot, very hot. Aiken gently sprinkled the warm water over Yin Shu, and the mist in the room thickened. The water vapor spreading under the dim yellow light. Yin Shu leaned against the back of the chair, slightly squinting her eyes. But the heat from the hot water did not soothe her. Instead, it made her feel even hotter. She raised her hand to wipe her face. Thin beads of sweat mixed with water droplets sliding down her smooth skin, looking even more captivating. Aiken, make the water cooler, she said softly. At this moment, Yin Shu's cheeks were flushed with a dazzling redness. Her slightly upturned eyes appeared even more crystalline due to the mist, and her thin lips were slightly moist from the steam, making her look like a flower about to bloom, exuding an indescribable beauty and softness. This remark left Aksu and the others momentarily stunned. They had been pretending to focus on the water flow, but instantly turned their heads to look at her. Their gazes wandered over her face a few times, and they quietly asked, Aren't you hot yet? Ahau took a step closer, his eyes stopping on her slightly flushed cheeks, repeatedly saying, Shu, your face is so red. Are you really okay? Yin Shu nodded, rubbing her face with both hands. So hot. Aiken, I want to take a cold shower. Aiken hesitated for a moment, thinking that the Lord was most afraid of cold water, but now, seeing the increasingly uncomfortable look on the Lord's face, he ultimately made the water cooler. However, even with the cold water, Yin Shu still felt uncomfortable all over. Instead, her gaze turned to Aling, who had been standing silently to the side. She suddenly reached out, quickly and decisively pulling Aling to her side. My lord? Aling clearly did not expect this action, his body stiffening slightly, the tips of his ears quickly turning a faint red. Yin Shu, however, ignored his reaction, her fingers touching his cool skin, and as soon as she made contact, she seemed to relax instantly. She slightly lifted her head, pressing his hand against her cheek, feeling that refreshing coolness, and let out a low sigh. So comfortable. Aling's body completely froze. His palm was gently pressed against her cheek. Feeling her soft skin and the burning heat emanating from her, an irresistible allure seemed to overflow from every pore. His heartbeat instantly lost its rhythm, and the redness in his ears spread to his neck. Seeing this, Aksu, who had originally been teasing, gradually became serious. He carefully stared at Yin Shu, the playful glint in his eyes fading, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Shu, something's not right. Aksu slowly opened his mouth. Ahau, sensing something was off, also displayed a tense expression on his honest face, looking at Yin Shu's face pressed against Aling's hand, and said in a low voice, Shu, you seem really hot. Only then did Yin Shu realize that their attention had focused on her. She wanted to say something to cover up, but found her throat extremely dry, and even her breathing became rapid. Aksu cautiously stepped forward, lowering his head to observe Yin Shu's complexion, which was pale with an abnormal flush, and her slightly trembling body made him uneasy. Shu, besides feeling hot, do you have any other sensations? Yin Shu's body gradually lost strength, and she couldn't hear what Aksu was saying at all. Unable to suppress the burning sensation within her, she let out a low gasp. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Aling's waist, pressing her entire body against him, burying her cheek in his chest, tightly adhering to his cool skin. "Aling," she murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of dependence. Aling instantly froze. His cold white cheeks turned a visible shade of red, and even the roots of his ears were crimson. His hands hung in the air, completely unsure whether to respond to her embrace. "My lord, you." Aksu's voice carried a hint of disbelief as he stepped closer, his gaze scanning the two of them. Aksu's expression suddenly changed as he focused on Yin Shu's appearance, then glanced at Aling, who was still stiff as a board, and suddenly thought of something, his face slightly changing. "Shu, are you in heat?" Ahau was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Aksu. "In heat? When has Shu ever been in heat?" "Never." Aksu's voice was low and serious, his brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixated on Yin Shu. But now, her behavior was clearly a sign of being in heat. Aiken finally came to his senses, his expression turning anxious. But how could the Lord suddenly be in heat? Yin Shu, nestled in Aling's embrace, felt like a little beast, unwilling to leave that cool aura. She slightly lifted her head, looking at Aksu with a dazed expression. "I am in heat?" Aksu moved a bit closer, reaching out to check her forehead, the high temperature making his brows furrow even deeper. "Yes, Shu, but you've never been in heat before, and now you suddenly are." And his gaze swept over Aling, his voice low and complex. "And you're in heat with Aling?" Very uncomfortable and quite jealous. Aling finally reacted, his whole body stiffening, his lips trembling slightly. "My lord." What should we do?" His face instantly turned bright red, the vivid blush on his pale skin standing out prominently. Lowering his head, his ears were so red they nearly looked like they were bleeding, his gaze flickering, unable to meet Yin Shu's eyes, his heart pounding heavily. He had never imagined he would be so close to the Lord, let alone become the object of her heat. Aling had always thought that as a race the Lord did not favor, he would never be indulged by her. The Lord needed companions like Aksu and Ahau, not someone like him, who was cold and aloof. But now, she was tightly hugging him, as if desiring to absorb his coolness to alleviate her own heat. Everything felt so real that it left him bewildered. Aksu's gaze grew increasingly jealous as he stared at Aling's flustered expression, gritting his teeth, his tail flicking more frequently behind him, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Aling, what are you dawdling for? Shu is clearly in heat and needs you. Why aren't you helping her?" Ahau scratched his head, agreeing in his honest tone. "Aling, Shu is like this. Why aren't you taking care of her?" "Really?" Aling opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. He looked down at Yin Shu in his arms, her small face flushed with fever, pressed against his chest, her hot breath making him feel an unprecedented sense of presence. "My lord," he said in a low voice, trembling, I will take care of you." Chapter 108. Yin Shu's need is Aling. The lake's water rippled, sunlight splashing on the surface, reflecting sparkling points of light. The air filled with a fresh, humid scent. Yin Shu sat on a stone by the lake, her breathing rapid, her cheeks displaying an abnormal flush. Her gaze was slightly unfocused, her hands gently gripping her clothes, as if trying to suppress the increasingly burning restlessness within her. Not far from the lake, Ailing had already transformed into a half-human, half-snake form, his silver-white snake tail gently swaying in the water, creating soft ripples. His body floated quietly on the water's surface, damp strands of hair sticking to his pale cheeks, but his eyes were fixed on Yin Shu, revealing an undeniable tension and panic. There was no one around, the grass by the lake swaying slightly in the wind, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of water and Yin Shu's hurried breaths could be heard. Naturally, there was no one in her territory, but at this moment, Yin Shu was not concerned about that. "Ailing." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, carrying a hint of uncontrollable hoarseness, like a signal of distress squeezed from her throat. Upon hearing Yin Shu's voice, Ailing's body trembled slightly, and the carefully swaying tail came to a halt. He slowly approached, the silver-white snake tail gliding through the lake water, creating a series of tiny splashes that landed on the surface with a faint sound. Ailing's narrow eyes remained locked on Yin Shu, and his pale hands clenched and relaxed slightly, as if struggling to restrain something. He moved closer until his snake tail gently coiled around the corner of a stone, just an arm's length away from Yin Shu. "My lady," Ailing called to her softly, his voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness, as if testing the waters. Yin Shu forced herself to look up, her eyes misty and dazed, as if drowning in an irresistible emotion. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only let out a faint sigh. The intense heat was invading every inch of her nerves, as if slowly devouring her rationality. She reached out, grasping Ailing's icy arm. The momentary coolness felt like a refreshing rain, prompting her to gently sigh. Ailing, you feel so cold. Ailing's heart raced at that moment, his ears quickly turning red. He lowered his eyes, his tone soft yet somewhat flustered. My lady, this is the first time you have been so proactive. Usually, Ailing worried that his lady would fear his serpent body. Since the last time he had gone into heat and had his own daughter, he had been quite content. His tail gently shifted, slightly wrapping around the stone, trying to use his coolness to ease her heat. The silver scales shimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if enticing her. Ailing. Yanshu couldn't help but reach out, her fingers unconsciously trailing down his arm, finally resting on his neck. When her fingers touched the slightly trembling scales at his neck, Ailing's body stiffened suddenly, and his tail involuntarily flicked in the water, splashing a small amount of water. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as if instinctively enduring some emotion. My lady, Ailing called to her softly, his voice hoarse and trembling, with a tone of cautious restraint. The scales over there are very sharp. Yanshu's hand paused, but did not immediately withdraw. Her fingertips brushed against the cool scales, seemingly attracted by the delicate and resilient texture. Sharp? Her voice was gentle, carrying an unconscious hoarseness, as if caught in an unintentional probe. Ailing's breathing quickened, his tail tightening slightly, the surrounding arc drawing closer. His eyes, which had been cast downward, now lifted slightly, but he only dared to sneak a glance at her from the corner of his eye. My lady. He swallowed hard, as if trying to restrain himself. Please don't. Don't what? Yanshu's fingertips continued to move down the scales, watching his eyes that seemed to evade her gaze. A slight smile tugging at her lips. I just feel the texture is nice. This sentence felt like the last straw that broke Ailing's rationality. His body trembled slightly, as if caught in a tangled struggle, and the movements of his tail became more pronounced, quietly brushing against Yanshu's leg, as if wanting to encircle her, but too timid to truly approach. Ailing, I've always liked you. Yanshu leaned closer to him, gently confessing in his ear. Ailing took a deep breath, as if finally making a certain decision. His silver tail slowly moved, carrying a hint of trepidation, and finally gently wrapped around Yanshu's ankle. The cool sensation contrasted sharply with the heat emanating from her, bringing a sense of reassurance. My lady, I do too, he whispered, his voice trembling yet cautious. Before Yanshu could react, Ailing's tail gradually tightened, pulling her toward the lake with an irresistible force. The icy water touched her ankle, quickly bringing a wave of soothing coolness. Ailing, she raised her eyes, showing no sign of rejection. Ailing's movements were careful and slow, his tail steadily pulling her body, gradually leading her into the water. His cheeks were still flushed, but his eyes held a touch of tenderness. The lake water gradually enveloped her calves, knees, until her entire body was surrounded by the cool flow, finally alleviating the intense heat. She leaned against Ailing's tail, lifting her wet eyes to look at him, softly calling out. Ailing's breath caught at her call, the redness in his ears becoming more pronounced. He looked down at her, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. His voice low and hoarse, my lady. Their names echoed softly over the tranquil lake, as if each call brought their emotions closer together. Yanshu leaned against him, as if even the intense heat was being gradually absorbed by his cool body. Ailing, her voice carried a hint of flirtation, an intimacy that was hard to resist. Ailing felt his heart racing like a drum, his face burning, yet his body remained stiffly holding her. His silver tail unconsciously tightened around her, as if she were a fragile treasure. Shoo shoo. His voice trembled, filled with an almost suppressed emotion. Upon hearing this address, Yanshu slightly tilted her head up, water droplets sliding down her hair tips, dripping onto Ailing's chest, bringing a wave of coolness. Her gaze flickered slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice low and gentle. Ailing, you finally called me Shoo Shoo. Chapter 109. 3 times in heat. Yanshu urgently needs Lu Wei Di Huang. Ailing's face turned completely red at a visible speed. Even his neck and ears were tinged with a light pink. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling gently. It's Shoo Shoo. His voice was soft, like a whisper escaping his throat. Yanshu raised her hand to wipe away a droplet of water from her forehead, placing her hand on his shoulder, leaning slightly forward. The smile at the corners of her mouth becoming more pronounced. Ailing, that voice of yours sounds very reluctant. Ailing suddenly looked up, panic filling his silver eyes, and his tail gently swayed in the water due to his nervousness, creating ripples. He quickly shook his head, his tone almost urgent in defense. No, that's not it. My lady, Yin Shu watched his awkward and flustered demeanor, unable to help but chuckle. Just teasing you. Her laughter was crisp, carrying a light-hearted tone. Ailing stared blankly at her, his lips slightly parted, but he couldn't utter a word. Suddenly, Ailing's lips were gently touched by something soft, the tingling sensation causing his mind to go blank. He stiffened, eyes wide open, staring at the close Yin Shu, a mischievous smile on her face, her lips slightly curved. Clearly proud of her little action. What's wrong? Yin Shu tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of innocence. Did I scare you? Ailing's throat moved as he wanted to say something, but he found his voice seemed stuck, unable to come out at all. Shu. He managed to squeeze out a few words in bits and pieces, his ears already flushed red. Yin Shu looked at his awkward expression and couldn't help but laugh more heartily. Ailing, I'm like this, and you're still so shy? Her tone was gentle with a bit of teasing, and under the shimmering light, her smile appeared even more radiant and charming. Ailing felt his heart racing so fast, it seemed like it would leap out of his chest. He awkwardly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the lake. But his ears were filled with Yin Shu's soft laughter. Shu, I. His voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. But his tail quietly tightened its hold on her. Yin Shu noticed his movement, raised an eyebrow slightly, and gently patted his shoulder, her eyes curved in a smile. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But as soon as she said that, she realized Ailing's tail not only didn't loosen, but instead wrapped around her even more tightly. And then, Yin Shu didn't continue to torment herself. Some things happened naturally. Yin Shu closed her eyes and let Ailing hold her. She felt as if she were floating on an endless sea, without direction or purpose, only able to move slowly with the current. Each wave brought a gentle rise and fall, making her consciousness hazy and dreamy. Ailing held her, his tail gently swaying in the water, creating delicate ripples. His movements were cautious, yet unconsciously found a balance between gentleness and firmness. The silver-scaled tail was like a soft rope, securely keeping her in the center, as if to isolate her from all the disturbances of the outside world. She didn't struggle or resist, drifting along with the waves of this ocean, as if sinking into an endless dream, with only the touch of water and his cool embrace as her sole existence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everything around turned into the whispers of the water. Yin Shu had gone in a heat 3 times in a row. Each time was fierce, leaving her utterly exhausted, as if she had been hollowed out. The first time was by the lake. The heat and uncontrollable emotions nearly drove her to collapse. The second time was at night. Even though her body had cooled down, it was awakened again in her dreams. The third time came even more abruptly. She had no forewarning and suddenly found herself engulfed in a burning heat as if consumed by flames. Yin Shu felt like she was about to fall apart. She leaned against the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket, her gaze lingering on the ceiling. A Su, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chun surrounded her, each looking nervously anxious, afraid she might have another episode. Shu, should I get some ice water to cool you down? A Su asked tentatively, his 9 tails twitching restlessly. Shu, do you want some soup? I made some to replenish your energy. A Ho clumsily offered her a bowl of soup, his eyes filled with worry. A Ling sat nearby, reaching out to check her forehead's temperature but hesitating to touch her. A Chun was the quietest, already preparing for the next round of water usage. Yin Shu looked at their busy appearances and couldn't help but sigh. Do you want to pamper me? A Su chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Shu is our adult. If anything happens, we'll all feel heartbroken. Yin Shu rolled her eyes, lazily leaning against the headboard. Her tone filled with helplessness. I just want to rest quietly for a while. Please stop circling around me. But who would dare to let their guard down with you in this state? A Ho frowned, his tone filled with earnest stubbornness. Shu, what if you go in a heat again? Yeah. A Su immediately chimed in, a mischievous glint in his peach blossom eyes. Shu has gone in a heat 3 times in a row. Who knows if there will be a 4th? We can't just leave you unguarded. All right. It seems like they're all lined up waiting for their turn. But Yin Shu truly didn't want a 4th time. The first 3 times had exhausted her to the point of darkness, lasting a whole day and night, almost draining her completely. She had often heard advertisements for 6 Flavory Mania pills and kidney treasure tablets on TV. At that time, she scoffed, thinking those things are just gimmicks. But now, she finally understood their significance. and even began to wonder if she could get a chance to try a bottle. Perhaps they really did work as miraculously as the ad said. Although the system could reset her body, her kidneys weren't in great shape right now. Thinking of all this, Yanshu couldn't help but press her forehead. The enhancement of the contract, the bloodline connection of the child, combined with the blood Asu had fed her after conceiving twins. All these elements together led her to experience this sudden bout of heat. And the fox's blood just happened to have aphrodisiac effects. Remembering those intense episodes, Yanshu couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, her body was resilient, and the system could reset her state at critical moments. More fortunately, the child in her womb was very sturdy. After several rounds of turmoil, not only was it unaffected, but also seemed to become more active within her. She gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, feeling the warm thumping, the corners of her mouth lifting in a wry smile. You all are enjoying yourselves, but your mother is the one suffering. Chapter 110. I just want you to feel more comfortable. Recently, the entire tribe seemed to be enveloped by an inexplicable curiosity. News of a male dragon in Yanshu's life had spread somehow, growing more intense by the day. Everyone seemed to be strongly intrigued by this rumor, and time and again, someone would try to catch a glimpse of this mysterious dragon. At first, Yanshu could handle these curious glances and inquiries, casually brushing them off. But as time passed, this enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. No matter where she went, there were always people trying to pry into dragon matters, with some even coming up to her directly, behaving as if interrogating her. Her patience was wearing thin. Especially lately, some females had begun to doubt the truth of the matter. This was also why there were still only 4 males around her from the beginning, with no 5th male dragon at all. The females were fine, but this had attracted some males who came seeking her out. All were rejected by Yanshu, although these males didn't voice their disdain too harshly. The contempt and doubt in their eyes made Yanshu's temper particularly irritable. Standing by the lake, she gazed at the shimmering surface in the distance and let out a cold laugh. The expressions of the females during their inquiries flashed through her mind, half-believing, curious, and even somewhat provocative. Is there really a male dragon? That mocking question echoed in her ears. Yanshu found it both amusing and infuriating. She had just escaped days of turmoil, and her body still hadn't fully recovered. Yet these people seemed to have nothing better to do than insist she prove something. Recently, Yanshu also noticed her emotions becoming increasingly difficult to control. Even the slightest thing could irritate her, and she felt inexplicably angry. What made her even more uneasy was that the subtle heat wave seemed to hit her more than once. Whenever her body began to heat up, it felt as if a restlessness surged from her abdomen to her entire body. Although it wasn't completely out of control like before, it always left her feeling tightly wound. Sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. The sunlight spilled over her, surrounded by the tranquil shadows of trees and the occasional chirping of birds. But this serenity couldn't calm her heart. Her gaze fell on her flat abdomen, hands overlapping gently pressed down, feeling the faint life force within. Strange, she murmured softly, her brows slightly furrowed. The baby in front was so quiet, not causing any trouble. Moreover, she couldn't fully trust the system. Although it allowed her to conceive painlessly and give birth without feeling anything, it also brought along quite a few side effects. Master, Ailing's voice gently rang out, carrying his usual tenderness and caution. Yanshu raised her head and saw him standing not far away, holding a bag of freshly picked fruit, a hint of concern on his fair face. Are you feeling unwell? He quickened his pace, his gaze sweeping over her face as if trying to find any signs of abnormality in her expression. I'm fine. Just a bit hot. Yanshu raised her hand to wave it off, trying to ease his concern, but the underlying heat within her body still couldn't be completely quelled. Ailing's gaze instinctively fell on her slightly furrowed brows. He set the fruit aside, didn't respond directly, but shifted a bit closer to her, silently approaching. The white scales on his neck glimmered slightly in the sunlight, carrying his unique coolness, flowing gently in the air. Yanshu felt the coolness wafting from him and couldn't help but turn her head to look at him, smiling. You're so cool. Ailing didn't respond, just lowered his eyes, his fair fingertips lightly touching her wrist. The cool touch felt like a refreshing rain, instantly dispelling the heat from her arms. She shivered slightly, her body involuntarily relaxing a bit. Ailing noticed her reaction and became even more careful, his fingertips gliding up her wrist, gently landing on her forearm. The pressure as light as a feather, as if afraid of hurting her. Master, I just want you to feel a bit more comfortable. Yanshu looked down at his serious expression, feeling a softness in her heart. Her body instinctively didn't want to rely too much on this feeling, still having an uncontrollable aversion to snakes. But Ailing's touch indeed seemed to have a kind of magic, gradually calming her inner irritation, making her less resistant to the heat within. "It's quite comfortable," she sighed softly, allowing his cool touch to slowly cover her forearm until the agitation in her chest eased a bit. Hearing this, Ailing pondered for a moment, then said softly, "Master, if you're still hot, you can let me help you a bit more." Yanshu couldn't help but laugh at this. If it were Asu saying this, she would definitely respond, "Don't push your luck." Ailing noticed her light laughter, his eyes flickering slightly, and his cheeks unexpectedly tinted with a faint blush. He bit his lip, seemingly unsure what was wrong with his words, but when he saw her mood slightly soften, the tension in his eyes gradually faded. "Shoo shoo," he called her cautiously, his voice still deep and cold, but carrying a hint of subtle probing. His fingers gently touched her other wrist, the cool sensation transmitting through her skin, making Yanshu feel as if the heat in her body was being somewhat covered. "Ailing." She leaned lazily against the back of her chair, half closing her eyes to look at him, a teasing smile at the corner of her lips. "Do you really want me to praise you?" Ailing lowered his head, his long eyes slightly dodging. His skin was pale as jade, so delicate it seemed flawless, which made that hint of redness all the more striking. He paused, his voice growing softer, "just want to make you a bit more comfortable." Yanshu looked at his obedient demeanor. Recently, Ailing indeed wasn't as silent and reserved as before. Although his nature remained quiet and introverted, he always showed more initiative and softness when facing her, especially those long eyes of his, always hiding a delicate warmth that was hard to ignore. "All right, I'm comfortable now." She looked up at him, her smile revealing a bit of laziness. "But next time you say something like this, don't be so serious. And don't call me master. I don't really like it." Ailing's ears turned red. He lowered his eyelids, pondering seriously for a while, his lips moving. "Okay. Shoo shoo." Yanshu was amused by his cautious tone. "That sounds much better." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the corners of his mouth quietly curving up. Ailing responded softly. His voice carried a hint of gentleness, almost as if hiding a secret joy. Watching him slightly lower his head, Yanshu suddenly felt that Ailing seemed more endearing than before, especially that hint of a smile creeping up, clearly an attempt to hide it. But it only made her want to look at him a few more times. Chapter 111, A Bunch of White Fluffy Things. Asu sat on a long bench in the yard, his nine tails restlessly swaying back and forth, occasionally glancing at Yanshu in the room. A grass stem held in his mouth, his tone tinged with a bit of sourness. "Has Shushu been too nice to Ailing lately?" "Hey-ho." Chewing on a piece of meat, nodded vigorously, mumbling indistinctly. "Yeah, Shushu wasn't this patient with me." Achun sat quietly beside them, his gaze drifting toward the distant lake, his eyes vacant. He was thinking, since the master doesn't like to be called master, should he also call her Sister Shu? The word sister, Shu, appeared in his mind, and Achun's breathing became slightly hurried, his cheeks flushed, afraid of being found out about his thoughts. He quickly lowered his head to look at his daughter basking in the sun. Just then, his daughter also looked at him, making Achun feel even more bashful. Asu glanced at the quiet Achun, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. "Achun, don't you think Shu has been particularly attentive to Ailing lately?" Achun, being singled out, felt as if he had been caught off guard, suddenly looking up, then quickly lowering his head again, gripping his daughter's small hand tightly. His voice barely audible. "And no, I don't feel that. The master is good to everyone." "Oh, your face is all red. TSK. Asu raised an eyebrow, teasingly moving closer, his nine tails wagging even more cheerfully. "Achun, do you have something hidden in your heart?" Eho took a big bite of meat, his tone a bit defiant. "Who doesn't have a bit of dissatisfaction? Shushu used to be this good to us, and now she gives it all to Ailing. It's really unfair." Yanshu was overwhelmed by their chatter. Her head was starting to ache a bit. Too many men have this downside, always competing and being jealous. Just as Yanshu was about to say something, Asu had already walked behind her. Although Asu said this, his tone was full of laughter, but his actions were anything but idle. He gently squatted down, placing his hands on Yanshu's temples, slowly starting to knead. His technique soft, as if trying to please her. His nine tails were also busy behind her, swaying back and forth, as if trying to express their loyalty with every single tail. "Shu, is your head uncomfortable?" His voice was husky, the tone gentle like coaxing a child. "Let me massage you. I guarantee it will feel good. Don't mind them. I always listen to you the most." Yanshu closed her eyes, feeling his kneading just right, neither too hard nor too soft, indeed alleviating a lot of her fatigue, but inside she couldn't help but feel a bit amused. At that moment, Aho, unable to watch any longer, was surprised that the teammate who had just been jealous was now rushing to please her. He was so angry that he almost dropped the meat he was chewing. Shoo shoo. I can also help you massage your shoulders. I'm strong. I can make it even more comfortable. Asu did not raise his head, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. With your strength, aren't you afraid of dislocating Shoo Shoo's shoulder? Upon hearing this, Aho immediately became displeased. You're talking nonsense. I can be very gentle. He was unconvinced and squeezed to the edge of the chair, rolling up his sleeves to reach out, but was pushed away by Asu's tail. You're the one being a nuisance. Achun, unable to sit still, reflexively stood up, his movements somewhat stiff. He lowered his eyes, as if hesitating whether to approach. But when he thought about how everyone was competing to serve the adults, he wondered if doing nothing would make him seem indifferent to them. His hand clenched and then relaxed, as if encouraging himself, and he quietly said, Adult, I can. Do something too. Yen Shu raised her eyes and happened to meet Achun's anxious gaze. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. Achun, don't imitate them. Just sit down and rest well. Don't fidget. Achun was taken aback, the blush on his face quickly spreading to his ears. He hesitated, took half a step back, and then quietly sat back down, his hand tightly gripping his knee, as if forcing himself to behave. Amidst the commotion, Yen Shu found herself immersed in their playfulness. Yen Shu initially thought the disaster of the carnivorous ants had long since ended. She had heard others say that many prominent clans had sent people to exterminate them this time. However, to her surprise, those sent by the clans had not only failed to completely resolve the issue, but had also suffered countless casualties. The information that came back was not detailed, only mentioning that the ant swarm was extraordinarily tenacious, with numbers exceeding expectations, and even after devouring more creatures, they had proliferated into a larger-scale army. When Yen Shu was called to the meeting hall at the foot of the mountain by the females, she realized the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Due to a lack of manpower, all nearby tribe females had to participate. When Yen Shu brought Asu and the others to the area closest to the carnivorous ants, they stood at the edge of a barren land. In the distance, what was once a lush forest had now turned into a dead silence. The ground pockmarked as if it had been gnawed by countless sharp teeth. Even the soil had become smooth and shiny. There were sounds coming from that direction. The female who had brought her lowered her voice and pointed towards the forest further away. Listening closely, there indeed came a rustling sound, like a fine wind passing through the grass. But that sound was evidently heavier, denser, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. Yen Shu's complexion paled slightly. She had never underestimated the threat of the carnivorous ants, but the scale of this ant swarm had clearly exceeded her understanding. She was just worried about Asu and the others. Though it was the females who were responsible, it was still the males who did the work. Xiaoluo Gu was also beside her, and when she heard the sound, her face looked even worse. This was also because all her males had died in the mouths of the carnivorous ants, so she was extremely frightened. Recently, Xiaoluo Gu had found quite a few males who surrounded her protectively. Xiaoluo Gu looked around, her gaze nervously sweeping over the land that had been completely stripped bare, her voice low and trembling. This area has expanded more than twice since the last time we saw it. Yen Shu was a bit nervous at first, but now she calmed down instead. Her tone was steady. Don't worry. We're just taking a look. We won't get too close. Hearing this, Xiaoluo Gu reluctantly nodded. But her pale face could not hide the fear in her heart. In contrast, Yen Shu appeared composed. She stood on a slightly higher rock, gazing far into the rustling forest, her eyes filled with curiosity. The area is too large. Let's spread out and investigate along the edge, the leading female suggested. This time only 4 females had come, and everyone wanted to go back early, nodding. Okay. Yen Shu led Asu and the others towards the east, while the others headed in the other 4 directions. Then she saw a cluster of white things. Chapter 112. The Terrifying Baby Among the Ant Eggs. Clinging to Yen Shu squinted her eyes and slowly approached the cluster of white things. At first, she thought it was white bones or some kind of residual plant, but the closer she got, the faster her heart raced. Shu, don't get too close. Asu quietly reminded her, his 9 tails gently swaying, subtly shielding her, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. It was a densely packed mass, and upon closer inspection, it was a nest accumulated by the carnivorous ants, resembling a small mound, the white sheen reflecting a faint light in the sunlight, making one feel a chill. This is ant eggs, Asu said in a low tone. Yin Shu's heart sank, forcing herself to remain calm, but her brow involuntarily furrowed. This area was the breeding ground for the ant nest. Aling said solemnly, glancing at the surrounding bare ground. It seemed that all the surrounding creatures had become their nourishment. Aho stepped forward, fist clenched, his face full of anger. Let's burn this place down. Yin Shu narrowed her eyes, surveying the cluster of white ant eggs. Suddenly, she gently pressed down on Aho's attempt to advance, whispering, "Wait a moment." Aho turned back, puzzled. Shu, leaving these ant eggs is more troublesome. Burning them directly is the cleanest solution. I said, "Wait a moment." Yin Shu helplessly stopped him, then pointed to a larger ant egg in the corner. That ant egg was bigger than the others, its surface semi-transparent, vaguely revealing the outline inside. She didn't dare get too close, leaning her head forward to take a careful look. This is... Yin Shu took a gentle breath, reaching out to point at that ant egg. Inside there was a baby. All eyes turned towards it. Inside the ant egg, there indeed appeared to be a small baby curled up, seemingly asleep, its body gently rising and falling, clearly still alive. Asu's expression turned serious. Whispering, "This is not an ordinary carnivorous ant." Just as he finished speaking, the ant egg suddenly emitted a dazzling light, the halo spreading out, instantly enveloping Yin Shu's body. Shu! Asu exclaimed in shock, wanting to rush forward, but was pushed back a few steps by the powerful impact of the light. Aho roared, "What is this thing?" He tried to leap forward, but was also blocked by the light. Following that, the surface of the ant egg quickly cracked open with a crisp sound. The baby broke free from its shell, growing a pair of strange transparent wings on its back. Gently flapping them, and with an eerie aura, it instantly lunged into Yin Shu's arms. "Get away!" Yin Shu was startled by this sudden action and reflexively tried to shake the baby off. However, the baby clung tightly to her clothes with surprising strength. Just as Yin Shu struggled to break free, the baby slightly raised its head, revealing a pair of eyes glowing faintly. In the next second, it lowered its head and bit into her neck. Yin Shu let out a muffled grunt, her body stiffening, a sharp pain radiating from her neck. But that pain quickly transformed into a cold numbness, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Shu! Asu and the others shouted, wanting to approach, but were forcibly kept at bay by the gust of wind created by the baby's wings, unable to come any closer. Yin Shu's pupils gradually lost focus, her legs weakened, collapsing helplessly to the ground, her hands still gripping the baby, but her strength was fading. Shu! Asu roared in panic, his eyes filled with deep fear. He rushed towards the halo recklessly, trying to rescue her from that monster. However, at that moment, Yin Shu completely lost consciousness, her body weakly falling to the ground, while the baby's figure clung to her as if it were a ghost, eerily sending chills down one's spine. Yin Shu was awakened from her dream by a wave of heat. She abruptly opened her eyes, her vision blurry, her ears only hearing her own rapid breathing. Her entire body felt as if it had been burned by flames, sweat sliding down her forehead, soaking her temples and sticking to her cheeks. She struggled to raise her hand, only to find her strength seemingly drained. Shu! Asu's voice was filled with urgency as he quickly grasped her wrist, his narrow fox-like eyes full of concern. Aho was close by, his eyes filled with frustration and heartache, holding her other hand, his voice deep and hoarse. Shu, how do you feel? Yin Shu gasped for breath, trying to ease the heat sensation, but each breath felt like swallowing a flame, her chest rising and falling erratically, making her feel like she had just been pulled out of water. She shook her head weakly, her voice faint. "I feel a bit hot." Aling immediately leaned closer, reaching out to gently touch Yin Shu's cheek, trying to alleviate her discomfort with his cool touch. Yin Shu felt the chill and grasped his hand, rubbing it against her skin. Asu looked on enviously but sighed, thinking of his own fluffiness. A chun stood nearby, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he spoke softly. "I'll get some water." His skill also required water to be nearby. Yin Shu's gaze shifted slightly to Aho, whose wolf-like eyes were filled with unease, seemingly ready to pick her up and find an elder at any moment. "I'm Fine. Don't be nervous." She smiled weakly, attempting to reassure them, but her voice was as light as a feather falling. Aho lowered his head, frowning at her. His lips pressed tightly together for a moment before he whispered, but Shu, before Aho could finish his sentence. Yin Shu suddenly sensed something was off. She turned her gaze slightly and focused on the bedside. The baby was quietly lying there. It was an extraordinarily peculiar-looking baby. Its skin was as white as snow, so delicate It seemed almost flawless, even exuding a somewhat unnatural chill. The tightly closed eyes had a pair of long white eyelashes that fluttered lightly, like wings. The sparse hair on its head was also pure white, soft like reeds by the lake. The baby's lips were slightly pale, curled up like a newly hatched beast, carrying an air of mystery that did not belong to humans. Yen Shu's heart skipped a beat, and in her panic, she tried to get up from the bed. But her weakness caused her to fall helplessly to the side as soon as she sat up. Asu reacted quickly, stepping forward to support her. His tone filled with urgency. Shu, what's wrong? Don't move. Yen Shu raised her hand, pointing at the baby, her voice trembling. How did it get here? Upon seeing the baby, Asu's expression instantly darkened, his tone low and tinged with suppressed anger. Shu, when you fainted. This thing was stuck to you and couldn't be shaken off. Yen Shu's eyes widened, her body trembling slightly, her voice filled with disbelief. Stuck to me? Then why didn't you throw it away? Aho gritted his teeth, seemingly recalling something extremely unpleasant, and said in a deep voice, We tried, but it can fly. Every time we approached it to take it away or throw it far, it would emit a kind of light, and as soon as that light appeared, we were pushed back far away and simply couldn't get close. Asu took over the conversation, his expression grim as he added, The most ridiculous part is, it can also become invisible. Every time we thought it had disappeared, we turned around and found it back by your side as if no matter what we did, it wouldn't leave you. A Ling stood by, his tone cold yet filled with a sense of suppressed helplessness. Until we brought you back, it remained stuck to you, even when you lay in bed. It lay down with you. We are powerless. Yen Shu felt a wave of numbness wash over her, her gaze fixed on the quiet baby lying by the bed, finding it absurd. Her voice almost squeezed out from her throat. And then, just let stay? Asu lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over her neck. His eyes filled with deep, complex emotions. It's not just that, Shu, we've discovered something worse. What is it? Yen Shu suddenly looked up. Asu spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unprecedented heaviness. You have been contracted by it. Yen Shu was taken aback. Contracted? Asu pointed to her neck. We saw a new mark on your neck, a symbol of the contract, and it emits the same light as this baby. Moreover, the aura it carries is completely intertwined with your current aura. Yen Shu's breath became rapid in an instant, the heat in her chest seemingly surging back, and she instinctively touched her neck. She also remembered that just before she fainted, the baby had bitten her neck. Could it be that was when they formed a contract? Yen Shu's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Isn't it a baby? Can I really contract with it? Ah, did he know that? Offering an inexpressible explanation. Some races possess the ability to initiate contracts even before birth. He paused before continuing. This kind of race either has a very short lifespan and needs to reproduce quickly, or has a very long lifespan and finds it extremely difficult to reproduce, allowing them to contract with others even before they are born. Yen Shu listened, her brows slightly furrowing as she looked at the baby with a complicated gaze. The little one lay quietly, its sparse white hair sticking to its forehead, its pale skin appearing slightly translucent in the light, as if it would shatter upon touch. So which kind is it? Yen Shu paused, her voice somewhat difficult. Asu shook his head, his 9 tails gently swaying, his tone tinged with helplessness. It's hard to judge right now. However, the carnivorous ants themselves are just a weak, ordinary race. The threat lies in the fact that they always act in large groups. He paused, confusion filling his eyes. The ant race does have variants that can shape-shift, but they are extremely rare, mutated individuals that usually require consuming a large number of their kin to evolve to such a degree. His tone was low, and Asu flicked his tail lightly, his gaze still fixed on the quiet baby. Moreover, he paused, his brow furrowing even deeper. The fact that he appeared alone is very abnormal. Yen Shu's heart raced, her unease growing. Aho, feeling a bit unnerved, muttered from the side. Who cares which kind it is? Whether it's the ant race or something else, it's absolutely unacceptable for it to contract with Shu. If I had known, I would have burned that egg directly. Asu shot him a cold glance. The contract has already formed. Can you burn it away? Aho was silenced by his glare, instantly refraining from speaking, but his face was filled with unwillingness, his brow tightly knitted. Originally, having a chun was one thing, but now Shu still hadn't favored him, and another had come along. Aho was furious. Everyone could say what they wanted. But now that this baby had contracted with Yen Shu, there was nothing else they could do. Let the elder come. Yen Shu usually restrained them from inviting the elder over, mainly because every time something happened, the elder would be startled and then have her take the elder's position. Now that she was inexplicably contracted by a baby, she still needed the elder to come and take a look. A Ling heard Yin Shu's command, said nothing more, nodded, and turned to leave. He walked quickly, almost running. His pale skin and narrow eyes appeared particularly calm in the sunlight, as if there was not a shred of emotional fluctuation. However, only he knew that the anxiety and worry in his heart were about to overflow. In the room, Yin Shu leaned against the head of the bed, her gaze resting on the quiet baby. The little one's eyelashes gently trembled, as if caught in some strange dream, occasionally emitting faint sounds that made it hard to connect with the earlier contract and light. Ailing quickly returned with the elder. As soon as the elder entered the room, her gaze fell on the baby, her brows furrowing deeply, revealing a hint of surprise in her expression. She said little, walking directly to the bedside to carefully examine the baby's pale skin and white eyelashes. She then reached out her hand to gently touch the baby's forehead. As soon as her fingertips made contact, the baby's body slightly trembled, as if sensing her presence. It was indeed an ant clan. The elder whispered, her tone uncertain. But this was not an ordinary ant clan. Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is it?" The elder shook her head, standing up to retrieve a transparent crystal from a bundle she had brought. The crystal was clear and sparkling, emitting a faint blue light, as if it could penetrate everything. This crystal is used to detect bloodline characteristics, the elder explained, her gaze returning to the baby, hoping to find some clues. She slowly brought the crystal closer to the baby, and in the next moment, the skin on the baby's forehead began to change. Two slender tassels appeared on the forehead, entwined with white patterns that looked like a miniature version of some ancient symbol, faintly radiating a strange glow. Yin Shu gasped at the sight. "What is this?" The elder's expression grew more serious as she stared at the two tassels, her voice low. "This mark is a bloodline symbol only found in high-level ant clans." Asu couldn't help but speak up. "High-level ant clan? Haven't they gone extinct?" The elder didn't answer immediately, only gripping the crystal tightly, murmuring, "Indeed, this child is likely a remnant of the high-level ant clan." Just as Yin Shu was trying to comprehend this, she was startled by a familiar screen that suddenly popped up before her. Chapter 114 Status: Unfertilized Egg. Just as Yin Shu was half understanding and wanted to ask for clarification, a familiar screen suddenly appeared in front of her. Ding! Yin Shu was startled by the system's sudden notification sound. Looking up, the content on the screen made her pupils shrink, and she froze in place. Post-production countdown, awaiting activation, status, unfertilized egg. The cold and stark word egg stood out prominently. Yin Shu was stunned for several seconds before realizing what she had seen. She almost reflexively tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing an unnatural smile. System. What is this egg? The system remained as cold and mechanical as ever. Host has established a contract with a male remnant, has entered the natural reproduction adaptation stage. Current status is unfertilized. Unfertilized? Adaptation stage? Yin Shu nearly sprang up from the bed, her body stiffening, her pupils slightly trembling. "Wait, are you saying that I am already pregnant?" The system continued without any fluctuation. "Yes, the adaptive response after the contract will autonomously adjust based on the host's physique and the characteristics of the contracted object. The current status is normal and irreversible." Irreversible? Yin Shu was shocked. "I haven't done anything with that baby. No, the male remnant. The adaptive response after the contract will autonomously adjust based on the host's physique and the characteristics of the contracted object. The current status is normal and irreversible." The system repeated this sentence. Yin Shu began to seriously contemplate its meaning. She raised her hand to press against her forehead. She looked down at the baby lying quietly on the bed. The little one had pale, translucent skin and long white eyelashes that trembled slightly, appearing innocent and harmless. But now, in her eyes, this was no obedient child. It was clearly a breeding horse. "Shoo shoo." Asu noticed her expression was off, his tail swaying gently with concern. "What's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Yin Shu shook her head and turned to the elder. "Elder, I want to ask, besides establishing contracts upon meeting, do ant clans have any other abilities?" The elder looked at the baby on the bed. Noting that the ant clan didn't possess significant powers, they were primarily feared for their numbers. An individual ant clan member is weak and poses no threat when isolated. Hearing this, Yin Shu relaxed her brows slightly but couldn't help but confirm further. "So he is an ant clan member?" The elder nodded, her gaze firm. "Indeed, his characteristics and aura clearly indicate that he is an ant clan member." Yin Shu's heart sank, her fingers tightening around the blanket. She hesitated, contemplating whether to mention the suspected egg inside her body, as it was too outrageous, and even she found it hard to voice. However, before she could say anything, the elder suddenly shifted her tone, becoming more serious. However, there is one exception among the ant clan, which is the ant queen. Yin Shu's heart leapt, and she looked up at the elder. Ant queen? The elder gazed deeply at her. Slowly speaking, the abilities of the ant queen are completely different from those of ordinary ant clan members. She can not only control the entire ant colony, but also manipulate the actions of millions of ant clan members through her mental power. Most frighteningly, the ant queen has an extremely strong reproductive ability. She is the core of the entire ant clan's continuation. Yin Shu's heart suddenly sank, the word reproduction swirling in her mind, making her breath slightly uneven. The elder continued. However, the birth of an ant queen is extremely rare. The ant clan itself has a very low probability of transforming, and the chance of an ant queen transforming into human form is even 1 in 10,000. Historical records show that ant queens often possess world-destroying powers. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu felt a chill in her heart. She unconsciously glanced at the quietly lying baby. The little one still had his eyes closed, his eyelashes gently trembling, looking innocently harmless, like a porcelain doll with no threat. But now, in her eyes, this porcelain doll was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. The elder's words fell again, making Yin Shu's heart sink. Moreover, throughout history, ant queens have always been born female. Yin Shu's expression stiffened for a moment, her gaze falling once more on the porcelain doll. Female? This one is male. Her conflicted mind felt like it was about to explode. Forget it, forget it. Now that she was already contracted and with the egg still inside her body, knowing what kind of race he was would be of no use. It was better to take it one step at a time. The elder carefully put away the crystal, her expression finally easing a bit, and continued. Now that he has contracted with you, it means that his life and death are closely tied to yours. So you need to worry about that. At least, he won't cause you direct harm. Yin Shu listened, her expression not looking good. She rubbed her temples, feeling helpless. Thank you, elder. Hearing you say this makes me feel much lighter. She rolled her eyes internally. It wasn't about harm or not, but the fact that there was an egg inside her body was the real headache. The elder seemed oblivious to the acidity in her tone, nodded slightly, and spoke seriously. He is still just a cub now, and the contract response has stabilized him. However, you need to pay attention to one thing. High-level ant clans grow rapidly. Especially with the assistance of contracts, they may grow faster than you expect. Rapid growth? Yin Shu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the baby. The elder didn't say anything further and left after confirming there was nothing urgent. Now, because of the meat-eating ants, the elder was extremely busy. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to persuade Yin Shu to take the position of elder again, but was decisively rejected once more. After everyone left, Yin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief and complicatedly revealed the fact that there were more eggs in her body. She thought this would cause a wave of shock, but unexpectedly, Su said in surprise, "Didn't the elder just check on you, Shu? He didn't say you were pregnant with a third child?" A Ling and a Chun, on the other hand, showed calm expressions, even with a sense of inevitability, thinking it was very normal for her to be pregnant. Even a glorious thing. Only Aho's face instantly fell, his handsome features wrinkled into a frown, his eyes filled with reluctance and grievance. Shu, now even this undeveloped little thing can make you pregnant. I want it too. Yin Shu looked at his jealous demeanor and couldn't help but laugh and cry. What are you talking about? What do you mean you want it too? Aho, however, was unyielding, staring at her with determination. No. If I don't work harder, I will definitely be surpassed by these chaotic guys. Upon hearing this, Su flicked his tail, raising an eyebrow leisurely. Tisk, why are you so anxious? If Shu wants to have a child with someone, that's their ability. What are you shouting about here? Aho, hearing this, was even more furious, gritting his teeth. Then I can't lose to a little ant. Chapter 115. Contract and Pregnancy. Revised. Yin Shu sat on the bed, her gaze fixed on the quietly lying baby, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She never thought she would encounter such a situation. A baby could actually form a contract with her upon meeting and make her pregnant. Su saw her confusion and spoke gently. Shu, some species do have this special ability. They can make their contract partner pregnant right at birth. Yin Shu's brow twitched slightly. You mean, this ability also exists in other species? Su nodded, his tone slightly serious. Yes. This kind of species is very rare and generally has a short lifespan. They establish a connection with a contract partner at the moment of birth. And this connection often comes with powerful reproductive capabilities. He paused, looking at the baby with a complex expression. If this child is indeed of this species, then the eggs in your body might be part of it. Yanshu felt speechless upon hearing this. She remembered watching a documentary before about the reproductive methods of certain insects, which she had watched because she loved figs. There was a type of insect that burrowed into figs to reproduce. The female insect often died from exhaustion after reproduction. At this moment, the male would fertilize the still unhatched eggs directly, and once the eggs hatched successfully, they would lay eggs immediately. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. The situation was somewhat opposite to hers, but there were similarities. System. I want to have any accidents giving birth, right? I want to die, will I? She instinctively shouted this in her mind. The system's voice was calm and emotionless, responding like a soulless machine. Based on the host's physical condition, there is currently no life-threatening danger. The eggs in the host's body have not yet been fertilized, and according to known data, there will be no signs of fatality during childbirth. Yanshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The elder had said that this baby grows very quickly, but she didn't expect it to be this fast. By the time Yanshu finally calmed down, the next day arrived. At this moment, the baby resembled a 1-year-old child. Although it hadn't opened its eyes yet, its face was much clearer than the day before. Its skin was still that snow-white, translucent color, and its white hair was so soft that it was almost flawless. The contours of its little face were becoming increasingly delicate, showing a maturity that didn't match its age. Yanshu contemplated for a long time and ultimately decided to take the initiative to contact other females, especially those with similar experiences. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still felt uncertain about this sudden change. She thought that perhaps she could gain some useful information from them to help her better understand the current situation. She found a straightforward female she had met during a previous mission. This female had once had a contractual relationship with a special male, and knowing her situation, Yanshu decided to ask her. You've had a similar experience before. Yanshu carefully began, trying to sound not too eager. Can you tell me what happened to you at that time? The female was taken aback for a moment. She had heard about Yanshu's situation today. She showed a hint of understanding with a smile. Are you talking about the contract? You're someone like I was back then with my B-tribe male. After pondering for a moment, she continued. At that time, a Ming had just been born, and I was the only female nearby to form a contract with. Yanshu's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this. I see. The female looked down at her fingers, seemingly recalling. This is also a characteristic of a species. It's a natural drive for them to automatically lock onto a female after birth. Saying this, she might have understood Yanshu's current worries, smiling as she said, but don't worry, generally, males who form contracts at birth are particularly loyal to their females. Yanshu finally heard some good news. Very loyal? The female nodded, possibly thinking of her male, her eyes shining with warmth. Yes, now he is not just a contract partner, but also my most loyal companion. His unconditional loyalty to me is almost beyond reason. Even now, he remains my most steadfast supporter, supporting all my decisions without hesitation. Hearing this, Yanshu felt somewhat reassured. If this baby grows up to be loyal to her, then it wouldn't be harmful. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, her brow relaxing a bit. But then she thought of another key question and tentatively asked, So, when you formed the contract, did you become pregnant? The female shook her head. Not that quickly. Getting pregnant doesn't happen immediately. If it could be that easy, he wouldn't have had to forcibly contract with a female at birth. Yanshu, not giving up, asked, So, it wouldn't be that a child appears right away? No. The female shook her head and then added, But this kind of male forcibly contracting right at birth can indeed have an effect on the body, especially as your body gradually adapts to his presence, even merging with his aura. So, even if you want to get pregnant immediately, if the compatibility is high in the future, having a child will just be a matter of time. Yanshu listened, her gaze complex as she swept a glance at her abdomen. Then what about her situation? She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but continue. Are there any species that can make someone pregnant immediately upon forming a contract? The female, upon hearing this, had her smile slightly freeze, seemingly not processing her words, staring blankly for several seconds before blinking in surprise. Pregnant immediately upon forming a contract? What you're saying? That sounds a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Is there really such a species? Yanshu's mouth twitched, secretly thinking. She had encountered plenty of ridiculous things now. She forced a smile. I mean, are there any particularly rare species that naturally possess this ability? The female seemed to think she was joking and couldn't help but laugh. Is there really such a terrifying existence? If they could make females pregnant immediately upon forming a contract, wouldn't they just need to take a few steps to create a whole nest of offspring? That would be terrible. Yin Shu barely managed to force a smile, continuing to test. Is there a possibility that such rare species once existed, but you all have never encountered them? The female furrowed her brows slightly, as if she were seriously contemplating. After a while, she shook her head. Rare races do exist. But even in legends, there aren't such exaggerated abilities. A contract only establishes a connection. How could it directly jump to the step of pregnancy? Yin Shu listened and felt even worse. If even the legendary ones can't do it, what about the eggs in her belly? Chapter 116. Shu, you don't dislike me, do you? Yin Shu didn't get any useful information from the other females, so she simply stopped worrying and turned back to her courtyard. However, as soon as she stepped into the yard, she felt something was off. It was unusually quiet around, and Asu and the others approached her with serious expressions, their tone carrying a hint of urgency. Shu, that little male, is missing. What? Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat. How could he be missing? Wasn't Achan watching him? Achan lowered his head, nervously rubbing the hem of his clothes, his voice trembling slightly. I just turned to get some water, and when I came back, I found he was gone. I clearly didn't leave for long. Asu stepped forward and gently patted Achan on the shoulder. It's okay, don't be upset. Aho, who would rather the little male leave on his own? Immediately grinned. Did he walk away by himself? Ling remained as calm as ever, silently standing beside Yin Shu. But Yin Shu had a strange feeling. That little creature hadn't left. She didn't say much, took a deep breath, and quickly walked toward her room. As soon as she stepped inside, before she could take in the situation, a white figure suddenly lunged at her from the corner. Shu, be careful, Asu exclaimed. Yin Shu instinctively took a step back, frantically waving her hands forward to block, and unconsciously shouted. But that white figure was extremely fast, diving straight in her arms. Soft little arms tightly hugged her waist, and a small face buried itself in her chest, exuding an irresistible intimacy. Yin Shu froze, looking down to see that it was indeed the little white-haired creature. Its small face was pale and tender, eyes closed, making soft humming sounds of satisfaction, as if it had finally found the safest place. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Yin Shu saw that the little male had opened his eyes. She saw that his eyes were white, but not purely white. They had a faint silvery gray sheen, like moonlight spilling onto the snow, carrying a cold yet noble and mysterious beauty. And there was not a trace of impurity, pure to an unbelievable degree. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. She sensed that his gaze seemed to carry a peculiar feeling, clear and surging, as if something was bubbling within. The little creature seemed to sense her gaze, his eyes curving into crescents, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then he buried his small face back into her embrace, as if he had found the safest resting place. Asu and the others couldn't help but come closer, especially Aho, who wanted to take the little creature away from Yin Shu. But just as he approached, the little male suddenly turned his head, opened his mouth, revealing sharp little teeth, and bared them at them in warning. Asu and Achan were momentarily stunned, not expecting the little creature to have such a strong reaction. Immediately afterward, a wave of heat suddenly surged toward them, almost forcing them to take a step back. The heat seemed to emanate directly from the little creature's body, quickly spreading out, and the hot breath instantly made the temperature in the air rise sharply. Their expressions turned particularly serious. The heat wave in the air made them feel a sense of pressure, as if they were enveloped by an irresistible force. What was happening? Yin Shu nervously looked at the little male in her arms. She instinctively stroked the little creature's back. She could feel the warmth, but it didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was warm. She tried to calm him down through her soothing touch. However, Yin Shu could also sense a unique aura surrounding his body, as if it resonated with her own. Shu. Asu spoke hesitantly. Seeing that she seemed not to be too affected, he cautiously asked, "Are you okay?" Yin Shu nodded, her gaze still fixed on the little creature in her arms, trying to decipher some clues from his actions. The little creature snuggled tightly against her, his eyes still clear, but faintly revealing a look of contentment, looking like he wasn't threatened at all, but rather enjoying this moment of dependence. It might be directed at you guys. I'm fine. Especially when the little male was pawing at himself, feeling the little thing in her arms was incredibly warm. If it were winter, Holding him would definitely be very warm. No, her thoughts were drifting. The little male's growth rate left Yin Shu astonished. Time seemed to pass particularly quickly for him. On the first day, he was just a little creature snuggling like a baby in Yin Shu's arms. By the second day, he had already turned into a child around 3 years old, with a hint of exploration and innocence in his gaze. By the third day, he had grown quite a bit, looking like a 5-year-old boy. Although he was small in stature, his demeanor was increasingly mature. As the days went by, everyone gradually noticed that although his appearance was maturing, the brilliance in his eyes still retained that clear glow like white moonlight, as if everything was so pure. By the 10th day, Yin Shu thought she would see an 18-year-old boy, but unexpectedly, she saw an egg. No, it looked like an egg. Asu and the others said it was a gigantic egg. Everyone knew that after this ordeal, the little male would definitely undergo a transformation into a mature male. This made Aho feel a sense of crisis. Shu, you don't dislike me, do you? At this moment, Aho felt that he was not as good at comforting people as Asu and wasn't as likable as Aling. He even felt inferior to Achun. Aho also knew that Yin Shu was different from other females. She didn't like to have too many males around. Now that more males were gathering around her, and he still had no children, along with the fact that no matter what he did recently, he couldn't gain Yin Shu's affection. He couldn't help but walk up to her and ask. Not receiving a response from Yin Shu, he repeated the question, his tone filled with urgency. Shu, you don't dislike me, do you? Yin Shu looked up in surprise, gazing at him. Looking at Aho, his tall figure stood like a mountain before her, usually exuding a reassuring sense of strength, but at this moment, he seemed fragile. His deep-set eyes, which always carried a unique wildness of the wolf tribe, were now replaced by a hint of anxiety, and his drooping ear tips seemed to reveal his nervousness. Her gaze fell lower, and she noticed that due to his tension, his hands had clenched into fists, knuckles turning white, clearly trying hard to hold himself together in front of her. How could I possibly not like you? I like you. Yin Shu couldn't help but laugh. These few kept repeating this question. Upon hearing this, Aho suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his deep eyes. Clearly Yin Shu's answer shattered the gloom in his heart. Really? His voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a deep, magnetic tone of the wolf tribe, as if he was afraid he had heard wrong. Chapter 117. The enchantingly beautiful young man emerging from the eggshell. Yin Shu nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Aho's fists slowly relaxed, his shoulders no longer as stiff, and the tense aura enveloping him dissipated. He lowered his head, his voice carrying a barely perceptible joy. Shu, do you know how scared I was? Scared that I wasn't good enough, that I didn't deserve to stand by your side. Yin Shu raised her hand and gently patted his chest. Her tone relaxed yet tender. Stop overthinking. What is wrong with you? My Aho is a strong wolf. With these words, Aho finally broke into a smile, his expression honest and filled with joy. He reached out his hand, but carefully avoided touching Yin Shu, looking at her with a gaze filled with reverence and affection. Shu, can I have a child? Aho's voice was tentative and cautious, fearing that his request might upset Yin Shu. In fact, this was not the first time he had asked. It had become his daily habit to ask once, and he had long stopped holding out much hope. But this time, Yin Shu paused for a moment, then looked up at him, her tone calm, yet serious. Wait until Asu's child is born, and I'll give you one, okay? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Aho was stunned, as if he hadn't heard clearly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Shu, what'd you just say? His voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on her, afraid he had misheard. Yin Shu looked at him with amusement, poking his chest lightly. What I mean is once Asu's child is born, you can be a dad, all right? As soon as these words fell, Aho's expression instantly brightened, his handsome face full of joy, even a bit flustered. He looked down at Yin Shu, as if afraid his excitement would scare her, and could only try to suppress his inner thrill. Shu, really? You promise me? His voice was hoarse, filled with barely concealed excitement. Yin Shu nodded, smiling as she said, but no noisy interruptions now, or I might change my mind. Aho was overjoyed, not doubting at all whether Yin Shu could conceive a child. His radiant smile was like a little sun. Even the tiny tail behind him, which was almost invisible, was swaying vigorously, radiating an uncontainable joy. The night was quiet, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window, casting a faint silver glow over everything. Yin Shu was asleep on the bed, her breathing steady, her face showing a rare peace. But in one corner of the room, the huge egg began to tremble slightly. The sheen on the eggshell flickered with the tremors, like a star slowly awakening. If Asu and the others were present, they would definitely recognize this as the sign of hatching. However, this egg was filled with rejection towards others, only allowing Yanshu to approach. Asu was quite anxious about this. He even specially invited the elder over to investigate the egg's anomalies. But as soon as the elder approached, he was blocked by an invisible force and could not touch the eggshell at all. It only recognizes Yanshu. The elder's expression was complex. None of us can get close unless it allows. Asu was dissatisfied but helpless. He could only guard outside the door every night, worrying about this mysterious egg, silently praying, no matter what it is, don't harm Yanshu. But tonight, he was not in the room. Yanshu saw them guarding tirelessly, and since they all lived in this suite, she could just call them if anything happened. So, Asu and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Now the egg's trembling was becoming more pronounced, a faint white light shimmering on its surface, like thin mist swirling around the eggshell. The life force was gradually intensifying, even making the air in the room feel hot. Yanshu was awakened by the heat. She slowly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, thinking she was still dreaming. But the faint buzzing vibration sound completely woke her up. Following the sound, her gaze fell on the huge egg in the corner of the room. The patterns on the eggshell were flickering as if some power was surging inside. It trembled gently, each vibration making the light more dazzling, seemingly on the verge of breaking out of its shell. Yanshu instinctively sat up, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Is it about to hatch? She murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. She looked towards the door, hesitating for a moment whether to call Asu and the others over. But thinking it over, that invisible repulsion kept everyone away. This egg only recognized her, and having others come would be of no use. It would only worry Asu and the others. She decided to observe for now. Yanshu simply put on a coat, got out of bed, and slowly walked towards the egg. The egg's trembling noticeably slowed as she approached, as if sensing her presence, and the intense heat gradually calmed down. Standing before the egg, Yanshu hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand on the eggshell. What exactly are you? She asked softly. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg. A faint cracking sound breaking the silence of the room. Her heart tightened, and she held her breath. The crack slowly widened, light pouring out from the gap. The warm aura quickly turning scorching, accompanied by an ancient and mysterious force. The pressure instinctively made Yanshu step back. It's really going to hatch, she murmured. The entire egg began to shake gently, the cracks becoming denser, and the light growing brighter. Yanshu clenched her fists, both excited and anxious, watching everything unfold before her. The cracks on the eggshell rapidly expanded, accompanied by a blinding white light, pieces of shell falling away. As the light gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. It was a young boy. He was completely snow white, his skin as translucent as porcelain, as if every inch had been meticulously carved. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently resting on his slender shoulders, glimmering faintly. His brows and eyes carried a bewitching charm, the narrow phoenix eyes slightly squinting. The corners of his eyes tilted up, exuding a captivating cold elegance. His silver gray eyes looked as if moonlight was poured over ice and snow, cold yet alluring. The boy slightly raised his head, his eyes holding an innate pride and aloofness, but the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. As he slowly opened his eyes, the moment his gaze fell on Yanshu, the original bewitching look was instantly replaced by a soft emotion. Shoo. He spoke softly, his voice carrying a newborn's hoarseness, yet exceptionally clear and melodious. Yanshu stared in astonishment at the boy emerging from the egg, feeling as if she were nailed to the spot, unsure how to react. Chapter 118. Host Delivery Countdown. 299 days, 21 hours, 36 seconds. Yanshu felt as if she were floating on an endless sea. The weak waves gently lapped against her body, seemingly tempting her to sink into them. She felt a gentle swaying, with no fear in her heart, but rather a strange tranquility. She closed her eyes, letting herself rise and fall with the waves. Just as she was about to fully succumb to that hazy stupor, suddenly a beam of light pierced through her eyelids, with a dazzling brightness forcing her to open her eyes. A wave of dizziness hit her, and Yanshu raised her hand to cover her forehead, slowly sitting up. She blinked a few times, adjusting to the light in front of her, only to realize she was lying on a wide bed. No, not quite a bed, but a soft mat made of some unknown white material, the texture warmer than any bed. as if every inch was a gentle embrace. She was also covered with a thin layer of something white, and her skin felt that strange warmth, as if surrounded by delicate clouds. Moving even slightly brought endless comfort and ease. But that wasn't the point. Yanshu's eyes widened suddenly, her pupils constricting, as the light screen in front of her froze her in place for a moment. The transparent light screen still hovered in the air, exuding an unmistakable chill through its lines of text. Status: fertilized egg. Post-production countdown: 299 days, 21 hours, 36 seconds, fertilized. Yanshu's mind was a chaotic mess as she tried to recall what had happened. The memories were fragmented. She remembered seeing him in his naked form, the sudden visual impact causing her heart to race. But before she could feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment, she was swallowed by a soft force, quickly sinking into a hazy state. After that, she remembered nothing. She furrowed her brows, desperately searching for those blurry fragments. But the blankness in her mind prevented her from piecing the details together. The only thing she could confirm was that in that moment, it seemed she and he had some indescribable contact. That sensation, that warmth still etched in her memory, soft, heated, and with an irresistible allure. Her fingertips trembled slightly, memories flooding back like a tide, only to recede swiftly. She lowered her head, looking at her bare body. Every inch of her skin radiated a moist sheen. Her skin had become exceptionally smooth, as if she had just been pulled from water, slightly pale, as if wrapped in a thin film. She forced herself to calm down, striving to detach from the chaotic emotions. Taking a deep breath, she finally regained some semblance of reason. The status displayed on the light screen, fertilized, meant what she already knew all too well. She rubbed her temples, involuntarily recalling the earlier scene. The naked youth whose skin was filled with an alluring charm. His breath was hot and oppressive, as if it could melt the air around him. She could even clearly remember his gaze, those enchanting eyes, like a bottomless lake, harboring unspeakable emotions. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, memories related to him crashing over her like a wave once again. Shoo shoo. A familiar voice suddenly broke through the chaos in Yen Shu's mind. She jolted, snapping back to reality. It was a Su, a Ho, and a Yi, their voices filled with urgency as they called for her from outside. She quickly sat up in bed, glancing around, only to realize she was wrapped in a white space. The entire room, or rather, a giant shell, was devoid of any other color, all space filled with white, as if she had entered an endless white world. She scanned her surroundings, trying to find something familiar, but saw nothing. She groped around, unable to find any clothing. Ultimately, Yanshu could only grab the thin white blanket, wrapping it around herself shyly. She carefully stood up, attempting to walk out. But just as she stepped off the bed, the surrounding white suddenly began to shake violently, followed by a thunderous sound, as if the shell of the entire space was about to collapse. Before she could react, the white around her shattered like glass, revealing the outside scene. Shoo shoo. Yen Shu barely had time to react before Su and the others rushed in. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and deep worry. And upon seeing Yen Shu standing there, wrapped in only a thin white blanket, they were taken aback and tense. Shoo shoo, are you all right? Su quickly stepped forward, almost rushing to hug Yen Shu tightly. His grip was somewhat heavy, as if he feared she might disappear from his embrace at any moment. Yen Shu was momentarily stunned, squeezed tightly in his arms, making it difficult to breathe. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, the blanket nearly slipping off her chest. She quickly clutched the blanket tighter, but still couldn't fully cover her body. Su, she whispered, feeling both flustered and embarrassed. Su, however, paid no attention to her shyness. He held her tightly as if it would reassure him. Aho quickly approached her side, unable to help but softly ask, Shoo shoo, are you okay? Meanwhile, Aling stood aside, worry etched on his pale face. Had it not been for Su and Aho holding her, he might have embraced her too. Chun, holding the baby, had initially been crying, but quieted down immediately upon sensing her presence. He looked worried, softly soothing his daughter in his arms. Yen Shu felt the attention of several pairs of eyes on her. She awkwardly lowered her head, trying her best to appear less embarrassed. She tightly covered the thin blanket and softly said, I'm fine, I just suddenly woke up and don't know what happened. Soon, Yen Shu learned what had transpired. A Yi, that little male, had wrapped the entire room after hatching. No matter how they knocked, they couldn't break through. Yen Shu tilted her head and asked, where is he? She hadn't seen him since waking up. Su and the others hummed lightly. He got into trouble right after coming of age. He should still be fighting. Yen Shu. Then she learned that, after Yi woke up, he had encountered several males who had come to court. Such things happen from time to time. But this time, Asu and the others hadn't acted yet, as Yi took the initiative to knock them all down. Then he attracted several powerful ones. A female capable of subduing such a strong male must be equally formidable, and they all came knocking. And then Yi had been fighting 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. Chapter 119, You Old 5. No Old 6. Revised, after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Yinshu stood in front of the mirror, tidying her hair before stepping out of the bathroom. She walked into the living room, where Su, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chun were already seated at the table, clearly waiting for her. Upon seeing her, Asu's eyes were filled with concern as he softly asked, Shu, do you really not need to call the elder over? No, I'm really fine. And if the elder finds out I'm pregnant with a third child, he'll surely say a lot. They could only nod. Shu sat down in front of them, took a deep breath, and began recounting what had happened the night before. She detailed the events from the egg breaking to Ye's appearance, and how long she had stayed in that special egg until she woke up to find herself in a fertilized state. So, her tone gradually became serious. That egg has been fertilized, which means I will have another child. The air instantly solidified, and Asu, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chen's gazes were all fixed on her. There were no expressions of surprise, but rather a hint of indescribable brilliance in their eyes. Asu was the first to react, his tone light, yet clearly proud. Shu, you truly are the female I first laid eyes on. To be able to have 3 children at once. Shu, a Ho exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean I can also have child? Can Shu have 4 children? A Ling and a Chun also wore expressions of shared joy. Shu. She had originally meant to speak seriously about this matter. Now with their reactions, it felt more like a good thing. Are you serious? Asu hugged her again, smiling even more brightly. Of course I'm serious. Shu, you're so amazing. Able to give birth to so many. We're all very happy. In her past life, hearing someone express happiness over having many children would have made Shu want to punch them. But now, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Okay, as long as you are happy. She expressionlessly pushed aside Asu, then changed her tone and said seriously. However, Yi is definitely not an ordinary male. She thought of the conspicuous production countdown on the screen. The date had already reached the maximum limit. She knew very well what this meant. Comparable to the bloodline of the little dragon in her belly. How could such a gifted existence be an ordinary male? Asu and the others nodded. Having already witnessed Ye's power, he was clearly not an ordinary male. Asu's tail swayed gently, and his smile faded a bit. Indeed, when he first came out, that aura suppressed us all to the point where we couldn't breathe. Aho frowned, his expression rarely serious. Shu, since he is not an ordinary male. Now that he has formed a contract with you, will it pose any danger to you? Shu shook her head, her voice calm but firm. The power of the contract is equal. If he harms me, it wouldn't be good for him either. Besides, considering how he helped me fight last night, he should be fine. A Ling, standing aside, said softly, but he is growing too fast, from birth until now. In just a few days, he is already comparable to an adult male. Ah Chun then added softly, My lady I will always protect you. Shu looked at them and smiled. With you all here, I am certainly at ease. Just after they had reassured Shu, a faint sound of footsteps came from the yard. Shu raised her head and saw Yi walking in from outside. He only wrapped a simple piece of bee skin around his waist, his snow-white skin glistening delicately in the sunlight, and his soft white hair hanging over his shoulders, appearing even purer and more radiant compared to Asu's silver hair, like untouched snow. Ye's gaze was clear, his eyes focused as always. And as soon as he entered, he looked straight at Shu, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Shu, I'm back. He carried a wild and enchanting aura, his bare upper body defined, looking both youthful and irresistibly charming. Asu's eyes twitched slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at Ye's attire, his tail flicking restlessly, his tone somewhat sour. Yi, how can you leave Shu alone here? Yi similait nonchalantly. Walked directly to Shu, stood still, and looked down at her. Shu, you're awake. Shu raised her head and couldn't help but rub her forehead. Fighting? Where did you get into trouble? Yi displayed an innocent expression, but his tone carried a hint of pride. They wanted to provoke you, and I didn't lose. I chased them all away. Aho glanced at Ye's proud demeanor and grinned. Shu dislikes troublesome matters the most. Yi turned to glance at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his white pupils, then looked down at Shu and said, I won't cause trouble, Shu. Shu looked at Yi's assertive yet somewhat spoiled demeanor, feeling a sense of familiarity. Fine. She raised her hand and rubbed her forehead, saying, while you're by my side, you can't just resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Understand? Yi obediently nodded, his tone serious like a reprimanded child. Okay. Next time I will wait for them to strike first. Yin Shu. Asu couldn't take it anymore and leaned back in his chair, flicking his tail lightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yi, waiting for them to strike first before you fight back, are you just making excuses for yourself? Yi raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, his voice cool, but slightly provocative. At least I have an excuse. You. Asu was nearly choked by this remark, and his tail flicked even harder. All right, stop arguing. Yin Shu raised her hand, stopping the increasingly heated atmosphere between the two. Yi, since you're now my male, let's not argue. I hope you can coexist peacefully. Her tone was a bit heavier. Yi looked at her, a hint of panic flashing in his white pupils, and his tone softened. I will listen to Shu Shu. Aho, standing aside, muttered sourly, listening to Shu Shu. You're too clingy. Yi turned to look at him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. If you can stop clinging to Shu Shu, then don't bother me. Aho, I only cling to Shu Shu now. You, the latecomer, should know your place. You're the 5th. No, the 6th. That dragon has already been counted among Yin Shu's males. Yeah. Strength speaks for itself. I'll take you on one-on-one. Yin Shu didn't expect them to start arguing, and she helplessly rubbed her forehead, waving her hand. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Asu raised an eyebrow, interjecting playfully. Shu Shu. Anyway, I'm your first male, so you definitely want to neglect me. Yin Shu glared at him. Don't add to the chaos. Chapter 120. Soaking together. A golden figure appears as night fell. Steam rose from the hot spring, and the moonlight spilled onto the water surface, as if draping a layer of silver gauze over the tranquil spring. Yin Shu stood by, watching the males in front of her take off their outer clothes, one after another, stepping into the hot spring. Each person's characteristics became even more pronounced in the mist. She felt her lips twitch. How did she end up here? It was also because Yi suddenly hugged her and said soaking would be beneficial. Of course, Asu and the others followed closely. The few of them nearly got into a fight, and it was also because Yin Shu agreed to bathe, which prompted them to hurry and soak. Otherwise, she wouldn't get in the water. Over here, Asu was the first to step into the hot spring, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders. 9 fluffy tails lazily hanging over the surface of the water, occasionally swaying gently. His body was long yet powerful, with lean muscles outlining flexible lines. His skin fair, as if coated with a layer of silver light. His peach blossom eyes held their usual teasing glint, yet his gaze was locked on Yin Shu, seemingly waiting for her reaction. Aho followed closely, his movements rough and natural, showing no hint of concealment as he undressed. His build was much more robust than Asu's, with solid muscles and healthy wheat-colored skin, seemingly harboring explosive strength. Every movement carried the unique wildness of the wolf tribe. Yet his deep-set eyes held a hint of tenderness as he discreetly peeked at Yin Shu, the tips of his ears tinged with a bit of red. Ling approached slowly, his movements as quiet as ever, appearing particularly composed. His pale skin was nearly transparent under the moonlight, his body long and elegant. At this moment, his narrow eyes were slightly squinted, casting a faint glance at Yin Shu, but his eyes concealed a hint of indulgent affection. His aura was cold, yet carried an undeniable allure. Chun stood at the back, clearly a bit shy, gently removing his clothing to reveal a firm but not exaggerated physique. His skin was warm and jade-like. Although he wasn't as muscular as Aho or as striking as Asu, he possessed a literary charm. He cautiously watched Yin Shu, seemingly waiting for her permission. Finally, Yi slowly took off his clothes, his white hair falling over his shoulders, adding a layer of brilliance to his strong body. His skin was so white it was almost dazzling, with well-defined muscles and no excess fat, exuding an enchanting beauty. He turned to look at Yin Shu, his white pupils seemingly carrying an innate authority, but when meeting her gaze, a hint of a pleasing smile appeared, and he softly said, Shu Shu, the water is warm. Coming quickly, Yin Shu stood by the hot spring, feeling at a loss where to place her eyes. The completely bare scene made her scalp tingle. Each person's physique was ridiculously good, one more dazzling than the other, their exposed skin shrouded in the mist of the hot spring, glistening slightly. She forced herself not to look up, but as her gaze slightly shifted, she inevitably caught sight of some scenes that made her blush and her heart race. Asu's 9 silver tails were restlessly swaying in the water, paired with his lazy demeanor, as if he was ready to tease her at any moment. Aho's muscular lines were overly eye-catching, yet he wore a self-righteous look, as if unaware that he was making people's eyelids ache. Aling resembled a cold jade statue. Although quiet, he exuded a chilling beauty that made it hard to look away. Ah-chun was warm and gentle as jade. Even without clothes, he appeared cultured and refined. Imanating a refreshinyoha. Lastly, there was Yi, who leisurely soaked in the water while glancing at her inadvertently. His eyes filled with a naive anticipation and a hint of flattery. His white pupils and silvery hair stood out in the mist, as if bold underlined in her mind. Yanshu swallowed hard, feeling her eyelids twitch. Would she wake up with styes tomorrow? But no matter how she tried to avoid it, she felt those people with their gazes firmly glued to her. She awkwardly stood in place, even starting to doubt whether she had made the right decision. Should she soak in this hot spring or not? I'll do it myself. Yanshu hurriedly spoke up, stopping the imposing figures wanting to come ashore. She took a deep breath, decided not to hesitate any longer, and turned around to start undressing. With her back to the group of males, she fumbled to unfasten her outer robe, moving quickly as if afraid of being watched. Just as the last layer of clothing slipped off, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as she finished undressing and prepared to step into the hot spring, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, and her whole body was lifted lightly. Shushu Asu's familiar, smiling voice came from behind her, his tail, agile as if it had eyes, wrapped around her tightly, preventing even her toes from touching the ground. Yanshu hurriedly covered her chest, and before she could get angry, she was gently placed into the water. I'm just helping you hurry up. Asu smiled innocently, a mischievous glint in his peach blossom eyes. I saw that Shushu was too slow. The water was almost cold. Asu! Yanshu gritted her teeth in anger, reaching out to swat his tail away, but he had already retracted it, standing in the water pretending nothing had happened. Yi came over, his white hair gently floating, as if alive, smoothly wrapping around Yanshu's waist, securely holding her and slowly moving toward a corner of the hot spring. At first, Yanshu was flustered by this sudden action, instinctively protecting her chest. Yi, what are you trying to do? Yi did not answer, but looked at her gently, his white pupils filled with rippling water. He carefully placed her in the safest spot in the hot spring corner. A few natural rocks surrounded them, creating a private territory just for her. While Yanshu was nervous, Yi turned around, his gaze suddenly turning cold, staring directly at Asu and Aho. Shushu has a child now. Yi's voice was deep and firm. Don't get too close. Asu. Normally, he would be doing such things. But now this old six has stolen his thunder. He gritted his teeth in anger. Yanshu saw them about to argue and quickly advised, I'm fine. You all stay put and enjoy the bath. Originally, Asu and the others got along peacefully, but Yi was too independent, just a body without a brain. He had a somewhat obsessive personality. Coupled with his high strength, he was quite spoiled. Yanshu felt a headache coming on. Just then, she felt a burning temperature at her ankle. Suddenly, a golden light surged from her body, instantly enveloping her. In the golden light, a vague figure gradually emerged, as if from the void, exuding a powerful aura. The blurry figure slowly turned its head, as if surveying the surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on Yanshu. Chapter 121 Shushu. This is for you. No one else can touch it. Yanshu was stunned, just about to speak, but found her voice seemingly blocked by something. Unable to make a sound, the blurry figure took a step forward, slowly approaching her. Asu and the others watched this scene, their faces filled with shock and vigilance. But no matter how hard they tried, their bodies were suppressed by that golden light. Unable to move, even speaking became difficult. Yi was the only one who could move. He quickly stood in front of Yanshu, his white hair lifting as if alive, trying to dispel the golden light figure. However, that golden light seemed to carry an irresistible power, and no matter how hard Yi tried, he couldn't touch that figure at all. Shushu! Yi called out anxiously, his gaze filled with anger, yet feeling helpless. The blurry figure in the golden light continued to approach Yanshu, eventually extending a hand, the fingertips glowing slightly, gently touching her cheek. In that instant, Yanshu felt an indescribable warmth spread throughout her body, as if wrapped in a gentle power, instantly calming her inner tension and unease. The blurry figure said nothing, only quietly gazing at her, as if confirming something. Asu's eyes widened. Although he couldn't act, his peach blossom eyes were filled with anger and worry. Damn it. What exactly is he? Aho gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his throat. Shushu, don't touch him. Yin Shu moved her lips, finally regaining a bit of her voice, softly saying, "You are him?" The blurry figure did not respond, but moved its hand, slowly placing it on her belly. Several shards of light entered her abdomen. The vague golden figure gradually dimmed, as if completing some kind of ritual, disappearing into the air in an instant. The whole room instantly returned to calm, and Asu and Aho's bodies finally regained mobility. They immediately surrounded Yin Shu, protecting her in the middle. Asu and the others guessed something. Only Ai Yi, gritting his teeth, didn't expect he couldn't contend with that golden shadow. "Shushu, are you okay?" Yin Shu nodded. "I'm fine, it's him." Asu and the others knew who this him was, so they weren't very agitated at the moment. But Ai Yi didn't know. His enchanting face was full of ferocity. "Which him? I want to beat him to death." Yin Shu shook her head. "I think it's my 5th-ranked male." Ai Yi's white hair seemed to slightly float in anger, a hint of unwillingness and grievance flashing in his white pupils. "5th? Shushu, how many males do you have?" He looked like a little beast with ruffled fur, his eyes filled with anger, but also with undeniable helplessness and jealousy. Seeing his angry look, Yin Shu couldn't help but smile. Ai Yi frowned, opened his mouth as if to say something, but then didn't know what to say, and finally could only lower his head and mumble, "What about me? Am I really only ranked 6th? She softened her voice a bit. "You are already my contracted male. Why bother with the ranking? To me, you are no different from them." Hearing this, Ai Yi was slightly taken aback. His imposing aura weakened a few notches, but the dissatisfaction on his face still hadn't completely dissipated. "Really the same?" Yin Shu nodded and smiled. "Of course, you are all important to me." Ai Yi's white pupils fixed on her for a moment, and finally, he snorted sullenly, as if temporarily conceding. Yin Shu originally thought Ai Yi would be a violent guy, as she had seen him arguing and fighting all this time. After spending a few days together, she realized that this seemingly powerful little male was like an innocent child in front of her. For example, right now, I was squatting in front of her, holding a wildflower, looking up at her seriously. "Shushu, is this pretty? I just want to find it." His white hair shimmered like silver in the sunlight, and his white pupils were clean and pure, without a trace of impurities. Even his expression carried a hint of eagerness and expectation. Yin Shu looked at the careful way he held the flower, her lips twitching slightly. "You're so dirty. Did you just come back from a fight?" Ever since he came of age, it seemed he had endless energy and wanted to run out and fight every day. Recently, he gained fame after a battle, and everyone knew there was a very powerful male beside a seemingly weak female. No, I just thought this flower was beautiful, so I climbed up to pick it for you." I immediately shook his head, his tone urgent, as if afraid of being misunderstood. "I just thought Shushu would like it, so I went to pick it." Yin Shu looked down at the wildflower tightly held in ice palm. The petals had already become a bit wrinkled from his grip. She couldn't help but sigh. Don't climb to such high places to pick flowers next time. What if you fall?" "I won't fall." I immediately straightened up proudly, patting his chest. "Shushu, I'm very strong. How could I fall?" Seeing his eager expression, Yin Shu couldn't help but facepalm. "You are strong, but I can't control you if you keep doing this. At least come back clean. Don't come to me all muddy." Only then did I lower his head to look at himself, and indeed, he was a mess. He blinked, his confidence instantly turning into a plea. "Shushu, I'll go wash up and then give you the flower, okay?" As he spoke, his eyes cautiously observed her reaction. Yin Shu knew he was good at reading her mood. "All right." Yin Shu helplessly reached out to take the flower, her tone softening a bit. "I'll accept it. But remember to be careful next time." Ai's face immediately lit up with a satisfied smile, as if he had done something great. He leaned in closer and asked softly, "So, Shushu, do you like it?" Yin Shu looked at the wrinkled wildflower, wanted to say it wasn't pretty, but couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm, so she just nodded. "I like it." Upon hearing this, I seemed to be instantly filled with energy, his eyes sparkling. Even his white hair seemed to shine brighter. He pursed his lips, as if wanting to say something more, but a voice shouted from behind. Are you bothering Shushu again? Go take a shower. Don't you know Shushu hates us being dirty?" I turned back to glance, his eyes showing a bit of defiance, but he didn't dare to argue in front of Yin Shu, only muttering, "I didn't bother Shushu." Yin Shu glanced at Ahau, then at Is' aggrieved face, and felt the need to appease both sides. Eventually, I went to Ahau, where Aiken was preparing water for a bath. At this moment, an elder approached, surprised to see I's white hair and enchanting appearance. But she hurriedly walked up to Yin Shu. "Xiaoyuoj is in trouble." "Yin Shu?" Then she learned that Xiaoyuoj was going into labor, but was experiencing severe bleeding. Yin Shu was shocked, Such a strong person could also have such an accident? The elder continued to ramble. That flower has 3 petals, one of which is rolled up. I've sent all my males to watch the carnivorous ants, and I have to stay by Xiao's side. The other females and males aren't very capable. Can you help me look for it? Listening to the elder, Yin Shu silently raised the flower I had given her. If she remembered correctly, you are this one. The elder carefully took it. Her expression shocked. How did you get this? Yin Shu pointed at I. He gave it to me. When I saw the flower he had given Yin Shu was now in someone else's hands, he instantly rushed from Hao's side to Yin Shu's side, his eyes shining coldly. Ice movements were astonishingly quick. He almost instantly stood beside Yin Shu, a cold light flashing in his white pupils. He fixed his gaze on the flower in the elder's hand, his tone deep. Give it back to Shu Shu. The elder felt a sudden surge of aura from him. Her expression changed slightly, but she still steadied her voice. Can you let me take it to save someone? I didn't answer, just pressed his lips tightly, turning his gaze back to Yin Shu, and said softly, Shu Shu, this is for you. Others can't touch it. Chapter 122. Ice childishness. Yin Shu looked at I's protective demeanor and couldn't help but be amused and exasperated. The elder is not just anyone. She patted his shoulder, her tone soft but tinged with helplessness. If this flower can save someone, let the elder take it. I's brows furrowed, even tighter, his white hair swaying slightly with his movements, his white pupils deeply fixed on her, as if trying hard to suppress his emotions. He was silent for a moment, but stubbornly said, But this is for you. I know. Yin Shu smiled gently. But if what you gave me can help others, that makes it even more meaningful, doesn't it? She reached out to ruffle I's white hair, which was as smooth as fine silk gliding through her fingertips. Be good. Don't make a fuss, she said with a smile, her touch gentle, like soothing a disobedient large dog. I lowered his eyelids, the coldness in his white pupils gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of being appeased. He didn't speak, but slightly bowed his head, pressing his head against her palm. His movements cautious, yet somewhat impatient. Just as Yin Shu was about to withdraw her hand, she found I seemingly glued to it, his white hair gently swaying with his movements, and he even took the initiative to rub his head against her hand. Shu Shu, don't stop. I's voice carried a hint of a low, spoiled tone, even a bit childish. Yin Shu couldn't help but continue to rub his head. Are you a puppy? Why are you rubbing against me? I'm not a puppy. I'm your male, I retorted, but his actions didn't stop, still pressing his head against her palm. As if reluctant to part with the warm touch, he finally shifted his gaze back to the elder, coldly stating, Take it to save someone, but it must be returned afterward. The elder paused, wanting to nod, but realizing the flower would be gone once used, she suddenly looked troubled. Once this flower is used, it can't be returned. Hearing this, I's brows instantly furrowed deeper, his white hair swaying slightly, and he pressed his lips tightly, momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Yin Shu gently patted his shoulder, her tone still soft. Saving a life is important. Flowers can be found again, but if a life is lost, it's truly gone. That person is also my friend. I looked down at her, a swirl of complex emotions in his white pupils, as if trying to control himself. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded reluctantly, his voice carrying a hint of unwillingness. All right, since they are your friends, then. Just this once. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. I'll bring something to compensate you later. Yin Shu waved her hand, smiling faintly. Elder, it's fine. Go save the person first. Don't waste time. The elder nodded, hurriedly leaving with the flower. I watched the elder's retreating figure, snorted coldly, then lowered his head again, rubbing against Yin Shu's palm. Shu Shu, don't let others take my things next time, okay? Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling his head. All right. Next time I want give it to anyone. As soon as the words left her mouth, a Su, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chun immediately surrounded her with discontent, speaking in unison. Shu Shu, what about ours? Yin Shu looked at the group of males in front of her, and her head began to throb slightly. I won't give you any either. Leaning back in her chair, she gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, her gaze drifting as if she were deep in thought. She wasn't nervous. After all, this wasn't her first time giving birth. The experience from the last time gave her confidence, and moreover, this time she had the protective fragments sent by that golden figure. Not only was she no longer feeling feverish, but her physical condition was stable enough for her to eat and sleep well, living even more comfortably than before. However, on the day the child was about to be born, the peaceful days were suddenly disrupted. The meat-eating ants are coming. A startled cry broke the tranquility of the tribe. Yanshu snapped back to reality and looked outside. A dark green shadow was already enveloping the horizon in the distance. The surrounding females looked terrified, huddling together as they pointed at the grassland that had been devoured, unable to articulate their fear. Shoo, we need to evacuate. Aho rushed in front of her, his face unusually serious. The movement of the meat-eating ants this time was abnormal and highly organized, as if there was a leader directing them. Asu took over the conversation, his complexion grim. Yanshu frowned, standing up to look outside. Sure enough, the green tide in the distance was surging in an orderly fashion, as if really controlled by someone, and the pace of their advance was much faster than before. The area by the water became the only safe zone. Quick retreat. The leading female shouted loudly, and everyone hurriedly moved towards the water. But before they could fully reach it, the meat-eating ants suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the neatly arranged ant colony began to disperse and surround them, spreading out layer by layer with movements so precise that it sent chills down their spines. What's going on? Why they changed like this? A female shouted in fear. Yanshu's gaze was sharp as she calmly scanned the tide of ants, but an unprecedented sense of pressure rose in her heart. This time, the situation was dire. Shoo, why be afraid of them? A Yez voice came from behind her, sounding unusually relaxed, even with a hint of confusion. Shu turned her head to look at him. Yi still wore that lazy demeanor, his white eyes shimmering faintly. The powerful aura he exuded stood out remarkably in the tense atmosphere. Do you know what they are? Yanshu spoke with a hint of helplessness. Of course, they're ants. Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone even laced with disdain, just some insignificant pests. Hearing this, Aho couldn't help but interject. Do you think these are just ordinary ants? They're meat-eating ants. Don't underestimate them. Our tribe was destroyed because of them. Oh, really? Yi seemed unfazed by this, raising his hand to idly play with his long white hair, his gaze still fixed on the surging tide of ants. Exuding an indescribable contempt, Yanshu rubbed her temples, unable to resist reminding him, Yi, this is not a joke. These ant swarms have now begun to act in an organized manner, clearly controlled by a higher ant species. Higher ant species? Ayez's lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He took a few steps forward, positioning himself in front of her, his white hair fluttering slightly in the wind, and his figure appeared incredibly tall against the backdrop of the surging green tide. Shoo, step back. His voice was deep yet filled with certainty. Leave this to me. Asu scoffed coldly. Kid, if you cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Whatever, Yi dismissively tossed his hair, his gaze still locked onto the ant colony. Chapter 123. Yi can control the meat-eating ants. Yi tilted his neck, letting out a slight crack, as if stretching his muscles. He stood there, tall and slender, with his white hair reaching his shoulders, swaying slightly with his movements. Unlike before, when he was only wrapped in animal hides. He now wore a fitted beast garment made by Yanshu herself. The black fur clung to his form, accentuating his lean muscle lines. The contrast between his white hair and black clothing created a striking visual impact, making him appear both enchanting and dangerous. His gaze swept over the surging tide of ants, his white eyes filled with disdain, the corners of his mouth lifting into a contemptuous smile. These little things dare to approach Shu's territory? He muttered to himself, his tone icy. Yanshu stood behind him, quietly watching his back, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Yi always had a defiant demeanor, but in front of her, he seemed overly serious, even somewhat stubborn. He was clearly a rapidly growing, immensely powerful being, yet every time they talked about her, his fervent obsession made him seem like an innocent youth. Yi, don't do anything reckless, Yanshu said softly. Yi turned to glance at her, a carefree smile on his lips, but his eyes were extremely earnest. Shoo, don't worry, they won't dare to hurt you. His voice was light, yet carried an undeniable confidence, as if stating a fact. Asu stood to the side, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at Yi. Don't be overconfident. These ant species are not simple. So what? Yi laughed nonchalantly, his feet shifting slightly as he charged forward like a gust of wind, creating a wave of energy. This guy. Asu couldn't help but curse under his breath, his tail flicking restlessly. Yanshu pressed her hand on his shoulder, her tone calm yet authoritative. Let him go. He can handle it. This was also because Yi was born from meat-eating ant eggs. She wanted to clarify his identity as well. Yi had already leaped in front of the ant tide, standing atop a high rock and looking down at the neatly arranged meat-eating ants, his white hair gently lifted, a hint of coldness flashing in his white eyes. Not only were Yin Shu and the others watching, but other males and females were also observing. God, who is that? How dare he stand alone in front of the ant tide? A female covered her mouth, her voice trembling. That white hair! Another male exclaimed in shock. It's him. Someone quickly recognized Yi. Is he crazy? Once those ants charge, he'll be eaten to the bone. Someone gasped in horror, disbelief written all over their face. However, the next moment, the ant tide unexpectedly came to a halt. The originally uniform and seemingly controlled meat-eating ants, under Ye's gaze, abruptly stopped moving, and the dense colony actually retreated like a tide, leaving a large, open space. What? What is happening? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yi stood on the rock, a cold smile curving his lips. He raised one hand, and with a slight movement of his fingertips, a portion of the ant colony quickly gathered, as if responding to his command. He is controlling them? A female's eyes widened, muttering in disbelief, this is impossible. Only the Ant Queen has such an ability. Ant Queen? The two words seemed to explode like thunder among the crowd, and everyone stared at Yi with incredulous eyes. Standing high above, his white hair billowing, his figure tall and imposing, his white eyes glinted with a cold light, as if peering through the meat-eating ant swarm, surveying the entire land. Yin Shu stood at the back of the crowd, her heart churning with overwhelming waves. She originally thought that I was just a special male with a rare bloodline, but now it seems his identity is far from that. Is he really the queen ant? A male voice trembled as he asked, filled with fear and awe. Impossible. He is a male. Aren't all queen ants female? Another person tentatively retorted, but his voice lacked conviction. Yes, all past queen ants have been female. Otherwise, how would they reproduce? Unfortunately, everyone's shock did not diminish. Instead, they were increasingly astonished by Ice's actions. I ignored the whispers around him, slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle wave of his fingers, those carnivorous ants that had been retreating quickly rearranged themselves, forming a distinct boundary that separated I from the others. Shoo. I suddenly turned to Yin Shu, his voice cold but carrying a hint of a soft, spoiled tone. See, they won't hurt you. Yin Shu was momentarily speechless. I's lips curled slightly, and the cold aura he exuded softened considerably when facing her. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you, he said, turning back, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Who dares to hurt you? I'll make them disappear forever. His voice carried an undeniable authority, which was quite inconsistent with his youthful appearance. At that moment, his actions felt like an invisible knife, cutting off everyone's thoughts. What was initially perceived as a life and death crisis due to the invasion of carnivorous ants was instantly resolved by his every move. However, the atmosphere around them did not ease. Instead, it became even tenser and more oppressive. Those males who had fought with I earlier quietly hid behind their females, their previous arrogance gone, replaced by deep vigilance and fear. They were afraid that if I cast a glance their way, the carnivorous ants would pounce on them in the next second, leaving nothing but bones. What on earth is he? A male muttered under his breath, his gaze complex as he looked at I standing on the rock. To be able to control carnivorous ants, this is simply a born king. Another male lowered his voice, but couldn't help but express some fear. His power is too terrifying. If he really turns against us, who can stop him? Thankfully, I didn't challenge him to a duel back then. Such low murmurs continued endlessly. I seemed to sense something, and his cold white pupils swept the room, causing those murmurs to vanish without a trace. All the males instinctively took a step back. Even their breathing became cautious, fearing to attract his attention. Standing on the rock, I's lips curled slightly, carrying a hint of mockery. He raised a hand, lightly waving his fingertips, and the neatly arranged carnivorous ants immediately scattered like a tide, retreating from the shore, quickly disappearing into the grass and woods. I turned and jumped off the rock, landing steadily beside Yin Shu. His gaze softened instantly, his white hair gently fluttering, and his tone carried a hint of a spoiled child. Shu, am I powerful? Yin Shu looked up at him, her eyes carrying a hint of complexity. You control these carnivorous ants, so everyone doesn't have to worry anymore, but your actions are rather astonishing. I shrugged indifferently. As long as Shu is fine, it doesn't matter how others see it. Chapter 124. Yin Shu has learned a trick to compete for affection. Although the crisis was resolved, the entire scene remained silent. Everyone stood in place, warily staring at I, as if afraid he might perform another shocking act. The females maintained their composure, but many males were hiding behind their females, not daring to make sound. Yinshu keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere and gently patted Ice's arm. Let's go. I turned to look at her, a hint of confusion in his white pupils. Why leave? These people, let us go. Yinshu did not give him a chance to argue and directly took his hand. I suddenly brightened up at Yinshu's initiative to hold his hand, and a glimmer appeared in his white pupils. He said nothing, merely allowing her to lead him forward. But his gaze couldn't help but repeatedly sweep over their tightly clasped hands. His fingers twitched slightly, as if to confirm that this warm touch was not an illusion. Feeling the warm, soft hand in his palm, he couldn't help but smile, that smile simple and pure, brightening the entire day because of this small gesture of holding hands. Completely different from the cold and dangerous demeanor he had while commanding the carnivorous ants, I now resembled a rewarded child, radiating satisfaction and joy. Yinshu noticed his little movements and glanced at him, seeing his goofy smile. What are you so happy about? I paused, his white pupils shining with unabashed joy as he looked at her. Shu is holding my hand. Of course I'm happy. Yinshu. All the while, her heart was still hanging in suspense. She occasionally glanced back at the carnivorous ants that had not completely retreated. They moved in unison, arranged like an army. Although they did not seem to have any intention of attacking, the eerie stillness still sent chills down her spine. Just as she and I had taken a few steps, the carnivorous ants suddenly seemed to sense something and quickly retreated in an orderly fashion, evidently not daring to come closer. Yinshu stopped in her tracks. I quickly moved closer, half embracing her. Shu, don't be afraid of them. They won't dare to hurt you. Yinshu, though she said so, she still walked a bit slowly, inching closer to I. I was even more pleased with her proximity. This made Su and the others behind them feel quite irritated. They weren't afraid of I. No matter how powerful I was, he was still Yinshu's male. Shu, we can protect you too, Su spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. His 9 tails slightly fluffed up, clearly dissatisfied with Ice's possessive stance. Yes, Aho immediately chimed in, his voice loud and his eyes filled with reluctance. Why should he be the only one protecting you? We can do it too. Ling and Chun naturally didn't need to say much, both slightly leaning towards Yinshu. Yinshu felt helpless, but she had now developed a knack for soothing others. She gently touched Su's slightly fluffed tail, softly comforting him. I know you all will protect me. She turned to Aho and smiled. With you all here, I already feel very reassured. Looking at Ling and Chun, her tone added a bit of comfort. Your protection instantly soothed the few agitated males. Their initial feelings of reluctance dissipated in an instant. Su's tail gradually drooped down, the fluffy 9 tails slowly returning to smoothness. Shu, Aho scratched his head, grinning like a fool. Shu, you praise me. Ling slightly lowered his narrow eyes, a hint of softness on his cold face, gently saying, as long as you are willing, my lady. Chun remained silent, as always, his gaze slightly lowered, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile, clearly pleased with Yinshu's reassurance. Although I was displeased with them, he still felt happy at this moment because of Yinshu's praise. Yinshu watched as they gradually calmed down, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. She smiled gently, her voice warm. With you all protecting me, how could I not feel at ease? All right, let's not argue anymore. Let's go home, shall we? Okay. Several voices answered in unison. Upon returning home, as soon as Yinshu stepped over the threshold, she placed the cloak on Ahu's hand, her tone revealing a straightforward inquiry. What's going on with those carnivorous ants? I was half reclining on the couch, gently patting the spot next to him for her. He looked at her with his bright, innocent eyes, a hint of confusion in his expression. His tone carried a touch of grievance. Shuju, I really don't know. Their aura feels a bit like mine, but obviously much weaker. At this point, he blinked, his voice serious yet puzzled. And they keep calling me master, wanting to swarm around me, but I can't remember when I got involved with them. Really, I'm not lying. Yinshu stared at him, her brow slightly furrowed. A similar aura? I nodded, like a child deep in thought, his lips pressed into a line. Yes, they won't stop calling out as soon as they see me. Yinshu frowned, and when she looked up, she met his clear grayish-white eyes, which bore a hint of innocence that softened her heart. She sighed lightly, her tone easing. Then this matter can't be mentioned to anyone else, and don't command those carnivorous ants in the future, or it could lead to some troublesome situations. She thought to herself, could he really be the ant queen? But everyone says ant queens are female. I nodded vigorously, his eyes showing a hint of obedience, responding softly. Okay, I'll listen to Shuju. After a pause, he hesitated to ask, but Shuju, what if they come looking for me again? I can't control when they show up. I can only make them leave. Yen Shuju. Then just let them leave when they show up. Aksu walked over with a puzzled expression. Don't you have any inheritance in your head? Upon hearing Aksu's voice, I immediately turned his head, blinking with a confused look. Inheritance? What inheritance? Aksu crossed his arms, his 9 tails swaying gently. A look of confusion on his face. Do you really have nothing in your head? Generally, rare bloodlines should have some innate memories, which are called inherited memories. I tilted his head, his expression adorably bewildered. I really don't have any. Besides Shuju, there's nothing else in my head. He spoke earnestly and openly, as if it were a matter of course. Aksu was momentarily speechless, grinding his teeth and spitting out. You really are pure to the point of being excessive. Chapter 125. Yen Shuju's premature delivery and IS awareness. I tilted his head and thought seriously for a while, his brow slightly furrowed. A hint of confusion on his face. I really don't have inherited memories. He paused, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression becoming hesitant. However, there's indeed a place in my mind that feels like it's blocked by something. I can sense it there, but every time I try to get close, I can't touch it. Aksu raised an eyebrow. Blocked? What kind of feeling is that? Like a barrier, or like you can't get close at all? It. Seriously describing. It's like a door, but the door is locked, and I don't even know what the key looks like. It's also very vague, and it won't appear on its own. I can only vaguely feel it when things are quiet. Aksu's tail twitched slightly. This sounded like inherited memories that hadn't fully awakened. Yen Shuju looked at Aksu. What are the consequences of inherited memories not awakening? Aksu crossed his arms, his gaze slightly focused, his tail slowly swaying. Generally speaking, rare bloodline inheritances awaken automatically, but if suppressed by something, it might affect his abilities. The most troublesome part is, he paused, lowering his voice a few degrees. If forcibly unlocked, it could lead to bloodline instability. Yen Shuju felt a tightness in her heart, her expression becoming more serious. That's serious. Aksu nodded, his tail gently sweeping the ground, his tone heavy. That's right, especially in IS case. If he is being suppressed by an external force, unlocking the inheritance could lead to unpredictable consequences. And if his bloodline is strong enough, the threat of losing control would be even greater. I was momentarily stunned, blinking. He suddenly grabbed Yen Shuju's hand, a hint of unease in his voice, his face looking pitiful. Shuju, what should I do? If there really is a problem, will it hurt you? Yen Shuju's heart warmed slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm, patting the back of his hand. Her tone steady, but carrying a hint of reassurance. Don't overthink it. Things haven't reached that point yet. After she spoke, she looked at Aksu. Since forcibly unlocking won't work, is there any other way to let his inherited memories awaken naturally? Aksu slightly squinted, thinking for a moment, his tail slowly swaying. The conditions for natural awakening are quite complex. Either the bloodline activates on its own, like encountering a specific opportunity or danger, or it requires gentle guidance from external forces to slowly unlock the memories. But the latter requires extremely high skill and complete trust in the supporting power. Otherwise, things could still go wrong. Yen Shuju furrowed her brow, looking up at have you noticed any changes in that lock in your mind recently? Like clearer or more vague? I frowned, thinking seriously, then shook his head. It seems like there hasn't been any change. But ever since I encountered those carnivorous ants, I feel like it occasionally moves, like someone knocking on the door, but then it quickly quiets down. Upon hearing this, Aksu's tail flicked sharply, letting out a cold snort. It seems those carnivorous ants really have a connection to your inheritance lock. Shuju, this matter isn't simple. It's likely they recognize him as their master for more than just that, possibly involving deeper bloodline ties. Aksu didn't feel happy that IS bloodline was rarer and more powerful. He only felt that his position as the first male to Shuju was about to be shaken. Yen Shuju's gaze darkened upon hearing this, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly complex. She spoke softly. No matter what, let's first prevent the carnivorous ants from causing trouble, and then find a way to study IS bloodline. You need to cooperate well and not hide anything from me. I nodded vigorously, his eyes full of dependence. Shuju, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you. Yen Shuju didn't expect to give birth early. There were still a few days left on the countdown, but suddenly the system's countdown reset to 0, and her abdomen began to react with increasing pain. She clutched her abdomen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. barely leaning against the soft couch, her breathing becoming rapid. Then the system initiated painless delivery, and Yin Shuju felt as if she had come back to life. She took a breath. Aksu and the others were clearly well prepared, quickly getting busy, each performing their duties, arranging the delivery room in an orderly manner. Aksu acted the most decisively. He avoided Yin Shuju, went to the side room, took out a dagger, and without hesitation, stabbed it into his chest. After filling a bowl with hot heart's blood, he immediately stopped the wound, his expression unchanged, as if the blood flowing out was just a minor scrape. Outside the side room, I rushed over, his face full of concern for Yin Shuju. Just as he was about to step in, he inadvertently caught sight of this scene. His footsteps abruptly halted, a flash of shock passing through his golden eyes, which gradually calmed down. He didn't make a sound, just stood by the door, quietly watching Aksu complete this bloody act. When Aksu looked up, he happened to meet IS gaze. He raised an eyebrow, still wearing that nonchalant expression, his voice low and steady. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and help. Shuju can't wait." I didn't reply, staring at him for a moment, then turned to walk towards Yin Shuju. Though he didn't say anything, the seemingly calm gaze concealed an indescribable emotion. Originally, I thought the group of males around Shuju were all useless, only eager to show off at critical moments. However, at this moment, watching Asu decisively stab toward his own chest to take his heart's blood without hesitation, Ai suddenly fell silent. He turned and left the side room, walking towards the room where Yin Shu was, his steps slowing down. The images from just now replayed in his mind. The kind of resolute determination and calmness left him momentarily speechless. When he pushed the door open, Yin Shu was biting her lip, cold sweat sliding down her forehead, and pain evident on her pale face. Of course, this was all an act. If she didn't pretend a little, word would get out. If she could give birth to a female without any danger, those males would go crazy for her. Ai walked to her side, crouched down, gently held her hand, and spoke softly. "Shuju, I'm here. Don't be afraid." Yin Shu slightly opened her eyes to look at him, pretending to endure the pain, forcing a smile. "You're all here. I'm not afraid." Ai lowered his gaze, holding her hand a bit tighter. He thought he could be her only support, but now he realized that the males around Shuju were far more sincere and trustworthy than he had imagined, and he had much more to learn. Chapter 126, Golden Light and Chains. What on earth is my child in my belly causing? Yin Shu leaned against the bed, biting her teeth tightly, the cold sweat on her forehead already dampening her hair. She had thought the child would be born directly like last time, but just as she felt something, a strange wave rose in her abdomen. Suddenly, two dazzling lights burst forth from her belly, one gold and one white, as if breaking through layers of mist. The golden light was bright and warm, like the first rays of the morning sun. The white light, however, carried a hint of coolness and purity, resembling the bright moonlight. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned. She incredulously looked down at her abdomen. What is happening? Asu was the first to rush to the bedside, his 9 tails suddenly unfurling, his face showing tension. He stared at the two lights, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Is this a sign of bloodline awakening? No, at this level, it seems like a natural phenomenon. Oh quickly followed, his expression grave, his voice deep. No matter what it is, Shuju's condition is the most important. We must ensure she is okay. Ai stood by, his gaze fixed on the two lights, his clenched fists trembling slightly. His face was filled with worry, yet there was a hint of confusion. There's a familiar aura. It seems like mine. Ling quietly approached the bed, his narrow eyes slightly narrowing, but his pale face could not hide his anxiety. He reached out, tentatively wanting to touch that white light, but stopped short, softly saying, "This aura is too pure, like the source of a bloodline." Achin also came to the bedside, his brow furrowed, his previously cold gaze now tinged with a hint of panic. He looked down at Yin Shu's pale face and softly asked, "My lady, what do you feel now?" Yin Shu bit her lip, slowly shook her head, and gasped, "I'm fine. It's just, they seem to be competing over something." Her abdomen rose and fell with the brightness of the two lights, as if the two little lives inside were competing with each other, testing something. The golden light was sometimes intense, sometimes gentle. The white light carried a chill, gradually becoming sharp. Asu's tails suddenly exploded, and he coldly reminded, "We can't let them continue to oppose each other like this. Otherwise, Shuju's body won't be able to withstand it." Upon hearing this, Aya's expression suddenly darkened. He stepped forward, his gaze complexly fixed on that white light, and whispered, "That aura does indeed seem like mine." Glared angrily at Yi. "What are you still dawdling for?" If it's your bloodline, find a way to calm it down. Ayu was jolted awake by this shout and quickly knelt by the bed, gently placing his hand on Yin Shu's abdomen. He closed his eyes, trying to merge the aura within him with that white light, whispering, "Calm down." The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. All eyes focused on those two lights, as if time had stopped. Yin Shu felt nothing. She only found the two lights blinding. Besides, the system had said that she would not encounter any problems giving birth. She instinctively wanted to call the system to ask, but restrained herself. She had long been accustomed to the system's businesslike attitude, knowing that asking would yield no specific answers, and could only patiently observe the situation before her. The white light seemed to sense something, gradually dimming, even revealing a hint of human-like grievance, like a child scolded and shrinking in a corner. In contrast, the golden light grew even more intense, enveloping the entire room in gold, as if the rising sun was pouring down, dyeing every inch of space with a layer of golden brilliance. But just as the golden light became increasingly strong, a circle of strange runes suddenly appeared on Yin Shu's abdomen. Immediately after, a dark red chain appeared out of nowhere, directly lunging towards that golden light. The chain carried a heavy aura, like a powerful seal, quickly wrapping around the golden light, binding it tightly. The golden light seemed to feel the suppression and immediately became agitated, struggling to break free from the confinement. A gust of wind swept through the room, causing Asu's tails to fly wildly, and he and the others quickly protected Yin Shu. Asu cursed softly. "What is going on? How could there be such a thing?" Ling frowned slightly, speaking coldly. "It seems like some kind of seal or a shackle limiting the bloodline." Aya's expression changed drastically, staring intently at the chain. He raised his hand to approach it, but was forced back a step by the dark golden aura. He gritted his teeth and said softly, "This thing shouldn't be here." Yin Shu was bewildered by their reactions, only feeling a chill on her belly. She spoke calmly, but with a hint of helplessness. "Can anyone tell me what my child in my belly is causing?" The golden light grew even more intense, seemingly fighting fiercely against the binding of the dark red chain. The entire room was filled with a powerful aura, as if the air had become stagnant, making breathing difficult. The chain clinked with a sound as it struggled, seemingly trying to completely suppress the golden light, yet it could never fully seal it. Asu's face turned extremely ugly, his 9 tails exploding in agitation, his gaze fixed on the strange chain. "This doesn't look like an ordinary seal. It seems to target the source of the bloodline. This power is aimed at your child." Upon hearing this, was instantly furious, his fist cracking. "Who has the audacity to do this? Are they trying to harm Shuju?" Ling remained calm, his eyes slightly narrowing as if probing something. He slowly spoke, "No. This chain is not directly targeting Shuju, but rather the child." Just as the chain and golden light continued to clash, the atmosphere in the room seemed to reach a peak. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted from Yin Shu, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, carrying an ancient and immense pressure. The entire space seemed to tremble at that moment, even the ground slightly shaking. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the clouds, piercing deep into the soul. Asu's 9 tails suddenly froze. He instinctively stepped back, his eyes revealing undeniable shock. Was also stunned by the sudden sound. Stopping in his tracks and covering his ears, Shuju. Ling's expression changed slightly. The golden light surged dramatically in response to the dragon roar, instantly breaking free from the chain's confinement, as if completely awakened. The chains emitted a reluctant clinking sound, beginning to contract violently, yet they could no longer fully restrain the power of the golden light. I stared at this sudden change, a colossal wave rising in his heart. He fixed his gaze on the golden light. After a moment, his pupils slightly contracted, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. "This." Before he could finish his sentence, the golden light trembled suddenly, as if it had gained self-awareness, quickly coalescing into a golden sphere, swirling above Yin Shu's abdomen. Within the golden light, faintly revealing a vague dragon shape, Yin Shu calmly looked at everything unfolding. Chapter 127. Asu's excitement I also have. Revised. After the golden and white lights faded, the room finally returned to calm. Yin Shu let out a long sigh, and before she could speak, she suddenly felt something unusual beneath her. Lowering her head, she was stunned. A small 9-tailed fox was hiding in her pants, curling itself into a ball, its 9 fluffy tails wrapping tightly around its petite body, only a little bit of silver fur visible. The tails trembled slightly, as if startled by the earlier phenomenon. Yinshu was speechless. Everyone was concerned about the phenomenon, forgetting the main issue. She reached out gently to part the mass of tails. The little nine-tailed fox seemed to sense the movement, shivering slightly, and finally slowly opened its bright eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, revealing a hint of panic and confusion. Its fur was silver, like a Sue's, soft and smooth as if just woven from silver threads, its entire appearance small and exquisite. What was even more surprising was that it was female, and despite its tender aura, it emanated a natural nobility and spirit. Asu was the first to notice the commotion, and when he saw the little nine-tailed fox, his pupils slightly contracted. After a moment, he spoke, his tone extremely gentle. "It's a female. I have a daughter now." The little nine-tailed fox shrank back, seemingly feeling the gaze of the crowd. Nervously burying its head in its tails, stealing glances at Yinshu as if seeking comfort. Yinshu looked at this timid and tender little creature, reached out to scoop it from her pants, gently holding it in her arms, her tone helpless yet somewhat indulgent. "All right, it seems you were scared. But can you tell me when you were born?" The little nine-tailed fox did not answer, only timidly burrowing deeper into her embrace, softly calling out. Meanwhile, Asu was so excited that he couldn't help but wag his tail, his 9 silver tails wildly dancing behind him, resembling a small storm. He quickly walked in front of Yinshu, his gaze fixed tightly on the little 9-tailed fox in her arms, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement and tenderness. "Shu, is she really my daughter? I have a daughter now." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, his outstretched hand hesitating several times, ultimately not daring to directly touch her, just hovering in the air as if afraid of frightening the little one. The little 9-tailed fox sensed his approach, its small ears twitching gently, curling up tightly in Yinshu's embrace, occasionally peeking at Asu, but due to his intense emotions, it timidly buried its head in its tails. Seeing this, Yinshu couldn't help but smile, glancing at Asu with a teasing tone. "Don't be so scary, look. You frighten her so much she doesn't dare to move." Asu quickly restrained his aura, lowering his voice, his gaze soft enough to drip water. Okay, I won't scare her. But, Shu, I really have a daughter. She's so small, so cute. I don't even know what to do." Yinshu looked at his flustered expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Weren't you quite calm just now? Now you look like a new father." Asu scratched his head, his face showing rare awkwardness. "This is completely different from what I imagined. I didn't know I would be this nervous." He cautiously leaned closer, and the little 9-tailed fox finally mustered the courage to look up at him, softly calling out to him. That sound melted Asu's heart, and he excitedly whispered, "Was she just calling me? Does she recognize me?" Yinshu lightly patted his hand, chiding. "Don't rush, she just gave birth. Take your time to coax her. If you scare her, I won't take responsibility." Asu nodded vigorously, his face serious. "Okay, I will definitely be gentle. I will be a good father." The others looked at Asu's nervous and excited demeanor, and they couldn't help but smile in resignation, while the little 9-tailed fox gently called out again, as if in response to his promise, warming the entire room a few degrees. When that deafening dragon roar pierced the sky, as if transcending the entire world, nearby females stopped what they were doing and looked up towards the source of the sound. The voice contained an undeniable majesty and power, causing their hearts to tremble while also igniting deep curiosity. "Is it a dragon's roar?" One female exclaimed in a low voice, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Could it be? Yinshu really has a dragon male? But no one has ever seen it." Another female lowered her voice, her words tinged with speculation. "They say the dragon clan is extremely powerful, but there was no movement before. We thought the rumors weren't true. Now hearing this dragon roar, could it be that the dragon male has returned?" Someone said cautiously, their gaze revealing a mix of longing and unease, perhaps. "We have a chance to see him today." Although they had some fear of the dragon clan's reputation, the dragon clan was rare and had never appeared in their area. The intertwining of fear and curiosity about the unknown made their hearts itch. "Let's go. Let's take a look," a bold female suggested. "We have never seen what the dragon clan looks like. Even just a distant glance is better than knowing nothing." A few hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist their curiosity, gradually making their way towards Yinshu's residence. Despite feeling somewhat intimidated by Ye's powerful aura, they were more excited and curious about the legendary dragon male. A group of them quietly approached Yinshu's courtyard, straining their ears, their eyes bright, eager to uncover the mystery. At this moment, Yinshu stretched lazily, feeling light all over, a hint of a lazy smile on her face. After giving birth, The system's physical data transformation made her feel relieved, as if she had shed a heavy burden. However, she glanced at the little nine-tailed fox in Asu's arms and thought about how her bloodline value hadn't increased, feeling a bit regretful. Perhaps it was because she only gave birth to one, and Asu's bloodline wasn't particularly outstanding. She secretly muttered to herself. Of course, she wouldn't say this out loud, lest it upset Asu. Looking at Asu again, this fellow was gently holding his little daughter, his nine tails softly encircling her, protecting the little nine-tailed fox securely. Shoo, thank you. Asu looked at Yin Shu with burning eyes. He wasn't just happy because he had a daughter, but because he finally had a daughter, which made his relationship with Yin Shu not so fragile. In the future, in case of any unexpected events, he would always be Shu's male. Yin Shu felt her cheeks heat up under his gaze. Chapter 128. Agreeing to Aho's request to have children, Yin Shu had long anticipated that the group of females would be attracted by the dragon's roar. So she specially tidied herself up, changed into clean clothes, styled her hair, and feigned an appearance of having fully recovered. She stepped to the courtyard door, and as she pushed it open, she was slightly taken aback by the scene before her. Outside was crowded with females. A pair of bright eyes were intently focused on her direction, all filled with intense curiosity and inquiry. These females each displayed distinct beastly traits. Some had pointed ears atop their heads, some had long tails trailing behind them, and others revealed sharp claws or faint scales. They displayed various expressions. Some excitedly stood on tiptoe, while others perked up their ears to listen carefully, as if afraid of missing something important. Yin Shu, a bold female, spoke up first, her voice unable to contain her curiosity. Was that dragon roar just now? Is it true that your dragonkin male has returned? Yes, we all heard it. Another female followed, her expression a mix of excitement and a hint of fear. That voice was so authoritative, it must be from the dragon clan. Where is he now? Yin Shu calmly leaned against the door frame, surveying the excited females before her, feeling quite helpless inside, yet maintaining a composed exterior. She smiled slightly, her tone polite yet indifferent. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but he hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing that he had not returned, the females felt disappointed but had no intention of giving up. One female couldn't help but ask, then what was that dragon roar just now? Such an authoritative aura. How could it possibly be fake? Yin Shu's heart tightened slightly, but her expression remained calm. She cleared her throat and replied in a steady tone, Oh, that was just a sound he made while passing by. I just had a baby, and he came to take a look and then left. I don't know where he is now. After all, the dragon clan is always unpredictable. Another female immediately leaned forward, her face filled with curiosity. So where did he go now? Why did he leave so quickly? Yin Shu smiled slightly, her tone somewhat dismissive. Who can say for sure about dragon clan matters? He probably just wanted to see how I was doing and left once he confirmed I was fine. That's how he usually acts. Hearing this, the group of females, although still puzzled, found no reason to argue. One bold female muttered, The dragon clan is really mysterious. We want to see what he looks like. A nearby female quickly tugged at her, whispering a warning. Don't say that. What if he hears you? Provoking the dragon clan is not a joke. Though the females were still somewhat reluctant, they could only exchange glances filled with regret before dispersing. Once the people left, Yin Shu leisurely sat in the courtyard, enjoying the long-lost relaxation. Indeed, Aksu was busy cradling the little nine-tailed fox, his eyes filled with affection, fully taking on the responsibilities of a father. She found herself so at ease that it felt even lighter than before giving birth. But before she could relax for too long, Aho's voice came from behind her. Shuju, he approached with a hint of expectation, his deep voice carrying a sense of urgency. Last time you told me that after Aksu's child was born, it would be my turn. Yin Shu's hand holding the teacup paused slightly as she looked up at him. Aho's bright eyes were filled with seriousness and even a hint of pleading. He scratched his head, like a tall but shy boy. You haven't forgotten, have you? You promised. Yin Shu paused, looking up at Aho. Seeing his earnest and hopeful expression, she knew she couldn't avoid this matter. After all, she had said herself that she needed to be fair and not show favoritism. She sighed lightly, set down her teacup, and spoke with a calm, yet somewhat helpless tone. Aho, I promise you. Aho was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a brilliant smile, as if he had just heard the best news. Really? Shuju, you really agreed? Yin Shu nodded and smiled yes. Now that Aksu has a child, there's no reason I can't fulfill your request. Aho's smile grew even brighter, as if the whole room became illuminated by his joy. He had a goofy grin. It still looked very handsome. Shuju, you're so nice. Yin Shu looked at his childlike happiness and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, All right, stop grinning like an idiot. But let me be clear, don't overdo it. I've just managed to relax a bit. Aho nodded repeatedly, his tone serious, as if making a vow. Don't worry. Shuju, I will make sure you have a good time. I will take care of you, just like Aksu, and arrange everything properly. Yinshu pressed her lips together, lowered her head to pick up her teacup again, as long as you understand. Recently, she had been missing that feeling a little. No, no, no. How could she think like that? She was still a pure person. Meanwhile, Aho happily responded and turned to leave, his steps noticeably lighter. He planned to ask Aksu how to make arrangements to make Shuju more comfortable. Yinshu sat on the soft couch, her gaze resting on the three little ones in front of her, her heart feeling as if it had been soaked in a warm spring, soft and mushy. The little mermaid lay quietly beside her, her light blue tail gently swaying, the scales glimmering softly in the sunlight. She blinked her big, watery eyes, curiously observing her surroundings, occasionally splashing the water in the basin with her small hands, making a soft splashing sound. The little snake curled up beside her, its small white scales faintly visible against her tender skin, its long tail occasionally swaying gently, making soft hissing sounds. With her narrow eyes wide open, she looked up at Yinshu, her gaze filled with innocent dependence. On the other side, the little fox was nestled in her 9 tails, its soft silver fur looking as fluffy as a cloud. It clutched its own tail, its small ears twitching, seemingly filled with curiosity about any sounds around it, yet cautiously sticking close to Yinshu, occasionally letting out soft calls. Yinshu looked at her 3 daughters, each bearing their innate racial traits, yet all so small and tender that one couldn't help but want to hold them close and cuddle them. Her heart felt as if it had been scratched by something, flooding her with maternal love. You little ones, how can't each one of you be cuter than the last, she said softly, reaching out to embrace all 3 daughters in her arms, showering them with affection. Chapter 129. I only then realizes he also has children. As night fell, gentle moonlight spilled into the courtyard. Yinshu sat in the room, her brows tightly furrowed, unable to suppress her worries. Aho had been missing for an entire day, who usually never left her side, seemed to have evaporated into thin air today. Unable to hold back, she called for Aksu. Aksu, where has Aho gone? I haven't seen him all day. As soon as Aksu entered, he broke into a grin, his 9 tails lazily swaying, looking both languid and enchanting. He sat down in front of her, a mischievous smile on his face as he winked, teasingly saying, Shuju, why are you so anxious? Aho is fine. He went to prepare for tonight's big event. Yinshu reflexively asked, what big event? After asking, she guessed what it was. Aksu's smile became even more teasing, leaning a little closer, his tone ambiguous as he stretched out the words. What else could it be? Of course, it's to prepare for tonight's mating. Didn't you promise him? I see he has been excited for a while now. Yinshu's face instantly flushed, and she raised her hand to slap Aksu lightly, chiding, can't you speak properly? Aksu covered the spot where she had hit him, still grinning with pride. Shuju, I'm just speaking the truth. Just wait and see how Aho puts in the effort tonight. But seriously, I'm a bit jealous of him now. Yinshu shot him a glare, but her face was even redder, and she muttered softly, nonsense. But deep down, she couldn't help but feel more anxious, wondering what Aho had prepared after disappearing for an entire day. Just then, a cold voice came from beside her. What mating? How come I didn't know? Yinshu was taken aback and turned to look at Yi. She saw him leaning back in his chair, his gaze casually sweeping over her and Asu, with a hint of confusion and curiosity on his face, as if he had just come back to his senses from his thoughts. Yi had been pondering that deafening dragon roar. The imposing aura had shocked even him, especially when he heard Asu inadvertently mention that it was only the 5th-ranked male who had made that sound, while he himself was ranked 6th. After thinking for a long time, although he felt a bit awkward, he soon realized that as Yin Shu's male partner, his rank didn't matter that much. So he decided to let it go. But just as he came back to himself, he heard them discussing mating. Asu's smile grew even wider, and his 9 tails swished with more joy. He turned to Yi, grinning slyly. Yi, it's normal that you don't know. Yinshu promised Aho that today it's his turn to mate. Yi was stunned for a moment. Then his gaze turned to Yinshu, and he immediately stood up to ask, Yinshu, really? You promised him? Yinshu felt embarrassed by the question, her face flushing almost to her ears. She glared at Asu and said irritably, Can you shut up? Yi, I have already agreed to Aho. Upon hearing Yinshu's confirmation, Ye's expression instantly froze, and his originally cold demeanor suddenly turned a bit displeased. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, But I'm not happy. Yinshu, you are also my partner, Before he could finish, Yinshu interrupted him. Her voice, though not loud, carried an unwavering firmness. I have already promised Aho. I said I would treat both of you equally, and I want to show favoritism. Aye's gaze flickered slightly. Just as he was about to speak again, Yinshu softened her tone and continued. Besides, your child is already in my belly. This sentence hit Aye like a thunderclap. His body stiffened slightly, and the frown that had been tightly knit suddenly relaxed, a trace of shock flashing in his golden eyes. He instinctively pointed to Yinshu's belly, his tone no longer accusatory, but filled with incredulous hesitation. Yinshu, what did you say? I also have a child? Yinshu looked at him helplessly, a faint smile curling her lips, her tone teasing. Yes. Didn't you know? Didn't you feel anything just now? Aye's mind exploded with realization. Earlier he had been immersed in that shocking dragon roar, during which he had also felt a familiar aura, and he had been wondering what it was. Now he finally realized that it had come from his unborn child. He stared blankly at Yinshu's belly, his golden pupils trembling slightly, his voice stuttering. Really? Is it my child? I also have a child now? Yinshu nodded, a calm smile on her face. Yes, Yi. Now only Aho doesn't have a child. I promised him that I would give him one. So this matter is not up for your objection. Aye pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze complex as it fell on Yinshu's abdomen, his heart surging with unspeakable emotions. He seemed to want to say something, but the tremor in his chest and a hint of joy suppressed his words, and he could only murmur softly, my child. I really have a child. Seeing his expression, Yinshu felt a slight relief in her heart, then turned to glance at the smug-looking Asu, warning him softly, don't cause any more trouble. Asu immediately restrained his smile, his tail flicking lightly. Yinshu, how could I dare to cause trouble? But seeing Aye's expression, TSK, it's really interesting. Yinshu rubbed her forehead helplessly. As night deepened, the courtyard fell into silence. When Aho pushed the door open, he wore an unmistakable smile, his eyes bright like stars. His clumsy yet handsome face was filled with excitement, and he tiptoed to Yinshu's side, as if afraid of disturbing her. Yinshu, he lowered his voice, cautiously leaning closer, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Are you ready? Yinshu glanced at him, fully understanding what he was thinking. She gently nodded, her tone calm with a touch of shyness. I'm ready, but, she paused, adding a note of caution, you mustn't rush, understand? Upon hearing the words ready, Aho felt as if he had been ignited in an instant, his eyes brimming with joy, his tail almost wagging with excitement. He straightened up quickly, solemnly assuring her, I want tea. Yinshu, I will definitely listen to you. I want tea rush. I'll make sure you're comfortable. He spoke earnestly, his clumsy yet sincere demeanor making Yinshu unable to suppress a laugh, her tone softening a bit. All right, remember what you said. Aho nodded vigorously, his face filled with anticipation, as if he couldn't wait, yet still cautiously awaited her signal, fearing that any sudden movement would upset her. Chapter 130. Yinshu, I will make you happy, okay? Yinshu stood in the courtyard, looking up at the pool ahead, and was momentarily taken aback. Aho was standing in the water, wearing only a piece of animal hide, revealing his strong, sun-kissed skin with well-defined muscles that were not exaggerated, exuding a masculine strength. He stood in the water, the moonlight spilling over his shoulders, casting a soft halo that made him particularly eye-catching. However, at this moment, Aho appeared noticeably nervous, his expression awkward, his hands awkwardly resting by his sides, occasionally fiddling with the edge of the animal hide. He glanced down at himself, then sneaked a peek at Yinshu, a blush rising to his cheeks, clearly very shy. He bit his lip, trying to make his voice sound relaxed, but couldn't hide a hint of stiffness. Yinshu, are you watching? Yinshu raised an eyebrow, watching him with a half-smile, feeling like an experienced driver now. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. I'm watching. Aho, what are you doing? Aho's blush deepened, stammering in response. I just heard Asu say you like this. As he spoke, he raised a hand to scratch his head, his expression becoming even more awkward, as if he wasn't sure if it would work. Standing in the pool, he looked up at the moon and then at Yinshu, seemingly trying to entice her in his clumsy way. Did Asu teach you this? Yinshu suppressed a laugh, raising an eyebrow and asking deliberately. Aho nodded, then quickly waved his hand. Yes, I just want to try. Yinshu, if you think it's not good, I'll change immediately. Yinshu was amused by his appearance, feeling good-humored. Don't worry, I didn't say it was bad. Upon hearing Yinshu's response, Aho seemed to be ignited in an instant, his smile widening, but he still appeared a bit clumsy due to shyness. He glanced down at the water beneath his feet and slowly walked towards Yanshu. The water rippled gently, the moonlight reflecting on the surface, creating glimmers of silver, making the whole scene quiet and gentle. Each of Ah Ho's steps seemed to carry a sense of solemnity, the sound of water softly echoing with his movements, as if even the night breeze was holding its breath in anticipation. He walked up to Yanshu, the moonlight cascading over his tan skin, making his muscles appear particularly taut due to the droplets of water. Yet beneath this seemingly brave exterior, a hint of caution lingered in his expression. Ah Ho looked down at Yanshu, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as if he wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. His hands slowly lifted, pausing in midair, fingertips slightly curled as if wanting to hold Yanshu's hand but hesitating to get closer. His ears were still hot, his gaze somewhat evasive. Yet he couldn't help but sneak glances at Yanshu's expression. Shoo shoo. His voice was low, carrying a hint of hoarseness and hesitation, as if afraid of startling something precious. Do you think I'm too foolish? Yanshu looked at his awkward and cautious demeanor, her eyes filled with amusement. She gently grasped his hand suspended in the air, her fingertips soft, carrying a hint of reassurance. You're doing well like this. Ah Ho was taken aback for a moment. Then the smile on his face became as soft and bright as moonlight. He carefully clasped her hand in return, fingertips trembling slightly. But his gaze was unprecedentedly firm and joyful. Under the moonlight, he lowered his head to look at Yanshu in front of him, as if a flame was quietly burning in his heart, warm yet intense. He softly said, Shoo shoo, I will treat you well and make you happy. Yanshu smiled slightly and responded softly, and the night around them seemed to become even more tranquil, with the sound of the wind softening a bit. Yanshu sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, watching Ah Ho's figure exercising in the yard, feeling a wave of helplessness in her heart. She had thought it would be quick to conceive Ah Ho's child. After all, didn't Ah Su and the others succeed easily? Moreover, with the system granting her a high fertility physique, the so-called Nuwa body sounded like an all-purpose enhancement. But who would have thought that 3 consecutive nights had passed, and her belly remained completely quiet, showing no response at all? This situation left Yanshu somewhat puzzled. She even specifically asked the elder to confirm if there was a problem, but the elder only vaguely comforted her, saying that there was no issue with her body, nor with Ah Ho's. The more Yanshu thought about it, the more it felt off, and she couldn't help but begin to doubt the system in her mind. Was this so-called Nuwa body really reliable? What about the high fertility physique? Was it just a scam? Or was it that the system's promotion was too exaggerated? She furrowed her brows, already calculating whether to go find the system for clarification. But thinking of that cold mechanical voice made her head ache. So she could only continue observing. In the yard, Ah Ho looked up, noticing her gaze, and grinned foolishly at her, asking loudly, Shoo shoo, I'm exercising. I can definitely make you pregnant. Yanshu facepalmed, unable to suppress a sigh, looking at Ah Ho's silly yet confident demeanor, feeling a mix of laughter and tears in her heart. Her expressionless face twitched a few times, but in the end, she said nothing. Seeing her unresponsive, Ah Ho seemed to misunderstand her worry and quickly put down his exercise, running over to her with a serious face, assuring her, Shoo shoo, don't worry. It must be that I'm not working hard enough. I will keep exercising to build my strength. I will never let you down. Yanshu looked at his serious expression, the veins on her forehead twitching, and said in a flat tone, Ah Ho, this isn't about effort. My body is fine, and so is yours. Ah Ho blinked, scratching his head innocently. Then, maybe we haven't found the right position yet? How about we try again tonight? Yanshu took a deep breath, feeling like his persistent demeanor was about to break her mentality. He could casually say such embarrassing things. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, trying hard to keep her tone calm. Don't rush. This can't be hurried. It might take some time. Hearing this, Ah Ho nodded seriously, his gaze becoming even more determined. Okay, then I will definitely adjust my state. When the time comes, we will succeed. Yanshu was left speechless by his seriousness and could only wave her hand. All right, you continue exercising. Ah Ho, hearing this, cheerfully replied and ran back to the yard to start his routine again. He was seen swinging the stone lock in his hand, muttering to himself, build my strength, make myself stronger, so Shoo shoo can definitely conceive our child. His voice was loud, filled with enthusiasm, and even his tail wagged happily. Yanshu sat by the window, watching him work hard and couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. This guy is really not shy at all. He can shout such things so casually. How does he not feel a bit shy? Chapter 131. Yi. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to join. Yi sat under the eaves, his white-gray eyes slightly squinted, coldly scanning Aho, who was swinging the stone lock in the yard. Aho had a silly smile on his face, his sun-kissed skin glowing from exercise, looking particularly pleased. He can stay by Shu's side every day, just because he doesn't have children? Yi coldly snorted under his breath, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. As the sixth brother, he was already unhappy with his ranking. Now he had to watch Aho cling to Shu every day. It made him feel worse. He withdrew his gaze, looking down at his hands, then glancing toward Shu's room, his expression becoming even more uncomfortable. Why did his child have to be so capable, successfully entering Shu's belly so quickly? Now, his child was already here, and Shu was being accommodating to Aho out of pity. Yi took a deep breath. He glanced at Aho again, unable to stop himself from resenting his capable child in his heart. It shouldn't have come out so soon. It would have been better if it had been later. At least it would have allowed him to stay by Shu's side a little longer. His gaze deepened, his fingertips gently rubbing the wooden chair beside him, as if pondering some strategy. Yi had already made up his mind. He wouldn't let Aho continue monopolizing Shu's attention. The night was like water, the moonlight spilling over the shimmering surface of the pond, casting a serene silver glow. Shu had just been lifted by Aho and gently leaped into the water, splashing everywhere, their figures gradually sinking beneath the waves with the ripples. The world underwater was quiet and dim, with only the scattered light spots from the moonlight filtering through the surface. Shu instinctively tensed up, tightly wrapping her arms around Aho's body. Resting her head on his shoulder, her breathing slightly hurried. Aho looked down at her in his arms, a smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice low and soothing. Shu, don't be afraid. I'm here. Just as Shu was about to say something, she suddenly felt a force gripping her ankle from under the water, cold and powerful. That sudden sensation made her freeze, and her heart surged with waves of panic. What was that? She instinctively exclaimed and immediately kicked out with her leg, her movement quick and decisive, with no hesitation in her strength. The water thrashed violently, and when she opened her eyes to see what had happened, she was stunned. What she had kicked away was actually Yi. Yi's white hair floated in the water, and his white-gray pupils were still strikingly bright in the dimness. He covered his chest where he had been kicked, his tone carrying a hint of gloom and grievance. Shu, why did you use so much force on me? Shu was still in shock. What are you suddenly doing here? You scare me to death. Aho also recognized Yi's face at this moment and immediately looked displeased, frowning and shouting. Yi, what are you doing following us? You dare to grab Shu? You already have a child and still come to stir up trouble. Yi coldly snorted, retorting without courtesy. So what if I have a child? Can't I also be by Shu's side? You're not the only one. Hearing Yi's retort, Aho's displeasure became even more evident. He frowned and muttered something annoying under his breath. Then, without waiting for Shu to speak, he hurriedly hugged her, his movements swift yet clumsy. Shu, don't mind him. Let's go down and continue. Shu hadn't reacted yet when Aho tightly embraced her, and as her body sank, the two of them instantly submerged once again, disappearing beneath the shimmering surface of the pool. Yi stood in place, his white hair swaying like silver snakes in the water, narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Can't wait for a moment. He clicked his tongue, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, without hesitation, he leaned forward and sank into the water. The underwater world was quiet and dim. Aho swam deeper, while holding Shu, seemingly trying to avoid Yi. Moonlight filtered through the water surface, casting scattered reflections on Aho's strong back. He protected Shu's waist with one hand, his eyes filled with focus and seriousness. Shu, don't be afraid. I'm here. Let's ignore him. However, Shu felt a disturbance behind her. She turned her head slightly and saw a white shadow rapidly approaching them, heading straight for them. Yi? Shu couldn't help but whisper, her tone filled with helplessness. What are you following us for? Yi ignored her protest and nimbly swam to their side, a faint smile on his face. Since you both came down, I certainly can't miss out. In the water, his voice was clearly audible to Shu, especially as his white-gray pupils appeared even deeper. Aho stopped swimming, glaring at Yi in frustration. You're doing this on purpose. Shu promised me. What does it mean that you followed us down? Yi calmly shrugged, his gaze dismissive. I want to come down, and who are you to stop me? Shu watched the two of them glaring at each other underwater and immediately felt a headache coming on. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "If you keep arguing, I won't pay attention to you anymore." In the past, it was already difficult for Yin Shu to speak underwater, but ever since she gave birth to the little mermaid, she found that her body seemed to have undergone some changes. She could now not only open her eyes underwater, but also speak for a short time. Although she still needed to breathe, she could now stay underwater for a full 10 minutes. Her reprimand was cold and carried a sense of authority. Even though the sound waves were somewhat muffled in the water, they still silenced Ah Ho and Ah Yi instantly. The two exchanged silent glances. Their eyes still filled with defiance, but clearly, they didn't dare to retort anymore. The moonlight in the water became more hazy, and the surroundings gradually quieted down, with only the three of them breathing and the faint sound of water flowing. Yin Shu tried to ignore the white shadow that seemed to follow her, but she couldn't help but glance back, only to meet Ah Yi's bright white-gray pupils. "Ah Yi," she sighed and finally spoke, "This is what I promised Ah Ho. Can you give him some time?" Ah Yi feigned a look of grievance. "Shu, giving him time is fine, but I also have the right to be by your side. You said to treat everyone equally, and I came to join, not to cause trouble." Ah Ho, who was initially very angry, widened his eyes upon hearing this and said with a silly expression, "Huh? If you're not here to cause trouble, then it's fine. Let us all be together." Yin Shu. She took a deep breath, raised her hand to press her forehead. "You really are not polite." Ah Yi shrugged, a hint of pride in his white-gray pupils. "Who told me I'm his sixth? With a lower rank, I can only fight for some opportunities myself." Chapter 132. Why are you so soft? A few days passed, and Yin Shu's belly remained completely still. Now, Ah Ho couldn't sit still anymore. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the problem might lie with him. Under suspicion, he sneakily went to find the elder. The elder was sitting at a stone table, browsing through an ancient scroll, and looked up at the honest-looking Ah Ho. "What do you want? Is there something with Yin Shu?" Ah Ho scratched his head, his tone a bit awkward. "Yin Shu is fine. It's just, I've been with Yin Shu for almost half a month, and she still hasn't gotten pregnant. I wanted to see if there is something wrong with me." The elder was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled helplessly, closing the scroll in his hand. "You kid, getting anxious after half a month? If it were that easy for females to get pregnant, children wouldn't be so rare. You're too impatient." Ah Ho listened, feeling that the elder's words made sense. But he still felt a pang of frustration. He wanted to say that Ah Su and the others weren't like that, as they managed to get Yin Shu pregnant after just one time. However, thinking of Ah Su's warning, he swallowed his words. Ah Su had warned him that if Yin Shu's abilities were exposed, more males would pursue her. Then he would have even less chance. He could only scratch his head and pretend to be nonchalant, smiling. The elder is right. Maybe I'm too impatient. I'll wait a bit longer and try again." The elder looked at his expression and shook his head helplessly, waving him off. "Go on, stop overthinking. Just get along well with your female, and don't always dwell on this." Knowing that Yin Shu had just given birth to a little female again, he understood that being the only male without children could make one anxious. The elder sighed at this thought. In fact, she had long suspected Yin Shu's identity. It was not unheard of for a female to conceive twins and for each pregnancy to yield females. Such phenomena, while rare, did exist. However, in some places, that was typical for large tribes. She tried to recall that vague memory, as if she had heard similar rumors somewhere. But that memory was too distant and unclear, making it hard for her to fully recall. Meanwhile, Ah Ho was walking out of the elder's house, still feeling uneasy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the problem must be with him. After all, Yin Shu's physical condition was perfectly normal, and even the elder said she had no issues. So the only problem must be with him. Is it that my body is weak and I can't make Yin Shu pregnant? Ah Ho muttered to himself, touching his chest, filled with anxiety and regret. He knew that Yin Shu was always patient and gentle with him to take care of him. But he felt like he was dragging her down, disappointing her. He walked faster, almost impatiently heading back to the courtyard. Yin Shu leaned against the soft couch, holding the newly born little female, the soft little creature quiet enough to make her feel a bit dazed. She had originally thought that having another female would surely bring a lot of trouble, like last time when a group of females had clung to her, insisting on seeing the dragon tribe's appearance. But unexpectedly, this time it was unusually quiet. Not only were those females absent, but even the usual trivial matters went undisturbed. The courtyard was serene, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Yin Shu's gaze inadvertently fell on Ah Yi, who was training a few carnivorous ants nearby. He looked utterly bored, casually directing the ants to form various strange formations, occasionally clicking his tongue in annoyance. So dumb. Can't even do something so simple. Yanshu found it amusing, yet a bit helpless. Just as she was about to say something, Ai seemed to sense her gaze and immediately looked up at her. His originally cold eyes brightened a bit, as if a puppy had spotted its owner, and he abandoned the ants to take a few steps closer to her. Shoo, do you want to kiss me? His voice was soft and sticky, his white-gray pupils flickering slightly, with an expression that was innocent yet expectant. Yanshu was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Reaching out to poke his forehead, "Ayi, have you gotten this bored?" I grabbed her wrist, his expression serious and a hint of grievance in his tone. "If you're looking at me, it means you're thinking of me. I'm so amazing, shouldn't I get some reward?" The appearance of these carnivorous ants had caused great concern for Aksu and the others. Fortunately, I could control them, so he had been feeling quite pleased with himself lately. Yanshu shook her head helplessly and sighed softly. All right, you're impressive. But I never promised a reward." I pouted, leaning beside her with a dissatisfied expression, his voice full of a spoiled tone. Shoo, you're so biased. You were just holding the little guy and smiling. I want to hold him too." He looked at the little female in Yanshu's arms, his gaze gradually shifting to her face. The sunlight spilled between her brows and eyes, making her face even softer. He leaned a bit closer, a hint of teasing and playfulness in his eyes, and asked softly, "Shoo, can I kiss you?" Yanshu raised her eyes to look at him, a trace of helplessness flashing in her gaze, but she did not refuse, her tone indifferent. "You always push your luck." Seeing that she did not object, Ice's lips curled into a sly smile. He slowly leaned in, their breaths gradually intertwining, until his lips gently landed on her cheek. In that moment, he felt a softness, as if a cloud had fallen onto his lips. He froze for a moment, originally just testing and acting spoiled, but this touch made him feel as if he had instantly lost all his strength, as if the energy in his body had been drained. Shoo, he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. "Why are you so soft?" Yanshu felt her face heat up slightly, pushing him away with a hand, her tone feigning anger. Don't push your luck, no one to stop." However, grabbed her wrist, his eyes shining brighter, revealing an unmistakable fervor. Shoo, I'm not pushing my luck. I just can't help it." His voice was low, tinged with a bit of grievance. It felt clingy, like he was acting spoiled. Yanshu, looking at him this way, couldn't help but soften her heart, only able to sigh lightly, though her gaze still carried a warning. "Even if you can't help it, hold it in. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you." Upon hearing this, I immediately let go of her hand like a deflated balloon, but the smile on his face remained, his gaze still fixed on her. He responded softly, "All right, Shoo, I'll listen to you." Although he obediently took a step back, his pale gray eyes still shone brightly, seemingly plotting how to get closer to her next time. Chapter 133. Someone arrogant comes knocking. The sunset bathed the courtyard in a warm red hue, and Yanshu sat in the yard holding the child, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate, followed by several burly males barging in. The leading man had an arrogant gaze, scanning the surroundings before coldly stating, "Who is Yanshu? I heard you have a male who can control carnivorous ants. Our tribe needs such power. Hand him over to us." Yanshu raised her head, her gaze falling on them indifferently, her tone calm. "Who allowed you to barge in here?" She was somewhat surprised by the assertiveness of this male. The last time she encountered such a male was someone from a tribe she had already forgotten the name of. The leading man frowned, and as his gaze landed on Yanshu's face, he froze. The expression of impatience that had been written all over his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a stunned look and unmasked greed. He had never seen such a female. The woman sitting in the courtyard seemed like a goddess descended from the heavens. The sunlight softly illuminated her fair skin, casting a hazy glow around her. Her brows and eyes were picturesque, and her cold, aloof demeanor exuded an innate nobility. The slightly raised gaze in her eyes was as cold as a starry night, yet it irresistibly drew people in. Her gaze seemed to penetrate everything, thoroughly suppressing others, making them feel both reverent and unable to resist the urge to get closer. The leading man murmured, "I've never seen such a beautiful female." The males behind him were also stunned, whispering among themselves. "Boss, her face looks like it was carved by the beast god himself," one exclaimed. "So beautiful." Another male swallowed hard, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor and greed. "Such a female, no one in our tribe can compare." The leading man quickly regained his composure, a sly smile appearing on his lips, his tone infused with condescension and a predatory attitude. "To think such a female is hidden here, it's simply a waste. Come with me, I promise you the best life. This place is unworthy of you. His assured tone implied that he believed Yin Shu would agree. However, Yin Shu merely lifted her gaze to glance at him, her cold eyes like icy blades, both frigid and indifferent, as if she were watching a boring farce. She parted her red lips, her voice as cold as frost. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. This sentence was like a cold wind sweeping through, leaving everyone present stunned, including Aksu and the others. The usually steady Aksu raised his eyebrows slightly at Yin Shu's demeanor, surprised as it was the first time he had seen such a cold and assertive side of her. Especially I, who originally looked down on these self-righteous fellows and had even clenched his fists, ready to fight, but upon hearing Yin Shu's words, he was instantly mesmerized by her clear and cold heroism. Shu. I's fist relaxed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, completely like a starstruck fan, staring at her with countless worship in his eyes. Meanwhile, the leading man's expression darkened instantly, clearly not expecting to be humiliated like this. He lowered his voice, his tone threatening. I'm speaking to you politely now, out of respect. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura swept in. Aksu slowly stepped out from behind Yin Shu, his silver hair flowing like a waterfall, and a dangerous light flickered in his enchanting eyes. His 9 tails swished gently, carrying a suffocating chill, his tone slow yet filled with pressure. What trash are you? You dare threaten my Shu? The air seemed to freeze instantly, a murderous intent enveloping the entire courtyard. The man felt a chill down his spine under Aksu's aura, forcing himself not to retreat. But cold sweat was already beading on his forehead. His subordinates also felt the threat and looked tense. I noticed this and smirked coldly, his voice low and dangerous. Shu has told you to leave. What? Can't you understand? Ao, who clenched his fist tightly, his voice hoarse with suppressed anger. Say one more word, and I'll make sure you never speak again. The man was surrounded by 3 different pressures, his face growing increasingly ugly. He sneered. I am of the Anaconda tribe, a side branch of the Dragon tribe. Do you not fear the consequences of provoking me? Aksu raised an eyebrow lightly, full of mockery. A side branch of the Dragon tribe? He sounded as if he had heard a joke. The Dragon tribe doesn't even dare to act recklessly in front of Shu, and you, a side branch, dare to speak so arrogantly? I leaned against the courtyard wall, lightly tapping the bricks with his fingers, a cold smile on his lips. Just beat them to death. Ao, who stepped forward, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists, his eyes filled with a fiery rage. Get lost now. Yin Shu watched the man completely suppressed by the 3, a trace of coldness flickering in her eyes. Yet she did not speak to stop them. She raised her hand to pick up her teacup, leisurely sipping from it, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. I was already impatient and directly let the carnivorous ants hiding nearby take the stage. The man turned pale at the sight of the army ants, cold sweat dripping down his back. He finally understood how underestimated he had been regarding the strength of the people before him. He swallowed hard and gritted his teeth, muttering, fine, very well. I'll remember this, and sooner or later, someone will come to settle the score with you. Asu lightly flicked his 9 tails, his tone flat yet laced with sarcasm. Any time. But next time, think carefully about whether you can survive to see that settling of scores day. The man dared not say more. After giving a fierce glare, he turned and hurriedly left with his followers. The courtyard finally quieted down. Ahor relaxed his fists and murmured, Shu, it would be better to just throw people like that out next time, to save us the trouble. A Yi returned to Yin Shu's side, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Shu, do you want me to chase after him and take care of him? Yin Shu shook her head, her expression calm. No need. We don't cause trouble, and they should be back soon. When they come, we can deal with them. She set down her teacup, her tone filled with disdain. What kind of snake tribe? I detest them the most. After saying this, she quickly looked at Aling. I just hope Aling is like this. Yin Shu's casual remark caused the coldness in Aling's eyes to dissipate instantly. His usually indifferent expression now bore a rare hint of warmth, even the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. His voice was low but full of uncontainable joy. Thank you, my lady. This change naturally drew dissatisfaction from the others. Shu, you're being too biased. Asu was the first to speak, flicking his tail, his enchanting eyes revealing a hint of grievance. What about me? I've always treated you the best. Why don't you praise me? Ahua was unwilling to be outdone, his tone filled with eagerness. Shu, you should praise me too. A Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Yin Shu with a deep gaze, his voice carrying a trace of subtle jealousy. Shu, didn't Tu say to treat everyone equally? Now you're favoring Aling. Should Tu give us an explanation? A Chen blinked, but said nothing. Yanshu looked at the group of them, vying for her attention, and couldn't help but sigh and rub her forehead. Chapter 134. A Ye's temper is not so easy to calm. Just as Yanshu set down her chopsticks, she saw a Su proudly shaking his nine tails, still chattering. Shu, you favored a Ling just now, so you should let me eat an extra piece of meat today as compensation. Aho was fighting Yi for the last piece of grilled meat, nearly flipping the table in anger. A Ling sat to the side, his expression calm, but the pink tips of his ears betrayed his current mood. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps came from outside the courtyard, mixed with low, angry shouts. Just as Yen Shu raised her eyes, a Su's tail drooped suddenly. He looked sharply towards the door. They really want to give up. When Yen Shu stepped outside, she saw the previously panicked male, now accompanied by more followers, each wielding weapons and glaring at the people in the courtyard. Behind him stood a tall female, her aura particularly oppressive, making the surrounding air feel cold. The atmosphere instantly froze, tension enveloping the entire courtyard. Aho had placed his hand on the dagger at his waist. A Su's nine tails were raised high, glimmering slightly with cold light. A Ling's eyes were filled with coldness, his gaze locked onto the tall male, as if ready to strike at any moment. A Yi, however, remained unfazed, his hands clasped together, twisting his neck, looking like he was ready for a fight. Yen Shu's expression turned cold as she was about to speak, when suddenly, bang, a loud sound broke the tense atmosphere. The fierce-looking female leader suddenly raised her hand and forcefully slapped the several males who claimed to be from the snake tribe. "You bunch of fools!" The female shouted angrily, her voice sharp yet authoritative, apologized quickly. In the next moment, a series of deafening thuds echoed as the males all knelt down, their knees hitting the ground hard with a sound that made one's teeth ache. They scrambled to bow their heads, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly. "I'm sorry. We were ignorant and offended you. Please forgive us. We will never dare again. We truly didn't recognize your greatness." This sudden change startled Yen Shu, nearly causing her to drop the teacup in her hand. Ahua stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. A Su's tail froze midair, and a Ling's expression shifted slightly, seemingly surprised by this scene. The female quickly bowed, her face filled with a flattering smile. "I am Xiong, an elder of the snake tribe. I intended to invite you over, but I didn't expect these blind juniors to have done something wrong and dare to be rude to you." The fierce-looking individual making such a gesture seemed somewhat ridiculous. Yen Shu raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on the female's neck, which, like a Ling's, was covered in scales. She didn't feel pleased by this apology. Instead, she sensed that these people seemed to have had ulterior motives. Yen Shu looked at Xiong, raising an eyebrow, her tone flat. "Elder Xiong, you've gone through so much trouble and brought so many people here. What is it for? Speak plainly. I don't like beating around the bush." Xiong's flattering expression faded, her demeanor finally serious, and the pressure emanating from her became palpable, changing the atmosphere in the courtyard. She scanned the surroundings, her gaze finally landing on Yi, a hint of scrutiny and underlying wariness in her eyes. "This," Xiong paused, pointing at Yi, her tone sharp. "What is his race? How can he control the army ants?" Her tone was no longer respectful, but rather aggressive. Clearly, she did not underestimate a Ye's identity and abilities, even showing a hint of curiosity and caution. Yen Shu raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent yet laced with nonchalance. "He is from the ant tribe. Antribe." Xiong was momentarily stunned, then frowned, her gaze carefully appraising Yi again, clearly surprised by this answer. "The ant tribe? Isn't that a very ordinary race? When did they gain the ability to control army ants?" Yi stood to the side, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated Xiong's reaction. He did not explain, allowing his cold gaze to sweep over Xiong, carrying an unspoken sense of oppression. Xiong stared at Yi for a while, her expression growing complex. Though the ant tribe is ordinary, very few can transform into human form. Such a capability has never been heard of. "How did you do it?" Yen Shu chuckled lightly, gently spinning her finger around the edge of her teacup. Her tone lazy. "Elder Xiong, since you know so little about the ant tribe, what right do you have to come and question us?" Xiong's expression slightly froze, seemingly caught off guard, but unwilling to back down. She continued pressing, "We just want to clarify a few things. We need him to save our people." Before Xiong could finish her sentence, Yi coldly interrupted her. He slightly raised his chin, his deep eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Save her people? What did I agree to help you?" His tone carried a clear chill, with a hint of contempt. He slowly surveyed Xiong and the people she brought. his expression full of disdain. Are we that familiar? Why should your matters concern me? Xiong was met with a relentless rebuttal, a look of embarrassment on her face. But she quickly gritted her teeth, trying to stabilize the situation. We mean no harm. It's just that the snake tribe is in crisis, and we need your help. Stop. Yi impatiently waved his hand, directly cutting off her explanation. I'm not interested in your crisis, nor do I want to hear your preaching. I want to help. He paused for a moment, seemingly feeling that it was not enough, slightly raising his eyebrows. A hint of cold mockery at the corners of his mouth. Whether your kin are alive or dead has nothing to do with me. Don't think that just because you came here, I will show mercy. The courtyard instantly fell silent, and Elder Wancheng's complexion changed from pale to ashen. Yin Shu picked up her teacup, her expression indifferent, looking at Wancheng with a half-smile. Elder, you see, Ye's temper is not easy to persuade. Even I can't do much. Her tone was light. Wancheng was silent for a moment, finally looking up and giving Yi a deep look. His expression complex with a hint of restraint. He took a deep breath, his voice low. In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. Yin Shu put down her teacup and smiled slightly. Take care. No need to see you off. Wancheng waved his hand, turning to leave hurriedly with his companions. His steps quick, yet somewhat flustered. Once they left, Yin Shu furrowed her brows. She didn't not want Yi to save people, but this group had come inexplicably. Their apology was also inexplicable, and their departure was even more so. Their arrival was strange, their apology too straightforward, and they left without any further entanglements. Yin Shu's mind began to race. Then she suddenly switched from a serious expression to a soft and cute one, murmuring, I feel like I'm a bit strange. Chapter 135 Yi. Are you sure when you said taking a bath you meant a real bath? Once Wancheng and his group disappeared from sight, the courtyard returned to silence. Yin Shu furrowed her brows, her gaze lingering on the direction they left, her fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the teacup. She murmured, strange, too strange. Yin Shu's originally calm gaze softened. She raised her head to look at Asu and Aho, her tone mixed with a hint of confusion. Don't you think I seem a bit different lately? Aho scratched his head, looking at her in confusion. Shu, what's different? I think you've always been very beautiful. Asu narrowed his eyes, his tail gently swaying behind him, a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth. Well, it is true that you've been a bit unusual at times. Like just now, when you were frowning, it almost made me think you turned into an elder. As he spoke, there was a glint of amusement in his eyes. But then he turned back into the familiar Shu. Yin Shu gently bit her lip, murmuring, yeah, I also feel like I've been acting strange lately. She paused, suddenly frowning, her tone tinged with annoyance. I didn't want to frown just now, but why can't I control it? Aling, who had been observing from the side, finally spoke, his tone calm, yet a bit probing. My lady, perhaps it's because there have been too many recent events that have left your mind a bit chaotic? Yin Shu was silent for a moment, then gently shook her head. I can't quite say. I just feel like sometimes I'm my usual self, and sometimes I suddenly become very irritable. She raised her hand to rub her brow, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness, as if something was affecting her emotions, but she couldn't find the source. Asu's tail swished lightly, his enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, as if pondering something. After a moment, he lazily spoke. Shu, could it be because of the child? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly froze. Yin Shu looked up at Asu, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Child? You mean? She also suddenly realized. She always forgot that the child would affect her. Asu stood, a teasing tone in his voice. I've heard that during pregnancy, a female's emotions can fluctuate greatly. One moment happy, the next irritable. Isn't that normal? Besides, you're having twins. Aho immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Shu, you have indeed been more easily angered lately. Could it really be because of this? He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, adding, but I don't really understand. Should I call the elder over? Yi stood by, silent, only frowning slightly, his gaze thoughtfully on Yin Shu. Hearing Aho's words, Yin Shu shook her head in refusal. Call the elder? What can she do when she comes? All she does is nag me to become an elder. It's so annoying. Asu blinked, flicking his tail lazily. Shu, don't mind him. The elder coming would just complicate things. It's better if we take care of you ourselves. His enchanting eyes held a hint of seriousness, adding, but really, if your emotions are fluctuating, don't always try to be strong. If you want to lose your temper, just let it out. We can handle it. Aho scratched his head in confusion. Asu, you make it sound easy, but if Shu loses her temper, the first one to suffer will definitely be you. Asu shrugged nonchalantly, his enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. I don't mind. If Shu Shu scolds me a bit, I can still take it as sweet talk. Yen Shu helplessly glared at him. Are you itching for a beating? Do you want me to really lose my temper and see what happens? Asu immediately raised his hands in surrender. No, Shu Shu, you're the gentlest, I was just joking. The conversation grew more absurd, and Aho couldn't help but interject. I think Shu Shu should take a good rest now. Don't worry about those messy things, with us around. We can handle anything. Before Yen Shu could respond, Ai suddenly leaned in. His calm eyes held a hint of seriousness, but his tone was so calm it raised suspicion. Shu Shu, would you like to take a bath tonight? As soon as this was said, the courtyard fell silent. Asu's tail froze in midair. Aho stared blankly at Yi, while Yen Shu's eyelids twitched slightly. Yi, are you serious? Yi nodded. His tone flat. Of course. I've noticed your emotions have been unstable lately. Taking a bath might help you relax a bit. Relax? Yen Shu raised her eyebrows. Her gaze wary. Yi, are you sure when you said taking a bath, you mean the same thing I'm thinking? Yi bilinkit. His voice deep and gentle. If you're thinking of something special, then it must be Shu Shu thinking too much. Upon hearing this, Su immediately perked up, his tail wagging. Great, let us do it together. Yen Shu just opened her mouth, ready to scold these wolves for looking at sheep, but inadvertently caught sight of Chun standing in the corner of the courtyard. Unlike the others, he didn't come over, but quietly stood aside, watching her from a distance. The light shone on him, his clear eyes filled with a smile, yet hiding a hint of unmasked anticipation. His expression was gentle, as if waiting for something, but he didn't approach. Different from Asu's liveliness, Aho's straightforwardness, and Ye's depth, Chun always carefully maintained his distance. Yen Shu's heart stirred slightly. The reprimand that was just at the tip of her tongue was swallowed back. She withdrew her gaze, her tone softening a bit, saying to Asu, stop messing around. You just know how to talk nonsense. Asu pouted, feigning grievance as he flicked his tail. Shu Shu, why do you always target me? I just want to keep you company. Yen Shu ignored these noisy guys. She raised her gaze to Chun. Her tone gentler. Chun, come here. She thought for a moment. It seemed that since she had contracted with him, they hadn't had any intimate interactions, except for when she had him fetch water during baths. They had agreed to share everything equally. Chun was slightly taken aback, then revealed a faint smile. His voice soft. My lady, you called me. He paused, the hint of anticipation in his gaze becoming more obvious, yet still cautious. Yen Shu looked at his expression. Her heart softened, but her face remained calm. She gently sighed. You, always like this, there's no need to keep your distance. You're also my male. Aiken's face showed a mix of surprise and delight, but he quickly composed himself and replied softly, yes, my lord. This scene drew various reactions from the others. Asu exaggeratedly waved his tail. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shu Shu really loves to feel sorry for others. She likes pitiful people. Aho pouted and said defiantly, Shu Shu, you should praise me more. Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze deepening. He didn't expect such a seemingly inconspicuous person could also attract Shu Shu's attention. He was angry. Chapter 136. Ye's heartfelt frustration. Yi felt a blockage in his heart. He had never considered Ling a threat, but Yenju's previous words made him realize that even a person with such weak presence could easily attract her attention. Shu Shu, he murmured, a slight chill in his tone. You really are so gentle with everyone. Yenju knew he was being jealous. Yi, I'm gentle with you too. Yi stood up, his gaze fixed on her, his tone carrying a barely noticeable hint of grievance and irritation. But I want you to be gentle only with me. Yenju met his gaze, which was filled with turbulent emotions, as if it could drown her. Yi, he has the same as you. He has my male too, so calm down. She reached out to push him away. However, Yi showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he stepped closer, leaning down to approach her, his hands bracing on either side of her, trapping her between the chair and his presence. His gaze was deep and focused, his voice low and hoarse with a hint of stubbornness. Shu Shu, I'm not calm because of you. Yenju felt the heat of his gaze and couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and a subtle stirring in her heart. She sighed softly. Yi, everyone is watching. Why are you so tense? I haven't been neglecting you. Yi, however, was indifferent to the glances of those around them, his white hair cascading down like a soft glow enveloping him. At such a close distance, his voice was low and soft, almost petulant. But you just called it Chun, and you usually don't let me get close to you. Yenju. She rubbed her forehead, listening to Ye's almost aggrieved complaint, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. She raised her eyes to meet his handsome face, his white hair flowing like clouds over his shoulders. The soft moonlight illuminating his grayish-white pupils, giving his eyes a heart-stirring depth. Yet, his gaze, filled with accusation and unwillingness, resembled that of an unloved child, making one unable to resist the urge to ruffle his hair and comfort him. Yenju cleared her throat, trying to steady her voice to ease the tension. Aye, you can get close, but it never ends well. How can I trust you? Hearing this, Aye's expression grew even more aggrieved, his grayish-white pupils seemingly veiled in mist. He lowered his head slightly, his tone carrying an unmistakable hint of gloom. Shu, are you rejecting me? Yenju couldn't help but chuckle at his lost and accusing look. Shaking her head, Yi, I'm not rejecting you, just she paused, her gaze lingering on him for a moment, her tone teasing, for instance. Could you move your hand off my chest? After saying this, Yenju lightly swatted away that annoying hand. Yi lifted his head, his brows slightly furrowed, his grievance deepening. His voice was low, laced with a touch of stubbornness. I just wanted to be close to you. I really meant no harm. Yenju raised an eyebrow, surprised that he would still be so stubborn. Then what about all that rubbing and squeezing just now? No other intentions? Aye's ears instantly turned red. He bit his lip, his eyes reflecting a struggle, as if searching for excuses. He cleared his throat, his tone mixed with a hint of guilt. Yeah, I just thought Shu felt nice to touch. Yenju couldn't help but laugh at his brazen words. Aye, your shamelessness is becoming more impressive. Aye noticed the teasing in her voice, his ears turning even redder, but a hint of pride appeared on his face. He lifted his head, a glimmer in his grayish-white eyes, his tone still carrying that soft, cooing quality. But Shu, it really feels nice to touch. I'm not lying. Yenju tried to push him away, but suddenly felt a gentle touch at her ankle. The sensation was soft and light, playfully teasing her nerves. She looked down and saw a silvery fox tail silently wrapping around her ankle, the tip swaying slightly. Yenju's mouth twitched as she looked up to see Su leaning against a nearby pillar, lazily smiling, his enchanting eyes slightly raised, clearly having noticed the ambiguous atmosphere between her and Yi. Su. Yenju lowered her voice. Su's smile grew even more unrestrained. He lazily waved his finger, but the tail tightened around her ankle. Teasingly, Shu, I see Yi is almost making you forget we exist. How about I remind you that we are still here? Yenju couldn't help but roll her eyes, the ticklish sensation of the tail around her ankle making her heart race. She lifted her foot and lightly kicked the furry tail, lowering her voice. Su, stop it, let go. Su, however, was unfazed. The tail not only didn't loosen, but wrapped even tighter, the tip playfully teasing. He smiled lazily, flicking his tail, his voice full of mischief. Shu, how can you be so heartless? Yi is clinging to you, and you haven't told him to let go. I'm just moving my tail, and you're so fierce. Upon hearing this, Aye's previous pride was instantly replaced by displeasure. He snorted coldly, his gaze turning unfriendly as he stared at Su. Su, are you done? Move your tail away, it's in the way. Su narrowed his eyes, his smile becoming even more enchanting, his tone light and airy. In the way? Aye, you can't say that. I'm just reminding Shu not to be biased. But you, sticking to her alone, aren't you afraid of annoying her? Yenju looked at the two of them exchanging barbs, the atmosphere gradually turning confrontational, and couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her forehead. All right, stop arguing. Just as she was trying to calm the tension between Yi and Su, she suddenly felt the air beside her tighten. She turned her head to see Aho approaching. He looked serious, a bit hesitant, scratching his head. Shu, I don't have much. I just wanted to make you remember me. Yenju was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. Aho, what nonsense are you saying? How could I forget you? Aho's handsome, simple face was filled with grievance, looking especially pitiful, but you haven't really paid much attention to me. I don't have kids like Su and the others. His voice gradually lowered, tinged with a choke, feeling useless. Seeing him like this, Yenju's heart softened. She gently patted his shoulder, her tone comforting. Aho, don't think like that. I notice you. You are the one who gives me the least trouble. Every day, for this child. Chapter 137. Aho's evolution. Yenju felt as if her body was engulfed by a strange sensation, akin to being scorched by flames while also plunging into a cold whirlpool of the deep sea. The heat spread from her limbs to her core, but was intermittently suppressed by a bone-chilling cold, as if she were endlessly caught between fire and ice. She closed her eyes and heard the wind howling by her ears, swirling her up like being tossed by waves, high and low, drifting aimlessly without direction. In the next moment, It felt as though she was crushed by a mountain, the heavy weight almost making it hard for her to breathe, yet carrying a certain indescribable impact. And at the peak of all her senses, she felt as if she were suddenly lifted by some force, like a rocket breaking through the atmosphere, swiftly thrown into an endless expanse. This sensation of weightlessness made it difficult for her to distinguish between reality and illusion, and she could only let her body sink into this irresistible feeling. When Yanshu woke from that strange sensory world, she felt as if she were still floating on a cloud, light and filled with an indescribable sense of ease. She blinked, gazing at the familiar ceiling above her, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she had not fully returned from that extreme experience. She gently raised her hand, feeling the sensation at her fingertips, a wave of tingling comfort making her unable to resist curling the corners of her mouth. It was as if all her muscles and bones had been reforged. Even her breathing felt unusually refreshing. "This is so wonderful," she murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. Even her words exuded a lazy comfort. Yanshu propped herself up, moving slightly, and felt as if she had been re-empowered, her movements filled with agility and lightness. She took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented clarity in her lungs, as if they had been cleansed. The current Yanshu was no longer the one who had just arrived in this world. The chaotic scene from last night had not embarrassed her. She was now an experienced driver, feeling very comfortable. She stretched lazily, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening. Although the process at that time nearly drove her crazy, Yanshu pushed open the door, and the morning light was bright outside. But what caught her eye the most was a Hua standing in a corner of the yard. He looked gloomy, leaning against the wall with his head down, holding a small stone in his hand, repeatedly squeezing it as if venting his displeasure. "Ahua." Yanshu walked over, her tone gentle, asking why he looked like that so early in the morning. What was he thinking? Ahua raised his head, his honest face filled with frustration. He scratched his head and bit his lip. "Shoo, am I useless?" Yanshu instantly understood what he meant. She naturally knew what was bothering him. After so many days, she still hadn't conceived his child. This matter mattered to Ahua more than anyone else. She sighed, reached out to pat his shoulder, and spoke with a hint of reassurance. "Ahua, it's not your fault, nor mine. Maybe it just needs more time." However, Ahua seemed even more downcast, his voice filled with self-reproach. But as Sue and the others, they only needed one time. "What about me? I've disappointed you." Yanshu felt a headache coming on, thinking that this issue had indeed dragged on for too long. So she spoke to the system in her mind. "System, what exactly is going on? What's wrong with Ahua?" The system's mechanical voice responded coldly. "The male is currently in an evolutionary stage and cannot make the host pregnant." Yanshu was slightly taken aback, her tone carrying a hint of confusion. "Evolutionary stage? What does that mean?" The system's voice remained calm. "The male evolutionary stage is a periodic adjustment unique to the beast race, aimed at enhancing the overall quality of the male. During this stage, reproductive ability is temporarily limited until the evolution is completed and normalcy is restored." Listening to the system's response, Yanshu furrowed her brows, her mind filled with questions. Evolutionary stage? A unique adjustment of the beast race? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Although she didn't quite understand, looking at Ahua's dejected expression, she sighed, reached out to pat his shoulder, and spoke softly. It's not your problem, really. Is it possible that you are currently in a period called the evolutionary stage, during which you might not be able to make me pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Ahua was first taken aback, then scratched his head, looking confused. "Evolutionary stage? What is that?" Seeing that he didn't understand either, Yanshu blinked. "You don't know?" Ahua still looked puzzled. "No. Is it supposed to make me stronger? Or help me make Shu pregnant faster?" Yanshu felt a headache coming on, not knowing how to explain it to him. Just as she was thinking about whether to ask the system a few more questions, she suddenly heard a lazy voice from behind. Shu, now that you're awake, why don't you come and see your daughter?" The two turned around to see Sue had come over at some point. He was as laid back as ever, 9 silvery tails gently swaying, a playful smile on his face. He was holding a chubby baby in his arms. When Yanshu saw her daughter, her eyes instantly softened. She hurried over, gently saying, "Good girl, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Did you miss your mommy?" The baby waved her small hands, her rosy little face full of dependence, as if she could understand Yanshu's questions. Yanshu gently stroked her daughter's soft little face, her smile filled with affection. "You're getting prettier and prettier." Hearing this, Asu's face immediately broke into a proud smile, his tail wagging happily. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of boasting in his tone. Of course. She's my Sue's daughter. How could she not be beautiful? Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle, just about to say something more, when she heard a Hua mumbling beside her. Sigh. If only my child could be as cute as her. Just as Yin Shu was about to offer some comforting words, a Su seemed to think of something. Wait, Shu. Did you just say evolution? Yin Shu nodded. Yes. Ahua's body is currently in the evolutionary stage, so he can't make me pregnant right now. Asu's expression changed. He stared at Yin Shu, his eyes filled with shock and probing. Evolutionary stage? Yin Shu casually explained. I just heard other females mention it, saying that males with rare bloodlines go through this stage. But I don't know the specifics. Upon hearing Yin Shu's response, Asu's gaze darkened slightly, his enchanting silver tail pausing for a moment before slowly swaying again. He took a gentle breath, his tone more serious than usual. Shu, this is not an ordinary matter. Chapter 138. I will definitely make Shu pregnant with my child. Asu looked at Yin Shu, his delicate brows slightly furrowed, his 9 tails swaying slowly, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. He spoke softly. Shu, do you know how rare the evolution of a rare bloodline is? It's not just a simple adjustment of the male's body. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by his statement. Rare? How rare? Asu began to speak slowly, his voice deep. The evolution of a rare bloodline generally has 2 manifestations. One is bloodline reversion. For example, the dragon inside Shu's belly has reverted, awakening the powerful bloodline of its ancestors, which is a rare and pure bloodline that appears with a very low probability, perhaps not even once in thousands of years. He paused slightly, his gaze profound, indicating that this probability is extremely low. Yin Shu asked softly, what about the other one? Asu continued, the other is the evolutionary progress of the growing bloodline. After a successful evolution, the male's own bloodline will undergo a qualitative leap, almost crossing a level and becoming stronger. Moreover, this evolution will not only enhance the male's abilities, but also benefit the offspring born from it, with bloodline levels much higher than that of ordinary rare bloodlines. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of depth in his enchanting gaze. But this opportunity is even rarer than reversion. Very few males can withstand the impact brought about by evolution. Yin Shu was taken aback, glancing at Ahu with a hint of worry in her voice. So, is Ahu's evolution not a good thing? Upon hearing this, Aksu also turned his gaze to Ahu, flicking his 9 silver-white tails lightly and scrutinizing him from head to toe before casually saying, Shu, to be honest, I really don't think he looks like he is evolving. Ahu, hearing this, immediately showed an unconvinced expression. Aksu, why can't I evolve? Aksu snorted lightly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes, and spoke teasingly. Oh, don't get worked up, I'm just stating the facts. You're just an ordinary gray wolf. And that bloodline isn't rare at all. Moreover, looking back at your ancestry, there isn't any particularly powerful bloodline. So the possibility of reverting to an ancestor should be minimal. He paused, his expression carrying a hint of disdain. And the bloodline evolution during the growth phase is almost exclusively triggered by rare or ancient bloodlines. You. He shot Ahu a glance, his face showing indifference. If you really did evolve, that would be something unusual. Ahu's face turned red, a hint of grievance in his tone. Then what do you say is going on with me? Shu can't get pregnant with my child. There must be a reason. Seeing Ahu in this state, Yin Shu couldn't help but sigh. The system said that Ahu was in the evolution stage. So it must be true. Of course. She couldn't reveal what the system said, and could only comfort Ahu. Huh? I've heard that evolution might cause males to temporarily lose their reproductive ability. Don't worry too much about it. It may not necessarily be your problem. Aksu smiled wider, teasing. Oh, if you really feel uneasy, you can ask the elder to see if there are any hidden secrets in your body. But I think, he squinted, a smirk playing on his lips, you're probably just an ordinary gray wolf. Don't expect any miraculous evolution. Ahu, upon hearing this, was so angry that his teeth itched but had no way to refute it. He could only scratch his head foolishly and mutter, fine. Anyway, I will definitely make Shu pregnant with my child. In the morning yard, dew still hung on the tips of the grass. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth. However, this tranquility could not bring Yin Shu a moment of relief. She stood at the door of the yard, frowning as she gazed at the distant green mountains. After I went missing last night, she had sent Ahu to look for him, but the whole night passed with no news. Ahu hurriedly entered from outside, his clothes damp with dew. his face full of exhaustion and frustration. Shoo. I've searched all the nearby hills, but I couldn't find is trace. Yinshu was slightly stunned, her heart sinking, and her tone cooled a bit. You searched the entire mountain? Not even a single clue? Aho shook his head dejectedly, his voice filled with helplessness. Really none. It's like he vanished into thin air. He would have run away, right? A swirl of complex emotions surged in Yinshu's heart, and her first thought was that the anaconda race had made a move. They had been trying to get is help recently, and if he had truly been forcibly taken away, this matter could not end well. But upon calming down, she thought that I's strength was not weaker than Aksu's. If they truly acted, the anaconda race wouldn't find it so easy to succeed. She raised her head, her gaze directed towards the distant mountains, just about to instruct Aho. But then she heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar, accompanied by familiar shouts. Lady Yinshu. We have something to ask. Yinshu turned around, her gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the yard, where a group of people was quickly approaching. The leader was a male from the anaconda race, robust in stature, with dark-toned skin glistening, holding several valuable gifts in his hands. Following him was a female, who had appeared fierce last time, but this time looked delicate and beautiful, also carrying an exquisite gift. Lady Yinshu. The leading male stopped, cupping his hands, his face filled with a sycophantic smile. Sorry to disturb you. We specifically brought some gifts this time, hoping to ask for your male ice help. The mention of I made Yinshu momentarily dazed, recalling that it was I's full name. As her male, his name was already affixed with her surname. Yinshu narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. You didn't take I away? The male was taken aback by her words, quickly showing a surprised expression. What do you mean taken away? We came here to personally invite him out of the mountains. Listening to his words, Yinshu felt even more confused. She had initially thought I was kidnapped by the anaconda race, but now it seemed that they had no intention of abducting him at all. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze to the female accompanying them, her voice cool yet authoritative. You really haven't seen I? The female was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion on her face, and gently shook her head. No, we thought he was here. That's why we brought gifts. Yinshu's gaze darkened slightly. Her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes calm like a deep pool, but hiding turbulent waves. He is not with me. I thought you took him away. Upon hearing Yinshu's words, the male's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hands, his tone urgent. Lady Yinshu, you misunderstood. We wouldn't dare to touch him. We regard him as a noble. How could we do such a thing? The female nodded, slightly bowing with the gifts. Her voice soft yet somewhat anxious. We came this time to sincerely ask for his help. If he is not with you, could he have gone out? The novel can be downloaded through the open-source free star string downloader developed by Xiong. If you obtain this novel file through proxy download and the merchant did not provide software source code or open source address, please immediately request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https t. MeFQ Tool Chapter 139. Shoo. He has completely lost control. At night, the originally quiet yard was suddenly shattered by a low, deep roar. Yinshu looked at Ahu in the middle of the yard. He was now covered in thick gray fur. His once handsome features began to twist and deform, his nose rising, mouth elongating, fangs gradually showing. And in just a few breaths, he completely beastified, turning into a giant gray wolf. His eyes were blood red, filled with irrational madness, and his low growls mixed with the unique threats of a beast. His massive claws dug fiercely into the ground. His limbs bulged with muscle, exuding a suffocating violent aura. Oh! Yinshu shouted, her heart tightening, but still tried to approach. Yet, as soon as she took a step, the giant wolf suddenly turned its head. Its crimson eyes fixed on her, letting out a low, threatening growl. The sharp fangs clicked ominously, and the fur across its body stood on end like needles, as if it were about to pounce and tear her apart. Oh, it's me. Yinshu's tone was calm as she tried to use her voice to bring back his rationality. I'm Yinshu, don't do this, calm down. But the next moment, Ahu's reaction made her heart sink. Without any hesitation, he pushed off with his hind legs and lunged straight at her. His momentum was something no human could withstand. Fortunately, Aksu reacted quickly, his 9 tails whipping out like lightning, forcefully blocking Ahu's attack. Shoo, you quickly step back. Aksu frowned, his enchanting eyes filled with intense dissatisfaction. He has completely beastified and lost his humanity. Yin Shu gritted her teeth. Her gaze locked onto the frenzied gray wolf in front of her, a strong sense of unease swelling in her heart. She sidestepped to avoid a pounce, quickly retreating behind Asu, her tone urgent. Asu, what's going on? Aho was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly become like this? Asu stood in front of her, his nine tails flicking with agility, forming a barrier that deflected Aho's attacks one by one. He glanced back at Yin Shu, his enchanting eyes filled with gravity. I'm not sure either, but it definitely has to do with his bloodline. Normal beast transformation shouldn't cause someone to lose all rationality like this. It's not a normal situation. Asu pondered for a moment. Could it be related to the evolution stage you mentioned earlier? Yin Shu looked puzzled. Evolution stage. But didn't you say before that his bloodline is ordinary and the chances of evolution are very low? While blocking Aho's attacks, Asu thought quickly, his enchanting eyes revealing deep confusion and unease. It's unlikely. I've grown up with Aho since childhood. The three of us are all very ordinary races. He paused, suddenly whipping his nine tails to force Aho back a few steps, his voice dropping. But it's also possible that he truly has some hidden bloodline within him that is being forcibly awakened. Before he could finish speaking, Aho suddenly threw his head back and let out a low growl, the sound deep and intimidating, as if shaking the very earth for a moment. He pushed off with all four limbs, his massive body crashing through Asu's tail barrier, his crimson eyes fixed directly on the two, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. That gaze no longer held any rationality. Even the most familiar person was completely unrecognizable to him, replaced by a predator's coldness and hostility. Asu reacted swiftly, quickly shielding Yin Shu in his arms and leaping back to a safe distance, his tone urgent. Shu, he's completely lost control. We need to get out of here. Yin Shu held on tightly as he sped away. Her gaze fell on Aho, her heart aching. That familiar figure was now entirely overshadowed by the gray wolf's ferocity. The once thick gray fur visibly deepening to a pitch black, reflecting a cold sheen. The massive black wolf stood in the courtyard, its body as robust as a mountain, its strong limbs containing immense explosive power, each step causing the ground to tremble. The black fur was like a dark curtain, obscuring the last trace of gentleness, replaced by a cold and fierce sharpness. Its ears were perked up alertly, breathing heavily, sharp claws scratching at the ground, leaving deep marks, especially those crimson pupils, like flowing molten lava, mixed with anger, frenzy, and uncontrollable wildness, sending chills down the spine. Yin Shu tightly grasped Asu's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Asu, he has turned into a black wolf. What is going on? Aho has never been like this. Asu's gaze was fixed on Aho's transformation, his tone low and calm. This is no longer ordinary beast transformation. His bloodline has been completely activated, even beginning to mutate. The gray wolf and the black wolf have completely different lineages. The gray wolf is just an ordinary bloodline, but the black wolf belongs to a higher tier of fierce beast bloodlines. Hearing this, Yin Shu's heart trembled, biting her lip. But he doesn't recognize anyone now. What should we do? Can he recover? Asu did not answer immediately, merely narrowing his enchanting eyes, watching the black wolf before them, the cold aura and imposing presence making him cautious. His tail swayed slightly, blocking Yin Shu, and he said slowly, whether he can recover depends on whether he can withstand this mutation. At that moment, the black wolf let out another low growl, the sound laced with threats and warnings, but its gaze revealed endless killing intent, staring fiercely at them, as if turning the entire courtyard into a predator's hunting ground. Yin Shu was surrounded by a Ling and the others, and the atmosphere had become exceedingly tense. Asu acted swiftly, his nine tails like agile whips, pushing back Aho's attacks, and then leading him out of the courtyard. Aho's figure gradually disappeared from sight, but the oppressive feeling he exuded and his frenzied growls still echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. Especially the black smoke continuously rising from his body, carrying a pungent, scorched smell. A dangerous aura was spilling from him, enveloping the entire forest. Shu, don't move yet. A Ling calmly stood beside her, slightly turning to shield her, his cold gaze fixed on the direction Aho had disappeared. His white scales glimmered slightly in the sunlight, his presence like a solid mountain, firmly protecting Yin Shu's safety. At this moment, the surrounding tranquility was shattered by commotion. Aho's abnormality had attracted many people, and several males and females nearby rushed over to see what was happening. They stood at a distance, whispering to each other, their tones filled with surprise and unease. Is that Aho? How did he become like this? Did you not see? He's covered in black smoke, completely like a monster. His aura just now felt a bit off. The murmurs in the crowd continued. Chapter 140. Shoo, how about I make you feel good tonight? Hope barely regained some awareness. Shaking his head slightly, and through his blurred vision, he saw himself tangled with Asu. Asu's enchanting eyes glimmered with coldness, his 9 tails raised high, full of vigilance. Aho, wake up! Asu's voice was sharp, his tail fiercely blocking one of Aho's fierce strikes. Aho was hit by that massive tail, stars flashing before his eyes, and the frenzy in his gaze lessened slightly. He looked down at his smoke-emitting arm and throbbing head, his expression filled with pain. Realizing he was in beast transformation, he suddenly turned and, ignoring Asu's calls, bolted towards the forest. Aho! Yin Shu, watching from short distance, called out urgently as she saw him running away. Where are you going? Come back. But Aho did not stop, his figure quickly disappearing into the darkness of the forest. Yin Shu's expression tightened, allowing a Ling to carry her forward. A Chen closely followed behind, protecting her tightly. As they passed through the dappled shadows of the trees, Yin Shu's gaze was fixed ahead, but suddenly sensed something unusual. She stopped looking around, her voice dropping a bit. Strange, where are the carnivorous ants? The forest, which should have been densely populated with carnivorous ants, had none in sight. Only scattered ashes were left on the ground, remnants of those terrifying insects destroyed by some force. Asu's gaze sharpened as he bent down to pick up a piece of ash, sniffing it gently, his brows furrowing. They've all been burned to ashes. Yin Shu stared at the ashes, countless speculations flashing through her mind. Along with Yi currently missing, the air was filled with a lingering scent of scorching. But apart from that, the surroundings were deathly silent. Even the rustling of leaves in the wind seemed particularly jarring. Yin Shu took a deep breath, tried to suppress the anxiety in her heart, and turned her gaze back to Aho. Aho's abnormality was still evident. He was emitting black smoke, his aura agitated and unstable. At this moment, he seemed completely unaware of Yin Shu's approach, his head lowered as he frantically dug at the ground. Yin Shu stopped, frowning as she observed Aho. His actions were filled with an indescribable urgency, his claws constantly digging into the soil, and soon he had excavated a large pit. Just as she hesitated whether to step closer, Aho had already dug a deep hole big enough to accommodate his body. Without a moment's pause, he lifted his foot and dove into it, completely burying himself in the soil. Yin Shu widened her eyes and hurried a few steps forward, only to find the pit astonishingly deep, faintly emanating a strange aura, as if even the ground below was tainted by some bizarre power. She stood at the edge of the pit and shouted down, but all that responded was a deep echo from the depths of the earth. As the night wore on, Yin Shu pushed open the door to her home, and moonlight spilled into the yard, casting a tranquil play of light and shadow. Asu followed behind her, looking equally tired. He leaned against the door frame, yawning, his tone light but tinged with teasing. Shu, don't worry. At least he'll be in turmoil for a few days. There's no point in being anxious. Yin Shu turned to glance at him, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you sure he won't lose control again? Asu shrugged, a hint of certainty flashing in his enchanting eyes. Don't worry. He has regained some awareness now, so there won't be any major incidents. I'll keep an eye on him. If something happens, he won't be able to escape. Yin Shu pressed her lips together. She stepped into the yard, the night breeze carrying a slight chill, and everything around appeared exceptionally quiet. Beside her, A Chun was softly coaxing a child, while A Ling emerged from another room, cradling a small figure in her arms. Asu sat down on the porch, also holding a child. Yin Shu remained silent, just standing on the porch, her gaze sweeping across the yard. This was a place she was familiar with, yet at this moment, it felt uncomfortably quiet. The usually boisterous Ao was absent, as was Yi. At this moment, even Asu, who often loved to joke around, seemed unusually sensible, as she found herself feeling somewhat out of place. She let out a soft sigh. She used to complain about the noise. Now that it was quiet, she felt unaccustomed to it. At that moment, while coaxing the child, Asu glanced at Yin Shu, noticing the faint fatigue and disappointment in her expression. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his usual teasing tone turning more serious. Shu, are you tired? Achin also paused in his actions, looking down at his daughter in his arms, then back at Yin Shu. He didn't say much, only gently placed the little one into the cradle, his movements tender and meticulous. A Ling walked over, holding her daughter, carefully placing the child beside the cradle and tucking in the thin blanket. Soon, several children were peacefully lying in the cradles. Asu flicked his tail, moving closer to Yin Shu, his gaze earnest. Shu, were you scared earlier in the forest? Ling approached Yin Shu's side, speaking softly. Shu, how about we go check on Ao again? I'll see if Ai has returned. She pointedly highlighted what was off about Yin Shu's emotions. Chun stood not far away, his deep voice carrying a hint of gentleness. Adult, if something is wrong, just say it. You don't have to bear it alone. Yin Shu looked around at them, each of them surrounding her with concerned and serious expressions, which made her feel somewhat helpless. She sighed lightly, her voice softening. What are you all doing? I'm fine, just feeling a bit too quiet. Not used to it. This also stopped Ling from leaving. The carnivorous ants had completely disappeared, which surely meant something was up with Ai. Ao had almost turned the house upside down over a minor issue. If something were to happen to Ling, how would she cope? Su raised an eyebrow, a proud smile curling his lips. Oh, Shu, are you saying we're not noisy enough? Just say the word. I'll make it lively for you. Yin Shu shot him a glare, her tone laced with sarcasm. You still think you're not annoying enough? Ling rarely laughed, trying to smooth things over for Su. Shu, we're just worried about you. Chen nodded, his gaze focused on Yin Shu. No matter what happens, we're here. Adult, you don't have to hold it all on your own. Seeing their concerned expressions, the emptiness in Yin Shu's heart was quickly filled. At that moment, Su slowly leaned closer, his tone playful, his nine tails swaying in front of Yin Shu like a coiled net ready to spring. Shu, how about I make you feel good tonight? I guarantee you'll be in a better mood. Yin Shu. Just as she was about to explode, Su suddenly pulled Chun over. Let us add this kid to the mix. Chapter 141. Bathing together, Yin Shu's expression instantly darkened a few shades. Just as she was about to scold Su, she saw him swiftly pull the quiet Chun over. With this kid, the two of us will serve you together. We'll definitely make Shu happy enough to forget all her troubles. Su grinned triumphantly, his tail swishing as if showcasing his brilliant idea. Shen, suddenly pulled over, was momentarily stunned, and his ears quickly flushed a light red. He tried to break free, but found his wrist ensnared by Su's tail. Unable to move, he looked at Yin Shu with a hint of panic in his eyes, shyly calling out, Adult I. Chen wanted to say it was nothing, but these past few days, he had sensed the adult's attention on him, stirring his usually calm heart. Previously, he thought it was enough just to be by the adult's side, but now he saw how Su and the others were always close to the adult. He occasionally fantasized about how nice it would be if the adult treated him like that. Yin Shu twitched her lips. If it were just Su, she would definitely refuse and scold him a bit more. However, she couldn't bring herself to say no in front of Chun. Like Ling, he regarded her words as sacred. Su, are you really so bored that you have nothing to do? How could that be? Su feigen ino-sen. His tail swaying slightly. I'm just worried you're not in a good mood. I genuinely want to cheer you up. Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing her return to her usual demeanor, Su felt relieved but continued to tease. Look, when Shu smiles. It makes my heart itch. Yin Shu shot him a glance, her tone dismissive. With Ao not here, and you're dragging Chun into your mischief? If he gets led astray by you, just wait and see how I deal with you. Upon hearing this, Chun quickly shook his head, his tone serious and urgent. Adult, I want to be led astray. Su is just trying to. He just wants to bring him along. He understood everything. Su looked at Chun's honest demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. How boring. Shu, this kind of honest person isn't suitable for making you happy. It has to be me. Ling smiled faintly, watching all of this with a gentle expression. His gaze shifted from the interaction between Su and Chun to Yin Shu. He knew that the adult had always been soft-hearted towards Chun, and as long as Chun put in a bit more effort, he would eventually earn more affection. This was something he was very clear about. However, Ling was not angry. On the contrary, he felt more understanding and warmth towards the adult's behavior. She had a special patience and tenderness for everyone, especially for the pitiful, always showing extra tolerance. Warm mist enveloped the room, gently wrapping every inch of air like a soft veil. Chun stood by the water basin, his hands slightly raised, the clear water flowing gently under his guidance, swirling and rising, gradually becoming warm. The water surface reflected the dim yellow light in the room, shimmering beautifully. Yin Shu sat on a nearby chair, her elbows resting on the armrests, her gaze lightly falling on a scene not far away. Among the swirling mist, 3 slender figures appeared intermittently. Su was the first to move, untying his clothing. His enchanting eyes lifted slightly, the arc at the corner of his eyes revealing a hint of laziness and composure. His movements were graceful as the fabric fell away. It revealed the smooth lines of his shoulders and back, and his 9 tails flicked gently, shimmering with a faint glow, appearing extraordinarily alluring. Ailing stood aside, his expression calm, his usual cold demeanor making him seem particularly composed. He made no unnecessary movements. His actions were clean and efficient as he removed his clothing, revealing skin as pale as jade, with slightly prominent shoulder blades. His long and firm body exuded a cold, ascetic aura, as if even one more glance would be an offense. H&S movements were the slowest, his ears slightly flushed, but he still meticulously shed his outer garments. His body had a faint sheen, smooth and cool to the touch, with youthful shoulder lines that concealed strength. His gaze remained downcast, seemingly shy, yet the focus in his hands directing the water revealed a hint of captivating charm. The room gradually filled with a warm, humid atmosphere, as the water waves quietly rose under H&'s guidance, moving through the air like agile spirits. The mist gently wrapped around the 3 of them, blurring their outlines, yet accentuating every inch of skin as if polished jade, making them more striking in the haze. Yanshu leaned against the back of her chair, her gaze lightly sweeping over the scene before her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The mist was hazy, and the outlines of the 3 were indistinct. Her eyes lingered for a moment before finally returning to H&, directing the water flow. She did not show much shyness, her expression calm and composed, but the slightly flushed cheeks betrayed the subtle stirrings of her heart. Asu keenly caught sight of her demeanor, a flicker of surprise flashing through his enchanting eyes. He had originally thought Shu would be more bashful, perhaps even looking away in embarrassment, but her current demeanor seemed particularly calm and collected. Shu. Asu's lips curled into a smile, his tone invariably playful. Your composure is a bit surprising. Have you gotten used to us? Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, his figure appearing exceptionally tall in the mist. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze playful and teasing, a meaningful smile on his lips. Shu, seeing you so calm. Can I be a little bolder? As soon as he finished, a soft foxtail quietly brushed against Yanshu's ankle, carrying a slightly damp sensation, like a feather lightly grazing her skin. The tip of the tail subtly wrapped around, as if testing her boundaries. Yanshu glanced down at the tail. Her cheeks immediately flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears turning pink. She wanted to lift her foot to kick it away, but didn't want to make a big move, so she could only feign calmness, biting her lip and saying, Asu, you can't use charm techniques. Asu's smile grew even brighter, yet the tail did not retract. Instead, it boldly brushed against her ankle. Charm techniques? No need for that. I just want Shu to genuinely adore me. Yanshu's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She glared at him fiercely, her tone carrying both embarrassment and annoyance. Asu, if you keep this up, I really will kick you. Seeing this, Asu became even more smug, flicking his tail playfully. He squinted his eyes, grinning mischievously. Oh, Shu's face is all red. Is she starting to fall for me? Achin observed the scene, his ears turning as red as if they were bleeding. He lowered his head, uncertain whether to intervene or pretend he hadn't heard anything, his hands nervously gripping the hem of his clothes, as if even breathing would shatter the delicate atmosphere. Yanshu bit her lip, her underlying shyness stirred by this guy's antics, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. Chapter 142. Washing their tails, the mist filled the room, warmly enveloping everything. Yanshu leaned against the back of her chair, originally thinking tonight would end the bath simply as usual, but unexpectedly, the atmosphere felt somewhat off this time. Asu did not eagerly lean in as he usually did. Instead, he casually sat beside her, his bare body and 9 tails spread out in the water, glistening faintly. His movements were slow, holding one tail in his hands, carefully rinsing it. His focused demeanor momentarily left Yanshu in a daze. He gently rubbed the fur, occasionally glancing up at her with a deliberately pitiful and aggrieved look in his enchanting eyes. Shu, look at my 9 tails. It's so troublesome to wash them every time I bathe. I'm really quite pitiful. Yanshu blinked, biting her lip, vaguely sensing that he was hinting at something. Shu. Asu's voice elongated, carrying a hint of a whine. I have too many tails. I can't wash them all by myself. Can you help me? Yanshu froze, a blush immediately creeping onto her cheeks. She bit her lip, her gaze darting between Asu's tails and his bare upper body, feeling like she was being played by him. Asu. She started to speak, but her words were interrupted by Asu. Oh, Shu. If I don't wash them clean, Xiong won't be able to wash, he asked, still waiting. As he spoke, he casually flicked the tail, splashing water, the tip of the fur lightly brushing against her arm, bringing a slight warmth and dampness. Yanshu's blush deepened, knowing he was deliberately bringing Xiong into this. She shot him a glare. With so many tails, why not just chop them off? Asu squinted his eyes, smiling innocently and slyly. Shushu wouldn't want that. Without my tails, how could I keep Shushu warm in winter? Once he said that, Yanshu was left speechless, her shyness completely tangled up by his teasing and antics. She gritted her teeth, looking at Asu's smug expression, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. She turned around, lifting her hand to point at the 9 tails, her tone carrying a hint of irritation. Fine, I'll help you wash, but don't say another word. Upon hearing this, Asu immediately smiled brightly, his tails lightly swishing, lazily presenting one tail to her, his voice teasing. That's more like it. Shushu is the best. Yanshu shot him a fierce glare, but said nothing more. She bit her lip, extending her hand, her fingertips just touching the soft fur, the sensation making her pause slightly. The smooth and fluffy tail felt slightly damp, as if enveloped in a soft cloud. Before she could react, Asu's body trembled slightly, his enchanting eyes widening, the fur on his tail standing on end, as if he had been shocked. He inhaled deeply, his voice carrying a suppressed tingling. Shushu, be gentle when you poke. Yanshu was startled by his sudden reaction, her hand stiffening, looking up at him. I'm not using much force. Asu's enchanting face rarely showed an unnatural blush. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, coughing softly, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. Shushu, you don't know my tail. It's particularly sensitive. Hearing this, Yanshu's blush deepened even further. She bit her lip and muttered, then why let me wash it? You're doing this on purpose. Asu's tail swayed slightly, as if protesting yet also trying to please her. I can't help it. Who let Shushu's hands be the best? My tail only trusts you. Yanshu glared at him, her ears secretly turning slightly red, gritting her teeth and saying softly, Asu, your mouth is really making people want to hit you, but can't. Asu, hearing this, smiled even more smugly, his tail lightly lifting, droplets of water glistening on the fur like a slightly shining cloud. He squinted his eyes, his tone languid and full of affection. Shushu wouldn't want to hit me. Otherwise, my tail wouldn't be able to keep Shushu warm in bed. Yanshu felt her face heat up from his words, her heart a mix of shyness and anger. She extended her hand, grabbing the tail he offered, saying irritably, all right, I'll help you wash. But if you say one more word of nonsense, I'll let Xiong come. As soon as Aksu heard this, he immediately put on a pitiful expression, his tail obediently drooping down. Don't Shushu, this tail is only for you to touch, others can't. Yin Shushu was too lazy to argue with him again, stealing her heart. She directly started to wash it. Her hands carefully rubbed along the direction of the tail, the fur moist and soft, feeling even more delicate than she had imagined. The tail gently swayed, as if responding to her movements. However, Aksu was not so calm. He felt her fingers lightly slide across the surface of his tail. A tingling sensation shot up his spine, even the tips of his ears turned red. He took a low breath, his voice slightly hoarse. Shushu, be gentle, I feel a bit itchy. Itchy? Yin Shushu looked up at him, seeing a hint of embarrassment on his enchanting face. She couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite sensitive. Call me to wash your tail just because it's itchy. Aksu's mouth twitched, and he simply tilted his head, adopting a posture of surrender. Then Shushu, don't stop. Finish this one, and then move to the next. After all 9 tails are entrusted to you. Yin Shushu looked at his seemingly spoiled demeanor and couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she didn't stop her movements. Although she felt immensely embarrassed, she also thought that this demon could only show this seemingly nonchalant, yet somewhat sincere side in front of her. Really asking for it. Yin Shushu muttered softly, but her movements became even lighter. Aksu sensed her delicacy. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, and his tail gently lifted, as if a proud fox was receiving the most considerate service. Aling leaned against the side, his gaze falling on Aksu's 9 tails, his eyes flickering slightly. Although his face still wore a usual faint smile, there was a hint of helplessness and a subtle envy in his eyes. His gaze shifted to the white tail faintly visible behind him, its lines smooth and glossy like jade. Unfortunately, his tail could be cleaned with just a simple wipe, and didn't need such careful attention. A chun stood by, his face slightly red, his gaze wandering. He looked down at his own tail, compared to Aksu's 9 luxurious long tails. His smooth blue fishtail was indeed much simpler. It could be rejuvenated with just a splash of water, and there was no opportunity for Shushu to help. Chapter 143. Everyone is particularly sensitive after Yin. Shushu exhausted herself washing Aksu's 9 tails. She naturally felt a Ling and a Chen's almost imperceptible gazes, and a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. She endured the soreness in her hands, lifted her eyes to the 2 fidgeting guys standing to the side, and teased, "You guys don't just stare, I'll wipe yours later." A Ling was slightly taken aback, his gaze dodging for a moment, then he quickly composed himself. He wore his usual gentle smile, his voice low and warm. "Shushu, really don't trouble yourself, my tail. Just a simple wipe is enough." Despite his calm tone, the white tail behind him unconsciously swayed gently, the scales clinging to his skin. The luster was like finely carved jade, and one could faintly see the tiny scales glinting under the light. Yin Shushu ignored his refusal, reached out to pat the edge of the chair, her eyes smiling. "Come here, sit down." A Ling's lips slightly curled up, clearly unable to resist her attitude. He sat down as instructed, his gaze lowered, revealing a long, elegant neck, his posture exuding a subtle, unassuming cold charm. When Yin Shushu's hand gently touched his tail, the feel was cool and delicate, like touching a smooth piece of glass. Her movements were slow and cautious. Just as she began to wipe, she felt a Ling's body suddenly stiffen. The originally docile tail lightly trembled, as if responding to her touch, yet also seemed to intentionally shy away. A bit of a push and pull. A Ling's ears quietly turned a light red, but the lowered gaze revealed a hint of softness. He struggled to maintain his composure, his voice low and a bit unnatural. "Shushu." Yin Shushu's lips curled up slightly, her tone teasing. "A Ling, you're also so ticklish." A Ling's Adam's apple moved gently, his gaze falling on a slightly protruding spot below, which was being wiped by Shushu with a towel. His lips trembled, wanting to explain, but not knowing how to start, his voice dark and hoarse. I'm not itchy. Really good." Yin Shushu thought he was just trying to appease her, so she teased lightly, yet her fingers became even more careful as they wiped along the tail. Each touch made a Ling's tail tremble slightly. His breathing became a bit unsteady, but he still forced himself to maintain calm. On the other side, Achun watched this scene, his face turning even redder. His blue fish tail hovered slightly in the water, the tail fins reflecting faint light under the illumination. Resembling a tranquil sea, the tail fins slightly spread, like a clear blue flower, gently tapping the water surface. After a while, "Achun, it's your turn." Yin Shushu turned to him, a faint smile on her lips. Achun was clearly more nervous than a Ling. He slightly shrank his neck, casting a fleeting glance at her before quickly lowering his head, his voice soft like a mosquito. "Lady, I can do it myself." Yin Shushu raised an eyebrow, pointing to the other side of herself, her tone carrying an undeniable lightness. "Less nonsense. Sit down." Achun had no choice but to obediently sit down, his fish tail cautiously hanging at the edge of the water, his movements appearing particularly awkward. When Yin Shushu's fingers gently touched his tail fin, his body trembled suddenly, letting out a soft moan. His cheeks instantly flushed crimson. The cool tail gently swayed in her hands, carrying a sense of softness and elasticity, swaying slightly with the water waves. Achun tightly gripped the fabric on his knees, his voice small and tense. "Lady, my tail is too sensitive, I couldn't hold it." Yin Shushu chuckled lightly, her movements becoming even gentler, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "You all are more sensitive than Aksu." A Ling raised his eyes to glance at Achun, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, but he didn't speak, the redness in his ears quietly deepening. Seeing a Ling and Achin's blushing appearances, Aksu smirked. TSK, Shushu really treats everyone equally." Yin Shushu was too lazy to respond to him. Lowering her head to continue her actions, her fingertips gently sliding over the fishtail's fins and scales, feeling the slight tremors and tension. Watching the two in front of her with flushed ears and shy gazes, she couldn't help but feel a rare softness and joy in her heart. Suddenly, her hands paused, the warmth in her eyes fading a bit, a hint of worry appearing between her brows. She looked down at Achin's tail fin, her movements unconsciously becoming even gentler. Yet despite this, a faint sigh clearly reached the ears of the others. A Ling noticed her change in mood, the originally red tips of his ears gradually returning to calm. He slightly raised his gaze, his voice low and gentle. "Shushu, is it because of a yi and a ho?" Asu's smile also faded a bit. He stepped a bit closer, his tail lightly sweeping across the water surface. His tone rarely serious. Shoo, don't worry too much. That guy, Yi, is strong. Although unreliable, he definitely won't get into trouble easily. Chen also nervously raised his head, speaking softly. I believe Aho can pull through. After all, he's quite capable. Shoo looked at them, feeling a wave of gratitude in her heart. She knew these guys were trying to comfort her, but no matter what, Ye's departure and Aho's changes made it impossible for her to completely relax. Hopefully that's the case. Shoo said softly, her tone carrying a hint of fatigue. It's just, everything happened too suddenly. I left without saying goodbye, and Aho doesn't know when he'll be back. How did things collide like this? Axel leaned closer to her, his 9 tails gently lifting, as if trying to cheer her up. Shoo, don't think too much. Look, you still have us. I is not here, so I'll accompany you more. Aho is not here, and I can stir up some trouble to keep you entertained every day. Shu was both amused and exasperated by his shameless words, glaring at him. Aren't you annoying enough? Axel noticed a hint of ease in her tone and wagged his tail even more joyfully. A little annoyance is better than you worrying alone. Aling quietly looked at her, his voice gentle yet firm. Adult, no matter what happens, we are here. I and Aho will definitely come back, and we will accompany you until that day. Chen nodded, although he didn't say much. The slight tightening of his lips and the determined light in his eyes expressed all his feelings. Shu looked at them, and warmth filled her eyes. She sighed softly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. All right, for your sake, I won't easily lose my composure. She raised her hand, gently patting Chen's fishtail, then ruffled Aling's hair. Don't worry anymore. I will think a good way. The mist in the room still lingered, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to dissipate a little. Chapter 144. Aho's return. Aho's beast transformation had lasted a full 7 days. Throughout these 7 days, the deep mountains were occasionally filled with deafening wolf howls, each sound low and hoarse, filled with pain and rage, as if venting uncontainable fury. The long howls were especially piercing at night, echoing through the valleys, making listeners' hearts race and even sending chills down their spines. The atmosphere in nearby tribes grew increasingly tense, and rumors spread like a tide. Did you hear? That crazy wolf is howling again, and it's even more terrifying than before. I heard it's Shu's male Aho, who has completely transformed into a beast, losing all humanity. Will he come back to hurt people? Everyone knows that once a male goes berserk, the first to attack will be those around him. Is there even a need to say? We need to discuss this. We can't let him continue like this. The discussions among the crowd grew louder. Even some usually gentle females began to waver. But he is Shu's male. Although Shu usually keeps a low profile, she has given birth to several females, and there are many powerful males around her, along with that legendary dragon tribe, which is also her male. She has some reputation nearby. No matter how powerful Shu is, she hasn't managed to keep her male in check. Rather than wait to be harmed by him, it would be better to subdue him while he hasn't completely gone berserk. The discussions and worries intertwined like an invisible net, slowly covering several mountain peaks. And naturally, Shu heard it all. She sat in her room, looking towards the forest through the window. Aho's voice was filled with pain, even carrying a hint of impending despair. She could tell that he was struggling against some force deep within himself. He was holding on, struggling, refusing to yield. Aho, Shu murmured softly, her hand unconsciously tightening around her sleeve, her fingertips almost digging into her palm. Axu, on the other hand, was not anxious. He looked at her enviously. Shu, don't worry. I can feel his consciousness becoming clearer. How do you know? Shu asked curiously. For the past few days, Axu had not let her go find Aho, fearing she might get hurt. Axu slowly leaned closer, his enchanting eyes slightly raised, a mischievous smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. After all, I've grown up with Aho since childhood. I can tell his consciousness fluctuations just by listening. Before he finished speaking, his 9 tails gently spread out, brushing against Shu's wrist and shoulder almost casually, with a delicate touch that made her shiver involuntarily. Axu, you're being ridiculous. Shu glared at him, her cheeks quickly turning a light shade of red. Ridiculous? Axu feigned an innocent expression, but his tail persistently brushed against her side, playfully. I'm just showing concern for you. You look so tired lately. Isn't it good for me to help you relax? Shu, annoyed, swatted his tail away with one hand, her tone filled with embarrassment and anger. Axu, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Oh dear, Shu is so fierce, even the tail is scared. Axu laughed, taking a half step back, but his 9 tails continued to swirl around her, one even subtly wrapping around her wrist, gently pulling her forward a bit. Aksu, Yin Shu called out softly, looking up at him, his enchanting eyes now full of jest and pride. What's wrong? Aksu's smile grew brighter, his tail slowly gliding across her cheek, his voice low and teasing. Shushu's face is so red. Are you angry or shy? Yin Shu reached out to grab the troublesome tail, but Aksu skillfully dodged. Her blush deepened, her tone laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Aksu, you're doing this on purpose. Yes, Aksu admitted openly, his tail twitching slightly, as if proudly showing off. Who made Shushu so cute? Teasing you will make your mood much better. Yin Shu shot him a fierce glare, but found him looking all too pleased with himself, leaving her fuming, yet unsure how to retort. She could only take a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Aksu, stop messing around. I have serious questions to ask you. All right. Since Shushu has spoken, how could I dare not listen? Aksu smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped, and finally, his tails obediently returned to their place, but not before lightly brushing past her palm, as if to tease one last time. Yin Shu looked at his mischievous demeanor, feeling both shy and angry inside. This fox always disrupted her emotions at the most inopportune moments, yet she couldn't truly be angry with him. What you just said, does it mean Aho has succeeded? Aksu became slightly more serious, his 9 tails lowering a bit, one lightly swaying as he picked up a soft cloak and slowly draped it over Yin Shu's shoulders. His actions seemed casual, yet exuded a natural intimacy. And as his tail swept across her shoulder, it brought a slight ticklish sensation, causing Yin Shu to instinctively shrink back a little. He should have made it through. Aksu slowly began, his tone losing some of its jest and gaining a hint of seriousness. His howls are no longer as chaotic, and his breath is becoming more stable. He has already passed the most difficult phase of his transformation. Yin Shu frowned slightly, tightening her grip on the cloak, her tone revealing a hint of worry. Then how much longer will it take? Aksu looked down at her, his gaze filled with tenderness. Shushu, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Although he has made it through, it will still take time to regain his sanity and physical condition. Don't worry. When he wakes up, the first thing he will do is come back to you. Yin Shu sighed. Before her sigh fully settled, suddenly, a loud rumble came from outside, as if thousands of horses were galloping in, shaking the ground slightly. A cloud of dust rose in the air, and through the window, she could see the trees outside swaying. Aksu's smile vanished completely, his 9 tails raised in the air, fur bristling, his eyes narrowed, his tone cold. Shushu, don't panic. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind pressure rushed in from outside, even causing the roof to tremble slightly. Accompanied by the wind pressure, there was a deep and shocking roar. Yin Shu's expression changed slightly as she quickly walked to the window and pushed it open to look outside. In the distance, among the mountain forests, a tall and fierce beast's shadow appeared faintly. The shadow moved swiftly, each step seeming to cause tremors in the ground, and the surrounding trees were even violently broken, scattering on the ground. Aho! Yin Shu's heart tightened, and she instantly understood that this familiar sense of oppression was from Aho. It seemed he had returned, but his state didn't seem quite right. Chapter 145, Gray Wolf Evolution. Xiong Shan. Yin Shu stood in the yard, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the distant mountain forest, her brows furrowed, and a wave of indescribable unease surged in her heart. Aho! She murmured softly, just about to speak, when suddenly she felt a tremor in the ground, accompanied by a booming sound getting closer, as if some enormous creature was approaching at high speed. Asu suddenly blocked her in front, his 9 tails raised high, his enchanting eyes filled with vigilance. He said in a low voice, Shushu, stay close to me. Yin Shu's heart tightened, and she looked up to see a large and powerful giant wolf rushing towards them from afar. That massive figure flickered in the dust, the fur on its body standing up like sharp swords, moving with a force of oppression. Aho! Yin Shu's voice trembled slightly. She wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Asu's outstretched hand. Su blocked in front of her, his gaze fixed on the giant wolf charging towards them, and shouted at Aho, wake up! If you keep this up, I'm really going to beat you to death. Aho's movements did not stop because of Asu's roar. His massive head was lowered, his whole body like a black lightning bolt, swiftly approaching. His eyes were as big as copper bells, but at this moment, in the swirling dust, it was impossible to tell whether they were wild or clear. Aho! Yin Shu whispered, her heart tightening. She instinctively took a step forward, but was firmly blocked by Asu's tail. Don't go over there. Asu's voice grew more urgent. See what his state is first. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Aho had already rushed closer. His massive body nearly blocked all the light, and the entire yard was suddenly plunged into a low-pressure shadow. Yanshu held her breath, her eyes fixed on him. Just when everyone thought Aho would make some dangerous move, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha! Scared you all, huh?" The voice was deep and familiar, coming from the giant wolf's throat. In the next second, the huge wolf's head slightly tilted, and the corners of its mouth actually lifted into a seemingly simple yet proud smile. Yanshu was stunned, while Asu's expression froze, his 9 tails hanging in midair. You smiled?" Aho slightly raised his head, his eyes no longer displaying frenzied confusion, but rather a rare sense of ease and clarity. His enormous wolf body slowly lowered, as if submitting to Yanshu, or like a spoiled child leaning towards her. "Shoo, I'm back." Aho, who had just moments ago exuded a violent, oppressive aura, now seemed to have changed completely. He lowered his massive head, shook his fur, suddenly raised a paw as if hesitating, then quickly retracted it, letting out a low sound that seemed to be appeasing. Before Yanshu could react, she felt a gust of wind rush towards her. Aho's large head directly buried into her embrace, nearly toppling her over. "Aho!" Yanshu was taken aback, raising her hand to support his forehead, her eyes wide open. But Aho seemed to have no intention of stopping. He nudged his nose into her embrace, emitting a low whine as if he had found comfort. Then he actually rolled half of his body onto the ground, his massive figure rolling around, his tail joyfully slapping the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yanshu never expected that the fierce wolf that had just been intimidating would now act like a large, spoiled dog. She instinctively reached out and patted his large head, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Aho, what are you doing?" Aho did not respond, merely nudging her hand with his nose, appearing unsatisfied as he rubbed against her palm, looking nothing like the powerful male who had just recovered from frenzy, but rather like a giant dog seeking affection. Asu stood by, his mouth twitching, his 9 tails fully raised, glaring at the rolling Aho. "Hey, Aho, can't you have some wolf pride? You were just fierce, and now you look like a silly dog?" Aho lifted his head to glance at him, a hint of pride in his copper bell-like eyes, and then continued to rub his head against Yanshu, his tail wagging even louder. Yanshu felt a mix of emotions from his actions, half amused and half exasperated. Pushing his head gently, "Aho, that's enough. Stop rubbing. You're about to knock me over." Only then did Aho pause, lifting his head to nudge her palm with his wet nose, letting out a low whine as if to say, Shoo, I missed you so much." Looking at him like this, Yanshu's heart softened and felt helpless. She reached out to stroke the fur at the tips of his ears, her tone softening. "It's good that you're back. Just don't cause any more trouble." Asu rolled his eyes, unable to help but sarcastically remark, "This guy, really hard to look at. This guy doesn't even care about his pride anymore." Shoo, shouldn't you consider getting another male?" As soon as Aho heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground, bared his teeth at Asu, and let out a warning growl from his throat. But before Asu could retaliate, he quickly shrank back to Yanshu's side, his tail obediently drooping, his head once again resting against her leg, as if to say, Shoo, I'm not a wolf right now. Not a wolf." Yanshu looked down carefully at Aho. His massive head still hung low against her leg, but his fur had changed from the roughness of his previous frenzied state to a smooth and sleek texture. Compared to an ordinary wolf, Aho's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. His ears had become slightly pointed, perked up with a hint of liveliness. His body was still strong, but appeared more elongated, and the fur on his tail was fluffier than usual, faintly glimmering. The most peculiar change was in his facial features, still retaining the outline of a wolf, but with slightly inward curving brow bones, his features exuding an undeniable charm that resembled a fox yet was not quite a fox. "You look like this," Yanshu murmured softly, instinctively reaching out to gently touch the fur at the tip of his ears. Upon feeling her touch, Aho immediately raised his head, his copper bell-like eyes narrowing slightly, filled with a soft, spoiled expression, completely devoid of the previous oppressive aura. He wagged his tail gently, his voice low yet slightly smug. Shoo, don't I look handsome now?" Asu frowned. "What is this look of yours?" He felt it was familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Meanwhile, a sudden notification rang in Yanshu's mind. Gray Wolf Evolution. Xiong, Chapter 146, Can't You Turn Into a Human? The system's cold prompt echoed clearly in Yanshu's mind. Gray Wolf Evolution. Xiong, she was stunned, looking down at Aho lying in front of her. His once familiar wolf body now possessed an added sense of liveliness and charm, making her somewhat unable to believe her eyes. Xiong. This name was not unfamiliar to Yanshu. In the classic of mountains and seas, it is recorded that there is a beast resembling a wolf, with a crimson head and mouse-like eyes. Its sound is akin to that of a piglet, and it is bloodthirsty and murderous, even capable of swallowing humans. It possesses not only the ferocity of a wolf, but also the cunning of a fox, making it an extremely dangerous existence. Yanshu furrowed her brows slightly, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Aho, do you know what you have become? Aho blinked, lowering his head to look at his claws and tail, his tone revealing some hesitation. I don't know, I just feel a strong power inside me, but I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Do you recognize the name Xiong Dan? Aho froze, a flash of shock and confusion crossing his eyes upon hearing the name. He slowly raised his head to look at Yanshu, his voice low and uncertain. Xiong Dan. I think I've heard that name before. When I was young, my elders mentioned it, but no one has ever seen one. Suddenly, Asu burst into laughter, his 9 tails gently lifting, and a hint of mockery and playfulness flickered in his enchanting eyes. He spoke slowly. Xiong Dan TSK. This is a legendary race, rarer than the dragon race. Rarer than the dragon race? Yin Shu was taken aback, her gaze falling on Asu, her brows tightly knitted. The dragon race is already quite rare. How could Xiong Dan be even rarer? After encountering the 9-tailed fox, mermaids, and the dragon race, all of which she considered legendary, they were now all around her. Asu patiently explained. While the dragon race is rare, at least there are still some alive in the world. But Xiong Dan? They have long since gone extinct. According to legend, their power was terrifyingly strong, but also too difficult to control, leading to their entire race's extinction, which relieved many other races. Yin Shu's gaze fell on Aho, her expression complex, filled with inquiry, mixed with a hint of uncertainty. Aho, who had been lying down obediently, gradually felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Beneath his black fur, his tightly pressed skin began to bristle slightly, and his copper bell-like eyes blinked nervously. He tried to read something from her face, but found her expression increasingly strange. Shu. Aho finally couldn't help but speak, his voice low with a hint of confusion and probing. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Yin Shu did not answer directly, but slowly swept her gaze between his long ears and narrow eyes. You should be a Xiong Dan? Upon hearing this, Aho's entire body stiffened. He instinctively shrank his neck, his small tail wagging slightly before quickly retracting, his tone revealing a hint of grievance. Shu. I'm really just a gray wolf. It's just, I might have changed a bit, but I'm not a Xiong Dan. Yin Shu continued to stare at him, her narrow eyes resembling the beast described in the classic of mountains and seas. She was not afraid of Aho. Now, seeing his obedient appearance, she couldn't help but smile slightly, her lips curling in a half-smile. Oh? If you're not a Xiong Dan, then tell me, why have your eyes changed like this? And your fur is also off? Aho lowered his head, rubbing his nose against the ground, seemingly trying to confirm what was wrong with him. His ears twitched slightly, and his tail swayed restlessly, his voice carrying a hint of powerless defense. I don't know why it is like this, but I really am not a Xiong Dan. Yin Shu looked at his nervous and innocent appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently rub the black fur on his head. She glanced at Asu. Asu, what do you think? Asu leaned against a nearby spot, his 9 tails lazily swaying, his eyes surveying Aho back and forth. Then he clicked his tongue. He stepped forward a few paces, a hint of teasing in his enchanting eyes. What do you see? Completely black, like a wolf that just crawled out of a coal pile. Shu, are you sure he is still the Aho you know? Clearly pretending to joke. Asu. Aho suddenly lifted his head, his copper bell-like eyes glaring at him, a low growl escaping his throat, his tail standing up. Stop talking nonsense. I am clearly still the same me. Oh. Asu raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Look at you now. Completely black, not a speck of gray left, your eyes like copper bells, and your fur shiny. Who would believe you are a wolf? If it weren't for Shu being here, I would really think I've seen a new species. Aho clearly felt wronged. Yin Shu noticed that someone was approaching from a distance, and she gently patted Aho's large head. Can't you turn back into a person? Aho shook his large head. I still can't control it. I can't turn back yet. Then you should hide. Someone is coming. Aho looked down at his massive body. Where can I hide to conceal myself? Yin Shu also realized the problem, pursing her lips before finally waving her hand. Forget it. They must have been attracted by the commotion you caused. Explaining a bit will make them leave. The main issue was still his large body, which couldn't be hidden. Aho immediately nodded, his huge body lying on the ground, trying to curl himself into a ball to appear less conspicuous. The footsteps nearby gradually became clearer, and a group of females approached, whispering among themselves. One of them lowered her voice. I just saw that wolf rushing over. Such a huge commotion. Could it have already gone out of control? Another person sounded a bit nervous. When they got closer and saw Aho's massive figure, everyone froze. The black fur, the huge size, the copper bell-like eyes, all appeared terrifying. This is, someone trembled, taking a step back. He is my male. Yin Shu stepped forward, blocking in front of Aho. He has already recovered and won't harm anyone. Yin Shu this. The leading female hesitated, her gaze drifting over Aho's body. Are you sure? He doesn't look much like your wolf male. It is indeed him. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a half-smile. He had a little adventure recently and gained some weight. Wolves can look a bit scary when they gain some meat, but he won't harm anyone. Chapter 147. Aho becomes a noble young master. The leading female listened to Yin Shu's words, her brows still tightly furrowed, her gaze drifting over Aho several times, clearly not fully believing the gain some weight explanation. But in the end, she did not ask further, only saying softly, since you say he won't harm anyone, we shouldn't pry further. The other females also appeared skeptical, casting complex glances at Aho's massive black body, nodding in agreement. Since you say it's fine, we'll be leaving now. Although they didn't say it, their pace noticeably quickened, leaving with a hint of caution. Once their figures completely disappeared from sight, a few males who had been watching from a distance also quieted down. Previously, the rumors about Aho's evolution had made them eager to try. But now that they saw his appearance with their own eyes, they clearly shrank back, lacking the courage to even step forward and provoke him. TSK, boring. Asu stood not far away, a playful smile on his enchanting face, his 9 tails lazily swaying. It seems this group of people doesn't have much courage. They looked so fierce earlier, thinking they would really dare to act. Yin Shu cast him a glance, too lazy to respond to his sarcastic remarks. She looked down at Aho, who was lying on the ground, his copper bell-like eyes now filled with guilt and self-reproach. Shu, I'm sorry. Aho's voice was deep and hoarse, his ears drooping, and his tail unconsciously sweeping the ground. Did I trouble you again? Yin Shu reached out and patted his head, her tone calm, yet somewhat indifferent. It is a bit of a trouble, but it's not something I can't handle. Just remember next time, don't act recklessly. Aho lowered his head, his voice filled with apology. I understand. But Yin Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze sweeping over his dark fur and massive body, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You look quite intimidating now. Even that group of males dare not approach, which saves a lot of trouble. Aho lifted his head, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Really? Of course. Yin Shu chuckled lightly, her tone teasing. Seeing you like this, who would dare to provoke me? It's not an exaggeration to say you are the strongest guard. Upon hearing this, Aho's ears twitched slightly, a hint of joy gradually flooding his copper bell-like eyes. He lowered his head and rubbed against Yin Shu's hand, his voice hoarse yet filled with satisfaction. Shu, I will protect you. Good. Yin Shu smiled and rubbed his ears. Yin Shu was just about to let Aho stay outside, but at that moment, his body suddenly began to change. A cloud of black smoke slowly rose from Aho, thick enough to seem like it would swallow the surrounding light. Yin Shu instinctively took a step back. The black smoke did not spread, so she didn't worry. After waiting for a while, the black smoke finally dissipated, and to her surprise, Aho had transformed into a human shape, and it was a new appearance. He stood there, his figure completely different from before. The once robust, wheat-colored body had now become tall and elegant, as if every inch of his lines had been meticulously crafted. His fair skin was as delicate as porcelain, with a hint of almost sickly pallor, and paired with his long black hair, it exuded an indescribable allure. However, the most striking change was his face. Yin Shu widened her eyes and couldn't help but hold her breath. Aho's features, once strong and masculine, were now completely different. His face had become extremely refined, every contour perfect as if crafted by the heavens, especially on his forehead. A black line wound down like some ancient mark, adding a touch of mystery and danger to his beauty. Aho lowered his head to look at himself, frowning slightly, clearly still adjusting to his transformation. Shu. His voice was deep and hoarse, but carried a softer texture than before. Have I changed back? Yin Shu paused for a moment, finally regaining her senses, her gaze scanning him up and down, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. Aho, is this really you? Aho lifted his head, his deep-set eyes blinking gently, his brows carrying a hint of innocence and confusion. He reached up to touch the black line on his forehead, softly saying, "It's me." But why does it feel like something is off? What's off? Yanshu's gaze fell on his long fingers, then swept over his fair skin and exquisitely beautiful features, unable to help but snort. Everything is off. Aho was taken aback, his hand frozen in midair, looking at her in confusion. Shu, did I scare you? Yanshu stared at him, then shook her head. Not really scared, but your appearance, how should I put it, looks so much better than before. Upon hearing this, Aho's ears turned slightly red, but he couldn't help but ask softly, "Really? It really is." Yanshu squinted her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Delicate? Beautiful? Those aren't adjectives I would associate with you." Aho heard this backhanded compliment and was momentarily speechless, looking down at his hands, then touching his face, his brows furrowing even deeper. Shu, I don't know why I changed like this, but I'm still your Aho. That won't change." Yanshu looked at his face, both unfamiliar and familiar, softly sighed, and patted his shoulder. "No matter how you change, you are still my male. It's just that." "Just what?" Aho raised his head, nervously asking. "Just that you should never say you're a gray wolf again." Yanshu smiled meaningfully because now, no matter how you look at it, you don't resemble one at all. Aho was choked by her words, standing there in a daze. His ears instantly tinged with a light red. He looked down at his hands, then at his fair, slender arms, his lips moving but not knowing how to refute. Shu, does this count as a compliment?" He lifted his head, his eyes carrying a hint of grievance and caution. Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her brow slightly raised. I guess it counts. It is indeed good-looking, just not much like a gray wolf, more like a young master from some wealthy family." Aho's brows furrowed even tighter, reaching up to touch his face, his tone filled with frustration. "But I'm clearly a wolf, and now I've turned into this. Will it make people look down on me? Look down on you?" Yanshu shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes carrying a hint of mischief. "Aho, don't you think this face would scare off enemies, but it would easily charm a few females?" Aho was instantly speechless, the blush on his face deepening. He muttered softly, Shu, I don't want to charm others. I just want to protect you." Chapter 148. Clinginess with Aho 1 after Aho washed up. He stood in front of the mirror, staring at his new appearance, feeling a bit dazed. He had thought it was just a change in physique. But when he was dressed neatly and stood in front of Yanshu, he realized he had transformed from a robust and mighty gray wolf into a fair and delicate pretty boy. He looked down at his long arms, then touched his smooth cheek, the corners of his mouth twitching, feeling awkward and uneasy. Shu. His voice was hoarse, filled with hesitation. "Is this appearance a bit?" Yanshu raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze pausing slightly. At this moment, Aho was wearing clean and neat clothes, looking exceptionally upright. His fair skin and exquisite features added a touch of nobility, while the black line on his forehead added an air of enchanting charm. He stood there, appearing uneasy, yet that awkwardness exuded a different kind of attraction. Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her brow raised. "What is wrong with it? You look quite good like this." Receiving Yanshu's praise once again. "Really looks good?" Aho was stunned, the tips of his ears secretly turning red. He raised his hand, instinctively touching his face, his tone carrying disbelief. "What is wrong?" Yanshu tilted her head, her tone teasing. "Do you think you're too weak? Or are you not used to this face?" Aho lowered his head, his expression growing more reserved. He softly explained, "I used to think that being strong was the pride of a male. Now that I become like this, I sent it more like what a Sue said, that kind of pretty boy." Yanshu raised her hand to support her chin, deliberately nodding, her eyes smiling. "A Sue was right, but didn't T tell you before? I like to see pretty boys." Aho knew this, his face flushed bright red. After a while, he stammered, Shu. Yanshu squinted her eyes, finding Aho's current appearance very novel. "What is wrong? Not happy?" Aho's ears were so red, they looked like they were about to drip blood. His voice as low as a mosquito. No, as long as you like it. I don't mind." Yanshu looked at his appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, don't think too much. Whether you are strong or look like this, you are still my male." Upon hearing this, Aho felt a bit of his inner unease settle down. He raised his head, his gaze filled with deep reliance and determination. Shu, I understand. No matter what I become, I will protect you." Yanshu nodded, feeling slightly relieved that he was calmed down. Then Shu, "Can I have children with you now?" Yanshu's expression froze instantly upon hearing Aho's words. The breath she had just released got stuck in her throat, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Aho!" Yanshu paused, her brows slightly furrowed. "Can we take this slowly?" Shu was momentarily taken aback and looked up at Eho. Her eyes filled with a hint of helplessness and complex emotions. She sighed softly, her voice gentle. It's not that I'm unwilling, but right now, I really don't know where Ayi is, and my mind is too chaotic to consider these things. Eho's eyes dimmed slightly at her words, but he nodded seriously. His voice low. Shu, I understand. I also worry about Ayi. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Shu's heart softened a bit. She gently patted his shoulder, her tone tender. Once everything settles down, I will definitely have children with you. Eho looked up at her, his eyes gradually regaining a glimmer of light. He nodded vigorously. Okay, Shu, I will listen to you. I'm not in a hurry, as long as you don't forget me. Shu couldn't help but chuckle lightly, raising an eyebrow teasingly. How could I forget you? After all, with you looking like this, it's hard not to remember. This was her honest opinion. Eho's current appearance was comparable to Asu's. However, while Eho's looks were exquisite, they were entirely different from Asu's enchanting charm. Asu's face always carried a mischievous and frivolous air, as if he could stir people's emotions at any moment. In contrast, Eho's current appearance was imbued with a youthful freshness and cleanliness. Even his tall figure and the black mark on his forehead couldn't hide the straightforwardness and innocence in his gaze. Eho felt Shu's gaze, and his ears turned slightly red. He lowered his head, gently tugging at Shu's sleeve. His movements cautious, yet revealing an undeniable hint of exploration. Shu. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, as if he were brewing something deep within. Shu glanced at his slightly clenched hand around her sleeve. What's wrong? However, Eho didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his grip a bit. He raised his head, and in his big, round eyes flickered a mix of complex emotions, both straightforward and subtly provocative. I just want to get a little closer to you. As he said this, his fingers slid from her sleeve to her wrist, his fingertips cool, yet carrying an undeniable warmth. Shu naturally understood what he was trying to do. His thoughts were all written on his face. But Eho didn't let go. Instead, he moved closer. He raised his other hand, gently gripping her wrist, looking at her with burning intensity. Shu, when I evolved, all I could think about was you. As Eho spoke, he gradually lowered his head. At that moment, the black mark on his forehead stood out, paired with his fair skin and delicate features, exuding an alluring charm. His face drew nearer, the warmth of his breath almost brushing against Shu's ear. Shu, his voice was low and gentle, carrying a magnetic quality that made one's heart flutter. Do you really think I'm good looking? Shu's ears turned slightly red, and she instinctively took a step back, but Eho firmly held her in place. His fingers lightly glided over the back of her hand, seemingly casual, yet exuding a deliberate intimacy. Eho. She raised her eyes. Eho chuckled softly, sensing that she wasn't pushing him away. His laughter contained a rare hint of mischief, his voice low and husky. Shu, you didn't push me away. Does that mean you don't mind me being like this with you? Shu's brow twitched slightly as she raised her hand and gently tapped his forehead, pushing him back a bit, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. Are you learning from Asu? Why have you become so reckless? Eho lowered his head and chuckled softly, his gaze still burning as he stared at her, his voice low and determined. I just want you to look at me a little more. Eho's hand didn't let go. Instead, he pulled her closer still. He leaned down, his eyes filled with persistence and a hint of probing, his voice low and slightly aggrieved. Shu, when I see you, I just want to touch. Shu was taken aback by his straightforwardness, about to retort. But he pulled her even closer. The distance between them almost disappeared, and she could clearly feel the cool yet burning breath emanating from him. Eho, you. Stop it. She raised her hand and lightly pushed against his chest, but found that his strength didn't waver at all. Eho lowered his head, rubbing against her arm. Perhaps after evolving, he had become bolder. He bit his lip. Shu, I'm not playing around. I'm serious. You've always cared about Asu, Ailing. What about me? I also want to take up a little more of your heart. Shu's face flushed red, and just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a gaze coming from not far away. She turned her head and accidentally locked eyes with Asu. Asu leaned against the door, his 9 tails gently swaying, his enchanting eyes revealing a hint of laziness and an ambiguous smile. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Asu seemed to understand something. He raised an eyebrow, slightly, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes, but then he said nothing and turned to leave. Shu was momentarily stunned, about to call out to him, but saw Asu raise a hand, turning his back to her and waving, speaking lazily. Shu, you continue. I have something to do, so I won't disturb you." Upon hearing Asu's words before he left, the light in Aho's eyes was almost unmasked. His gaze returned to Yin Shu, his big, round eyes shining with a fiery glow. Focused like a hunter locking onto prey. Asu approved. He said in a low, husky voice. Yin Shu looked up at him, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone filled with a hint of helplessness. "Aho, didn't I just say to wait until Yi comes back before discussing this? You used to be very obedient, didn't you?" But her words seemed to have no effect on Aho. Instead, they made him draw closer. He gently held her hand, his fingertips cool yet burning hot. Yin Shu instinctively tried to pull away, but couldn't. "Shoo shoo," Aho's voice was low and magnetic, his fingers gently stroking her wrist, his gaze locked on her. "Just want to be a little closer to you." Yin Shu was taken aback by his words. Looking into his eyes, her heart inexplicably fluttering. His gaze was too intense, as if it could swallow her whole, so different from the silly Aho she knew. "Aho." Her voice dropped a notch. "Are you a bit strange today?" Aho leaned in a bit closer. His breath brushed against her ear, warm enough to quicken one's heartbeat. "Strange? Shoo shoo, don't you think? I just want to stay by your side more now." Yin Shu took a slight step back, but he gently pressed down on her shoulder. His palm was broad and warm, yet it felt like it carried a scorching force that made it impossible for her to completely pull away. She let out a slight gasp, the blush on her cheeks making her look a bit embarrassed. "You used to be so obedient." Upon hearing this, Aho's lips curled into a faint smile. His gaze grew increasingly profound, and the dark mark on his forehead seemed to become even more enchanting amidst his intense emotions. "Shoo shoo." He called her name softly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented determination and persistence. "The old me was very obedient, and the current me is also very obedient. But I want to touch you." The moment those words left his mouth, Yin Shu was taken aback. She had never seen Aho so bold and straightforward. Even the innocence he usually carried had vanished, replaced by a long-suppressed emotion that surged like a flood breaking through a dam. "You." Yin Shu opened her mouth, about to speak, but felt his hand sliding down her shoulder, gently brushing across her arm with a force that was tender yet irresistible. Her heart raced, and she struggled to steady her voice. "Aho, calm down. I just said, wait for Yi to come back and then." "Shoo shoo." Aho suddenly interrupted her, his voice low as if he were soothing her. "Yi isn't here, and you always care about Asu and the others. But what about me? Can you, even just once, only look at me?" Yin Shu stared into his deeply affectionate eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. "Aho." She held his face in her hands, asking, "What is wrong with you?" Aho froze for a moment at the warmth of her touch on his face. His large, bell-like eyes blinked, and the fervent emotions in his gaze gradually filled with a soft ripple. He was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered his head, pressing his cheek against her palm and gently rubbing against it as if seeking comfort. "Shoo shoo." His voice was husky, the last syllable drawn out, like a beast being soothed, finally shedding all its defenses. Yin Shu was taken aback by his action, instinctively loosening her grip. She watched him squint his eyes slightly, enjoying her touch, and a complex emotion welled up in her heart. "Oh, you." She was about to speak, but found his forehead leaning against her palm, brushing against it gently, the soft sensation making her heart race. "Shoo shoo, your hand is so warm." Aho closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, tinged with a hint of a spoiled tone. He raised his head, and the dark mark on his forehead swayed slightly with his movements, appearing particularly enchanting, yet exuding an irresistible tenderness. "Aho." The temperature on Yin Shu's face suddenly rose, and she wanted to retract her hand, but he gently held it. His long, strong fingers pinned her hand to the side of his face, as if he couldn't bear to let that warmth leave. "Shoo shoo, let me feel a bit longer." Aho looked at her, his gaze fiery and focused, his voice deep like a whisper. "I don't know why, but right now I always feel like you were so far away from me. I want to get closer to you. I want to stay by your side." Yin Shu was flustered by his intense gaze, trying to maintain her composure. "Aho, didn't I just say?" "Shoo shoo." Aho suddenly called out softly, interrupting her words. His forehead pressed against her palm, his eyes filled with an almost reverent persistence. "Yi isn't here, I'll go find him. But right now, I really want you to look at me. Only at me." Yin Shu was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his sudden surge of emotion. She wanted to step back, but found his grip tightening, leaving no room for retreat. "Oh, you." Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to calm herself. "You're acting too strange. Asu is still missing." "Strange." Aho shook his head gently, smiling like a big dog that had just been comforted. "It's only when you're here that I feel this way." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, the smile revealing a depth of affection Yin Shu had never seen before. His breath was close, his low voice sounding like he was coaxing her, yet also giving himself courage. Shu, your hand is really warm. I don't want to let go. Can I touch other places too? Yin Shu. Chapter 150. Yin Shu washed Aho's hands once. The moonlight streamed through the window into the room, the thin veil of the curtains fluttering gently, as if a cool night breeze was slowly flowing. In the darkness, the room was so quiet that only the faint sound of breathing broke the silence. Yin Shu stood by the bed, her hands trembling slightly, her fingertips still lingering with a hint of warmth. Her gaze fell on Aho lying on the bed, her expression complex and hard to read. His face was flushed, and the dark mark on his forehead appeared even more enchanting in the moonlight, seemingly radiating a subtle wave. His chest heaved violently, and beneath the slightly open collar of his shirt, his skin glistened with a thin sheen of sweat, rising and falling with his breath. One hand rested lightly on his forehead, the back of his hand pressing down with urgency. It was clear that his emotions were far from calm. A faint fragrance permeated the room, filling the air and stirring up an atmosphere of intimacy. Yin Shu's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. At this moment, the night breeze outside carried a hint of chill, yet it did nothing to quell the heat inside the room. Yin Shu bit her lip, trying to suppress the feelings of embarrassment and anger rising within her, murmuring softly, "Ahoyu," before she could finish her sentence. She heard him stir slightly on the bed, as if he had heard her voice, letting out a vague low moan, as if trying to respond but completely immersed in some emotion, unable to break free. His hand that had been resting on his forehead slowly slipped down, revealing his half-closed, bell-like eyes, which were hazy yet hinted at a fervent intensity. "Shu! Shu!" He called out softly, his voice filled with intense emotion, as if he were calling her, yet also whispering some kind of obsession. Yin Shu's heart raced upon hearing his voice. Her hand froze in midair, hesitating on whether to continue approaching. His current appearance was truly overwhelming. The fervent gaze seemed to want to completely engulf her. Although Yin Shu had adapted to their dynamic, some extreme situations were still a bit too hard to handle. She couldn't withstand it, couldn't take it anymore, and turned to leave. "Don't go." Aho's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a tone that was almost pleading. Shu, don't go." His palm was scorching, gripping her wrist tightly, as if afraid she would leave, or perhaps struggling to restrain something. The heat of his touch transmitted to Yin Shu's skin, leaving her frozen in place. "I'm not leaving." Yin Shu's voice trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Aho let go. However, Aho did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held on tighter. His forehead leaned slightly towards her, the flush on his face making his features appear even more profound, and the dark mark on his forehead faintly glowing. Shu, he said softly, his voice laced with a tremor of helplessness and fervor. "Don't leave me." Yin Shu gazed into his dazed eyes, her heart wavering, yet she forced herself to steady her mind. "Okay, I won't leave, but you need to calm down." Upon hearing this, the tension in Aho's eyes eased slightly, but his hand still did not let go, his fingers tightening slightly, as if reluctant to let her warmth leave even a fraction. Yin Shu tried to withdraw her hand, but found that Aho's strength was greater than she had imagined. His fingers tightly gripped her wrist. The heat felt like a blazing flame, sending an uncomfortable sensation through her skin. "Aho!" Her tone slightly darkened as she tried to appear calmer. "Let go of me. I need to wash my hands. I'll be back soon." Aho looked down at the hand he was holding, then raised his eyes to meet hers, a hint of stubbornness and unease in his dreamy gaze. Shu, I didn't mean to, but I can't let go." Yin Shu furrowed her brows gently, her fingers slightly struggling to break free from his grip. Yet his fingertips instinctively tightened, as if he were more afraid of her disappearing. "Aho, your hand is too sticky," she said softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. She feared he would make her go through this again. Hearing this, Aho's ears flushed slightly, but he still didn't let go. He glanced at her hand, an undercurrent of apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Shu." His voice was low, almost a whisper, filled with a burning emotion as if you're trying to hold onto something important. His fingertip lightly grazed her hand, the delicate touch causing Yin Shu to instinctively retract her hand, a vague, indescribable emotion stirring within her. "Aho, I'm really just going to wash my hands." She tried to keep her voice calm, but the hand he held began to feel subtly warm. She struggled to break free, but he gently pulled her forward. "Shu." Aho's voice was hoarse and deep, his forehead almost touching her hand, his breath warm against her fingertips, carrying a hint of scorching heat. I still want. This sentence, laced with an irresistible plea, made Yanshu freeze for a moment. Her gaze involuntarily fell on his face, where his eyes were filled with desire and dependence, revealing an unmistakable depth of feeling. What a big head. Yanshu forcefully pulled her hand back. I'm going to wash my hands. Aho was taken aback by her strong attitude, seemingly finally realizing his actions were a bit excessive. He slowly released her hand, but still followed her with his gaze. His tone careful. All right then, Shu, you go. Seeing his pitiful look, Yanshu's heart softened again. Yet she turned her head and quickly walked toward the bathroom. This guy, she muttered under her breath as she dipped her hands into the flowing mountain water. Watching her palms being washed, she slightly frowned. The cold mountain water flowed through her fingers, as if trying to completely wash away the sticky sensation on her hands. But her heart remained unsettled. What on earth is wrong with him today? She murmured softly, glancing at her reflection in the basin, her cheeks slightly flushed. She sighed, her fingers unconsciously tightening and then slowly relaxing, letting the water droplets fall from her fingertips. The burning sensation lingered not just on her hands, but seemed to seep into her heart, making her want to calm down, yet she couldn't settle her emotions. All right, helping others with that is not as good as just letting him sleep with me directly. When she returned to the room, Aho was still in the same position, obediently sitting on the edge of the bed, head lowered, hands resting on his knees, looking like a big dog that had done something wrong, full of innocence. Chapter 151. Bathing Yanshu stood at the door, looking at Aho's obedient and innocent appearance. Couldn't help but rub her forehead. The anger she felt earlier had now turned into an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Aho, she sighed gently, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Why are you sitting so obediently? Are you afraid I'll scold you? Aho raised his head, his big round eyes filled with expectation and caution. Shu, I know I went a bit too far earlier. Please don't be angry, okay? Hearing his humble tone, Yanshu's heart softened a little, but she still pretended to maintain a stern face as she walked over and stood in front of him. Aho, tell me, what were you thinking earlier? She crossed her arms, slightly lowering her head, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Aho looked up, his face showing a mix of awkwardness and regret. His big round eyes flickered as he spoke softly. Shu, I don't really know what's wrong with me. Yanshu looked at his pitiful expression and asked, You don't know? Were you trying to scare me earlier? No. Aho quickly shook his head, his ears drooping down, looking like a big dog that had done something wrong. My head feels so muddled as if it's filled with something, and I'm so hot all over I just can't calm down. Seeing his frustrated expression, Yanshu's anger dissipated somewhat, but she still couldn't help but ask, So what's going on? Aho's ears turned red, spreading down to his neck. He looked down and scratched his hair, mumbling, I don't know. I just feel like if you touch me, I'll feel better. Yanshu. Aho's hot eyes held a hint of innocence. When you touched me earlier, it really felt much better. Yanshu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, her tone tinged with helplessness. So are you feeling better now? Aho looked up at her, nodding slightly, his voice cautious. I'm better now. I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. But what? Yanshu raised an eyebrow, sensing that his next words might not be good. Aho's face turned even redder, his ears trembling slightly. He whispered, but it felt really good when Shu touched me earlier. Yanshu's mouth twitched violently. Looking at his innocent expression, countless sarcastic remarks flashed through her mind, but she ultimately swallowed them down. She turned around and walked away. I'm not staying here tonight. Aho seemed to realize he had gone too far, looking pitifully at her as she left, without trying to stop her or follow. Yanshu quickly walked out of the room, letting out a long breath, trying to calm her emotions that had been thrown into chaos by Aho. She secretly complained, Silly wolf, he's really hopeless. Originally planning to return to her own room to rest, but halfway there, she suddenly heard the sound of water coming from nearby. The sound was gentle, yet it seemed particularly clear in the quiet night. Out of curiosity, she quietly approached and pushed open the door. The sight that met her eyes instantly stunned her. Achin was sitting in the bathtub, completely naked, his blue fish tail submerged in the water, the scales shimmering with a delicate glow in the candlelight, as if embedded with countless enchanting sapphires. His wet, long hair hung over his shoulders, water droplets sliding down his pale skin to his collarbone, exuding a sense of cold clarity. The moment he heard the door creak, Achin abruptly looked up, his blue-gray eyes widening in shock and panic. He instinctively raised his hands to cover his body, but after glancing down, his movements froze again. Adult? His voice trembled slightly, his ears quickly turning a shade of red. You. How did you come here? Yanshu looked at his flustered demeanor, feeling a bit awkward. She turned her head, realizing that her action might hurt his young heart, so she could only awkwardly turn her head back, raising her voice slightly. I heard the sound of water and thought something happened. Achin's face turned even redder. He tried to calm himself down, but remained so nervous that he didn't know what to do. He looked down at his body, his tail gently splashing in the water, trying to cover something, but the tail fin was too thin to provide any real concealment. He eventually sighed softly, trying to calm himself down, his voice tinged with a hint of shyness and nervousness. I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't expect you to come in. It was my oversight. He glanced again at Yanshu's hand blocking her eyes, his ears reddening even more, and lowered his voice. But why aren't you resting? Of course. Yanshu didn't want to mention her dealings with Aho, so she cleared her throat. I just came from Aho. Take your time washing. Achin pursed his lips, and when he saw that the lord was about to leave, he flicked his fishtail restlessly in the water, splashing a few droplets. The water splashed directly onto Yanshu. Achin's voice immediately turned frantic. I'm sorry, my lord. I. His voice choked up. Yanshu raised her hand to gently brush away the droplets on her face, looking at the pair of blue eyes in front of her. Those clear eyes were filled with caution, as if any unsatisfied expression from her would cause him to crumble immediately. She sighed and softened her tone. I'm not angry, so don't be so nervous. Seeing Achin's flustered and helpless appearance, Yanshu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This little fish was truly too sensitive. If she left now, he would probably blame himself for the whole night. Thinking this, she stepped forward and sat down on the wooden bench beside the bathtub. My lord. Achin stiffened even more when he saw Yanshu sit down. His fish tail reflexively curled up, the blue shimmering scales in the water slightly swaying with the movement. The thin tail fin touching the water's surface, appearing both beautiful and awkward. His voice trembled a bit, not daring to meet Yanshu's gaze. Gripping the edge of the bathtub tightly, his fingertips turning white. You. How? Yanshu looked at his nervous and flustered state, to the point of stuttering. She couldn't help but chuckle lightly, resting her chin on her hand, her tone teasing. You're too slow. I'm getting anxious just watching. How about I help you wash? What? Achin suddenly looked up, his blue eyes wide open, his ears instantly turning crimson. And even his fish tail flicked anxiously in the water, splashing some water droplets. He was so nervous he could barely articulate. My lord, teach this. No, it's not necessary. I could do it myself. Do it yourself? Yanshu raised an eyebrow, glancing at his tightly gripping hands on the bathtub's edge and the constantly swaying fishtail, unable to suppress a laugh. With you like this, can you really wash yourself clean? Achin's face turned even redder. He lowered his head and bit his lip, his tail curling up a bit more in the water. His voice low like a mosquito. But my lord, this isn't appropriate. What isn't appropriate? Yanshu stood up, her gaze filled with a hint of playful mockery. We already have a daughter. What are you shy about now? Achin's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly rendered speechless by her words. He glanced down at his fish tail, then sneakily peeked at her. Chapter 152, My Scales. Achin's blue-gray eyes trembled slightly, cautiously scanning Yanshu's face before quickly looking away, as if afraid she would see through his emotions. He lowered his head, his ears reddening to the point of almost bleeding, and his fishtail gently slapped the water, causing tiny splashes. His gaze mixed shyness, embarrassment, and a hint of undeniable dependency, like a fish caught, wanting to escape but reluctant to leave the water. Seeing him like this, Yanshu smiled knowingly. She leaned down, reaching into the bathtub, her tone light and teasing. What are you so nervous about? It's not like it's the first time I've seen you like this. Just sit still and don't move. I'll help you wash. My lord. Achin's voice trembled slightly, his blue-gray eyes stealing a glance at her, his hands flailing as he tried to cover his shoulders. Then realizing it was unnecessary, he awkwardly let his hands drop, gripping the edge of the bathtub tightly, as if trying hard to control his urge to flee. Yanshu's fingers glided over his shoulder, touching his skin, cool and smooth like fine jade. Achin's body stiffened abruptly, his fish tail curling slightly, the tail fin quivering, creating a soft splash. His voice became hurried. My lord. Don't move. Yanshu interrupted him softly, her fingers sliding from his shoulder to his back, applying gentle and orderly pressure. Don't be tense like a fish on a chopping board. Relax a bit. Achin naturally didn't understand the teasing. He bit his lip, his fingers gripping the edge of the bathtub tighter and tighter, the veins on the back of his hands prominent. It was clear he was trying hard to control his emotions. His fish tail swayed gently in the water, but he dared not make too much noise, afraid of disturbing Yanshu. Yanshu's fingertips then glided down to Aiken's back, pausing slightly when they touched his scales. The smooth texture and cool feel surprised her. She looked down and saw those blue scales pressed against his skin, glistening like fine glass, the delicate touch making her want to stroke them a few more times. "Aiken, your scales feel really nice," Yanshu murmured, her fingers gently tracing the patterns of the fishtail, feeling the coolness travel from her fingertips to her palm. Aiken's body was stiff as could be, his fishtail curling up, the tail fin trembling in the water, creating a wave of splashes. His ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and a barely audible sound escaped his throat. "My lord, this." Yanshu glanced at him, seeing how hard he was trying to hold back, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "What? Are you afraid I'll peel your scales off?" "My lord." Aiken suddenly raised his head, his blue-gray eyes filled with urgency, as if her words had frightened him. His voice trembled slightly. My scales." Seeing him like this, Yanshu couldn't help but gently touch his tail fin again. The thin fin was like soft satin, quivering slightly in the water, and surprisingly carried a slippery texture that was addictive. She said softly, "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Your tail is so beautiful. Why would I want to ruin it?" Aiken immediately looked relieved. He said quietly, "Thank you, my lord, but can I ask for something?" "What can you ask for?" Yanshu raised an eyebrow, her fingers gently sliding down the scales, causing the fishtail to tremble slightly with her movements. She found that the process of touching the scales made her feel relaxed, so she couldn't help but touch them a couple more times. Aiken gritted his teeth, his voice barely above a whisper. "My lord, can you be a bit gentler? It's a bit ticklish." Hearing this, Yanshu's lips curled up slightly, deliberately applying more pressure with her hands, her tone teasing. "So, you're ticklish? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "My lord." Aiken's voice became more urgent, his fishtail suddenly thrashing in the water, splashing droplets that soaked Yanshu's sleeves. "Hey, don't move." Yanshu pressed down on his tail, her tone slightly exasperated. "If you keep moving, I'll really peel your scales off." Aiken completely froze, lowering his head and daring not to move, but his ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. He bit his lip and murmured, "My lord, please don't scare me." Yanshu looked at his nervous and obedient appearance, unable to help but laugh softly. "All right, I'm not scaring you anymore. Relax. To get clean, you have to listen." Aiken nodded, really holding back the ticklish and tingling sensation, allowing her to touch him as she pleased. Yanshu's gaze lingered on Aiken's face for a moment, and her movements became even lighter. She looked at his downcast eyes, those blue-gray orbs filled with caution and restraint, always carrying his gentleness and forbearance. This guy was never someone she deliberately ignored. Aiken always stood silently behind her, like a gentle shadow, willing to bear everything that happened just to make her feel at ease. But it was this gentleness and retreat that made him the easiest person to overlook. He never fought for attention, always handing the initiative over to Asu and the others. Yanshu knew this was not because he was weak, but because he didn't want to be a burden, didn't want to take up too much of her attention. "Aiken," she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Do you know that you are my male, not someone else's?" Aiken was taken aback at her words, his tail gently splashing the water, a look of confusion in his eyes. He looked up at her, his voice low. "My lady, I know. No." Yanshu raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his shoulder with her finger. "Then shouldn't you act a bit more like a male, instead of always hiding away? I didn't ask you to scrub the floors or wash things, nor do I want you to give all the opportunities to others." Aiken's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. His gaze flickered, as if he was contemplating or struggling. "Your daughter is your own, and this home is yours too." Yanshu looked at him, her voice carrying an undeniable firmness. "Can you stop always giving in to others? Have you ever thought that I actually hope you can be a bit more proactive?" Aiken's eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he looked down at his tail submerged in the water, murmuring, "My lady, I'm just afraid of disturbing you." Seeing his cautious and somewhat self-deprecating appearance, Yanshu felt a pang of helplessness in her heart. She sighed, lifted her hand, and gently held his chin, forcing him to raise his head and meet her gaze. Aiken, her tone softened a little, but still held a power that could not be refused. "Do you think you're not good enough?" Chapter 153, "My lady, do you like me?" Aiken felt the warmth on his chin and the closeness of his lady. He should have been shy, but now his blue eyes sparkled with confusion and unease. He moved his lips, but couldn't say anything. You don't need to be as strong as a hoe, nor do you need to be as slick as Asu. Yin Shu's voice lowered. Her gaze softened. You are you, Aiken, my male, the father of my child. And that is enough. Aiken's breath hitched slightly, and a light gradually appeared in his blue-gray eyes. He cautiously asked, My lady, do you really never think I'm bad? No, Yin Shu replied decisively, raising an eyebrow. If you were bad, would I still keep you by my side? Hearing her answer, Aiken's blue-gray eyes widened, shining with excitement and emotion. It was as if he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the emotions he had suppressed for so long found an outlet. My lady. His voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on Yin Shu, his blue eyes gradually filling with tears. Tears quietly fell, splashing into the water in the bathtub, creating ripples on the surface. Yin Shu watched as those transparent droplets sank to the bottom, suddenly transforming into smooth pearls that emitted a faint luster. She blinked. Aiken raised his hand to hurriedly wipe his face, realizing that the tears just wouldn't stop. He shyly lowered his head, his tone carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to cry, it's just... He gazed at her, his vision gradually blurring with tears, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. I just feel so happy. I thought I was in your heart, but it turns out I'm also cherished by you. His words came out in a stutter. Yin Shu looked at the tearful merman before her, her heart softening. She reached out to gently stroke the top of his head, her tone helplessly gentle. Silly fish, why think so much? I said, you're my male, and that is not something I say lightly. Hearing her words, Aiken shed another couple of tears, which fell into the water and turned into two more lustrous pearls, rolling gently to the bottom of the tub, joining the others. Yin Shu looked at the pearls at the bottom of the tub and couldn't help but chuckle. I thought fairy tales were a lie, but it turns out there really are mermaids who cry pearls. Aiken blushed, softly explaining, this is just our tribe's instinct. I didn't mean to. I want cry anymore. He had been beaten in the past for crying and turning his tears into stone, called disgusting. Yin Shu didn't notice his expression, focused instead on the lustrous pearls in the water, unable to resist reaching in to pick one up. This pearl was gleaming, its color soft, its surface smooth like a mirror, rounded to the point of being flawless. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about pearls, but just by the texture and size of this pearl, she could tell it was a top-quality item. Aiken. She turned the pearl in her fingers, raising an eyebrow, her tone playful. Your tears are too valuable, aren't they? If I sold them, I could probably make a fortune. As she spoke, she didn't hesitate to start scooping the remaining pearls out of the water, quickly filling her palms with these crystal-clear, gem-like pearls. Aiken was stunned, watching her seriously collecting the pearls, his blush deepening. He bit his lip. My lady, do you like them? Of course, Yin Shu smiled. They're all good things. I want to save them to make myself a necklace. Aiken's blue-gray eyes widened slightly, filled with confusion. Necklace? What is that? Yin Shu carefully placed the pearls aside while casually explaining. It's a decoration made by stringing these pearls together into a chain to wear around the neck. As she spoke casually, Aiken's eyes brightened, his tense expression gradually softening. The fact that his lady liked these pearls and wanted to make something to wear with them filled Aiken's heart with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, when he saw those crystal-clear pearls falling into her hands and remembered that these pearls were formed from his own tears, a complex emotion surged up again. He looked down at his fingertips, which had just wiped away the tears, and suddenly another drop of crystal-clear tear rolled down, falling into the water and quietly transforming into a new pearl. Yin Shu was counting the pearls in her hands when she heard a soft sound from the water. Looking up to see another pearl emerging, unable to help but scold. Aiken, why are you crying again? Aiken's face instantly turned crimson. He hurriedly wiped his eyes with his hand, his voice low and a bit flustered. My lady, I didn't mean to. I just feel very happy. Yin Shu raised her hand to gently rub Aiken's hair. Don't cry anymore. Although I like pearls, I don't want you to be so sad. Aiken looked up at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and softness. Biting his lip, he said softly, My lady, I won't cry anymore. At that moment, a series of cooing sounds came from the next room, breaking the silence in the room. Yin Shu was slightly taken aback, then realized that it was her daughter waking up. Aiken. She turned to him. Isn't our daughter next door? Aiken nodded, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yes. I'm worried she won't sleep well. Yin Shu sighed, stood up, and softened her tone a bit. All right, I'll go see if she is awake. She walked to the next room and saw the tiny baby lying in the cradle, her big, watery eyes wide open, making soft cooing sounds as if calling for her. Yinshu couldn't help but smile, bending down to pick up her daughter and gently saying, "Little one, are you hungry?" The baby in her arms seemed to understand her words, gently grasping the fabric of her clothes and letting out a soft hum. Yinshu chuckled lightly, sitting by the bed, unbuttoning a corner of her clothing to breastfeed the child. At this moment, Aiken finished getting ready and stepped out of the bath. As soon as he entered the room, he saw this scene. Yinshu sat by the bed, holding the child in her arms, her fair skin appearing particularly soft under the candlelight. She looked down at her daughter, her gaze filled with tenderness and peace, enveloped in a warm glow. Like a beautiful painting, Aiken paused, his blue-gray eyes widening slightly, captivated by the sight. Chapter 154. The Evolution of a Moth. Unknown morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm and bright light throughout the room. Yinshu had just opened her eyes when she heard light footsteps and quiet conversations coming from the yard. She frowned and rubbed her forehead. As soon as she stepped out of the corridor, she saw the snake people from last time standing in the yard. Their expressions were solemn, and the female elder, Xiong, had a piercing gaze, her face showing a restrained urgency, clearly having come prepared. Yinshu squinted her eyes, scanning them, and asked lightly, "What is going on?" "The matter of finding I last time hasn't been resolved, so why are you here again?" Xiong slightly cupped her hands, her tone revealing a mix of respect and caution. "We are not here to cause trouble this time, but to request something." Yinshu raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest, leaning against the corridor pillar, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Just say it." Xiong's gaze slowly swept across the yard, finally landing on a ling not far away. Her eyes gradually grew fervent, as if she had discovered something extremely important. "When we came last time, we noticed that the aura he emitted was quite peculiar." She paused, her tone becoming even more serious. "After returning, we researched carefully and found that he seems to be in an evolutionary stage. May I ask if he has undergone any changes recently?" Yinshu followed Xiong's gaze to a ling, who stood there with his usual cold expression, indifferent to their scrutiny. "Evolution?" Yinshu frowned slightly, feeling a tightness in her chest. She had witnessed a Hua's changes firsthand. Could a ling also? Just as she pondered, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang in her mind. Fox evolution. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Gray wolf evolution. Xianhu, snake evolution. Panlong, golden dragon evolution. Ancestor dragon, moth evolution. Unknown. Yinshu was momentarily stunned. All of her males have evolved? Her gaze instinctively swept towards a ling's direction, and that cool figure seemed unusually calm at this moment. Thinking of this, her heart sank inexplicably. What concerned her even more was the last item in the system notification. Moth evolution. Unknown. She lowered her voice and asked the system, "What does unknown mean?" The system's cold mechanical voice quickly provided an explanation. Unknown refers to a race that does not belong to the known system of this world after evolution. Yinshu gasped. Wasn't he an ant tribe member? Why was there moth? A series of questions stirred her heart, but it was clearly not the time to pursue these inquiries. She looked at Xiong, her tone still indifferent. "No, he is still at home taking care of the baby." Taking care of the baby. Xiong was clearly unwilling to give up, tentatively continuing to ask. "We are also considered a branch of the dragon tribe. After we returned last time, we felt that his aura was somewhat similar to that of the legendary Panlong. Also, someone heard a dragon's roar coming from your place and wanted to ask if you have a male from the dragon tribe." Yinshu squinted her eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Yes, I do have a male from the dragon tribe, but he is not here." As soon as Yinshu finished speaking, a young female, standing next to Xiong, reflexively exclaimed, "Impossible." This abrupt rebuttal instantly silenced the surroundings, and everyone turned to look at her. The young female clearly realized she had spoken out of turn, her face turning pale, but she still steeled herself to add, "What I mean is, the dragon tribe always chooses their mates one-on-one. Their partner is the only existence in their lives. The males around you are too many. It's unlikely they could gain the favor of the dragon tribe." Though her words were somewhat direct, her tone carried a sense of inevitability, explaining this basic knowledge. This was also the reason why, as a female of the dragon tribe's branch, she cannot be chosen by a male from the dragon tribe. In such a remote place, they wouldn't have found their way here if it weren't for the matter of the meat-eating ants. How could this female possibly have a male from the dragon tribe? Yinshu raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at her with an emotionless gaze, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, you know the dragon tribe well?" The young female felt her heart tighten under Yin Shu's gaze, but continued. This is not a secret. Dragon tribe partners have exclusive marks, and their auras completely blend together. Whether from a bloodline or soul level, the dragon tribe would never allow their partner to lack a mark. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Yin Shu a few times. Her tone certain, moreover, from you, I cannot sense the aura of a dragon tribe partner's mark. The yard fell into a brief silence once again. Yin Shu stood there, her gaze still calm, but the smile at the corners of her mouth became increasingly cold. She raised her hand to adjust her sleeve and said slowly, So what you mean is, I'm lying? The young female's expression carried a hint of mockery. The characteristics of dragon tribe partners cannot be ignored. There are no exceptions. Yin Shu looked at her, her smile deepening. It seems you have been rejected by the dragon tribe. Understandable. You're rather unattractive. The young female's face immediately flushed red, her clenched fists trembling slightly. Clearly hit by Yin Shu's words, she opened her mouth, as if wanting to retort, but upon raising her head and seeing Yin Shu's stunning face, all her anger seemed to get stuck in her throat. Whether it was her nearly flawless beauty or her cold yet smiling eyes, they captivated everyone's attention. What? Have nothing to say? Yin Shu lightly raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corners of her mouth becoming even more piercing. Then keep quiet. My family matters are not for you to meddle in. The young female gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead twitching slightly, but ultimately chose to endure. Wansheng noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Miss Yin Shu, we mean no offense. If there really is a male from the dragon tribe, could you share some information? Our clan currently needs some strength support, and collaborating with the dragon tribe would be invaluable. Yin Shu narrowed her eyes, coldly scanning Wansheng and the young female. Sneering. Aren't you a branch of the dragon tribe? Why do you need to rely on others? Could it be that you think of yourselves as their branch, but they don't acknowledge your existence? Her words were blunt and merciless, causing Wansheng's expression to become awkward in an instant. Su and the others, who had walked over, also frowned upon hearing Yin Shu's unkind words. Aho walked out with a new appearance, wrapped in a piece of bee skin, his powerful and muscular body shining under the sunlight, making the female members of the Anaconda tribe's eyes light up one by one. Chapter 155. Identity about to be discovered. Aho lazily walked behind Yin Shu, raising his hand to adjust the bee skin around him, revealing a strong chest and smooth muscle lines. His pale yet powerful body appeared exceptionally dazzling in the sunlight, with a black pattern on his forehead adding a touch of mystery. The female members of the Anaconda tribe couldn't help but gaze at Aho, their eyes shining with undisguised admiration, and some even swallowed hard, showing a hint of envy on their faces. Su stood by, watching the scene, his tail flicking lightly, with a tone of disdain. I feel dirty. The slight annoyance in Yin Shu's chest was amused by his words. The leader, Wansheng, froze the moment she saw Aho. She instinctively took a step forward, her face showing an unmistakable shock as she murmured, This aura. The few females behind her exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment as well. This was a very ancient aura, even heavier than that of the dragon tribe. Wansheng took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Aho, suppressing her shock. The aura on you is the power of the Xiong, right? Yin Shu narrowed her eyes, feeling something was off in her heart. She had thought these people would only be entangled in the rumors of the dragon tribe, but unexpectedly, they guessed Aho's identity directly. The looks these people were giving Aho were clearly more than just shock. They were filled with a deep desire. Yin Shu's expression darkened slightly, and she stepped forward to shield Aho, speaking coldly. Xiong, you guys can guess, but you're wrong. He is just a wolf from my family. Wansheng wanted to say something more, but the tribesman behind her couldn't help but speak up. A male with such power shouldn't be overlooked. If he could come to our tribe, he would surely bring new hope to our clan. Shut up. Yin Shu's voice suddenly turned colder, her sharp gaze sweeping over, interrupting that person's words directly. Her tone carried a hint of icy sarcasm. Whether my male is overlooked or not does not require your concern. These people actually want to take her male? Wansheng's face instantly turned awkward, but she did not give up, her tone becoming firmer. Miss Yin Shu, we mean no harm. Enough. Yin Shu coldly interrupted her, her eyes showing a hint of impatience. You all have come to bother me several times. It's either looking for my male or one of my male. What exactly do you want? Wansheng was taken aback by her retort, feeling a bit embarrassed. Aho stood behind Yin Shu, though he did not fully understand these people's intentions. Hearing Yin Shu protect him filled him with an indescribable warmth. He gently tugged at Yin Shu's sleeve and whispered, you don't need to say anything, go back inside. Shu replied without looking back, her voice carrying an undeniable command. Aho saw her tense profile and ultimately nodded, obediently turning to walk back into the house. Once Aho's figure disappeared behind the door, Shu's cold gaze fell back on Xiong, her voice even colder. This is my last bit of patience. Take your people and leave. Xiong's lips pressed together, clearly still wanting to say something, but when faced with Shu's unyielding gaze, she ultimately chose to step back, quietly saying, "We understand, goodbye." I don't know why, but I get angry when facing them. Shu murmured, "Are they really a branch of the dragon tribe? Why do I feel like they're the enemies of the dragon tribe?" Asu had been silent, not because he wasn't protecting her, but because Shu was currently fully capable of fighting. He was afraid that if he spoke up, he would also get scolded. At this moment, after the people left, hearing Shu's words, he nodded. I also think this group of people doesn't look like a branch. They seem more like freeloaders on the dragon tribe's name. Upon hearing this, Shu turned to Asu. Do you think so too? Asu took a couple of steps closer to her, his tone casual. If the dragon tribe acknowledged them, would they need to come here to ask for people? They are likely being ostracized by the dragon tribe, which is why they want to cling to the branches, even holding onto our males, trying to find some support. Hearing this, Shu felt even more uncomfortable. She bit her lip and whispered, "It's fine if they don't come to provoke me, but if they dare to target my family again, I want to let them leave unscathed." Asu's lips curled into a cold smile, his tail slowly sweeping by his side, his tone playful. "Tisk Shu, you look like such a powerful female right now." He smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, and his 9 tails seemed to have a mind of their own. One wrapping around Shu's waist while the others quietly slid over her arms, shoulders, thighs, and one even boldly brushed against her cheek. "Asu." Shu raised her hand to push him away, but that tail softly pressed against her hand, as if it were being affectionate. "Shu." Asu's voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of laughter as he leaned in closer, his tail gently stroking her waist. "I just think that the way you just protected us was truly charming." Shu's face instantly flushed crimson, and she reached out to pat the tail wrapped around her waist, but instead of pushing it away, it tightened around her even more. A group of people entered the house. Shu said seriously, "Let's move." After saying that, she thought of the missing Yi. What would they do about moving Yi? Aho also walked over and, after hearing her words, scratched his head with a worried expression. Shu is right. They're watching us too closely. It really isn't safe. However, Yi, how about I go look for him? Perhaps fearing they would think he was seizing an opportunity, he raised his hand to point at his nose, his face full of confidence. "My sense of smell is much stronger than before. Although a Yez scent is faint, I should be able to find it." A Ling spoke calmly from the side, his voice deep and devoid of any emotion. "A Yez aura is indeed very hidden, if we can find his trace. It will also alleviate some concerns when we move." Shu bit her lip and glanced over the few people, finally nodding. "All right, Aho, you go try. But remember, if you can't find him, come back immediately. No wandering around, don't stir up trouble, and definitely don't get yourself into trouble." Aho straightened his back immediately, excitement in his tone. "Okay, Shu." After saying that, he couldn't wait to turn and walk out of the courtyard. His movements were as fast as the wind, his steps even carrying a hint of joy, clearly full of confidence in his task this time. Chapter 156. The children left at home. Shu was criticized and educated. A heavy and decaying aura filled the air. As far as the eye could see, the entire land looked as if it had been burned, the blackened soil devoid of any life. Even the wind seemed suppressed and stagnant. Scattered over the scorched earth were countless remnants, the fragments of carnivorous ants piled like mountains, resembling a black carpet covering the ground. Each piece of debris carried a strange luster, as if telling the tale of the brutal events that had occurred. The sky was overcast, as if even the sunlight was unwilling to shine on this land. Shu stood at the edge, her footsteps pausing slightly, her hands tightening around her cloak. She focused on the shocking scene before her heart unconsciously quickening. She took a deep breath, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. A low, inaudible murmur escaped her lips. What happened here? In the next moment, a soft sensation enveloped her. "Shu, don't move forward." Asu's voice was hoarse yet tense. 9 tails quickly coiled around her waist and shoulders, as if to protect her within his territory. Aho followed closely, standing on her other side, slightly leaning forward to shield her behind him. His hands gently pressed on her shoulders, his tone urgent. Shu, something's wrong here." Ling silently stood beside her, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, slowly extending his hand to clasp hers. Chun, having recently gained a bit more courage under Yin Shu's training, also stood in front of her. The original shock and unease in Yin Shu's heart eased slightly. I'm Fine. I got a bit scared. However, Su tightened his protection around her, his expression serious. Shu, the situation here resembles a devouring scene. Devouring? Yin Shu furrowed her brows, looking up at him. Su sighed slightly, his face unusually serious. In the customs of the Ant clan, there has always been a tradition of mutual devouring. The weak are devoured by the strong, and the strong gain power by devouring their kin. Such scenes typically only occur during major upheavals within the clan. Yin Shu's heart tightened as she couldn't help but glance again at the remnants of the carnivorous ants scattered on the ground. Are you saying these carnivorous ants were devoured by their own kind? Su nodded, his tone heavy. It's very likely. There are no other biological signatures in this land, nor any signs of external destruction. What could cause an entire colony of carnivorous ants to end up like this is most likely an internal issue. Upon hearing this, Aho frowned and muttered, the customs of the ant clan really are. Could be they also wanted to kiss the females? The others silently glanced at this simpleton. Now, he was a handsome simpleton. Ling's indifferent gaze swept around, his deep voice carrying an analytical tone. Such large-scale devouring usually means that an individual wants to completely control the entire clan. Yin Shu couldn't help but ask, could it be Ayez's doing? She recalled the system stating his race was the moth. She had already asked Su and the others, and they didn't know what a moth was. It's possible. Su nodded. Ayez's sudden appearance and then sudden disappearance might indeed be related. Listening to Su's words, Yin Shu's mind conjured up Ayez's usual appearance. He always quietly followed her like a docile puppy, his eyes clear, yet somewhat cautious, occasionally putting on a pitiful look to gain her attention. She recalled those innocent, grayish-white eyes blinking, occasionally carrying a hint of silly cuteness. Aye, she murmured softly, her brows slightly furrowed. But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like this. Su glanced at her, his tail gently patting the back of her hand. His tone somewhat comforting. Shu, don't overthink it. Even if he really did something terrible, he wouldn't harm you. Right now, he is your male. I know. I just worry about him a bit. Yin Shu sighed. This was where Aho had found Ayez's last lingering presence. Not finding him here. She had no idea how to look for Aye. I think he will come to find you on his own, so you don't need to worry about him. Ling, seeing the worried look on his companion's face, comforted him with concern. When Yin Shu returned to her dwelling, before she could change out of her cloak, she saw the elder standing in the yard, looking at her with displeasure. The elder took a couple of steps forward, full of reproach. Yin Shu, what is wrong with you? Such a precious little female, and you went out without taking her. Yin Shu's lips twitched slightly, just as she was about to explain. The elder's tone grew even more urgent. Do you know how dangerous it is to leave a little female at home without anyone watching? What if some male takes a liking to her and steals her away? Yin Shu sighed helplessly, pressing her forehead and speaking softly. Elder, I just went nearby. No male would be that bold, right? It's also inconvenient to take her with me. They did like children, but still prioritized her. Moreover, the home was quite safe. The cocoon left by Ayi was still there, practically fire and waterproof. Hearing this, the elder became even angrier, stomping his feet. Just because nothing happened due to the protection, you dare to be so careless. Little females are extremely precious if they're targeted by some male. Even the strongest protection can't hold against someone determined. Yin Shu quickly nodded. Yes. I will definitely take them with me next time. That is more like it. The elder finally calmed down a bit, but still worriedly reminded her, I'm not trying to nag you, but you need to understand how rare females are. Don't make such mistakes again. Yin Shu smiled and nodded. Elder, you're right. I will pay more attention next time. Seeing Yin Shu's proper attitude, the elder was slightly satisfied and then said earnestly, since you understand, then I need to mention one more thing. Several outstanding males from our clan have admired your talents and abilities and wanted to ask if you could. Before he could finish, Su, standing beside her, already had a dark expression, his enchanting eyes instantly tinged with coldness. He didn't wait for the elder to continue. With a flick of his nine tails, he directly wrapped Yin Shu up and pulled her into his embrace. Turning to head inside. Elder, Shu is tired. Let us discuss this another day. Su's voice was lazily dismissive, but the action of closing the door was swift and decisive. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off the elder's words completely. Yin Shu was placed on a chair by Su, unable to help but glare at him. "Ah Su, what are you doing?" "Ah Su pouted," his enchanting face filled with disdain. "What else? Can't you tell what the elder meant? Accepting males? Aren't we enough?" Yin Shu was both amused and exasperated. "What are you so nervous about? I haven't agreed yet. Anyway, you can't agree." Ah Su raised his tail, blocking her like a wall, his eyes reflecting a childish possessiveness. "You are our Shu. No other males are allowed to come near." Chapter 157. Shu. "You are biased. You don't pet us." The dark clouds hung low, the gray sky shrouded overhead. Even the distant mountains appeared blurred. The wind blew in from outside the courtyard, carrying a hint of coolness and an unsettling heaviness. Yin Shu stood under the eaves, draped in a thin outer garment, her gaze fixed on a row of unfamiliar males standing in the yard. She and T expected the elders to be so efficient, directly bringing people to her doorstep. Each of these males had their eyes lowered, their attitudes humble and modest to the point where one couldn't find fault. Although their appearances could not compare to Ah Su and the others, their cautious demeanor resembled Ah Chen's when he first came to her side. Ah Su stood behind her, his 9 tails entwined around her, while Ah Ho and Ah Ling were already in a stance ready to fight. Their enchanting eyes were filled with gloom. Ah Su's gaze swept across those males, sneering. "TSK, they're playing this game quite skillfully. Shu, the elders really understand what you like." Ah Ho snorted, rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong yet slightly slender arm, his tone impatient. "They don't look that great, but they do have some guts." Ah Ling remained silent, just standing there coldly, his eyes sweeping over those males like blades. His figure leaned slightly forward, ready to strike at any moment. The unfamiliar male in the yard clearly sensed the unfriendly atmosphere. They all lowered their heads, their bodies tense, but dared not raise their eyes to meet anyone's gaze. They looked pitiful, truly evoking sympathy. "Enough," Yin Shu interrupted them, her tone tinged with helplessness. "You don't all need to be so nervous. They were brought here by the elders, not of their own accord. It has nothing to do with them." This damned softness of heart was something she found hard to bear. Upon hearing this, Ah Su's gloomy eyes deepened a bit more. Shu, you're just too soft-hearted. If you say that, they will think they have a chance." "Yin Shu." She sighed, raised her hand to rub her brow, and looked at the males standing straight with caution on their faces. Her tone was calm yet polite. "You can go back. I don't need more males here." Yin Shu sighed again, her gaze steady as she looked at the males, her tone unhurried. "You can go back. I don't need more males here." The males, upon hearing this, clearly grew anxious. The leader raised his head, his expression urgent and his tone full of pleading. "My lord, if you do not take us in, our lives will have no meaning. There are no females outside who will want us." Yin Shu's brows twitched slightly as she narrowed her eyes, sizing him up, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "So this is my fault? If I don't take you in, you have no way to live?" The male was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to speak so bluntly. They were momentarily speechless, their expressions turning awkward. Yin Shu withdrew her gaze, her tone still indifferent. "Your matters, solve them yourselves. I will not keep you here just because you're pitiful." Ah Su chuckled lightly at this, his tone full of sarcasm. "TSK, Shu, you're really straightforward. They thought you were soft-hearted and wanted to use this to force you to relent. But now, they're probably close to tears." Just when Yin Shu was about to tell them to leave quickly, one of the males suddenly knelt down with a thud, pulled out a rag, and began to wipe the floor at the entrance, his movements so skilled that it was clear this was not his first time doing such work. Yin Shu was stunned. Ah Chun, who had been silently standing behind, couldn't help but widen his eyes at this scene, staring at the male in disbelief. After a moment, he seemed to react, looking down at the broom in his hand, then back at the serious male wiping the floor, his expression shifting from shock to a hint of anxiety. This is his territory, his work. How could it be taken? He clenched his teeth, finally mustering the courage to step forward and stand in front of the male, his blue-gray eyes showing a rare stubbornness. "You get away. This is my cleaning area." The male looked up at him, a hint of surprise in his gaze, but quickly lowered his head again, continuing to wipe the floor with nimble movements that left no room for criticism. "My lord is a female and needs more care. I just want to help. I have no other intentions." Ah Chen's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this, but he still insisted on blocking him. "No need for you." Yin Shu, watching Ah Chun standing in front of the male, couldn't help but chuckle. The usually quiet little merman surprisingly showed such boldness, which truly took her by surprise. She stepped forward, standing beside Ah Chun, looking down at his tense shoulders and stubborn expression, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening. "Ah Chun, I really didn't expect you to be this bold." Upon hearing her words, Achin's face instantly turned red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at her. But his blue-gray eyes held a hint of hidden joy and nervousness as he softly said, "My lord, I just—" Yen Shu looked at his cautious yet determined appearance, feeling a wave of softness rising in her heart. She reached out and gently rubbed his cheek, her voice carrying a hint of affection. "All right, I know you're capable. I'll leave this to you. No one can take it away." Achin lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, as if he had received immense encouragement, the scales behind his ears gently fluttering. Yen Shu looked at him and thought how adorable this little guy was. She turned her head to the males still standing by and spoke in an undeniable tone. "Did you hear that? With him here, it's enough. You can leave." The males, seeing Yen Shu's attitude was so firm, and that the males beside her were not to be messed with, remembered what the elders had said before. If they couldn't stay after being persistent, they should go back. They could only awkwardly bow their heads in greeting and quickly exit. After the males left, the yard finally quieted down. Asu's eyes showed dissatisfaction. He glanced at the blushing Achun and said sourly, Shu, are you being too biased today? Why did you only pat Achun on the head and ignore the others?" Aho, standing beside him, was so anxious he almost jumped up. "Yeah, Shu, that's really unfair. Achun just swept the floor, and you patted his head. I also worked hard to scare away those males." Yen Shu glanced at them, her eyebrows slightly raised, her tone teasing. "It's just a head pat. Is it really necessary?" Aho immediately nodded eagerly, saying, "Of course it's necessary. I want you to pat my head too. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied." Seeing this, Asu feigned a sad sigh. "Oh, Shu, in this day and age, it really breaks my heart to feel unacknowledged for my efforts." Yen Shu looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. All right, you've all worked hard. Come here, line up for a head pat. Are you satisfied now?" Aho was the first to bounce over, lowering his head to get close to her, his eyes full of expectation. "Come on, Shu, I'll go first." Asu, not to be outdone, stood on the other side, his 9 tails restlessly swaying. "I wanted to. I was the first to come over." Yen Shu helplessly looked at them, gently sighing. "All right, one by one. No rushing." Aling also quietly stepped forward. He also wanted the Lord to pat him. Achun stood behind, watching Asu and Aho competing for her favor, unable to help but chuckle softly, feeling a sense of lightness and joy he had never experienced before. Chapter 158. Wiping their bodies when the sunlight streamed through the window, bright enough to be somewhat blinding. Yen Shu stood in the middle, her gaze drifting over the scene before her, her mouth twitching slightly. She looked at the 4 males in front of her, Asu, Aho, Aling, and Achun, who had all stripped off their tops, their strong chests, and smooth muscle lines shining under the sunlight. Asu lazily leaned against the back of a chair, his 9 tails swaying leisurely, a hint of teasing in his enchanting eyes. Shu, come on. Since you've wiped Achun, you can't be partial. We should also enjoy your favor." Aho stood beside him, arms crossed, his face full of eager excitement. "Right, Shu? I want it too. It should be fair." Aling sat quietly, his gaze calm as water, but the section of his snow-white tail was restlessly swaying on the ground, as if reminding her that he was also waiting. Meanwhile, Achun had his head down, his face red, but he showed no intention of refusing, his blue-gray eyes holding a hint of anticipation as his fish tail splashed against the ground, sending a few droplets of water flying. Yen Shu's gaze went back and forth across these few males, feeling like her head was about to explode. She gritted her teeth, unable to help but mutter, "You guys really are more shameless than the last. Why on earth should I agree to this?" Asu stepped forward, leisurely moving a chair over and casually lying back on it, his 9 tails elegantly drooping down and lazily wrapping around the chair, as if to deliberately accentuate his unique charm. At that moment, he was bare-chested, his skin smooth as jade, glistening with an almost enchanting sheen, his well-defined collarbones subtly dipped, his chest flat and firm, gently rising and falling with his breath, exuding an innate allure. Asu slightly turned his face, his narrow eyes half squinted, a hint of playful amusement in his gaze, his thin lips curling upward, radiating a sense of unruliness and provocation. His 9 tails seemed to come alive, slowly swaying in the air, the tips slightly lifted, occasionally brushing against the edge of the chair, as if silently showcasing his pride. Shu, Asu lazily spoke, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. "I'm the first one, you know." His posture was casual, yet full of control, as if everything was within his calculations. Yen Shu looked at his languid demeanor, her lips twitching involuntarily. She shot him a glare, trying to make her voice sound calmer. "Asuyu." Yin Shu's gaze shifted away from Asu, quickly scanning towards Aho, seeking help from him. She cleared her throat and gestured with her eyes, hoping he would break this awkward atmosphere. However, Aho clearly didn't grasp her intention. Instead, he looked at her with a furrowed brow and asked innocently, Shu, do you need a towel? Before Yin Shu could react, Aho had already stood up quickly, completely forgetting that he was currently not wearing anything. He turned and strode into the room, his longer-than-usual tail swaying behind him. Shu, wait, I'll get it right away. His voice was cheerful, completely unaware of how his boldness left others helpless. Yin Shu froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head, covering her forehead with her hand in a feigned gesture, her voice laced with barely concealed frustration. Aho, can you please put on some clothes before running around? It seemed that Aho only then realized, scratching his head, he turned back with a simple-minded tone, Shu, being bare doesn't affect getting the towel. This scene made Asu laugh out loud, his tail proudly flicking, a mischievous smirk on his enchanting face. Tsk. Shu, look how considerate your little wolf is. Yin Shu felt her scalp tingle, forcing herself to ignore Asu's mockery. She ultimately sighed helplessly, her gaze reluctantly falling on Asu lounging on the chair. Forget it, no tricks, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Asu raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile curving his lips, his 9 tails slowly drooping, lazily encircling the sides of the chair, seemingly feigning weakness while exuding a sly provocation. Yin Shu extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as they touched Asu's shoulder. The warm skin beneath was firm, the intense heat sending her heart racing. Don't move, she whispered, trying to keep her voice steady. However, Asu did not comply. His body tensed slightly, his enchanting eyes lowering, and he swallowed audibly, producing an almost inaudible sound. Yin Shu glanced up at him, her brow slightly furrowing. What are you nervous about? Asu's lips curled slightly, his voice carrying a hoarse amusement. Shu, this is your first time touching me so seriously. How could I not be nervous? Shut up. Yin Shu scolded softly, her ears secretly turning red. Her fingers slid across his collarbone, moving down his flat chest. The delicate sensation and slight tremor caused her to pause for a moment. Asu lightly closed his eyes, his voice deepening with a hint of hoarseness. Shu, if this goes on, I won't be able to hold back. Yin Shu abruptly withdrew her hand, gritting her teeth and whispering, If you keep talking nonsense, I won't serve you anymore. Asu opened his eyes, a glint of amusement flashing within, murmuring softly, Okay, I won't say anything, you continue. Yin Shu took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and reached out again to touch Asu's skin. This time, her fingers were steadier, yet she could still feel his body heat and the slight tension of his muscles. She warned softly, If you say anything strange again, I really won't care. Asu smiled slightly, closing his eyes, his voice low and casual. Okay, I'll be good. Shu, just continue. Her hand slowly glided over his arm, feeling the texture of his muscles. That firm yet supple touch made her heart tremble slightly. Although Asu didn't speak again, his body was restlessly leaning in closer. His 9 tails gently moved, seemingly unconsciously wrapping around Yin Shu's wrist, the soft tips brushing against her skin, creating a subtle, tingling sensation. Yin Shu suddenly raised her head, her gaze carrying a warning. Keep your tail to yourself. Asu slowly opened his eyes, a playful smile in his gaze. Shu, it's the tail that's a bit lively, not my fault. I see your tail's liveliness is from your training. Yin Shu's lips twitched, raising her hand to lightly pat the tail wrapped around her wrist. Little did she know, with that tap, Asu let out a soft hiss, his enchanting eyes flashing with an unusual light, his voice low and suggestive. Shu, if you keep this up, I'll really think you're flirting with me. Yin Shu's face instantly flushed. She jumped up, pointing at him and whispering angrily. Do it yourself. I'm not dealing with you. Asu, however, sat up straighter, his smile even more apparent. Shu, I'm the first in line. If you don't finish up, the others will be unhappy. Hearing this, Yin Shu felt a chill down her back. Turning to look, sure enough, Ahoa Ling and Chun were all standing not far away, their gazes intense, clearly waiting for their turn. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, gritting her teeth and muttering, really asking for trouble. Chapter 159. Wiping them down too, Yin Shu gritted her teeth and persisted in wiping Asu down. Throughout the process, her ears were burning, her gaze flickering, even her voice trembling slightly. All right, it's the next person's turn. Hurry up and get up. Just as she withdrew her hand, and before she could stand, she saw Su, half lying on the chair, slightly lifting his head, a noticeable flush on his face. His enchanting features looked even more exquisite from the panting, his narrow eyes still clouded with a lingering mist, making him appear more tempting than usual, yet with an undeniable sense of vulnerability. His pale skin glowed softly in the dim light, rising and falling with his breath. His 9 tails drooped loosely, the tips still slightly trembling, as if they hadn't fully recovered from their earlier contact. Shoo shoo. Asu's voice was low and slow, sounding particularly husky due to his uneven breaths. You're really too good to me. Upon hearing this, Yinshu's blush instantly spread to her neck. She turned her eyes away, scolding, "Don't take advantage of me. Hurry up, there are others waiting." Asu, however, remained half reclined, his eyes half closed, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, his voice deep and teasing. "Shoo shoo, I can't really stand up right now, can you? Stay with me a little longer?" As soon as he said this, Yinshu nearly kicked him. "Get off," she hissed through gritted teeth, yet her embarrassment was unmistakable. Aksu stood up, still panting, his tail swaying gently, and a smirk of unabashed pride and cunning on his lips. The air was subtly thick with a lingering, ambiguous atmosphere from earlier, as if every breeze silently reminded of what had just transpired. As Yinshu turned around, she saw Aho eagerly sitting down in the chair that Aksu had just used. His movements were clearly not as languid and casual as Aksu's. Instead, he plopped down directly into the chair, appearing somewhat clumsy yet filled with eagerness. The chair creaked slightly under his weight, his long legs spread out a bit, making him look notably carefree. "Shoo shoo, it's my turn now." Aho's voice carried an excitement, his eyes sparkling with impatience. His tall frame occupied most of the chair, his muscular chest casting a clear shadow in the dim light. His fair skin glowed with a healthy sheen, and the dark mark on his forehead added a touch of wild charm. Though he sat there, he seemed a bit uncomfortable, shifting his long legs as if he hadn't fully adapted to this state of waiting to be attended to. Seeing his expression, Yinshu's blush hadn't faded, and she couldn't help but sigh and rub her forehead. "Ahoyu." Before she could finish, she noticed him staring at her intently, like a large dog waiting for its owner to feed it, his eyes full of expectation. "Hurry up, Shoo Shoo. I'm much more well-behaved than Aksu. You don't have to worry about me moving around." Ahu patted his thigh, his tone awkwardly endearing. "Can't you be a bit quieter?" Yinshu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and reached for the towel. As she approached Ahu, the intense gaze made her pause. The moment her hand touched his shoulder, she felt him tremble slightly. The heat radiating from his body nearly transferred to her fingertips. Ahu chuckled foolishly and said softly, "Shoo Shoo, don't be nervous, I won't move." Yinshu glanced up at him and coldly replied, "Who's nervous?" "Shut up." Though her voice was cold, her slightly trembling hand betrayed her emotions. Ahu, seemingly oblivious to this, just sat there obediently, looking at her with a satisfied expression, like a big boy who had finally received a reward. Yinshu patiently glided the towel over Ahu's shoulder and chest. Although she was being gentle, she could still feel the tension in his body. "Why are you so tense?" She shot him an annoyed glance, her voice tinged with helplessness. "I'm not tense, I just..." Ahu's words were cut off when Yinshu's fingers accidentally brushed against his tail, causing his entire body to jerk suddenly. His tail had been resting quietly behind the chair, but when that soft fingertip lightly touched the tip of his tail, his breath hitched, his throat bobbed, and suddenly he froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. Yinshu frowned, and seeing him motionless, she couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder. "What are you doing? Why such a big reaction?" However, the next second, Ahu slid off the chair and crashed onto the floor, his body stiff and straight. "I shut tight, not moving at all." "Ahu." Yinshu was startled and quickly crouched down to check on him. He lay there like a stone, unnaturally stiff. She reached out to feel his forehead and found his temperature normal, his breathing steady, but his eyes were tightly closed, and there was a strange flush on his face. "This guy can't be fainting, right?" Yinshu muttered quietly, her gaze drifting to his slightly trembling tail, and she began to understand. "Ha ha ha." Aksu clutched his stomach, his 9 tails flailing, nearly falling off his chair from laughter. "Shoo Shoo, you actually touched his tail? You don't know that guy's tail is his Achilles heel. Even he doesn't dare to touch it, and you just took care of him directly. Is it even possible?" Yinshu was dumbfounded, staring at the rigid Ahu on the ground, unable to snap out of it for a while. Aksu wiped away tears of laughter and leaned in to pat Ahu's face. "All right, stop pretending. Shu is getting anxious. He's not pretending. Yin Shu shot Axu a glare. He really fainted. Axu froze for a moment, squinting to take a closer look at Ahu on the ground, muttering quietly, "No way. Is Shu's power really that great?" Ahu's breathing was steady. His face was red, but there were no other abnormalities. Aiken crouched nearby, cautiously reaching out to check Ahu's breath, and sighed in relief. Shu, he's fine. Just fainted." Fainted? Yin Shu was speechless, rubbing her forehead, unable to resist glancing at the Ahu lying on the ground, then sweeping her gaze around at the others. Just as she was about to say something, her attention was drawn to a chair not far away. On the chair, Aling was sitting comfortably, his long legs crossed, elbows lazily resting on the armrests. His profile turned towards her, quietly watching her with a calm expression, though there was a hint of hidden anticipation in his eyes. His long silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, the tips gently brushing the ground, the scales glimmering softly in the dim light. His appearance was cool and aloof. Yet those elongated eyes seemed to burn quietly like a fire, subtle but intense. Yin Shu felt her temples throb. Chapter 160. Wiping their bodies 3, Yin Shu approached Aling, towel in hand, and as she reached out to touch his shoulder, she saw him shiver slightly. Her gaze instinctively fell on his neck. The white scales that usually glimmered coldly were now tightly closed against his skin, as if startled, and she could vaguely sense a slight tremor. "Aling?" she called softly, her fingers gently brushing against his bare shoulder. The usually cool and aloof Aling now seemed as if struck by heat, his face instantly flushed with an unusual redness. He turned his head slightly, his silver hair sliding down and covering half his face, his voice low and strained, "My lord." Yin Shu's hand paused slightly. Aling had always been the most composed and unassuming one by her side, always appearing untouchably cold. But now, that chill seemed to be shattered. His ears were also distinctly red, and he seemed enveloped in a rising warmth, all his coldness melting into softness. "He called me my lord again. Looks like he is really nervous. What is wrong?" Yin Shu couldn't help but ask, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. Aling closed his eyes, seemingly trying to suppress some inner restlessness, his gaze lowered, fingers slightly curling. "I'm fine, my lord. Please continue." This appearance made Yin Shu feel a mix of helplessness and a surprising cuteness in him. "You said it. Don't regret it." Yin Shu's hand slowly glided over Aling's shoulder, her fingers brushing against the scales on his neck, feeling the coolness. Yet it felt exceptionally soft due to his body's slight warmth. Aling's body stiffened slightly, his long eyelashes fluttering gently, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and the redness at the base of his ears became even more prominent. "Aling, you're tense again." Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her voice teasing. I'm tensa," Aling admitted softly, his tone trembling. She lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over his neck, watching the white scales glisten slightly as her fingers glided over them, and she felt an unexpected softness emerging from him. "The last time you were this flustered was when you first came into heat." She casually mentioned it, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Ailing's gaze shifted instantly. He tilted his head back to look at her, his eyes filled with shyness and excitement. "Lady," his voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of restraint and pleading. "Could you touch me a bit more?" After saying this, he slightly lowered his head, his long hair cascading over his cheeks, covering most of his flushed face. She looked at him like this and couldn't help but reach out to gently brush aside the hair from his forehead, revealing his handsome, slightly heated face. Yin Shu's fingertips glided gently through his hair, the touch soft and cool, like sliding over a delicate satin. "Ailing," she chuckled lightly, her tone teasing. "You usually look so cold. I didn't expect you to say something like this." Ailing slightly lowered his head, his throat moving gently as if trying to calm his emotions. He furtively glanced at her, his gaze a mix of shyness and heat, and softly said, "Lady, only you. Only you can treat me like this." His voice was deep and earnest, carrying an irresistible sincerity that momentarily left Yin Shu at a loss for words. "You." She was momentarily speechless, her raised hand hesitating, but Ailing gently grasped it. His fingers were cool, yet in that moment of contact, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Lady." Ailing's gaze was focused on her, his voice cautious. "If it's you, I'm willing to do anything." Yin Shu's face instantly flushed a bit, and she coughed lightly to divert her attention, saying, "Don't say it so formally. I'm just helping you clean up." However, Ailing did not release her hand, his voice low and determined. "You wouldn't do this for anyone else, would you?" Yin Shu was momentarily at a loss for words, looking at his clear and fervent eyes. A complex emotion surged in her heart. All right, stop talking. She ultimately averted her gaze, gently withdrawing her hand. If you keep this up, none of you will get me to finish today. Ailing watched her slightly flushed profile, a soft smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Asu leaned against the door, his 9 tails lazily swaying, a teasing glint in his enchanting eyes. Shushu has never been this gentle with us. Looks like Ailing's ice-cold face is quite popular. Aho also came over, one arm crossed over his chest, the other scratching his head, his tone full of silly dissatisfaction. Yeah, just now when you were wiping me, I didn't see Shushu being this careful, and even helping to brush hair. Shushu, you're biased. Yin Shu turned her back to them, her hand momentarily pausing, but quickly returned to normal, pretending not to hear and continuing to wipe Ailing's shoulders. If you keep talking, do you believe that next time none of you will get me to serve you? Hearing this, Asu pretended to cover his chest in a pitiful manner. Oh no, Shushu is too heartless. Just like that, saying she won't serve anymore. It seems Ailing is really your favorite. Aho's eyes widened like a child who had their candy stolen. Then what about me? I passed out for Shushu. Ailing remained silent, slightly turning his face, casting a faint glance at the two, not speaking but expressing his dissatisfaction. Asu raised an eyebrow. This quiet one actually has a temper. Yin Shu listened to their conversation, helplessly sighed, and looked up at Ailing. Ignore them. Let's continue. She focused on wiping Ailing's shoulders and arms, her fingers gliding over his cool scales. Her heart stirred slightly. And suddenly the noise behind her seemed to fade, as if only this person in front of her was gradually calming her heart. Meanwhile, Ailing lowered his eyes, the corners of his mouth imperceptibly curving up, as Yin Shu wiped the last scale on Ailing's body clean, her movements gentle and meticulous. Ailing sat quietly in the chair, his brows lowered, long silver hair cascading down his shoulders, appearing cool yet somewhat languid. However, the calm expression he usually maintained now showed an undeniable flush. Even the tips of his ears were slightly red, and his breathing was a bit more hurried than usual. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and the next moment, the lower half of his human form began to slowly transform into a serpent's tail. The tail was no longer the previous snow white, but a soft pink, the scales glimmering like crystal, refracting a stunning light as they swayed gently. Even more striking were the 2 small horns on his forehead, becoming increasingly prominent, glowing with a faint silver light, exuding an inexplicable pressure and mystery. Asu leaned against the door, his eyes half squinted, a hint of surprise flashing through his enchanting gaze. Those horns. His tail swayed gently, seemingly deep in thought. Aho leaned over, scratching his head, looking at Ailing's soft yet enchanting scales, muttering, why did it turn pink? Is this shyness or coming into heat? Yin Shu couldn't help but rub her forehead, looking at Ailing's quiet yet visibly restrained appearance. She asked softly, Ailing, are you all right? Ailing raised his gaze, his voice low and restrained. Lady, I'm fine, just a bit out of control. He turned his head, lowering his gaze, seemingly not wanting her to see his current appearance, also fearing that Yin Shu would be afraid of him. Chapter 161. Wiping their bodies, 4 Ailing's serpent tail coiled slightly, the silver horns on his forehead glowing faintly, his narrow eyes revealing a hint of unease and tension. He kept his eyes downcast, seemingly afraid to meet Yin Shu's gaze, his scales glimmering slightly from her touch, appearing even softer and more fragile. Yin Shu looked at him like this, her heart softening. She reached out again to gently stroke his scales, her tone much gentler. Ailing, don't be so nervous. I've seen you like this before. Ailing's body stiffened slightly, his tail instinctively tightening a bit, his voice low and cautious. But, will my appearance scare you? I worry you won't like it now that I've turned into this. Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed softly, raising her other hand to gently poke his silver horn, teasingly saying, do you think I'm someone who gets scared so easily? Ailing, this is still you. No matter what you look like, I'm used to it. Her fingers gently glided along Ailing's scales, feeling the delicate textures, her fingertips even catching the slight tremor of the scales. She thought for a moment and suddenly said softly, Ailing, you look even more beautiful like this than before. The compliment left Ailing stunned for a moment, his eyes lowering slightly, his lips pressing tightly together, the white scales turning a deeper shade of pink. Lady, he called softly, his voice low yet carrying warmth and gratitude. Seeing Asu and the others' increasingly jealous expressions, Yin Shu withdrew her hand. She looked up in another direction, only to find Achin sitting awkwardly in that chair. His fishtail gently slapped the side of the chair, the blue scales glimmering softly in the dim light. He lowered his head, fingers tightly gripping the edge of the chair, shoulders slightly hunched, as if desperately trying to hide himself. Yet couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yanshu. Yanshu couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, walked over to stand in front of him, crossed her arms, and sized him up for a moment, then deliberately said, "Achin, if you are so unwilling, why are you still sitting here?" Upon hearing this, Achin's ears immediately turned red, and he hurriedly shook his head, his voice low and tinged with urgency. "No, it's not that I'm unwilling. Master, I just—" He lifted his head to look at Yanshu, then quickly lowered his gaze again, his whole being resembling a small fish pressed underwater, tense and awkward. Seeing him like this, Yanshu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, yet found him truly adorable. She raised her hand and gently tapped his forehead, smiling as she said, "What are you so nervous about?" Achin bit his lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated for a moment, finally whispering, "I'm just afraid." "Afraid you think I'm a bother?" Yanshu was taken aback, then sighed lightly, bending down to gently pat his shoulder, her tone softening a bit. "Silly. If I thought you were a bother, would I specifically wipe your body for you?" "All right, don't think too much, relax." Achin raised his head to look at her, a hint of softness gradually appearing in his eyes, and even his tail couldn't help but sway restlessly. He replied softly, "Okay, I'll listen to you, master." Yanshu's hand rested on Achin's shoulder, gently wiping, and he obediently lay on the chair, his blue-gray eyes slightly lowered, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his face, making him look incredibly quiet and soft. His fish tail hung beneath the chair, the azure scales shimmering with a moist sheen in the dim light, each scale seemingly intricately carved. The blue tail fin was gently unfolding under her touch, resembling a blooming ocean flower, swaying slightly with his tiny movements, yet always maintaining a cautious posture. At that moment, the damp strands of hair stuck to his neck made his fair and delicate skin appear almost translucent. Achin's expression was a mix of shyness and seriousness, his lips tightly pressed together, even the tips of his ears tinged with a faint red. This pure and clean look made Yanshu feel a pang of heartache and affection. Once she finished wiping, Yanshu gently rubbed his head, her fingers brushing aside his damp blue hair, smiling as she said, "There, wasn't that so troublesome?" Achin was momentarily stunned, surprise and warmth appearing in his blue-gray eyes, and his tail fin couldn't help but lightly splash the surface of the water in the tub. At that moment, Asu, standing nearby, snorted coldly, his enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, speaking in a sour tone. "Tiske, Shushu just loves those who are obedient and well-behaved, right?" He flicked his 9 tails, his movements carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "And look at us, I'm the most obedient here." Yanshu looked at him helplessly. "You obedient? Which of your tails is obedient?" At that moment, Asu's 9 tails had already mischievously wrapped around Yanshu's waist and arms, and one tail even boldly brushed against her cheek, the fur tickling her slightly. "Shushu, if you say that, I have to show you just how obedient they are." Yanshu's cheeks flushed, and she reached out to firmly grab one tail that was causing trouble around her waist, yanking it hard. This pulled Asu straight up, the fine fur at the base of his tail trembling slightly, clearly feeling the force. "If you don't behave, I'll tie your tails in knots." She glared at him, and as soon as her words fell, the few tails that had been restless finally calmed down, drooping down like a fox that knew it was in the wrong. Ahul watched from the side, barely able to contain his laughter, saying, "Asu, you deserve it. Shushu warned you, yet you still acted up." Aling raised an eyebrow slightly but coldly said, "If you don't court death, you won't die." Achin stood far away, his blue eyes secretly glancing at the commotion, his tail fin quietly splashing in the water, seemingly relieved that he had been obedient and hadn't been dealt with by Yanshu. After being washed by Yanshu, they had tasted the sweetness of it, feeling all tingly and inexplicably invigorated. Now, they just wanted to go out and run a few laps to vent. Chapter 162. Yanshu's popularity. Yanshu gave birth to 3 little females, and this news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Initially, it only caused a few ripples, but soon, the waves spread further and further. When the news first broke, everyone maintained a bit of restraint. After all, the males around Yanshu were not to be trifled with. Each one was particularly strong, making people hesitant. However, this restraint was soon replaced by an increasingly intense desire. 3 little females. What did this represent? For the entire clan, this was almost an incredible gift from the heavens. A female who could give birth to 3 little females only appeared once in hundreds of years. The rumors became more and more outrageous. Some said that this female must be a rare breed. Others claimed that she must possess some secret technique, even able to protect the entire clan's reproduction. As a result, many males began to quietly approach Yin Shu's residence. At night, the wind carried the soft sounds of grass and trees, and one could faintly hear the low murmurs of footsteps. Although they did not yet have the courage to rush in, some were hiding in the nearby bushes, just to catch a distant glimpse. Is this female really that impressive? One male hid in the forest, his gaze passing through the branches, looking at the understated courtyard in the distance, quietly saying to his companion, "Of course, otherwise why do you think so many males are watching her? 3 little females. Do you know what that means?" Another male's voice was filled with envy. However, when their gaze fell on the courtyard wall, they couldn't help but shiver. A silvery tail was leisurely hanging from the wall, and 9 tails occasionally flickered in the light and shadow. Those enchanting eyes staring intently in their direction. Those eyes glowed with a seductive red light, piercing straight into their hearts like a sharp blade. "Oh no, we've been discovered." One male's voice trembled as he hurriedly pulled his companion, shrinking his body lower, as if fearing that the silvery tail would leap over the wall any moment. "Don't move." Another male forced himself to calm down, lowering his voice, swallowing hard. "As long as we don't show ourselves, we're fine." Just as he finished speaking, the tail on the wall suddenly flicked lightly, and in the next moment, that figure leaped down from the wall, performing a few agile flips, and landed directly in the spot where they were hiding. Asu stood in front of the two, wearing a lazy smile, 9 tails slowly swaying behind him, his enchanting red eyes narrowing slightly, and he said in a light, airy tone, "You've been hiding here for half a day. Don't you feel tired?" The 2 males broke out in cold sweat, quickly standing up and stammering an explanation. We were just passing by. Absolutely no other intentions." Asu looked at them with a half-smile, slowly raising a hand to smooth down his flowing hair, his tone still relaxed. "Passing by? Perfect timing. I need to check the courtyard wall here to see if there's any place that leaks wind. Since you're here, stay and help out." This. The 2 males turned pale, their legs feeling a bit weak. "What's wrong, unwilling?" Asu flicked his tail, slamming it down on the ground with a dull sound, carrying an invisible sense of pressure. "No, we dare not. We'll go right now." The 2 nodded repeatedly, almost crawling around the courtyard to check. Asu lazily yawned, turning to look in the direction where Yin Shu was, the enchanting light in his eyes gradually fading, and he muttered softly to himself, "It really is getting more and more restless. Shu, we should move quickly." He turned around and walked back to the courtyard, his 9 tails swaying slowly, lazily tapping the courtyard door behind him. Inside, Aho was holding a large wooden stick, muscles in his arms tensed, looking ready for a fight at any moment. "All done?" Aho asked, raising his eyes with a hint of excitement. "Should I go out and teach them a lesson? Let them know not to mess with our Shuju?" Aksu couldn't be bothered to respond, directly walking over to Yin Shu, leaning wearily against her chair, his 9 tails slightly gathered around her. "Shuju, I told you. We can't stay here any longer." He reached out to gently rub his brow, his tone laced with helplessness. "Just today, I've already chased away 3 groups of passing males." Yin Shu leaned back in her chair, looking at the 3 daughters lying in the cradle not far away. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked softly, "How many people know about this?" Aling walked over from his side, his voice calm, yet alert. "It might have already spread. I just took a round outside and noticed the atmosphere in the woods is clearly more chaotic than usual, with many unfamiliar males wandering around." Hearing this, Yin Shu sighed, gently brushing aside a strand of hair from the little female in her arms, and said softly, "At this rate, we really need to move quickly." "Then let's move." Aho patted his chest, speaking boldly. "We'll find a more hidden place. Let's see who can find us." Axis shot him a sideways glance, lazily saying, "Can you use your brain? Moving isn't the problem. The problem is how to safely leave here with Shuju and the little females. Those people are not easy to deal with, and we'll definitely find ways to catch up." At this moment, Aiken also leaned in, cautiously suggesting, "How about we try separating to confuse them?" Aksu shook his head, his tone firm. "No way. It's more dangerous to separate. We must act together." Just as they were discussing, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from outside the door. Aksu instantly perked up his tail. Aho tightly gripped the wooden stick in his hand, and Aling's cold gaze swept towards the direction of the courtyard door. "Here they come again?" Aho muttered under his breath. Yin Shu stood up, her gaze calm, yet carrying a hint of chill. "Open the door. Let's see who it is." The dark clouds hung low, and the air carried a suffocating heaviness. As Yin Shu stepped into the courtyard, she saw the elder standing in the corridor, staring intently at her, seemingly with something to say. A sudden jolt ran through her heart. She instinctively felt the elder was here to promote males again, remembering the previous entanglements. She didn't even give the elder a chance to speak, directly waving her hand and saying harshly, "Elder, I will not accept any more males. If that's why you're here, spare me." The elder was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression turned somewhat difficult to read. She shook her head and sighed. "I'm not here to introduce you to males today." Yin Shu was stunned, her brows knitting slightly. "Then what are you here for?" The elder raised her hand, pointing at the little female in Yin Shu's arms, her expression becoming serious. "I'm here to find a future partner for the little female." Chapter 163. To escape what? Yin Shu looked at the elder in disbelief. "Elder, how old is she? Don't you realize she can barely speak properly?" She never expected her daughter to be targeted at such a young age. The elder said seriously, "It's precisely because the little female is precious that we need to choose the best males for her early, to prevent her from being targeted by some low-class individuals in the future." Yin Shu was so angry her chest heaved, striving to calm herself, but found it impossible. "Elder, are you worrying too much? She doesn't need to consider a future partner this early." The elder stubbornly replied, "The earlier you arrange it, the more secure it is. This is for her benefit and for the future of the entire tribe. I think you have too much free time on your hands." Yin Shu couldn't help but retort, "You want to manage even the children's affairs. Why not just take her away?" The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, her face showing some embarrassment. The courtyard fell silent. Only the little female's cooing echoed, seemingly cheering on Yin Shu's anger. The elder pressed her lips together, her tone still somewhat firm. "Don't misunderstand. I'm doing this for the little female's good. You know, the smaller the female, the more easily she can be coveted by males. Isn't it safer to establish a relationship early?" Yin Shu let out a cold laugh, turning to walk away with the child in her arms. Not looking back as she said, "No need. My child, I will watch over myself. If anyone dares to covet her, I will make them regret it for life." The elder stomped her foot in anger behind her. "You're being too rash. After all, males have the right to provide a better future for the little female." Yin Shu stopped, turned back to look at the elder, her eyes cold. "Elder, I haven't decided to let anyone provide a future for my child. Their future will be chosen by themselves. No need for you to worry." The elder was rendered speechless by her words, her expression turning somewhat complex. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. Just then, Aho came out of the house, casually holding a piece of meat and chewing as he said, "Elder, don't take it too seriously. Shuju doesn't even trust others to take care of herself. How can she possibly trust anyone with her child?" The elder shot him a glare, angrily sweeping away. "You are really obstinate." Aho watched her retreating figure disappear, then turned to Yin Shu with a grin. "Shuju, don't be angry. It's not worth it if you get upset." Yin Shu looked at his carefree demeanor and shook her head helplessly. "How can you say it so easily like her? Try it if it were your child." Aho instantly quieted down, scratching his head and mumbling softly, "If it were my child, I would just kick them out." Aksu and the others were also unhappy, but their daughter would eventually need to find a male, and if Shuju agreed, they hadn't thought much about it. But seeing Shuju so angry now, they felt displeased too. Their precious daughter shouldn't just let males come over casually. They all grew particularly large just to have Shuju. Yin Shu returned to the room with the child, looking towards the courtyard, her chest still rising and falling. She gently patted the little female in her arms, her tone resolute. "We can't stay here any longer." Aksu stepped forward, his nine tails gently swaying behind him, his tone unusually serious. "Shuju, you're right. These people have been eyeing us over and over. We really should change places." Hearing this, Aho immediately put down the meat in his hand, his eyes blazing. "Moving? Great. This time I'll take the lead. Whoever dares to block the way, I'll beat them up." Aling stood to the side, coldly scanning the surroundings, his voice low. "It's indeed time to go. Staying here too long will only make them think we're easy to bully." Aiken cautiously stood beside Yin Shu, softly saying, "Adult, I'll go pack things up." Yin Shu nodded, watching them each start to take action, her heart feeling slightly steadier. Aksu turned to everyone and said, "Be quick about it. Don't let Shuju worry again. This time, let's pack up neatly, and by tonight, we'll leave quietly. No one should act recklessly." Aho huffed, reluctantly mumbling, "If it were up to me, we should just leave boldly. Who would dare to stop us?" Aksu shot him a glance, lazily saying, "Sure. You go and fight that group of elders first. If you win, we'll leave." Aho immediately fell silent, scratching his head and obediently running to pack up. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but there were too many male elders, and he couldn't beat up females. The night grew deeper, and the yard was quiet, with only the faint sound of the wind and the chirping of insects in the grass. Ah Su packed up his things, stood under the porch, looked at the sky, and said softly, "All right, let's hurry and set off while it's still deep in the night." Yanshu nodded, just as she was about to carry the child out of the yard when suddenly a blinding flash of lightning split the night sky, followed closely by a thunderous roar that seemed to explode right above their heads. Yanshu paused, looking up at the suddenly changing sky, and then large raindrops quickly fell. And in an instant, a torrential downpour began, obscuring the heavens. This day, Yanshu couldn't help but curse softly, feeling like it was against her. She frowned as she watched the splashes of water from the pouring rain, feeling a wave of unease. Turning her head, she indeed found Aho frozen in place. His tall figure shrank a bit, his brow furrowed tightly, and his expression was as rigid as a stone, emitting a suppressed, low growl from his throat. Yanshu's heart sank, and she quickly walked over to his side, reaching out to grasp his arm, her tone laced with urgency. "Aho, are you all right?" Aho lowered his head, his voice low and trembling. "Shoo." The thunder." He didn't finish, but Yanshu already knew. He was most afraid of thunder, ever since he was a child. At this moment, the thunder rumbled again, as if it were exploding right next to him, causing him to tense up like a tightly strung string. Asu noticed the situation and walked over, frowning as he glanced at Aho, swishing his 9 tails with a hint of impatience. "TSK, what a fool. Shoo, hand him over to me. Let him curl up on my tail for a while, and he should be fine." Aho looked up at Asu, a trace of embarrassment on his face. I don't need to hide in your tail." Yanshu looked at his forced calm demeanor and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Aho, stop pretending. If you're uncomfortable, just say it. I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Upon hearing this, Aho gritted his teeth, finally lowered his head, and his voice was as faint as a mosquito. "All right." Chapter 164. Thunder strikes. At Aho the night fell, and the air after the rain was fresh and damp. In the yard, Aho had transformed into a wolf form. His large frame and strong limbs supported a powerful body, and his pitch-black fur glimmered with a faint sheen in the dim light. The black markings on his forehead were like a natural mark, adding an air of majesty and mystery. His eyes, like bronze bells, shone brightly in the night, and a single glance exuded an aura that demanded respect. However, the next moment, a rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, and his massive body trembled slightly, his fur bristling instantly, and his tail involuntarily tucked between his legs. He instinctively shrank back, his ears drooping down, looking rather pitiful as he lay on the ground. His large black head gently resting on his front paws, his gaze filled with helplessness. Clearly a formidable giant wolf, he now resembled a huge plush toy, appearing silly and innocent. His movements were stiff and cautious, his tail occasionally twitching, clearly still not having recovered from the fear of the thunder. "Aho, why are you like this again?" Asu helplessly rubbed his forehead, looking at the completely different scene before him, unable to help but laugh. Clearly a majestic wolf. Now he was curled up because of the thunder, making it both frustrating and amusing to watch. Shoo, can he really protect you like this?" He smirked teasingly. "You might as well just take me with you." Yanshu glanced at Aho's cowering figure, showing no signs of disdain. "Aho, it's all right. How about we leave tomorrow instead?" Aho lay there, his ears slightly trembling, raising a pair of pitiful eyes to look at her, a muffled whimper escaping his lips. Shoo, I am just a coward." Asu's tone was full of mockery. Aho suddenly lifted his head, as if he had found a lifeline, looking straight at Yanshu with bright, hopeful eyes. Shoo, how about you lie on me? I definitely won't be scared anymore." Yanshu looked at Aho's pitiful appearance, sighed softly, and reached out to pat his head. "All right, after all, your body is big enough, and your fur is thick, it should be warm. If you really can stop being scared, then I'll lie on you." Upon hearing this, Aho's ears perked up immediately, his tail wagging joyfully, his big bronze bell-like eyes shining with delight. Shoo, you're the best." Yanshu smiled helplessly, stepped closer to him, and pressed her hand against his furry back. His fur felt slightly stiff, yet unexpectedly fluffy, not as smooth as Asu's tail, but had a rugged warmth of its own. Pretty good." Yanshu cautiously lay down, feeling his broad back, her lips curving into a smile. Even though his fur wasn't as sleek as Asu's, it was still quite comfortable. Hearing her praise, Aho's tail wagged even more vigorously, And he couldn't help but proudly say, as long as Shu likes it, I'm much stronger than Asu. I'm definitely more comfortable than him. Shu chuckled, reaching out to rub his ears. Don't be so smug, stay still, and don't move around. Aho immediately behaved, lying down properly, his massive body supporting her steadily, his fur warm and thick, blocking out the chill of the night. Meanwhile, Asu had already closed his eyes, lightly tapping his nine tails on the ground, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Shu, complimenting him so much. Are you trying to annoy me? Shu turned to glance at him, unable to help but laugh. All right, your nine tails are already taking enough advantage, so don't compare this with Aho. Asu huffed, rolled over, and fell silent, but the swaying tail still revealed his little mood. The group began to sneak away. Shu sat on Aho's broad back, slightly tilting her head to look at the horizon, her brows tightly knitted. Dark clouds rolled in. The pitch-black night sky seemed to be smeared with thick ink, deep and oppressive. Occasionally, lightning would streak across the sky, as if the heavens had torn open a glaring gap, briefly illuminating the world before plunging back into endless darkness. The wind carried the dampness and slight chill of the post-rain air, but every time the lightning flashed, Shu felt as if the thunder was locking onto their direction, hovering in the distance, unwilling to dissipate. Is it just my illusion? She murmured softly, raising her hand to gently press her forehead, her gaze involuntarily following the strange phenomenon in the sky. The lightning would occasionally break free from the clouds, like a giant dragon bearing oppressive power, silently and coldly observing the earth. The thunder rolled on, like the low whisper of a deity, heavy and prolonged, shaking one's heart. Unable to help herself, Shu turned to look behind her and lowered her voice to Asu. Do you feel like these thunders seem to be following us? Asu's nine tails swished gently, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, but his tone remained light. Shu, don't scare yourself. Thunder doesn't follow people. It's just a coincidence. But no sooner had he finished speaking than another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, this time illuminating their path ahead as if it were daylight. As if to validate Shu's words, the thunder struck directly in the direction they were heading, as if announcing something. Shu's face turned pale, and she reached out to grasp the fur on Aho's back, her tone dropping a few notches. Asu, is it really just a coincidence? This thunder seems too precise. Aho also raised his head, his ears twitching slightly, his bronze bell-like eyes filled with alertness. He nervously shook his body, as if he too sensed something was off. Shu, how about we take a break? Ahu suggested in a low voice, a hint of unease in his tone. I always feel like something is off today. It should be him who feels completely wrong. Asu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, his nine tails swaying slowly, as if in deep thought. He nodded, and we should find a place to hide. Aling stood on the muddy ground after the rain, the white scales on his neck faintly reflecting a cold light. He looked down at Shu and spoke in a low and steady voice. My lord, I will follow your arrangements. No matter what, I will protect you. A few people surrounded Shu for protection. Above us, the dark clouds churned, and the thunder grew more urgent. At this moment, several people were running on the muddy ground, searching for a cave to temporarily take shelter. Suddenly, a blinding silver lightning split the sky, striking down with an astonishing force. Aho! Before Shu could finish her sentence, the massive bolt of lightning struck Aho directly. Aho's body jolted violently, his huge wolf form instantly stiffening. The mud beneath him exploding from the impact of the lightning, a circle of scorched earth rapidly spreading. The heat from the lightning seemed to want to consume his entire body. Shu was on his back, feeling the terrifying power of the lightning for the first time. The searing energy coursed through Aho's body and transmitted to her. Even through his thick fur, it made her palms sting as if she were holding a ball of fire. Oh! She exclaimed, instinctively tightening her grip on him, trying to stabilize his swaying body with her own strength. Aho's breathing became rapid, his massive body suddenly kneeling, his limbs bracing against the ground, a faint current still clinging to his fur. He struggled to raise his head, his bell-like eyes filled with confusion and pain. Shu. His voice was hoarse, as if he had exhausted all his strength, his tail limply drooping to the ground, his body slightly trembling. Shu gritted her teeth, sliding down from his back, gently placing her hands on his shoulders, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, hang in there. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Ahu said in a low voice, but there was a hint of forced bravado in his tone. The black markings on his forehead faintly glowed, as if struggling against the power of the lightning. Shoo shoo, get away from him. Ahu's voice came from the side, his 9 tails sweeping fiercely, shattering the nearby rubble. Urgency and a hint of anger in his voice. He's still carrying the power of the lightning. It's too dangerous for you to touch him. Yanshu glanced at the current still crackling through Ahu's fur. Her hand paused, but she did not retreat. Chapter 165. Ahu struck by lightning. Ahu breathed heavily for a few moments, suddenly lifting his head, his bell-like eyes flashing with rage, the black markings on his fur glowing faintly in the moonlight. Then, he threw his head back and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The sound was deep and wild, as if he were challenging the thunder above. The echo reverberated through the valley, causing leaves to fall and the ground to tremble. However, the dark clouds in the distance seemed to be enraged, the lightning growing even more intense, suddenly tearing through the heavens. A thick bolt of lightning striking down like a silver snake, aimed directly at Ahu. Boom! The moment the lightning hit him, his fur stood on end, like needles glinting coldly under the moonlight. The residual electricity flickered faintly in his dark fur, making his agile and massive form appear even more formidable. However, the tightly clenched wolf jaws and low stance could not hide the tension in his body. His limbs were firmly planted in the mud, claws deeply embedded in the soil, as if using all his strength to resist the pressure of the heavenly thunder. "Oh!" Yanshu exclaimed, her hand instinctively reaching out to him. Yet Ahu seemed to not hear, his bell-like eyes fixated on the sky, the lightning reflecting in his pupils, revealing his stubbornness and anger. His tail swayed slightly, ears pinned back, letting out a low growl, as if daring the heavens. "He's gone mad." Ahu's 9 tails whipped fiercely, wrapping around Yanshu, pulling her back a step, his tone urgent and tinged with anger. "Shoo shoo, stay away, he's actively seeking the lightning." But Yanshu paid no heed to Ahu's warning, her gaze fixed on Ahu. He stood there like a black statue, the black markings on his forehead glowing brighter, as if absorbing the power of the lightning. Another thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning, like a blade tearing through the sky, struck Ahu, producing a deafening sound. The air was filled with a charred scent, and the light from the lightning illuminated the entire valley as bright as day. Yanshu's pupils constricted, just as she was about to take a step back. Another bolt of lightning followed, splitting the ground into pieces, rocks flying, the lightning spreading recklessly, almost surrounding them. Ahu quickly retreated with Yanshu in his arms, his 9 tails shielding her body, his voice filled with urgency. "Shoo shoo, we must go. We can't stay here. We can't leave." Yanshu looked up at the sky, the thunderclouds churning more violently, bolt after bolt of lightning falling like raindrops, the area growing wider, leaving them no chance to escape. Ahu narrowed his eyes, a hint of gravity in his gaze. He looked at Ahu, who stood at the eye of the storm, his towering wolf body erect, the dark fur faintly flashing with electricity, the black markings on his forehead bright as if burning. "Ahu!" Ahu shouted angrily, his voice full of rage. "What do you want? Stop provoking the lightning." But Ahu let out another roar towards the sky, his voice deep and filled with fury, as if fighting against heaven. His fur exploded in all directions, his body unwavering like a mountain, allowing the lightning to strike him one after another. Yanshu lay in Ahu's embrace, her eyes fixed on Ahu, clearly seeing his tense limbs trembling slightly in the lightning, even his breathing becoming heavy. "Ahu!" She couldn't help but shout, her voice filled with worry. "Don't hold on. Come back." However, another bolt of lightning struck down. This time the shockwave spread, uprooting the surrounding trees and sending dirt flying. Even though Ahu shielded her with his tail, Yanshu still felt a strong tremor beneath her feet. Aling gritted his teeth, his face dark with fear. "This lightning is insane. We can't escape." Achen's face was also pale, tightly holding his daughter. Yanshu clutched Ahu's clothing tightly, her face paling to the extreme. The lightning seemed like a net, trapping them firmly within, giving them no chance of escape. A thick layer of white mist enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world had been swallowed by confusion. Yanshu stood in it. The ground beneath her feet felt non-existent, as if she were walking on clouds, light and without any sense of reality. Her gaze scanned around, but she could only see endless white. In this dead silence of white mist, 2 unusual lights caught her attention. One was a golden light, dazzling and radiant, as if containing boundless power. The other was a white light, gentle and tranquil, like softly flowing moonlight. These 2 beams of light circled around her, sometimes drawing near, sometimes drifting away, as if balancing each other under some rule. "Where's this?" Yanshu asked softly, her voice echoing in the mist, but received no response. Just then, a mechanical beeping sound came from deep within her mind, cold and rhythmic. Then, an emotionless voice echoed in her mind, detecting abnormal host status, restarting. "Restarting, please wait." Yanshu's brow twitched. "What do you mean by restarting?" But her voice seemed to be swallowed by the white mist, the mechanical voice still cold, without the slightest fluctuation. "Host function damaged. Self-check program activated. Current status, inoperable." Yanshu furrowed her brows tightly, the mechanical beeping gradually fading from her mind, and the white mist seemed to be parted by an invisible hand. Her vision gradually becoming clear. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was a luxurious room, decorated in an extremely intricate manner, every detail revealing a high taste and status. She tried to sit up, but her body felt as if it were pressed down by an invisible gravity. And as soon as she moved, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Just then, a completely unfamiliar face suddenly appeared before her. It was a female, seemingly young, with delicate features but an indescribable sharpness. She was looking down at Yanshu, her eyes filled with scrutiny and inquiry. "You're awake?" the female said, her voice carrying a hint of testing. Yanshu instinctively shrank back a little, her gaze warily sweeping around before landing back on the stranger. "Who are you? Where's this place?" The female did not answer immediately, but slowly walked to a nearby table, poured a glass of water, and handed it over. "Drink some water first. You were unconscious for a long time, and if you didn't wake up soon, I would have thought you were dead." Yanshu took the glass, her fingertips applying slight pressure as she repeated the question. "May I ask where this place is? And who are you? Where's my male?" The female then raised her eyebrows, looking Yanshu up and down, and then broke into a faint smile, saying slowly, This is my home." Chapter 166. The Worm-Eye Tribe. Yanshu quickly learned from this female. The commotion caused by the lightning at that time was indeed too great. The entire mountain forest had been completely ravaged. The area affected by the lightning extended for miles, and several tribes were left unrecognizable. Amidst the ruins, the burning scorched earth had not yet cooled, and those males and females who had fled in panic due to the lightning were still filled with lingering fear. But their tribe found hope in this wasteland. They were the Worm-Eye Tribe, naturally possessing a special reverence and fondness for lightning. Their customs regarded lightning as a divine miracle, and the calamity of thunder that struck inadvertently became their signal for pilgrimage. When scouts from the Worm-Eye Tribe searched the ruins, they discovered the unconscious Yanshu. At first, they thought she had already died, but when she was brought back, the aura surrounding her shocked everyone, dragon lineage, and pure as if inherited from ancient times. Thus, she was brought to this place, a luxurious realm filled with the atmosphere of a different tribe. Yanshu sat on the bed, her mind rapidly sorting through this information. Her gaze swept across the room, every detail filled with strangeness, those luxury items and intricate carvings all exuding a unique cultural style of the tribe. "Is this the Worm-Eye Tribe?" she murmured softly, her tone laced with uncertainty. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her mind was full of images of a who and the others. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, her tone urgent as she asked, "Where is my male? A Su, a Hu, a Ling, a Chun. Where are they?" Her eyes carried an unmistakable tension, her voice slightly trembling with urgency. Seeing Yanshu so anxious, the female hurried forward, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, your males are all fine. They are just still unconscious. We have arranged the best place for them to recuperate. There won't be any problems." Yanshu's brows slightly relaxed, but she still asked with concern, "Are they really okay? Is he hurt?" The female shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of reverence. "No, one of your males shocked us. The aura he exudes is ancient and powerful, especially when the lightning struck. The entire tribe sensed it. His power is reminiscent of legendary ancient beings. For our Worm-Eye Tribe, he is an extremely noble male, and one of the reasons we are protecting you." She paused, her gaze serious. "You may not know, but when we found you, the surroundings had already been turned to ruins by the lightning. Yet you and your males were almost unharmed. This is fate, and also a manifestation of power." Listening to these words, Yanshu immediately let out a sigh of relief. The tension between her brows eased a bit. Then she raised her head and said firmly, "Take me to see them. I want to confirm their situation." The female nodded and gestured for her to follow. "Please, come with me." After passing through several long corridors, Yanshu finally arrived at the first room. The room was simply and elegantly decorated, exuding a sense of reassurance. Her gaze landed on the bed, instantly captivated by the familiar figures. Asu lay in the position closest to the window, his face calm, his handsome features lacking the usual cunning, replaced by a sense of peace. 9 tails hung neatly at the edge of the bed, slightly spread apart, and the soft fur still gleamed as if it could be raised at any moment. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling slowly, as if he were merely in a deep sleep. Aling lay quietly on another bed, his silver hair spread out on the pillow, the gradient tips gently hanging over the edge of the bed. The white scales on his neck glimmered faintly, and the double horns on his forehead appeared even colder. His complexion was paler than usual, yet still handsome like a sculpture, as if he might open his deep-set eyes at any moment. A chun was positioned near the corner, his blue hair falling from his shoulders, his fishtail quietly suspended in the water tank, the scales glimmering with a faint blue light in the light. His expression was gentle, as if he were having a peaceful dream, his tail fin gently spread out, as if still swimming in warm seawater. Yanshu looked at them, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over her, mixed with a sense of comfort. They were all there, safe and sound. Your other male is in another room, the female said softly, her tone carrying a hint of reverence. He is quite different from them. Hearing this, Yanshu's heart tightened, and she quickly followed her to the adjacent room. Pushing open the door, the atmosphere inside changed instantly. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the entire space was shrouded in a powerful force. Ahu lay quietly on a stone bed in the center of the room, his body slightly glowing, surrounded by a layer of faint black mist. The black mist seemed alive, flowing slowly, sometimes coalescing into shapes, sometimes becoming formless. The black markings on his forehead glowed brighter, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it were a seal inscribed with the power of heaven and earth. His face bore a hint of fatigue, yet still radiated an air of authority. His muscular lines were distinct, and his jet black fur shimmered with a dark sheen in the faint light, as if possessing boundless strength. Even the aura around him made one involuntarily hold their breath, evoking both reverence and a hint of danger. Yanshu stood at the door, her gaze firmly locked on Ahu, her heart a jumble of complex emotions. She softly asked, "What happened to him?" The female beside her explained in a low voice, "This male seems to contain ancient power, related to the lightning he summoned. This black mist should be an external manifestation of that power. We have done our best to stabilize his aura, but this power is too strong, like something derived from ancient beings, and even we cannot fully comprehend it." Yanshu's brows furrowed tightly as she slowly approached Ahu. Her gaze carefully swept over him, noticing that the black mist seemed to fluctuate slightly with her approach, as if sensitive to her presence. "Shoo shoo." Ahu's voice was hoarse and vague, spilling from his throat like a murmur in a dream. Yanshu's heart jolted, and she quickly leaned down, gently holding his hand, her tone laced with urgency. "Ahu, it's me. I'm here. How are you feeling?" Ahu did not wake up, but with Yanshu's voice, the restless dark energy around him gradually receded a bit. The black mist seemed to be soothed by her presence, no longer churning violently, but slowly retreating back into his body, merely lingering around him. Chapter 167. Finally awake, Yanshu let out a sigh of relief, gently stroking his forehead, her voice low and soft, yet filled with determination. "Aho, no matter what you've been through, I will be with you. You must hold on." The female beside her whispered, "It seems he reacts very strongly to you. Your presence is the best stabilizer for him." Yanshu nodded but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How she wished she could stay by Aho's side forever. But she had other concerns, her daughter. She glanced at Aho one last time before stepping away and walking towards the next room. As she opened the door, the sight before her softened her heart. 3 little females were being well taken care of, their cheeks pink, breathing softly. They were curled up in soft bedding, their tiny figures making one want to protect them. Yanshu gently approached the bedside, reaching out to tuck one of the children in a bit more, her movements extremely gentle, afraid to wake them. She sat by the bed, her gaze resting on her daughter's faces, murmuring, "It's not that mommy doesn't care about you. It's just that your daddy is in critical condition." After speaking, she leaned down and kissed each of the children's small foreheads, feeling a slight alleviation of the fatigue in her heart. It was also just after waking up that the female had already mentioned that the 3 little females she gave birth to had been arranged properly. Females were indeed cared for everywhere. Days passed, the dark clouds had long dispersed, and sunlight poured through the windows, casting warmth throughout the room. Yin Shu sat by the bed, her fingers lightly gliding over Asu's hand, her brow furrowed with unmasked worry. Asu lay quietly on the bed, his 9 tails sprawled beside him, lacking their usual agility, appearing particularly silent. When would he wake up? She looked up at the female, standing nearby, her tone revealing some urgency. The female quickly reassured her. Don't worry, their breath has stabilized completely. Their current coma is just due to exhaustion. They pushed themselves to the brink to protect you, only collapsing once help arrived. This is a rare opportunity for them to rest. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu's movements paused for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She looked down at Asu's enchanting yet currently peaceful face, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. So, they were this exhausted just to guard me? She asked softly. Yes, my lady, the female nodded. There's no need to worry about their condition. They're just too tired to wake up. This is a good thing, allowing them to rest well and recover. Yin Shu's gaze swept over Asu, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chun. They lay there like sleeping statues, quietly resting, their breaths steady, their faces faintly showing weariness. Yet it tugged at one's heartstrings. She took a deep breath, her voice low yet firm. All right, let them sleep well. I will guard them. In the Yin Mu clan, Yin Shu's status had risen to a remarkable height. The people here held a deep reverence for females, especially since she not only bore 3 little females, but also had several powerful males guarding her, one of whom even exuded the aura of an ancient dragon. Moreover, she herself was enveloped in a rich dragon aura, a unique mark belonging to the dragon clan, something coveted by countless races. The 3 little females became the center of discussion here. The clan members, young and old alike, spoke of them with faces full of awe and envy. To give birth to 3 females was an immense fortune, symbolizing some form of divine favor. Even more noteworthy was the presence of those males, although they were temporarily unconscious. Aho's ancient aura, Asu's enchanting 9-tailed fox beauty, a Ling's cold pressure, and a Chen's soft yet unfathomable presence all instilled a sense of reverence among the clan members. As for Yin Shu herself, the fact that she was shrouded in dragon aura added to her mystery and nobility. In this clan, which had an almost fanatical worship of the dragon clan, Yin Shu's existence seemed like the arrival of a legend. Many began to speculate about the powerful dragon male who had never shown himself and why he chose her as his mate. The clan leaders specially prepared a delicate and luxurious courtyard for Yin Shu, adorned with totems of dragons and snakes intertwined, symbolizing power and nobility. Everything in the courtyard was extravagantly luxurious, even the tea utensils made from rare materials. The clan members treated her with utmost respect, bringing her the most exquisite food daily, and some even volunteered to look after her children. However, this external reverence did not fully ease Yin Shu's anxiety. She looked at the unconscious males, her heart unable to let go completely. When Yin Shu stepped through the door, her brow was still tightly furrowed, her inner agitation showing no signs of abating. She had just rejected a male, and the pitiful look on his face gave her a headache, cursing the clan leader for being so meddlesome. However, as she entered the room, she heard a familiar yet lazy voice. "Tite, Shu, in such a hurry. Have you been bothered by someone again?" She froze, her entire being momentarily stiffening in place. The next second, she instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. Asu was half reclining on the bed, his 9 tails lazily spread behind him, his silver-white fur glistening softly in the dim light. His enchanting eyes were slightly narrowed, and his thin lips curled into a lazy yet familiar smile. Yin Shu's eyes widened, her heart feeling as if it had been struck by something. She quickly stepped forward, nearly throwing herself beside the bed, her tone filled with barely contained excitement. "Asu, you're awake? You really woke up?" Seeing her reaction, a softness flashed in Asu's eyes. He tilted his head slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips. "Yeah, I'm awake. Why, seeing you so excited? Could it be that you've been missing me these past few days?" Yin Shu found herself at a loss for words. A mix of sourness and bitterness rising in her chest, her eyes slightly warming. She reached out to grasp Asu's wrist, as if needing to confirm he was alive, her voice trembling slightly. "Do you know how many days you were unconscious? Do you know how worried I was?" Asu blinked, seemingly taken aback by her reaction. His usually mischievous gaze softened, his tail slowly lifting, gently brushing against her hand, as if trying to comfort her. Shu, I got it. Don't look at me like that. I'm awake now, aren't I?" Yin Shu shot him a fierce glare. though her nose felt slightly tinged with bitterness. She released his wrist, standing straight to hide her emotions, yet her tone remained insistently urgent. If you dare to do something reckless again, don't blame me for being rude. Asu's eyes flickered, his 9 tails softly curling around him, his tone carrying a hint of a pleasing gentleness. All right. Since Shu has spoken, how could I dare not listen? At that moment, Shu finally let out a breath. Looking at Asu's lazy yet slightly tired appearance, her heart finally calmed down a bit. But she couldn't help but mutter softly, finally awake. If you didn't wake up, I really wouldn't know what to do. Chapter 168. Asu's emotion. Asu looked at Shu's slightly reddened eyes, and the soft light in his eyes deepened. In the dim room, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a faint halo on her face. A gentle breeze brushed by. He didn't say much, just reached out and pulled her into his arms. 9 tails wrapped around her like flowing water, tightly enclosing her, warm and solid, as if to shut her away from the world, making her solely his. Shu, his voice was low and gentle, like a deep wind passing through her ears, carrying a hint of careful probing. I'm here. I won't let you worry anymore. Shu was momentarily stunned, then wrapped her arms around him tightly, burying herself in his embrace. She could clearly feel his warmth, the strong heartbeat resonating with her closeness, shaking her heart. The air was filled with his familiar scent, carrying a bewitching allure, yet this time it inexplicably made her feel at ease. His 9 tails gently touched her back, as if soothing her tenderly, yet also reluctant to let her go tighter. Asu. Her voice trembled slightly as she called out softly, her tone carrying a hint of choked emotion, as if blaming him, yet also revealing her hard-to-hide feelings. Asu lowered his head, his deep gaze fixed on her, somewhere in his heart softening to the point of almost melting. He had never seen such a Shu. The usually strong-willed her was now completely exposing her vulnerability before him, like a lost little beast clinging to him tightly. His throat moved slightly, and he raised his hand to gently stroke her back, his fingers slowly gliding along her spine, carrying a tentative comfort, yet seemingly infused with an underlying deep affection. Shu, his voice was low and magnetic, like a beautiful nocturne. Do you know? Even if I were struck by lightning 100 times, as long as I can see you care about me like this, I would be willing. Shu suddenly looked up, a spark of anger igniting in her eyes, the emotions she had just suppressed flaring up again. She reached out and patted his shoulder, glaring at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you to get hurt again? Asu, do you want to drive me crazy? Her eyes glistened with moisture, and her cheeks flushed slightly due to the emotional turmoil. Asu, however, looked at her with a smile, so gentle it seemed to penetrate to the bone. He lowered his head, gently resting his forehead against hers, his gaze fiery and affectionate. Okay, I won't say any more. I won't let you worry. I won't make you angry. As long as you're here, I'll listen to you about everything, and I'm not afraid of anything. Shu felt her heart tremble at his tone and actions, her eyes stinging, wanting to scold him but unable to voice it. She clutched his clothing tightly, seemingly trying to calm her racing heart, yet unaware that she was already enveloped by his fervent emotions. Asu lowered his head and kissed her lips. Shu's whole body trembled, wanting to push him away, but the strength of his grip on her wrist made it impossible for her to break free. He kissed her deeply and passionately, as if he wanted to crush her and swallow her whole. Shu felt as if she were floating on a cloud or drifting in the ocean. His tongue, carrying a scorching breath, entwined with hers, shaping and outlining her lips. Until she was almost breathless, he reluctantly released her lips. His voice was thick with hoarseness, with a hint of panting. Shu, I promise you, I won't let you worry anymore. Shu was immersed in Asu's low and gentle promise. The heat on her cheeks, not yet fully faded. They were very close, and Asu's 9 tails gently brushed against her waist, carrying a hint of teasing, making her heart race like thunder. However, at that moment, an untimely cough broke the intense atmosphere between them. Shu suddenly turned her head and saw a young male standing at the door, slender in build, dressed simply. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and his gaze flickered, seemingly unable to meet hers. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, appearing somewhat awkward. I'm sorry to interrupt. He spoke softly, his tone revealing nervousness. The male next door, he seems to have some problems again. What? Shu furrowed her brows, instantly pulling away from the earlier atmosphere, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. What happened? The young male's blush deepened, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her for a moment. But he immediately lowered his eyes and said softly, he seems to be restless again. The patriarch said, you can calm him down? So please come over. Asu narrowed his eyes, his 9 tails drooping slightly. Such a good opportunity was interrupted. Of course, Ahul was important too. The male was startled by Su's displeased gaze, his face turning slightly pale, hastily waving his hands. The patriarch sent me. She just thinks. Asu. Yanshu gently patted his shoulder, interrupting him. Don't scare him. She stood up, adjusted her clothes, turned to Asu, her tone firm. I'll go check on Ahua. Asu unwillingly pursed his lips, his gaze still coldly sweeping over the male. I'll go with you. Yanshu nodded, not refusing, and the two followed the male out of the room. In the next room, Ahua was lying on a large bed, his massive wolf form still appearing majestic, but the faintly swirling dark aura around him felt oppressive. He lay with his eyes closed, his brows tightly knitted, as if enduring some great pain. His tail twitched unconsciously, occasionally emitting low whimpering sounds, like struggles in a nightmare. Yanshu approached him and gently placed her hand on his hot forehead. In that moment, Ahua's tail suddenly stiffened. The restless dark aura seemed to sense her presence, gradually calming down a bit. Ahua, it's me. Her voice was low and gentle, carrying an incredible soothing power. Ahua's breathing gradually steadied. His tail swayed gently, as if responding to her. Yanshu patiently stayed by Ahua's side, her fingers repeatedly stroking the layer of black fur on his head, her movements gentle and meticulous. She hummed a soothing tune softly, as if comforting an injured little beast. Gradually, Ahua's once tense body completely relaxed, the dark aura receding like a tide, leaving only his steady breathing. His tightly closed bell-like eyes appeared somewhat obedient at that moment. Confirming that he had completely calmed down, Yanshu slowly stood up, looking down at him on the bed, her heart slightly relieved. You should rest well, she said softly, pulling the thin blanket over him. After turning and leaving the room, the night wind brought a hint of coolness, and Yanshu wrapped her cloak tighter around herself, heading straight in another direction. Chapter 169. Achun almost becomes ugly. She gently pushed open a wooden door intricately carved with delicate patterns, and the room was filled with a soft fragrance. The light warm and dim. In a soft cradle, 3 little females lay quietly. Their faces glowed with a soft pink hue, and their slightly pouting mouths occasionally moved as if seeking comfort in their dreams. Yanshu bent down, gently brushing aside a strand of hair that stuck to their faces, her gaze soft and affectionate. Finally, I didn't scare you, she murmured to herself, lightly tapping their soft little hands with her fingertips. It seemed that one of the little ones sensed their mother's presence, letting out a soft hum as its tiny hand grasped her finger. The soft touch made Yanshu's heart instantly melt. Sleep, sleep, mommy is here. She softly hummed, her tone filled with tenderness. Standing silently nearby, Asu watched this scene, 9 tails hanging behind him, the enchanting light in his eyes replaced by a deep warmth. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured to himself, Shushu really is beautiful, even when comforting a child. A few days later, the morning sunlight penetrated through the cracks in the curtains, casting gentle rays in one corner of the room. A hint of coolness lingered in the air, and the surroundings were so quiet that only breathing could be heard. When Yanshu gently pushed open the door, the sight before her left her stunned. Achun was sitting at the head of the bed, curled slightly against the pillow. His face was pale as paper, and his blue-gray eyes held a look of confusion and shock. The fishtail beneath him appeared dry, with large patches of glossy scales missing, revealing a bare tail that made the remaining fragments of scales look particularly glaring. He raised his hand, seemingly instinctively touching his fishtail, his palm gently brushing over the areas where scales had fallen off, his fingers trembling slightly. Suddenly, his movements froze, as if he had lost all strength, staring blankly at his tail, his eyes filled with disbelief and unease. Just then, he noticed Yanshu standing at the door. In that moment, he froze, his blue-gray eyes widening slightly, glancing at her in panic before immediately lowering his head, hurriedly reaching to cover his face. Adult you. Achin's voice trembled slightly, his fingers pressing tightly against his forehead, trying to hide his expression, while his tail anxiously curled up, as if wanting to hide completely. Yanshu paused for a moment, looking at his appearance, a wave of unspeakable sorrow passing through her heart. She slowly approached, moving lightly, afraid of startling him. Achun, what's wrong? Achin's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head, not daring to look at her, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with deep self-doubt and unease. Am I very ugly? My tail. has become like this. Hearing this, Yin Shu's eyes flashed with shock as she looked down at his tail, her heart tightening. But when she saw his nervous and frightened expression, a wave of heartache and reluctance surged up. She sat by the bed, gently holding his hand, trying to move his hand away from his face. "Achun, look up at me." But Achun stubbornly kept his head down, his voice choked with tears. "Adult, don't look at me, I look like this." "Silly," Yin Shu said softly, gently pushing aside the hand covering his face, forcing him to look up. When that handsome yet weary face appeared before her, her heart suddenly ached. Although he looked much more haggard than usual, there was still a hint of pure innocence hidden in his blue-gray eyes that made her feel especially pained. "Achun, no matter how you change in my eyes, you are the best." Her voice was low and firm, filled with an undeniable tenderness. Achun was stunned, disbelief flickering in his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. But he couldn't say a word. Yin Shu gently caressed his fishtail, her fingertips gliding over the areas where scales had fallen off. Her tone soft, yet resolute. "Stop overthinking. Just rest. The scales on your tail will recover soon. Even if there are no scales, so what? You are still my Achun, my male." These words were like a ray of sunshine, instantly dispelling the gloom in Achen's heart. His eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up. "Adult." He choked out, but his emotions clogged his throat, leaving him only able to grip her hand tightly, as if holding onto his last support. Suddenly, Yin Shu thought of Achun being a mermaid, and water was the source of his life, which might help him recover. She immediately turned to Asu, who was standing outside the door, her tone urgent. "Asu, hurry. Bring a bucket of water." Asu did not ask any further questions, flicking his 9 tails and swiftly leaving. Moments later, he returned carrying a bucket of clear water. Yin Shu quickly placed the water in front of Achun, softly saying, "Achun, try drinking some water. It might help you feel better." Achun looked at the water before him, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He hesitated for a moment, then bent down, cupping the water in his hands and gulping it down. The cool water slid down his lips and dripped onto his fishtail. The once dry fishtail seemed to awaken at the moment it touched the droplets, gradually developing a faint luster. "Another bucket!" Yin Shu exclaimed with delight as she watched this transformation. Asu turned and brought another bucket, and Achun continued to drink. As more water entered his body, his previously pale and dry complexion finally regained some color, and his skin gradually became softer and smoother. By the time they reached the 10th bucket, new scales began to grow on Achen's fishtail, shimmering blue scales glinting like jewels, neatly covering his tail. The once pale and weak fishtail now radiated vitality, shimmering with colors. Yin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, watching Achun at this moment, her worries finally easing. She gently patted his shoulder, smiling as she said, "See, it's all fine now, right?" Achun stared blankly at his hands and tail, his gaze filled with disbelief. Slowly, he lifted his head to look at Yin Shu, his eyes moistening again, choked up as he said, "Adult, thank you." He had thought he had become ugly. If he had become ugly, he would not deserve to be by the adult side. Yin Shu reached out to ruffle his hair, her tone gentle. "You are my male. If I don't save you, who else can I save?" Chapter 170. A Ling's snake body entwined as Yin Shu pushed open the door and walked into a Ling's room. She immediately spotted the white snake curled up on the bed. A Ling was no longer in human form, but had transformed into a giant snow-white snake. His long snake body coiled in several circles, the scales glinting with a faint silver light in the morning sun, delicate and lustrous, each scale appearing exquisitely crafted. The tip of his tail curled gently, seemingly still not fully awakened. The most striking feature was his head, compared to the barely visible small horns from before. The horns on his forehead were now clearly visible, like tender buds breaking through the soil in early spring, stretching outward and emitting a faint glow. The base of those horns had smooth lines, hinting at a touch of golden sheen, contrasting sharply with his snow-white scales, as if signifying a transformation was about to occur. It also seemed to indicate that some powerful force was awakening. Yin Shu stood by, slightly frowning. "This is," she murmured softly. Remembering the system's reminder that a Ling was evolving from a snake to a dragon, she realized he must be at this critical stage now. A Ling had not fully awakened, but his snake body moved gently. His long body rose and fell with his breathing, his tail occasionally twitching, as if responding to Yin Shu's presence. Yin Shu's fingers slowly slid over a Ling's scales, the touch as cold as ice and snow, yet exuding a faint vitality. Her gaze fell on his slightly shimmering silver scales, her heart filled with mixed emotions. "A Ling, you really are evolving," she whispered, her tone tinged with both sentiment and unease. The snake's body trembled slightly, and Aling's tail flicked again as if responding to her touch. This was her male Aling, the one who had always been as quiet as water, silently guarding her, but now had transformed into a completely different being. Aling, you must hold on, she whispered, her tone carrying a prayer. At that moment, Aling's snake body suddenly moved as if instinctively stretching. The massive body coiled together, the sheen between the scales becoming increasingly dazzling with the movement, and in his still partially closed eyes, a hint of cold silver light flickered. Just as Yanshu held her breath, Aling's long snake body began to undulate slightly, as if sensing her presence. The cold yet delicate scales began to move slowly, his enormous body spiraling down from the bed, the scales shimmering with silver under the sunlight, flowing with a breathtaking beauty. Before Yanshu could react, she felt a gentle force wrap around her waist. Aling's long tail gently coiled, tightly enveloping her within his body. The touch of the scales was cold yet not uncomfortable, instead carrying a strange sense of comfort. His movements were slow and careful, as if afraid of hurting her. Those elongated silver eyes flickered with cold light, but deep within them shone a familiar tenderness. Aling, Yanshu called softly, raising her hand to gently touch his cold scales. The snake's body trembled slightly, as if responding to her call. Are you awake? Her voice held a hint of testing. Yet there was no fear, only a soothing tenderness. Aling did not respond, but his movements became even gentler, slowly lifting her closer to his forehead, those dragon horns emitting a faint glow as if showcasing his transformation to her. The sky was dark, as if covered by a heavy curtain, lacking even a glimmer of light during the day. The low-hanging dark clouds seemed almost within reach, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen moving within them, like silver snakes weaving through the clouds, yet there was no sound of thunder. This strange phenomenon excited the Wormeye clan. Such cloud layers surely meant a thunderstorm would come soon. Just wait a bit longer. Once the thunder roars, they would surely witness a spectacular thunderstorm. The clan members gathered in small groups, looking up at the sky with eyes full of anticipation. Some even brought lounge chairs, sitting directly in the courtyard waiting for the celestial changes. However, 3 days passed, and not only did the dark clouds not dissipate, but they grew even thicker, the sky becoming increasingly somber. The flashes of lightning continued to move silently, as if brewing some unknown power. Yanshu stood under the corridor of the small courtyard, her gaze heavy as she looked towards the oppressive clouds on the horizon. A guess began to form in her heart. Ahua's condition had indeed improved recently. The dark energy was no longer as chaotic as before, but it had started to become increasingly active. She could even sense that the dark energy was connecting with external forces in some strange way. Shoo-shoo. A lazy voice came from behind her. It was a Su, his 9 tails casually hanging down, but his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the sky. This celestial phenomenon indicated that Ahua was about to do something big again. Yanshu turned to glance at him, her brows slightly furrowed. Ahua's condition isn't completely stable. Just as her words fell, a low growl sounded from within the house, like the suppressed roar of some giant beast, filled with restlessness and unease. Her heart tightened, and she quickly walked inside, only to see Ahua half reclining on the bed, the black pattern on his forehead faintly glowing, dark energy spreading out from around his body, moving like a living thing, even carrying a sense of pressure. Shoo-shoo. Ahua's voice was deep and hoarse, as if squeezed out from deep within his throat. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. I can't control it. Yanshu stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder, trying to soothe his emotions. Calm down, I'm here. Ahua's breathing gradually became rapid, his body trembling slightly, as if battling against some immense force. His tail slammed heavily against the ground, producing a muffled sound, and then the swirling dark energy surged upwards, directly piercing through the roof and shooting towards the heavily clouded sky. Ahua! Yanshu exclaimed, attempting to grab him, but was pushed back half a step by the violent energy. He can't hold on much longer. Asu's voice came from behind, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a more serious expression. Hearing this, Yanshu's heart tightened. She looked up at the sky and saw the previously silent lightning beginning to stir, as if angered by some force, the entire cloud layer swirling into a massive vortex. Ahua! She called out again, her voice trembling subtly. Stop! You're not ready yet. But Ahua seemed unable to hear her. His body was completely enveloped in dark energy, the black pattern on his forehead emitting a dazzling light, his bell-like eyes shrouded in black mist, revealing only a burning point of light. In that moment, he seemed no longer to be a Hua, but some ancient existence breaking free from its bonds, declaring his power to the heavens. Chapter 171. All in evolution system. Hasn't he already successfully evolved? What's going on now? Yanshu's voice was low and urgent, tinged with a hint of unease. The system's prompt echoed in her mind, mechanical and calm. Detecting. Bloodline activation degree, 98. Current status, approaching complete awakening. Yanshu was momentarily stunned, her brows knitting even tighter. Only 2 more? Then why such a strong reaction? Answer. The bloodline awakening is approaching the critical point. The celestial anomaly is a feedback process, and the intensity of awakening depends on bloodline purity. Listening to the system's answer, Yanshu felt a wave of complexity in her heart. She looked at Ahua, seeing the black pattern on his forehead growing increasingly bright. The dark energy swirling around him like a living thing, continuously moving and completely enveloping him. Shoo shoo. Ahua's voice came hoarsely from within the dark energy, carrying a hint of pain and struggle. I seem to be unable to hold on much longer. Hearing Ahua's hoarse and pained voice, Yanshu's heart tightened suddenly. She quickly stepped forward. Just as she was about to call a Su for help, she heard a muffled groan beside her, filled with suppressed pain. Yanshu turned sharply to see Su suddenly tremble, his whole being seeming to lose balance as he half knelt on the ground. In the next moment, Su's form began to change. His clothes tore apart, replaced by a gigantic fox, its fur snow-white, 9 tails flaring like flames, the tips trembling slightly, radiating a bewitching glow. Those elongated fox eyes were now covered by some form of pain, the strange golden light flickering, as if suppressing something. Shoo shoo. Su called out softly, but his voice was already mixed with obvious gasps. He raised his enormous fox head, his ears twitching occasionally, as if trying to shake off some distress. His 9 tails anxiously slapped against the ground, raising clouds of dust, the tails shimmering with a glossy light, as if about to lose control at any moment. Su. Yanshu quickly crouched down, her palm gently resting on his forehead. The cold touch made her heart clench. What happened to you? Her voice carried obvious worry. Su squinted his enchanting eyes, his tail coiling tightly as he struggled to speak softly. Shoo shoo. I don't know. My head is a mess. It feels like something is stabbing me. His voice was hoarse and laborious, as if each word took all his strength. His 9 tails were uncontrollably fanned out, each one trembling slightly like a living thing, fur bristling as if resisting some immense pressure. Yanshu's heart tightened even more as she looked at the 2 before her, one entangled in black mist, the other disturbed by some unknown force, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She took a deep breath. The system just said it was evolution. There wouldn't be a problem. Yanshu tried to calm herself, taking a deep breath, her gaze darting between Ahua and Su. She squatted down and gently stroked one of Su's slightly trembling tails, her voice soft yet firm. Su, don't be afraid. Your current state might be evolution. Nothing will happen. Su slowly opened his eyes, and the golden fox eyes reflected struggle and forbearance, his tail curling slightly, as if instinctively seeking her comfort. He murmured softly, Shoo shoo. If I really have a problem, you mustn't. Don't say that. Yanshu interrupted him, her gaze suddenly sharp. You won't have any issues. Su was taken aback, his 9 tails slightly retracting, seemingly calmed by her firmness. She then turned to Ahua, the black mist still swirling around him, as if it wanted to swallow everything, but it had slightly receded due to her presence. Yanshu gently pressed her hand against his forehead, and the black mist seemed to sense her aura, gradually retracting a bit. Ahua, Su, listen carefully. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength. You are my males. Your lives are not just your own. I will never let anything happen to you. This statement felt like a shot of adrenaline. Ahua's tail trembled slightly, letting out a low whimper, while Su's enchanting eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, as if finding a bit of support in her determination. Yanshu looked up at the sky, the heavy dark clouds pressing down on her chest, causing a dull pain. But she still stared straight ahead. Although there was fear in her heart, there was more determination. System, she asked softly in her mind, how long will their evolution last? The system's cold prompt sounded as usual. Evolution countdown, 24 hours. Yanshu saw the countdown was indeed real and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought of a Ling and a Chun and hurried back to her room. Rushing back into the room, she pushed the door open and saw a Ling coiled up on the bed. At this moment, Aling's body had undergone significant changes. His scales shimmered more brilliantly, a hint of golden glow peeking through the silvery color. His small horns had grown a bit, vaguely resembling a coiled dragon, while his tail slowly swayed, as if adapting to the power surging within. Yanshu frowned slightly and quickly walked to his side, softly calling, "Aling, are you okay?" Aling's snake body trembled slightly, as if sensing her presence, but he did not fully awaken. She then glanced at a chun beside him and found no abnormalities. His fish tail still hung softly and quietly over the edge of the bed, his blue-gray hair cascading over his shoulder, although he looked a bit tired. There were no signs of evolution. Just as she was relieved, footsteps and whispers came from outside the door. She looked up to see several members of the Worm Eye tribe peeking in with concerned and curious expressions. The leading tribesman clasped his hands respectfully, his tone carrying both respect and a hint of hesitation. "My lord, we sense the presence of your males. May I ask if something special has happened?" Yanshu looked at them, her tone calm yet guarded. "They are fine. It's not a dangerous situation. You don't need to worry." One tribesman furrowed his brow, seemingly still puzzled, but respectfully replied, "If you need help, please let us know. After all, their presence is truly too special-like." He paused midway, hesitating to continue. Yanshu narrowed her eyes, her tone cold. "Like what?" The man lowered his head and took a step back, his voice filled with a hint of awe, like the presence of a legendary race. This statement sent a shock through Yanshu, but she showed no unusual reaction, only nodding and closing the door. "System," she asked again in her mind, "will their evolution encounter any problems?" The system's response was as calm as ever. Evolution is affected by bloodline purity and external interference, but the host's presence can effectively stabilize the evolution process. It is recommended to continue guarding them. Chapter 172. Both successfully evolved, and in heat the room was filled with a strange atmosphere, as if the air itself had been distorted by an invisible power. Light filtered through the curtain gaps, appearing dim and ambiguous, casting a thin halo over the three. A subtle warmth permeated the air, making it hard for the mind to remain calm. Asu's 9 tails lazily spread out, the tips of his fur slightly trembling as if gently teasing something. His enchanting eyes were half closed, exuding a dangerous and intense glow, as if suppressing something yet ready to explode at any moment. Ahua stood beside him, his tall figure, with black fur glinting slightly in the light. His breathing was deep and erratic, his chest rising and falling violently, his tail anxiously sweeping across the ground, making soft sounds. Aling quietly coiled on one side, his serpent body winding and his scales reflecting a cold light in the shadows. His eyes were slightly squinted, revealing an emotion interwoven with coldness and heat. The tip of his tail gently swaying, brushing against the ground, producing a faint rustling sound. The entire space was filled with restless energy, like the calm before a storm. Suffocating. Yanshu stood in the center of the room, her gaze shifting back and forth among the three. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and her breathing became a bit rapid, as if sensing an undeniable danger approaching. The atmosphere gradually heated up, even the shadows on the walls swaying, as if the entire world was enveloped in this intense aura. The room was silent except for the heavy breathing and the sound of tails brushing against the ground. The ambiguous air seeming like an invisible tide, sweeping in wave after wave. At this moment, Yanshu felt a surge of panic. Originally, she was anxiously waiting for their evolution to complete, thinking about how Asu, Ahua, and Aling had finally survived this ordeal. Just as she was about to step forward to check on their condition, unexpectedly, the three in front of her suddenly exuded a heated and chaotic aura. This aura was not unfamiliar to her. It was the unique heated fluctuation of the mating season. She froze in place almost instantly. "How could this be?" she murmured, her fingers tightly gripping her sleeve, feeling both helpless and anxious. Asu was the first to stand up. His movements appeared leisurely, but his 9 tails were unmistakably closing in around her, the tips of his fur lightly brushing against her ankles, as if testing the waters, or perhaps circling her. He half squinted his enchanting eyes, a hint of undeniable heat in his gaze. "Shushu," he spoke, his voice low and magnetic. "I feel so uncomfortable." Yanshu's heart raced as she took a step back, just about to speak when she felt another wave of heated gaze landing on her back from behind. She turned abruptly and saw Ahua slowly approaching her. His bell-like eyes were filled with intense desire and struggle, his massive body slightly lowered as if ready to pounce on her at any moment. his tail pressed against the ground, gently swaying and emitting a low rumble. Shuju. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncontainable eagerness, and I couldn't control myself. She hadn't yet recovered from Aho's fiery gaze when she heard a soft sound beside her. It was Ailing. He had completely transformed back into human form. His white hair cascading over his shoulders, the gradient scales glimmering softly under the light. He stood there quietly, his gaze deep, lips tightly pressed. Yet an undeniable emotion surged in his eyes. He slowly reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to touch her, but halted at the last moment. His voice was low, almost pleading, "My lady, please help me." 3 waves of scorching breath hit her simultaneously, nearly suffocating Yin Shu. She looked at the 3 in front of her, feeling anxious and angry, but she couldn't abandon them no matter what. "You all." She raised her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, her lips moved. After a long time, Yin Shu felt as if she were trapped in an endless tide. The heated breaths surrounded her like surging waves, one after another. Her body seemed to be pushed toward an unfathomable whirlpool, completely losing control, only able to sway with this force. Ailing's hand finally fell, gently resting on her hand. His touch was cool, yet like a snowflake melting in flames, gentle yet burning. Yin Shu was enveloped by this stark contrast. Her chest felt blocked, and her breathing became rapid. Shuju. Asu slowly approached, 9 tails entwining around her like flowing water, gently enclosing her in the center. His enchanting gaze carried a hint of a smile, yet there was an undeniable depth of feeling. Her gaze was forced upward, colliding with Aho's deep copper bell eyes. His figure was shrouded in black mist, like a rock standing in the middle of the sea, dangerous yet stable. His gaze was fiery, like a flickering flame, and his voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from deep within his chest. "Shuju, don't turn away." The voice by her ear seemed to merge with the invisible tide, crashing against her consciousness, making it impossible for her to discern whose emotions were overwhelming her. She tried to open her mouth, attempting to say something, but found her voice had been swallowed. The surroundings seemed to transform into a vast, undulating deep sea, and she could only float with the waves. When Yin Shu couldn't help but lift her head again to look at the 3 in front of her, each of them appeared as an unstoppable giant wave, bringing oppressive heat that gradually invaded her world. 3 days later, Yin Shu leaned against the head of the bed, her weary gaze sweeping over the 3 in the room. Aho, Asu, and Ailing lay quietly, their breaths gradually stabilizing, the earlier suffocating heat finally dissipating, and the entire room seemed to have regained a semblance of normal temperature. She raised her hand, pinching her brow, feeling every muscle in her body protesting with soreness, yet she still forced herself to sit up straight. Her lips were already cracked. Her throat felt like it was on fire, and she couldn't remember how long it had been since she had a drop of water. To last 3 days. She truly admired herself. Yin Shu sighed inwardly. For these 3 days, she had been doing the same thing repeatedly, calming the restless Ahu, Asu, and Ailing, soothing their emotions, and exhausting herself to cope with their unconscious demands. She had no time nor energy to think about anything else. Her only belief was to hold on, to help them get through this mating period. Her gaze fell on the kettle by the bed, and she reached out to pour water, but as soon as her hand lifted, it fell weakly back down, as if all her strength had been completely drained. Just then, a hand reached over and gently supported her. "My lady, drink some water." It was Achin. His gaze was filled with concern and urgency as he brought the cup to her lips, carefully feeding her a few sips. The cool water slid down her throat, soothing her dry lips, and she felt a bit more alive, gently exhaling. "Achin, you're here." Achin nodded, his voice laced with guilt. I couldn't help. "You've worked hard these past few days," he said, lowering his gaze, gently rubbing her hand in apology for his helplessness. Chapter 173. More absurdity after absurdity. Yin Shu leaned against the bed, holding the water Achin had just fed her, her complexion slightly regaining some color. Achin stood beside her, his eyes filled with unhidden worry. "My lady, please rest a bit," he said softly, his tone filled with tenderness and caution. "You've held on for 3 days. I'm really worried." Yin Shu gently waved her hand, took a sip of water, and when her throat felt less dry, she hoarsely replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You don't always have to be so tense." Achin hesitated, biting his lip, seemingly struggling internally, and finally spoke softly, "My lady, the children haven't eaten for 3 days either." Hearing his words, Yin Shu stiffened. She trembled slightly as she gripped the water cup, quickly raising her head to look at Achin. What? Achen's gaze flickered, his voice lowering further. My lady, you've been so busy these past few days, I didn't dare to disturb you. But the children are really hungry and have been whimpering. Listening to his words, Yanshu's chest tightened, feeling both heartache and guilt. She tightly gripped the water cup and said urgently, Quick, bring them over. Achen saw her anxious expression and didn't dare to delay, immediately nodding. Okay, I'll go right away. Before long, Achen entered the room, carrying 3 little females. The little ones lay quietly in their swaddles, their soft faces showing signs of fatigue, occasionally letting out gentle whines, as if silently seeking affection. Yanshu's heart tightened, and she quickly reached out to hold one of the little ones, softly saying, Baby, Mommy is here. Are you hungry? The little female sensed her mother's presence and immediately made a few sounds, her little mouth moving in the air, clearly very hungry. Yanshu took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and held the child tightly in her arms, preparing to nurse. Achun stood beside her, silently offering a clean cloth, softly saying, My lady, be careful, don't tire yourself. Yanshu looked up at him, a weary smile appearing on her face. Thank you, Achin. If it weren't for you these past few days, I don't know what the children would have done. Achin's face turned slightly red, and he lowered his head, softly saying, My lady, this is what I should do. Yanshu smiled. She lowered her head, focusing on soothing the child in her arms, gently saying, Take your time eating, don't rush, Mommy is here. Her demeanor was gentle and focused, completely unaware of Achin standing beside her. Achin's hand with the cloth was still hovering in the air, his gaze involuntarily drawn in. A glimpse of white caught his eye, and his face instantly turned beet red, even his ears tinged with a blush. He quickly turned his head away, his heart racing as if it wanted to leap from his chest. In turning, however, Achin's gaze collided with Asu, Aho, and Ailing on the bed. They were struggling to open their eyes, looking lazy, clearly awake. Asu's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, a significant smile playing at the corners of his lips, while Aho wore a silly, proud expression, as if he had just won a grand victory. Achin's heart tightened suddenly, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, and he quickly cleared his throat. You're awake? Achin lowered his voice. Asu lightly shushed him, flicking his 9 tails, lazily saying, Of course we're awake. But you were peeking pretty seriously. Achin's face turned even redder as he hurriedly waved his hand to explain, No, it's not like that. I just what? Aho's voice came low, with a hint of teasing laughter in his eyes. Perhaps he was enchanted by Shuju's appearance? Achin bit his lip. Just then, Yinju's gaze passed over him and looked toward the door. Ahu and Aho were lying there with inappropriate expressions, their breath clearly having recovered quite a bit, even showing a hint of smugness. You guys! Yinju narrowed her eyes and let out a light snort. So you're awake? Since you're awake, hurry up and clean yourselves up. Ahu blinked, flicked his tail, and laughed lazily. Shuju, we just woke up, and you're chasing us away? Aho also leaned over, scratching his head innocently. Shuju, I didn't act recklessly. Look how well-behaved I am. Well-behaved my foot. Yinju interrupted him irritably. You two have been exhausting me these past few days. You smell terrible. Don't come near me. Ahu paused for a moment, looked down to sniff himself, but the smile didn't fade. Instead, he leaned in closer, his tone teasing. Shuju, is it because of this that you dislike us? But we don't think you smell bad. Yinju's face immediately flushed, and she pointed outside. Get out. Don't come back until you've cleaned up, understand? Ahu and Aho exchanged glances, and Aho scratched his head reluctantly as he walked outside. All right, if Shuju says so, I'll go. Ahu dragged out his words lazily, responding, At your service, Shuju, but his tone was clearly teasing. The two left with the silent owling. Achin stood stiffly by the side, his ears secretly turning red, and he whispered, My lady, should I also go? Watch them? Now everyone looks for him when it's bath time. Yinju saw Achin's nervous and cautious demeanor, and shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. No need, they can just jump into the river and rinse off. As for me, I'm completely drained and can't even take care of myself. Achin, hearing Yinju say this, immediately became anxious and quickly said, My lady, you are the most important. After I finish feeding, I will prepare hot water for you to bathe. Yinju gently nodded while coaxing the baby in her arms. Achin, thank you for taking care of the child outside. Achin's face immediately flushed at her words, and he lowered his head to say softly, My lady, don't say that, it's what I should do. His gaze fell downwards, noticing her slightly fatigued face, and he felt even more distressed. My lady, after you finish feeding, please rest well. Yinju smiled, her eyes softening. All right, then I will trouble you, Aiken. After Yinju finished feeding, she gently settled the little ones and turned to Aiken, saying, Now, I really need to relax. Aiken quickly nodded. He had already prepared hot water, and the bath barrel was filled with a few soothing herbal leaves, the water temperature just right. Yinju slowly stepped in, and the moment she submerged in the hot water, all her fatigue seemed to be whisked away by the steam. The warm water enveloped her, and the gentle fragrance gradually calmed her thoughts. So comfortable, she murmured, closing her eyes and letting the hot water relieve the fatigue of the past few days. When she finished her bath and came out, Aiken had already tidied up the room to perfection, changing all the bedding to clean new ones that smelled of sunshine. He even prepared a cup of warm water by the bedside, his attentiveness leaving no room for complaint. Yinju looked at everything in front of her and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Aiken, you're really great. Aiken was slightly taken aback, his cheeks quickly turning crimson, and he whispered, My lady is also great. Yinju didn't say much more, walking to the bedside and lying on the soft bedding, feeling as if she were floating on clouds. She sighed deeply. Finally, I can have a good rest. Chapter 174. Popular here, the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window, and Yinju slowly opened her eyes, reaching out to rub her slightly swollen temples. She had only taken a nap, but when she stepped out of the room, the sight before her left her frozen in place. At the entrance of the courtyard, it was packed with people. Almost all the males and females of the Wormeye clan had gathered there. The males were dressed in carefully prepared clothes, looking spirited, their eyes shining with eagerness. The females were even more extravagant, adorned with various jewels and vibrant decorations, as if attending a grand beauty contest. Yinju's mouth twitched. She had no idea what was going on. What is happening? She murmured to herself, frowning as her gaze swept over the flamboyant males and females, puzzled. At this moment, a cautious female stepped forward from the entrance, smiling obsequiously. My lady Yinju, we heard that all your males have recovered, so we specially came to, see if there is anything we can help with. Yinju was momentarily speechless, her gaze landing on the exaggerated feather decoration atop the other's head. Feeling utterly speechless, the air in the courtyard was filled with various spices and floral scents, intertwining into a strong and strange aroma. The crowd gathered at the entrance whispered among themselves, their voices rising and falling, every gaze focused on Yinju. Yinju's eyes turned to Aho and Aling, who were walking over. The three stood in a row, each seemingly glowing. Ahu was at the forefront, his 9 tails casually hanging behind him, his fur glistening softly. As the breeze passed, his tail swayed gently, as if the air itself carried a hint of allure. His enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding a lazy yet rebellious aura. The fox pattern on his forehead faintly glimmered with a golden hue, an undeniable mark. Aho followed closely behind, his muscular lines smooth, his long body filled with a sense of power. Although he didn't look as robust as before, his skin was smoother and more radiant than before evolution, carrying a healthy sheen. The black markings on his forehead appeared even deeper, as if lightning flowed within. His eyes were bright and piercing, imbued with an innate majesty and dominance. Aling stood at the back, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, the tips gradually turning a frosty white, exuding a cold sheen. The scales on his neck were more pronounced, resembling delicate crystals adhering to his skin. The 2 small horns on his forehead had fully grown, faintly shimmering with silver, resembling a mark of the dragon clan. His gaze remained cool, deep like an ancient well, yet with an elusive air. The 3 stood before Yinju like statues stepped out of mythology, each radiating unique charm and pressure. The onlookers at the entrance couldn't help but gasp. Even the whispers grew quieter, all eyes fixed on the 3, filled with shock and envy. Yinju observed this scene, her mouth twitching slightly, fully aware of what was happening. My lady Yinju, a female bravely squeezed to the front, smiling obsequiously. Your males are all so outstanding. Why not lend one to us for a night? We can pay. Yinju was taken aback for a moment, thinking she misheard. What did you say? The female clearly misunderstood her reaction and quickly added, we want to borrow for free. Whether it's crystals, precious herbs, or other resources, whatever you ask for, we are willing to pay. Immediately, someone next to her echoed, Yeah. Sir, with so many males in your home, isn't it okay to lend one to us for a while? Yes, sir, look at how strong their presence is. They can surely help us conceive. Yinshu listened to these requests, feeling a heaviness in her chest, but still tried to remain calm. She raised her hand slightly, signaling the females to quiet down. Forcing a strained smile, "Ladies, I cannot lend my males. It's not that I'm stingy, but it's the rule in my family. They belong only to me. This is our promise." The leading female was taken aback for a moment, then eagerly pressed on, "Sir, but why? We only want to borrow them for one night. We want to take them away. Do you really not want to give us this little chance?" Another female stubbornly added, "Yes, sir, with so many males, lending one out wouldn't make a difference, right? As long as they agree, we want to force them." Hearing these words, the smile on Yin Shu's face gradually faded, but she remained composed, her tone firmer. "You don't understand. They are my partners, not objects, nor are they something to be shared casually." However, one of them still wanted to argue, clearly unwilling to accept. "You are being too domineering. At least give us a reason." Yin Shu sighed helplessly, crossing her arms and maintaining a calm gaze. "The reason is simple. Because I don't want to. I don't want to force them to do something they don't wish to do, nor do I want them to be compelled to accommodate others in this situation. If it were your males, would you be willing to let them be borrowed like this?" Her words immediately silenced those around her. Some females lowered their heads in thought, but a few stubbornly remained standing, unwilling to leave. At that moment, Asu lazily spoke up, his gaze sweeping over the females, his tail swaying leisurely. "Our female has made it very clear. She doesn't want to, and we want to agree. Even if you offer more good things, we only listen to her." Ahua scratched his head awkwardly, clumsily echoing, "Yeah, I only want Shu. I don't care about anyone else." Aling stood coldly to the side, his gaze carrying a chilling pressure, and though he didn't speak, he exuded a strong sense of intimidation that made those females step back. Achan was inside taking care of the children, but he could hear the shouting from outside. His handsome face was pale. He felt a bit selfish and somewhat unaccomplished, relieved that he wasn't the one those females were interested in. The females outside finally realized that it was impossible to get what they wanted and had to retreat reluctantly, still wearing expressions of regret and unwillingness. By the time the females finally dispersed, before the courtyard could return to quiet, a group of males had already rushed in. Each one was radiant, dressed more exquisitely than usual. Some wore dazzling cloaks, others had applied fragrant ointments, and even a few brought gifts, queuing up to enter, their eyes fervently fixed on Yin Shu. Chapter 175. Yin Shu's Anger. Lady Yin Shu. A burly male was the first to speak, his voice booming and excited. "I am the leader of the Lei tribe. I can hunt the most precious prey for you." Another young male quickly followed, his smile full of eagerness. "Lady, I am the best warrior in the tribe. I am strong and can take care of children. If you accept me, I will protect you for a lifetime." "Lady Yin Shu." Another voice rang out from the crowd. A handsome male presenting a small bag woven with gold thread, his gaze filled with affection. "Inside is our tribe's sacred stone. It's said to be very beneficial for the growth of young females. I give it to you, if only you would accept me." The entire courtyard was bustling, the enthusiasm of the males igniting the air around them. They rushed to showcase themselves, surrounding Yin Shu and expressing their talents and sincerity. The atmosphere heated to an exaggerated degree. However, standing to the side, Asu, Ahua, and Aling wore increasingly grim expressions. Ahua's fingers clenched tightly, the black patterns on his forehead faintly glowing, gritting his teeth in anger. "I want to hit someone." Asu narrowed his enchanting eyes, a dangerous tone in his voice. "I think they're asking for trouble." Aling didn't say a word, but slowly took a step forward, standing next to Yin Shu, his silver-gray eyes radiating a chilling threat. The warm atmosphere instantly cooled down. The males looked at the three powerful guardians of the flower with hesitation, just as the atmosphere began to stagnate. A few males in the front row finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, their tone filled with unwillingness and excitement. "Why can you decide for Lady Yin Shu?" "Yeah, we didn't come to find you. We came for her benefit. Why can't she choose for herself? Lady Yin Shu is such an excellent being. How can she be monopolized by you guys?" In an instant, the courtyard erupted again. These males seemed to be ignited with fighting spirit, loudly voicing their dissatisfaction while looking at Yin Shu, trying to gain a little opportunity in front of her. Yin Shu watched this scene, a vein twitching at her temple. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she raised her hand to press down, trying to quiet them, but it was evidently ineffective. Just as Asu and the others reached their limit of patience, Asu was the first to step forward, his 9 tails sweeping the ground like battle blades, his enchanting eyes glinting with danger. Ahua followed suit, raising his fist aggressively. "These bastards, I'm going to beat them up today." Aling still wore a cold expression, but took a step closer to those males, his oppressive aura growing stronger. Wait. Yanshu hurriedly stepped in front of them. Don't make trouble here. After all, this is the territory of the Yinmu tribe, and they saved us, so don't act recklessly. Little did she know, her intervention sparked hope in those males. Their gazes became even more fervent, and someone even gathered the courage to shout, "Lady, you are indeed soft-hearted. These males have occupied you for too long. You can definitely choose us." Yanshu was infuriated, her temples throbbing. She took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger. But when these people continued to push their luck, she could no longer hold back. Enough. Her voice suddenly rose. In an instant, a powerful pressure erupted from her, the intensity palpable as if it were a tangible force, pressing all the males in the courtyard down to the ground. Those who had just been smug now knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth, their faces filled with shock and terror. I said be quiet. Can't you understand? Yanshu stood in the center of the courtyard, her gaze cold, her voice chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. I don't need you, nor do I need anyone to make decisions for me. The entire courtyard fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the males. They no longer dared to raise their heads. The once fiery gazes had vanished, replaced by deep fear. The feeling of oppression was like an invisible barrier, heavily pressing down on the males. At first, they felt as if their knees were crushed by a giant stone, stripped of the strength to stand. Foreheads pressed against the ground, they lacked even the courage to lift their heads. What kind of female is this? Someone roared in their hearts, while more felt an uncontainable fear. They couldn't believe that there could be a female capable of exuding such suffocating pressure. This was not ordinary strength, but a kind of deterrence that made their souls tremble. However, as this sense of oppression persisted, an indescribable emotion began to intermingle with their fear. Excitement. A fervor surged from the depths of their hearts. Their breaths quickened, and their heartbeats accelerated, as if drawn by some mysterious force. This pressure was not a threat, but a proclamation, proclaiming her rarity, proclaiming her power. For a tribe, having such a female was akin to possessing supreme glory. She is rare. She is unique. This thought took root in their minds like a seed, and they couldn't help but rise with a fervent desire, as if this female was their only bridge to the peak. No wonder she could have so many powerful males. She was too extraordinary. Another male trembled and said, though his body still shook, there was less fear in his gaze and more fervor, "My lady, please take me in." One male suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice filled with urgency and desire, as if he would miss a chance to change his fate if he didn't say so. "Yes, my lady, we could do anything for you." Another male immediately echoed, his eyes burning with fervent light, his voice trembling as if filled with expectation and the devotion of sacrifice. Yanshu stood in place, coldly watching these males, one by one kneeling on the ground, pleading with her, their faces filled with desire and awe. "You." She frowned deeply. Chapter 176. We are willing to offer you everything. Yanshu stood still. The air around her seemed to grow heavy, as if suffocated by those frenzied emotions. The sky was gloomy, thick clouds obscured the last rays of sunlight, and a cold wind swept across the ground, stirring a few dead leaves that spun around her feet before falling silent. Those males knelt one after another, their voices low and urgent, intertwining into a strange rhythm, like some ancient and frenzied ritual. "My lady, please take us in. We are willing to offer you everything." Their voices rose and fell in unison, forming a pattern that could not be ignored, filled with an obsession and fervor that allowed these simple words to express all their desires. Yanshu's brows knitted tighter as she looked at these people. Their gazes showed no sign of retreat, only a fiery heat and determination, with some even gripping the ground so tightly that their fingertips turned white, as if clinging to the last straw of salvation. The wind around them seemed suppressed. Even the sound of swaying branches was muted. The whole scene felt eerie and tense, as if something uncontrollable might happen at any moment. Yanshu bit her lip, took a deep breath, and tried to keep her voice calm. "Had you all gone mad? To this extent, still kneeling and begging me?" An older male raised his head, his eyes glistening with moisture, his voice trembling slightly. "My lady, you don't understand. Your strength has given us a glimmer of hope. To follow you is the honor of our lives." Another younger male quickly followed suit, gritting his teeth. "Even if it means death, I want to try. I'm not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. I just want to be a part of you." A complex mix of emotions surged in Yanshu's heart, both shock and helplessness. She had thought her refusal would make these people back off, but unexpectedly, this crazy obsession only made them more resolute. Asu and the others couldn't help but look up at the sky. The thick clouds seemed to have solidified. Occasionally a flash of lightning would streak across, splitting the sky, but no thunder followed, only deepening the oppressive atmosphere. Since their evolution, Asu and the others had become particularly sensitive to thunder and lightning. With every flash, their gazes would instinctively follow. Soon, their eyes returned to Yin Shu, and the seductive light in their eyes now held a hint of surprise. Shu, he murmured softly with a tone of admiration. I always knew you were powerful, but now seeing you stand here, it feels like you're even stronger than we imagined. Ao scratched his head, his large eyes fixed on Yin Shu, muttering, Shu looks like a boss who can protect us. Ling stood beside Yin Shu, his cold gaze sweeping over the males gathered at the door, and he spoke flatly. She doesn't need to rely on us. Her strength is enough to make everyone submit. Yin Shu felt their burning gazes and couldn't help but turn back to look at them, asking, What are you looking at me for? Asu smiled slightly, his voice lazy yet serious. Looking at our Shu, even scaring people looks so majestic. Hearing this, Yin Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Majestic my foot. Do you think I want to be like this? What a mess. Ao scratched his head and said seriously, But Shu, you really make people feel very safe. Yin Shu was momentarily speechless. She raised her hand to smooth her hair, took a deep breath, and tried to appear calmer. All right, stop with the nonsense. Let's figure out how to make them leave completely. Su chuckled, his tail lightly brushing her shoulder, and he whispered, Don't worry, Shu. Leave the next things to us. Just as Yin Shu was about to say something, Su stepped in first, lazily raising his hand, nine tails flicking lightly. A meaningful smile on his face. Shu, do you want them to cause another ruckus? If we don't show something, they'll only think there's still a chance. The more thoroughly you refuse, the crazier they'll get. As he spoke, his bewitching eyes swept over the males retreating outside the courtyard. His tone, laced with disdain. People like them will never give up unless you directly wake them up. Ao nodded in agreement, scratching his head, his voice low but serious. Yes, Shu, Asu is right. If these people keep bothering you, we might as well give them a good beating and see if they dare to think about you again. Ling said little, merely standing by, his cold gaze fixed on the gradually retreating figures, his aura chilling and seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Yin Shu looked at the three of them, her mouth twitching slightly, and she couldn't help but sigh. All right, but don't go too far. This is their territory. We're not completely safe yet. Asu juka lai, his tail wrapping around her waist and giving her a gentle pat. Don't worry, Shu. We know our limits. Just let these people understand that if they want to think about you, they must first get past us. Before his words fell, his figure had already vanished from spot. Outside the courtyard, those males had not yet walked far when they suddenly felt a sharp aura rushing towards them. The group of males, now devoid of their oppressive feelings, all stood up. They instinctively turned around, only to see nine tails sweeping past like flowing light. Bang! The first few males were struck by the tails, directly sent flying, crashing to the ground without even a groan, unable to get up again. The remaining males were taken aback, still not fully reacting when Ahu had already pounced. His enormous wolf body leaped up, and his strong front paw slammed down in front of a male trying to escape. Want to run? Did you ask me first? He growled lowly, the sound booming like thunder, causing the male's legs to weaken, and he knelt directly on the ground. However, there were also males who were excited. As long as they made a move, it would be a duel. If they could agree, they could take their place. While these few males were fantasizing about winning against them, A's figure cut through like a cold light, his white long hair billowing in the wind. And as he raised his wrist, a faint cold light flickered at his fingertips. A gust of wind rose, and several males attempting to resist felt a chill pressing against their chests, causing them to stop their movements. In less than a moment, those who had been shouting just a while ago were now lying scattered on the ground, each one clutching their wounds, wailing in pain. They didn't even know how he had struck. Chapter 177. The legendary charm Touch Beast outside the courtyard. The males who had been full of enthusiasm just moments ago were now lying in disarray. On the grass and between the stone slabs, their embarrassed figures were everywhere. Ahu stood in front of a male, trying to get up, narrowing his bell-like eyes slightly, revealing an impatient expression, before the other could fully rise. His massive paw ruthlessly stomped down, pressing the male firmly back to the ground. Want to move again? Ahu growled lowly, the sound deep and oppressive, making the other's face turn pale, not daring to make any further moves. Aksu lazily stood by, his 9 tails gently swaying, occasionally brushing against the shoulders or faces of the fallen males, making them shiver in fear with every pass. Afraid that this seemingly soft tail would turn into a sword again. Move again, and I want to be polite. His tone was light, but it carried a chilling coldness. Ace remained silent, his white long hair fluttering slightly in the breeze, his cold gaze sweeping over the struggling males, his silver-gray eyes holding a frosty warning. He slightly raised his fingers, as if to say that if they dared to move again, he would make them lose their strength to resist completely. The atmosphere in the courtyard was suffocating, and every fallen male felt unprecedented fear. Those eyes that had just been filled with desire and fervor were now left only with panic. Although they knew these few males had powerful bloodlines, they now truly understood that strength was not just about the pressure of aura, but also about the overwhelming power that crushed them. One male struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he was quickly met with Ahu's cold glare. Ahu bared his sharp teeth, his voice deep and threatening. If you don't want to suffer more, just lie there quietly. The male immediately buried his head back into the ground, his body trembling slightly, no longer daring to utter a word. Aksu squinted his eyes, grinning slyly like a fox, his 9 tails swaying gently. He spoke nonchalantly, filled with sarcasm. I really overestimated your courage. No matter how good your bloodline is, your brains aren't quite up to par. He glanced at the mess on the ground, seeming bored with the cleanup, and his gaze lightly turned to A's. 0, that should be enough. These guys have been taught a lesson. A's nodded slightly, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over the individuals on the ground, his cold gaze slicing through their hearts like an ice blade. His voice was low and indifferent. Yes. The air in the courtyard seemed to solidify, and every overwhelmed male felt that deep fear. No one dared to move, nor did anyone dare to voice a protest. Standing aside, Yinshu finally spoke, her voice cold and carrying undeniable authority. Since you know you were wrong, you can leave. Next time, I want to let them go easy. The males nodded repeatedly, awkwardly getting up and helping each other leave, not daring to look back. The courtyard quickly returned to silence, with only Yinshu and her males left, along with the mess on the ground. Aksu lazily flicked his tail, but his eyes held a sharp coldness. He walked over to Yinshu, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Shuju, now it's finally quiet, right? Yinshu glanced at his slightly curled 9 tails, clearly wanting to wrap around her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Quiet? Look at the mess you all made. How is that quiet? Ahu scratched his head, grinning as he walked over. Shuju, don't be angry. They needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they would definitely bother you again next time. Exactly. Aksu chimed in, his tail gently wrapping around Yinshu's waist, his tone a bit flattering. These guys were simply asking for it. If Shuju wanted, we could be even harsher. That's enough. Yinshu swatted Aksu's tail away, giving him a helpless glare. This is where it ends. If this goes on, the entire Wormeye clan will be turned upside down by you all. Ace stood quietly by, silently watching her. A hint of softness flickered in his silver-gray eyes as he said softly, Shuju, don't worry, they won to come back. Yinshu sighed, looking at the mess on the ground, rubbing her forehead. All right, let us clean up the courtyard first. Looking at this chaos is giving me a headache. Ahu immediately patted his chest, eager to say, I'll do it. Shuju, you rest. I'll clean this place up right now. Aksu raised an eyebrow, glancing at him with a hint of disdain. Fine, then hurry up and get to work, don't just talk. Talk is talk, and doing is doing. Ahu rolled up his sleeves and squatted down to start cleaning. Yinshu watched this scene, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Although she had just been so angry that it gave her a headache, seeing these males competing to show off for her, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Just as Ahu moved the last piece of rubble away and clapped his hands, standing up proudly and preparing to boast to Yinshu, footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard. Yinshu looked up and saw the clan's grand elder and leader walking in one after the other. The grand elder was an older female, slightly thin in stature, but her gaze held a hint of wisdom and sharpness. The leader was a tall male, exuding an extraordinary presence, but in front of Yinshu, his gaze held a trace of awe and caution. The two walked up to Yinshu, slightly cupping their hands, and the elder spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Lady Yinshu, I heard, that some people offended you and your males today. Yinshu raised an eyebrow, looking at the elder who was stumbling over her words, and replied lightly, There was indeed a bit of trouble, but it has been resolved. The leader quickly chimed in, his voice deep and powerful. but his eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. But, after some stammering, the two said, "They said you," emitted some kind of pressure that could directly pin them to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Is that true? Yinshu looked at them, her expression calm. So what if it is, and what if it isn't? She knew this matter couldn't be hidden. The elder and leader exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The elder's gaze held more respect, and her voice dropped even lower. If that's the case, then Lady Yinshu, you may be more than we imagined. Yinshu frowned, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. Just say what you want to say directly, don't beat around the bush. The leader lowered his voice slightly, filled with caution and inquiry. My lady, do you know about the charm touch beast? Yinshu's brows furrowed slightly, her tone indifferent. I've heard a bit, but not much. Just get to the point about what you want to say. The elder stepped forward, his gaze filled with complex emotions. According to legend, the charm beast is an extremely rare ancient bloodline that possesses the power to make all things submit. They can not only suppress the beings around them, but also resonate with males. Chapter 178. Forcing a male, Yinshu smiled slightly, her tone relaxed and natural. Charm beast? You all think too much. I'm not that kind of extraordinary existence. I'm just an ordinary rabbit. Her words left the elder and the leader stunned as they exchanged glances, clearly not expecting her to say that. The elder scrutinized her with a hint of hesitation in his tone. My lady, is the pressure you exude really something that can be explained as ordinary? Yinshu remained calm, spreading her hands and shrugging. If you don't believe it, that's fine. You can guess however you like, but don't treat me as something strange. The males in my family are the truly powerful ones. I'm just a small support behind them. Her words were delivered lightly, yet the elder and the leader listened in shock. They had never encountered such a contradictory female, clearly powerful enough to be undeniable, yet describing herself as an ordinary rabbit. The leader scratched his head and couldn't help but speak. But your rabbit is rather intimidating, isn't it? Yinshu did not continue. Such matters only needed to be explained once. As she fell silent, the elder chuckled awkwardly, his eyes flickering as if weighing his words. My lady, actually, quite a few males in the tribe admire you greatly. The earlier ones were indeed a bit reckless, but there are many truly excellent males who hold you in high regard. You see, could you give them a chance? The corners of Yinshu's mouth twitched, a surge of unnamed anger rising within her. She looked coldly at the elder, impatience evident in her tone. Elder, what do you mean by this? Was being beaten earlier not enough, and now you bring up this matter? The elder, as if not hearing her, continued. Please don't misunderstand. We just thought that these males are sincere. And this is also for the future of our entire tribe. Yinshu raised her hand to interrupt, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone icy. I already have enough males. I don't want to add another right now. The smile on the elder's face gradually faded, and her expression grew serious. She looked directly at Yinshu with a hint of pressure, yet her tone remained respectful. Yinshu, we indeed owe you an explanation. But please understand, our request is not a demand. It is based on the consideration of the future of the entire tribe. Hearing the topic escalate to the future of the tribe made Yinshu uneasy. The elder noticed she was listening and added a bit more weight to her tone, with a hint of insistence. You may not know, but your presence is of great significance to our tribe. If it weren't for the tribesmen risking their lives to rescue you, you might. All right, now you're bringing up the life-saving benefactor. The elder's tone turned soft yet firm. We don't dare to be so presumptuous, but I must say, our tribe's population is dwindling, and males are especially scarce. To continue the tribe, we have no choice but to make this request. You already have several males by your side. We do not expect you to stop for just one, but allowing one male to follow you would not be difficult for you, yet it is crucial for our tribe. Yinshu lowered her gaze and sighed. Although her tone was gentle, it carried a sense of determination. Elder, you saved me, and I remember that kindness. But my current situation truly leaves me with no extra energy to share with others. The elder's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly unconvinced. Yet she maintained her usual respect. You only have 4 males by your side. Adding one more wouldn't necessarily be a burden. Moreover, not 4. Yinshu interrupted her calmly. I have 2 more males who are not with me. The elder was not surprised by her having other males, but tentatively asked, May I ask which tribe these 2 belong to? Yinshu did not hide it. Dragon tribe and ant tribe. This was also why she was surrounded by dragon energy. Upon hearing this, the elder clearly froze for a moment. Then her expression changed subtly. Her gaze filled with shock. The dragon tribe. Her voice rose slightly. The elder's pupils constricted suddenly, and her face displayed unmistakable astonishment. She took a step forward, her tone becoming urgent. The dragon tribe? You actually have a male from the dragon tribe by your side? That is a legendary top bloodline. She was so excited that her hands clenched tightly, her voice trembling with disbelief. The dragon tribe has strong blood and unmatched power. Once they recognize a partner, they are unwavering in life and death. No wonder you're surrounded by such rich dragon energy. Yinshu's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied. He is indeed from the dragon tribe, and he has a strong personality and a powerful possessiveness. This is also one of the reasons I cannot consider other males right now. The elder seemed to not hear her last words, her eyes burning with intense fervor and hope, her tone increasingly urgent. The dragon tribe, that is a bloodline that all our races can only look up to. Miss Yinshu, your existence is simply a miracle. Since you can have a dragon tribe follow you, your power and charm have already surpassed ordinary people. We humbly request you to reconsider and accept one male from our tribe. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, filled with earnestness. Although our males cannot compare to yours, they genuinely admire you and wish to follow you. This is not only for the future of the tribe, but also a fulfillment for themselves. Yinshu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The elder took a step forward, her tone more pleading. Can you understand our helplessness? The tribe's population is dwindling, and males are even scarcer. You already have top bloodlines like the dragon and ant tribes by your side. Why not give us one more chance to let our males also become your followers? She paused and added, this is not to force you, but a heartfelt request. If you are willing to accept one male from us, it will be a symbol of hope for our entire tribe. Yinshu's brows tightened further, and as she listened to the elder's words, a sense of helplessness surged within her. The other party had almost blocked all avenues for retreat, a double bind filled with the implication of considering the tribe's future and the life-saving grace. More importantly, she could clearly sense that if she did not agree, she might not even be able to leave this tribe. She raised her gaze to the elder, whose earnest expression left her momentarily at a loss for a suitable excuse to refuse. Normally calm and composed, she now felt a headache coming on. Seeing her silence, the elder seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope in her eyes and continued, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. It's just that our tribe is on the verge of collapse, and the number of males has drastically decreased. If there is no turning point, we might not be able to hold on any longer. And you are the salvation sent by heaven. Hearing this, Yinshu's lips twitched slightly, and a cold sneer rose within her. Salvation? If heaven truly wanted to save you, it shouldn't have chosen me as this scapegoat. Suppressing her anger, she spoke with a forced calmness. Elder, I understand your difficulties and appreciate your life-saving grace. But could we perhaps make this request a little easier? My lady. The elder's tone became more sincere, even carrying a hint of sorrow. We do not need any other requests. Our tribe has reached the point of life and death. This is the only path we can take. You already have males from top bloodlines by your side. Adding one more follower may not have such a significant impact on you. But for our tribe, it is the key to the future. The adults have started calling again. Chapter 179. Yinshu's selection of brides under the blazing sun. The most open space in the tribe was surrounded tightly. Yinshu stood in the center, her gaze slightly lowered, concealing the complex emotions within her heart. In front of her stood a group of flamboyantly dressed males, most of whom were only wrapped in a simple animal skin, their strong upper bodies exposed, each puffing out their chests, eager to show off their muscles to her. Some males even struck various strange poses, some kneeling on one knee, others deliberately twisting their wrists to display their scarred arms, as if trying to prove their combat abilities. Some even jumped into the air, performed a somersault, and landed heavily, flashing what they thought was a charming smile at her. This scene made Yinshu's mouth twitch involuntarily. As she scanned these individuals, she almost couldn't help but sigh. Were these people here to court her or to perform acrobatics? Just as she was contemplating what excuse to use to quickly end this ridiculous display, a Su beside her had a dark expression, his eyes fixed on the group of males, seemingly wishing to rush up and tear them all to pieces. Aho gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, are these guys out of their minds? Dressed like this in front of Yinshu, do they really think she would be interested in them? A Ling stood nearby, his expression equally grim. His fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned slightly white. Despite his anger nearly breaking through his rationality, he couldn't utter a word, only coldly staring at the flashing males, as if he wished to burn them to ashes with his gaze. Meanwhile, the males completely ignored Su and the other stares. continuing to enthusiastically showcase themselves, even flashing various self-assured smiles at Yinshu. "My lady Yinshu, look at these muscles. I can take down an adult ferocious beast." One male confidently patted his chest, producing a dull thud. Another male immediately shouted back, "My lady Yinshu, what does that count for? I hunted a centennial giant python just yesterday. I haven't had a chance to present it yet. Would you like me to take you to see it now?" Yinshu raised her eyes to the chaotic scene, unable to help but rub her temples. All right, I get it. Please stop talking for now." As soon as her words fell, the group of males immediately shut their mouths, as if under a spell. The previously bustling area, like a marketplace, instantly quieted down, so silent that one could hear the wind blowing over the animal skins. The males stood straight, their expressions a mix of flattery and anticipation, afraid to make any noise that might upset Yinshu. Their gazes remained fervently fixed on her, like hunting dogs waiting for their master as praise. Even their breathing became subdued. Yinshu. For a moment, she was rendered speechless by this obedient silence. Clearing her throat, she lightly coughed, scanning the crowd before forcing a calm demeanor and saying, "All right, let me take a look first." After saying that, she stepped towards the males. Asu immediately followed, standing beside her, his gaze sweeping over the group like a knife, warning them not to come close. One hand half raised, he subtly shielded Yinshu, his posture filled with tension and possessiveness. Aho was not to be outdone, closely following her on the other side, his face serious, his gaze so cold it seemed ready to carve a hole through the males. Aling silently fell behind, his narrow eyes exuding a cold sense of pressure, like a coiled snake ready to strike. Yinshu couldn't help but chuckle at their protective stance. The group of males was also stirred up by her approach, each holding their breath, faces flushed, their gazes burning as they stared at her, as if merely being close to her was already enough to satisfy them. Yinshu walked slowly among the males, her gaze lightly sweeping over each face. She didn't linger on anyone in particular, nor did she display any special emotions. Just a hint of aloofness, as if carefully observing, yet appearing somewhat distracted. The males were so tense from her proximity that they dared not move, their eyes following her with fervor that seemed capable of melting her. Some even turned red with excitement at her glance, their hands slightly trembling. After circling around, Yinshu slowed her pace and began to scrutinize them seriously. She had to admit, among this group of males, there were indeed some handsome ones, each well-built with defined muscles, exuding a primal beauty. However, the more she looked, the more bored she felt. Her gaze lingered on a few males with slightly more attractive faces, but she found them ordinary. Although they had a hint of masculinity, neither their appearance nor their temperament managed to impress her. They were decent, but that was all. Unconsciously, her gaze shifted to Asu, Aho, and Aling beside her. The three of them were cold-faced, standing next to her. Even in broad daylight, they resembled deities stepped out from a painting. Asu's fair and handsome face bore a hint of enchanting coldness. His slightly upturned fox eyes seemed capable of captivating souls, especially with the hint of anger making him stand out even more. Aho was tall and upright, his contours sharp, radiating a rebellious aura. Even with a cold face, he couldn't hide his primal charm, like a fierce beast ready to pounce to protect his territory. As for Aling, he remained as quiet as ever, his elongated eyes carrying a faint chill. His pale skin blended with the cold aura around him, and though he was silent, he drew people's attention, as if carrying a kind of forbidden allure. Even Xiong, standing at the back of the crowd, had a tall and graceful figure, exuding an innate nobility. His skin glowed with a faint pearlescent sheen, appearing warm and captivating under the sunlight, as if every inch of his being was exquisitely carved by the sea. Yinshu sighed silently in her heart. The elders truly overestimated these males. Compared to her own males, they were still far from it. She shifted her gaze back to the group of males, scanning them once more, and indeed found them increasingly uninteresting. They were indeed trying hard to present themselves, but in her eyes, no matter how she looked at it, they were not as dazzling as the three beside her. Not to mention that their fervent gazes made her feel increasingly embarrassed. Yinshu withdrew her gaze, her voice cold yet calm. "It seems that your tribe is indeed quite excellent, but that's about it." As soon as these words left her mouth, the faces of the males immediately froze, each one as if doused with cold water, their expressions of anticipation and excitement instantly turning into confusion and helplessness. Chapter 180. A pair of extremely beautiful eyes. As soon as Yinshu's words fell, the faces of the males turned pale, as if all their enthusiasm had been extinguished in an instant. Some lowered their heads, their hands unconsciously clenching into fists, seemingly trying to hide their disappointment. Some stood frozen in place, their gazes blankly staring ahead, as if their pride had been shattered in one blow. Meanwhile, Aho, and a Ling standing beside her displayed expressions of joy. None of them caught Shu's eye. How wonderful! She had expected a more intense reaction, but she didn't anticipate these males would become so silent and powerless. Shu couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, just as she was about to leave. The males finally couldn't hold back and spoke softly, their voices tinged with a hint of pleading. My lady Shu, we are truly willing to serve you. Just give us a chance. She sighed gently, knowing that this time she really couldn't escape. The elder's insistence had long made her aware of his determination, and at this moment, the group of males had almost surrounded her completely. No matter how much she thought of excuses to escape, it seemed like nothing but empty talk. Looking around, the eagerness and anticipation in their eyes made it nearly unbearable for her, as if every gaze could bind her. She took a step away, and the elder immediately followed with a few tribesmen. The males still stood by, their expressions either hopeful or tense, filled with restlessness. Just as Shu was about to continue avoiding these people, her gaze unconsciously swept toward an open area in the distance. In that instant, her eyes suddenly froze. Those eyes were the most beautiful she had ever seen, like a deep lake, clear and enchanting, so profound that one couldn't help but be captivated. Even from a distance, she could sense a kind of indescribable sadness and calm hidden within those eyes. The male stood at the back of the crowd, slender in stature, almost contrasting sharply with the other males. His features were delicate, devoid of any flamboyance, resembling a fallen immortal, seemingly out of place in this rugged world. Nevertheless, he possessed an indescribable charm, a serene beauty that made one want to draw closer. Shu's gaze did not leave those beautiful eyes. As if being pulled by an invisible force, she unconsciously walked toward him. The male stood at the edge of the crowd, as if he were out of place in this noisy and competitive world. His gaze remained calm, but slightly shifted the moment Shu approached. She stopped in front of him, studying him for a moment, her gaze moving from his indifferent face to his deep eyes, then to his simple animal skin clothing, and finally smiled lightly, saying softly, "That's him." She pointed at him, her tone cold and direct in her decision. Little did she know, as soon as Shu's words left her mouth, the oppressive atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze instantly. The surrounding males halted their movements, their gazes involuntarily focused on the figure she was pointing at, filled with shock and confusion. Most of them had not expected Shu to choose him. The elder's expression also changed slightly, the smile at the corner of his mouth vanishing instantly, replaced by an inscrutable look. She did not speak immediately, but stared intently at the person Shu had pointed to, as if pondering her choice. Oh. And Ling's reactions were even more direct. Asu furrowed his brows deeply, a hint of dissatisfaction barely concealed in his eyes, as if to say, how could Shu choose him? Aho's lips tightened slightly, his hands naturally clenched into fists, seemingly enduring some emotion. Ling remained silent, his eyes downcast. The corners of his mouth pressed tightly, his expression unknown, but exuding a strong coldness. Despite their silence, each of them radiated an unhappy mood. Shu's gaze swept over them, noticing their momentary change, and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" The elder, seeing the hint of confusion in Shu's eyes, knew she had to step in to explain. She raised an eyebrow slightly, slowly walking to Shu's side, her tone gentle yet firm. "Lady Shu, if you would consider again, perhaps choosing another would be better." After speaking, the elder sighed lightly, her gaze shifting to the selected male, revealing a trace of subtle regret in her eyes. He is not suited to bear the responsibilities and tasks you require. Since he is slender, compared to the males of the tribe, he is a failure. Attempting to soften her tone, she continued to persuade. Our tribe has many strong males. You can take a look. Shu understood. It turned out he was isolated and rejected in this tribe because he did not appear strong. This was somewhat similar to her situation when she first arrived in this world. She slowly spoke. "Elder, I understand your concerns, but this is not just about bearing offspring. I need a partner who can stand by my side, not merely a tool for continuing the lineage." The elder's eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting Shu to respond this way. Her brows furrowed, showing some surprise, and then the astonishment in her eyes was quickly replaced by a deep sigh. She had thought Shu would choose a more suitable male, especially considering the tribe's lineage, but Shu's response caught her off guard. The other males also lowered their heads, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. The elder took a deep breath, as if trying to control her emotions. She slightly closed her eyes, directing her gaze back to the selected male, her face revealing a look of helplessness. Lady Yanshu, if you truly intend to take him as a partner, I dare not say more. Her voice was somewhat low, but you must understand, this male has a very rebellious temperament and does not get along harmoniously in the tribe. Although he appears slender when it comes to fighting, he is not weak and is even somewhat too fierce in that regard. She paused, seemingly weighing whether to continue with her next words. He has rejected many females arranged for him by the tribe. Many females have tried to approach him, but he always refuses for various reasons. This has become quite a matter in the tribe. Yanshu quietly listened to the elder's words, then directly looked at the male, smiling. Are you willing to be my male? As soon as the words fell, the air around them seemed to freeze, all eyes instantly focusing on male. The elder's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Yanshu to be so direct. The male did not answer immediately. He slightly lowered his head, his deep eyes still looking at Yanshu, his face showing no surprise or excitement, just that pair of extremely beautiful eyes shimmering with some elusive emotion. He stood at the back of the crowd, slender, seemingly submerged among the other males, but his demeanor never appeared weak. The surrounding noise seemed irrelevant to him. His gaze remained calm, seemingly unaffected by any external emotions. Facing Yanshu's straightforward question, he simply stood there quietly, his eyes deep as a lake, as if contemplating something. Finally, he spoke softly, his voice deep yet clear. If you truly need me, I am willing. His tone was not urgent, but carried a sense of calm composure. Chapter 181. Why the moment the male's words fell, the atmosphere in the air became tense. All eyes focused on him. The elder looked at him, her expression complicated, momentarily at a loss for words. The other males appeared stunned, many showing shock and confusion the instant they heard his agreement, as if they had not expected him to accept Yanshu's request so easily. Aho furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes revealing intense dissatisfaction and anger. His teeth clenched slightly, as if enduring some emotion, yet he did not dare to explode. He knew that Shushu had made her choice, and although he was filled with resentment, he had no way to refute it, only able to watch everything unfold. His fingers clenched into fists, and one could almost hear his knuckles cracking. He could almost feel his blood boiling, yet Aho could only grit his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. The air around seemed to carry a sense of oppression. Even though Yanshu had made her decision, at this moment, Aho's mood did not ease at all. Asu also slightly furrowed his brows. Although he did not display anger like Aho, there was still a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Aling remained silent, calm as ice, yet a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen from the slight tension at the corners of his lips. Yanshu gazed at her new male and asked, "What is your name?" The male slightly lowered his head, a faint breath emanating from him. He seemed in no hurry to respond, remaining silent for a moment before whispering, "Ahwai." Yanshu raised an eyebrow slightly, directly calling himself Ahwai. Could it be that he has a tragic backstory? She pondered lightly, her gaze still fixed on Ahwai. Instead of immediately asking, she quietly observed him, wanting to read more from his eyes. Ahwai kept his head down, showing no panic or emotional fluctuations, maintaining his calm demeanor, as if this election was merely a trivial part of his existence. His frame was slender, yet his posture was surprisingly composed. "Forget it, let's take him back first." Yanshu looked at the elder and said, "Elder, I have chosen my male. Can we go back now?" The elder looked at Yanshu's firm attitude, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes, although she still had some doubts in her heart. Facing Yanshu's decisive decision, she realized that no matter how much he said, it seemed she couldn't change anything. She reluctantly nodded, her voice slightly heavy in that case. "If you have decided, then let's go back." After hearing this response, Yanshu's expression showed no signs of change. She turned to Ahwai and gently said, "Let's go back." Her words were soft and direct, with no hesitation. Ahwai did not respond, merely following silently behind her. The air around them seemed to thicken. The gazes of the other males still complex, especially Asu, their eyes mixed with disappointment and unwillingness. Yanshu led Ahwai out of the square, through a quiet path, until they returned to her residence courtyard. As soon as they entered the gate, the atmosphere in the courtyard immediately became unusual. Asu, Aho, Aling, and Achun were already standing in the courtyard, their eyes focused on Ahwai. Their expressions varied. Asu frowned tightly, dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes as he glanced around before finally directing his gaze at Yin Shu, are you really going to choose him? He looks unsuitable. Aho stood a bit closer, his eyes fixed on Hawaii, a hint of provocation at the corner of his mouth. You sure have guts. Daring to accept Shu's choice. His tone was unfriendly, clearly harboring a lot of resentment. Aling remained silent, just standing aside, coldly sizing up Hawaii. His gaze still devoid of warmth, but the slightly furrowed brows revealed his inner unease and dissatisfaction. Hawaii showed no signs of retreat, still keeping his head down, expressionless. Standing beside Yin Shu, as if indifferent to their scrutiny. His slender figure and downcast gaze exuded a calm composure, unhurried, as if all discussions and gazes had nothing to do with him. The surrounding atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Asu and Aho seemed to be scrutinizing Hawaii with their eyes, while Hawaii remained silent, allowing them to size him up without showing any signs of discomfort. Yin Shu's gaze swept over them, exasperated. Don't bully him. He is my choice, and I will take responsibility. Her voice was not loud, but very powerful. Upon hearing this, Asu and Aho's expressions changed, but they said nothing more, silently accepting this fact. Aling still maintained his silence, his gaze seemingly growing colder. Ahuai stood beside Yin Shu, looking down at the ground, seemingly completely unconcerned with the surrounding atmosphere, his gaze deep and distant, as if his own world had nothing to do with the arguments in this courtyard. Asu's expression remained serious. Although he had suppressed his anger, his tone still carried an unhidden coldness. Ahuai, go clean yourself up. Shu hates dirty males the most. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over Ahuai, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ahuai nodded slightly, his tone calm. I understand. That low response held no emotional fluctuation, even could be described as indifferent, yet it gave a sense of determination. Asu looked at his unhurried demeanor, feeling a hint of impatience in his heart, but could only turn away, muttering a few words under his breath. Ahuai walked slowly to the well in the courtyard, bent down to scoop up clean water to wash his hands and face, his movements still unhurried, as if performing the most ordinary task. Water droplets slid from his slender fingertips. His frame was slender, yet always gave an undeniable strong aura. Each of his actions appeared calm and precise, as if his confidence stemmed from deep within. This innate temperament was precisely that which, regardless of how the outside world evaluated him, could not change the deep self-restraint and calmness within him. Yin Shu stood by, gently furrowing her brow, yet her gaze remained gentle. Ahuai, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft. After you finish washing up, come to me. Ahuai lightly acknowledged and continued to wash his face, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. Chapter 182. You emit light. Yin Shu half lay on the chair, her lazy gaze landing on Ahuai in front of her. Ahuai stood there, his figure tall to the point of being almost slender, his bone structure smooth and elegant. Although he appeared thin, every movement carried an underlying sense of strength, as if incredible explosive power was hidden beneath his delicate frame. He was extremely tall, standing next to Asu. He was still half a head taller, making him even more conspicuous. His skin was pale, but not unhealthy, rather had a cold, marble-like quality. A subtle sense of detachment shone through his deep-set brows and eyes, his eyes dark like ink, calm yet penetrating, as if they could see through all disguises at a glance. His thin lips pressed into a line. A cold and indifferent expression seemed to isolate everything around him. Yin Shu's gaze continued downward, noticing his fingers, long and distinctly knuckled, hanging by his sides, slightly curled, as if unconsciously fiddling with something. Under her gaze, Ahuai's deep-set eyes flickered slightly, the originally indifferent expression revealing a hint of subtle ripples. His fingers, hanging at his sides, slowly clenched, the knuckles faintly widening, as if he was forcibly suppressing some emotion. A faint blush unexpectedly appeared on his pale cheeks, so light it was almost imperceptible, yet it stood out against his fair skin. Such a cold and restrained person, at this moment, seemed somewhat flustered because of her gaze. Ahuai. Yin Shu squinted her eyes. If you don't want to be my male, I can set you free once we leave here. Ahuai's Adam's apple moved slightly. His thin lips pressed tightly together. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and restrained. My lady, I don't wish to leave. Yin Shu looked at his restrained and enduring demeanor, her lips curling slightly, her tone light. Then what is wrong with you? Can't even speak properly in front of me? Ahuai kept his head lowered, his gaze fixed on the ground at her feet, as if trying to see through the floor beneath him. His fingers remained tightly clenched, knuckles whitening, as if struggling with something internally. It's not that I don't want to speak, it's just... His voice lowered further, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I'm just afraid of saying the wrong thing. Asu, watching from the side, knew that Shu cared deeply for this kind of person. He couldn't help but speak up. If you don't want to be driven away, don't maintain this attitude. It's almost mocking. If you want to stay, you need to show some attitude. How can you be like a wooden puppet? How will Shu find you useful? Ahua stood by, nodding repeatedly, his silly face full of agreement. Yes, Asu is right. Shu doesn't like useless people, so you better show some skills and not just stand there dazed. Ahu glanced up at them, then quickly lowered his head, as if their words had struck a chord deep within him. Suddenly, he moved swiftly, his knees giving way as he knelt on the ground, crawling towards Shu without hesitation. This scene stunned both Asu and Ahua for a moment, and Shu was even more startled, raising her hand instinctively but not managing to stop him in time. Ahu crawled up to her, tightly hugging one of her legs, his voice hoarse but filled with an undeniable determination. Please, don't chase me away. I could do anything, just let me stay. His head hung low, his forehead almost touching her calf. His posture was extremely humble, but also exuded an unmistakable stubbornness. Shu was so startled by his sudden action that she almost reflexively lifted her foot to kick him away, but ultimately managed to hold back. She supported her forehead, helplessly saying, "What are you doing? Can't you just say what you want to say properly without being so dramatic?" Upon hearing Shu's reprimand, Ahu's movements stiffened slightly, as if he himself felt a bit uncomfortable with such behavior. He slowly released his grip, moved back a step, and knelt on the ground, remaining completely still as if frozen. His deep-set eyes were downcast, long eyelashes trembling slightly, obscuring the complex emotions within him. "I'm sorry, my lady." His voice was low and hoarse, filled with a hint of embarrassment. Ahu was clearly unfamiliar with such actions. His body was slightly rigid, and even his kneeling posture seemed a bit awkward, as if he had never done such a thing before. His hands rested on his knees, but he couldn't help but tighten his grip, his fingertips turning pale, revealing his nervousness and helplessness. Shu looked at his awkward appearance, filled with confusion. Why does this guy seem a bit different from what that elder described? Moreover, she could tell that Ahu was clearly not very familiar with these things, indicating that he probably hadn't done this sort of thing much before, almost like he was trying to mimic someone else's actions. Shu squinted her eyes, observing the uneasy Ahu in front of her, her gaze sweeping over him with a hint of inquiry. "Ahu," she began, her tone bland. "You promised to follow me, why? Or rather, what do you really want?" Ahu trembled slightly, not daring to raise his eyes, his hands gripping even tighter as if contemplating how to answer. Seeing that he was slow to respond, Shu pressed further. "Did the elder send you here? Or was it your own idea?" Ahu lifted his head, a flicker of emotion passing through his dark eyes. His thin lips pressed together for a few seconds before he finally said softly, "It was my own decision." "And the reason?" Shu raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me it's because you like me." Ahu seemed to be struck by her words, the roots of his ears faintly reddening, his gaze dropping as his voice became even hoarser. He paused, as if searching for the right words. "My lady, you're glowing all over." Upon hearing this, Shu frowned slightly, her mouth twitching. "I'm glowing?" Ahu seriously nodded, a rare seriousness on his cold face. "Yes, my lady, you're glowing all over." Shu looked at him speechlessly. "Are you sure what you're saying is the truth and not just an excuse?" Ahu pressed his lips together, a hint of subtle shyness in his eyes, but his tone was very certain. "I'm not joking, really. The light you emit is very special, not the kind that's blinding, but..." He paused, as if searching for suitable words. "It's a light that attracts people to come closer." Shu listened to his description, her expression shifting from speechlessness to confusion. "So, you're following me because you think I am glowing?" Ahu nodded, his voice hoarse yet with a rare softness. "I don't know how to describe it, but being by your side, I feel a kind of strength. It's very reassuring, and I feel like I can have offspring too." Shu? Immediately, her mouth twitched as she fell into a moment of silence. She had initially thought he would give some complex reason, perhaps the elder-s arrangement, or that he admired the strength of her males, or even that he found her attractive. But she never expected him to give such an answer. Chapter 183. Ahu seems quite strange, and Shu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, support her forehead as she looked at the kneeling Ahu. "So, what you mean is that you think following me will allow you to have children?" Ahu glanced up at her. Although the roots of his ears were red, as if they might bleed, his tone was very serious. "Yes, my lady. I have never encountered a female like you, and I truly believe that by following you, I can have offspring." Shu opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. She was a bit dazed by this logic, but soon reacted, her tone becoming slightly helpless. Are you thinking too much? It's not something that just happens. Do you think I'm omnipotent? Although she could conceive quickly. But how could he even notice that? Ahu lowered his head, as if his heart had been touched, his fingers tightly gripping his knees, his voice low and persistent. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I really feel this way. It's not because of the elder, nor anyone else. It's my own. I want to stay. Yanshu looked at his serious expression, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Forget it. She waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. She sighed, raised her hand to rub her temples, and said to Ahu, "All right, stop kneeling, get up." Ahu hesitated for a moment, as if confirming her meaning, then slowly released his tightly clenched hands and stood up. As he straightened, the sense of humility he had exuded moments before vanished instantly. In its place was a tall and elegant demeanor. His figure was slender. Although his shoulders were not particularly broad, there was a fluid sense of strength, as if harboring an explosive power ready to be unleashed. His gaze shifted from downward to level, and the redness in his ears gradually returned to normal. When his deep, dark eyes looked at Yin Shu, they surprisingly carried a hint of confidence and steadiness. Yin Shu was slightly taken aback, her gaze scanning him up and down, unable to help but mutter, "This change is really fast. Just now you looked like a pitiful little cub, and now that you've stood up, your demeanor has completely changed?" At night, the moonlight spilled into the courtyard, casting a patchwork of light through the shadows of the trees. Yin Shu had just been preparing to rest inside, when she suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. She looked up and saw Asu lazily leaning against the door, his 9 tails gently swaying, his enchanting eyes glimmering slightly under the moonlight. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. "Asu, it's you again? Can't you sleep at night and want to come disturb me?" Asu curled his lips, his tone still carrying that familiar teasing. Shu, is that how you see me? I'm really not here to disturb you this time." Yin Shu paused slightly, looking at him with a hint of confusion. "If you're not here to disturb me, then what for?" Asu flicked his tail, walked into the room, closed the door, and his expression became unusually serious. "I want to talk to you about Ahu. Shu, don't you think he is a bit strange? Strange?" Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Asu lowered his gaze, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his voice deep and slow. "I've been observing him all day. He usually appears gentle and obedient, but I noticed a few times that his eyes and demeanor would suddenly change completely, as if there were 2 people inside him." Yin Shu frowned slightly and leaned forward. "Are you saying he has 2 personalities?" Asu nodded, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity. "That's right. Especially when he's alone. That change is even more evident. I think he likely has 2 personalities. One is the gentle and well-behaved Ahuai on the surface, and the other I haven't figured out yet, but he's definitely not a simple person." Yin Shu was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up, put on her outer garment, and frowned slightly. "Since you say that, I'll go take a look. After all, he lives with a Chun, and if he really has a problem, a Chun wouldn't be able to handle him." Asu nodded, flicking his 9 tails gently and following behind her. Shu, I'll go with you." Yin Shu glanced at him. "With such a cautious fox by my side, I feel much more at ease." Asu was delighted to receive the compliment. The night breeze was cool, and the courtyard was quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects, making it so silent that they could only hear their footsteps. Upon reaching the door of Ahuai in a Chen's room, Yin Shu stopped and gently pushed the door open. A beam of moonlight spilled through the paper window, illuminating the simple furnishings inside. Ahuai lay on the bed, his figure tall, breathing steadily, seemingly already asleep. On the other side, a Chun, however, was not asleep. He was curled up in his blanket, his eyes half open, clearly uncomfortable with this roommate. Hearing the door open, a Chun immediately sat up, surprise flashing across his blue-gray eyes. "Sir, why are you here?" After asking, he followed Yin Shu's gaze to Ahuai, froze for a moment, and then seemed to suddenly understand something, panic flashing in his blue-gray eyes. "Sir, you are." A Chen's voice trembled slightly, his face quickly flushing, his gaze darting around. He hurriedly stood up from the bed, flustered as he straightened his collar, whispering, "How about I go out first, sir? I won't disturb you." Yin Shu was taken aback by this, then quickly realized, her expression turning speechless. "A Chun? What are you thinking?" She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead, her tone a mix of exasperation and amusement. "I'm here to check on things. Do you think I would do something with him?" A Chun was stunned, his blush deepening, lowering his head and not daring to look at her, his voice as small as a mosquito. I thought you were that kind of... Asu, who was at the door, couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange, his 9 tails wagging with mischief. Shoo, I didn't expect the Chin's imagination to be quite strong. What is this little head of his thinking about every day? Yin Shu shot him a glare, irritated. Try saying that one more time? Asu immediately made a gesture to zip his lips, his 9 tails obediently drooping. But the amusement in his eyes was hard to hide. Yin Shu sighed and turned back to a Chun, her tone softening a bit. All right, stop overthinking, sit back down. I came to see if you needed anything. Throughout this whole exchange, Ahuai had not opened his eyes or woken up. I don't know if he was pretending to sleep, which only made Yin Shu more suspicious. Chapter 184. Ahuai is really different. Ahuai lay quietly there, breathing steadily, his expression seemingly without any ripple. Just as Yin Shu's footsteps approached, he slightly moved his eyelashes, and his tightly shut eyes quietly opened. They were extremely beautiful eyes, like early spring lake water, shimmering with a luster that appeared particularly dazzling in the dim light. Those eyes suddenly looked straight at Yin Shu, as if they could see deeper than her surface. Yin Shu was caught off guard, her heart racing as she met those bright, almost mesmerizing eyes. And she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. She instinctively stepped back, but her steps were unsteady due to her panic. Just as her balance faltered, Ahuai's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist. His movement was swift, his palm slightly cool, his fingers firmly holding her skin, leaving no room for resistance. Yin Shu exclaimed as she was pulled forward, her body falling toward him. Her hands reflexively reached for Ahuai's shoulder to steady herself, but she used too much force, making her balance even harder to control. Ahuai's seemingly slender body, at this moment, was as steady as a rock. His other hand quickly rose, gently supporting her waist, just enough to keep her steady. Yin Shu unexpectedly leaned against his chest, her heart slightly flustered. Ahuai looked down at her, his captivating eyes close enough to see, seemingly holding some elusive emotion, like a smile, yet also like a hidden probe. Yin Shu snapped back to her senses, wanting to get up suddenly. But Ahuai did not immediately let go. His hands still lightly held her waist, not tightly, but enough to prevent her from easily breaking free. You. Yin Shu's eyes widened. Are you pretending to sleep? Ahuai's lips curled into a faint smile, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. He spoke softly, his voice carrying a slightly husky magnetism. You were all talking so loudly. How could I possibly sleep? Yin Shu's face instantly flushed red, anger bubbling up as she reached out and smacked his shoulder, gritting her teeth. Let go of me. Ahuai slowly released his grip, his gaze still fixed on her, as if all her reactions were within his expectations. He said softly, I was just afraid you would fall. Lady Yin Shu, don't be angry. Yin Shu's chest rose and fell slightly with anger, glaring at him fiercely before quickly standing up and putting distance between them. Just as she steadied herself, Asu rushed over, his 9 tails raised in vigilance, completely shielding Yin Shu behind him. His narrow fox eyes were filled with wariness, glaring at Ahuai. His voice tinged with unabashed anger. What do you mean? How dare you touch Shu? Are you tired of living? Ahuai was not to be outdone, quickly stepping up to stand on Yin Shu's other side, his fist cracking as he glared at Ahuai. You just got chosen and already started to get hands-on? Do you want to die? Aling still stood aside, coldly watching Ahuai. But the slight lift of his brow and the tension in his jaw showed his inner discontent. Although he did not speak, the surrounding atmosphere became even more oppressive. Achin did not know what was happening, looking around in confusion. Ahuai was locked in by the gazes of the 3, but he showed no signs of panic. He slowly sat up, leaning against the wall, his expression calm and indifferent, as if completely unconcerned about the hostility around him. He gently raised his eyes, those beautiful eyes like morning lake water, shimmering with a hint of smile. I was just afraid Lady Yin Shu would fall. Ahuai's voice was deep, carrying a hint of casual magnetism. Is that also wrong? Stop wasting time. Ahuai stepped forward, his eyes almost carrying a beast-like threat. Don't play innocent. You deliberately grabbed Shu just now. Did you want to mate with her? As soon as Ahuai's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the courtyard froze for a moment. The tense pressure was completely shattered by his absurdly straightforward remark. Asu was taken aback, turning to glare at Ahuai, unable to help but mutter, Are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, Yin Shu stood in place, nearly laughing in anger. She gritted her teeth and glared at Aho, her fingers curling slightly, almost unable to resist the urge to punch him. But in the end, she restrained herself, thinking, forget it, let him save some face. After all, He is a wolf and might express himself more directly. However, just as she found an excuse for Aho in her mind, the guy then spoke earnestly. But even if you really want to mate with Subdues, you have to wait your turn. We were here first. As soon as Aho said this, the entire yard fell silent. Yenshu's temples began to throb, her chest rising and falling with anger, wishing she could hit him right away. Her face had turned red, and she stared fiercely at Aho. Aho, do you think your teeth are too neat? Aho was taken aback, finally realizing what he had said. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, looking at Yenshu with a confused expression. Subdues, did I say something wrong? Isn't it normal to line up for mating? Normal my ass. Yenshu was almost driven to jump in anger, raising her hand to hit him, but Asu quickly grabbed her, his lips twitching as he whispered, Subdues, calm down. Don't argue with him. He's just a simpleton, a stupid wolf. Aho then realized that Yenshu was genuinely angry and quickly took a step back, trying to remedy the situation. Subdues, I just wanted to remind him not to get too carried away. Shut up, Yenshu shouted angrily, the veins on her forehead throbbing even more. She took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Ahu was still leaning against the wall, a faint smile on his lips, and his shimmering eyes held a trace of elusive brilliance. He chuckled softly, seemingly unaffected by Aho's comment about lining up for mating, and lazily added, sounds like I'm a bit far down the line. This statement made Yenshu's scalp tingle with anger, and even Asu couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his forehead, his expression showing that this guy was doomed. Aho's eyes widened as he pointed at Aho, angrily saying, are you trying to provoke me? Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control again, Yenshu decisively raised her hand to stop everyone, took a deep breath, and coldly said, shut up. If you say one more word, be prepared to sleep outside the courtyard. With these words, the room finally fell silent. However, the awkward atmosphere lingered for a long time. Yenshu also noticed that Ahu was different from when she first chose him. It was as if he had become a different person. Chapter 185. My brother inside me, Yenshu's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Ahu, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart. This male was completely different from the one she had chosen at the beginning. The initial Ahu was low-key and quiet, seemingly hiding in his own world, avoiding much contact with the outside. But now, his words and attitude carried an undeniable casualness and composure, even a hint of provocation. He leaned against the wall, his beautiful eyes holding a trace of laziness, and the smile on his lips was faint, yet gave off a sense of elusive distance. Ahu, Yenshu spoke in a deep voice, testing him slightly. Are you deliberately pretending? Ahu raised his eyes, his beautiful gaze narrowing slightly, like ripples on a lake under moonlight, carrying a hint of mockery. He didn't answer directly, just chuckled lightly, his voice deep and magnetic. Why does Lady Yin say that? I haven't done anything. Haven't done anything? Yenshu raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with disbelief. When I chose you, you were clearly a quiet and unobtrusive person. And now, you don't look like the one who was pretending to sleep just now. Ahu's smile deepened a bit, still showing no signs of panic. He slowly straightened up, speaking softly. One must adapt to their environment, right? Since I'm here, I naturally have to follow the rules here. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me seem too out of place? This argument sounded flawless. Asu couldn't help but snort coldly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Subdues, he is clearly pretending. A guy like this isn't worth your trust. Exactly. Aho immediately agreed, his eyes warily fixed on Ahu. He doesn't look like a well-behaved person at all. Aling remained silent, but his gaze was locked onto Ahu, the coldness in his eyes not diminishing at all. Yenshu raised her hand to stop their argument, looking coldly at Ahu, her voice lowered but sharper. Ahu, I chose you because I think there's something different about you. But if what you show next is just pretense and scheming, then you don't need to stay here. As these words fell, the oppressive atmosphere in the air suddenly intensified. Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed on Ahu, waiting for his response. Ahu raised his head, his eyes flickering slightly, the smile on his lips still faint, but lacking a hint of mockery, now carrying more seriousness. He slowly said, Lady Yin, rest assured, I don't need to pretend, nor am I interested in scheming. I just have a brother. As soon as Ahu's words fell, the atmosphere in the room became strange again. His voice remained low and calm, as if he were recounting something unrelated to himself, yet the content was chilling. Brother? Yenshu frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of probing. What are you talking about? Ahu slowly raised his gaze, his eyes deep enough to draw one in, the smile on his lips still present, but with a hint of inexplicable coldness. I have a brother. Although he has never truly lived, he indeed exists. What do you mean he has never truly lived? Aho couldn't help but interrupt, his tone filled with vigilance. Ahu ignored Aho, his gaze fixed on Yin Shu, his voice calm but laced with unsettling tranquility. We are twins, and we started fighting for survival in our mother's womb. At that time, there was very little food, and both of us were malnourished. Later, to survive, I ate him during the fetal period. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Even the sound of breathing became almost inaudible. Yin Shu's eyes widened in shock, her heart shaken, almost doubting if she had misheard. She couldn't help but ask, "What did you say? You ate him?" Ahu nodded slightly, his beautiful eyes calm, as if telling someone else's story. To be precise, a part of him merged into me. I absorbed his body and inherited some of his traits. Since then, although he does not exist independently, I can feel that he is still there. Inside me, there is his consciousness, like a part of memory, or rather, like another self. This statement sent a chill down Yin Shu's spine. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Asu's tail instantly bristled, frowning in disbelief as he stared at Ahu. "What are you joking about? Is there such a thing?" Ahu's expression also darkened, his voice low and angry. "You're talking nonsense, right? Trying to make Shuju sympathize with you by deliberately fabricating such a story?" Aling remained calm, but a hint of implicit vigilance and inquiry appeared in his narrowed eyes. He slowly spoke, his tone cold. "Do you have evidence?" Ahu's gaze remained calm, facing these doubts. He didn't explain further, just smiled gently. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm just answering the lady's question." Yin Shu took a deep breath, struggling to steady her mind, but her brain was still swirling with this sudden information. She stared at Ahu, her voice slightly deeper. "What you've said, I can't verify its truth, but if there really is another consciousness inside you, then I must know, will he harm me?" Ahuai's eyes flashed with complexity. He fell silent for a moment before whispering, "No, he does indeed prefer you, the adult." Ahuai spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Sometimes, he has thoughts that pop up and argue with me in my mind. Occasionally, he even tries to influence my judgment, especially regarding matters related to you." Yin Shu, hearing this, felt even more perplexed. She stared at Ahuai, her tone calm, yet filled with inquiry. "What does he think of me?" Ahuai forced a bitter smile, rubbed his forehead with his hand, and replied in a low voice, "It's simple. He thinks I'm not proactive enough and believes I shouldn't always hold back. He even encourages me to please you or get closer to you." As he said this, a hint of self-mockery appeared in his eyes. "But I don't like being manipulated by him, so I've been trying to suppress his influence." While saying this, his expression remained as calm as ever, his tone steady and unperturbed, as if he were stating a completely ordinary fact. His candid attitude, devoid of concealment, made it difficult for one to discern whether he was speaking the truth or weaving a flawless lie. Upon hearing these words, Yin Shu suddenly thought of something. Did he have a dual personality? She instinctively scrutinized Ahuai, her gaze sweeping from his eyes to his slightly furrowed brow, and then to his composed face, increasingly convinced that it seemed like. Chapter 186. Brothers Yin Shu stood silently in the courtyard, her mind swirling with the conversation she just had with Ahuai, feeling that something was off. Finally, she couldn't help but whisper, "System, what exactly is this Person S origin?" She felt foolish for forgetting to ask the system. Wasn't this a direct shortcut? The system didn't respond, but silently projected a light screen in front of her. Yin Shu looked down and saw a line of information displayed on the screen. Name, Ahuai. Race, Kuei-Nyo. Kuei-Nyo. Yin Shu frowned slightly. She had never heard of this name. What kind of strange creature was it? Just as this doubt arose in her mind, another window suddenly popped up on the screen, revealing a detailed encyclopedia page with the title clearly marked, Kuei-Nyo, Mythical Beast. Yin Shu's attention was instantly drawn to the words mythical beast, and she froze for a moment, her mind going blank. Mythical beast? She repeated softly, her tone filled with disbelief. This guy looks so flimsy that a gust of wind could blow him down. Yet he is a mythical beast? How is that possible? No. Mainly because I randomly picked a male, and he is so powerful. Yin Shu took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. System. Are you joking with me? Is he really a mythical beast? After saying this, she even felt that her question seemed foolish. The system remained silent, but the content on the light screen was updated again. This time, a detailed description of Kuei-Nyo appeared. Kuei-Nyo, a legendary mythical beast resembling a cow. With a single foot, its body vibrates like thunder. Its voice roars like thunder, capable of summoning wind and rain. controlling lightning. As a mythical beast, it has a solitary temperament and is extremely difficult to tame. Yanshu looked at this description, completely shocked. Her gaze repeatedly scanned over phrases like resembles a cow, voice roars like thunder, and controls lightning. And the more she looked, the more absurd it seemed. This flimsy appearance that could be toppled by a gust of wind actually controls lightning? She couldn't help but mutter, even if it's a mythical beast. That's too casual, right? What is even more ridiculous is that she just casually picked such a background character. Yanshu felt a mix of emotions. Thinking her luck was absurd. As Yanshu stared blankly at the light screen, she suddenly caught sight of an unusual movement out of the corner of her eye. She quickly looked up at Ahuai, only to find that he had suddenly changed. The faintly teasing smile he had just moments ago, along with a lazy yet dangerous demeanor, vanished without a trace. At this moment, Ahuai's cheeks had actually turned slightly red, and his eyes, once deep like a lake, now held a hint of innocence and clarity, as if he had transformed into another person. His gaze darted around nervously, appearing somewhat awkward yet cautiously tentative. Yanshu, big sister. His voice had softened considerably. Losing the deep magnetism it had before, it instead carried a hint of childishness and softness, like an innocent boy. Yanshu stared at the Ahuai in front of her, stunned. This transformation was too abrupt, as if the charming and composed Ahuai from before was merely an illusion, while this current appearance was entirely another person. Unable to help herself, Yanshu asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Ahuai paused for a moment, and the redness on his face seemed to deepen. He bit his lip and lowered his voice even further. "I'm Ahuai, but just now, it was my brother talking to you. Now it's my turn." "Brother?" Yanshu's brows furrowed even tighter, completely at a loss for what to make of this statement. "What is going on with you two?" Ahuai lowered his head, raised his hand to scratch his hair, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "My brother always rushes to talk to you. He thinks he is impressive, but I want to say a few words too." As he said this, he cautiously glanced at her, his voice carrying a hint of careful probing. Don't you like talking to me?" Yanshu found his demeanor both amusing and exasperating. She looked at his aggrieved and innocent expression. This really is a body with two souls, each more difficult to deal with than the other. So, she took a deep breath, trying to clarify, "You two. One is brother, and the other is younger brother. Both share this body?" Ahuai nodded, looking a bit awkward. "Yes, but usually my brother is stronger. He has control more often. I only get the chance to come out when he is tired or doesn't want to deal with people." After saying this, he cautiously looked at her again. "But I really want to make you angry. My brother can be too arrogant sometimes. Please don't hold it against him, okay?" Yanshu stared at him, momentarily speechless. She had never encountered such a situation before. Just adapting to these two entirely different personalities was already giving her a headache. Not to mention facing the potential other issues that might exist within them. "All right." She weakly raised her hand to rub her temples, her tone carrying a hint of fatigue. "Let me digest this matter." Ahuai fell silent, standing there with his head down, like a well-behaved and obedient young boy. Yanshu rubbed her temples, took 2 steps back, and took a deep breath in an attempt to calm herself down. Before she could fully digest this sudden information, Ahu and the others had already rushed over eagerly. Ahu's 9 tails stood high, his face full of vigilance as he stared at Ahuai, his voice dripping with distrust. "What exactly is going on with you and your brother?" Ahu followed closely behind, arms crossed, his gaze sharp. "You'd better clarify things. If you're just pretending, don't blame us for being rude." Although Aling remained silent, he also moved closer, his cold gaze fixed intently on Ahuai, clearly just as alert. Facing the 3 of them as scrutinizing gazes, Ahuai surprisingly showed no signs of panic. He raised his head, his eyes clear like a pool of autumn water, with a hint of timid innocence, yet he appeared calm. "I'm the younger brother now. I'm really not pretending. If you want to know anything, just ask." "Younger brother?" Ahu raised an eyebrow, staring at him suspiciously. "Then tell me, what exactly is going on with you two?" Ahuai gently nodded, as if organizing his words, and after a moment slowly spoke. "We were originally twins, but due to insufficient food in the womb, my brother absorbed my part, so we became one body, sharing this life. He is the older brother, stronger than me, and has more control over the body. Then how come your personality is so different from his?" Aho squinted his eyes, his tone full of vigilance. Ahuai lowered his eyes and said softly, "Because we drew different parts. He is more decisive, calmer, and more aggressive, while I just want to live quietly, not wanting to compete with others." He paused, revealing a bitter smile. "That's how it was when we were young. He was responsible for protection, and I was responsible for retreating. After hearing this, although Ah Su and the others still looked skeptical, they were momentarily disarmed by his obedient attitude and had no reason to continue their outburst. Ah Su snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. So what exactly are you two? Ah Huai blinked, as if recalling something, then said softly, We are, from the Wormeye clan. Chapter 187 Ah Huai's background. Yin Shu soon learned about Ah Huai's background. His mother was originally a very low-key presence in the clan, gentle in nature, never competing for anything in life. But fate chose her. When she became pregnant with twins, her condition began to change abnormally, even attracting lightning. This phenomenon drew the attention of the clan elders. The Worm-Eye clan loved lightning, and under the guise of protection, they arranged for Ah Huai's mother and father to live on a mountain at the outskirts of the clan. At that time, the clan was suffering from famine and lacked resources. The environment on the mountain was harsh, and food was extremely scarce. Ah Huai's mother was already weak, and the existence of the twins exacerbated the burden on her body. During those isolated and helpless days, Ah Huai and his brother began to compete for survival even before they were born. The limited nutrition in the womb was simply insufficient to sustain the growth of the twins, and ultimately, Ah Huai's brother prevailed, absorbing part of Ah Huai's life force, merging the two into one. On the day of Ah Huai's mother's delivery, tragedy struck. That day, she attracted a massive lightning storm, stronger than any before. Thunder roared. The earth trembled, and the entire mountaintop was enveloped in dazzling lightning. The elders viewed this scene as a divine miracle, yet no one noticed that Ah Huai's mother had already collapsed under the intensity of the lightning. On that day, she left the world. Her departure did not cause much of a stir within the clan. For the elders, her death was merely an accident, and they didn't even leave behind a gravestone. Her mate, Ah Huai's father, was soon arranged to mate with other females to continue fulfilling his reproductive responsibilities. From the moment of his birth, Ah Huai was a special existence. He was taken back to the clan by the elders to be raised, hoping to see if he could attract lightning. But he couldn't. Moreover, Ah Huai's growth was far from what the elders had anticipated. The dual consciousness within him made him feel out of place from a young age. His brother was more dominant, more aggressive, often taking charge when faced with threats. Whenever someone provoked or bullied them, his brother was always the first to strike, knocking the opponent down hard. This combative nature caused the elders great headaches. After each incident, they would confine Ah Huai, try and make him reflect on his behavior through this method. Furthermore, the fact that Ah Huai had two personalities was also not accepted by them. They thought it was better for fewer people to know. As Ah Huai grew up, the elders gradually discovered an unacceptable fact. Ah Huai had no reproductive ability. This was detected. This news was undoubtedly a devastating blow for a male. In the clan, males were valued for their reproductive capabilities, and Ah Huai's defect made him a useless being unable to continue the lineage. Despite Ah Huai's handsome appearance, even considered one of the most outstanding males in the clan, and his watery, captivating eyes that made many females swoon within the clan, looks could never be compared to reproductive ability. Although the females in the clan superficially accepted him, even some elders actively arranged for females to mate with him. This so-called acceptance was nothing but pity and disdain. Ah Huai was well aware of this. The kindness those females showed him was never genuine, but carried a sense of contempt and condescension. This made him angry and even more resistant to building relationships with anyone. Gradually, the people in the tribe began to look down on Ah Huai, but because he was one of their own, and since rumors about him still circulated in the clan, as long as he could attract lightning, they could not harm him. At this point, Ah Huai's gaze gently lifted, his watery eyes flashing with complex emotions. Within their clarity was a hint of longing, mixed with a touch of unease, as if hiding countless unspeakable concerns. He bit his lip, his voice low and soft, revealing an undeniable sincerity. Lady Yin Shu, I really like you. The voice was very light, as if afraid of disturbing something, and seemed to fear rejection. After speaking, Ah Huai lowered his eyes, his long fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothes. His tone gentle, yet betraying a hidden tension through subtle movements. I know I'm different from other males, even inferior to them. Ah Huai gently bit his lower lip, his tone tinged with sorrow. But I really like you, and even if there's only a little chance, I want to try to get closer to you. He said this and lifted his head, his eyes truly clear. Yin Shu saw the tears in his eyes, like morning dew, crystal clear, yet holding a fleeting fragility. His voice trembled slightly, but was firm. Even my brother, he might not understand at first, but I will make him like you too. His protective instinct is stronger than mine. He would be willing to do anything for you. Upon hearing this, Su, standing aside, had a completely darkened expression, his 9 tails raised high, clearly dissatisfied. He narrowed his eyes at Ahuai, snorted coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Shoo, he's really too troublesome. It would be better to just send him back. Asu bit out this sentence through gritted teeth, as if grinding his molars, just pretending to be pitiful. As soon as these words were spoken, Ahuai froze instantly. His originally lowered head suddenly shot up, and his beautiful eyes were filled with panic, as if hitting directly at his soft spot. He anxiously looked at Asu, then turned to Yanshu. His tone hurried and flustered. No, Lady Yanshu, please don't send me back. Yanshu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Ahuai to have such a strong reaction. Before she could speak, Asu coldly continued. You, a freak with 2 people inside you, are not fit to stay by Shu's side. Not to mention whether you might hurt Shu. Just being here is a burden. Going back is better for everyone. Ahuai's face instantly turned pale, the calm smile he usually wore completely disappearing. He shook his head anxiously, his voice trembling noticeably. No, it's not like that. I want to hurt Lady Yanshu. I can prove myself. I can be useful to you. Please don't abandon me. His voice grew lower and lower, almost pleadingly. I can't go back. Lady Yanshu, please let me stay. His eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, and his shimmering gaze was like a shattered lake surface, revealing a deep despair. He slightly hunched his body, unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothes, looking completely lost and pitiful. Chapter 188, The Contrast of Ahuai. Asu looked at Ahuai's helpless and desperate appearance, his tail stiffening for a moment, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He certainly knew that Shuju could not stand such genuine pity. Ahuai's eyes, like a shattered lake, and his slightly hunched posture, along with his almost pleading tone, made it hard to harden one's heart to refuse him. Moreover, Asu vaguely understood that Ahuai might really be, as he said, a body that housed 2 people. Although this special situation annoyed him, it made him realize that continuing to push would only upset Shuju. He sighed slightly, his tail slowly drooping down, the contempt in his eyes receding a bit, and his tone softened. All right, don't look so pitiful, I was just saying. Ahuai was taken aback, raising his head, his beautiful eyes still glistening with moisture, clearly not expecting Asu to relent. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he whispered, Thank you. Asu glanced at him, his tone still carrying a hint of arrogance and reluctance. Don't rush to thank me. It's Shuju's soft heart that saved you. Not that I think highly of you. He turned to look at Yanshu, a serious glint in his eyes. Shuju, if you want to keep him, I have no objections. But he must ensure he won't cause you any trouble. Otherwise, if this guy really causes problems one day, I won't spare him. Yanshu had long seen through Asu's hard exterior and soft heart, her gaze softening a bit as she gently nodded. I understand, don't worry. Asu snot, still maintaining a dissatisfied demeanor, but his tail had quietly drooped down, clearly no longer intending to make things difficult for Ahuai. His tense body finally relaxing a bit, his eyes downcast, his voice still carrying a slight tremor. I won't disappoint Lady Yanshu, nor will I give anyone a chance to doubt me. Yanshu looked at his cautious appearance and gently sighed. Although there were still many unresolved mysteries about Ahuai, he had already joined the system and had a name and race. That meant he could not be separated from her, and he was still a divine beast, so she was losing out. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees in the courtyard, and Yanshu was leisurely drinking tea under the corridor, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility. At that moment, an elder walked in with steady steps. Her expression was dignified, her gaze sharp. As soon as she entered, she scanned the area as if searching for something. After a moment, her eyes landed on a corner in the middle of the courtyard, and she froze slightly. There, Ahuai was kneeling on the ground, holding a piece of cloth, diligently wiping the floor with his head bowed. His thin frame moved surprisingly swiftly, showing no signs of complaint, and even bore a hint of focus. The elder blinked, momentarily taken aback, realizing that the figure kneeling on the ground working was actually the normally unruly Ahuai. Ahuai, the elder exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Hearing the sound, Ahuai lifted his head, his clear and quiet eyes still glistening, his face displaying a slightly shy smile. Good morning, elder. After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued wiping the floor, his movements meticulous. The elder could hardly believe her eyes. Where was the hot-tempered, often in conflict with the clan, rebellious male? This appearance was so humble, like a servant, completely devoid of his usual imposing demeanor. She turned her complex gaze to Yanshu. an odd feeling rising in her heart. What method did this Lady Yinshu use to make Ahuai bow his head to this extent? Lady Yinshu. The elder suppressed her shock and approached her, tentatively asking, "Is Ahuai serving you well?" Yinshu glanced up, gave a faint smile, and replied casually, "Yes, quite attentive. At least he hasn't caused me any trouble." Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but look at Ahuai, who was seriously wiping the floor, and her heart surged with astonishment. Ahuai was not someone who followed orders. He had always been a headache for the clan, and yet he was behaving like a little lamb before Yinshu. Her gaze swept over Ahuai's actions, and she couldn't help but murmur, How did you do it?" Yinshu took a sip of tea, her tone indifferent. Nothing special, just made him understand what he should do and what he shouldn't. Just blew the cow out. The elder was taken aback, her heart filled with deep shock. She secretly observed Yinshu, unable to suppress a strange thought. Could it be that this lady, Yinshu, really had some ability to tame males? Ahuai seemed to sense the elder's gaze, raised his head, and with no sign of dissatisfaction, earnestly said, "Elder, I'm doing well now, and I'm very willing to serve Lady Yinshu. Please rest assured." Upon hearing this, the elder was even more speechless. She fell silent for a moment, then could only nod, barely maintaining her composure. That's good. That's good. But inside, her mind was already in chaos. Yinshu set down her teacup, her gaze lightly resting on the elder, standing beside her, her tone carrying a hint of indifferent composure. "Elder, did you come so early for something? I've already taken in a male, as you requested. There shouldn't be any issues, right?" The elder was momentarily stunned by her question, her expression stiffening before she forced out a strained smile. "Lady Yinshu, it's not that. We have no other intentions. It's just..." Her gaze instinctively flicked to the kneeling Ahuai, then back to Yinshu, cautiously saying, "We just wanted to come and see if Ahuai is serving you well. After all, his nature in the past has been a bit restless." Yinshu chuckled lightly, a hint of teasing in her voice. "He seems quite obedient now, doesn't he?" The elder was momentarily speechless, her complex gaze on Ahuai. Indeed, the old Ahuai never followed orders, let alone kneeling on the ground to work. And now, he seemed like a completely different person, showing not even a hint of complaint. Yes. The elder forced a smile, her tone carrying a hint of testing. "Actually, Lady Yinshu, we were just worried about Ahuai's nature, afraid he wouldn't serve well. If you think there's anything he's not doing well, or if you're not satisfied enough, we can arrange for another male to come and help you." As soon as these words were spoken, Ahuai's actions abruptly halted. Yinshu also slightly squinted her eyes at her. She didn't speak, but her meaning was very clear. Chapter 189, he is how the elder ultimately couldn't withstand Yinshu's powerful aura. Under her indifferent and unquestionable gaze, she could only leave in a dejected manner. She left in a hurry. Even the final farewell seemed perfunctory. Yinshu lightly snorted, took a sip of her tea, and coldly glanced in the direction the elder had left. A faint mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Just as she was about to relax, she sensed an unusual aura beside her. Turning her head, she found Ahuai standing next to her at some point. He had his brows furrowed, his expression calm, but his thin frame exuded a strong sense of pressure. Completely different from the earlier flustered and helpless appearance, his demeanor instantly turned much colder. It was that older brother who had arrived. Yinshu was just about to speak when Ahuai had already nimbly knelt on one knee before her. His movements were clean and decisive, exuding a strong aura as if he were declaring something. Then Ahuai slightly raised his head, his eyes, shimmering like lake water, narrowed slightly, revealing an unmistakable hint of wicked charm. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. "Lady Yinshu," his voice was deep and magnetic, tinged with a slight huskiness, as if whispering softly in her ear, "I really like the way you looked at that elder just now." He gently raised his hand, his fingertips cold and restrained as they brushed against Yinshu's leg, the movement slow and seemingly filled with some kind of probing, even carrying a hint of teasing tenderness. His gaze fixed intently on her, entwined and persistent. That look, seemingly innocent, had a ferocity like a small beast ready to bite at any moment. He spoke, the curve of his lips deepening, his eyes sparkling with an unmistakable admiration and obsession, truly heart-stirring. Yinshu was slightly taken aback by Ahuai's sudden action, looking down at the man kneeling before her, her expression gradually turning cold. She gently raised her hand, wanting to push his hand away from her leg. "Should I call you Ahuai or Ahuai's brother now?" Ahuai did not loosen his grip, but instead tightened his hold on her leg. the movement faintly carrying a hint of dominance, as if declaring some kind of sovereignty. "My lady, I am called Ahau." His deep voice seemed to carry a hint of seduction. "Ahau." She raised an eyebrow. "With someone like you, what is good about it?" Ahau, however, was unfazed, his smile deepening. He looked up at her, his beautiful eyes rippling like the shimmering lake, sparkling but hiding unfathomable depth. "My lady," he said in a low voice, his tone carrying a subtle magnetic allure. "This is the name my mother gave us. And who can truly say what is good or bad? But if you are willing, I can become the best existence in your eyes." Upon hearing that it was his mother's choice, Yinshu felt a rare sense of embarrassment. After all, casually mocking someone's mother's choice of name was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Ahau noticed the subtle change in her expression. His beautiful eyes flickered, and the smile at the corner of his lips gradually blossomed until he suddenly burst into laughter. "Lady Yinshu." He lazily raised his head, his laughter unrestrained, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. "You're taking this too seriously. This name wasn't given by my mother. I chose it myself." "You chose it yourself?" Yinshu was taken aback for a moment, her eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. "Then why bring up your mother?" Ahau's smile deepened further, carrying a touch of pride and mockery. "Because I thought it would make you feel a bit embarrassed." He spoke as if it were completely reasonable, his low voice dripping with a languid charm. "In fact, the reason I chose this name is that I think of myself as a good person." Yinshu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth at that, unable to suppress a cold laugh, her tone laced with disdain. "A good person? You? Ahau, you really have an astonishingly thick skin. Having thick skin is how you live well. I senti it." The playful smile on his face seeming to say that he didn't take such evaluations to heart. Yinshu rolled her eyes helplessly, raising her hand to rub her temples. "You're remarkably calm about this." Of course, Ahau's smile remained, but his gaze carried a subtle seriousness. He said softly, "My lady, a name is just a name. I call myself Ahau, not to please others, but to remind myself, to protect those I want to protect in any circumstance." Although his tone was light, it carried a hint of seriousness. She looked at him quietly, nodding slightly at this new male of hers. "I think that idea is quite good." Upon receiving praise, Ahau smiled down, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing, but also hiding some seriousness. "My lady, rest assured, I will prove myself to be a good person, at least to you." Yinshu suddenly realized something. Her tone carried a hint of confusion. "Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic towards me?" Ahau couldn't help but chuckle at this, a hint of mockery flashing in his lake-like eyes. He looked up at her, the smile at the corner of his mouth carrying a hint of cunning. "My lady, is it that direct? I thought you preferred to ask questions indirectly." "Less nonsense." Yinshu glared at him impatiently. "Just tell the truth." Ahau laughed even more, the teasing in his eyes fading somewhat, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Actually, it's because of my brother. He is always going on in his head, praising how good, how powerful, how special you are." He paused here, chuckling softly, and continued. "He so verbose that it annoys me to no end. Almost every day he in my ear, singing your praises." Yinshu was momentarily speechless. Ahau's gaze carried a hint of frivolity as he continued. "He says you're smart, decisive, and that you're unlike any female he's ever seen. He thinks you are the most special person, and says that if he can follow you, it would be his greatest fortune." He spoke lightly, but one could hear a hint of seriousness beneath. Those seemingly casual words hid an undeniable recognition and admiration. Listening to this, Yinshu felt a slight stir in her heart, but maintained her calm demeanor. She looked up at Ahau, her voice indifferent. "Is that so? Then what about you? What is your opinion of me?" Upon hearing this, Ahau's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming deep and serious. He said softly, "I don't know if you are as perfect as he describes, but at least I never doubt his fondness for you. As for me," he sighed lightly, the smile returning to his lips, "my interest in you will only deepen." Chapter 190. Running away at this moment, the courtyard was quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Ahau lay under the corridor, his huge wolf body curled up, his fur dull, ears drooping, and his tail listlessly hanging down, occasionally sweeping the ground and stirring up a few fallen leaves. His copper bell-like eyes lacked their usual sharpness, and his usually handsome face bore no trace of its usual swagger. At this moment, he conveyed a deep sense of loss and grievance. "Shoo shoo." Ahau let out a low hum, his voice filled with weakness. "Am I not good enough even for a child?" He stopped halfway, his tail curling up a little before drooping down again, seemingly afraid that his words would be too heavy and upset her. Shu walked out of the house and sighed upon seeing Aho's appearance. She knew that this guy was genuinely feeling a sense of crisis. Ever since he had done everything he could, yet failed to get her a child, and now with the new male, Ahuai, arriving. It was evident that this was a significant blow to the straightforward Aho. Aho, what are you thinking about again? Shu walked to his side, squatted down, and gently patted his head. Aho lifted his big head to look at her, his eyes full of a pitiful expression. Shu, I'm afraid you want me anymore. Shu was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could I possibly not want you? Don't think too much, she said, pausing for a moment, her tone taking on a more serious note. However, this place is indeed not suitable for us to stay for long. You've seen it. Those people will never let us go. Always thinking of how to stuff males into our home. Aho's ears twitched, and his tail swayed lightly as he asked in a low voice, Shu, are you saying we have to leave? Yes, Shu nodded, a hint of deep thought flickering in her eyes. I'm looking for a way. This place isn't good. We need to find a place that truly belongs to us. Upon hearing her words, Aho's ears perked up and his bell-like eyes brightened instantly. He hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, then, when we get to the new place, Shu, can we mate? His voice was low but carried an undeniable desire, cautious like an aggrieved large dog. Shu was momentarily at a loss for words, cleared her throat lightly, and turned her gaze slightly away to hide her discomfort. Aho, why do you think about this every day? Her tone carried a hint of helplessness but no real reproach. Seeing her reaction, Aho's tail began to wag slightly, and a glimmer of expectation appeared in his eyes. I just want to have a child with Shu. His sentence was left unfinished, as Shu gently placed her hand on his forehead, interrupting him. All right, let's talk about it when we find a place. I will definitely give you a child, but for now, you need to behave for me. Upon hearing this, Aho's eyes brightened for a moment, and he quickly nodded, obediently saying, okay, whatever Shu says, I will listen to you. Shu looked at his expression, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. This guy, clearly as fierce as a beast, could always transform into a cautious large dog, making it both amusing and frustrating. The afternoon sun streamed through the gentle breeze, casting a warm and comfortable light in the courtyard. Ahu was lazily leaning on a lounge chair, nine tails casually hanging down, while a small female lay in his arms, tugging at his clothes with her little hands and making cooing sounds. Ahu looked down at the child in his arms. His eyes filled with tenderness, and the enchanting glow in his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented warmth. Aling sat nearby, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, holding another small female in his arms. His expression remained indifferent, but his narrow eyes softened slightly at the sound of the child's soft cooing. He gently touched the child's cheek with his fingertips, carefully stroking the soft little face. Aiken sat quietly in the corner, cradling the third little one, with a particularly gentle expression on his face. He hummed a little tune while gently rocking the child, seemingly completely immersed in the joy of being a father. The sunlight cast mottled shadows on them, filling the entire courtyard with warmth and tranquility. Aho stood in the shadows with his arms crossed, gazing intently at the scene. His ears twitched, full of envy and reluctance, his tail restlessly swishing back and forth, feeling sour inside. Why do they all have children? And I don't even have a shadow. Meanwhile, Ahu, standing at a distance, quietly watched it all. His tall figure and expression remained indifferent, but a hint of confusion and melancholy surfaced in his deep-set eyes, as if this scene awakened a desire he had never experienced before. Shu lay lazily on a bamboo couch beside the courtyard, a thin blanket draped over her. The sunlight warmed her face, making her appear particularly relaxed. On the small table beside her lay a plate of fresh fruits, and Aho was squatting beside her, carefully peeling a fruit. Shu, come, try this, it's very sweet, Aho said as he handed her the peeled fruit, his face bearing an expression of presenting a treasure. Shu slightly lifted her head, took a bite, and the sweet flavor immediately spread in her mouth. She nodded gently and said lazily, it tastes good. Upon hearing this, Aho's tail wagged instantly, his ears perked up, his face full of pride. I told you, Shu must like the best. Yes, Shu said, grabbing his hair and lifting her head to plant a kiss on his cheek. Aho froze for an instant, his ears shot up, and his tail stiffened in midair. Shu, you. His cheeks flushed visibly, his bell-like big eyes widened, and his mouth slightly opened, as if someone had hit the pause button. Seeing his dazed expression, Shu couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you envious? This is your reward. Are you happy? Aho took a while to react. his ears and tail wagging uncontrollably as he raised his hand to touch the place where he was kissed, caught in a mix of excitement and shyness. Happy. So happy. Shu, you. You're simply the best. Yin Shu, amused and exasperated, pressed down on Aho's head, pushing against his face as he tried to get closer. Aho, are you trying to cover my face in your drool? Stop it. But Aho couldn't stop, rubbing his head left and right, his tail wagging even more joyfully, mumbling, Shu is so good. Shu is the best. Kiss me again. Chapter 191. Arrival at the Dragon Clan. The night was deep, and the moonlight filtered through thick clouds, casting a faint glow over the yard of the Earthworm Clan, making it appear serene yet mysterious. Yin Shu stood at the door, her gaze sweeping over the entire courtyard with complex feelings, having made a decision in her heart. In recent days, the elders had repeatedly tried to force males onto her in various ways, and Yin Shu was already overwhelmed. She knew that if she continued to stay, the troubles would only multiply, potentially affecting her males and children. She raised her hand and knocked on Ahu's door. The door opened quickly, and Ahu stood as straight as ever, his tall figure half hidden in the interplay of moonlight and shadow. Lady Yin Shu, what can I do for you? He asked softly, his gaze calm, yet carrying a hint of tension. Yin Shu looked directly at him, her tone gentle but firm. I plan to take them away from here. We can't stay in this place any longer. What about you? Do you want to come with me or stay? Ahu nodded lightly without any hesitation. I will go with you. Yin Shu's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. After confirming his determination, she smiled faintly. Good, then let's pack our things. As soon as she finished speaking, Ahu began to take out his luggage, clearly already prepared. The slight tension he felt was due to knowing Yin Shu wanted to leave, but fearing she wouldn't take him with her. Seeing the luggage that had been ready for a long time, Yin Shu smiled but said nothing. She then instructed Aho, Aling, and Akin to organize the rare minerals and precious herbs they had found over the past few days, leaving them in the center of the courtyard. She knew these items were extremely valuable resources for the Earthworm Clan and could serve as a repayment for their life-saving grace. I hope this will let them know we are not ungrateful people, Yin Shu said softly, her gaze sweeping over the glimmering treasures with a sense of relief. Ahu walked beside her, his nine tails slightly raised behind him, a meaningful smile on his face. Shu, where are we going this time? Yin Shu smiled warmly. To a place where no one can find us, to live our own lives. The grand hall was resplendent, with walls adorned with shimmering light golden gemstones, and intricate carvings depicting complex and exquisite patterns. Several curtains made of rare minerals hung from the dome, radiating a warm glow under the dim light, resembling stars fallen to earth. In the center stood a large chair inlaid with various precious gemstones, its high backrest and armrests carved with exquisite dragon and snake patterns, exuding an undeniable sense of majesty and luxury. Yin Shu sat quietly in the chair, her gaze involuntarily scanning the excessively luxurious space, her whole being appearing somewhat uneasy. Her hands unconsciously gripped the armrests of the chair, her fingertips brushing against the cold and smooth edges of the gemstones, making it even harder for her to relax. She felt restless. Yin Shu didn't know what was wrong. Originally, she was just traveling with Su and the others, wandering aimlessly. Who would have thought that halfway through, they were stopped by a nearly dying gray female dragon, who cried for help. This was also because Yin Shu bore the mark of the Dragon Clan. Although she had used special means to conceal it, dragons could still sense the presence of their kin. She thought there were dragons around Yin Shu. This made the gray female dragon both surprised and delighted. She struggled to prop herself up despite her severe injuries and repeatedly pleaded with Yin Shu, "Please save me." Then the female dragon realized that Yin Shu was not only marked but also carrying a dragon child inside her. Most importantly, the aura of the mark on Yin Shu was left by the most mysterious dragon powerhouse. The gray female dragon raised her head, her eyes filled with pain and urgency. Those traitors are willing to harm our kin for the sake of seizing the power of the Dragon Clan. My kin have all been. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying as if she could barely stand. Yin Shu then followed the address given by the female dragon and arrived here. Upon arrival, she received exceptionally high treatment. Unable to help herself, Yin Shu asked again, "Where are my males? A Su, a Ho, a Ling, and a Chun. Where have they all been taken?" The gray female dragon stood beside her, speaking respectfully yet cautiously. "My lady, please rest assured. Your males have been properly accommodated, and they're being looked after by the top dragon healers. Their bodies are fine, They are temporarily arranged to rest alone to ensure they can adapt to this environment. Yin Shu frowned and asked, "Then why can't I see them?" Another female, seemingly of a steward status, glanced at her before lowering her head. Her voice softer, "This is to protect you. After all, your status is too noble, and many people are watching your every move. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we can only temporarily place them in a safe location." Yin Shu sighed, leaning back against the chair, her gaze unintentionally falling on a mural not far away. The mural depicted a majestic ancestral dragon standing above the 9 heavens, its dragon eyes deep as an endless starry sky, seemingly overlooking the entire world. A name floated in her mind, Xiong. He was the dragon male who marked her. According to this group of dragons, Xiong was the highest existence among the dragon clan, known as the superior. His cultivation method was unique. He practiced the path of detachment from a young age, severing all emotional ties in pursuit of pure power. Yet, this extremely indifferent dragon announced upon returning from a journey that he had marked a female, and because of this, he directly broke through the shackles of his bloodline and evolved into an ancestral dragon. Currently, Xiong was in seclusion in the outer heavens. At that time, when she had just arrived here, the dragons had said, "My lady, you need not worry. Lord Xiong is the glory of our dragon clan. His mark is not only your fortune, but also our blessing. If it were not for this, we could not have discovered you, let alone bring you back here." Yin Shu pinched her forehead. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands reached toward her forehead, startling her into dodging. It was a handsome young male who shyly said, "My lady, let me give you a massage." Yin Shu quickly leaned back, raising her hand to indicate, "No need, I can do it myself." The young male clearly didn't expect her to refuse, momentarily appearing a bit awkward, a blush rising on his fair face. "My lady, please don't misunderstand. I just thought you looked a bit tired and wanted to help you." Chapter 192. A Yuan is sent to bed. Yin Shu looked at the young male in front of her. He was clean and handsome, with an innocent look in his eyes, and the blush on his face made him appear somewhat clumsy and cute. She paused slightly, a hint of helplessness rising in her heart, but her tone remained indifferent. "I really don't need it. I appreciate your kindness." Hearing this, the young male appeared even more awkward. He lowered his head, nervously rubbing his clothes, his voice carrying a hint of regret and tension. "I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to offend you." Yin Shu looked at his flustered appearance, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, her tone softening a little. "You didn't offend me. It's just that I'm not used to being touched by others. Don't take it to heart." The young male, upon hearing this, raised his head, his eyes still holding some unease, but more gratitude. He nodded repeatedly, softly saying, "Thank you for your understanding, my lady. I will be more careful next time." His clumsy demeanor made Yin Shu feel a bit sympathetic. She sighed, her tone softening further. "What is your name?" The young male was slightly taken aback, then quickly replied, "My name is a Yuan, my lady." "A Yuan?" Yin Shu nodded, her tone carrying a hint of gentle encouragement. "You're quite attentive." A Yuan, receiving her praise, nodded eagerly, his blush deepening, seemingly inspired by her gentle attitude. He whispered, "Thank you for the compliment, my lady." This scene caught the eye of the steward female, revealing an ambiguous expression. Yin Shu casually nodded. "All right, don't just stand there. Go attend to your duties." A Yuan quickly nodded, nervously bowing. "My lady, my task is to serve you." He blushed, looking somewhat flustered yet adorable. Yin Shu nodded and leaned back against the chair. At night, moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a hazy glow over the luxurious decorations in the room. Everything in the room appeared quiet and noble, the soft bed covered with silky bedding, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. After washing up, Yin Shu tiredly flopped onto the bed, ready for a good sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt something unusual beside her. The oppressive feeling wasn't obvious, but she instinctively sensed something was off. She suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to look beside her, only to find a noticeable bulge under the bedding. "What is that?" Yin Shu frowned, her heart tightening, and she rolled off the bed, stepping back a few paces, her gaze fixed on the bulge with shock and vigilance. In the next moment, the bulging spot moved, then a trembling hand gently lifted the blanket, revealing a handsome young male peeking out from underneath. "A Yuan?" Yin Shu was stunned, looking at the familiar face, her brows furrowing even tighter. "What are you doing here?" A Yuan was evidently startled as well. He quickly sat up, his face filled with embarrassment, a flush rapidly spreading across his fair face. He rubbed his clothes nervously, speaking softly, "My lady, The elder steward sent me here, saying I would serve you from now on." "Serve me?" Yen Shu's brows furrowed even tighter, her tone cold and direct. "I don't need your service." Upon hearing this, a Yuan's flush instantly faded, replaced by a pallor. His eyes widened slightly, looking as if he had been doused with cold water, standing there at a loss. Sorry. "I'm sorry, my lady," he said in a panic, his voice trembling noticeably. Suddenly, he scrambled down from the bed in a flurry, slipped on the floor, and nearly fell. In the end, he simply knelt on the ground, his knees hitting the cold floor heavily. He lowered his head, his whole body huddled together, his tone filled with deep regret and panic. "My lord, it's all my fault. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." A Yuan knelt on the ground, his body slightly trembling, his head bowed almost to the floor, looking helpless and humble. His voice grew quieter, filled with deep self-blame. "If you are not satisfied, I will leave now. Please don't be angry." Yen Shu looked at his extremely flustered appearance and felt a moment of speechlessness. She had only refused him once, but she didn't expect it to scare this young male to the point of rolling and crawling on the ground to beg for mercy. "Get up." She pressed her forehead. Her tone slightly softened. "I didn't say I would blame you or kick you out. Why are you acting like this?" Upon hearing this, a Yuan's body stiffened for a moment, but he still didn't dare to raise his head, his voice filled with anxiety. "I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to make you unhappy. I really didn't want to offend you." Yen Shu sighed, feeling a bit helpless. This boy was clearly very scared, and his emotions were completely out of control. She softened her tone, trying to calm him down. "I said, I don't blame you. You're just following orders." Only then did a Yuan cautiously raise his head, glancing at her carefully, his eyes still filled with deep apprehension. He nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, my lord. I remember." "I'm sorry, really sorry." Seeing him so timid, Yen Shu felt a headache coming on. She waved her hand and said helplessly, "All right, stop kneeling, get up. If you still feel sorry for me, just be obedient and don't do things that lead to misunderstandings." A Yuan nodded vigorously and awkwardly stood up, his movements still showing a bit of restraint. He stood there with his head down, like a small beast that had done something wrong, blushing as he quietly said, "Yes." "Thank you, my lord." Yen Shu looked at a Yuan's awkward and uneasy demeanor, pursed her lips, feeling a sense of helplessness. She initially wanted to directly send him away, but upon reconsideration, it was clear that this boy had been arranged to come here, and that elder steward was likely doing it on purpose. If she sent a Yuan away now, that elder would definitely think she was dissatisfied and would arrange for other males to come in and bother her again. Thinking of this, Yen Shu felt even more troubled. She rubbed her forehead, her gaze falling on a Yuan standing beside her, and found that he was still keeping his head down, nervously rubbing the hem of his clothes, looking as if he was ready to be scolded at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yen Shu sighed, trying to calm herself down, her tone flat but with a hint of admonishment. "A Yuan, do you know what I'm thinking?" A Yuan, upon hearing this, suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with panic and unease, like a small beast suddenly called out. He cautiously replied, "My lord, I don't know. But if I do something wrong, you can tell me, and I will definitely change." Chapter 193. Yen Shu's unease. Yen Shu looked at him deeply, her gaze carrying a hint of inquiry and a touch of helplessness. "If I send you out, then another male will come in later. Am I right?" A Yuan's face instantly paled a little, a glimmer of struggle flashing in his eyes. But in the end, he still gently nodded and said softly, "Yes." "The elder steward said that my lord needs someone to take care of her, and told me to perform well and not to make you dissatisfied." Indeed, Yen Shu closed her eyes. When she opened them again and looked at a Yuan, her brows furrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. "Aren't you dragon people supposed to have one male and one female? How come it has turned into this casual arrangement of males?" A Yuan's face turned even more awkward, a hint of shame flushing his fair face. He lowered his head, his voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz. "Yes. It's like that, but after our tribe's bloodline began to decline, the elders started trying to change traditions, saying it was for the sake of the clan, allowing females to take in more males to increase the chances of offspring." Yen Shu thought of the child that was still on a countdown. "Isn't it just 1 year? Can't you all wait?" A Yuan didn't understand. Other races that gave birth every 3 years didn't say they were declining. At this moment, a Yuan understood and quickly shook his head. "No, my lord, you misunderstood. Our dragon race is not a race that gives birth once a year." He lowered his head, his voice even smaller. Our dragon race normally takes 10 years to gestate one offspring." 10 years? Yinshu's tone was filled with disbelief. The countdown in her system was 1 year. It seems this was her ability. Yinshu thought of something and thought, if the dragon people knew they could give birth in a year, wouldn't they get restless? She couldn't help but swallow, her brows slightly furrowing as she tried to shake off this absurd thought. However, at that moment, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted into her nose. The scent was fresh and warm, seemingly carrying a hint of sweetness, making her heart involuntarily relax slightly. Yinshu was taken aback, instinctively wrinkling her nose, and turned her head to look around. What is that smell? She scanned the room, confirming there was no incense or other foreign objects before looking at a Yuan in confusion. Is it you? A Yuan was stunned for a moment, the flush on his face reappearing. He lowered his head and said softly, My lord, it might be, my scent. Our dragon race's bodies emit some natural fragrance when in heat. Yinshu was taken aback upon hearing this, her brows instantly furrowing, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. In heat? A Yuan, are you in heat now? You must be joking. As she spoke, she took several steps back. She had just received a bad one. A bad one still involved 2 people. She absolutely could not take in any more females now, not to mention how Asu and the others would feel. Aho would definitely be upset. No. The most important thing was that she really didn't want to look for a male again right now. It's a matter of survival. A Yuan's face instantly turned crimson as he saw Yinshu's frightened expression. He hurriedly waved his hands, quickly explaining, No. My lord, I didn't mean that. Our dragon race does have a fragrance when in heat, but sometimes extreme emotional fluctuations, nervousness, fear, anxiety, can also trigger similar reactions. Emotional fluctuations? Yinshu raised an eyebrow, her gaze lingering on his flushed face for a moment, her tone filled with skepticism. So you emit fragrance because you're nervous? A Yuan became even more flustered, his voice low like a mosquito. Maybe. I really didn't mean to. My lord, please don't misunderstand. Yinshu leaned against the head of the bed, her gaze falling on a Yuan who was curled up on the soft couch, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. This boy, although he seemed clumsy and harmless, was emanating a dangerously natural fragrance. She took a deep breath, made a decision, her tone cold but undeniable. A Yuan, you should leave. I don't need anyone to serve me, nor do I want this kind of thing to happen again. A Yuan suddenly raised his head, his handsome face instantly turning pale. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. After a while, he lowered his head, his voice filled with obvious disappointment and self-blame. Yes, my lord. It's my fault. I will leave now. He slowly stood up, his movements seeming a bit stiff, each step carrying heavy emotions, as if the hope that had just ignited was completely extinguished. But just as he turned around, Yinshu suddenly felt dizzy, and the scene before her seemed to be covered with a thin veil. She instinctively reached out to hold the edge of the bed, but her body still swayed unsteadily, nearly falling over. Ayuan heard the unusual sound and immediately turned around, his expression changing drastically upon seeing Yinshu's unstable form. He rushed over in a few steps and caught her just before she fell, his movements quick and steady. Yinshu. Ayuan's voice was filled with tension and concern as he carefully supported her, afraid she might get hurt. Yinshu leaned against him, feeling a bit dizzy, but she soon noticed a more distinct fragrance wafting towards her. This scent was even stronger than before, carrying a sweet and refreshing quality that was not overwhelming but rather eased her mind for a moment. She frowned slightly, forcing her eyes open to stare at the young man close by, her tone tinged with helplessness. When did your smell change again? Ayuan looked down at her, the flush on his face spreading to his ears, his voice carrying a hint of panic. I'm sorry, my lady. I don't know why it's like this. It might be because I was too worried about you just now. Yinshu leaned against Ayuan's embrace, feeling waves of dizziness wash over her, her body seemingly growing weaker. Her brows knitted tighter as she tried to struggle to steady herself, but suddenly, a mysterious warmth surged up from her abdomen. This warmth seemed to rise from deep within her belly, burning hot and intense, quickly spreading to her heart and then throughout her limbs. She could clearly feel that her body seemed to be on fire, the heat rising with each moment. Even her head starting to feel hot, a buzzing sound ringing in her ears. Yinshu gritted her teeth, her voice laced with urgency and confusion. Something's not right. Ayuan sensed that she was unwell and tightened his grip on her, worry etched on his handsome face. My lady, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yinshu could only feel the heat growing stronger, as if a force was restlessly stirring within her, making it hard for her to calm down. She raised her hand to press against her forehead, beads of sweat already forming at her temples, making her appear especially exhausted. Chapter 194. Yinshu's reaction. Yuan saw Yinshu's complexion growing paler, beads of sweat dripping like rain down her cheeks, her body trembling slightly as if she was enduring unspeakable pain. Her eyes were half closed, breathing rapid, as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. He dared not hesitate any longer, holding her tightly and hurriedly making his way to the elder's quarters. All the while, his heart felt suspended in midair. The only sounds in his ears were his own hurried breaths and her intermittent, faint gasps. The elder heard the commotion and quickly came out to meet them. When she saw Yinshu looking weak to the point of near unconsciousness, her brows furrowed tightly. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, waving her hand to summon several females behind her. "Quick, take her inside." The elder's voice carried an undeniable authority. Several females stepped forward immediately, gently and swiftly taking Yinshu from Yuan's arms. They lifted her up and carefully headed towards the inner chamber. Yuan wanted to follow, but was stopped by the elder's hand. Her expression was cold, and her tone was authoritative. "Wait outside. You cannot go in." Yuan was stunned for a moment, his face full of anxiety, but he dared not defy her. He stood at the door, watching their figures disappear into the inner chamber, his heart racing, hands tightly gripping his clothing, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Meanwhile, Yinshu's consciousness had begun to blur, the sounds around her gradually fading away, and everything seemed to become unreal. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness surged from all directions, causing her to shiver slightly. After a moment, she vaguely felt her body being slowly placed into cold water. The icy water enveloped every inch of her skin, and the fiery, restless warmth within her was instantly suppressed, gradually calming down. The cold sensation felt like invisible hands gently soothing her frayed nerves, rescuing her from the torment of burning heat. Her previously rapid breathing began to stabilize, and the rise and fall of her chest became slow and rhythmic. The water gently splashed against her body, and she could hear faint sounds of water, like whispers from afar. She felt a tranquil force slowly permeating her body, suppressing the torturous heat within her. As she soaked in the icy water, her limbs gradually relaxed, and the tense nerves slowly unwound. Everything around her became quiet, as if only the sound of flowing water remained, and her consciousness gradually returned to calmness in this cold and gentle touch. She lost track of how long it had been, but Yinshu's consciousness gradually began to awaken. The cold sensation had faded, her body regaining some warmth, as she could vaguely hear low voices conversing nearby. Indeed, it's the bloodline of the dragon race. An older voice carried a suppressed astonishment, filled with shock. "This child has strong ancestral traits." "Ancestral?" Another voice sounded shocked. "I can also sense that this child's bloodline is older and purer than that of ordinary dragons." The older voice was deep and serious. "Ancestral bloodlines are extremely rare and usually only appear under very special circumstances. You all felt it too, right? The child's aura carries the pressure of the ancient dragon bloodline." But a younger voice said uneasily, "Although ancestral bloodlines are powerful, they also place a greater burden on the mother. Can Lady Yinshu withstand it?" The older voice paused, as if in thought, and after a moment spoke, "Her body is indeed very strong. She seems to adapt to the strength of the dragon bloodline even better than we expected. Otherwise, the restlessness within her just now couldn't possibly have calmed down in such a short time." The young voice still sounded worried. "But if the child's bloodline continues to grow, could it pose a greater threat to Lady Yinshu? This is unavoidable." The older voice carried a hint of heaviness, but her constitution is special. She seems capable of integrating this powerful bloodline aura. What we can do is try to give her more time to rest and avoid other disturbances. Yinshu's brows slightly furrowed as she listened to the conversation. Was the power of his bloodline the reason she felt unwell? But the system had said there was nothing wrong with her pregnancy. She instinctively wanted to move, but found her body still incredibly heavy, completely unable to rise. Another voice hesitated to speak, with a hint of uncertainty. "Should we inform the other elders about this? After all, ancestral bloodlines are too rare, and if nurtured properly, this child could become a pillar for the entire clan." "No," the older voice decisively rejected. "The fewer people who know about this, the better. Lady Yinshu and the child need stability, not disturbances. If the news leaks, it may attract not only curiosity, but also covetousness." "Understood." The young voice became subdued, filled with reverence. Yin Shu struggled to adjust her breathing, trying to break free from the heaviness. Just as she was straining to open her eyes, her vision gradually cleared, and she saw a circle of people surrounding her. Strange faces filled her sight, all female. Some were older, some younger. Their expressions varied, but all carried a mix of tension and cautious attention. As her eyes slightly opened and her gaze slowly moved, those females seemed to be startled. "She's awake," a young female exclaimed first, her voice filled with suppressed excitement. "Lady Inshu, how are you feeling?" Another older female immediately leaned down, concern etched on her face and urgency in her tone. They huddled closer, their eyes filled with deep concern. Someone reached out, seemingly wanting to help her sit up. Yin Shu's gaze slowly shifted away from the faces of the females surrounding her, and as she lowered her head slightly, she realized she was lying in a pool of water. The water was clear but shrouded in a thin layer of white mist, slowly rising around her body as if isolating her from the outside world. She tried to move her fingers, and when she touched the surface of the water, a wave of icy coldness instantly crept up her wrist, making her shiver involuntarily. "This," she frowned slightly. The older female immediately leaned down and explained, "Lady Yin Shu, this water is the holy water from the ice pool, which can suppress the restlessness and unstable bloodline power within you. Although it is a bit cold, it is beneficial for you and the child." Yin Shu furrowed her brows. Another younger female guessed what she was thinking and quickly said, "My lady, the child's bloodline is from the dragon clan, naturally adapted to extreme environments. This little cold will not affect him at all. On the contrary, this water can stabilize his bloodline even more." Chapter 195. The golden dragon reappears. Yin Shu leaned against the edge of the ice pool, gently raising a hand to cover her lower abdomen. The cold water surface stirred tiny ripples, and her palm, through the thin fabric, felt the warmth from within her belly. At this early stage in her pregnancy, her belly was not very noticeable, and one could hardly see any change with the naked eye. But that subtle life force clearly existed, as if it was intertwined with her heartbeat. Her fingers gently glided, as if soothing the small life inside her. Her gaze revealed a complexity, mingling maternal softness with a hint of indescribable contemplation. "This little creature is already such a handful," she murmured softly, her tone tinged with a sense of helpless indulgence. The white mist on the water's surface slowly rose, accentuating her expression, making it appear especially gentle. High above the sky, the clouds rolled, and the world seemed incredibly silent. This was a secluded realm of the heavens, where the golden sea of clouds seemed endless. Within that boundless cloud layer lay a massive golden dragon, coiled and sprawling. Its scales reflected a dazzling sheen under the faint light, each scale appearing to be coated in sunlight, radiating brilliant gold. The dragon had its eyes closed, as if in slumber. Suddenly, its body trembled slightly, and its massive tail swished gently, stirring the surrounding clouds and creating countless waves of air. Its eyes slowly opened, revealing deep, amber-like pupils that sparkled with a haunting majesty and wisdom. Then, it slightly raised its head, releasing a low breath that shook the surrounding air. In that moment, a light curtain suddenly appeared before it. The curtain floated in the void, surrounded by golden runes, as if transmitting some ineffable power. At the center of the curtain, a clear figure was reflected, none other than Yin Shu. She was leaning against the edge of the ice pool, gently caressing her lower abdomen, her face showing a mix of maternal tenderness and a hint of helpless smile. The golden dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, its gaze fixated on the image in the light curtain. Its massive body leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to see more clearly. The pupils of the golden dragon trembled slightly, although its expression was not visible. The excitement in its amber-like eyes was hard to conceal, as if emotions suppressed for millennia were flooding out at this moment. Its gaze was tightly locked on Yin Shu in the light curtain, noticing the brief softness on her face, before the image shifted to her furrowing her brows, her body slightly trembling, clearly enduring some pain. At that moment, the golden dragon's expression dimmed instantly, a deep pain appearing in its amber eyes. Its enormous body curled slightly, as if empathizing with Yin Shu in the light curtain. However, just as it wanted to act, a low humming suddenly resonated from the surrounding void. Boom! Several silver chains shot out from the void, their bodies wrapped in complex runes, flashing with a cold and sharp light. These chains seemed alive, instantly wrapping around the dragon's limbs, neck, and tail, firmly anchoring in place. Boom! The golden dragon was forced to stop its movements. its massive body producing a piercing metallic clashing sound as the chains pulled at it. Its pupils contracted, an endless sense of unwillingness and anger surging in its chest. Roar! It raised its head and let out a furious roar towards the heavens. The sound was deep yet shocking, like rolling thunder, instantly stirring the surrounding clouds. The violent sound waves slammed against the silver chains, causing the runes on the chains to flicker violently, emitting a series of piercing hums, as if they might snap at any moment. The dragon's roar echoed across the sky, lingering for a long time. At the same time, the entire Dragon Clan territory was shaken by this roar. The Dragon Clan members resting deep in the mountains all raised their heads, feeling this familiar yet impossible to ignore pressure. All the dragons became restless, their roars ringing out in succession, filling the mountain air with an indescribable tension. That was his voice. An elderly dragon elder looked up into the distance, shock filling his murky eyes. How could he let out such a roar? What on earth happened? The younger Dragon Clan members whispered among themselves, their faces filled with unease. Above the Dragon Clan territory, the sky faintly glowed with a golden hue, the majestic aura enveloping the entire clan. Every dragon member could feel that the power belonging to the king was struggling, yet suppressed by some powerful restraint. And the giant dragon continued to roar, the chains trembling more violently with its roar, as if they might break at any moment. Its gaze remained fixed on the small figure in the light curtain, filled with endless unwillingness and an inability to let go. On the other side, Yin Shu lay in the ice pool, her body slowly recovering. Just when she thought everything had calmed down, suddenly, her body jolted violently. A crack suddenly opened in the distant horizon, and a beam of dazzling golden light pierced through the void, carrying vast and mysterious power, flying directly toward her. What is that? The nearby females gasped in shock, their expressions filled with astonishment and apprehension. The golden light penetrated the roof, heading straight for Yin Shu at an astonishing speed that left no time for reaction. Moments later, the golden light flowed into her abdomen like a warm stream, unobstructed. Hiss! The females all inhaled sharply, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Yin Shu's hands instinctively covered her lower abdomen, feeling the changes after the golden light merged into her body. A warm power rapidly spread within her, gentle yet powerful, like spring wind melting snow, instantly sweeping away her fatigue and coldness. Her body involuntarily floated slightly, enveloped in a faint golden light, as if she were lightly suspended in the clouds. Comfortable enough that she almost wanted to fall asleep, Yin Shu looked down at her lower abdomen, watching the golden light gradually merge in her body, the warm and powerful sensation reminding her of some familiar memories. The images flashing through her mind made her realize she had experienced a similar situation before. At that time, her fatigue and discomfort were also alleviated by the same golden light, even bringing about a certain increase in power. This is his power. Yin Shu felt a bit puzzled. Soon, she figured out who he was. It was the dragon male she had only seen once, the legendary dragon. Lady Yin Shu, are you feeling more comfortable now? A bit more comfortable. The few of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling even more respect for Yin Shu. This is the special female that he takes care of. Chapter 196, he is the glory of the entire dragon race and our faith. Lady Yin Shu, are you feeling more comfortable now? The older female asked cautiously, her tone filled with reverence and concern. Yin Shu slowly nodded, her tone softened a bit. Yes, I feel a little better. Hearing this, the few people surrounding her finally breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with respect, and at this moment, their belief in Yin Shu's identity deepened. This is the special female that he takes care of. Lady Yin Shu, one of the young females, said softly, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety and envy, has rarely shown his power over the years. You are the first female to receive his protection. The envy was evident in her words. Another female couldn't help but interject, her tone even more excited. Yes, he is a legend of our dragon race, and very few have even seen him in person. It truly is to be chosen by him. Before she could finish her sentence, the older female silenced her with a look. The elder turned to Yin Shu, slightly bowing, her tone more cautious. These matters are not for us to speak lightly of. Yin Shu looked down at them and noticed their attitude toward her was more respectful and cautious. She indeed felt that special power, and this power brought not only physical protection, but also a certain invisible bond. Thank you all, Yin Shu said softly, her gaze sweeping over their faces. The older female was clearly taken aback by Yinshu's words, then revealed a slight smile and quickly lowered her head to bow. There is no need to thank us. My lady, it is what we should do. In truth, Yinshu was filled with confusion. Isn't this a world dominated by females? She thought to herself, her gaze thoughtfully scanning the several females who respectfully bowed and retreated. Logically, in such an environment, females should be exalted, while males exist merely for the sake of reproduction. However, she saw in these females' expressions a deep reverence for that legendary golden dragon male. This respect was not mere admiration. It felt more like a heartfelt submission, even tinged with a hint of adoration. Her brows furrowed slightly as she gently touched her abdomen, the warmth still flowing within her, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Just after those females bowed and retreated, Yinshu couldn't help but speak up, her tone carrying a hint of probing. Wait, why do you have such deep respect for that golden dragon male? What kind of being is he? She finally asked directly. Mainly, Yinshu felt that her status here was particularly high. Asking directly was quicker than sneaking a question. The older female, upon hearing her words, was not surprised by Yinshu's question. My lady, he is the most noble bloodline in the dragon race, a natural king, and a legendary being in our clan. But isn't he male? You all. Yinshu's tone was filled with confusion. The older female smiled slightly and whispered, Lady Yinshu, this place indeed respects females. But someone like him is not an ordinary male to be compared with. His existence has long transcended the distinction between male and female. He is the glory of the entire dragon race and our faith. As Yinshu listened to her words, her questions only grew. Why would such an existence choose her? She pondered silently, her gaze falling on her abdomen. Yinshu quietly stayed in this cold hot spring for 3 days. During these 3 days, that golden light came as expected, appearing 3 times in total, each time unhesitatingly flying into her abdomen. Every time the golden light merged into her body, her fatigue and restlessness were quickly soothed. Even the faint conflicts in her bloodline were resolved by the gentle power. A warm feeling spread from her abdomen to her whole body, bringing an incredible sense of comfort. By the time the 3rd golden light descended, Yinshu finally couldn't help but open the system interface. System, didn't you say that my pregnancy and childbirth wouldn't trigger any task responses? The system's reply was as cold and concise as ever. According to the feedback from the host's target state, this is a natural response of bloodline connection. The golden dragon bloodline possesses a strong protective nature, and the child's father is strengthening the bond with his offspring and protecting the host in this way. Strengthening the bond? Yinshu lightly pondered over these words. Her brows slightly furrowed. The system seemed to sense her doubts, coldly adding, this is a normal phenomenon during the strategy process. The deeper the host connection with the child's father, the more beneficial it is for the advancement of the task. Yinshu thought that childbirth was simple, but didn't he expect such a complicated process? Rest assured, host, your pregnancy and childbirth process will not encounter any danger. Well, hearing the system's assurance, she finally relaxed completely. Yinshu finally met her 3 daughters. She stood in a spacious and bright room, her gaze fixed on the soft bed. On the bed lay 3 small figures, quiet as if they were little fairies bathed in the morning light. Even though everyone had reassured her multiple times that the children were safe, her heart had always been in suspense. It was only at this moment, seeing them for real, that her brows finally relaxed. The 3 children were snugly wrapped in soft swaddles, their tiny bodies curled up, their skin as white as snow, radiating a healthy glow. Each child looked slightly different, but all carried a unique aura in their brows. Yinshu stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over them one by one. The daughter on the far left had silver hair, faintly shimmering with brilliance. Her small hand gently grasped the edge of the swaddle, sleeping particularly soundly. The daughter in the middle appeared more delicate, with soft features, her eyes closed as if she were having a sweet dream. The child on the far right opened her eyes, which were as clear as glass, exuding a faintly glassy light, quietly gazing at Yinshu, her gaze revealing a spark of liveliness that was completely unbefitting her age. As if finally seeing her mother, she opened her arms towards her, displaying great excitement. At that moment, Yinshu finally breathed a sigh of relief, her lips unconsciously curling into a gentle smile. She carefully leaned down, gently extending her hand to touch the child's small cheek, the soft sensation instantly melting her heart. Mother! Suddenly, a soft voice came from the child on the far right, clear enough to make Yinshu momentarily stunned. She lifted her head, her gaze meeting those glassy, clear eyes, Her heart involuntarily stirred. The child's voice was tender yet filled with emotion, like a long-awaited joy of finally finding a place to rely on. Yanshu slowly extended her hands and picked up the child. The small body nestled against her chest, radiating warmth and softness, filling her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. "What did you just call me?" Yanshu lowered her head and asked softly, her tone laced with uncertainty. The child's small hand tightly clutched her clothing, her little face resting on Yanshu's shoulder, and her clear voice rang out again, "Mother." This time, Yanshu heard it clearly. Chapter 197. Your child is indeed extraordinary. Yanshu's heart suddenly trembled as she looked down at the small face in her arms. The child's eyes were bright and clear, filled with a liveliness and dependence that were completely unbefitting her age. Her voice softened a bit, as if afraid of startling something. "Call me again." The child's little face tilted slightly upward, a sweet smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her small hands tightly gripping her mother's clothing as she called out softly, "Mother." At that moment, Yanshu's heart felt almost completely full, her eyes slightly warming. She slowly tightened her arms, holding the child a bit closer, feeling the soft, warm little body, the tenderness within her almost overflowing. "Good child." Yanshu gently patted her back, her voice laced with affection, so well-behaved. At that moment, she was deeply moved. Originally, because she wasn't from this world and the child was born as part of the system task, Yanshu actually felt no sense of belonging, always feeling out of place in this world. But now, after the child called her mother, Yanshu felt as if her entire heart was in a state of fullness. At that moment, the other females in the room couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. "My lady, your child can already speak. This is simply..." The older female exclaimed in awe. "Your child is truly exceptional, growing at a rate far beyond the norm." Yanshu didn't immediately respond. She lowered her head to look at the child in her arms, her gaze filled with tenderness. After a moment, she gently placed the little one back into the swaddling cloth and walked over to the child in the middle, carefully picking her up. The little one was sleeping soundly, stirring slightly when lifted, her soft little hand instinctively grasping at Yanshu's sleeve. Yanshu looked at her fine, soft hair and slightly wrinkled little brow, a strong sense of protectiveness surging within her. She leaned down and gently kissed the child's forehead, softly saying, "My little treasure." After placing the middle child back down, she moved to the little one on the far left. When she picked her up, the child seemed startled, letting out a soft whimper and struggling with her little hands. Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle lightly, bending down to kiss her cheek and softly saying, "Don't be afraid. Mother is here." After she had affectionately kissed and held all three children, she stood up straight and let out a long breath. Her gaze swept over the three little figures, her eyes filled with both comfort and an unmistakable determination. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, as if at that moment, her connection with these three lives was deeper than ever. The females behind her quietly watched this scene, no one daring to make a sound. Their eyes were filled with awe, as if they felt that every action of Yanshu carried a sacred meaning. After Yanshu had spent a moment in warmth with her three daughters, several females cautiously led her to another room. The moment she stepped into the room, she squinted slightly at the dazzling sight before her. This room was obviously more luxurious than the previous one, with walls adorned with gemstones of various sizes, their crystal-clear light refracting a rainbow of colors under the candlelight. A string of colorful crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, seemingly intent on making the room look dreamlike. Yanshu stood at the door, slightly stunned, then furrowed her brows. "What is this?" She couldn't help but speak, her tone tinged with helplessness. "It's so bright. Don't you think it's blinding?" The older female quickly stepped forward, her tone respectful and cautious. "My lady, this room is specially prepared for you. Only the most esteemed females are qualified to use it. Every gemstone here is the most precious collection from our clan over the years." Upon hearing this, Yanshu couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling speechless. She looked around. The room was filled with glaring brilliance, and even the rarest gemstones piled together felt gaudy. Not to mention the colorful reflections, which made her eyes uncomfortable. "This is too extravagant." She sighed lightly, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Do you really think sleeping in a place like this is comfortable?" The several females exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. They clearly hadn't expected someone to dislike such a meticulously decorated room, especially a noble female like Yanshu. In their understanding, the more precious the gemstones and the more luxurious the decorations, the more they could showcase a female's status and glory. One of the younger females couldn't help but whisper, My lady, these gemstones were personally selected by the elders of our clan. Yin Shu. All right. She sighed helplessly, squinting her eyes slightly, trying to adapt to the overwhelming brilliance, and reluctantly walked to the center of the room, sitting in the gem-encrusted chair. The chair was incredibly ornate, but as soon as she sat down, she felt uncomfortable, unable to help but mutter inwardly, "This thing is for looking at, not for sitting on." Just as she was pondering whether to get up, the door was gently pushed open. A group of older females filed in. Their attire was completely different from that of ordinary females. Each wore a black robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, giving them an air of mystery. A layer of thin gauze covered their heads, making their overall demeanor resemble that of witches from some ancient ritual. Even more absurdly, each of them held a large crystal in their hands. The crystals emitted a soft glow, but, like the other gemstones, also radiated a somewhat blinding light. Yin Shu watched them approach and couldn't help but rub her forehead, softly muttering, "It's really getting more and more grand." One of the leading older females stopped in front of her, slightly bowing in respect, her tone filled with awe. "My lady, these crystals are prepared for you. They can reveal your bloodline power." Upon hearing this, Yin Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of disbelief. "Reveal my bloodline power? What can these things show?" The leading older female respectfully raised her head and explained softly, "These crystals are one of the oldest inheritances in our clan. They can sense your bloodline characteristics and present specific fluctuations. This will not only help us better protect you and your children, but also anticipate future changes that may occur." Yin Shu's gaze returned to the glowing crystals, feeling that they looked more like exaggerated decorations. "Fine, if you want to test, then go ahead." The group of females, hearing her consent, responded in low voices, their movements becoming more careful and cautious. They carefully placed the crystals in the center of the room, arranging each one according to a specific formation, as if setting up some kind of ritual. Chapter 198. Yin Shu's child detected as powerful, several females meticulously adjusted the positions of the crystals, ensuring they were arranged according to an ancient formation. When the last crystal was set, the atmosphere in the room subtly changed. Yin Shu sensed something unusual and was about to ask when the crystals suddenly lit up. A soft glow slowly emerged, gradually merging into a single point, as if invisible threads were gathering the energy of all the crystals. Then, several beams of light shot up into the sky, intertwining and merging in the air, ultimately coalescing into a dazzling light that slowly enveloped Yin Shu. Her body trembled slightly. She could feel that the light did not bring any sense of oppression, but rather a gentle aura, swirling around her like gentle waves. The surrounding females held their breath, their gazes fixed on her, their eyes filled with both excitement and reverence. They had never witnessed such a scene. The light emitted by the crystals was even more brilliant than any previous tests, and it even coalesced into a shadow resembling a dragon in midair. The older female took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she placed them in front of her, speaking earnestly, "My lord, the bloodline of your child is more special than we imagined." Yin Shu's fingers tightened slightly at the words, and she raised her gaze to the older female, her voice slowing a bit. "In what way is it special?" The older female looked at the swirling light with a hint of undeniable awe in her tone. "This is not just a return to ancestry. It is a transformation of the bloodline." The other females gasped in shock, their eyes wide as they looked at Yin Shu. "Transformation?" Yin Shu's heart sank, unable to suppress a soft repetition of the word. The older female nodded, her gaze fixed on the light enveloping Yin Shu, her eyes hiding a mix of shock and reverence. "My lord, your children. Their bloodline is not merely an ancestral return, but a kind of transcendent evolution." Her voice trembled slightly, as if she could hardly believe her conclusion. A normal ancestral bloodline would at most revert to the most primitive form of the dragon clan, but your children, their bloodline has undergone new changes even on the basis of returning to ancestry. Yin Shu feigned surprise. New changes? She knew it was the system's doing. The children would definitely have new changes. The older female glanced at the others, as if confirming her judgment, and after taking a deep breath, continued, "Your children's bloodline fluctuations are deeper than those of ordinary dragons, even. They do not belong to any known type of dragon." Yin Shu displayed a look of surprise. "Are you saying my children might have transcended the dragon clan?" The older female hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Yes, my lord. Their bloodline is evolving towards an unknown direction. This situation is unprecedented." Upon hearing this, the other females began whispering among themselves, their expressions filled with deep shock. "How is this possible? They have actually transcended the dragon clan. Could it be an even older bloodline? Did he already know about this? Low murmurs filled the room, everyone's emotions stirred by this astonishing discovery. As if witnessing an unprecedented miracle, Yanshu listened to their excited discussions, her expression remaining calm, but her fingers gently rubbed the edge of her clothing, already contemplating the pros and cons. Their surprise was normal. One could even say their level of shock was quite restrained. After all, in their understanding, the Dragon Clan is the pinnacle of bloodlines, and returning to ancestry is the limit. How could there be a higher level of evolution than the Dragon Clan? But Yanshu knew that the system was the culprit. Her children were destined to be extraordinary from the start. After all, everything was influenced by the target of her strategy. She slowly lowered her eyelashes to hide the emotions in her eyes. The more the females discussed, the more Yanshu could confirm one thing. Her children would definitely become the focus of not only the entire Dragon Clan, but also a broader world. Once the news got out, they would no longer just be descendants of the Dragon Clan, but rather a continuation of some unknown bloodline. The corners of her lips slightly curled, contemplating how to respond next. Just then, the older female finally noticed that Yanshu had not expressed her stance, and looked at her with some unease, her tone softening. "My lord, what do you think?" The room fell silent instantly. All the females' gazes focused on her. Yanshu's fingers paused slightly. Then she raised her head, her calm gaze sweeping over them, her lips curving into a faint smile as she spoke slowly and calmly. "Since this is an unprecedented situation, shouldn't you tell me what this means?" Her tone was gentle, even carrying a hint of indifference. But to the ears of those females, it inexplicably bore a sense of pressure. The older female's expression tightened, and she quickly lowered her head, her tone cautious. "My lord, your children may not merely be simple inheritors, but have opened a new path of bloodline. If they have truly transcended the Dragon Clan, then their future will not be bound by the existing bloodline rules." A few older females exchanged furtive glances, realizing that Yanshu's expression remained calm, and they felt puzzled. They couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, "Is the Lord truly not understanding? Or does she simply not care?" After all, this concerns the future of the entire Dragon Clan. Had it been any other female, she would have been too shocked to speak. Yet Yanshu maintained a composed demeanor, even appearing somewhat indifferent. The older female hesitated for a moment, but eventually said softly, "My lord, if you don't quite understand, you can follow us. We will let you see with your own eyes the true secrets of the Dragon Clan's bloodline." Yanshu raised an eyebrow, already guessing part of it in her heart, but still following their words. She asked lightly, "Where to?" A few females' expressions changed subtly, and one hesitated before saying softly, "To the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became delicate. Upon hearing this name, Yanshu's eyes darkened slightly. "The forbidden area?" she repeated slowly, her tone laced with curiosity. "You dragons actually have a forbidden area?" The older female nodded, her expression particularly solemn. "Yes, my lord. This place was originally accessible only to the core bloodlines of the Dragon Clan, and even we elders rarely have the chance to step foot here. But now, you are a special existence, not only because of your identity, but also because of the child you carry." She took a deep breath and said slowly, "We hope you can see the true history of the Dragon Clan with your own eyes. Perhaps you will better understand what your child truly signifies." Yanshu smiled faintly, her expression remaining largely unchanged. "It sounds quite mysterious." Indeed, the older female spoke earnestly. "The existence of the forbidden area pertains to the entire past and future of the Dragon Clan. Even, one could say, it determines the inheritance of the Dragon Clan's bloodline." Hearing this, Yanshu fell silent for a moment, then gently curled her lips, her tone calm. "If that's the case, then let's go." Chapter 199. The little golden dragon reappears the moment Yanshu stepped into the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan. She felt a completely different aura. The air here was thick and silent, as if it had settled under the pressure of centuries, making even breathing slow down a bit. The vast dragon breath permeated the surroundings, and faintly, one could hear ancient murmurs, as if the dragons of old were whispering in their sleep. The surrounding rock walls were deep and expansive, each stone engraved with intricate Dragon Clan inscriptions, the runes faintly glowing, like the eyes of sleeping dragons slowly opening in the dark. Embedded in the rock walls were massive dragon bone fossils, winding and coiling, like the great dragons that once soared in the skies, now becoming the sediment of history, imprisoned in this forbidden area. The sky was covered by a faint golden light curtain, resembling an ancient barrier that completely isolated this place from the outside world. Occasionally, dragon-shaped phantoms appeared, fleeting and ephemeral, leading one to wonder whether the wills of the departed dragons still watched over this place. The ground was littered with mottled dragon scale fragments, some having turned into rock, merging with the earth, while others remained incredibly sharp, each piece exuding a sense of antiquity, as if narrating the glories and downfalls long lost in the river of time. The entire forbidden area was devoid of any life. Only the vast dragon breath remained. Yanshu stood at the entrance of the forbidden area, slightly squinting her eyes, feeling the oppressive aura swirling around her. Her gaze slowly shifted, finally landing on a towering mural ahead that reached the clouds. The mural is embedded deep within the forbidden area, as if the entire mountain wall is part of it. Ancient and grand, the passage of time has left mottled marks on its surface, yet has not diminished the majesty and mystery contained within. The mural depicts countless dragons, each with a unique posture. Some spread their wings and soar, their imposing presence almost obscuring the sky. Others perch above the clouds, overlooking the earth with deep gazes, as if perceiving all things. Some lie between the oceans, their dragon horns pointing to the heavens, stirring up towering waves. The types of dragons vary: golden dragons, crimson flame dragons, abyssal dragons, azure thunder dragons. They either ride the clouds or slumber in the cracks of the earth, each dragon vividly portrayed, as if they once truly existed in the world, and this mural merely freezes their magnificent forms in eternal time. In the center of the mural, a brilliant golden dragon coils majestically, its horns towering like a crown, its eyes commanding as it looks down upon everything below. Beside it, a vague shadow can be seen, resembling another unknown existence, echoing the golden dragon from afar. This golden dragon seems somewhat familiar to Yanshu. Her gaze slightly narrows as it falls upon the golden dragon in the center of the mural, her heartbeat involuntarily slowing. She is all too familiar with this golden dragon, even though it now coils in the center of the mural, regal and solemn, with horns like a crown and eyes gazing down upon the world. Its massive form seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, she still recognizes it. This is the being that once entangled with her. Even though she has never seen its true dragon form or witnessed it in such a majestic and noble posture, she just knows that this is it. She even remembers the breath it had when it held her that night, its deep voice whispering her name repeatedly in her ear. Yet the dragon in the mural looks completely different from her memories. In her impression, it was domineering yet restrained, dangerous and alluring, carrying an oppressive feeling that made escape impossible, as if it could swallow her whole at any moment. Yet it exhibited remarkable patience. But the one in the mural appears as a god, looking down upon all living beings, surrounded by radiant brilliance, like the sole ruler of the world, with all dragons bowing at its feet. This is him, the females whisper in her ear. Before Yanshu could recover from the shock of the mural, she suddenly felt a warm wave in her abdomen. She looked down and saw that her lower belly was radiating a gentle golden light, which slowly spread through her clothing, rippling over her body like water. Her pupils constricted slightly, her body instinctively tensing as she alertly tried to suppress this unusual energy. But before she could act, the light suddenly gathered as if it had a consciousness of its own, converging toward the center of her belly. Then, a small golden dragon slowly emerged from her body. Yanshu instantly held her breath. This was not her first time seeing this little golden dragon, but this time it appeared more solid, no longer just an illusory golden silhouette, but possessing a sense of realness, with every tiny scale glimmering softly. Its horns were small, its golden pupils clear and lively, and its tail swayed unsteadily in the air, looking like a youngling that had just learned to fly. As soon as it appeared, it turned its glass-like eyes, seemingly searching for something, and then its gaze landed on the golden dragon in the center of the mural. Its golden pupils slightly constricted, revealing a hint of curiosity. Yanshu also noticed its change. She glanced at the mural, then at the little golden dragon that had just emerged from her body, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Did her child come out because of this mural? She raised her hand and gently touched the little golden dragon's head. The warmth transmitted from her palm felt real. This time, it truly had become more tangible. The older females, who had been immersed in the shock of the mural, suddenly froze when they saw the little golden dragon slowly emerging from Yanshu's body. Their eyes widened, breaths almost halting in an instant, and the shock on their faces overshadowed their earlier awe of the mural. This One of the females almost dropped the long staff in her hand, trembling as she raised it, pointing at the little golden dragon. Her lips quivering as if she wanted to say something, but the shock rendered her speechless. Another older female's eyes widened even more, her whole being seeming as if struck by lightning. Instinctively taking a step back, her face filled with disbelief. "My lord, your child has actually—" Her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable, as if witnessing a miracle, her eyes filled with shock and reverence. Yanshu noticed their loss of composure. Chapter 200. Finally meeting Asu, Yanshu furrowed her brow slightly, feeling puzzled. Wasn't there a messenger who could temporarily take a child from the mother's body? They should have seen such situations before, but judging by their expressions, could it be they had never witnessed this? She scanned the faces of the females, realizing that their shock was not just because of the appearance of the little golden dragon, but stemmed from a deeper layer of profound reverence and disbelief, with some even showing a hint of fear, as if they could hardly believe what they were seeing. Soon, Yanshu understood the situation. Their shock was not from the little golden dragon's emergence, but rather that this little golden dragon had already taken on a physical form. Yanshu looked down at the child in her arms, initially not paying much attention. Under their explanations, her gaze followed over the little golden dragon's scales. They said that this little golden dragon's body was no longer just a simple energy form, but had a complete physical body, although its form still appeared young. And its scales were thinner and finer than those of a fully grown dragon. It possessed a real tactile presence. This was not an ordinary fetal state. The female's gazes remained locked on the little golden dragon in her arms, their shock showing no signs of diminishing. To have a physical form before birth. How is this possible? Such an existence has never been seen before. He must know this, they whispered among themselves, each expression grave. Yanshu gently patted the little golden dragon's head, then slowly raised her eyes to look at the females, speaking calmly. To have a physical form before birth. Is this rare for you? The older female took a deep breath, her gaze complex, her tone low. Not just rare, my lord, your child, is an unprecedented existence. Yanshu listened to their discussion, her gaze calm, showing no signs of shock. Instead, she looked down at the little golden dragon in her arms, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. An unprecedented existence? Her child is indeed impressive. She raised her hand and gently rubbed the little golden dragon's head, her fingertips gliding over the delicate golden scales, feeling its warm body temperature and tangible presence. This was far better than the previous illusory light state. A sense of satisfaction and pride arose within her. Her child, so powerful, shouldn't that be expected? Compared to the shock and reverence in the eyes of the females around her, she felt no panic, but rather a subtle comfort. This is her child. She certainly knew they would not be ordinary. Little one, you truly do impress me. Yanshu whispered softly, her fingertips gliding along its dragon horn with a gentle touch. The little golden dragon slightly lifted its head, squinting its eyes as it gently rubbed against her palm, seemingly sensing its mother's emotions. Its tail swayed lightly, and its golden pupils radiated innocence and affection. Witnessing this scene, the females standing nearby held their breath. This was an unborn dragon. It not only had a physical form, but could also display such natural affectionate gestures. Such behavior was only exhibited by dragon cubs that had truly been born and nurtured by their mothers for some time. They held their breath, staring at the scene before them, their hearts churning with overwhelming waves. But looking at Yanshu's calm demeanor, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yanshu finally saw Asu. Although he was the only male present, without any companions, she couldn't help but feel her heart race, quickening her pace as she eagerly walked towards him. But before she could reach out to embrace him, Asu had already pulled her into his arms. His movements were urgent and forceful, filled with an indescribable sense of repression and emotional release, as if the separation during this time had pent up too much within him. The moment he saw her, he could no longer restrain himself. 9 soft and fluffy tails suddenly wrapped around her waist, tightly clinging to her body, trapping her securely in his embrace. Yanshu was momentarily stunned, unable to speak before she felt Asu's arms tightly clasping her back, the slight tightening allowing her to clearly sense his body temperature, warm, restless, and even slightly trembling with unease. His head buried in her neck, his warm breath brushing against her skin, making even his breathing feel a bit heated. Yanshu was tightly ensnared by him. With the slightest movement, she could feel the 9 tails tightening further, as if afraid she might escape. Asu, she softly called, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. However, Asu paid no attention. Instead, upon hearing her voice, he tightened his tails even more, gently caressing her side, carrying a nearly spoiled and clingy meaning. His voice came low and muffled from beside her ear, laced with a hint of grievance. Shoo shoo, I miss you so much. This voice, carrying a seductive huskiness, brushed against her heart like a feather, causing it to leap suddenly. She raised her hand to gently press on his shoulder, trying to create a bit of distance. But he refused to let go, instead pulling her even closer, as if he wanted to merge with her completely. Yinshu couldn't help but chuckle. You need to loosen up a bit. I'm almost out of breath from being wrapped up by you. But Asu still wouldn't let go. The nine tails slowly tightened again, almost imperceptibly caressing her waist, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a touch of pitifulness. I won't let go. Shoo shoo, I don't want to let go. He slightly raised his head, his elongated fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. A dangerous glimmer flickering in the depths of his amber pupils, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile, carrying a hint of temptation. It's been too long since we've seen each other. I'm afraid that if I let go, you might run away again. Yinshu found his demeanor amusing. Feeling a flutter in her heart, she reached out to gently pinch his ear, her tone playful. So, how long do you plan to cling to me? Asuchuka. His tail slowly wrapping around her legs, his voice low as he whispered in her ear, for a lifetime. Yinshu, unable to escape his grip, could only gently stroke his ear, the soft fox ear trembling slightly under her fingertips. Asu squinted his eyes, resembling a soothed little beast, the force of his tails loosening a bit. All right, I'm not going to run away. You're acting like you've been wronged, she said, her tone tinged with helplessness, her palm resting on his back, gently patting as if soothing a temperamental child. Asu felt her movement, slightly lowering his head to rest his chin on her shoulder, his voice muffled. Shoo shoo, I really miss you. I know, Yinshu gently nodded, continuing to stroke his ear. After feeling his gradually relaxing body, she slowly spoke. What have you been doing lately since I haven't been around? Asu gradually lifted his head, his amber fox eyes deeply looking at her, his gaze filled with hesitation, as if unsure how to begin. Seeing him remain silent, Yinshu raised an eyebrow, her tone slowing slightly. What? Did something happen that you feel guilty about? She teased. Asu quickly shook his head, his fingers gently caressing her side, seemingly reluctant to release her even a bit. He pressed his lips together, his expression turning serious. I've been bathing. Yinshu. She quietly watched him, waiting for him to continue. Asu lowered his gaze, his fingers tightening slightly, as if weighing his words. Before he softly said, they said my sin is too strong. It would dirty you. If I didn't clean up, they wouldn't let me see you. Chapter 201. Asu's heat period. Yinshu. She had been expecting Asu to share some earth-shattering news, but it turned out to be this. She couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to gently tug at Asu's fox ear, her tone teasing. So your recent daily routine has been soaking in water like a little fox? Asu's ears twitched under her caress, his fox eyes narrowing slightly, his tail flicking in annoyance as he grumbled. That's not it. I'm actually very clean. Those dragon females are just looking for trouble. Oh. Yinshu raised an eyebrow, watching his pitiful and defiant expression, her eyes glinting with mischief. Then why didn't you obediently go wash up? Upon hearing this, Asu furrowed his brows in irritation, his fluffy tail swaying as if trying to regain his dignity. If they hadn't stopped me from seeing you, I wouldn't even bother with them. So you did wash up. Yinshu mercilessly exposed his tsundere behavior. Asu's face flushed slightly, but he quickly averted his gaze, gritting his teeth as he said in a low voice. Of course I had to wash. How else would I see you? Hearing his tone, Yinshu's heart softened instantly. This fox always like this. Even if he was unwilling, as long as it was for her, he would still do it. She sighed softly, her hand sliding down his ear, finally resting on his cheek, gently stroking. All right, no need to be angry. I don't mind you. Asu suddenly lifted his head, staring at her intently as if stunned by her words. Seeing this, Yinshu paused for a moment, then smiled, wrapping her arms around him, whispering in his ear, no matter how you are, I like you. Asu's body froze instantly, his nine tails suddenly tensing, then relaxing as if they were fluffing up in the air. His face quickly flushed, his ears trembling slightly, his lips parted as if wanting to say something, but ultimately no words came out. Watching him like this, Yinshu felt delighted and patted his back. All right, since you cleaned up, tell me what else has happened recently besides bathing? Asu finally regained his composure, taking a deep breath, his gaze slightly darkening as he finally spoke. The Dragon Clan wants to break our contract with you. Shu's expression slightly stiffened, her smile gradually fading. Really? Asu's tail slowly drooped, his voice low. Yeah. They said we are not worthy of you. Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze turning cold. Not worthy? She repeated the phrase slowly, her voice soft, yet carrying a hint of danger. Aksu pressed his lips together, the light in his eyes deep and profound. His 9 tails swayed slightly, the tips gently flickering in the air, carrying a hint of suppressed emotion. The elders of the Dragon Clan say that the child you are carrying is extraordinary. They believe that you should contract with a brother of a noble bloodline. Shu chuckled lightly after hearing this. So, they want me to give up on you? Aksu's fox ears twitched slightly, his gaze fixed on her, his voice hoarse. Shu, if they really do something to force you, would you? Shu's expression darkened slightly as she raised her hand to press against Aksu's cheek, gently rubbing it with her fingertip, interrupting his unfinished words. No. Aksu widened his eyes slightly, the darkness in his gaze dissipating a little, replaced by a glimmer of light. Shu looked at him, her tone calm yet certain. Do they think I am someone they can manipulate? She raised her hand to pat Aksu's face, smiling slightly, her tone casual. They're being too nosy, aren't they? Aksu was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled softly, the gloom in his eyes finally lifting a bit. His lips curving into a bewitching arc. Shu was still Shu after all. He smiled, his voice carrying a hint of indulgent sigh. Shu was originally pondering how to deal with the Dragon Clan's foolishness, but just as she took a step forward, she sensed something was off. Her footsteps paused slightly, her gaze slowly falling on Aksu. They had been talking just now, and she hadn't paid close attention, but now that she calmed down, she realized that Aksu's body seemed too hot. His normal body temperature was already slightly higher than average, but now it was much hotter than before, and even the air seemed to carry a hint of inexplicable heat. She frowned, her gaze sweeping across his cheek, and indeed found him paler than usual. Yet his ear tips were unusually flushed, and his breathing was slightly heavier. His 9 tails, which should have been loosely hanging down, were now somewhat rigidly tensed, the tips occasionally quivering as if suppressing something. Shu narrowed her eyes, suddenly realizing something. Her gaze deepened slightly as she directly asked, Aksu, are you in heat? Aksu's body froze abruptly. He had been leaning back, his tail slightly curled, but at this moment his ears twitched violently, his pupils constricting as if her straightforward question had stunned him into momentary silence. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse as if filled with a suppressed emotion, but before he could finish, he clenched his teeth, lowered his head, the flush on his cheeks deepening. Seeing his reaction, Shu already had an idea in her mind. She raised an eyebrow and casually said, No wonder you've been clinging to me, and your 9 tails are restless. Turns out it's because you're not feeling well. Upon hearing her words, the redness in Aksu's ears nearly spread to his neck. He lifted his head, a complex emotion in his fox-like eyes, his voice deep and restrained. Shu, don't use those words. His voice suddenly halted, his brows furrowing sharply as if he were struggling to control an emotion that shouldn't be revealed, his tail stiff and tense, yet anxiously swaying. Shu found it somewhat amusing, but sighed lightly, reaching out to press on his shoulder. All right, don't endure it too painfully. Going into heat is a normal thing. Aksu gritted his teeth, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, a hint of struggle in his gaze, but in the end he whispered, But I don't want you to feel. Shu gently patted his face, her tone still indifferent. Don't overthink it. Just honestly tell me, when did it start? Aksu looked into her eyes, paused for a moment, then finally sighed softly, a hint of resigned bitterness in his voice. Since I came to the Dragon Clan. Shu. Chapter 202. Terrifying power. Just as Shu was thinking of how to respond, she suddenly felt a soft sensation wrap around her arm. Looking down, she saw that Aksu's 9 tails had silently crept up to her, the fluffy tips gently wrapping around her wrist, slowly tightening, like a form of instinctive possession. Not just her wrist, but 2 tails also gently encircled her waist, and even her calves were entwined by those soft tails, as if they were unconsciously curling around her. It also seemed to be deliberately acting spoiled. Shu's brow twitched slightly as she slowly raised her head, meeting Aksu's gaze. His fox-like eyes were slightly squinted, the amber pupils holding a profound light, the corners of his lips curling into a slight arc, with an almost imperceptible emotion flickering in his eyes. Shu. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of seduction, his breath warm against her neck. You still haven tea, answered me. Shu paused slightly. What? Aksu lowered his head slightly, his forehead resting against her shoulder, his voice deep. Can I stay by your side? His tails tighten a little, the sensation of them entwined around her carrying a faint rubbing feel, like a spoiled fox, yet also like a bee suppressing some emotion. Yanshu narrowed her eyes, feeling somewhat helpless yet wanting to laugh. Haven't you always been by my side? Aksu gently nuzzled her neck, his voice dropping even lower, tinged with a hint of grievance. But I want to be closer. His hand slowly rose, resting on her waist, his fingertips lightly brushing against her clothing. The light in his eyes flickering, like a restrained emotion pushed to its limits. Shoo, I really feel uncomfortable. His voice carried a hint of pity, along with a seductive undertone that was hard to refuse. Can you help me? Yanshu. Just as Yanshu was about to say something, she caught a whiff of a strange fragrance in the air. This scent was soft and lingering, seemingly carrying a catalytic effect, making one involuntarily feel a hint of heat. She immediately realized this was Aksu's scent. When foxes are in heat, they instinctively emit a unique pheromone, and she had experienced similar situations before. So she naturally understood what it meant. Her gaze returned to Aksu, whose face was flushed, breathing rapid, with 9 tails entwined around her, tightening and loosening anxiously, as if trying to endure. Yanshu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless inside. Since he was her male, she certainly wouldn't truly ignore him, especially knowing how difficult it was during the heat. But before she could open her mouth to agree, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Lady Yanshu. The voice of the butler elder came through the door, carrying a hint of imperceptible seriousness. Yanshu narrowed her eyes, looking at the foxtails that were wrapped around her, then at Aksu's flushed ear tips and slightly trembling fingers. Frowning as she said in an unfriendly tone, "What is it?" After a moment of silence, the butler elder seemed to ponder his words before finally speaking. "My lady, please come out for a moment." Her tone was calm, yet outside, a suppressed aura subtly emanated, as if they had sensed something but were unwilling to say it directly. Yanshu did not move, just replied faintly, "Speak here if you have something to say." There was a moment of silence outside. Then the butler elder slowly said, "My lady, it seems your male is in heat." Yanshu's pupils constricted slightly, and Aksu's expression darkened instantly. The butler elder took a deep breath, his tone complex. "Please come out first, my lady. This matter cannot be resolved here." Yanshu coldly scoffed, "Oh, why can't it be here?" The elder steward hesitated for a moment, glancing toward the door as if judging whether to continue speaking. Asu's expression had turned extremely ugly, his foxtail slightly fluffed up, radiating a dangerous oppressive aura. His voice was low and cold. "Shushu won't go with you." The elder steward's brows furrowed, realizing that the situation could not be allowed to escalate any further. She slowly took out a round sphere from her bosom, and with a slight motion of her palm, she casually tossed the sphere onto the ground. Boom! In an instant, white mist filled the room, and a strange energy rapidly spread out. Yanshu's heart raced with alarm, and she quickly reached out to stop it, but the white mist expanded too quickly, enveloping the entire room in a moment. Her vision blurred in an instant, and Asu, who had been entangled with her, suddenly stiffened as the mist rose, his pupils slightly dilating as if being heavily suppressed by something. "Asu!" Yanshu reached out to grab him, but the next second, Asu's body suddenly swayed and fell heavily to the ground. His 9 tails drooped weakly. His fox ears trembled slightly, and the last trace of clarity in his eyes quickly vanished, ultimately falling completely unconscious. The air fell silent as if suppressed by some invisible force. Yanshu's face turned terrifyingly cold. She slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious Asu on the ground, her expression darkening to the point where it seemed like it could drip water. She looked down at the elder steward, her eyes deep, her voice eerily calm. "You really have a lot of nerve." Boom! The aura around her suddenly expanded, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the entire room. The temperature seemed to drop sharply, and an indescribable chill pervaded the air, as if time itself froze in that moment. The elder steward's face turned pale, her throat tightening as she suddenly knelt to the ground, her back trembling uncontrollably. She had only wanted to stop the situation, but unexpectedly, Yanshu would unleash such a terrifying aura. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her body stiffened, her lips trembling as she tried to explain. "And madam, I was just..." Before she could finish her sentence, with a bang, her entire body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Her knees slammed against the floor, her forehead pressed tightly against the ground, and she trembled uncontrollably. Her rational mind urged her to explain, but her mouth felt as if tightly bound by some power, unable to produce any sound. A great fear spread from her heart. She felt as if she was completely suppressed in this space, unable to move at all. You are just... What? Yanshu stepped forward slowly. With every step, the feeling of pressure in the air grew stronger. She looked down at the elder steward on the ground, her tone still calm and unperturbed. But each word carried an irresistible sharp coldness. Do you think I would let you manipulate me? The elder steward's body trembled violently, her fingertips digging into the ground. Her forehead pressed against the icy floor, making breathing difficult. She dared not look up, not even to meet Yanshu's gaze. No, madam. I absolutely did not mean that. Her voice trembled, her entire being completely suppressed on the ground, her pleas fragmented. Yanshu sneered, reaching out to gently caress Asu's face, her fingertips tracing his pale cheek, her movements slow and gentle. You touched my male, she murmured softly, her voice slow enough to make one's heart race. What right do you have? Boom! Another wave of invisible shock swept through, and the elder steward's body shook violently again, her forehead nearly crashing against the floor, her vision spinning, leaving her with no strength to refute. Her consciousness was on the brink of collapse, and all she could do was grit her teeth and endure Yanshu's terrifying pressure. In that moment, she finally understood one thing. They should not underestimate this female. This seemingly gentle female, who never truly displayed her emotions, was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Chapter 203. Ailing has arrived. The elder steward felt as if her bones were being crushed by this pressure and finally mustered the last bit of strength, urgently saying, Madam, your male is fine. Really, he is fine. Yanshu's gaze slightly paused, but the oppressive feeling had not fully receded. Really? The elder steward gasped, her forehead still pressed against the ground, her voice trembling. Really, madam, the white mist is just to calm him down. It won't harm his body. Its purpose is to temporarily suppress his heat, allowing him to regain his rationality and not be controlled by instincts. Yanshu's fingers slowly tightened, brushing over Asu's cheek, carefully sensing his condition. His breathing had stabilized quite a bit. The flush on his face had faded somewhat, and his 9 tails lay on the ground. No longer as tense as before. Yanshu narrowed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she slowly spoke. Her voice still cold, but lacking the previous bone-chilling aura. He's really fine? The elder steward quickly nodded, her tone urgent and assuring. I would never dare deceive you, madam. This is a Dragon Clan's secret technique, meant only to help him control himself. It won't harm his body, nor will it leave any aftereffects. Yanshu stared at her quietly, her eyes deep, as if discerning the truth in her words. After a long while, she finally slowly withdrew her aura, and the suffocating pressure in the air gradually dissipated. The elder steward felt as if she had walked through the gates of hell, collapsing to the ground. Her back soaked in cold sweat. Yanshu gently sighed, patted Asu's ear, and after confirming his temperature was returning to normal, she slightly frowned. In that case, next time something like this happens, tell me in advance. The elder steward quickly bowed her head in agreement, feeling the pressure on her dissipate, and she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Yanshu slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping over the still collapsed elder steward, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, from a rational perspective, controlling Asu's heat was not a bad thing for her. If Asu were to fall completely into it, not only would he suffer, but she might not be able to handle it easily either. Thinking of this, she sighed, bent down, and reached out to gently help the elder steward up, her tone softening a bit. Get up just now. I was a bit impulsive. The elder steward was completely stunned, as if she had never expected Yanshu to, and even show her weakness. She stared wide-eyed in astonishment, hesitant to stand up. Her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but felt it inappropriate. The elder steward's throat slightly moved, and in the end, she stood up stiffly, still feeling awkward as she lowered her head, her voice very soft. Madam, you are too kind. Yanshu looked at her startled expression and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, patting her arm. All right, don't be so nervous. She withdrew her hand and glanced at the still unconscious Asu on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed. You just said this white mist 1T have any after effects? The elder steward quickly nodded, her tone firm and resolute. It won't. This is just an ancient potion of the Dragon Clan, specifically used to soothe males in uncontrolled heat. It won't harm his essence. Upon hearing this, Yanshu nodded slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. She looked at the elder steward again, pondering for a moment before sincerely apologizing. I truly am sorry for what happened earlier. The elder steward quickly shook her head. It's fine, it's fine. This is not your fault. Yin Shu didn't say much more, as she clearly understood that if she said a few more words, this group of females would likely start to apologize to her or even ponder over her change in attitude. She sighed softly and said, "You go ahead and get busy. I want to stay here for a while." The elder servant saw that she no longer pursued the matter and quickly nodded, respectfully retreating while carefully glancing at a Su on the ground. Once the room finally quieted down, Yin Shu slowly shifted her gaze back to a Su. His complexion had returned to a somewhat normal state, and his breathing had stabilized significantly. His fox ears twitched lightly, and his tail hung limply on the ground, losing its usual liveliness. She quietly looked at his sleeping face. Just moments ago, he had been a frisky fox in heat, and in the blink of an eye, he was knocked out and lying here motionless. Yin Shu gently pinched his ear, her tone laced with helplessness. "You really are a cause for concern." Unfortunately, the unconscious Su couldn't hear her. He merely twitched his ears instinctively, as if responding to her touch. Yin Shu looked down at him, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint curve, her gaze softening a little. Yin Shu sat in the room, quietly watching the sky outside, feeling a subtle sense of strangeness in her heart. She didn't know if it was because she had caused too much trouble before, but these past few days had been unusually quiet. No one had come to disturb her or try to make her make decisions. Even the child in her womb had settled down, no longer causing a ruckus or triggering any anomalies, as if everything had returned to calm. But only Su was still soundly asleep. She sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers lightly tapping her chin, squinting at the fox lying on the bed with curiosity in her eyes. He had been asleep for 3 days. If she hadn't asked the system, Yin Shu would have suspected that the elder servant had deceived her. She gently poked Su's cheek. His skin felt delicate and cool, and his fox ears twitched slightly, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Yin Shu sighed, rolled over to lie beside him, propping her head up with one hand while the other absent-mindedly played with his soft fox ears, his tail hanging limply off the bed, lacking any vitality. As she was lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously tangled in Su's fox ears, the soft, downy fur captivating her. Just then, there was a knock at the door. She paused slightly, looking toward the entrance. Just as she was about to ask who it was, the door slowly opened, revealing a familiar figure. Clad in a black robe, with pale skin, his elongated eyes slightly raised at the corners, and thin lips pressed tightly together, he emanated a cold, snake-like indifference. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly sat up straight, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Aling?" She almost instinctively stood up and stepped towards him, her pace quickening with urgency. Aling stood silently in place, his gaze locked onto her, his narrow eyes swirling with complex emotions. When she finally stood before him, his fingers tightened slightly, as if suppressing some emotion, before slowly reaching out to gently grasp her wrist. The icy touch spread from her wrist, contrasting sharply with the warmth of her palm. Yin Shu was taken aback and looked up at him, her gaze deepening slightly. "Aling, how did you get here?" Aling looked down at her, his expression heavy, his Adam's apple moving slightly, as if he was trying to control something. Finally, he spoke slowly in a low voice. "I missed you." Chapter 204. Can hear what Aling is thinking. Yin Shu was taken aback when she heard Aling express his longing so directly. He actually said he missed her. Aling had always been inexpressive and had a very restrained, emotional expression. She instinctively furrowed her brows, worry creeping into her eyes. Aling was not like other males who easily displayed emotional fluctuations. He always maintained a calm and rational demeanor, even if he had 1,000 words to say. He had never expressed them so directly as he did today. At this moment, seeing the complexity and restraint in his eyes, Yin Shu felt a weight in her heart. She stood up straight, nervously scrutinizing Aling, realizing he seemed a bit off, with an unusual emotion faintly hidden beneath his cold exterior. Yin Shu instinctively stepped closer to him, her hands trembling slightly. "Aling, what is wrong? Did someone hurt you?" she asked softly, her gaze anxiously scanning his body, fearing he had been injured. Aling saw the concern on her face, and a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. He reached out to gently embrace her, wanting to comfort her. Finally, he said softly, "I'm fine, it's just—" Yin Shu anxiously interrupted him, her fingers lightly clutching his sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. "Did someone bully you? Who bullied you?" Aling felt her trembling fingers and urgent concern, and his heart warmed. Looking at her anxious expression, excitement welled up in his eyes. Seeing her so genuinely worried about him stirred feelings in his heart that were hard to express. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze resting on her tightly held wrist, feeling the warmth and anxiety radiating from her. Looking at her concerned face, his heart raced. He gently released her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders, lowering his head to look in her eyes. Shoo. Don't worry, I wasn't bullied. He paused slightly, his tone heavy. It's just, I was bound by the females of the Dragon Clan for a long time and couldn't come out to see you. I was very worried. Shu was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Bound? How they bind you? Ling sighed softly, pain and helplessness flickering in his eyes. They locked me in a forbidden area, only recently releasing me. He paused, seeming reluctant to continue discussing the past. In the forbidden area, I was cut off from the outside world, and every day I thought of you. Now deep inside Ling's heart, there was a surge of indescribable emotion. In the past, he always restrained himself, forcing himself to maintain that calmness, fearing that appearing weak in front of the elders would trouble them. But every day in the forbidden area, Ling silently regretted it. At that time, he thought maintaining calmness and silence was the best way for her, but he was wrong. During those days in the forbidden area, loneliness and boredom made him deeply realize that what he missed was far more than just Shu's smile and words. Every day, he imagined seeing her again, picturing every word she said, listening to her every caring tone towards him. But those fantasies were just daydreams, as he never gave himself a brave chance to express himself. And today, he finally decided to let go of all that restraint. When he said, I miss you, it felt as if the shackles in his heart suddenly loosened, and all the buried emotions surged forth like a flood. He no longer suppressed himself. He craved understanding, craved to be seen by her. This struggle, this repression, was finally released in Shu's concern. He knew that from now on, he would not miss any opportunity to express his feelings, nor let worries and insecurities make them miss each other again. Just as Ling lowered his head to look at her and was about to speak slowly, Shu suddenly froze. A strange feeling surged in her heart, as if the words he hadn't spoken echoed silently in her mind. Those unvoiced thoughts of Ling. She could almost clearly feel every bit of his emotion, every internal struggle. I miss her smile and words, and every day I fantasize about her, listening to her caring voice when she talks to me. I used to be afraid to express myself and worried about bothering her, but today, I decided to let go of all restraint and tell her, I miss you. These words seemed to surge from the depths of her own heart, carrying a palpably real feeling. Shu's breath hitched slightly, her gaze deeply fixed on Ling. Her mind was still filled with those emotionally charged words, and she could clearly feel those emotions herself. This made her heart race suddenly, a mix of shock and confusion. She raised her hand to gently press her forehead, as if trying to sort out this sudden feeling. This was not a simple guess or intuition, but an unusually clear perception, as if a bridge had suddenly been built between Ling's heart and her soul. What is happening? A hint of panic rose in Shu's heart. She had never had this ability to perceive another person's inner thoughts so vividly. She opened her mouth to ask Ling, but the words caught in her throat. Ling continued to look at her quietly, his eyes showing a hint of unease, as if he were also waiting for her reaction. Meanwhile, Shu's heart was completely disrupted, a tangle of rationality and chaos forming countless questions. She suddenly realized that there seemed to be some kind of connection between her and Ling that she couldn't comprehend. This connection was both profound and intense, as if every nerve in her body was responding to the fluctuations of his heart. Ling, think about it again. It seems I can hear you speaking. Ling's eyes widened slightly, his expression showing a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Shu to say this suddenly. He lowered his head, seemingly pondering the meaning of her words. Then, feeling some deep impulse, he gently closed his eyes, relaxed his nerves a bit, and began to think silently. Shu did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and focused on sensing the mysterious connection between her and Ling moments later. Ling's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, clear and deep, carrying an undeniable emotion. Lady, I miss you. Shu's heart jolted, the world before her seeming to blur in an instant, and her breath quickened. Are you saying you miss me? Ling's cheeks turned red, and the big boy shyly nodded. She suddenly turned to Ling, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ling, I really heard you speaking. I can hear the words in your heart. Ling was taken aback for a moment, a hint of confusion and doubt flashing in his eyes. Then he too became excited. Shu, you really heard it? Shu's heart raced, and she almost excitedly nodded. Yes, I can really hear it. Every word you say in your heart. I can hear it. Her voice grew increasingly urgent, the shock in her eyes evident. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have this ability? Aling's face also broke into a smile. I don't know either, but I can feel that our connection has changed. He paused, his eyes somewhat dazed, as if recalling something. Perhaps the changes that occurred during those days in the Forbidden Land. Yanshu's heart stirred at this mention. The Forbidden Land, the place where he was trapped. Could it be that some force there activated their connection? Her thoughts surged rapidly, but she couldn't draw a conclusion immediately. Then, can you also hear my thoughts? She asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation and unease. Aling was silent for a moment before quietly answering. I'm not sure. Maybe only you can hear me. He looked at Yanshu, his gaze flickering. Yanshu instinctively tightened her grip on Aling's wrist. The warmth coming from him was impossible to ignore. Then, what have you been thinking in your heart? She couldn't help but ask, her tone carrying a hint of soft curiosity. Aling glanced at her, a look of helplessness and slight shyness in his eyes. And he lowered his head to softly say, before I saw Shu, I was always thinking how wonderful it would be to see you again. Actually, I've always worried that you would get hurt, worried that you might feel troubled because of me. Now I keep thinking, fortunately, I saw Shu again. Chapter 205. Aling's realization. Yanshu's heart skipped a beat. Listening to Aling's words, her eyes grew slightly moist, and the emotions within her surged uncontrollably. Aling. She gently called his name, her voice soft and warm. She had never imagined that Aling would miss her so much during those days of confinement. She always thought he was the calm and strong type, but she didn't expect him to harbor so much softness and concern within. Just as the atmosphere between Yanshu and Aling became increasingly gentle and warm, suddenly, a low voice came from the side. Have you forgotten about me? Asu's voice was devoid of emotion, calm to an unsettling degree. Yanshu and Aling simultaneously turned towards the bed, where they saw Asu lying there. A faint blush on his face, his gaze somewhat hazy, no longer the calm and rational person he used to be. His breath was slight and unstable, as if under some invisible pressure. Asu? Yanshu instinctively called out to him, her tone filled with surprise. You woke up? Asu's gaze was somewhat dazed. He turned to look at her, a subtle smile on his face. I woke up. Seeing him in this state, Yanshu asked, Are you okay? Asu did not answer. Under her touch, his gaze gradually became unfocused, and his breathing quickened, as if a certain emotion within him had finally found an outlet. He slightly closed his eyes, feeling Yanshu's warm hand gently touch his forehead. That touch felt like a long-lost comfort, bringing him an indescribable sense of ease. Yanshu's palm rested softly on his forehead, the temperature just right, her soft skin colliding with his burning body temperature, as if every inch of her touch could soothe his restless heart. She didn't speak, just quietly brought him a sense of tranquility. That warmth surging from her heart seemed to heal his heart stirred by desire. Asu felt this touch, letting out a soft sigh, his low voice carrying a hint of satisfaction and dependence. His voice was soft, tinged with an uncontrollable yearning. At this moment, Asu's cheeks turned slightly red, the blush contrasting with his cool appearance, making his expression look even more dreamy. His 9 tails began to sway gently, each one full of life and tension, as if silently responding to the emotions gradually rising within him. One tail gently swept across the bedspread, and then one quietly slid towards Yanshu's wrist, the soft tip lightly touching her skin, bringing a captivating fragrance. This scent was delicate and enchanting, as if it infused the entire air with a faint sweetness, filled with alluring tenderness. Yanshu was momentarily stunned, increasingly aware of the strong desire and dependence emanating from Su. Her heart raced suddenly, the previously calm atmosphere shattered by this touch, the air growing slightly tense, as if the distance between them had suddenly shortened in that moment. Asu's breathing became rapid, his gaze hazy as he looked at Yanshu, his voice low and soft. Shu. His voice was like a whisper spilling from his throat, carrying an irresistible yearning. His 9 tails continued to meander across the bed, the tips occasionally brushing against Yanshu's sleeves and wrists, bringing waves of gentle sensations. The fragrance grew increasingly intense, as if it had merged with his body, each tail carrying that intoxicating scent, quickening Yanshu's heartbeat. She unconsciously became tense, but she still maintained that soft comfort, her palm continuing to gently stroke Asu's forehead, as if trying to soothe the restlessness within him. Asu, Yanshu called softly, her gaze fixed on his slightly flushed cheeks. Aling stood aside, his gaze unconsciously lingering on Yin Shu and Asu. He had thought he could remain calm. Yet as Asu's tail gently brushed against Yin Shu's wrist, an invisible wave quietly swept through his heart. He instinctively felt an inexplicable flutter, a sensation like a long-lost touch, tightening his heart slightly. In the past, he had been accustomed to this scene. Asu's heat and Yin Shu's gentle comfort, never giving it much thought. But at this moment, watching Yin Shu gently caress Asu's flushed cheeks, that gentle care unexpectedly stirred a corner of his long-suppressed feelings. His heartbeat seemed to suddenly accelerate, the scene before him becoming somewhat blurry. Asu's tail gently glided over Yin Shu's skin, the fresh fragrance once again igniting his inner restlessness. Ling felt himself beginning to sink into this fragrance, the flutter in his heart growing stronger, as if that scent had already penetrated to his very bones, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. He dared not look any longer, struggling to control his emotions. Bowing his head, yet he could still feel that peculiar sentiment spreading within his heart. His previously calm mind was now in turmoil, and Ling couldn't help but tighten his fists, feeling the waves in his chest. He couldn't help but think that his current feelings were starting to overlap with the absurd ideas that Aho had once mentioned. Was he also beginning to become like Aho, unable to control his inner desires? This question churned in Ling's mind. He had originally thought he could remain calm and rational, but at this moment, with every waft of fragrance, the repression and flutter within his heart seemed to be stirred up even more uncontrollably. He dared not look in Yin Shu and Asu's direction, only bowing his head, forcing himself to take deep breaths, trying to calm down. However, the emotional waves surged like a tide, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He gradually realized that this silent restlessness was far more than just a physical reaction. It was more of a long-lost emotional need, a desire to be noticed, to be needed. Chapter 206. Achin awakens again in the center. A huge crystal floated in mid-air, emitting a soft glow that illuminated everything in Yin Shu's room. The surface of the crystal shimmered with colors. Yet the images within were crystal clear. Yin Shu was tightly surrounded by two males, Asu's tail wrapped around her, and Ling's gaze was obscure, filling the room with a certain ambiguous and dangerous atmosphere. The females in the room remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. The older female frowned slightly, her staff lightly tapping the ground, seemingly in thought. They all knew of Yin Shu's uniqueness and understood that her child was destined to become the hope of their clan. Yet the scene before them raised doubts in their hearts. Finally, a young female could not help but ask softly, "Lord, should we really let Lady Yin Shu be like this?" Her voice carried a hint of hesitation and unease. Another older female took a deep breath, her gaze still fixed on the crystal, and after a moment, she slowly spoke. "After all, she is the female chosen by him. We cannot interfere at will. But is it really okay if it continues like this?" The young female still felt uneasy, her complex gaze lingering on the scene in the crystal, where Asu and Ling were being intimate with Yin Shu, causing her discomfort. The older female fell silent for a moment, eventually sighing, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "He has not yet emerged. Until then, we have no right to interfere with her will." Another female murmured softly, "But if he sees this scene, will he really not be angry?" Her gaze fell on the image in the crystal, a trace of hidden worry emerging in her eyes. Yin Shu only felt her hands cramping, exhausted to the point of almost being unable to lift them. She rubbed her sore wrists, her gaze landing on the lying figures of Asu and Ling. Asu's 9 silver-white fox tails lay weakly scattered on the bed, his usually glossy and smooth fur appearing somewhat disheveled at the moment. His face remained extraordinarily handsome, yet was flushed abnormally, even the tips of his ears tinged with a layer of pink. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a shadow beneath his eyes, his thin lips slightly parted, exhaling breath that was hot to the touch. His sturdy chest rose and fell with each breath, a layer of fine sweat beading on his honey-colored skin, sticking his silver hair to his neck. On the other side, Ling curled up, his long hands weakly draped over the edge of the bed, the white scales on his neck glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, appearing somewhat dull due to the rising body temperature. His usually clear and bright ice-blue eyes were now half closed, misty with a layer of water. His body temperature, which had always been cold, was now strangely warm, even his breath becoming warm. Yin Shu looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. She reached out to check their foreheads. Asu's temperature was frighteningly high, while Ling, though still lower than average, had clearly risen considerably. In his sleep, Asu grabbed her wrist, his scorching palm pressed against her skin, making her heart race. Meanwhile, Aling instinctively nestled closer to her, his cool yet warm body temperature seeping through her clothing. Really? Yin Shu murmured softly, wanting to pull her hand back, but found that the tip of Asu's tail had wrapped even tighter around her. Her thoughts drifted, recalling the other two figures, Aho and Achun. Ever since being imprisoned by the Dragon Clan, she hadn't seen them again. Aling and Asu also did not know their whereabouts. Every time she asked, the Dragon Clan members always gave vague answers. Her brows slightly furrowed, a sense of unease rising within her. Just as she was contemplating whether to inquire further, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, the voice of the elder steward rang out, respectful yet authoritative. "Lady Yin Shu, are you available now?" Yin Shu was taken aback. The timing was impeccable, as if they knew she had just finished what she was doing. She stood up, adjusted her attire, and said lightly, "Come in." The elder steward pushed the door open, her gaze sweeping over the sleeping Su and Aling before lowering her eyes. Yin Shu quickly asked, "Where are my other two males?" To her surprise, the elder steward did not evade or brush off the question as usual, but directly replied, "Please follow me." It was as if she had anticipated that Yin Shu would ask. Yin Shu felt a bit taken aback. She glanced at the still sleeping Su and Aling, thinking that with them there, nothing would go wrong. After a brief consideration, she ultimately followed along. As they walked through the long corridor, the elder steward explained, "Your other two males have some special circumstances, which is why they have not been allowed to meet you. For certain special existences, we will take special measures." Yin Shu's steps hesitated slightly, a sense of ominous premonition rising within her. Special? What happened to them? The elder steward did not answer directly, but continued walking forward. "You will know when you arrive." At the end of the corridor was a heavy stone door, covered in ancient runes. The elder steward raised her hand to press against the stone door, and the runes lit up one by one as the door slowly opened. A wave of cold air rushed out, carrying dampness and a faint fishy smell, yet it was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a refreshing quality reminiscent of the deep sea. Yin Shu stepped into the stone door, and the sight before her made her hold her breath. What came into view was a massive underground pond, the water appearing a deep ink blue, with a thin mist hovering over the surface, as if veiled by a light gauze. Glowing crystals were embedded along the pond's edge, their soft light reflecting on the water's surface and refracting a dreamy halo. In the center of the pond, Aiken floated quietly, his long hair spread out in the water, swaying gently like seaweed. His face was serene, eyes tightly closed, with long eyelashes casting shadows beneath them. His bare upper body glowed with a pearlescent sheen under the light of the crystals, his chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. Most striking was his fishtail. It was sky blue, the scales as clear and sparkling as the finest sapphires, each one refracting a glimmer of light. The fishtail gently swayed with the rippling water, drawing elegant arcs on the surface and creating circles of ripples. Amidst the swirling mist, the fishtail appeared and disappeared, as if merging with the entire pond, a beauty that took one's breath away. Yin Shu unconsciously took a step forward, feeling the cold touch of the stone slab beneath her feet. She looked at Aiken in the water, a surge of indescribable emotions rising within her. Aiken looked as if he were sleeping, but she felt that something was amiss. What happened to him? Yin Shu's voice trembled slightly. Her gaze locked tightly on Aiken in the water. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning slightly pale. The elder attendant fell silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Aiken, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. "Your male is awakening his bloodline." Awakening bloodline? Yin Shu was taken aback. Hadn't he already matured and awakened? How could he awaken again? Chapter 207. Descendant of the ancient deep-sea royal family, the elder attendant shook his head slightly, explaining. His situation is rather special. His bloodline is not that of an ordinary mere folk, but a descendant of the ancient deep-sea royal family. The awakening of this bloodline requires specific conditions and takes a long time. We have placed him here precisely to assist him in completing the awakening. Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat, her gaze falling once again on Aiken. A descendant of the ancient deep-sea royal family? She noticed that the chains faintly visible on Aiken's fishtail were not restraints, but energy chains formed by runes, connected to the spiritual energy in the pond, seemingly providing him with some support. Awakening the bloodline. Would he be in danger? Yin Shu's voice lowered, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The elder attendant's expression grew serious. There is indeed danger. The process of awakening an ancient bloodline is extremely perilous. Any slight misstep could result in self-recoil. Currently, his consciousness remains in a chaotic state, unable to communicate with the outside world. We can only assist him through the spiritual energy in the pond and wait for him to complete the awakening on his own. Yinshu realized she had been completely unaware of this, while Aiken was enduring such pain alone. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward until the pond water soaked the tips of her shoes. The cold water made her shiver, but she did not retreat. Instead, she crouched down and gently touched the surface of the water. "Aiken," she called softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. At that moment, Aiken's fishtail suddenly trembled gently, sending ripples across the surface of the water. Yinshu's heart raced, and she looked up at Aiken's face. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he were trying to open his eyes. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes tighter, holding her breath, afraid of missing any subtle changes in him. Suddenly, Aiken's eyelids lifted gently, revealing a pair of deep sea-like eyes. Those eyes, originally ice blue, now seemed infused with the brilliance of the deep sea, becoming even deeper and more mysterious. His pupils slightly constricted, as if he had just awakened from a long dream, carrying a hint of confusion and daze. "Aiken." Yinshu's voice was barely a whisper, yet it seemed to touch something. Aiken's gaze slowly focused, eventually landing on Yinshu's face. The corners of his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. At the same time, his body began to change. The color of the scales on his body deepened gradually, transforming from sky blue to a richer deep-sea blue, like the ocean under a night sky, profound and mysterious. The luster of the scales became more dazzling, each one resembling a gem polished by moonlight, shimmering with enchanting glimmers. Even more astonishing, the scales on his neck began to spread upwards, climbing like vines to the sides of his cheeks. Those scales were delicate and exquisite, fitting closely to his skin, adding a touch of enchanting beauty to his already handsome face. His ear fins also changed at this moment, the originally small and delicate fins gradually expanding, becoming wide and transparent, the edges glowing with a faint blue light. The ear fins trembled gently, creating subtle water waves, as if they could capture the faintest sounds. Yinshu was mesmerized, her hands still suspended in midair, her fingertips trembling slightly. The Aiken before her was both familiar and unfamiliar. His transformation stirred up a surge of indescribable emotions within her. "Aiken, how do you feel?" She finally found her voice, uncertainty lacing her tone. Aiken's lips parted slightly, his voice hoarse and low, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "My lady, I finally see you." His voice seemed to carry the echo of the sea, deep and distant. Yinshu's heart fluttered, her eyes welling up with tears. She reached out her hand, wanted to touch his cheek, but hesitated, fearing to disturb him. Aiken, however, actively leaned his face toward her hand, the cool yet soft texture of his scales warming Yinshu's heart. His ear fins gently fluttered, the edges glowing with a faint blue light, slightly trembling with his breath. Yinshu's fingers lightly brushed over the scales on his cheek, the texture delicate and cold, yet carrying a strange warmth. Due to his movement, her fingertips slowly slid down his jawline, resting at his neck, where the scale patterns gradually became denser. She then felt a slightly harder scale. Aiken's breath hitched slightly, his Adam's apple rolling gently, his voice low and hoarse. "My lady." His voice was as if soaked in water, carrying a hint of hoarse magnetism, the ending rising slightly, as if testing the waters, yet also restraining something. Yinshu's fingers lingered on the slightly harder scale at his neck, her fingertips feeling the rhythm of his pulse, rapid and strong. Her gaze met his, and in those deep sea-like eyes, there seemed to be a turbulent undercurrent, filled with an indescribable longing. Aiken's ear fins trembled gently, the blue light at the edges flickering, reflecting his currently tumultuous emotions. Yinshu's heartbeat momentarily stilled, her mind racing back to all she knew about the reverse scale. She understood that the reverse scale was an extremely sensitive and untouchable existence for dragon races and some scale beings. She suddenly withdrew her hand, her voice softening with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this place." Her tone was careful, fearing that her previous touch had made Aiken uncomfortable. Aiken's body trembled slightly, his pulse still rapid, his gaze locked onto her, as if struggling to contain something. His Adam's apple rolled again, and he spoke softly, his voice slightly hoarse, carrying an indescribable emotion. It's okay. His fingertips curled slightly, as if suppressing some impulse. The reverse scale still retained Yinshu's warmth, and even his blood felt as if it had been ignited, amplifying his senses to the extreme. The blue light of his ear fins flickered, casting a sense of vulnerability across his face. Aiken, who is always calm and composed in front of others, seems to be losing control at this moment, as if someone has easily touched upon a deep abyss that has never been revealed. He gazes deeply at Yinshu, a turbulent undercurrent in his eyes, his deep voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. My lord, would you be willing to touch me again? Yinshu. She momentarily fails to respond, staring at him in a daze. Chapter 208. Would you be willing to touch me again? Yinshu's heart skips a beat, her fingertips instinctively curling slightly. Her gaze falls on his reverse scale, which warms slightly under her touch, as if responding to her temperature. Her fingers glide gently over that scale, feeling it tremble slightly beneath his skin. Aiken's breathing suddenly becomes heavier, his tail fin restlessly swaying in the water, splashing tiny droplets. His ear fins fully unfurl, and the blue light at the edges becomes more dazzling. Yinshu curiously asks, does the reverse scale not mean something to you? At her words, Aiken's gaze deepens suddenly, like a whirlpool in the deep sea, exuding a dangerous allure. His voice is low and restrained. The reverse scale is our most sensitive and vulnerable spot. Only the most trusted person can touch it. Yinshu raises an eyebrow. Then why do you let me touch it? Before she can finish, Aiken suddenly grips her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. His lips press against hers, carrying a hint of irresistible dominance, yet becoming gentle and lingering in that moment of contact. His voice is low and fragmented, because you're the person I trust the most. The white mist in the pool slowly rises, enveloping the figures of the two, as if isolating them from everything outside. The water ripples gently, reflecting the light of the crystals, dyeing the scene with a dreamlike hue. Yinshu lets him guide her hand into his silver hair, gently caressing his ear fins, feeling his body tremble slightly. Her voice carries a hint of teasing. So now, are you completely out of control? Aiken's ear fins suddenly quiver, then fully unfurl, the blue light at the edges flickering more brightly. His tail tightly wraps around her waist, pulling her even closer. His cool lips almost touch her neck. His breath hot and rapid, my lord. I like you. As soon as the words leave his lips, his mouth lightly brushes against her neck. His voice low and restrained. I like you very much. The water in the pool gently sways, creating shallow ripples, and the mist swirls around, wrapping their figures and isolating them from the outside world. Yinshu's gaze slowly descends, landing in Aiken's deep-sea-like pupils, which conceal too many emotions: repression, desire, unease, even a hint of grievance. At this moment, his long hair spreads in the water, resembling moonlight casting over the sea, shimmering with a faint glow. The tail wrapped around her gently sways, the sky-blue scales glimmering with enchanting light under the reflection of the pool water. However, what Yinshu cares about the most is his eyes. Those eyes, originally as clear as an ice lake, have now turned a deep blue, like the endless seabed, carrying an indescribable allure. Every time she locks eyes with him, Yinshu feels her heart uncontrollably racing, as if drawn by some mysterious force, unable to break free. My lord. Aiken's voice is soft and magnetic, carrying a hint of a smile. Yinshu's heart jumps, instinctively averting her gaze, her tone slightly unnatural. Aiken, you seem a bit off. The corner of Aiken's lips curves into a faint smile, his voice sounding low and gentle. What does my lord think is off about me? Yinshu's fingers unconsciously tighten, her fingertips turning slightly white. Her gaze falls on the water surface. You weren't like this before. Aiken's ear tips slightly quiver, a hint of amusement flashing in his deep blue eyes. What was I like before? Yinshu presses her lips together, whispering. You used to be very quiet, even a bit insecure. You always hid yourself, not wanting others to notice you. Aiken's gaze dims slightly. Then do you like me now? Yinshu's heart skips a beat as she looks up at him. His gaze is deeply penetrating, as if wanting to engrave her appearance into his heart. Her fingers unconsciously glide over the pool water, softly saying, Aiken, what exactly happened to you? My lord, I have inherited the legacy. Yinshu is surprised. Legacy? What legacy? Aiken's lips curve into a faint smile, dark currents seemingly swirling in his deep blue eyes. The the legacy of the deep-sea royal family. My lord, you may not know, but an ancient power has always been lurking in my bloodline. And now, it has finally awakened. Yanshu quietly asks, so, that's why you changed? Aiken smiles gently. Yes, my lord. The pool water remains calm, with faint light floating, as Yanshu slowly rises from Aiken's embrace. His tail still wraps around her waist, emitting a faint blue glow, as if reluctant to part with her warmth. However, his breath gradually calms. The luster of his ear fins softens, and his eyes slowly close in one last gaze, falling back into deep slumber. Yanshu gently sighs, reaching out to touch Aiken's cheek, feeling his cool skin still carrying a hint of warmth. He cannot leave this pool yet. He is still awakening, unable to act freely. She gently unwraps his tail from her waist, pulling away from his embrace, feeling the slight coolness of the water surface, and slowly swimming toward the shore. A faint white mist rises in the pool, the water seeming to linger on her scent, reluctantly sliding over her skin. She steps steadily onto the shore, her wet robe clinging to her body, droplets sliding down her long hair, exuding a sense of cool beauty. However, just as she takes a step, a gentle warmth suddenly wraps around her, as if some invisible dragon breath has brushed past. In the next second, the moisture on her body rapidly evaporates, her robe returning to dryness, even her hair becoming smooth as before, as if she had never been in the water at all. Yanshu is slightly taken aback, looking down at herself. Before she can say anything, the females on the shore have already held their breath, their eyes filled with intense shock and fervent reverence. Their gazes, unreservedly reverent, fall upon Yanshu. The older female, standing at the front, cannot help but speak in a trembling voice. My lord Yanshu, your bloodline has already been protected by the pool water. Another younger female's face is filled with reverence, her tone pious. The pool water does not easily accept outsiders, nor does it actively purify a female. This means that your bloodline has already merged with the dragon clan. Protected by the pool water? Yanshu understands in her heart that it is not the protection of the pool water, but likely due to the little one in her belly. After all, her child has been referred to as a return to ancestor bloodline for so long. Now, the reaction of the pool water seems more like a welcome to her unborn child rather than to her. Yanshu lowers her gaze, gently touching her belly, the corner of her mouth curving into a barely perceptible arc. Well, it seems this little one has once again made her, as a mother, stand out. Chapter 209. How asked her to leave, Yanshu knows that Aiken is fine, at most just a bit bolder after awakening. He is more clingy than before, more able to speak sweet nothings, and a bit flirtatious. She follows the elder's servant through the long stone corridor, the air filled with a faint smell of sulfur, and the temperature gradually rising. Her steps unconsciously quicken, a sense of unease creeping into her heart, until a heavy stone door slowly opened. A scorching breath rushed towards her, and her gaze was instantly attracted by the scene before her. In the center of the stone chamber, Aho was bound by several thick chains, which were engraved with ancient runes that flickered with a dark red glow. His figure is tall and muscular, with distinct muscle lines, and fine beads of sweat covered his pale skin, glimmering in the firelight. His originally short hair was now long and messy, cascading over his shoulders, with slightly curled ends as if scorched by high temperatures. Shoo shoo! Aho lifted his head, and a spark of surprise instantly erupted in his crimson golden eyes. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, yet still carried a familiar warmth. However, in the next second, his expression changed dramatically. His crimson golden pupils suddenly constricting, his voice carrying a hint of urgency and panic. Don't come over. It's dangerous here. Yanshu's footsteps paused, her gaze falling on Aho. His arms and waist were tightly entwined in chains, the other end of the chains deeply embedded in the stone wall, the glow of the runes flickering with his struggles. His chest rose and fell violently, breathing rapidly, with veins on his forehead faintly throbbing, clearly trying to suppress something. Aho! Yanshu's voice trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with heartache and confusion. How could you be locked up here? The tips of Aho's ears twitched slightly, a flash of pain crossing his crimson golden eyes. His tail anxiously thrashed against the ground, the hair rubbing against the stone surface making a muffled sound. His voice was low and suppressed. Shoo shoo, I can't control my power. These chains are to prevent me from hurting anyone. Yanshu's heart sank sharply, and she quickly stepped forward. What on earth is going on? Why are you? Shoo shoo, don't come over. Aho's voice suddenly rose. His body leaned slightly forward, the chains pulled taut. and the glow of the runes suddenly became blinding. The tips of his ears trembled more violently, his tail restlessly swaying, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. Shu Shu, please, stay away from me. I don't want to hurt you. Yen Shu's footsteps halted in place, looking at the elder caretaker. Her brow furrowed. What's wrong with him? Before the elder could explain, Aho's breathing suddenly became heavier, his crimson golden eyes filled with struggle. His voice was low and broken, as if squeezed out from deep within his throat. My bloodline is undergoing a second awakening, but I can't control it, and every time it erupts, I lose my reason. Shu Shu, I don't want to hurt you. Yen Shu's heart trembled violently, her gaze fixed on Aho. The elder caretaker spoke with urgency. Lady Yen Shu, your male's awakened bloodline is one of the most violent from ancient times, and it will trigger extremely strong power fluctuations during awakening. If it cannot be controlled, it could harm others or even backfire on itself. We can only use these chains to temporarily suppress his power and wait for him to complete the awakening on his own. Meanwhile, Aho's breathing became increasingly rapid, a flash of pain crossing his crimson golden eyes. His tail lashed out violently, pulling the chains taut, and the glow of the runes became blinding. His voice was low and fragmented. Shu Shu, go. I can't hold it back much longer. System, are they all right? Yen Shu asked the system without leaving. Host, please don't worry, your males are safe. The system's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Yen Shu's lips twitched, her gaze deeply fixed on Aho, bound by the rune chains, her heart filled with helplessness. How long has it been? How come all her males are awakening one after another? Is this just her illusion, or does she really have some special power that is quietly changing them? Before Yen Shu could ponder deeply, Aho's breathing became even more frantic, fine beads of sweat seeping from his skin, his crimson golden eyes burning with intense light. Like a volcano about to erupt. Just as she wanted to get a little closer, the elder caretaker beside her suddenly grabbed her wrist, speaking urgently. My lady, we can't stay here any longer. She frowned, wanting to break free, but was forcefully pulled back by the elder caretaker, who warned in a low voice. His awakening has reached the edge of losing control. If we don't seal this place quickly, it might. The elder caretaker didn't give her a chance to think, quickly pulling her out of the room. Bang! As the heavy stone door slammed shut, the glowing runes quickly spread across the entire door, sealing off the entire space in an instant. Almost at the moment the door closed, a deafening roar erupted from within the room. Boom! The entire ground shook violently, as if some enormous creature was struggling madly inside, and that violent aura seeped through the thick stone door, sending chills down one's spine. Yen Shu suddenly looked up, staring hard at the door. Her heart trembled as well, her fingers unconsciously tightening. What was her Aho going through? Yen Shu stood dazed in place. Ever since coming to this dragon clan, nothing good had happened. The elder caretaker, seeing her motionless and dazed, thought she was frightened. She hurriedly stepped forward to reassure. My lady, please don't worry. Your males all carry the ancient bloodline. Each one is a noble existence. Yen Shu looked up at the dragon clan elder caretaker who was always by her side. Her expression very displeased. I know that, but you waited until now to tell me about these things happening to them. Her tone was somewhat harsh. It was the first time the elder caretaker had seen Yen Shu angry, and she quickly explained, My lady, it's not that we didn't say. Yen Shu didn't want to hear her excuses. All right, don't give me those grandiloquent words. From now on, if anything happens to them, you must inform me in advance, and I want to see them whenever I want. The elder caretaker quickly nodded. Yes. Yen Shu originally didn't want to leave, but the noise inside had lessened. However, the door wouldn't budge. Yen Shu then realized that Aho had locked the door directly to prevent her from going in again. She had no choice but to stand outside and say a few comforting words before leaving. Aho and Aling were still sleeping in the room. If they didn't see her, they might be worried and anxious. And she hadn't gone to see her daughter either, feeling concerned about her daughter. Chapter 210. How to Submit. Yen Shu was already anxious enough. Her males were undergoing secondary evolution one after another, either falling into a deep sleep, losing control of their heat, or directly blowing up their cells. And she had no time to catch her breath as they were all about to slip out of her control. But unfortunately, things were still not over. Just as she was trying to digest Aho's situation, several elder females from the dragon clan stood before her with solemn expressions, opening with, Lady Yen Shu, we have decided to hold a formal ceremony for you, so the entire dragon clan can recognize you and officially acknowledge your identity. Yen Shu. She looked at the elder females with a blank expression, her heart already in turmoil. Now she was almost overwhelmed by her own males. And the dragon clan wanted to hold some grand welcome ceremony? She took a deep breath, trying to keep her emotions steady, and slowly articulated. Can we postpone this matter? Knowing she couldn't refuse, she could only ask if it could be delayed. However, the elder females exchanged glances, their smiles still full of respect. Their tone gentle yet firm. My lady, this ceremony is crucial. The entire dragon clan is waiting for your official appearance. It is for your dignity and glory. Yin Shu. Dignity? Glory? She just wants her males to stop mutating. Okay. Her brow twitched violently, and her fists tightened slightly, but in the end, she still maintained her composure and looked up at the several females in front of her, slowly asking, so, may I ask what the process of this ceremony is? She had a bad premonition. The older females smiled more broadly at her finally speaking up. One of them respectfully replied, my lady. The process of the ceremony is not complicated, but it symbolizes the dragon clan's recognition and submission to you. Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained calm. What do you mean by submission? The ceremony will be held in the dragon clan's sacred temple, where all dragon races will gather beneath the temple to pay their respects to you and offer the blessings of the dragon clan. Yin Shu. She frowned, feeling something was off. What does this blessing refer to? Her tone was subtle. Another older female slowly spoke. The blessing of the dragon clan is the most sacred ritual. Your males will formally pledge their loyalty during the ceremony, proving their allegiance to you. As our acknowledgement, all unmarried males will have the right to express their submission and respect to you during the ceremony. Yin Shu blinked, feeling like she had heard something incredible. Wait a minute, do you mean all the males? She tried to confirm. The older female nodded and explained matter-of-factly, yes, my lady, this is tradition. Only in this way can the entire dragon clan truly recognize your status. Yin Shu. Her blood pressure was about to rise. Her males were already enough of a headache. Now the dragon clan wanted to hold a nationwide courtship event. She could even imagine a Su exploding on the spot, a Ho violently wanting to tear apart all the males close to her, a Ling coldly staring at all competitors, and a Chun probably being the calmest one. But now also accepting that inheritance, becoming less low-key, and definitely not letting anyone come close to her. Even a Huai, who she hadn't seen for a long time, was not a male with a good temper. I refuse. She spoke without hesitation, her tone cold with no room for negotiation. The older females paused, seemingly surprised by her reaction. One of them frowned and said, my lady, this is not just your personal issue. It is the tradition of the entire dragon clan. We must let everyone see that you are an acknowledged existence. Yin Shu let out a cold laugh. What does your tradition have to do with me? But. There was no but. Yin Shu directly interrupted, her gaze coldly sweeping over the females present, her tone impatient. I don't need to prove anything this way, nor am I interested in accepting the loyalty of a bunch of males. The air suddenly fell silent. The older females exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something. In the end, they lowered their heads and said respectfully, we will make adjustments to the arrangements for the ceremony. Please rest assured, my lady. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu slightly curved her lips, sneering inwardly. Adjustments? Heh, it's best to cancel. She didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of unfamiliar males bowing to her in that kind of setting. It sounded like a headache. All right, if there's nothing else, I need to go back and rest. She waved her hand and turned to leave without any hesitation, lacking even the patience to say another word. She needed to hurry back and check on her males to avoid any issues. As soon as Yin Shu stepped into her residence, she saw a familiar figure standing at the door. A Yuan, the youth who looked so delicate that he seemed like he would fall over with a gust of wind, was currently standing there with his head down, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a faint blush on his face, as if he was too shy to look up at her. However, unlike before, he now had two gray dragon horns emerging from his forehead, slender and curved. Although they didn't carry the imposing majesty of an adult dragon, they bore an immature sharpness, understated yet resilient like newly born dragon scales. He already had a clean appearance, with gentle features and a slender figure. Standing there like a scholar who had mistakenly wandered into the dragon clan, his fair skin glistening with a faint sheen under the light. However, the dragon horns on his forehead made his entire demeanor subtly change. No longer merely weak, but adding a hint of youthful stubbornness on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. Yin Shu's gaze paused for a moment, involuntarily landing on his forehead, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable curiosity. A Yuan? A Yuan's shoulders trembled slightly, seemingly even more nervous under her gaze. He bit his lip and responded softly. My lady, His voice remained clear and gentle, but due to his emotional fluctuations, the end of his sentence trembled slightly. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, her gaze slowly sweeping over him, and said lightly, "What is going on with your horns?" A Yuan lowered his eyes, his fingers nervously clutching his sleeve, and a suspicious blush appeared on his ears. His voice was low, carrying a hint of shyness. "I came of age the day before yesterday." Yin Shu slightly narrowed her eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Came of age? Her gaze instinctively fell on the newly grown dragon horns on a Yuan's forehead. She raised her eyebrows slightly, suddenly understanding a bit. She recalled her recent understanding of the dragon clan. Coming of age in the dragon clan was a watershed moment, especially for males, who would awaken their true dragon blood after coming of age, and their physique and aura would undergo some transformation, with the most direct manifestation being the growth of dragon horns. In other words, this seemingly delicate and weak Yuan, who always appeared obedient, had now officially entered the ranks of adult dragons. Yin Shu narrowed her eyes as she assessed him, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "So, you're now a true male of the dragon clan?" A Yuan's fingers tightened slightly, his face reddening even more, and his voice dropped a few degrees. Yes." Yin Shu looked at him with interest, but her mind was pondering, what exactly did the females of the dragon clan intend by sending him here at this point in time? She pretended to be casual and asked, "So did you come here by yourself? Or did someone send you?" A Yuan's breath paused slightly, as if he had been asked something hard to speak of. He hesitated for a moment before answering softly, "It was the elder steward who sent me here." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yin Shu's lips, and she sneered inwardly. As expected, she had just rejected the ceremony the dragon clan wanted to hold for her, and they immediately sent the newly adult Yuan over. These females were really too idle. Chapter 211. A Yuan was sent over. Yin Shu rubbed her brow, the fatigue in her heart growing heavier. She really didn't have the energy to deal with other males right now. Each of her males was awakening and transforming, and just handling their situations was already giving her a headache, coupled with the one test after another and the arrangements from the dragon clan's females. She had no time to care about anything else. She looked up at a Yuan who stood in front of her, his dragon horns still carrying a hint of immature luster, his face still retaining some childishness, but his gaze revealed an undeniable stubbornness. She took a deep breath, suppressing her impatience, and said directly and coldly, "You should go back." A Yuan's body trembled, his face instantly turning pale, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim in an instant. He knelt down, hands pressed on the ground, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. "My lady, I wasn't sent here to please you. I just want to stay here to help you with some tasks so that you can have more energy to take care of your males." His tone was urgent, with a hint of caution, as if afraid she wouldn't believe him, and he quickly added, "I have great strength and can endure hardship. You can make me do anything. Please don't chase me away." Yin Shu was taken aback for a moment, looking at the boy kneeling on the ground. Her heart stirred slightly. She had initially thought this was another arrangement by the female of the dragon clan, but after hearing Yuan's words, she hesitated a bit. Yin Shu narrowed her eyes, fell silent for a moment, and slowly spoke, "You stay. Is it really just a work?" A Yuan nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. "Yes. I just want to help you lighten your burden. I will never overstep." Yin Shu looked at his kneeling posture, feeling somewhat vexed yet also strangely helpless. She sighed lightly, raised her hand to rub her temples, and softened her tone. "Get up." A Yuan was stunned for a moment, then raised his head, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. "So, you allow me to stay?" Yin Shu sighed, her tone carrying a hint of compromise. "For now, you can stay. If you dare to do anything that makes me unhappy, you can leave immediately." A Yuan quickly nodded, "Yes, I will definitely not disappoint you." Yin Shu glanced at him helplessly, but still harbored doubts. She really didn't have the energy to deal with other males. But what were those females of the dragon clan really thinking? Soon, a Yuan revealed everything. After a Yuan stood up, the joy on his face had not completely faded, and he eagerly said, "My lord, actually, being sent to your side is also an opportunity for me." Yin Shu frowned slightly and glanced at him with a vague expression. "What do you mean?" A Yuan's hands clenched slightly, his eyelids lowered, his tone cautious yet tinged with barely concealed excitement. "My family is not strong. My mother is just an ordinary member of the dragon clan, and my father is even more unknown. But now, I've been arranged to be by your side, taking care of you, serving you. This is not just a responsibility for me. It is also an opportunity to change my fate." As he spoke, his gaze became firm, and his tone carried a hint of hidden pride. If I can take good care of you and make no mistakes, perhaps, my brother will be valued by the elders of the Dragon Clan, receive better training, and even enter the true core of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, Yanshu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. A Yuan nodded eagerly. Before Yanshu could say anything further, she saw a Yuan pull out a cloth from somewhere, kneel down without hesitation, and start wiping the floor little by little. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as her gaze fell on the vast floor. Just this room, the floor was immensely spacious, intricately carved with patterns, and even reflected light slightly. This guy, does he really think he can wipe the entire room's floor with a small cloth? For a moment, she was at a loss for words, about to stop him when she noticed a Yuan with his head lowered, looking serious, as if this task was incredibly important to him. His movements were careful and meticulous, each wipe showing a sense of caution, as if he was completing a very solemn task. Even the two gray little dragon horns on his forehead swayed slightly. His focused appearance suddenly reminded Yanshu of a Chun. That poor mermaid loved to hide in the shadows, always feeling inferior, desperately trying to reduce her presence, yet afraid of being deemed useless and discarded by her. She sighed slightly, watching a Yuan kneeling on the ground, and for a moment, she had no intention of driving him away. Do as you please. She lightly left the sentence and allowed a Yuan to bury himself in his work. As Yanshu leaned back in her chair, gently rubbing her brow, her gaze casually swept over a Yuan, who was still kneeling and cleaning. But her mind was on another matter, a Hawaii. She truly had no sense of kinship with a Hawaii. This guy was one of the first to recover after she woke up. Thinking of this, Yanshu couldn't help but snort. She had originally thought a Hawaii would be the first to come back looking for her. After all, he had seemed very clingy before, but now he had become the first to run away. After waking up, he said nothing and directly followed the males of the Dragon Clan to learn, completely immersing himself in the training system of the Dragon Clan, leaving not even a note for her. She heard from others that he seemed very interested in the combat skills and secret techniques of the Dragon Clan, and had long admired them. So he took this opportunity to dive right in. This guy seems to be having a great time learning. Yanshu lazily leaned against the back of the chair, gently tapping the armrest, squinting her eyes, and felt no significant emotional fluctuations. In the past few days, perhaps because a Yuan was sent over, Yanshu's days in the Dragon Clan had remarkably calmed down. A Su and a Ling finally fully recovered, and the two finally had the energy to do something they had always wanted to do, hold their daughter and build a bond. Yanshu sat to the side, watching with great interest as the two males cautiously coaxed the child, their expressions more serious than usual. Asu's 9 silver-white fox tails swayed gently, wrapping the small child in his arms, his gaze soft beyond belief, filled with affection as he gently coaxed the child, occasionally rubbing his nose against her tender little face, and his tail frequently circled around her, looking very endearing. On the other side, a Ling still maintained his indifferent demeanor, but his hands holding the child were surprisingly gentle. His fingertips lightly touched the child's small hand, and her tiny claws immediately grasped his finger. His gaze paused slightly, and his eyes instantly softened. He did not express himself as grandly as a Sioux, but those narrow eyes were fixed on the child, his fingertips slowly tightening, gently holding her tiny palm. Chapter 212. Stimulating Ahu Ao. Yanshu stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, with a Sioux and a Ling, who had returned to their usual selves behind her. Asu's 9 silver-white fox tails elegantly hung behind him, his ears twitching slightly, with a hint of lazy amusement in his eyes. A Ling stood quietly beside him, his ice-blue eyes clear and bright, the white scales glimmering softly under the light of the crystals. Inside the stone chamber, Ahu Ao was still bound by chains, but he was clearly in a much better state than before. The crimson gold in his eyes had less rage and more clarity. His tail swayed gently, the scales brushing against the ground, making a slight sound, and his ears perked up slightly, clearly aware of their arrival. Ahu Ao, it seems you've recovered quite well. Asu spoke first, his tone relaxed, his 9 fox tails swaying leisurely. Ahu Ao lifted his head sharply at the sound, a flash of surprise in his crimson gold eyes. Asu? A Ling? Why are you here? Upon seeing Yanshu, his eyes instantly brightened. Shu. A Ling nodded slightly, a hint of warmth in his ice-blue eyes. Came to see you. Ahu Ao's tail wagged slightly, filled with uncontainable excitement, his ears trembling slightly. Are all okay, right? Of course we are fine. Asu chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the chains on Ahu Ao. But you seem to be much better than before. Ahu Ao looked down at himself, troubled. still far from okay. Only then did Yin Shu step forward. Ahuao, are you all right? Ahuao's ears perked up sharply, his gaze falling on her. A flash of surprise and excitement appearing in his crimson gold eyes. Shu, you're here too? Yin Shu walked up to him, her gaze falling on the chains binding him, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. I came to see you and share some good news. Aho's tail unconsciously wrapped around her waist, the delicate texture of the scales transmitting a slight tingle through her clothing. His voice was low and gentle. What good news? Yin Shu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing. Once you fully recover, I'll have a child for you. How about that? This was Asu's idea. He said that as long as she told Aho this, he would definitely be able to control himself. Upon hearing this, Aho's body stiffened, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his golden red eyes. His ears perked up completely, his tail unconsciously tightening, and his voice trembled slightly. Shu, are you serious? Yin Shu chuckled softly, her fingers gently gliding over his ear tip as she whispered, Of course I'm serious. But the premise is that you need to recover quickly. I don't want my child to see his father bound by chains right after birth. Aho's breath suddenly grew heavier, a fiery glow flickering in his golden red eyes. His tail whipped violently, the chains pulled taut, the runes glowing intensely. However, this time, the weight of the chains seemed much lighter. He could even feel his strength gradually returning. Shu. Aho's voice was low and fragmented, carrying an unmistakable excitement. I will definitely recover soon. Yin Shu's lips curled into a faint smile, her gaze softening. That's good. I'll be waiting for you. Asu stood by, his 9 foxtails swaying gently, his tone teasing. Aho, you better work hard. Don't keep the adult waiting too long. Ailing quietly watched this scene, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. Aho's ears quivered slightly, a determined glint passing through his golden red eyes. I will. Yin Shu's fingers lightly traced over his reverse scales, softly saying, Then make sure to work hard. I will be waiting for you. Aho's body trembled slightly, a fiery glow flashing in his golden red eyes. His tail unconsciously tightened around her waist, his voice low and gentle. Shu, thank you. Yin Shu chuckled softly, a teasing glint in her eyes. Thank you for what? Once you're better, you need to compensate me well. Aho's breath caught suddenly, a dangerous glint flashing in his golden red eyes. His voice was low and restrained. Shu. Yin Shu smiled, raising her hand to pat Aho's tail, a sly glint passing through her eyes before she turned to leave. Behind her, Aho's breath was ragged, his golden red eyes locked onto her figure, his tail unwillingly sweeping the ground, stirring up a cloud of fine dust. After provoking Aho, Yin Shu went to see Achin. Inside the stone chamber, the chill intensified, and a faint humidity filled the air. The pool was tranquil and undisturbed, surrounded by swirling white mist, as if a heavy curtain enveloped the surface, obscuring the view below. Yin Shu stood at the pool's edge, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze falling on the hazy area. Occasionally, a barely perceptible ripple appeared on the surface, as if someone was gently touching it from the depths of the mist, yet the familiar figure never emerged. The pool was deep, the cold seeping into her skin, making even her breath feel damp and chilly. As Yin Shu crouched by the pool's edge, her fingertips gently touched the surface, the icy sensation causing her to frown slightly. She softly called out, Achin. The only response was a gentle breeze swirling through the mist, softly brushing against her clothes and swallowing her voice in the vapor. Just as she was about to rise, suddenly, a long hand reached out from the white mist, accurately grasping her wrist. The hand was cold yet soft, with distinct knuckles and a slight dampness in the palm. Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat, and before she could react, the hand slightly tightened, gently pulling her toward the pool. Her body lost balance, and she leaned forward, about to fall into the water. Achin, she instinctively shouted, her voice tinged with panic. In the next moment, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a cold yet gentle embrace. The white mist parted before her eyes, and Achin's face gradually became clear. His long hair was wet, clinging to his cheeks and neck, his deep blue eyes carrying a faint smile, with his ear fins gently quivering, the edges glowing faintly blue. His fish tail gently swayed in the water, the sky blue scales shimmering with enchanting light in the mist. My lady, his voice was low and magnetic, laced with a hint of teasing. Were you looking for me? Yin Shu's heart skipped a beat, her fingers unconsciously wrapping around his neck, her tone slightly reproachful. Achin, you scared me. She felt that Achen's skin was smooth to the touch. Achen's lips curled into a faint smile, his deep blue eyes seemingly hiding a current. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Yinshu's fingers gently glided over his ear fins, softly saying, this surprise almost turned into a fright. Achen's ears twitched slightly, his voice low and gentle. Then, my lady. Do you like it? Chapter 213. Achen is different now. Yinshu's heart skipped a beat, her gaze meeting his. In his deep blue eyes, there seemed to be a current, carrying an indescribable allure. Her fingers unconsciously traced over his reverse scales as she whispered, Achen, do you know that this makes me very troubled? Achen's ears twitched sharply, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his deep blue eyes. His voice was low and magnetic. My lady, you're not the only one feeling troubled. Yinshu's heart raced, her fingers unconsciously gliding over his reverse scales, softly asking, Achen, what do you really want to do? Achen's gaze darkened slightly, his voice low and gentle. My lady, I just want you to see the real me. Yinshu's heart trembled, her gaze meeting his. In his deep blue eyes, there seemed to be a current, carrying an indescribable allure. Meanwhile, Asu's fox ears twitched slightly. His 9 silver-white tails taut, his gaze fixed tightly on Yinshu by the pool's edge. Just a moment ago, her body had leaned slightly forward, and the moment her fingertips touched the water's surface, she almost got pulled into the coldness, making his heart tighten. Shoo shoo, Asu called out softly, his body moving like lightning to her side, reaching out to pull her back. His 9 tails lifted slightly, the silver-white tips trembling gently in the damp mist, clearly startled. Ailing stood to the side, his ice-blue eyes darkening slightly, the white scales glimmering with a chilling light in the reflection of the mist. Just as they tensed their bodies, vigilantly staring at the pool, a slender figure finally emerged slowly from the thick fog. The surface of the pool rippled slightly, and Achen's figure broke through the mist, steadily embracing Yinshu. His arms tightened, the warmth of his body, tinged with moisture, seeped through the fabric in her skin, familiar yet with a hint of unfamiliar heat. Asu and Ailing's expressions froze. Achen's aura had changed. In the past, he was calm like water. Even when close to Yinshu, he always carried a degree of restrained composure. But now, his gaze was heavy, and his brows had lost some gentleness, gaining an air of assertiveness, as if no longer hiding his possessiveness. Aho's gaze narrowed slightly, suppressing an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, his eyes scanning Achen from head to toe. Amid the swirling mist, Achen's figure appeared exceptionally tall. His dark blue hair wet against his neck, and under his bare shoulders, dark scales could be seen spreading along his collarbone, seemingly shimmering with a faint light in the mist. Ailing stood not far away, his gaze fixed on him, brows slightly furrowed, a hint of curiosity crossing his ice-blue eyes. Asu's fox ears twitched slightly, his silvery white tail unconsciously tightening, his eyes scanning back and forth between Achen and Yinshu. Achen had truly changed. Not only was his aura different, but even his demeanor had undergone subtle changes. In the past, he was gentle and reserved, often showing a hint of concession when facing them. But now, standing in the water, holding Yinshu in a natural posture, there was a lack of warmth in his expression, replaced by an inscrutable depth, as if he had completely shed his former shadow. Yinshu, held in his embrace, was the one who could most clearly sense the changes emanating from him. His body temperature was still icy, but it no longer carried the same softness as before. Instead, it had a heart-stopping allure. His arms were strong and firm, holding her tightly as if silently declaring something. Achen, Yinshu tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting his. In those deep blue eyes, it seemed as if an undercurrent was stirring, carrying an indescribable temptation. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of probing. You have changed again. The corners of Achen's lips curled into a faint smile, his ear fins twitching gently, the edges glowing with a faint blue light. His voice was low and magnetic. My lady, I will only get better. Yinshu raised her head, her heart racing, her fingers unconsciously brushing against his ear fins, whispering, yes, it's quite good. Achen's gaze darkened slightly, his voice soft and magnetic. Then, my lady, do you like me more now? Yinshu's heart trembled, her gaze meeting his. In those deep blue eyes, it seemed as if an undercurrent was stirring, carrying an indescribable temptation. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against his reverse scales, whispering, Achen, do you know that this way it makes me want to have a second child with you? Achen's ears twitched sharply, a hint of amusement flashing in his deep blue eyes. Though he didn't understand the term, he somehow grasped its meaning. His voice was low and magnetic. "My lady, even without children, it's fine you." Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, because Yinshu's fingers had unconsciously brushed against his reverse scales. Whispering, "Achin, do you know what that means?" From her mind, she could clearly sense his excitement. Achin nodded vigorously. Asu noticed that the atmosphere between the two was off, and he couldn't help but step forward. His gaze fell on Achin, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Achin, you really look different." Achin smiled slightly, a faint light flashing in his deep blue eyes. His fish tail swayed gently, the sky blue scales shimmering with enchanting glimmers in the reflection of the pool water. His voice was low and magnetic. "Really? What is different?" Asu's foxtail flicked gently, his tone laced with jest. "You're stronger, and your aura is more stable. I used to think you were easy to bully. Now, you actually put a bit of pressure on me." Ailing stood by, nodding emphatically, a serious look in his eyes. "Indeed. Now I can feel a sense of pressure coming from him." Achan's ears twitched slightly, his lips curling into a faint smile. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Yinshu, his voice low and firm. "I have indeed grown stronger and can protect my lady better." Achan leaned closer to Yinshu. "My lady, I told you, I will always be by your side. Now I have enough strength to guard you." Asu's foxtail flicked gently, his tone teasing. "Looks like we need to be careful in the future. Otherwise, Achin won't let us off easily." Ailing's eyes flashed with a faint smile. "Achin getting stronger is a good thing for us too. As for Achin's possessiveness, I'm not angry. After all, we've all been through that. Besides, Achin already has a daughter. No matter how possessive he is of Yinshu, it won't work. We need to make room for the males without offspring, like Aho." Chapter 214. Asu and Ailing's rejection. Just as Yinshu was immersed in the joy of her males returning to normal, the Dragon Clan's females remained persistent, surrounding her once again. The leading elder approached respectfully, tone filled with anticipation. "My lady Yinshu, we still wish to hold a grand ceremony for you, formally declaring you as a noble of the Dragon Clan." Hearing these females bring up the matter again, Yinshu frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over Asu, Ailing, and Achin. She pondered inwardly. They definitely won't be happy about this, right? After all, these males had always been extremely possessive of her. How could they possibly agree to let her appear at the Dragon Clan ceremony and even be pursued by other males? However, to her surprise, Asu's 9 fox tails swayed gently, his ears twitching slightly, his tone carrying a rare seriousness. "This proposal is good." Yinshu was taken aback, turning to look at Asu. Her eyes filled with confusion. "You agree?" Asu's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze softening. "Of course. This is a good opportunity for my lady. How could we oppose it?" Yinshu stared blankly at Asu, her heart momentarily unsettled. She hadn't expected Asu to agree to such a proposal that would make her stand out so much. The Dragon Clan ceremony was not just an honor. It also meant that many males would express their romantic interest in her, which was clearly not the scene she wanted, especially when she was still not fully adapted to her current identity. She frowned slightly, whispering, "But you know, this kind of ceremony not only declares my identity, but also makes other males interested in me. Are you really willing to let me appear in such a setting?" As soon as Yinshu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the air instantly froze, and the expressions of the 3 males turned extremely grim. Asu's 9 tails flicked violently, the gentle light in his eyes vanishing without a trace, replaced by an undercurrent of anger. His brows furrowed tightly, his voice lowered. "Jujio, you don't like such occasions." It was a definitive tone. Ailing's gaze turned icy like a blade, stepping forward, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to chill the air. His voice was deep and cold. "If you don't like it, we won't hold it." Seeing her males finally normal again, Yinshu quickly nodded, whispering, "I know you will protect me, and I really don't like such occasions." Hearing her firm dislike, Asu's brows furrowed tightly, anger flickering in his eyes. He flicked his 9 tails violently, lowering his voice. "Since Jojo doesn't like it, we won't let her participate." Ailing coldly scanned the surrounding females, his eyes growing colder. "Yes." As soon as he spoke, the Dragon Clan females' expressions changed instantly. The young female's face flushed red, anger boiling over. "What right do you have to make decisions for her? Even if you're noble males by blood, the Dragon Clan ceremony is not something you can dictate. This is the glory of the entire clan. How dare you few males decide whether a female should attend?" The elder's eyes were filled with anger as he sneered. "Noble blood? Just because you 3 males dare to make decisions for Lady Yinshu here?" You're merely males. How could you possibly rise above us females or force us to submit to your decisions? Asu and Ailing's expressions instantly turned extremely cold. They had never liked anyone challenging their authority, especially regarding Yin Shu. They would never tolerate anyone's disrespect. Asu said in a deep voice, "If you think we shouldn't make decisions for Shu Shu, it means you don't understand her feelings at all. She doesn't like these kinds of occasions, so no one can force her to participate. Our decision is the most important." Aling also coldly snorted. "Since we few males have already made our decision, no matter how dissatisfied you are, you cannot change it." Yin Shu nodded beside them, cheering them on. This is exactly what she wanted, for them to refuse on her behalf. The female dragons looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Clearly, they did not dare to confront these noble males directly, especially with the overwhelming presence of Asu and Aling, which made the air feel cold and piercing. Seeing that they could not change Asu's decision no matter what, anger and unwillingness intertwined on their faces. They coldly glared at Asu and Aling, feeling frustrated but helpless. After all, Yin Shu's status was too high at the moment, and even the female dragons could not easily challenge it. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only grit their teeth and endure. "All right, let's go." A young female snorted coldly and led the way to turn around, with the others following closely behind. Their steps were heavy, and their expressions were gloomy, but they could do nothing and were ultimately forced to leave the area. The air seemed to linger with the echoes of their anger, yet it changed nothing. Asu watched as those females left until their figures completely disappeared from view. Then he finally turned his head, his emotions still not dissipated. He walked slowly towards Yin Shu, his gaze soft yet somewhat urgent, as if confirming her comfort. Almost instinctively, he reached out and gently embraced her, wrapping her in his warm breath. "Shu Shu," Asu whispered, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a tender warmth that made one's heart flutter. "Do you know? These males, even the Dragon Clan, cannot compare to us. With the three of us, you don't need anyone else, not even the Dragon Clan." His words carried a possessiveness, his eyes deep as if nothing else mattered, only she and he. That possessiveness was not rough, but rather gentle, infused with unshakable determination. Asu held Yin Shu a little tighter, lowering his head to gently breathe by her ear. With a hint of ambiguity, "We will protect you. We will never let any male have the chance to approach you." Yin Shu felt his embrace grow tighter, as if his warmth and breath were invading her, causing her heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. She slightly raised her head, a hint of helpless laughter in her eyes, yet unable to deny the warmth in her heart. "I know, you have always been by my side," she softly said, her tone carrying a touch of softness and reliance. Asu's smile was as warm as a spring breeze as he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. "That's good. You don't need anyone else. Just us is enough." His words contained deep affection and a hint of undeniable firmness, as if that was the most important thing in the world. Chapter 215. Asu's unusual behavior. Asu stood at the door, narrowing his eyes at the scene before him. He had just decided that no matter what, he could not allow other males to have the chance to approach Yin Shu. Their status was high, and their bloodlines noble, but in his eyes, Shu Shu belonged to them, and no male was worthy of approaching her. However, just after making that decision, his gaze inadvertently swept to a corner of the room, where a figure was quietly mopping the floor. Asu's eyes narrowed slightly and fixed. That person was Yuan, a male of the Dragon Clan. Yuan lowered his head, moving slowly and methodically, not letting out a hint of excess breath. Asu's brows furrowed tightly, a wave of displeasure rising in his heart. He knew that Yuan was sent by the Dragon Clan to serve Yin Shu, and Shu Shu had explained earlier that this person had no interest in her. She had said that Yuan was only here for the future of his younger brother, making everything seem so bland, almost without a presence. In recent days, Yuan's presence had not drawn much attention, and even Asu himself had hardly focused on this person due to matters concerning Achun. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized, Yuan, that male who was almost non-existent, was actually in this room mopping the floor, and his sudden presence made Asu feel a surge of discomfort. "What are you doing here?" Asu's voice was deep and carried a hint of coldness. Yuan was taken aback, quickly raising his head. When he saw Asu standing at the door, his face instantly turned pale. He immediately lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, appearing somewhat at a loss. I am cleaning." Yuan's voice was very soft, almost carrying a sense of unease. Asu's expression was already unfriendly as he approached step by step, looking coldly at Yuan. "You need to leave immediately." Yuan's whole body stiffened, almost instinctively bowing, respectfully saying, "Yes, I will leave right away." His movements were somewhat hurried, and his lowered head made him look somewhat awkward, unsure whether it was because of Asu's pressure or his own embarrassing situation at the moment. Asu's gaze did not leave him for a moment, until Yuan quickly gathered his tools and bowed his head to retreat before he slowly relaxed a bit. Yin Shu was originally resting when she heard the commotion. She slowly walked to the door and happened to see Yuan with his head lowered, hurriedly preparing to exit. Her gaze naturally fell upon Yuan, seeing his panicked and flustered appearance, especially his dragon horns drooping low as if feeling an invisible pressure. That wronged look made Yin Shu's heart tighten, and she couldn't help but stop, frowning. "Yuan?" she called softly. Yuan's body slightly trembled, and when he raised his head to see Yin Shu standing at the door, his face turned even paler, his eyes filled with panic and helplessness, as if he did not dare to look directly at her. In that instant, it was as if he had lost all support. I, Yuan stammered, his voice trembling. "My lady, I will leave right away." Yin Shu's brows furrowed slightly, looking at him and feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. She knew this was definitely Asu's doing. Every time in such situations, Asu was always so overbearing, showing no mercy to others, and she had always tried to persuade him, but each time it was in vain. "Asu," she sighed softly, turning to look at Asu standing at the door, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Why are you forcing him like this? He is just an innocent person, sent by the Dragon Clan, not worth your anger." Asu remained silent, only coldly watching Yuan, clearly still harboring no good feelings towards him. His gaze was filled with threat, a look that could almost completely overpower Yuan. Shu, he is a male of the Dragon Clan." Asu's voice carried coldness. "I don't like him." He directly showed his jealousy. Yin Shu took a deep breath, a wave of helpless emotion rising in her heart. She knew Asu had a bad temper, but she couldn't just stand by and watch Yuan be humiliated for no reason. After all, this was the territory of the Dragon Clan, and she had to give some face. She paused, then softly said, "I know you don't like him, but he hasn't done anything wrong. He is just here to seek a better future for his younger brother and has no intention of trying to approach me." She slightly turned her body, looking at Yuan, her tone gradually softening. "Yuan, you can go rest now. You don't need to take today's matter too much to heart." Yuan was taken aback, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The fact that Lady Yin Shu was actually speaking up for him. The oppressive feeling he had been silently enduring suddenly had some relief. Even under Asu's strong pressure, he was no longer so afraid. Thank you, my lord." Yuan's voice was so low it was almost inaudible, filled with a hint of emotion, nearly choking up. Yin Shu looked at his expression, feeling helpless in her heart, yet still showing a trace of a gentle smile. "There's no need to thank me. Go rest. Don't tire yourself too much." Tears of gratitude shimmered in Yuan's eyes as he replied softly, "Yes, my lord." After saying that, he no longer lingered and hurriedly left the room with his head down. Asu still stood at the door, his expression unreadable, but his eyes concealed a barely perceptible undercurrent. He did not leave immediately, but quietly watched Yin Shu. "Shu," he finally spoke, his tone no longer so harsh, tinged with grievance amidst the coldness. "You always think of others. Why do you never consider me?" Yin Shu sighed and turned to look at Asu. She understood his feelings of insecurity and possessiveness, but she was not oblivious to his emotions. It was just that some things required her to make compromises. "Asu, I know you care about me," she said gently, "but we can't be so harsh on everyone, especially Yuan. He has never had any inappropriate thoughts about me. He just wants to help his younger brother live better. So please don't be angry." Asu looked into her eyes, and finally said nothing more, just sighed softly and turned to leave the room. All that remained in the room was Yin Shu and her gently swaying emotions. Is Asu angry? Usually, when she says something, he would cling to her and refute her. He would come out every day to assert his presence, proving he was the first male by her side. Now, he left directly without saying a word, which surprised Yin Shu. Her heart felt a bit guilty. Yin Shu hurriedly followed him out. She knew that this dispute might not end for a while, but at least today, she had managed to secure some warmth for Yuan. That's how you send someone off. How could Asu not know? Chapter 216. Asu, you're not really angry, are you? Yin Shu quickly chased after him, and indeed saw Asu standing under a tree in the courtyard, with his back to her. Arms crossed, seemingly sulking. She stopped, took a gentle breath, then slowly walked over, reaching out to tug at Asu's sleeve, her voice soft. "Asu, why did you leave?" Asu did not turn around, only lightly hummed, his tone flat. Hasn't Shu already decided to protect that dragon male? What do you need me for? Oh dear, such words could come out of his mouth. This guy is really jealous in a sulky way. She took a few more steps forward, leaning against him, looking up at him, her voice even softer. Asu, you're not really angry, are you? Only then did Asu lower his head to look at her, his gaze dim, like a neglected big cat, aggrieved yet proud. Shu, do you even have me in your heart? He asked softly with a hint of a spoiled tone. You always speak for others, but I was the first to stay by your side. Why can't you pamper me a bit more? Shu blinked, knowing that if she didn't soothe him now, he would probably sulk all day. She raised her hand, gently pinching his cheek, smiling as she said, How could I not have you? Asu is my most important male. No one can compare. Upon hearing this, Asu's eyes finally softened a bit, but he still insisted. You only say that. I don't believe it. Shu couldn't help but laugh, standing on her tiptoes, leaning close to his ear, her voice sweet. Then what do you want to believe? How about this? Today I'll only accompany you, no one else. At this, Asu finally couldn't hold back anymore, the grievance in his eyes instantly dissipating, replaced by a triumphant smile. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, his voice low. Then it's settled. Tonight. You can only accompany me. Shu's face flushed at his ambiguous words as she reached out to gently push him away, but he held her firmly, unable to shove him off. The corners of Su's mouth slightly lifted as he leaned down close to her, whispering in her ear, Shu, with us is enough. All those dragon males can just roll far away. Shu felt her ears heat up from his words and couldn't help but bury herself in his embrace. Murmuring softly, Why are you so domineering? Asu chuckled lightly, his hand gliding over her back, his voice low and indulgent. Because you belong to us. Shu nuzzled against Asu, softly saying, All right, don't be angry. A yuan is just a cleaner, almost non-existent. How can he compare to my Asu? She explained again. Asu listened to her, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, but still grumbling. Then why did you just speak up for him? Shu knew this little fox was just being jealous, gently patting his chest, looking up at him with bright eyes. I was afraid you'd be too fierce and scare him. Asu is my first fox. I have to be gentle so he won't be scared. Asu's ears twitched, his expression finally softening a bit, but his mouth still wouldn't let up. Then shouldn't Shu be a bit gentler with me? You haven't properly pampered me yet. Shu blinked, wrapping her arms around him, leaning close to his ear, her voice soft and light. Asu is the most amazing, the best. No one can compare to you. In my heart, it's already filled with you. How could I fit anyone else? Asu was finally completely soothed, the dissatisfaction in his eyes long gone, replaced by deep contentment. He held Shu tightly, slightly lowering his head, his lips brushing against her ear, gently laughing. Shu, you're so good at comforting me. Don't blame me for always sticking to you in the future. Shu lightly hummed, thinking when has this guy not stuck to her? But she didn't push him away. Instead, she let him hold her even tighter. As night deepened, Asu's tail slowly wrapped around her, his tone a bit spoiled. Shu promised, tonight you can only accompany me. Shu smiled helplessly, reaching out to touch his ear, softly saying, All right, I'll listen to you. Asu was finally completely satisfied, holding her tightly, like a fox that had finally eaten its fill, contentedly enjoying his exclusive time. The night was deep, and the Dragon Clan's palace was enveloped in tranquility. However, in the dead of night, a strange fragrance suddenly spread, carrying an indescribable seductive aura, as if invisible threads intertwined in the air, teasing the nerves of all the Dragon Clan. This scent, though no one had ever smelled it before, was understood by every dragon to signify one thing, the scent of a male in heat. In an instant, the entire palace became restless. Many dragon males abruptly opened their eyes, their expressions either suspicious or shocked, and some even unconsciously swallowed. What is going on? This smell. It's such a foul odor. For a moment, discussions erupted, but all eyes inevitably turned towards the depths of the palace. There, Lady Shu's residence was shrouded in a thin mist. The faint white mist rolled under the night sky, like some kind of barrier, gentle yet impenetrable, covering the entire palace. Beneath the mist, the scent intensified, carrying an unsettling allure, as if invisible hands were tugging at unspeakable emotions. The faces of all the dragons changed. Although the male's heat was intense, it would never spread like this for no reason, especially since this scent made all the dragons' hearts race, even evoking a faint impulse to submit. It's just a fox. What on earth is happening? Some murmured to themselves. However, before they could delve any further, suddenly, the layer of mist began to churn slightly, and immediately after a low, dangerous chuckle emanated from deep within the fog. This voice carried an extreme possessiveness that made one's heart tremble. Shoo. As the mist swirled, that voice was lingering and hoarse, revealing an unmistakable desire, like a beast locking onto its prey, slowly tightening the encirclement. The dragons outside the palace felt a sudden tightness in their hearts. This voice, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, made even the noble dragon lineage shiver instinctively. The fragrance grew even stronger, as if it were not just the scent of mating season, but a deeper pressure that surpassed all males, making the air feel heavier. Just as the dragons held their breath, a faint gasp came from deep within the mist, so subtle it could almost be swallowed by the night. It clearly pierced everyone's ears. Then, that deep voice rang out again, more dangerous and more lingering than before. Shoo, don't hide. The air instantly froze. It felt as though all the dragons' hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, even though they couldn't see clearly. They could vividly imagine the scene deep within the mist that made their blood race. Enough. Finally, one dragon couldn't help but growl, his voice tinged with suppressed irritation and humiliation, just a mere fox. Why? Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent, because at that moment, the mist surged violently, and a more domineering pressure swept out from the depths of the palace, like an angry tide, swallowing all their words. The dragon spirits trembled as they looked in shock at the thick fog. This aura was already powerful enough to make their dragon souls shudder slightly. Damn it, someone muttered under their breath. Yet even so, no one dared to step into that mist. Chapter 217. Yanshu's Initiative. You're playing with fire the next day. When Yanshu woke up, she felt completely relaxed. Even a sense of indescribable ease seeped through her bones. She blinked, lazily stretching, and even felt a rare sense of lingering satisfaction. Just as she was about to indulge in a little more rest, the system's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a significant cheerfulness. Congratulations, host. Your male has successfully evolved into a complete form. Therefore, the system has specially activated the mall function and awarded you 100 growth points. Yanshu. She paused for a moment, then slowly turned her head to look at the side of Asu. He was still immersed in dreams, 9 fluffy fox tails half spread, overlapping on the bedding, his silver hair gleaming softly in the morning light, making him appear unreal like a god. The warmth and composure he usually had faded, replaced by a hint of satisfaction in his brows and eyes, his thin lips slightly curled, seemingly still tinged with the joy of possession even in sleep. Yanshu's gaze fell down to his chest, which was barely covered by the blanket. The muscle structure was smooth, the lines balanced, exuding a strong, wild beauty. Last night's marks still faintly remained, as if declaring who his master was. Cough. Yanshu felt her blood rush, quickly turning her head away, forcing herself to calm down, and her gaze returned to the system interface. Mall function unlocked. Current points, 100. Recommended products. Cub birth accelerator. Shortens gestation time, allowing cubs to arrive at your side faster. Yanshu. She stared blankly at the product name, speechless for a long time. The system seemed to worry that she didn't understand and kindly added, this item can significantly shorten the gestation time of cubs, ensuring healthy births and optimizing inheritance. The host can purchase with confidence. Yanshu. Exactly needs 100 points. She took a deep breath, quickly closed the mall page, fearing that if she looked any longer, she might impulsively buy it. Yanshu hadn't fully grasped this mall yet. If she were to buy something, she needed to understand it first. Just then, the person beside her suddenly moved, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Asu groggily opened his eyes, the golden pupils still bearing remnants of sleepiness, his voice low and satisfied. Shuju, you're awake? He reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder and rubbing against it, his tone lazily pleading. Why did you wake up so early? Don't you want to stay with me a little longer? Asu thought that perhaps he had been too excessive last night, and that Yanshu would be a bit shy upon waking, even pushing his hands away or mumbling a few words to stop his antics. He was already prepared for this, with his 9 tails gently wrapping around her waist, wanting to cling to her a bit longer during her struggles and coax her well. But the next second, the person in his arms suddenly lunged at him, crashing into his chest, her soft body snuggling up to him like a pampered cat, even rubbing her cheek against his shoulder as if seeking comfort. Asu's pupils constricted, breath caught in his throat. He instinctively tightened his embrace, his golden eyes darkening, his fingertips touching her back, his voice trembling. Shuju? Yanshu didn't care about his shock. She was in a great mood after just receiving the system reward, and unusually did not quarrel with Asu, instead actively burying her face in his neck, gently exhaling, her tone filled with pride. Asu, I'm in a good mood today. She used her hands and feet to snuggle closer to him, completely unlike her usual reserved self, wrapping herself around him, even her voice sweet beyond measure. So let you hold me for a while. Asu gapet sapi. He was originally the one holding her, but now it had turned into her holding him. His tail instinctively tightened a bit, his gaze deep as he looked at the little female who was actively being affectionate in his arms, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, his voice hoarse. Shuju, you today, Yanshu lifted her head, her watery eyes looking at him, the corners still slightly flushed. Asu fell completely silent. He felt as if he was about to go crazy. Asu took a deep breath, but his tail uncontrollably tightened even more, firmly holding the person in his embrace, fearing she might run away at any moment. Shuju. His voice was low and restrained, as if holding back. Do you know what you're doing? Yanshu was tightly held, slightly tilting her head to look at him, an innocent expression on her face. Of course I know. Her brows and eyes curved. In a great mood, she rubbed against him, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Don't you like it when I stay with you? Today, I'll let you hold me as much as you want. Asu's throat tightened, his tail instinctively coiling tighter. He truly did not expect that the usually playful and noisy Yanshu would be so enthusiastic today. His golden pupils darkened. Asu slowly lowered his head, his tone almost gritting his teeth. Shuju, if you keep rubbing like this. Yanshu tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. What if I do? Asu looked into her bright, sparkling eyes, his breath suddenly catching, the veins on his forehead pulsing violently. You're playing with fire, he warned in a deep voice, his hand gripping her waist tightly, not allowing her to move recklessly. However, the person in his arms was completely unafraid, even daring to hook her arms around his neck. Smiling like a little fox that had stolen a meal. Will you get burned by me? Asu's pupils constricted, his fingertips tightening for a moment. Shuju you. Before he could finish, Yanshu had already raised her hand, gently covering his mouth, her eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Don't speak. I'm happy today. Asu was taken aback for a moment, then his throat rolled, and he let out a low laugh. This sound carried a hint of danger, yet also a subtle tenderness. Shuju, if you keep this up, you'll have to take responsibility. Yanshu raised her eyebrows, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Then let's see if you have the ability to make me responsible. Asu fell completely silent, his golden pupils darkening gradually, his 9 tails tightening around her as if to completely confine her in his embrace, giving her no chance to escape. Yanshu leaned softly against him, nestled in his arms with no intention of struggling, even rubbing against his tail. Asu's tense nerves snapped at that moment. He had only intended to hold her close for a while, but now that she was being so proactive, it was teasing the last remnants of his rationality. Shoo. His voice grew deeper, like a beast's whisper in the dark. Do you know what you're doing? Yanshu gently looked up, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes clear and innocent. Of course I know. Her brows curved, the smile at the corners of her mouth enticing. Asu, don't you like it? Asu suddenly took a deep breath, and in the next moment, he completely pinned her down, a passionate kiss engulfing everything about her in a frenzy. That night, the outside Dragon Clan was shrouded in mist, unaware of the enchanting scene inside the room, only knowing the overwhelming fragrance that made their hearts race. Chapter 218. Asu's Torment. Yanshu had been thoroughly tormented by Asu these past few days, and it wasn't until today that she finally felt willing to step out of her room for some fresh air. She walked lazily, her steps light as if treading on clouds, her expression radiating the lingering satisfaction after indulgence, with a hint of an uncontainable smile at the corners of her lips. However, as soon as she stepped outside, her gaze fell upon the center of the courtyard, and she paused slightly. There stood Ling, tall and straight under the morning light, his handsome face as exquisitely sculpted as a statue, his ink-black hair cascading loosely, enhancing his aura of cool detachment. He was skillfully caring for several young cubs, gently using his long fingers to wipe their cheeks, his movements gentle and patient. Those deep-set eyes, usually cold and calm, were now tinged with a hint of softness, as if illuminated by the morning sun with a layer of faint golden brilliance, making it hard for anyone to look away. This was no cold-hearted strawman. He was clearly a virtuous wife and good mother. Yin Shu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and before she could speak, Ling had already noticed her presence. He slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes falling on her. Pausing for a moment before slowly retracting his gaze and turning to fetch a bowl of steaming soup from a nearby food box, quickly walking back to her. Shoo shoo. His voice was low, carrying a crisp magnetic quality, his deep-set eyes resting on her face, faintly revealing a sense of helplessness. You haven't eaten much these past few days. Drink some hot soup to warm your stomach. Yin Shu was slightly taken aback, looking at the man before her, who resembled a deity, holding the bowl of soup with a sense of homely warmth, momentarily lost in thought. Not only was he taking care of the children, but he was also very good at taking care of her. She gently took the bowl of soup, lowered her head, and took a sip. The fresh flavor instantly melted in her mouth, warming her heart. Yin Shu couldn't help but squint her eyes and smile, her gaze playfully fixed on him. Ling, you haven't secretly learned something like how to be the most qualified male partner, have you? Ling's fingers holding the food box paused slightly, his expression unchanged. But it was clear he understood what Yin Shu meant, and the tips of his ears quietly flushed with a hint of red. He gazed deeply at her, and after a moment, he softly replied, "As long as Shu Shu likes it." Yin Shu was amused by his demeanor, gently shaking the soup bowl in her hands, a deeper smile gracing her lips. "Then should I praise you a bit?" Ling slightly lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow, as if unaccustomed to her straightforward words, but his fingers unconsciously tightened a little, seemingly trying to hide something. Watching him like this, a mischievous thought suddenly sprouted in her heart. She leisurely took a sip of soup, slowly stepped closer to him, tilted her head up, her tone teasingly mischievous. "Taking care of the children and taking care of me, so virtuous. Ling, have you missed me these past few days?" After saying this, she intentionally kept her eyes on his expression, wanting to see if he would blush. Sure enough, Ling's body stiffened slightly, his usually calm and indifferent eyes rippling with surprise at her blunt words. But he only paused for a moment before lowering his gaze again, looking at her, his deep voice slowly resonating. Especially want to." Yin Shu was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to answer so straightforwardly, leaving her at a loss for words. And seeing her dazed expression, Ling seemed to have finally gained the upper hand, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. His voice calm and certain. "Especially want to." He paused, his gaze landing on her lips, which had just turned rosy from the hot soup. His voice slightly hoarse. "What about you?" Yin Shu blinked, not expecting him to turn the tables on her, leaving her unsure of how to respond. The smile at the corners of her mouth gradually deepened. Now she realized that this guy was really getting better at flirting and becoming bolder. Although Ling had always been gentle in the past, he had always carried a hint of distance, like a silent guardian behind her. Now he had learned to take the initiative, even leaving her at a loss. She blinked, gently blowing on the hot soup in the bowl, and slowly said, "Ling, have you secretly learned something recently? How come you're so good at flirting?" Ling stared deeply at her, his long fingers slightly tightening, his voice low and hoarse. "Yeah, I learned." Yin Shu was taken aback, not expecting him to admit it so directly, and she suddenly became interested, tilting her head with a smile. "Oh? Who did you learn from?" Ling quietly gazed at her, his eyes deep, suddenly leaning in closer, and whispered with a low chuckle, "I learned from Shu Shu." Yin Shu was momentarily speechless. This guy not only learned to flirt, but even mastered the art of turning the tables. Just as she was about to say something, Ling gently set down the soup bowl in her hands, his long fingers slowly brushing against her cheek, his voice extremely soft. "Shu Shu, now, have I flirted with you?" Yin Shu's breath hitched, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. This guy was really learning too fast. Yin Shu cleared her throat, trying to steady herself, but Ling's deep eyes were locked onto her, filled with delicate tenderness and a hint of heart-racing heat. She opened her mouth, preparing to regain her composure, but she saw Ling suddenly lower his head, his breath almost brushing against her lips, his voice low and enticing. "Shu Shu, you still haven't answered me." Yin Shu's throat tightened slightly, struggling to maintain her calm, but her ears betrayed her, turning red. This guy was really getting better and better. She looked up at Ling, squinting her eyes, pretending to be nonchalant. "It's okay, barely passing." Upon hearing this, Ling's gaze deepened, his long fingers slowly gliding across her cheek, softly chuckling. "Then do I need to work a little harder to get a perfect score?" Yin Shu. Was it too late for her to run now? Yin Shu took a gentle breath, and finally nodded, her voice a bit low. "Yeah, you flirted with me." As soon as Yin Shu's words fell, Ling's gaze suddenly deepened, his ice blue eyes seemingly swirling with undercurrents, carrying an indescribable allure. His fingers gently traced her cheek, his fingertips cool, yet exuding a strange warmth, his voice low and enticing. Shu, your words sound so reluctant. Is it because I'm not doing well enough? Yin Shu's heart leaped, the flush on her ears becoming even more pronounced. She struggled to maintain her composure, but her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning slightly white. Her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of panic. I'll ling you, don't push your luck. Yin Shu couldn't understand why she was reacting this way. She had been able to endure it with a Su just fine. Chapter 219. Ailing's shyness. Ailing's lips curled into a faint smile, his ear fins lightly quivering, the edges glowing with a soft blue light. His voice was low and magnetic. My lady, I just wanted to confirm, did I really flirt with you? Yin Shu's gaze met his. In those eyes, it seemed as if dark currents were surging, carrying an indescribable allure. Her fingers unconsciously slid over his ear fins as she whispered, Ailing, do you know that when you do this, it makes me want to think about you? Even though she didn't voice the latter part of her sentence, Ailing understood, his body shivering sharply at the touch of her scales brushing against his ear. His voice was still low and magnetic. My lady, Ailing will do whatever you wish. Yin Shu internally exclaimed, oh dear. Her fingers unconsciously slid over his reverse scales as she whispered, Ailing, I also want to follow you. But what should I do if I have the heart, but no strength right now? Ailing's gaze dimmed slightly. You can be below, and I will serve you from above. Yin Shu smiled at him. Ailing, you're so obedient. Then let's start from above. Her fingers slid to Ailing's waist, untying the strap, exposing his fair and firm waist to her gaze. She playfully lifted his chin. This way is good. My lady, should Ailing begin now? Of course. Otherwise, what are we playing at? Ailing obeys. With a flip, he pinned Yin Shu beneath him, his lips landing on her forehead, then her nose, and finally her cheeks. She closed her eyes, feeling his warm breath brush against her face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through, and Yin Shu frowned, opening her eyes to see the extraordinarily handsome face in front of her. It was Su, who had bitten down on her arm. Su's eyes were filled with uncontainable anger and grievance, his low voice trembling slightly. Shu, did I not feed you enough? You already started with Ailing here. He seemed to have lost his usual calmness, his tone revealing an underlying unease, and his gaze was filled with possessiveness, as if seeing her being so intimate with Ailing stirred up a storm in his heart. Ailing's cheeks stiffened slightly, the tension in his brows and eyes suddenly becoming very apparent. He lowered his head, clearing his throat shyly, attempting to mask his awkwardness. But Yin Shu could still see the red flush creeping up his ear tips. Su, Ailing's voice was barely audible, his gaze somewhat evasive. I just wanted to let Shu drink some soup. She seems a bit uncomfortable today. Su's gaze remained fixed on the distance between them, his voice growing hoarse, filled with helplessness. I'm surrounded by Shu's scent right now. I'm very jealous. What should I do? Hearing him say he was jealous, Ailing silently lowered his head. At that moment, he was completely caught up in Su's evident emotional attack, and even the usually calm and steady Ailing appeared somewhat stammering, unable to complete a single sentence. Seeing him so nervous, Yin Shu suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. She gently patted Ailing's shoulder, her gaze softening. Su, don't be so angry. I've given you meat too. I just let Ailing drink some soup. She looked at Ailing helplessly, secretly amused. Ailing's nervous and shy demeanor resembled that of a child who had just learned to express emotions. Meanwhile, Su was a youth who didn't hide his vulnerable side in love. Upon hearing Yin Shu's words, Su's grievance eased slightly, but his voice still carried a hint of petulance. Then, I want to join too. His gaze firmly locked onto Yin Shu. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, pretending to be serious while a smile played at her lips. Join? Su, have you forgotten you have a daughter to take care of? Her tone was teasing, as if deliberately reminding him, playfully widening the gap between them. Su was taken aback for a moment, then appeared helpless. All right. He turned to glance at his daughter playing quietly over there, his expression softening, filled with paternal love. I'll go check on her. At this moment, Yin Shu's smile brightened even more, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing and affection. Good. Go ahead. Your daughter needs you more. Don't always think about competing with Ailing for attention. Her words were light but conveyed warm concern, as if telling him, you're a good father. Su's gaze once again turned to grievance, the surface calmness intertwined with inner anxiety. He took a deep breath, glanced at Yin Shu, and finally nodded lightly, as if letting go of some mental burden. All right, Shu, I will watch over you, and Ailing from the side. After saying that, he turned to find his daughter. Ailing let out a sigh of relief, lifting his gaze to Yin Shu, his eyes filled with unspoken gratitude. Shu, you're really wonderful. This was the first time Shu stood by his side, rejecting Asu. Yin Shu smiled, gently patting his shoulder. Don't be like this. Who told you to be so cute? Ailing? Ailing's cheeks flushed slightly. He lowered his head, still somewhat shy. The earlier tension and shyness were evident to Yin Shu, making her heart feel sweet. Yin Shu didn't know why. She assessed Ailing. At this moment, Ailing's figure was tall and upright, his gaze deep like an endless night sky, filled with mystery. His skin was as smooth as fine jade, exuding a cold aura. Those eyes often carried a hint of silent depth, as if they could see through a person's heart. Every movement displayed a balance of elegance and strength, whether still or in motion, drawing people in unconsciously, especially the corners of his lips, which occasionally bore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, always leaving people guessing. Ailing was locked in her gaze, his eyes flickering slightly, the calm expression on his face gradually tinged with a light blush. He couldn't help but lower his head, feeling somewhat uneasy under her stare. The usually composed aura of calmness began to waver. Even his typically cold demeanor seemed a bit weakened. He cleared his throat, his voice deep yet carrying a hint of barely detectable shyness. Shu, don't look so closely. Yin Shu chuckled, her eyes carrying a hint of playfulness as she mischievously squinted. What? Ailing, also have shy moments? Weren't you just flirting with me? Her gaze lingered on his slightly flushed face for a moment, her lips curving up, her gaze like a gentle blade, lightly stirring his heart. Ailing's ears quietly turned a bit red, awkwardly turning his head away, attempting to adjust the atmosphere. No, not shy. He spoke softly, but his tone betrayed him with a slight tremor, making him appear even more clumsy. Chapter 220. Yin Shu has been acting oddly lately. Yin Shu has been acting increasingly odd lately. She half leaned on the soft couch, gripping a jade cup tightly in her hand, her fingertips gently rubbing the smooth cup wall. The clear water in the cup had already run low, yet she still felt parched, as if her very insides were being scorched by a raging flame, unable to quench this restlessness. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, and the wind chimes at the eaves tinkled softly. Through the half-open window, she could see the branches swaying slightly in the cold breeze. Yet she felt no chill at all. Instead, there was an inexplicable warmth emanating from her body, as if some burning flame was erupting from her bones, forcing her to breathe slightly faster, even a thin layer of sweat forming at the nape of her neck. She instinctively tugged at her collar, hoping for a breeze to seep in, but as the collar loosened, the heat did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified. In the past, she was extremely afraid of the cold, wrapping herself tightly in a thick cloak at the slightest breeze. But now, she was behaving oddly, as if she had become a different person. She knew her physical condition was still the same, weak enough to be out of breath after running a few steps, yet this heat was becoming increasingly evident, as if her body were being eroded by some force. She furrowed her brows and raised her hand to touch her forehead, which felt slightly hotter than usual, even her fingertips radiating a bit of warmth. What is going on? She murmured softly. As Yin Shu was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the sound of water stop briefly, followed by the sound of light footsteps approaching her. She turned her head, and before she could see clearly, she was dazzled by a scene shrouded in mist. Asu was walking out from behind the screen, his inky hair wet and draped over his shoulders. Droplets of water sliding down his strands, winding their way over his delicate collarbone, slowly sliding down his solid chest, disappearing into the fabric at his waist. He was bare-chested, his skin pale to the point of being almost translucent, looking even more radiant after getting wet, as if carved from jade. Yin Shu's gaze unconsciously fell to his waist, where his usually fluffy and soft nine tails had completely vanished, leaving not a trace behind. She was momentarily stunned and blinked. Su casually grabbed a nearby outer garment, just as he was about to put on. Noticing her gaze, he paused slightly. Then a smile played at the corners of his lips as he looked at her, half smiling. Shu, what are you staring at me for? Yin Shu came back to her senses, forcing herself to remain calm as she withdrew her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant as she coughed lightly, and said, I was wondering. Where's your tail? Asu blinked, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. He slowly took a few steps closer, leaned down to whisper in her ear, his tone deliberately ambiguous. Do you like to touch tails? Or Do you want to touch something else? Yin Shu. She suddenly felt that this heat seemed to be intensifying. In an instant, she felt parched. Even her ears were burning. She instinctively shrank back. But Asu quietly pressed closer, his faint scent of water mixed with a cool breeze, making her even more restless. She blinked, turned her face away, and forced herself to sound calm. Forget about the other things. I'm just curious about why your tail suddenly disappeared. Asu watched her slightly reddened ears, amusement deepening in his eyes. He finally stopped teasing her, lazily raised his hand, and pointed to his waist, casually saying, I tucked it away. Tucked it away? Yin Shu was taken aback, her gaze unconsciously falling on his bare abdomen, confirming that it was indeed completely clean, without even a trace of tail. Asu observed her reaction with a hint of cunning in his eyes. He suddenly leaned in closer, his voice low and husky, like a feather brushing past her ear. If Shu wants to see, I can let it out for you to touch. Yin Shu. She felt as if she had fallen into a trap. The more she struggled, the hotter it became. Asu noticed her slightly flushed cheeks and the glimmer in her eyes due to the heat, finally realizing something was off. He frowned slightly, lifted his hand to cover her forehead. The temperature he felt there significantly higher than usual. He gently rubbed it, his tone carrying a hint of testing. Shu. You're not in heat, are you? Huh? Yin Shu's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned, almost thinking she misheard. What a joke. How could she possibly be in heat? She could hardly believe her ears. In an instant, she snapped back to reality from her daze. Swatting away Asu's hand from her forehead, I'm a female. How could I be in heat? Asu was not angry when she pushed his hand away. Instead, he lowered his head to watch her for a moment, his voice trailing off. Who said only males go into heat? Females can too. Some females have a strong reproductive capability and need a lot of males to soothe them during their heat. He didn't finish his sentence, but slowly moved a bit closer, his gaze deepening as if he were seriously confirming her state. Yin Shu was taken aback. A lot of males? How strong was that ability? This world had many species, and she found it unsurprising. She crossed her arms and looked at Asu in front of her, her tone indifferent. So you mean to say that I currently resemble a female that can use dozens of males in a day? Asu was momentarily stunned, then laughed, his eyes slightly lifting at the corners, a hint of amusement in his gaze as it swept over her slightly flushed ears. Not impossible. Yin Shu raised an eyebrow. So are you going to arrange that for me? Asu's smile deepened, leaning closer, with a beautiful, enchanting face. He looked at her with a half smile and a lazy tone. Shu, don't worry, even if you really have that need. I won't let any other males touch you. As he spoke, he slowly leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice deep and ambiguous. I believe the few of us can definitely satisfy you. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned by his words, then quickly reacted, clicking her tongue and reaching out to push his face. Okay, stop being glib. She had only been joking, but this guy picked up on it, making her feel like she had walked straight into a trap. Asu, pushed away by her, wasn't angry. He still wore that half smile, his silver eyes slightly squinting, his gaze lingering unabashedly on her face, as if waiting to see what else she would say. Chapter 221. Do you want to have another accident? Some time passed. Yin Shu and gone out much due to that so-called heat. At the moment, she was lounging in a sun chair, basking in the rare tranquility, when a single sentence from Yuan made her jump up from her chair. Live streaming? Her affairs were being live-streamed. The smile on her face instantly froze, her mind going blank. This was also why those elders hadn't come to bother her lately. She thought they had given up. After casually mentioning it, Yuan explained, which left Yin Shu speechless. Her chest rose and fell violently, and for a moment, she couldn't tell whether she was more ashamed or angrier. She finally understood why the females had been avoiding her lately, why she felt the surrounding crowd gasp in surprise whenever she approached. So it turned out, her business with Asu and Ling had been live-streamed. Her mind was in chaos, as if countless thunderclaps were ringing in her ears. These days, because of that damned heat reaction, she had been in a daze, hardly awake at all, even too lazy to care about the movements of the outside world. Now, recalling the absurd things she had done with Asu and Ling in her room, it had all been live-streamed. Yin Shu suddenly covered her face, her ears burning bright red. At that moment, Asu and the others were walking over with their daughter. Asu was holding their daughter, while Ling was beside, helping the little girl learn to walk. Yin Shu's mind was still occupied with the live-stream incident. Her face had yet to return to normal, and the corners of her eyes still bore a hint of shock and embarrassment. When she looked up, She met Ah Su's smiling gaze. She fixed her gaze firmly on Ah Su, suppressing her anger, her voice subtly calm. Ah Su, do you know about this matter? Ah Su blinked, his tone lighthearted. Oh, that? I can explain. Explain? Yin Shu nearly kicked him, and if not for her image, she would have charged at him to give that fox a good beating. Seeing her reaction, Ah Su quickly stepped back, hands raised in surrender, yet his smile remained. Shu, don't be angry. It's really not what you think. And what is it then? Yin Shu crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at him, her face dark enough to drip water. If your explanation, ISN, good. I'll show you what true anger is. Axa let out a low laugh, obediently standing straight and seriously saying, this was indeed an accident. I had just finished evolving. He paused, blinked his eyes, and with a light tone added, I accidentally released my mental energy, and as a result, it was sensed by all the males in the tribe. Yen Shu's eyes twitched, her fists clenched tightly. And then, Aksu sensed danger and took a step back, awkwardly adding, then they happened to see it. Yen Shu took a deep breath, moved her feet, not giving Aksu any chance to react, and kicked out directly. Bang. Aksu was kicked back a few steps, almost losing his balance, his tail nearly popping out. After barely stabilizing himself, he rubbed his waist innocently. Shu, calm down. This was really an accident. Accident? Yen Shu sneered, raising her hand to crack her knuckles, the sound crisp and clear. Do you want to have another accident? Aksu stood up straight, his ears perked up slightly, his tail almost popping out in a plea for survival. No. There will definitely not be a next time. Yen Shu snorted coldly, stared at him for 2 seconds, and suddenly kicked him again. Shu. Aksu was kicked back a few steps, this time losing his balance and falling to the ground, his eyes showing a hint of grievance. I'm your favorite big house. How could you treat me like this? When Yen Shu heard the term big house, she almost couldn't hold it together. She had just mentioned it once, and he remembered it. She still maintained a cold expression, looking down at him from above, her tone sinister. Not only can I, but I also want to kick a few more times. Do you believe me? Aksu cried out dramatically, his tail fluffed up, but in reality, he had fallen down on purpose. With his strength, how could he really be kicked down by Yen Shu? Not to mention falling to the ground. If it came to a serious matter, he could easily support himself with just one finger. But he deliberately went along with the force and showed a pitiful expression, as if he had been bullied. His tail drooped behind him, and his ears fell down, looking just like a little fox that had been rejected by its owner. Shu, he tried to use a cute attack to earn some sympathy. Unfortunately, Yen Shu didn't even lift her eyelids, crossing her arms with a cold smile. Don't try to act pitiful. Your thick skin could be used as a shield. Aksu blinked his eyes, feeling that acting cute might not work at this moment. So he simply changed his strategy and sighed innocently. Shu, you're so angry. It can't be because you care too much about me, right? Yen Shu almost laughed out loud. This fox had such a thick skin that he could still find a way to back down. She slightly squinted her eyes, her tone elongated. If you think so, then you can consider it that way. Aksu's eyes lit up, and his tail instantly perked up. Just as he wanted to take this bit of concern to continue making advances, he suddenly saw Yen Shu reveal a dangerous smile. Just right. Since I care so much about you, let me kick you a few more times. What do you think? Aksu. He twitched his ears and decisively took a step back, smiling obediently. Shu, hitting people is not right. Yen Shu snorted coldly, but kicking you feels very satisfying. Aksu saw the situation was not good, turned around, and was about to sneak away, but as soon as he took a step, the back of his collar was caught by Yen Shu. Where are you running off to? Yen Shu slowly dragged him back, her tone exceptionally gentle. Come on. Let us work hard and control your abilities. Now she could speak casually. After all, they could understand her meaning in an instant. Telepathy was still very effective. After a while, that morning, as soon as Yen Shu opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of intensely focused golden beast eyes. Aho was crouching by the bed, his hands resting on his knees, slightly leaning forward, looking like a loyal giant dog waiting for its owner. His eyes full of obsession and dependence. He was extremely handsome, with deep features, a high-nosed bridge, and a sunny aura in his brows and eyes. When he smiled, his sharp tiger teeth would slightly show, giving off a hint of cuteness. But now, he wasn't smiling. He was just quietly staring at her, his gaze pure like a big dog waiting for its owner to pet him. Yen Shu blinked, momentarily stunned, and then exclaimed in surprise, Aho? Just as she wanted to sit up, she was suddenly pounced on by Aho, who buried his head in her neck, breathing heavily, his voice muffled. Shu. Yen Shu was stiffened by his sudden intimacy, and before she could react, she felt her neck being rubbed against, tickling and furry. Although she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, she still tightly hugged him back. How did you get out? You evolved successfully? Aho didn't let go. Instead, he hugged her tighter, his voice a mix of grievance and coquetry. Shu, I missed you so much. Yin Shu's heart softened, and she reached out to touch his hair, lightly chuckling. Silly dog. Chapter 222. This scene is a bit hard to look at. Yin Shu gently stroked Aho's hair. Her movements tender as if soothing a wronged big dog. Aho comfortably squinted his eyes, rubbing against her palm, completely relaxed, holding onto her tightly and refusing to let go. Shu. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of satisfied sigh. You should pet me more. It's been so long since I've been petted. Yin Shu laughed. You? The first thing you do after evolving is to act spoiled? Aho mumbled an as if it were only natural, and rubbed against her neck, his breath warm. His body was sturdier than before, carrying the powerful strength post-evolution. Yet in front of Yin Shu, he still acted like an overly clingy child. Yin Shu could only follow his wishes, continuing to stroke his hair and then rubbing his ears. Aho's tail wagged, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction, his whole being soaking in warm sunlight, feeling so comfortable that he didn't want to move. At that moment, noises came from outside. The tribe members seemed to be busy, and someone was vaguely calling her name. Yin Shu instinctively wanted to get up, but as soon as she moved, Aho immediately pressed her back into his embrace, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. Shu, you can't leave. Yin Shu helplessly replied, It seems like someone is looking for me. Doesn't matter. Aho stubbornly hugged her, his golden beast eyes fixed on her, his tail swishing in displeasure. You just accompanied me, and now you want to leave again? Yin Shu chuckled, looking down at the big dog in her arms, unable to resist, pinching his face. Are you getting jealous? Aho's ears twitched, his tone justified. I just came back. You need to look at me more and pet me more. Yin Shu thought for a moment and simply complied, hugging him tightly and gently kissing his forehead. Okay, I want to go. I'll stay with you. Aho was momentarily stunned. Then his tail wagged fiercely, his eyes sparkling, instantly becoming even more clingy, wanting to press his whole body into Yin Shu's embrace, his face filled with a satisfied smile. Shu is the best, he murmured softly, completely relaxing in her arms, no longer caring about who was looking for her outside. The noise outside grew closer, and just as Yin Shu was about to ask what was happening, the door suddenly opened. Aksu strode in, followed by a composed elder from the dragon clan. The tribe's elder. Several females looked unhappy, as if they had just gone through a serious discussion, and Aksu even had a strange expression. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, Aksu's footsteps halted, and his expression became particularly subtle. The scene indoors is truly difficult to evaluate. There the fierce, known for his ferocity, is currently curled up in his arms, his head buried in her shoulder, his tail occasionally swaying, resembling a large dog as he rubs against. With an intimate posture, what's most crucial is his large stature, pressing half against the bed, his whole body nestled in her embrace, back arched and even, sticking his butt out. This sight is bizarre no matter how one looks at it. His mouth twitched slightly, struggling not to laugh out loud. The expression on the face of the Dragon Clan elder was also somewhat complicated, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly not expecting this newly evolved, noble young man to be in such a state. Cleared his throat, trying to keep his tone calm. What are you doing? Was disturbed by the voice. He was clearly displeased as he furrowed his brows, lifting his head to reveal his golden beast eyes filled with impatience. He instinctively wanted to scold whoever was interrupting his intimacy with, but when he turned his head and saw the dragon elder, he paused slightly. However, he only froze for a moment and had no intention of getting up. Instead, he instinctively rubbed against again, his voice low and unapologetic. I'm accompanying. Accompanying? What do you mean by accompanying? You're clearly hanging all over. Didn't think he was doing anything wrong at all. He even shot a glance at the few females nearby, his gaze carrying a hint of vigilance, as if we're an enemy trying to steal away. Seeing this, couldn't help but pat back, signaling him to sit up a little and not to be so clingy in front of outsiders, but was unwilling to move. Instead, he tightened his embrace a little more and flicked his tail in dissatisfaction. Took a deep breath, feeling that if he continued to watch, he might not be able to hold back his laughter. So he forcibly ignored the bizarre atmosphere and directly said, Go wait aside. We have something very important to discuss with. Ever since they rejected the Dragon Clan female ceremony last time, the Dragon Clan has been reluctant to come over. This time, they came with serious expressions. Knew something must be up and patted its head, signaling him to stop making a fuss. Although was reluctant, gentle patting made him obediently nod, slowly releasing her. Although his eyes still held some grievance, he still sat obediently to the side. Seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the dragon elder. Elder, please speak directly. The elder slightly nodded, his expression still calm, but his tone carried a hint of seriousness. Lady, are you familiar with the Ant clan? The Ant clan was taken aback upon hearing this, and a pale, indifferent face instantly appeared in her mind. The infant she had once held amidst countless carnivorous ants. The one who had rapidly grown into her male presence. The one who had disappeared one day without warning. She hadn't heard any news about the Ant clan for a long time. Noticed her unusual reaction and immediately leaned over to hold her hand. His golden beast eyes filled with concern. Came back to her senses, gently patting the back of his hand to signal that she was fine, and then looked at the dragon elder. Her tone calm, yet subtly sharp. What do you want to know? The elder met her gaze for a moment before speaking solemnly. The recent movements of the Ant clan are unusual. We suspect they are searching for females. Females? Narrowed her eyes. Females? Then she listened as they continued to explain. It turned out that the carnivorous ants, which were thought to have been exterminated long ago, had surged forth from an unknown corner in massive numbers, sweeping across the land like a tide. At first, various tribes thought this would be a bloody battle. After all, carnivorous ants are the most terrifying natural disaster. Wherever they go, life is extinguished, and even the strongest tribes do not dare to provoke them lightly. Many high-level tribes immediately made decisions, gathering warriors to prepare for battle. But just as everyone was on high alert, they discovered that the behavior of these carnivorous ants had changed. They were no longer mindlessly devouring everything, but seemed to be driven by some invisible force, marching uniformly toward a certain direction. There was no large-scale hunting, nor any aimless expansion. Rather, they were proceeding toward a location with astonishing regularity. This bizarre sight made everyone vigilant. No one knew their destination, nor what was driving them. But everyone understood something significant was happening. Chapter 223, perhaps as returned, the major tribes watched this anomaly with tension, not daring to relax in the slightest. Initially, everyone thought the carnivorous ant swarm was simply migrating. But soon, they discovered a very peculiar thing. These ant swarms would occasionally rush into a certain tribe at lightning speed, almost not giving anyone time to react. At first, the tribal warriors immediately entered combat mode, trying to intercept them. But to everyone's shock, these carnivorous ants were not attacking, but were looking for something. They specifically targeted females. But even more bizarrely, when they captured a female, they did not harm her. Instead, they seemed to be inspecting something, pausing briefly before decisively releasing the female and swiftly retreating, continuing on their way. This sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Carnivorous ants are the purest natural predators, never giving up any prey they can consume. Yet now, they were carefully discerning their targets and simply letting go if it wasn't what they were looking for. What does this mean? It means they know exactly who they are searching for. But which female are they looking for? Why are they targeting females? More and more tribes began to be alert, with some leaders even starting to suspect whether there was something even more terrifying controlling this group of carnivorous ants. After hearing this news, S' brows furrowed tightly, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. She wasn't someone who liked to overthink, but as she listened, she developed a strange intuition. These carnivorous ants, why do they feel like they are looking for her? She knew this sounded absurd. After all, there were countless females across the continent. Why would the carnivorous ants specifically seek her out? But the more she thought about it, the more she felt a sense of familiarity, so familiar that her fingertips felt slightly cold. She wasn't just speculating, but what if has returned? What if is looking for her? Now, these carnivorous ants seemed to be purposefully searching for something, and their behavior made feel that likely already knew her direction, but not the specific location, which is why they kept searching for females, continuously discerning. Her heartbeat quickened, her fingertips tightening slightly. Pondered, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing lightly on the table, her heartbeat slightly chaotic. If is really looking for her, then we come back? The moment she thought of this possibility, her emotions became agitated. The surrounding females noticed her distraction and did not dare to easily interrupt. The entire room fell silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining. After a long while, finally spoke slowly, her voice calm, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible complexity. I have a male from the Ant clan. As soon as the words fell, the air around them seemed to freeze in an instant. Several females widened their eyes in shock, unable to help but exchange incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? You're serious? The male ant tribe is not. Their reaction was already within Yin Shu's expectations. She quietly watched them, and after a moment, slowly spoke. He was once my male. She paused for a moment, her voice slightly softened, but he disappeared. The atmosphere in the room became stagnant. It was not until one of the dragon females spoke in a low voice that the silence was broken. The ant tribe is actually quite ordinary. The numbers are not small at all, but male ants are extremely rare. Her tone carried a hint of gravity as her gaze swept over everyone present. Continuing, many tribes have interacted with the ant tribe, but very few have seen a male ant. Many even doubt whether they exist at all. Yin Shu narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing her silence, the dragon female continued. This incident has little to do with ordinary ants, but these suddenly appearing carnivorous ants. Their behavior is very unusual. We suspect they are not migrating blindly, but searching for something, or rather, looking for a specific female. The dragon female could not help but state it directly. The atmosphere in the room became subtle and oppressive. At this point, the dragon female paused, then slowly raised her gaze, her eyes thoughtfully landing on Yin Shu. Not just her. Several other females present also looked at Yin Shu with ambiguous expressions. Under their scrutiny, Yin Shu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Her intuition had always been sharp, and from their earlier narrative, she knew they were starting to suspect her. The unusual movements of the carnivorous ants, their search for a female, the rarity of male ants. Yin Shu's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of sharpness. So you suspect they are looking for me? No one answered immediately, but their eyes already said it all. An invisible tension filled the air. After a few seconds, it was still the dragon female who spoke first. Her tone low. Lady Yin Shu, we cannot rule out that possibility. She paused, looking deeply at Yin Shu, and now, with the sudden collective action of the carnivorous ants, searching for a female in this way. If they're truly looking for a specific person, Lady Yin Shu, you are indeed the most likely candidate. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became heavy and oppressive, but Yin Shu remained calm, even showing a hint of detachment and indifference. She did not want to take this responsibility upon herself. What if it was i.e., the unusual movements of these carnivorous ants seemed to be related to her? But what if it was just a coincidence? What if they were not looking for her, but had other intentions? She did not want to bear the weight of this inexplicable causality. The several females said a few more things, but she still showed no reaction, as if these matters had nothing to do with her. Seeing this, they exchanged glances and ultimately had to leave first. The room returned to silence. Soon, Aho and Asu approached. Aho squatted next to her, tilting his head, his golden beast eyes full of confusion. Shu. Were they just saying that Yi is looking for you? Asu crossed his arms, looking at Yin Shu thoughtfully. If it really is Yi, then his return has made quite a stir. Yin Shu shook her head, her tone calm, uncertain. She paused, looking at them, and said in a deep voice, you two go out and inquire about the specific movements of the carnivorous ants and where their destination is. Upon hearing that he had to leave, Aho immediately became unhappy, frowning, his tone aggrieved. But I just came back. Shu, don't you want me to stay by your side? Yin Shu chuckled, reaching out to ruffle his hair, her tone gentle. It's not that I don't want you. It's just that this matter is very important and may affect the entire tribe, even more people. Aho squinted his eyes as she petted him, though reluctant. He still gritted his teeth and nodded. Then I'll go. But Shu, you have to wait for me to come back. Chapter 224. Ahwai has returned. After Aho and Asu left, the atmosphere in the room became quiet again. Yin Shu was just about to sort out some thoughts when suddenly a series of footsteps came from outside the door. My lady, what are you busy with? Yin Shu looked up to see a familiar figure. Ahwai. He wore casual clothes, looking somewhat frail, his complexion pale, as if he had been unwell for a long time, but still unable to hide his handsome features. Although he appeared slightly weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him over, this sickly frailty made him even more attractive. He walked in with light and graceful steps, carrying a somewhat ethereal air. Ahwai leisurely sat beside Yin Shu, his smile still carrying a hint of ambiguity. My lady, I haven't seen you in a long time, he said, his voice gentle yet tinged with an almost unreal intimacy. I missed you so much during this time that it has even become a bit unbearable. He leaned in a bit closer, as if it was an unintentional gesture. Yin Shu did not respond immediately, only quietly watching him, her brows slightly raised, her gaze thoughtful. Ahwai leaned in a little closer, seemingly unintentionally deepening the distance between them. "My lady, I've been out seeing the world for a while. Though I felt some reluctance, I've also finally broadened my horizons." His words were soft, yet in Yin Shu's ears, they seemed to unintentionally reveal a hint of unease. "However, among all the things I've seen, the one I miss the most is you, my lady." Yin Shu remained silent, her face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, just quietly observing him. Huai's warmth and intimacy were merely a facade to cover up his disappearance and the sweet words he had spoken. Yin Shu quietly looked at Huai, her gaze calm. She felt his breath drawing closer, yet she was not swayed by this intimacy. Huai's hand had already reached towards her, gently attempting to touch her wrist. However, Yin Shu decisively pulled her hand back, stepping back slightly to maintain a safe distance. She sighed lightly, her tone calm, yet filled with determination. "Huai, I will give you freedom." A few short words struck like a heavy hammer directly at Huai's heart. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes, and then his face suddenly stiffened a bit, clearly not expecting Yin Shu to say such direct words. He hurriedly reached out his hand, as if wanting to grasp hers, but Yin Shu coldly dodged away. "My lady, are you angry?" Huai's voice carried a hint of panic, his eyes clearly uneasy. He hesitated, as if suddenly realizing he could no longer continue as before. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anxiety in his heart. "My lady, I didn't mean to leave you. I just saw some things outside and felt something was off, which is why I couldn't help but come back." Yin Shu was not moved by his panic. Her gaze remained calm, her voice peaceful yet firm. "Huai, I am not angry. I'm just telling you that I can give you freedom. It is not that you leaving makes me angry, but I think you need freedom." Huai's expression changed slightly. He originally thought Yin Shu was just saying this casually or testing him, but her gaze was too calm, even carrying a hint of sincerity, as if she had truly made a decision. His lips trembled slightly, as if wanting to say something, but the words were swallowed back. There was a hint of unwillingness and hesitation in his eyes. Even his breathing became slightly rapid. Seeing him like this, Yin Shu sighed, her tone still gentle but carrying an undeniable firmness. "Huai, do you know? I heard from the dragon tribe about a spell that can dissolve contracts." Her voice was unhurried, yet it struck like thunder, instantly shattering all of Huai's calm. His pupils constricted slightly, and almost instinctively, he raised his hand to grab her wrist, shaking his head repeatedly, his tone filled with a rare panic. "No, no way." This time, he couldn't maintain his usual carefree smile. His whole body was tense, and his eyes were filled with resistance, as if he would immediately take some extreme action if Yin Shu said another word. Yin Shu didn't pull away or struggle, but looked at him and said slowly, "Huai, the contract is your bondage. Only by dissolving it can you truly be free." Huai tightened his fingers, the tips turning slightly white, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head violently, his voice a bit strained. "No, I don't want freedom. I don't want to dissolve the contract." Yin Shu raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised by his firm refusal. She looked at him calmly and asked why. Huai pressed his thin lips together, as if cornered. Struggling to find a reason, but realizing that no reason could stand up to scrutiny, he finally whispered, "I just don't want to." His tone carried a childish stubbornness, mixed with a hint of dependency that he was reluctant to admit, even to himself. Yin Shu quietly watched him, her gaze slightly wavering. Huai's refusal was too quick, as if he hadn't thought it through at all. As soon as she suggested this possibility, he instinctively resisted. Yin Shu tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on Huai, her tone calm, yet unyielding. "Don't you want freedom?" Her voice was soft and carried her usual composure, yet inexplicably made Huai feel as if he was being pushed away. Huai's fingers tightened, trembling slightly. He lowered his eyelashes, looking somewhat disheveled. "We aren't really partners," Yin Shu continued, her voice devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact. "You have always had a choice." Huai's breath hitched, and his brows instinctively furrowed. His face paled slightly, his already frail demeanor appearing even more fragile at this moment. His features were extremely handsome, with the corners of his eyes slightly drooping, which added to his natural gentleness. But now, due to emotional turmoil, he looked particularly lost. He tried to find some sign in Yin Shu's expression that she was just trying to scare him, but her gaze remained indifferent, tinged with a kind of almost gentle cruelty. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped, and his breathing became unsteady. "No," he finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, carrying an imperceptible tremor. He suddenly reached out to grasp Yin Shu's wrist, his palms slightly sweaty, yet his grip was cautious, as if afraid she would shake him off. "Shu, He called her softly, his eyes carrying a rare vulnerability and plea, "Please don't leave me." Yanshu looked down at him, remaining silent. Ahuai's fingertips tightened further, as if afraid she would truly leave, and he quietly apologized, his voice lacking its usual cunning, tinged with a stubborn panic. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you for so long. I just wanted to see the outside world." His voice was low, carrying a hint of hoarseness, as if Yanshu's attitude had completely provoked him into losing his composure. He didn't dare to gamble on whether Yanshu had already made her decision, and could only use every means he could to try to keep her. "But I still want to come back." He looked at her, emotions surging in his eyes, as if wanting to crush all his pride. "I have always wanted to come back." Chapter 225. Ahuai's sudden confession. Ahuai's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by something, and Yanshu's silence made him increasingly anxious. He stared at her, his fingertips digging into her wrist, as if afraid she would push him away, but she remained silent, as if weighing something or waiting for his next reaction. This silence suffocated him. He wanted to say something, to use gentler words to move her, but at that moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and his gaze changed in an instant. The next second, he unhesitatingly released her hand, without a hint of hesitation, and directly knelt in front of her. The movement was decisive, almost frantically resolute. He lowered his head, his shoulders slightly trembling, and after a moment, he raised his face, his eyes dark and bare, the smile at the corners of his mouth much fainter than before, but his gaze was tinged with unabashed obsession and possessiveness. "Shoo, you don't want me anymore?" His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of a rasp, but his tone revealed a sickly obsession. "How could you bear to abandon me?" This was not the gentle Ahuai with a hint of cunning from before, but another persona, one that was more extreme and less willing to accept rejection. His gaze held a dangerous stubbornness, as if the moment she gave a negative answer, he would do something irreversible. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his tone. Shoo, do you really think I can live without you?" Yanshu frowned slightly, sensing something in her heart, her gaze becoming calm and restrained. "Ahuai, calm down." But he seemed not to hear, the corners of his mouth curling into a somewhat sickly smile, his voice low and laced with a beguiling tenderness. "But I don't want to calm down." He slowly raised his hand, as if wanting to touch her face, but his fingers halted just before contact, trembling slightly, as if desperately restraining himself. Shoo, he almost whispered, "Do you know I have always wanted to stay by your side? You let me be free, but what about you? Where will you go?" He stared at her, his gaze almost locking onto her, not giving her a chance to escape. Yanshu still hadn't spoken. In her silence, Ahuai trembled slightly, as if using all his strength to refrain from hugging her legs. His eyes were fixed on her, filled with complex emotions, obsession, pain, unease, and even a hint of fragile madness. "You want me to leave?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, as if something was blocking him. "Yanshu, how can you let me go?" Yanshu lowered her gaze, not answering immediately. Ahuai's fingertips tightened, as if trying to extract the truest emotions hidden in his heart to show her, his voice unconsciously tightening, filled with suppressed emotions. "I have already cared about you this much." He took a deep breath, his gaze darkening, speaking more hurriedly. "Do you know? From the first time I saw you, I knew I would eventually fall for you." His tone couldn't stay steady, the emotions in his eyes growing more intense. "But now, you actually say you can give me freedom? Yanshu, how can you not want me?" Yanshu looked at him, her brows slightly furrowed. Ahuai suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes filled with uncontrollable emotions, his tone carrying a hint of suppressed pleading, his voice trembling slightly. "Yanshu, please don't push me away, okay?" His handsome face bore a hint of sickly paleness, but his eyes were filled with an intense, unyielding obsession and reluctance, like a beast that had finally found its home, but was now being driven away by its master. Yanshu looked down at her wrist held by him, feeling the warmth from his palm, and didn't rush to pull away, simply asking lightly, "Ahuai, do you like me, or are you just afraid of being abandoned?" Ahuai was taken aback, his fingertips trembling slightly. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to refute, but in the end, he found himself unable to say anything. Ahuai suddenly let out a low laugh. That smile carried a hint of self-mockery and bitterness. He lowered his eyelids, as if finally shedding a bit of pretense, and softly said, "Do you know, I never thought today would come." Yanshu quietly watched him, not interrupting. Ahu lowered his head, staring at his palm, as if looking back at the neglected years of the past. His voice carried a hint of vagueness. "Since childhood, everyone has said that a male's life is about finding a good female, hunting for her, fighting for her, and letting her bear children to carry on the bloodline. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but the smile was clearly cold. Yet they also say that I am not capable. Yanshu's eyes flickered. Aushaka softly, a hint of obscure emotion suppressed in his gaze. They say that someone like me, no matter how smart or cunning, will ultimately be unable to make a female bear children. I am destined to be an incomplete male. So, I never thought about finding any female. His voice was light, as if he were discussing something unrelated, but his beautiful eyes concealed a deep darkness. I thought it was unnecessary and meaningless. At this point, he slowly raised his head to look at Yanshu, but I didn't expect you to appear. His gaze was filled with a persistence and immersion that he himself was unaware of. After you appeared, everything changed. I began to feel that having you was enough. Ahu took a gentle breath, his tone slightly hoarse. Yanshu, what do you think I should do? His voice was calm, but the emotions in his eyes were far more complex than they appeared. His fingertips curled slightly, as if wanting to grasp something, yet unsure how to express it. After a while, Yanshu slowly spoke, her tone still steady. You never thought about finding a female before, but what about now? She asked knowingly. Ahu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and sighed softly. Now? Of course, I have thought about it. He raised his eyes to look directly at Yanshu, his gaze filled with an undeniable seriousness and stubbornness. It is because of you that I think this way. But now, you want me to leave. His voice was slightly hoarse, trembling as if suppressing a certain emotion. How can I accept that? Yanshu opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Ahu suddenly leaned in closer to her. His tone carried an almost helpless whisper. Yanshu, I care about you a lot. I really like you. He closed his eyes, as if finally admitting a fact he was unwilling to face, his tone low and bitter. You want me to go? To not want you. How can I do that? Chapitre 226. Où est humility Yanshu quietly watched Ahu, her gaze deep and carrying an almost imperceptible sense of inquiry. She noticed the excitement in his eyes, an emotion that seemed to have been repressed for a long time. Once released, it became somewhat uncontrollable, filled with anxiety and an irrepressible desire. At this moment, Ahu's breathing became rapid, his lips slightly pale, and a sense of tension enveloped him. Yanshu was puzzled as to why his emotions had suddenly intensified. She had never considered that Ahu liked her this much. Coming to the Dragon Clan, and then going out didn't seem like the behavior of a small group. Finally, Yanshu let out a gentle sigh, her calm voice carrying an undeniable presence. Ahu, I ask you, do you really want to stay by my side? Her gaze was like a sword that could see through everything, piercing directly at Ahu. I don't want to drive you away. I truly want to give you freedom. Yanshu's tone was measured, carrying a sense of pressure as she made a final confirmation of her words. If you don't want to leave, then stay. But what I offer you is a choice, not coercion. She leaned in slightly, her expression calm but filled with an indescribable sincerity. There's only one opportunity. Ahu was jolted by her words, seeming to awaken completely in that moment. He took a deep breath, a complex emotion passing through his eyes, and suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but found himself stuck. Yanshu maintained her calm demeanor, as if not surprised by his hesitation, simply watching him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Countless emotions swirled in Ahu's gaze, and after a long silence, he slowly lowered his head, as if finally realizing that he could no longer avoid this question. I am willing. His voice was low but firm. I am willing to stay by your side. Yanshu was slightly taken aback, then nodded slightly. Then stay. Her tone softened, as if she had made a decision about something, her gaze no longer cold but carrying a hint of a smile. But remember, if you stay by my side now, then you are mine. You need to have a sense of teamwork. It means unity, not just looking out for yourself, understand? After hearing Yanshu's words, Ahu's eyes instantly filled with tension and anticipation. He hurriedly nodded, his voice eager yet sincere. I will, my lady, I will do better in the future, and I will never disappoint you. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a mix of regret and determination, wanting to make up for his past negligence. Yanshu saw the sincerity and eagerness in Ahu's eyes, and a wave of softness surged in her heart. She slightly lowered her head and gently said, If you truly decide to stay, then I will make you my true male. She paused, her eyes carrying a hint of subtle mirth. I will let you have children. Her words were soft, yet they subtly changed the atmosphere in the air. Ahu's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to comprehend what he had just heard. His heart seemed to leap suddenly, filled with excitement, yet also insecurity. He instinctively lowered his head, his mouth slightly opening and closing, but he couldn't find the words to respond. After a moment of silence, his voice was choked and hurried. Lady Yanshu, but my body, I cannot have children. There was self-doubt in his eyes. Aho bit his lip tightly, his hands slightly clenched. He had never dared to confront this issue directly, for every time it was mentioned, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew the flaws in his body. No matter how much he longed for it, he could never achieve the most natural ability to reproduce, which filled him with an indescribable shame. Seeing the change in his expression, Yanshu's demeanor softened a bit. She let out a gentle sigh, stepped closer to him, and gently lifted his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her eyes held no blame, only understanding and acceptance. I know. Her voice was warm like a spring breeze. Everyone has their limitations, but that doesn't mean you can't be my true partner. She gently patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with determination. We can work hard together. Perhaps in the future, your tribe misdiagnosed you. You don't need to feel inferior. Ahu, we have plenty of time. Her gaze sparkled with gentle light, devoid of any contempt, only filled with support and encouragement. I believe in you. Ahu's eyes began to glisten with emotion, but he also felt a bit lost. Yanshu's words enveloped him in warmth, yet he remained anxious. He had never thought he would have such an opportunity in this kind of relationship, nor did he expect Yanshu to view him this way. Although she spoke gently, he still felt that the flaws in his body loomed over him like a mountain, suffocating him. He lowered his head, his voice deep. Can I really have children? Ahu's eyes gradually filled with tears, his throat tight, yet he couldn't find the right words to respond to her. He opened his mouth, his voice low and hoarse. I never dared to think that I could have this opportunity. I even feel like I've never been worthy. His gaze became hollow and confused. If it's really because I can't give you a child, what should I do? Yanshu looked at his bewildered expression, gently lifted his chin to make him meet her gaze again. Her eyes were filled with endless trust and encouragement. You don't need to feel inferior about these things, Ahwai. There are no perfectly flawless people in the world. All right, this was Yanshu's flaw. She couldn't stand such a demeanor. If he didn't dissolve the contract, he would still be his own person. Just give him another chance. The atmosphere between the two improved slightly. Yanshu thought of Ai. She figured Ahwai might not know. So she casually mentioned some other things. You probably don't know, but I have several males around me. I have Asu, Aho, Aling, Achun, and one is a male from the Dragon Clan who is currently in seclusion, and another is a male from the Ant Clan. But I don't know where he is now. After hearing this, Ahwai froze suddenly. He cautiously asked, wait a minute. You said you have 6 males around you? One is from the Dragon Clan, and one is from the Ant Clan? His voice trembled slightly, as if he had just realized the complexity of this matter. Yanshu nodded, her gaze calm. Yes, Ahwai, you're also one of them. Ahwai's eyes were filled with complex emotions, both surprise and unease. Compared to the other males around Yanshu, he suddenly felt insignificant, especially considering his physical flaws. And the feeling of inferiority surged in his heart again. You don't always need to feel inferior. Yanshu seemed to sense his emotions and gently comforted him, saying, everyone has their own uniqueness. My choice is not just based on who is stronger, but on whether we can walk together. Chapter 227. The Dragon Clan surrounded by carnivorous ants. When Asu and Aho returned, their expressions were serious, bringing some difficult-to-digest news. Shoo, we found out some things. Asu spoke, his voice filled with tension. Yanshu looked at them, slightly raised her eyebrows, and gestured for them to continue. Aho frowned slightly and said, those carnivorous ants, they are really looking for you. Yanshu frowned. So they really are looking for me? Asu nodded, his expression not changing much, but his tone became more serious. Yes, the carnivorous ants are indeed moving towards a certain place with a purpose. From our investigation, they seem to have been drawn by some kind of power, and the target is here. Yanshu couldn't help but ask, did you see Ai? No. No one has seen Ai, but one thing is certain. Asu paused slightly and continued. They're no longer blindly searching for females in other tribes like before, but are gathering here with a purpose. Some carnivorous ants have already surrounded the area near the Dragon Clan, but they haven't directly charged into the Dragon Clan, possibly because certain places near the Dragon Clan pose a threat to them. Yanshu didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. She was silent for a moment, her mind racing. Finally, she looked up at Asu and Aho and slowly said, I plan to meet those carnivorous ants. Asu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately frowned. Shoo, do you know how dangerous this is? They're not something that can be reasoned with. Aho also rarely disagreed with Yanshu's decision, his eyes filled with worry. Yes, Shoo, even if they are coming for you. Are you sure they won't attack immediately when they see you? Yanshu slightly narrowed her eyes. a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. If they are really here to find me, then if I don't go, they will eventually find a way to force me out. Rather than passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. She paused, her gaze calm and sharp, and besides, I want to find out their true purpose. Whether they want to find me, or take me to find IE. Asu and Aho exchanged glances, both feeling helpless, but they also knew that once Yanshu made a decision, it was hard to change her mind. Asu sighed and took a step back. Since you insist on going, at least take us with you. Don't take risks alone. Right? Aho immediately agreed. If we're going, let's go together. Yanshu looked at them, warmth in her eyes, and nodded gently. Okay, then let's prepare. Just as Yanshu was about to take Asu and Aho to find the carnivorous ants, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Shoo shoo, a familiar voice mixed with panting rang out, and then a figure stumbled in, collapsing directly in front of Yanshu before he could steady himself. Aling! Yanshu's heart tightened, and she hurried forward to help him up. His body was cold, covered in blood, as if he had just crawled back from some terrifying battlefield. What happened to you? Yanshu asked urgently, reaching out to check his injuries. Aling barely lifted his head, his lips pale, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. His voice trembling from heavy panting, they. Yanshu's heart sank, and the expressions of Asu and Aho also turned serious. What happened? Asu asked in a low voice. It was the first time he saw his good brother so severely injured. Aling opened his mouth, as if trying to say something, but ultimately just gasped heavily. Yanshu quickly supported him, her tone urgent. Aling, what happened? How'd you get hurt like this? Aling tightened his lips, trying to compose himself, not wanting to scare the adults. After a deep breath, he finally said, It's the carnivorous ants. Yanshu's heart sank, and Asu and Aho's expressions also became particularly serious. They attacked you? Asu asked in a deep voice. Aling slowly nodded. Yes. And they are more organized and act quickly now, because they have a true superior. Superior? Aho frowned. This person can't be. Aling took a deep breath and uttered a name. Ai. As soon as Aling's words fell, the surroundings fell into a stunned silence, instead producing a kind of unspoken tacit understanding. Asu let out a light breath, his expression not particularly surprised. If it's IE, it does make sense. Aho nodded, rubbing his nose, his gaze somewhat complicated. He returned from the carnivorous ants, and it's not surprising that he can control them. Aling lowered his eyes, his voice deep and slow. He's not just standing with the carnivorous ants. He doesn't even recognize me anymore. Yanshu was opening the system all, planning to use points to buy some healing medicine, and became confused upon hearing this. What? Aling tightened his lips, his fists clenching slightly, as if trying to suppress some emotion. He looked at me with such indifference, as if he didn't recognize me at all. It was he who ordered the carnivorous ants to attack me. Yanshu's fingers paused slightly. At this moment, Aling's body was covered in wounds, blood tracing gruesome lines on his skin, as if he had been torn apart by sharp mandibles, and deep bite marks could even be seen embedded in his flesh. There was a deep wound on his shoulder. The blood had already coagulated, but the horrific sight of the wound was still apparent. His arms were also filled with a mix of new and old scars, as if he had left behind marks after breaking free from some restraint, with dried blood still remaining between his fingers, and his knuckles were pale from excessive force. His clothes were tattered, the cuffs torn, and his exposed skin was covered in bruises, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Even so, he still stood straight, unwilling to show even a hint of weakness in front of Yanshu. The slight rise and fall of his chest revealed his pain at that moment, and his pale complexion along with his trembling fingers indicated his severe exhaustion. Yanshu felt her heart ache instantly, her eyes turning red again. She suppressed the bitterness and anger in her heart, not bothering to check how many points the universal healing medicine cost, and directly bought a pill, then stuffed it into Aling's mouth. Aling's throat rolled a few times, swallowing the particularly large pill, barely stabilizing his breathing. Just as he wanted to say something, he felt an intense heat in his chest, as if he were being barbecued. He instinctively frowned. Chapter 228. Meeting Yi again, Yanshu stared at him tightly, her hands unconsciously clenching, her voice tinged with urgency. Aling, do you feel any better? Aling did not answer immediately. He looked down at his chest, where it felt as if a blazing flame was churning, making him feel as if his blood and flesh were boiling. Even his bones ached faintly. Although he didn't know what the adult had given him, he trusted the adult. At this moment, sweat slid down his forehead. He took a deep breath. His voice hoarse, no, it's fine, just a bit hot. Asu and Aho also surrounded him, watching Aling's chest rise and fall faster and faster. Aling. Aling gritted his teeth, his hands propping up his knees, enduring the sensation that seemed to want to completely reshape his body. After a moment, he suddenly took a deep breath. His previously pale face quickly regained color. The scars on his skin healed at a visible speed, and even the bruises completely disappeared. As if he had never been injured. He slowly straightened up, moved his arms, and the expression on his face changed from discomfort to astonishment. He looked down at his restored body, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. Yanshu saw that he was finally okay, feeling relieved, a smile appearing on her face. All right, you're lively again, right? Aling was momentarily stunned, looking up at Yanshu. Shu. Yanshu smiled and explained, "It was given to me by someone else. I didn't expect it to be so effective. The system cannot be exposed. It has been said that if a third party learns of the system's existence, it will initiate self-destruct mode. She would also self-destruct along with it." Asu and Aho accepted Yanshu's explanation without hesitation. It was not surprising to them that Shu had something magical in her hands. After all, over the years, countless gifts have been sent from various parties, and the Dragon Clan often sent good things. Having a healing holy medicine was not particularly rare. Seeing that they did not pursue the matter further, Yanshu did not explain more, but shifted the topic back. "Yi really doesn't recognize you?" Aling fell silent for a moment upon hearing Yanshu's question, as if recalling something or suppressing a difficult-to-express emotion deep inside. He lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse yet firm. Yes, his gaze toward me was very unfamiliar, like he was looking at someone completely unrelated. Yanshu frowned slightly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her wrist. "Maybe he just didn't recognize you?" Aling pressed his lips together, as if weighing his words, slowly shaking his head. Shu. He truly does not recognize me. Moreover, I feel that his attitude is not just towards me. Even his aura is different from before. If it weren't for that face, I would doubt whether I recognized the wrong person. Aho couldn't help but interject. "What's different about him?" Aling's eyes carried a certain obscurity. As a male, he carries the aura of a queen ant. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly froze. Asu's gaze turned cold, and Aho's expression stiffened for a moment before he uncertainly said, "Are you saying he has become the king of the carnivorous ants?" Aling exhaled softly, his voice deep. "He is stronger than before, probably much stronger. The way he looks at me is like he sees an ant that can be crushed at any moment. Contempt, disdain, scorn." Yanshu's fingertips tightened slightly, her gaze slowly falling on Aling. The wounds on his body had healed, but the shocking bloodstains still reminded her. Yi had not held back. Her expression gradually turned cold, the faint smile at the corners of her lips completely disappearing, replaced by an unmasked chill. "No matter what he has become, I need to see him." Her voice was calm. Asu frowned. "Shu you. Even if he no longer remembers us, even if he has truly become some ant king." Yanshu looked at Aling, her gaze sharp. "If he dares to hurt you, I must see what is going on with him." Her tone sounded stable, but both Aho and Asu could hear the displeasure and even faint impatience in her voice. No matter what identity Yi currently held, or what position he stood in, he had once been her male and was the cub she had brought back with her. She could not stand by idly. Aho and Asu exchanged glances, knowing they could not stop her, so they simply ceased their persuasion. "Then let's go together." Asu touched his nose, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. "Just in time, I also want to see what a Yi is like now, in the desolate wilderness." The sky was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low, as if a storm could pour down at any moment. The air was filled with a damp and sweet smell, mixed with the scent of disturbed soil. The ground trembled faintly, as if some enormous creature was crawling closer. Yanshu stood on a slightly higher rock, her gaze calmly looking ahead. The land before her was completely covered by dark figures. Those carnivorous ants swarmed in, densely gathering into a dark tide. Like a flowing black sea, spreading towards the Dragon Clan. They moved in an orderly fashion, no longer in the chaotic manner of scattering to hunt, but like a trained army, advancing systematically with a chilling sense of oppression. Their shells glimmered with a deep sheen in the dim light, and each ant beast was larger than the ordinary carnivorous ants, with sharp fangs and cold claws. Yanshu stood silently, not speaking, while Aho and Asu remained silent behind her, even though they were somewhat prepared. Facing this terrifying sight still made it hard to hide the gravity in their hearts. These ant swarms were far more than they had imagined. At their center was a familiar yet strange figure. In the midst of the dark tide of ants, a tall and sharp figure stood quietly. He stood among the swarm, his posture upright, like a cold and ruthless war god, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The most elite carnivorous ants were arranged neatly at his feet, like a military force on standby, silent yet filled with killing intent. He wore dark battle armor, the lines sharp, as if forged from flesh and blood, faintly emanating a suffocating aura of slaughter. Every detail of his appearance exuded sharpness and dignity, like a Shura stepping out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, proud and bloodthirsty. Unlike before, he was no longer the clingy and innocent boy who followed her. His aura had changed. Even the sharpness between his brows and eyes was tinged with a chilling coldness, as if everything in the world was nothing more than ants to him, and he could control life and death. Suddenly, he paused slightly, as if sensing something, slowly raising his head. His pitch-black pupils were deep as an abyss, revealing a sharp and cold light, like a lurking beast in the night, locking onto its prey, faintly exuding a hint of bloodthirsty danger. He stared at the rock in the distance. Yanshu stood there, locking eyes with him, her heartbeat inexplicably halting. Even with the dense swarm of ants in between, she could still clearly feel the gaze he cast upon her, cold, calm, and even, devoid of any emotion. Her fingers tightened slightly, the tips feeling a subtle chill, and even her breathing unconsciously slowed. Does he really not remember her? Chapter 229, Azura, Yanshu forcibly suppressed the waves in her heart and quickly raised her hand to summon the system interface. A translucent light screen appeared before her, and the familiar data interface was clearly visible. Her gaze swiftly scanned through them all and the points bar, finally landing on the interface she had been paying attention to, the incubation center. In the center of the light screen, a white egg floated quietly, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, as if life were slowly developing within. Below the egg, a clear countdown was slowly ticking down, every passing second feeling particularly heavy. And there was also the production time, still counting down. She was still carrying his child. Yanshu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and immediately focused her mental energy to sense her contract. An invisible thread appeared in her spiritual sea, representing her connection with the bound male. Normally, she wouldn't delve into it, but now she had to confirm some things. As her mental energy probed, familiar names emerged one after another. Ashu, Aling. Her gaze quickly swept over these familiar contracts, finally landing on the name she wanted to find. Yanshu's heart missed a beat. I's name was still in her contract. This meant that they were still in a bound state. Yanshu also checked the names in the system, and I's name was among them. He has come. Suddenly, Asu's voice rang in her ears, and Yanshu snapped back to reality. She saw a dark figure approaching from distance, moving at an astonishing speed, almost reaching the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. Yanshu's pupils constricted, her gaze firmly locked onto that figure. I stood tall, wrapped in a black battle robe, his long black hair flying in the wind, and his sharp brows and eyes exuding a cold and murderous aura. A violent airflow swirled around him, and he seemed to be walking on air, like a deity arriving on the wind. Yanshu saw him hovering steadily in midair. Even his aura seemed deeper and more terrifying than before, as if he could tear apart heaven and earth at any moment. He lowered his gaze, his eyes directly landing on Yanshu, and the originally indifferent expression momentarily froze upon meeting her gaze. Then, a deep dark light surged in his black pupils, as if carrying a long-suppressed heat. Shoo. His voice was deep, with a barely perceptible hoarseness, as he slowly reached out his hand to her. Yanshu was taken aback, somewhat doubting if she had misheard. She stared at that cold yet familiar face, her lips slightly parted, her voice a bit tight. You remember me? I's outstretched hand hesitated slightly, his gaze deep as night. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly descended to the ground, walking steadily towards her. As he approached, that powerful and oppressive aura inch by inch closed in, making the surrounding air feel stagnant, until he stood before her. The flicker of suppressed heat in his eyes finally transformed into real emotion, his deep black pupils reflecting her figure, his voice low and firm. How could I possibly forget you? A Su, a Ho, a Ling, and a Huai almost instantly sprang into action, quickly surrounding Yanshu, their expressions vigilant, their gazes fixed on I. A Ho let out a low growl, revealing a hint of fangs, his golden beast eyes filled with wariness and hostility. A Ling directly blocked Yanshu's front, muscles tensed, ready to pounce at any moment. A Su narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in their depths. just about to speak. But before he could finish, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted in the air. Bang! A terrifying force came out of nowhere, crashing violently into the four of them. The four figures were instantly blasted away, slamming into the mountain wall behind them. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds rang out in succession, rocks flying and dust swirling, as the four crashed into the hard stone wall, letting out heavy groans. Yanshu's pupils constricted, snapping back to reality, and her anger flared up instantly. Without thinking, she swung her hand and slapped I hard. Slap! The crisp sound exploded in the air. I's face was slightly turned to the side by the slap, his long black hair swaying gently, the lines of his profile still sharp. Yet he showed no sign of evasion, not even a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Yanshu's chest heaved with anger as she stared at him, gritting her teeth and questioning, what are you doing? I slowly turned back his head, his black pupils reflecting her furious expression, dark emotions swirling in his eyes. He didn't immediately explain. Instead, he raised his hand to gently caress his slapped cheek, as if he didn't care about the pain from the slap at all, even. With a hint of habitual indulgence. Shoo shoo. His voice remained low and hoarse, as if he were trying hard to suppress something. Seeing him like this only fueled Yanshu's anger. Don't call me that. She took a step forward, forcefully poking his chest, her gaze sharp as a knife. Why do you have to suddenly hurt them? They're my males. What do you mean by beating them up like this? I's eyelashes trembled slightly, his gaze dropping to her figure so close, a surge of indescribable emotion roiling in his chest. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I just missed you, and they were quite annoying. Yanshu laughed in anger, her fury turning into laughter. Annoying? Are you crazy? Just as she was about to turn around to check on Sue and the others, her wrist was suddenly caught, and the next second, she was abruptly pulled into I's embrace. Hiss! She crashed into his solid chest, nearly bumping her nose as his breath enveloped her, carrying a hint of coldness but also a dangerous heat. Shoo shoo! I called her name softly, his voice laced with an undeniable stubbornness as he lowered his head, his dark pupils locking on her tightly. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? His gaze was too focused, carrying a certain obsession that couldn't be ignored, as if the entire world became unimportant at that moment. Yanshu's heart tightened, but her anger flared even more. She raised her hand to push him away, but I remained unmoved, his strength perfectly controlled, preventing her from breaking free without hurting her. She coldly said, "Looking for me? You were the one who suddenly disappeared first. I can explain." No need. Yanshu's gaze was still on Sue and the others, unsure of how badly they were hurt. She was just about to buy some universal healing medicine from Mall. I's fingertips tightened slightly, seemingly wanting to say something. But upon catching sight of a few figures struggling to get up not far away, the coldness in his eyes deepened instantly. If they weren't here, would I be able to stay alone with you? He asked quietly, his tone as if stating an obvious fact. Chapter 230, Public Kiss. Yanshu was trapped in his embrace, her hands and feet firmly restrained, so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth in half. "Let me go," she shouted angrily, struggling desperately. But the man's grip showed no sign of loosening, and even tightened as she squirmed, completely pressing her into his embrace. "Stop it," I murmured softly, his tone tender, as if coaxing a disobedient little beast, gentle to the point of making one shiver. His bony hand slowly slid to the back of her neck, gently pressing down, his voice low and hoarse with a hint of temptation. "Shoo shoo, I've been looking for you for so long, and now that I've finally found you. Can't you just stay with me for a while?" Yanshu, filled with anger, laughed instead, suddenly looking up and glaring at him fiercely. "Stay with you? After you beat them up like this, you still want me to stay with you?" I's gaze darkened slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "They're still alive." Yanshu was almost amused by his nonchalant tone. She took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her chest and replied coldly, "Is this even about being alive? Let me go." Hearing her words, I looked down at her and suddenly chuckled lightly. "Shoo shoo." His voice was deep, carrying a hint of mockery, the corners of his lips slightly curling, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. "Even now, what you care about most is still them." His laughter was light, but felt like a cold blade piercing straight into the heart, carrying an indescribable gloom and danger. Yanshu frowned, sensing the change in his aura, and couldn't help but struggle more fiercely. Are you crazy? Of course I care about them. They're my males." The moment those words left her mouth, I's smile vanished without a trace, and he seemed completely enraged, dark colors swirling in his eyes. "They're your males?" he echoed in a low voice, his tone as cold as shattered ice. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, a fierce possessiveness and obsession visible in his eyes. His voice, slightly hoarse, drew closer. "Shu, your contract also has my name." Shu was taken aback, then sneered. "So what if it has your name? What can a contract prove? Why do you think?" Before she could finish, I suddenly leaned down, his breath almost brushing against her lips, his tone low and dangerous. "It proves that you are mine." Shu's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, she kicked him hard. "Get lost." I seemed to have anticipated this, easily blocking her attack with a flip of his hand, then gripping her waist and holding her tightly in his arms. Shu struggled fiercely, but I gave her no chance. He pulled her tightly into his embrace and leaned down to cover her lips. She widened her eyes in shock, but the man's actions were utterly irresistible, his lips and teeth exuding an overwhelming dominance and forcefulness, as if he intended to completely possess her, leaving no space for even a breath. Around them, there was complete silence. The surrounding Dragon Clan males and females were stunned, having never seen such arrogant and domineering behavior, especially under the watchful eyes of so many people. "I actually dared to publicly kiss Shu." Some females murmured in disbelief, their bodies almost frozen. "I don't know if he's crazy, but he's really reckless right now." Some males gasped in shock, watching Shu struggle desperately, their hearts racing with astonishment. Meanwhile, Asu, Ling, and Ahu, who had just managed to get up, were also completely frozen at that moment. They hadn't even had time to recover when they looked up to see Shu trapped in ice embrace. And that damn ant actually kissed her directly? Asu's pupils suddenly constricted, an overwhelming anger surging in his eyes. The usually gentle him looked terrifyingly cold at that moment. Aha was even more furious, his teeth grinding together, his eyes almost instantly turning red, wishing he could rush over and tear I to pieces. Aling's expression was as dark as water, his fingers clenched into fists, the joints cracking ominously, clearly furious to the extreme. Ahu was even more suppressing an overwhelming rage, his gaze fixed on I, his body beginning to exude a dangerous killing intent. Looking for death, Ahu growled through gritted teeth, his figure bursting forward towards I. Ahu charged forward in a fit of rage, his sharp claws instantly appearing, his aura wild and uncontrollable, radiating an unstoppable killing intent straight at I. But just as he was about to reach I, the man didn't even raise his head, merely sidestepping slightly and lightly flicking his hand, bang. Ahu's figure was instantly sent flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone stared wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Ahu was so strong, yet he was easily neutralized. Ahu gritted his teeth and scrambled to get up, disbelief and fury in his eyes. He had never been so humiliated in a direct confrontation. Shu's face instantly flushed red from the public kiss, a mix of shame and anger flooding her, and she struggled desperately, but I seemed oblivious to her resistance, tightening his arms and completely trapping her in his embrace, leaning down to kiss her again. This kiss was even more reckless than the last, carrying a sense of total control, his breath enveloping her, too forceful for her to evade. Shu was furious, her hands pressed against Ice's chest, trying to push him away. But the man's strength made it almost impossible for her to move him even a bit. She widened her eyes, filled with shame and anger. After receiving all her resistance, I directly lifted his hand to grip the back of her neck, deepening the kiss. Enough! A furious roar suddenly exploded, and Asu's figure rushed towards I like a gust of wind, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage, his killing intent almost spilling over. Aling followed closely behind, his face so cold it seemed to drip frost, while Ahu remained silent, but his entire being was already enveloped in a dangerous and violent aura, making the air around them feel thick and tense. I finally released Shu, slowly standing upright, his thin lips slightly curled, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes, as if he didn't regard them at all. "Don't rush," he said lazily and coldly, gently brushing his fingers over the corner of Shu's mouth, his gaze filled with deep affection. "You are not my match." Asu's tightly clenched fist crackled ominously, his face pale, his eyes filled with pain and anger. "What do you think you are? Let go of Shu." Chapter 231. What is this? Imprisonment? On the mountain peak, white clouds rolled and flowed slowly like waves, as if the entire horizon was swallowed by this pure white. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a faint chill in the air, seemingly mixed with an aura that did not belong to the mortal realm. In the sea of clouds, a majestic palace stood proudly, its towering structure reflecting dazzling light onto the sun, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura through its carved beams and painted rafters. The surrounding floating stone steps spiraled like a heavenly ladder, encircling the palace and reaching into the clouds, radiating an overwhelming power. Yanshu was forcibly brought here by Ai, collapsing onto the cold stone floor, looking up to see magnificent palaces and the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. She clenched her teeth, her palms pressed against the ground, her eyes burning with anger. I stood before her with his hands behind his back, his tall figure silhouetted in the mist, his deep gaze looking down at her, his thin lips slightly curved, his voice low and carrying an undeniable meaning. Shu, doesn't this look like the castle you told me about? Hearing this, Yanshu suddenly looked up. You brought me here just to show me this? I leaned slightly forward, gripping her chin to force her to meet his gaze, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. You once said you wanted to see a palace-like place, standing at the highest point to overlook the world. His fingers caressed her jaw, his tone slow, as if reminiscing, yet also tempting. So I particularly wanted to show you. Yanshu's lips moved slightly, but she still struggled to shake off his hand. What is this? Imprisonment? I smiled non-committally, his phoenix eyes slightly lowered. Deep as an abyss, you can think of it that way. His tone was indifferent, as if this matter were a matter of course. And even the word imprisonment carried a hint of indulgent affection. Yanshu took a deep breath, her tone softened slightly, and she earnestly advised, don't do this. I'm very happy you're back, but why are you acting so extreme? Can you let me go? You should come back with me. We can talk to them. I.'s lips curled into a wicked arc as he lowered his gaze to her slightly reddened eyes, his eyes deep. But Shu, I want you to stay. Yanshu noticed that he was unyielding, frowning as she said, You. Before she could finish her sentence, I suddenly reached out, pulling her closer, his deep voice almost brushing against her ear. Shu, do you think if I go back with you, they will agree? Yanshu was taken aback, her gaze darkening slightly. If you explain things well to them. I chuckled lightly, his voice low and hoarse, laced with danger. Do you think they will agree to let you come with me? Or will they choose to join forces against me? Yanshu's expression turned grim. You know this will only make things worse. I.'s gaze darkened slightly as he looked at her trembling eyelashes, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening with a hint of obsessive madness. Things are already bad enough, aren't they? After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lips. Yanshu's pupils constricted, caught off guard by this domineering and frenzied kiss. She raised her hand to push him away, but I was quicker, locking his hand behind her head, trapping her completely in his embrace. His hot breath invading all her air. She struggled desperately, but his strength was too overwhelming. The invasion between their lips and teeth showed no hesitation, as if he wanted to devour her whole, fierce and obsessive. Yanshu angrily kicked towards his knee, but I seemed to have anticipated it, easily dodging, even pulling her fully into his arms, his palm gripping her waist with a force that was startling. He kissed deeply, as if wanting to leave his mark on her lips, slowly releasing her after a long time, his low voice carrying a dangerous meaning. Shu, don't you understand? I can make you understand more now. Yanshu gritted her teeth. What do you want? I narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over her slightly swollen lips, the darkness in his eyes deepening. He chuckled softly, his fingers teasingly brushing over her lip corner, his voice carrying a hint of dangerous tenderness. I want you to fully understand. You are mine. Yanshu's heart jolted, just as she was about to speak. I suddenly picked her up horizontally, striding toward the hall. Let me go. Shu, I don't want to go back and be your last female. His tone was lazy yet dangerous, his arms tightening around her. Yanshu was stunned by his sudden words, not expecting he would care about this, her mind momentarily blank. She blurted out, You're not the last one now, there are still. Just as the words fell, I.'s footsteps halted, the fingers holding her suddenly tightened, his whole body radiating an extreme coldness. Still, his voice dropped to an extreme low, like a beast about to erupt in rage, a storm brewing in his eyes. Staring at her intensely, Yanshu felt her back stiffen under his gaze, instantly realizing what she had just said, her heart dropping, just as she wanted to remedy it. I'd already let out a cold laugh. Good, Shu. He slowly lowered his head, his forehead against hers, his voice trembling with coldness. You tell me. How many are there? Yanshu. It's over. She seems to have dug her own grave. Yin Shu's heart raced. I's oppressive aura was too strong, making it hard for her to breathe. She bit her lip, tried to salvage her earlier reckless statement, her gaze flickering, her tones softening. I calmed down. I just said that casually. Casually? I chuckled lightly, the smile not reaching his eyes, his fingertips slowly gliding over her neck, finally resting on her collarbone. His tone low and dangerous. Shu, do you know how I survived? He slowly lowered his head, his thin lips brushing against her ear, his breath entwined, his voice carrying a hint of aggressive danger. I endured in that stinking place with my dying body for so long. The first thing I wanted to do when I crawled back was to find you. But what about you? You actually told me there are others? Yin Shu's heart shrank violently, feeling a bit hurt by his words. I's gaze bore into her, dark enough to swallow her whole, his fingertips stroking her lip corner, slowly, with extreme patience and dangerous restraint. Shu, tell me. His voice was extremely hoarse, like a low chant before a storm, terrifyingly gentle. How many males have you found? Yin Shu's breath hitched, decisively changing her words. None. Not a single one. I stared at her for a moment, as if trying to discern the truth. After a moment, he let out a soft sneer, slowly licking his back teeth. Shu, you're lying to me. He laughed softly, his voice tender yet dangerous. And in the next moment, he suddenly tightened his grip on her waist, fiercely trapping her in his embrace. And without warning, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Chapter 232. The egg hatched. Yin Shu felt as if her whole body was floating, unsure if she was really flying. Her consciousness seemed to sink into a haze. The surroundings empty, as if losing the sense of time and direction. She didn't know how long she had slept until a sudden beeping sound echoed in her mind. Like an alarm clock being triggered, one beep after another, urgent and sharp, jolting her awake from that weightless haze. She abruptly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the familiar light screen appearing before her, the icy blue halo reflecting on her face, making her instantly more alert. However, the next second, her breath caught suddenly. On the screen, the hatching time that had originally had over 200 days left was now rapidly counting down. 0:15 to 0:10. 0:05. Yin Shu's pupils constricted, her heart racing with the decreasing numbers, and before she had time to think. The time on the screen had reached 0:00:00. In that instant, an indescribable intense pain surged from her abdomen. Yin Shu's face turned pale instantly. Cold sweat seeping from her forehead, her whole body instinctively curling up, her fingertips gripping the ground beneath her. Something was trying to come out of her body. The tearing pain enveloped her, as if some invisible force was pushing her body to react instinctively. She didn't even have time to panic, only feeling her strength draining away as if she were being hollowed out. Finally, as the system activated the pain relief function, the agony began to recede like a tide. She gasped for air, her body collapsing to the ground, her chest heaving violently. When Yin Shu looked down again, she saw a smooth egg quietly lying there, its surface pristine and flawless, faintly gleaming with a soft luster, as if guarded by some mysterious power, appearing unreal and bizarre. Yin Shu stared blankly at the egg she had laid, her mind a blank slate. She didn't even dare to touch it, just staring intently. No one had ever told her she could give birth to such a thing. Beep! The screen popped up a prompt again. Hatching completion countdown. 0:30. Warning. Unknown entity hatching. Pay attention to environmental influences. Yin Shu's heart tightened as she raised her eyes to the egg. Sure enough, faint golden lines began to appear on the surface of the eggshell, subtly rising and falling as if some ancient creature was about to awaken. The next moment, crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Yin Shu's pupils constricted as she saw a fine crack form on the surface of the egg, followed by a second and a third. The cracks spread at a visible speed. In the air, a powerful aura was brewing, reminiscent of the silence before storm. Her breath became lighter, her heart raced, unsure whether to feel anticipation or anxiety. A faint mist slowly escaped from the crack, carrying an indescribable mysterious aura, as if a part of the air's warmth had been drawn away, creating a chilling sense of oppression. Yin Shu's fingertips curled slightly. She could even sense the system briefly pausing, as if analyzing the information of this unknown life form. Just as she held her breath, bang, the entire eggshell suddenly exploded. Accompanied by an invisible shockwave, a golden light burst forth from the shattered shell, like a sharp lightning bolt, instantly illuminating the surrounding space. Yin Shu instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, and when the light dimmed slightly, she slowly lowered her palm. Looking toward the center of the broken eggshell, there lay a curled-up hatchling, quietly resting within. It had two long, slender antennae on its head, gently trembling as if sensing everything around it, resembling the antennae of an ant, but longer and more flexible. Its body was pure white, devoid of any color, as if shaped from the most pristine white bone, exuding a chilling aura that did not belong to the living. At this moment, its back was slightly arched, not yet fully unfurled, with its long antennae resting softly against its face, rising and falling with its slight breaths. Yinshu didn't even dare to blink, afraid of missing something. Finally, the hatchling moved, as if sensing the external aura, and slowly opened its eyes, a pair of pitch-black vertical pupils opening amidst the shards of eggshell, filled with newborn confusion, yet also radiating a natural indifference and authority. Yinshu's heart jolted. She felt as if she had been frozen. Those eyes were exactly the same as ice. Just as Yinshu stared blankly at those familiar eyes, the system's prompt suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully birthed a special bloodline hatchling. Rewards activated. Immediately, a light screen reappeared before her eyes, and the system's reward panel quickly unfolded. A series of data flashing on the screen. Reward details are as follows. 1. Physical values of the host restored to 30%. 2. Grants the host a low-level, self-healing talent. Can heal from any non-lethal damage within a certain time. 3. Bloodline evolution. Host gains partial powers of the Lord of the Underworld Worm. Can influence some low-level Underworld Worm creatures, possessing inherent deterrent power over the Underworld Worm race. Yinshu paused her breath, blankly staring at the words on the light screen. Lord of the Underworld Worm. She instinctively lowered her head to look at the hatchling that had just broken free from its shell. At this moment, it was still curled up in the eggshell fragments, its white body seemingly untouched by any dust, its pair of black vertical pupils showing a hint of innate indifference. Yet when it looked at her, its gaze subtly shifted, seemingly carrying a touch of instinctive dependence. Yinshu couldn't help but cover her chest with her hand, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within her. Physical values skyrocketing, bloodline enhancement, and even acquiring low-level healing. She had just laid an egg, and the system had directly stuffed her with an outrageous amount of powerful abilities. Yinshu took a deep breath, calming herself down as she looked down at the hatchling. At this moment, the hatchling had completely crawled out of the eggshell. Its body was still a bit damp, its snow-white skin radiating a hint of fragility, forming a stark contrast with its pair of black vertical pupils. It gazed quietly at Yinshu, as if confirming something, then slowly moved forward, getting closer to Yinshu. Yinshu felt her heart melt at its movement, and almost instinctively reached out her hand to gently touch the two antennae on the top of her new daughter's head. The touch was soft and still held some warmth. The hatchling paused for a moment, then, as if sensing some kind of safety, gently rubbed against her fingertips. Yinshu, oh my God, so well-behaved. Her heart melted, and she couldn't help but pick up her daughter, gently cradling her in her arms as if holding a fragile treasure. The hatchling showed no resistance, instinctively curling up a bit, gently nudging her arm as if seeking comfort. Yinshu looked at the little creature in her arms, unable to help but smile, softly saying, "You are my daughter. This is her child, Ice Child." She had given birth to it. Yinshu lowered her head and gently placed a kiss on Ayuan's forehead, feeling a wave of softness in her heart. Chapter 233. Ice Daughter. What Yinshu did not know was that at the moment she gave birth to her daughter, outside, the carnivorous ant colony, which should have been orderly, suddenly erupted into chaos. The once quiet ant colony stopped all movement, their antennae wildly trembling as if sensing some irresistible presence. Then, they all raised their heads simultaneously, waving their forelimbs and emitting strange and excited calls to the sky. The sound layered upon itself, like a tide swelling, converging from all directions, shaking the entire nest slightly, filled with an uncontrollable fervor. Boom! Larger carnivorous ants suddenly took to the air, their black wings flapping against the air, wildly swirling in midair, jumping up and down as if welcoming a descending king. The ant tide stirred, countless antennae turning in the same direction, driven by instinctive fervor and reverence. They seemed to sense a supreme bloodline, a submission that came from deep within their bones, an instinct engraved in the souls of the carnivorous ants. The nest trembled, the earth seemed to hum, and an indescribable sense of oppression filled the air. The source of all this was deep within the nest, where the newly born Ayuan lay. In the distance, at the temporary training ground of the dragon clan, bang! A figure slammed heavily against the thick rock wall, creating deep cracks, dust rising. A male dragon slowly slid down, barely propping himself up to look at the figure in the arena. I coldly withdrew his hand, casting a detached glance at the fallen male dragon, surrounded by a swirling aura of aggression, his gaze dark as if poisoned. He was in a terrible mood. Even though last night, he finally managed to do some things he liked with Yanshu, savoring her soft aura. The words she had scolded him with still pricked at his heart like needles, making it hard for him to breathe comfortably. Therefore, he needed a vent. The dragon who had been smashed into the wall was already the 70th to fall today. Yet, I still felt it was not enough. He stood in the center of the arena, his eyelids lowered, his expression obscure, his knuckles slightly white. Just as he was about to find another target when the surrounding air suddenly stilled. Then, his ears twitched slightly, catching a strange commotion. It was the agitation of the ant colony. The carnivorous ants, which should have been as quiet as death, were now seemingly insane, all waving their limbs and calling to the sky. Even the flying ants were wildly flapping about, as if welcoming some supreme existence. This agitation, this feeling, Ice's pupils suddenly constricted, and the killing intent around him instantly froze, as if he sensed something incredible happening. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked in a certain direction, the direction of a nest. It felt as if something had tightly grasped his heart. His breath suddenly stilled, and his fingertips involuntarily tightened, his palms faintly trembling. When the dragon clan realized something was wrong with the carnivorous ants, they saw I almost instantly disappear from his spot and rush towards the nest. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yanshu was cuddling a child. The little creature in her arms was soft and curled up against her, its long antennae swaying somewhat unconsciously, occasionally brushing against her palm, as if acting cute. Yanshu gently stroked its tender little head, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, her heart feeling incredibly soft. However, after a while, she suddenly heard a strange hissing sound coming from outside. Her brow furrowed slightly. Her ears perked up. She was all too familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the carnivorous ants. At first, she thought it was just the ant colony outside busying itself with something, not paying much attention, but soon enough, she sensed something was off. The calls of the carnivorous ants became increasingly urgent and frenzied, surging like a tide from all directions towards the depths of the nest. Yanshu frowned, just about to take action, when, in the next second, boom, a shadow suddenly broke through the air. A violent wind carrying a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire nest, stirring up dust and bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure that nearly shattered the entire space. Yanshu instinctively looked up and collided with a pair of eyes that were extremely crimson. His figure swept in like a whirlwind, his scarlet vertical pupils locking onto her tightly, emotions surging within him, filled with intense excitement, disbelief, and an indescribable shock. He stood there, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring fiercely at the little creature in her arms, the hatchling that had just broken free from its shell. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Ice's breathing became rapid, his pupils constricted sharply, his fingertips trembling slightly, and his mind seemed to go blank for a brief moment. He had never imagined that something like this could happen. He thought he would despise any race that dared to approach Yanshu, whether human, beast, insect, or dragon. Anything that dared to attempt to occupy her attention would provoke his undisguised killing intent. But this little creature exuded a familiar aura. It carried his bloodline scent, and Yanshu's scent. A strange throb exploded like thunder deep within Ice's soul. His fingertips curled slightly, his expression darkening frighteningly, as if he was holding back something. He didn't want to admit it, and even felt some rejection, but his body's instinct couldn't help but take a step forward, his gaze firmly locking onto that tiny figure. The little creature seemed to sense his aura, moved gently, and slowly raised its head, looking at I with its pitch-black vertical pupils. In that instant, Ice's pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat momentarily halting. Those eyes looked so much like his own, identical in their depth, coldness, and a sense of pressure that inherently surpassed all beings. His throat moved slightly, his voice hoarse, and seemingly quivering with some restrained emotion. Shoo. It is. Yanshu slightly lowered her head, looking at the soft little hatchling in her arms, her fingertips gently brushing along its back, the touch warm and delicate. A faint smile graced her lips as she raised her eyes to I, her tone losing some of its hardness, becoming gentler. It is your daughter. This was also in light of the fact that she had given him a child, and could receive such a reward. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to explode in Ice's mind, freezing him in place. Daughter? This little creature is his offspring? His breath suddenly stilled. His heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Painfully twisted, almost suffocating. Yanshu lowered her head and gently stroked the curled-up little body of the hatchling, her tone casual. What? You're not happy about having a daughter? Ice's throat moved slightly, as if something was blocking it. His lips opened and closed several times. But he couldn't utter a single word. Happy? He didn't even know how to describe his current emotions. Shock, disbelief, anxiety, and a hint of an unprecedented throb. He lowered his head, looking at the little life held in Yanshu's embrace, still appearing tender and fragile, yet exuding an innate aura of nobility. She looked up in a daze, her pair of pitch-black vertical pupils gazing directly at him. In that moment, Ice's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipping a beat. Those eyes. Aside from the different color, everything resembled his own. The same depth, coldness, as if born to surpass all beings, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. But she was even more pure, more ethereal, like the very first night that was born into the world, untainted by any impurities. Ice's fingertips curled slightly. His jaw clenched tightly, as if he was trying to endure something. He had once rejected any existence that approached Yanshu. Even those beast races that followed her would provoke great hostility in him. But now, looking at that tiny life in his arms, he felt not a trace of rejection. Could it be because her aura was connected to him, intertwined with Yanshu? Her bloodline flowed with the shared mark of him and Shushu. Chapter 234. I never thought he would have offspring one day. I never thought he would have offspring one day. He was fortunate to grow up beside Shushu. But at the moment he received the inheritance in his mind, he was still forced to crawl through darkness and slaughter. The memories left by his ancestors were like shackles, etched into his bloodline: coldness, possession, destruction. That was his instinct, his survival rule. He never believed he needed any ties, except for Yanshu. But now a tiny life, carrying his bloodline, appeared in his world. Ice's throat moved slightly, his gaze heavily fixed on the hatchling in Yanshu's arms, his expression complex beyond description. It was a strange feeling, as if something was slowly seeping into his marrow, causing his originally cold and hard shell to show a hint of looseness. He instinctively wanted to step back, yet couldn't tear his gaze away. Sweat trickled from his palm, his fingertips curling slightly, hesitating whether to reach out and touch. But he didn't dare. He feared he wouldn't know how to approach her. She was too small, so small that even a gentle grip from him seemed like it could wrap around her entirely. He wasn't used to such fragility, yet somehow, he felt an inexplicable throb at the existence of this child. She looked very much like Yanshu, but those pitch-black vertical pupils carried the same sharpness as his. Naturally cold, proud, and even exuding a sense of controlling everything. She quietly leaned against Yanshu, seeming to sense his aura, slightly tilting her head, her gaze fixed directly on him. Those eyes made Ice's pupils suddenly constrict. Yanshu looked down at the hatchling in her arms, gently stroking her back, glancing at I with a half-smile. You're not scared, are you? I suddenly looked up, as if awakened by this sentence. He frowned, instinctively wanting to refute, but the words got stuck in his throat. Scared? How could he possibly be scared? But why was his heartbeat so fast it felt somewhat out of control? He deeply stared at the hatchling, his fingertips trembling slightly, yet he ultimately did not reach out his hand. He slowly approached, as if trying to adapt to her presence, attempting to find a distance that wouldn't disturb her. He didn't know what to do. He had never imagined that there would be a child belonging to him in this world. Yanshu watched his stiff movements and couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you strong? Why don't you even have the courage to touch your own child? Ice's pupils constricted slightly, realizing that Shushu was deliberately provoking him. He hesitated for a while before silently leaning against her side, his gaze locked onto that tiny life, his breath gradually merging with her essence. His focus was intense and restrained, filled with extreme possessiveness, and also a certain barely perceptible caution. Yanshu tilted her head slightly, looking at Ice's tense expression, and suddenly found it amusing. This man, who had been domineering and cold yesterday, wanting to swallow her whole and showing murderous intent at anyone who looked at her, was now as cautious as a bewildered young beast. She happily hugged the little one in her arms, gently patting her back, and teasingly said, How long are you going to keep looking at her like that? She wouldn't suddenly disappear. I still didn't respond. He knew she wouldn't disappear, but he just wanted to look at her, to keep staring at her, as if only in this way could he completely confirm this fact. he had a daughter. She was his, she was Yin Shu's, she was the life they had nurtured together. Is fingertips tightened slightly, and after a long silence, he finally slowly reached out. His fingers were long and defined, his palm slightly cool, carrying a hint of caution and restraint that he himself was unaware of. The motion was extremely light and slow, as if afraid of startling her, and also as if testing whether this child truly belonged to him. At the moment his fingertips got close, his breath eased a little. Finally, with a nearly trembling caution, his fingers gently touched her soft cheek. Thump. In an instant, I's heart raced violently. That real touch was far softer and warmer than he had imagined. A gentle contact seemed to crack open a gap in his cold world, quietly letting in a touch of warmth. But in the next second, buzz, the air suddenly tightened, and a chilling black blade emerged out of nowhere. Be careful. Yin Shu's pupils constricted as she exclaimed. The black blade rose into the air, carrying a cold, murderous intent, almost without hesitation. It slashed down towards I's arm at the moment he reached out. The speed was so fast that it even created a sharp whistle through the air. But I seemed to have anticipated it. Just as the black blade was about to fall, his pupils suddenly constricted, his fingers paused, and without hesitation, he swiftly retracted his hand. Swish! The black blade grazed past his arm, its edge seemingly tearing through the air. Yin Shu stepped back while holding the child, her expression serious as she looked at the floating blade, frowning. What is this? I's expression remained unchanged, even showing no signs of panic. He merely narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, casting a faint glance at the black blade, his tone low. As expected, Yin Shu was taken aback. What? I said nothing, only slowly raised his gaze, his deep eyes fixating on the infant in her arms, as if confirming something. His child was indeed not an ordinary infant. I lowered his gaze, looking at the black blade hovering in midair, his expression dark as if it could swallow all light. His fingers curled slightly, the warmth from that moment still lingering in his palm. But at the same time, the instinctive resistance in his bloodline was churning. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and cold. Moth can only have one master. Yin Shu was slightly taken aback, her brow furrowing tighter. What do you mean? I's gaze slowly returned to the infant in her arms, pausing in silence for a moment before speaking in a husky tone. She is inherently hostile to me. Yin Shu's heart trembled, looking down at the little one in her arms. The tiny infant was soft and currently nestled quietly in her embrace, her small face buried in Yin Shu's chest, her black vertical pupils half closed, appearing obedient and harmless. But just as she looked at her daughter, the black blade hovering in mid-air trembled slightly, as if sensing something, and then slowly dissipated, completely vanishing into the void. It retreated voluntarily under her gaze. Yin Shu's heart subtly understood, her expression gradually becoming complex. I's voice was low and hoarse as he said, her bloodline inherits yours, but also inherits my moth origin. But the moth origin can never coexist. Yin Shu's expression tightened. Are you saying that our daughter's instincts are in opposition to you? I's gaze turned slightly cold, and he did not answer, but his silence spoke volumes. He and this infant were inherently opposing existences. Their bloodlines could not merge. Yin Shu didn't want to believe it. How could her daughter be born as an enemy to her own father? She looked at the quiet little one in her arms, then at I, anxiously saying, but she just got born. I gently closed his eyes, hiding the obscure emotions in his gaze, and said softly, she will grow up. He knew very well that this infant was still tender, her consciousness not yet formed. Her instincts awakened, but not strong enough. But once she grew a little more, once her instinct in her bloodline was fully awakened, the confrontation between her and him would completely erupt. She would not submit. She was inherently hostile to him, unwilling to accept him as her master, and his instinct could not allow another existence with a moth bloodline to surpass him. Chapter 235, Can Only One of You Survive in the Future? Yin Shu was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected that giving birth to a child for I would actually be considered a good thing. She had originally thought that with the degree of her reward this time, it should be a great blessing. But now it seemed that this blessing was mixed with some kind of hidden danger. She wanted to ask the system what was going on, but her mind was silent. Yin Shu frowned and tried to call again. System? No response. Her heart sank slightly. Yin Shu couldn't help but recall the rewards she had just received. She had to admit that this time the rewards were indeed extraordinarily generous, not only directly elevating her strength by several levels, but even her physical attributes and bloodline had undergone a qualitative leap. But now it seemed that her joy had faded considerably. She looked down at the innocent little infant in her arms, then at the silent eye in front of her, her mood more complicated than ever. "So," she slowly spoke, her voice slightly chilling, "are you saying that in the future, only one of you can survive?" I did not speak, but his silence already explained everything. Yin Shu stared at I, her eyes cold as if frozen, while the little infant in her arms remained obediently curled up, seemingly unaware of the strange atmosphere around them. She gently stroked her daughter's soft back, her voice calm, but carrying an undeniable firmness. "I won't let my daughter have any conflict with you." Her fingertips lightly touched the child's small face, the sensation warm and soft, a hint of gentleness appearing in her eyes. But her words remained resolute. "Even if it's a bloodline conflict, I am sure I can find a way to resolve it." I's brow furrowed slightly, his red pupils locking onto Yin Shu, and, after a moment of silence, he slowly said, Shu, this is not an ordinary bloodline conflict." His voice was low, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. "I am the Moth King. She was born to oppose me." "So what?" Yin Shu's tone was calm, her brows not even furrowing. "You are the Moth King, yet you still stay by my side." Yi was taken aback, his gaze momentarily dimming. Yin Shu looked up at him, gave a light hum, and spoke at a leisurely pace. "Since you can stay by my side, my child can too." She lowered her gaze to the little cub in her arms, gently brushing her soft cheek with her fingertips. Her voice slow yet filled with an irresistible certainty. "No matter what bloodline or nature, no one in this world can decide her future. I say she will not oppose you, then she will not oppose you." Yin Shu's tone was self-evident, devoid of any doubt and not open to rebuttal. Ayez's chest rose and fell as he quietly stared at Yin Shu, the turbulent undercurrents in his eyes gradually calming without him realizing it. Her words were so self-evident, even carrying a hint of confidence that left no room for questioning, as if by simply saying it, it would become reality. And he, surprisingly, found himself calmed by her certainty. He did not believe in fate, nor had he ever hoped for anything uncertain. Yet now he felt inexplicably that perhaps she really could do it. The cub in her arms seemed to sense his gaze, gently moving, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Her dark vertical pupils reflecting his figure, her tiny fingers unconsciously curling, seemingly curious about this unfamiliar presence. Coincidentally, after Yin Shu's words, their daughter's attitude towards him seemed to soften considerably. She tilted her little head, her eyes like dark grapes blinking, quietly making eye contact with him, showing no hostility or instinctive rejection, even carrying a hint of naive curiosity. Ayez's fingertips curled slightly, his pupils quietly tightening. Just moments ago, she had rejected his approach deep within her bloodline, actively striking out with black blades towards his arm, revealing her hostile nature. But now, she had no reaction at all, simply staring at him. Yi involuntarily held his breath. Even just making eye contact made him feel an unprecedented strangeness and subtlety. He had never seen his own reflection in anyone's eyes, except for Yin Shu's. Yet at this moment, he saw his clear reflection in his daughter's pitch-black pupils, even sensing that she did not harbor complete indifference towards him. Yin Shu naturally noticed the change in the atmosphere. She raised her eyebrows, looking at the exchange between the large and small figures with a teasing tone. "So, do you believe me when I say she won't oppose you?" Yi did not respond. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, rare silence enveloping him. He remained silent, but a certain fragment of the past involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Back then, Aho had told him, Shu is not an ordinary female. At that time, he had dismissed it, even scoffing at the notion as somewhat self-evident. The female who can be contracted by him can never be an ordinary one. But now, Yi looked at Yin Shu, his gaze deepening, thoughts swirling. If he had once merely acknowledged Yin Shu's uniqueness, now he truly realized how extraordinary she was. She was not just as female. She could even break the bloodline nature of the moths, allowing his offspring to let go of their hostility towards him. This was supposed to be an irreversible instinct for slaughter, yet she simply said she would not oppose him. And as a result, their daughter had indeed become much gentler in an instant, even able to calmly meet his gaze. If someone else had said this to him, he would have found it absurdly laughable, but coming from Yin Shu's mouth, he found himself completely unhesitant. What she said always came true. Ayez's fingertips tightened, his gaze resting on Yin Shu, a hint of obscure emotion surfacing in his eyes. He suddenly felt that meeting her was his own good fortune. She was like an abyss, the only light in the darkness, an existence he could neither control nor resist, and his world had unknowingly been completely changed by her. Chapter 236. I never thought of leaving you. Yanshu gently lowered her head, her fingertips stroking the back of the little cub in her arms with utmost tenderness. Although she appeared calm on the surface, a storm raged within her heart. She had been contemplating how to make Yi let her go back to Su and the others. Of course, she did not want Yi to imprison her here, but she also knew that directly making this request in light of Ye's current state might provoke more conflict, even leading him to react excessively. She sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes, but soon her expression became peaceful again, her eyes warmly looking at Yi, who was close beside her. Ye's expression was no longer as tense as before. His emotions seemed to have calmed down. Yanshu knew he had not completely set aside his unease, but at least he was no longer as emotionally volatile. She relaxed slightly, her thoughts turning faster. Ye. She finally spoke, her voice gentle as if whispering, I never thought of leaving you. She slowly raised her head, meeting Ye's gaze. Her eyes filled with determination and softness. I also know you just finished your inheritance and are still not accustomed to it. Yi stood straight, still not breaking eye contact, his eyes glittering with elusive emotions. His voice remained low. Shu, you're my female. This statement almost declared an unquestionable dominance, his possessiveness as strong as ever. Yanshu listened to his words, letting out a slight sigh in her heart. Yet she also knew that a hardline approach would not work. She needed to adopt a different strategy now. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with contemplation, and then she slowly walked closer to Yi, standing very near to him. Her gaze remained gentle, carrying a hint of playful teasing. Yi, I understand you want to protect me. I also don't want to do anything to upset you. She reached out to gently touch his shoulder, her voice soft like she was soothing a young beast. I just need a little time to adjust myself. I do not want to stay by your side. Ye's expression was still serious. Clearly, he did not intend to compromise easily. But he did not directly refuse either, the emotions in his eyes fluctuating. He lowered his head, looking at the tenderness and trust reflected in Yanshu's eyes. And a certain hardened part of his heart seemed to waver little by little. Can you guarantee that you won't leave me again? Yanshu raised her head, gazing at him, her eyes filled with certainty. I will come back, Yi. I swear, no matter what happens, I will not leave you. As she said this, she raised her hand to gently caress his cheek. Yi was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to initiate the touch. The warmth that fell on his cheek caused him to feel momentarily dazed. He stared at Yanshu, the emotions swirling within him becoming even deeper, his previously tense body slowly relaxing under her gentle touch. In the next moment, as if enchanted, he leaned into her palm, burying his entire face in her hand, even tilting his head slightly to rub against it, as if seeking more warmth and contact. His actions carried a hint of wild instinct, yet also a subtle, imperceptible reliance. Yanshu was momentarily stunned. She had intended to simply comfort him, but she did not expect Yi to lean into her like a young beast seeking solace. She lowered her head to look at him, her gaze softening involuntarily. Her fingers gently traced along his cheek, gliding over his tense jawline, finally resting behind his ear, where she gave a light squeeze. Yi squinted slightly, letting out a very soft murmur from his throat, as if he were in utter comfort. He was almost unabashedly immersed in her touch, even unconsciously rubbing against her palm again. He enjoyed her tenderness, and one could even say he was greedy for it. Yanshu felt a stir in her heart as she watched him like this, feeling somewhat helpless. She had become increasingly adept at understanding Ye's temperament. If she were to resist him forcefully, he would undoubtedly tighten his hold on her. However, if she went along with his nature, making him feel needed and relied upon, he would instead lower his guard and even cooperate with her. With this thought in mind, Yanshu's actions became even gentler, her tone softening as well. Ye, this is the you that I like. Upon hearing this, Yi lifted his eyes to look at her, a glimmer flashing in his golden vertical pupils, as if anticipating her next words. Yanshu gently sighed, as if compromising helplessly. So can you give me a little freedom? I won't go far. You always keep me locked up, and I won't be happy. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of a pout, her fingers still lightly tracing his ear. Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly wavering at her words, but in the end, he still replied in a muffled tone. No. Although he verbally refused, he remained nestled in her palm, showing no intention of pulling away, and even his tail subtly swayed. Yanshu looked at him, her heart secretly relieved. Although Yi was still tough on the surface, his attitude had clearly softened significantly, at least no longer carrying the same oppressive aura as before, and even seemed to have a hint of a spoiled demeanor. She couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her hand rubbing the top of his head. Her tone as gentle as if coaxing a child. Yi, you clearly don't want me to be unhappy, right? Yi kept his head down, silent. But the slight swaying of his tail had already betrayed his emotions. Shu continued to coax him. Then, can't you let me go out for a little walk? I won't run away. You can sense my presence. And as long as you want, you can find me anytime. Yi finally lifted his head, his golden pupils locking onto her, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He certainly knew that Shu wouldn't lie to him, but he simply didn't want to let her go. He wanted her to stay by his side forever, not to be eyed by any male, nor to be taken away by any accident. Yet her tone was too gentle, as if patiently soothing a sensitive and possessive little beast, softly calming him, making his rationality gradually dull. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the swaying of his tail increased, his voice low and hoarse. I will accompany you. Shu's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. Okay, you accompany me. She knew Yi wouldn't suddenly let her be completely free, but this was already a very good start. Yi stared at her for a while, as if confirming whether she was truly happy, and after a moment, he gently responded with an then rubbed his face back in her palm, as if seeking more affection. Shu sighed lightly, reaching out to rub his ears, but in her heart, she was already beginning to plan her next steps. Chapter ikizotuzidi, koakin ahye yanshu was patently koakin ahye. Her fingers gently stroking his ear, while Yi squinted his eyes, looking very comfortable from the soothing, even his tail unconsciously wrapped around her waist. Just then, the neglected little cub beside them suddenly became unhappy, frowning, making little sounds, and waving its short arms at Shu, looking both wronged and dissatisfied. Shu was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle as she looked down at the jealous little creature in her arms. What's wrong? Do you want a hug too? She gently picked up the little cub, whose soft hands pressed against her cheek, as if seeking affection. But when she looked closely, her heart skipped a beat. Shu widened her eyes slightly, her gaze fixed on the little cub's face in her arms. When she was just born, her skin was still slightly wrinkled, soft and fragile like all newborns, but in just a short while, the little one's face had become rounder, her skin glowing with a lustrous sheen, and her facial features were clearer than before. Even her fingertips were no longer in that slightly curled position of a newborn, but had opened up, seemingly stronger. How long has it been? Has she grown this much? Shu's heart raced, looking down at her little cub, unable to resist pinching her little face, which was soft and slightly elastic. The little cub stared at her with her dark eyes, and her little mouth made a few sounds, seemingly protesting against the face pinching. But Shu paid no mind to this, her heart filled with shock, and she immediately looked up at Yi. Yi, her voice was somewhat urgent, her expression complex, as if she had thought of something incredible. She can't possibly grow up in just 15 days like you, right? Upon hearing this, Yi's gaze fell on the cub, his vertical pupils slightly constricting as he observed quietly for a moment. The little cub raised her head as well, her dark eyes staring at him intently, her little hands instinctively clenching into fists, looking innocent and confused. But Yi keenly noticed that her presence felt more solid than before. It's very possible. Yi slowly spoke, his tone somewhat heavy. Shu. She had just adapted to having one child, and now she had to accept that her daughter would grow up in 15 days. She couldn't help but gasp. Before Shu could recover from her shock, she noticed that Yi's gaze was fixed on her face, deep and contemplative. After a moment, he suddenly asked in a low voice, Shu, do you like her? Shu was momentarily stunned, then nodded without hesitation. Of course I like her. She's my child. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes flickered slightly, as if seriously pondering something. Then he slowly extended his hand, his palm carrying a hint of coldness. Reaching toward the little cub's head, Shu watched his movement with wide eyes, frowning as she immediately spoke up. What are you doing? To give her the inheritance of the moth. Ye applied it calmly. Shu was taken aback, then suddenly widened her eyes without saying a word. She directly slapped his hand away. Don't mess around. Yi was slapped hard by her, causing a slight red mark to appear on the back of his hand. But he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he looked down at his hand with a puzzled expression, tilting his head slightly. The next second, he made a move that left Shu speechless. He actually raised his hand and gently rubbed it against his own face, as if testing something. The action so obedient that it was hard to believe this was the possessive and decisive Moth King. Shu, what kind of masochistic behavior is this? She was utterly speechless, momentarily unsure of what to say. After rubbing a few times, Yi slowly lowered his hand, looking at her with calmness, as if stating a very normal fact. Shu hit me. Yin Shu. She took a deep breath, feeling like this guy's thought process was driving her crazy. Yin Shu firmly refused. No. Yi, don't mess around. She protected her daughter in her arms, her expression unusually stern. She is still so small. I want her to grow up slowly and experience what she needs to. Don't think about passing your things on to her. Upon hearing this, Yi frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting Yin Shu to oppose so resolutely. He stared at her in silence for a while before softly saying, "This can make her stronger. Is being stronger necessarily a good thing?" Yin Shu retorted, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "You were just a simple male before, weren't you?" Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze somewhat dim. He indeed used to be just an ordinary pest. Back then, his world was very simple. There was no one else but Shu. It wasn't until he accepted the inheritance that he gained the power he has now, along with the obsession he has today. His strength has become more immense. But his mindset is no longer simple. He has become obsessive, indifferent, and does not allow anything that does not belong to him to slip through his fingers. The current him is completely different from the boy he once was. Yi lowered his head, looking at the little cub in Yin Shu's arms. A small ball with eyes as clear as obsidian, free of any impurities. She understands nothing now, and her future is still a mystery. If she inherits the legacy, will her life be the same as his? Yi's fingertips tightened slightly, and he lowered his gaze. After a while, he softly said, "All right." Yin Shu was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so quickly. But as she carefully observed Yi's expression, she noticed a hint of complexity in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about something or weighing something in his mind. Yin Shu suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She knew that Yi was not born this way. He became who he is not by choice, but because the inheritance forced him to change. And for her daughter, she did not want her to go through the same experience. She wanted her to grow up like a normal child, to be pampered and protected, to be able to laugh happily and act spoiled, rather than being forced to grow into a cold existence. Yi, she gently held his hand, her voice softening. "Let's let her grow up on her own, okay?" Yi looked at her for a while, and finally, he slowly nodded. Then Shu, "Can you give me a kiss?" Yin Shu. She was a bit taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, but she still leaned in front of him and kissed his cheek. Yi was somewhat unsatisfied with just a simple kiss. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her forcefully in various ways. Chapter 238. Shu, I made you something delicious. A few days passed, and Yin Shu's mood became increasingly anxious. She was trapped here, completely cut off from any news, and had no idea how Su and the others were doing. Given their personalities, they would surely be searching for her desperately. But in a place where she couldn't even get out, how could they possibly find her? She paced back and forth, her brows tightly knitted, her heart in a chaotic mess. The little cub in her arms seemed to sense her anxiety, letting out a few soft whimpers, then extending its soft little hand to gently touch her cheek. Yin Shu looked down and saw her daughter's dark, grape-like eyes staring intently at her, with her small hand clumsily patting her face, appearing to comfort her. Her heart softened, and she forced a smile, holding her daughter's little hand and gently kissing her forehead, softly coaxing, "Mommy is fine, be good." But how could she truly be fine? As Yin Shu was lost in thought while holding her daughter, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the door. She jolted back to reality and looked up to see Yi returning. His long hair hung loosely behind him, and he cradled a pile of differently colored shell-like objects in his arms, carefully holding them as if afraid they would drop. The moment he entered, his first glance fell on Yin Shu, his grayish-white eyes squinting slightly as if observing her emotional changes. Then, he walked up to her and placed the items on the stone platform, his voice filled with joy. Shu, I made you something delicious today." Yin Shu was taken aback, her gaze landing on the oddly shaped shells, somewhat puzzled. "What is this?" He lowered his gaze, reached out to rummage through them, picked out a completely white one, and with his slender fingers, forcefully cracked it open, revealing the plump and tender flesh inside. "I don't know, but you can eat it," he explained simply, then looked up at her. "If Shu likes it, I can go find it every day." Yin Shu looked at him like this, momentarily unsure of what to say. She was clearly still anxious about being imprisoned, but seeing Yi return with a pile of ingredients, his face devoid of pride and only cautiously seeking her approval, somehow eased her irritation a bit. Looking into Yi's grayish-white eyes, which held no shadow, but instead exuded a pure anticipation, as if waiting for her praise, Yin Shu bit her lip, finally sighed, and reached out to touch his hair. Her tone helpless. "What do you think about making me eat well every day?" Yi was slightly taken aback, then seriously replied, Shu Shu likes to eat. And if she eats happily, I will be happy. This statement was so natural, even carrying a hint of pure fervor, that Yin Shu was left somewhat at a loss for words. She looked down at the shells, casually picked one up to examine, and it looked somewhat like a scallop from her past life. But the color and shape were a bit different. Can it really be eaten? She raised an eyebrow. Have you eaten it? Yi paused for a moment, then shook his head. Yin Shu was speechless. Then why did you bring it for me to eat? Yi replied with confidence. If Shu Shu likes it, I will go find it. Looking at him like this, Yin Shu couldn't help but gently poke his forehead, laughing lightly. You're way too confident, aren't you? Yi said nothing, just blinked, staring intently at her smile, as if he was pleased with her teasing, and his entire demeanor became a bit lighter. Seeing him like this, Yin Shu's anxiety about freedom was suppressed once more. She took a deep breath, looked up at Yi. All right then, how do you plan to prepare it? You want to eat it raw, will you? Yi thought for a moment and replied seriously, I will cook it. After saying that, he quickly turned around to get busy. Yin Shu watched his back, shaking her head helplessly, then looked down at her daughter in her arms. The little one was staring blankly at the shells, her little mouth slightly agape, seemingly very interested in this new thing. Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle, gently rubbing her daughter's little nose. Do you want to eat too? The little cub blinked in confusion, waving her little hand randomly, making sounds like ee as if in agreement. Yin Shu shook her head, laughing softly. I really don't know what to do with you two. While teasing her daughter, she glanced at Yi's side. Yi looked down at the shells he brought back, thought for a moment, then slightly turned his palm over, and a ball of light blue flame leaped into existence, slowly burning in his hand. Watching this scene, Yin Shu's eyelids twitched slightly. Although she already knew that Yi had changed after accepting the inheritance, she still couldn't help but feel amazed every time she saw him control such extraordinary abilities. Yi knew she was watching him. He raised his hand and waved, and the shelled meat began to float gently in mid-air, arranged neatly, being evenly roasted by the flames in his palm. The firelight reflected in his grayish-white pupils, creating shimmering patterns as he focused on controlling the heat. The shell meat gradually oozed juice under the scorching flames, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Yin Shu held her daughter, watching this scene, and for a moment, she felt a bit dazed. A man seriously working is quite handsome. If it weren't for her current situation being far from freedom, she might really mistake Yi for simply preparing her a sumptuous meal. The little cub was attracted by the aroma, unable to resist squirming, her small hands waving randomly, her grape-like eyes fixed on the floating shell meat, her little mouth making a smacking sound, as if in anticipation. Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, reaching out to lightly scratch her daughter's small nose. You look so greedy, just like your eye. Upon hearing this, I raised his eyes slightly and said seriously, She's our daughter. Yin Shu smiled and shook her head, about to say something when suddenly she heard a sizzling sound. I had already extinguished the flame, and the golden, glistening shellfish meat gently fell onto a clean stone slab. He picked a piece, blew on the steam rising from it, and then handed it to Yin Shu with a hint of rare anticipation in his tone. Shu Shu, try it. Yin Shu took it, hesitated for a moment, and then took a bite. The taste was unexpectedly tender, with a hint of light seafood flavor that wasn't overly fishy or greasy, and even had a touch of natural sweetness. She was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, It's quite delicious. Seeing her eat, I's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction, as if encouraged, and he immediately offered her another piece. Then have some more. Yin Shu couldn't help but laugh. You should feed our daughter first. She's been staring at it for a long time. I looked down, finally directing his gaze at the little cub in his arms. The little one was staring up at him with round, glistening black eyes, filled with eager anticipation. Waving its tiny hands, clearly wanting some too, I paused for a moment, then pinched off a small piece and gently placed it by the cub's lips. The little cub sniffed, then opened its mouth to take it in, but its soft little face immediately scrunched up, clearly not enjoying it. I, however, looked at her thoughtfully, his grayish-white pupils narrowing slightly as if realizing something, and he slowly spoke. She can already eat. She's growing faster than I imagined. Yin Shu's smile froze, and she looked down at her daughter in her arms, a sudden wave of unease rising in her heart. Chapter 239, Shu Shu. You really like her. Yin Shu tightened her embrace instinctively, pulling her daughter closer. She had been thinking that even though I said their daughter was growing quickly, she still felt she could hold this soft little bundle for a while longer. But now it seemed things were far more serious than she had thought. Considering I's growth rate, Would her daughter really grow up in just a few short days? Yanshu felt a bit disoriented. She had always looked forward to raising her child by hand, watching her grow day by day, from babbling to taking wobbly steps, and then calling her mother in a soft, sweet voice. But now it seemed that her expectations might never be realized. I noticed her change in mood and tilted his head slightly, speaking softly. Shoo shoo. You don't want her to grow up? Yanshu bit her lip and shook her head. It's not that I don't want her to grow up. It's just, she's still a child. I's eyes darkened momentarily. He slowly squatted down, reached out to touch their daughter's little face, and said softly, when I was young, I was also a child. Yanshu's heart trembled. I continued, but for the Moth clan, children are meant to grow up like this. His tone was calm, but within his gray-white eyes, a hint of unnoticeable repression and pain surfaced. Yanshu stared at him, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her heart. She knew I's growth was not normal and not happy. He had once been an innocent young boy, but after accepting the inheritance, he had become the person he was now. He might have long been accustomed to this way of growing up, but she didn't want her daughter to follow the same path. She gently called to him, her tone unusually serious. I don't want her to be like you. I looked up, silently observing her, his gaze complex. Yanshu took a deep breath and said firmly, she is our child. I want her to grow up slowly like a normal cub, learning to walk bit by bit, learning to speak, not like you, growing up in such a short time and losing everything. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unwavering determination. I did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked down at their daughter, gently brushing his fingers against her cheek. The little one seemed to sense the atmosphere between her parents, blinked her big, round eyes, pouted her little mouth, and suddenly burst into tears. The cry was soft and tender, but it struck right at the heart. Yanshu was startled and quickly patted her back to comfort her. Be good. Don't cry. Mommy is here. I was momentarily stunned, looking at the little cub's pitiful, scrunched-up face, and his gaze softened a bit. After a moment, he softly said, I won't let her accept the inheritance. Yanshu's eyes widened in surprise. I looked at her, his tone calm, yet serious. She is your child. He paused, then gently added, and mine too. Yanshu froze, her heart feeling as if it had been struck hard. She knew I had compromised. Yanshu looked at I, her emotions swirling in her eyes. He had always been domineering and possessive, but at this moment, he was willing to yield, willing to listen to her. She breathed a sigh of relief, looking down at the still sniffling little cub in her arms, softly cooing, Be good, Mommy is here. I sat beside her, quietly watching her soothe the child. After a while, he quietly said, Shoo shoo, you really like her. Hearing this, Yanshu couldn't help but smile, her tone gentle yet firm. Of course I like her. She's my child. How can I not like her? I was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out to gently touch the cub's forehead. The little one felt her father's touch, first stunned for a moment, then began to babble happily, her chubby little hands waving as if responding to him. She was no longer as resistant as before. I looked down at her, his gaze softening. Yanshu felt a flicker of emotion in her heart and couldn't help but ask, do you like her? I lifted his head, his gaze landing on Yanshu's face, as if he was seriously contemplating for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. I don't dislike her. Yanshu, what kind of answer is that? She couldn't help but glare at him, her tone tinged with helplessness. She is your daughter. I quietly looked at her, his thin lips slightly pursed, as if digesting this identity. After a moment, he softly replied, His gaze returned to the cub, and his grayish-white pupils narrowed slightly. She is my child, he said, his tone flat, as if stating a fact, but deep within his eyes, a flicker of subtle emotion passed by. Yanshu listened to his words, her heart suddenly softening. She knew I's concept of family was actually vague. His upbringing made him unable to express affection or understand how to like someone. Moreover, with their daughter, it was a situation where only one could survive. But at least now, he was willing to accept his child, willing to accept her existence, which was already a significant improvement. She couldn't help but softly say, Then in the future, you can't bully her. I frowned slightly, not quite understanding her meaning. Why would I bully her? Yanshu raised an eyebrow. You used to bully a Sioux and them quite a bit. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, seriously, She is cuter than a Sioux and the others. Yanshu. She couldn't help but laugh, gently rubbing the soft little head of the cub in her arms. The little one seemed to understand something, grinning widely and revealing her pink gums, happily clapping her tiny hands. I watched her, his grayish-white eyes flickering slightly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to tug up a little. In that moment, he seemed to genuinely, like this little being. Yanshu held her daughter, gently patting her little back, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. However, when she heard I mention Sue, her heart still stirred slightly. She raised her gaze to I and tentatively said, I miss the other children a bit. I's gaze, which had been focused on the cub, paused slightly. His gray-white pupils turned toward her, and his expression instantly cooled a few degrees. He remained silent for a moment, as if digesting the displeasure her words brought, and then said, They will be fine. Yanshu's heart tightened, but she still maintained a gentle demeanor on the surface. I know they will be fine, but they will miss me too. She reached out and gently held I's wrist, the warmth of her palm transmitting through his skin, her voice softer. They are my children too. I looked down at the hand she held, his fingertips slightly curling as if instinctively wanting to withdraw, but in the end, he didn't pull away. His voice was pressed low, as if suppressing something. Shu, they are not qualified to compare with me. Yanshu frowned slightly at his words. Just as she was about to say something, I suddenly reached out, pressed on the back of her neck, and gently pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head, his forehead touching hers, his voice hoarse and stubborn. Shu, you are mine. In that moment, Yanshu's heartbeat paused slightly. She clearly felt I's possessiveness in his words, along with that undeniable obsession. She knew that if she pushed any further, he would probably tighten his hold completely, not giving her a chance to breathe. So, she could only take a deep breath, try to soften her tone, gently running her fingers through his hair, her voice tender as if soothing a child. Okay, I am yours. I's arms tightened a little, as if confirming that she wasn't deceiving him. After a while, he finally murmured in response. Chapter 240. Being affectionate with Yanshu knew that if she wanted I to relent, she had to cater to his temperament. So over the past few days, she poured all her patience and tenderness into I. Even her words were exceptionally soft, occasionally gently stroking his hair, pinching his ears, and holding him as if soothing a child, repeatedly praising him. I's the best. I treats me so well, of course I like I the most. I's willing to take me out. I will definitely only listen to you. She coaxed him in a soft voice, her palm stroking his hair again and again, gently scratching behind his ear. As she watched I's gray-white pupils narrow slightly, his expression gradually relaxing, she knew in her heart. This method was effective. I initially still wore a cold expression, seemingly trying hard to maintain his refusal to agree with her, but after Yanshu had sweet-talked him over and over, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He swallowed, his voice low. Where do you want to go? Yanshu's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged his neck and nuzzled against him. I want to take her daughter out for a walk, and I also want to see the other daughters. I didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked down at her, his gray-white eyes staring at her as if pondering something. Yanshu immediately put in more effort, gently kissing his cheek, her voice sweet and soft. I's ears twitched slightly, seemingly unable to withstand her coquetry. After a moment of silence, he finally relented with a low mm. But soon, he added, You can only see them, not Sue and the others. Yanshu's smile faltered slightly, feeling a bit helpless, but she knew she couldn't push too hard, so she nodded in agreement. Okay, no seeing them. I stared at her as if confirming she wasn't lying, and after a long while, he finally relented. Then it's tomorrow. Yanshu finally breathed a sigh of relief, tightening her grip around him a little more, her lips curling into a smile as she softly said, Thank you, I looked down at her, his gaze deepening slightly, suddenly reaching out to pinch her chin, tilting it slightly to make her look up at him. His tone was ambiguous. Shu, you want to go out so much. You're not planning to escape, are you? Yanshu's heart tightened, but her smile remained unchanged. She directly kissed the corner of his lips lightly, her voice gentle and innocent. How could that be? Where I is my home. I stared into her eyes for a long time, then gently licked the corner of her lips, softly saying, It better be that way. I finally relented and let her go out, and Yanshu felt a sense of relief in her heart, but still took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, pressing her cheek against his. Her voice soft. I's the best. I's ears turned slightly red from her praise as he tightened his hold around her waist, lowering his head to rub against her cheek, his gray-white eyes slightly squinting as if in a good mood. The little cub in their arms was jostled by their movement, letting out a soft sound, nuzzling against Yanshu's chest, its little hands grabbing aimlessly, seemingly trying to express its presence. But I completely ignored her, lifting his head to bite Yanshu's earlobe, his voice low and husky. Shu, praise me more. Yanshu shrank her neck sensitively at his actions, reaching out to press on his shoulder, laughing helplessly. Don't make trouble, the baby is still here. But I didn't take care, still burrowing into her neck. His voice muffled. She is still small, doesn't T understand? Yinshu felt helpless, gently pushing his head away, her voice softer. I be good. I felt more comfortable with her soothing words, murmuring softly, finally stopping his antics, but still holding on to her tightly, as if afraid she would run away. Yinshu glanced down at her soft daughter in her arms, finding it somewhat amusing. How come both father and daughter were so clingy? The night was deep, with only the flickering firelight in the cave, casting soft shadows. Yinshu lay on the stone bed covered in animal skins, holding her soft daughter in her arms. But she just couldn't fall asleep. Thinking about finally being able to go out tomorrow, she felt a surge of anticipation, and her whole being became a bit excited. The little cub in her arms seemed to sense her emotions. The little one who had been sleeping soundly suddenly waved its little hands, excitedly twisting its body. Its dark, grape-like eyes sparkling, and a milky smile spread across its face. Yinshu looked down at her, both amused and helpless, gently patting her back, softly coaxing, "Be good, sleep. We need to have energy to play tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, a warm breath suddenly approached. An ice figure quietly leaned over, wrapping both her and their daughter in his embrace. He looked at her for a while, then suddenly lowered his head, resting his forehead against her neck, his voice carrying a lazy and hoarse tone from just waking up. Shoo, why are you still awake so late?" He paused, then slowly added, "Is it because you can go out?" Yinshu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively shook her head in denial. "How could that be? I'm just not feeling sleepy." I lightly responded with an "oh," his tone clearly disbelieving. His gray-white eyes narrowed slightly, rubbing against her neck, his voice slow and certain. "But your heartbeat is quickening." "Yinshu." She stiffened for a moment, quickly adjusting her breathing, feigning calmness as she replied, "That's because you suddenly came close and startled me." I chuckled softly, his voice deep and pleasant. "Shu is lying." Yinshu pretended not to hear, raising her hand to rub her daughter's soft little body. "All right, sleep." I stared at her profile for a while, and ultimately didn't pursue the matter any further, just holding her a little tighter, his tone slightly possessive as he whispered, "If you don't sleep soon, don't expect to go out tomorrow." Yinshu immediately closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Yi looked at her feigned obedience and let out a low laugh, feeling inexplicably pleased. He gently rubbed against her ear before finally closing his eyes, quietly holding her as they fell asleep together. Chapter 241. Her mermaid. The next day, the weather was perfect. The light outside the cave streamed in through the cracks in the rock wall, bringing a hint of brightness to this long-secluded space. Yinshu stood to the side holding her daughter, unable to help but glance at Yi with some anticipation. Today, she could finally go out. Yi seemed to be in a good mood. He glanced at her, suddenly reached out to pull her close, and skillfully lifted her onto his back. Shoo, hold tight." Yinshu was taken aback, just about to ask what he was doing when, in the next moment, Yi pushed off the ground and floated into the air. Yinshu's eyes widened in shock, instinctively tightening her arms around him. Before she could comprehend how Yi had done this, the scenery around them suddenly changed, as if she had been thrown into a world of clouds and mist. Without wings or any support, he simply pushed off lightly with his feet, and his whole body was steadily suspended in midair, able to change direction at will and moving at an astonishing speed. Yinshu looked down in shock, noticing the entire space seemed to retreat beneath them. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Yi, how did you fly?" Hearing her, Yi glanced down at her, a slight smirk on his lips. His voice laced with pride, "It's natural." Yinshu. She was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to stabilize her daughter and cautiously lean on his back. Yi noticed her movement, his gray-white eyes narrowing slightly, his tone low and pleased. Shoo, are you holding on so tight because you're afraid of falling?" Yinshu gritted her teeth. "Of course." Yi chuckled softly, no longer teasing her, instead taking her and their daughter on a leisurely journey through this enclosed space, varying their speed, making everything around them seem like it was beneath their feet, even revealing a black mist-like abyss slowly flowing below. Yinshu was captivated by this peculiar sight, her sense of shock deepening, and she couldn't help but murmur, "What is this ability of yours?" Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "It might be some kind of power from the inheritance, but I can't explain it myself." Yinshu responded with an "oh." Yi took her and their daughter on a loop through the space, moving neither too fast nor too slow, seemingly wanting Yinshu to adapt to this mode of movement. From her initial surprise, she gradually adjusted, even daring to loosen her grip slightly to observe the surroundings. Looking down, she saw a mass of carnivorous ants covering the ground like a tide, silently crawling in such a dense manner that it made her scalp tingle. However, wherever Yi passed, all the carnivorous ants would immediately stop moving, as if receiving some invisible command, all lying flat on the ground. Even not daring to move an inch, the entire scene was exceedingly bizarre. Yanshu watched this spectacle, unable to swallow, and quietly asked, "They listen to you?" Yi glanced at the motionless ants below, his gray-white eyes slightly narrowing, seemingly indifferent as he replied, "Probably." Yanshu. What kind of probably is that? It sent chills down her spine. But soon, her attention was drawn to another matter. She noticed that in this vast space, there was hardly any green. Just black-brown earth and gray rock walls, with a faint hint of damp decay in the air, like a dead wasteland. No plants, no water sources, not even a hint of life. Yen Shu frowned, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, and quietly asked, "Is it always like this here?" Yi, upon hearing this, casually glanced around before answering nonchalantly. "It wasn't like this before, but it changed later." Yen Shu was taken aback and looked up at him. "Why?" Yi didn't answer immediately, instead falling silent for a moment, before softly saying, "Perhaps because the place where they live doesn't need other lives." As he spoke, his gaze swept to the lying ants below, his tone carrying an inexplicable meaning. "They're the only creatures here." Yen Shu realized that the reason this space lacked greenery was likely because all the plants and living beings that could grow here had long been devoured by these carnivorous ants. She couldn't help but tighten her lips, glancing down at her daughter, who was wide-eyed and looking around, clearly unfamiliar with this world. She couldn't let her daughter become like this. She absolutely couldn't let her daughter accept that inheritance. Sunlight poured over the mountaintop of the Dragon Clan, the air fresh and clear, with distant mountains stretching endlessly, occasionally casting huge dragon shadows across the sky. Yi silently brought Yin Shu and their cub to this place, a gentle breeze brushing against them, carrying a light scent of grass and trees. As soon as Yin Shu steadied herself and saw the familiar territory of the Dragon Clan, her first thought was to run, but she retained her rationality and forcefully suppressed the impulse. After these days, she had come to understand that Ye's power far exceeded her comprehension. Here, he could easily take her away, and if she acted rashly, she feared he would just pull her back in the next moment, making him even more vigilant. Yin Shu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and began to search the mountaintop for her children. Just as she was about to step forward, her gaze fell on a stone platform. Her steps halted, surprise flickering in her eyes. She saw Chun. The one who should still be sleeping in the evolution pool was now sitting perfectly well on the stone platform, surrounded by several cubs, one of whom was snuggling in her arms, while a Chun gently patted the child's back, his expression gentle and peaceful. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned, instinctively quickening her pace. At the same time, a Chun seemed to sense the movement, slightly raising his head, and immediately spotted Yin Shu standing in the sunlight. A Chen's whole body stiffened for a moment, as if doubting his own eyes, his sky-blue pupils suddenly contracting. Moments later, a complex mix of shock, joy, and excitement rapidly appeared on his face. He sprang to his feet, the cub in his arms still unaware, slumping to the ground, but a Chun couldn't care less. He hurried towards Yin Shu, his steps quickening, as if afraid that everything before him was just an illusion that would vanish in the next moment. "Shu Shu." His voice was slightly strained, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement and disbelief. Yin Shu looked at him, momentarily dazed. She remembered Chen's appearance before he fell into evolution. Back then, he still had some youthful traits. Although he was already her male, he had not yet fully matured. But now, standing before her, Chun had completely transformed. He was taller than before, his features more defined and handsome, his soft sky-blue hair cascading down his shoulders, glistening delicately in the sunlight. And those sky-blue fish-like eyes were now fixed on her. He stood there, seemingly hesitant to approach, afraid that if he reached out, Yin Shu would vanish like a bubble. Yin Shu's heart softened, and she gently curled her lips, just about to say something when Chun could no longer hold back. Stepping forward and wrapping her in his arms, his movements were filled with urgency. His arms tightly wrapped around her, as if he wanted to merge her entire being with his. "Shu Shu, I miss you so much." Chen's voice was low and urgent, carrying a hint of unmasked tremor. Yin Shu was held tightly by him, momentarily speechless as she felt his familiar scent. She had finally seen one of her males again, her merman. Or should it be merman fish? Chapter 242. A change in Ye's attitude. The moment Chun suddenly embraced Yin Shu, a Yi, who was standing not far away, also moved. His gaze was fixed on the figure that had abruptly intruded into Yin Shu's embrace, and his grayish-white eyes suddenly darkened. The faint hue seemed to be swallowed by deep darkness, and his entire aura became dangerous and oppressive. The air instantly thickened. Chen's ear fins trembled, and a layer of blue light glowed around him, like ripples on the sea surface. He had just completed his evolution. His fair form was tall and straight, and his sky-blue fish eyes were gentle. At this moment, he held Yin Shu in his arms protectively around her, with a faint smile on his lips. Yi stood not far away. His grayish-white eyes narrowed, his face instantly darkened, and his thin lips curled into a cold smile. His tall figure was wrapped in beast skin, exuding a fierce aura. His possessiveness exploded. Seeing Chun holding Yin Shu ignited a dark fire in his eyes, and he suddenly charged forward. "Let her go." Ye's voice was deep, filled with anger. He took a long stride and, in the blink of an eye, was in front of Chun, his fist wrapped in a gust of wind, aimed straight at Chen's face. His movements were fierce and arrogant. "Yi, don't be impulsive," Yin Shu shouted anxiously, trying to stop him. Chen originally didn't want to move, but seeing Ye's momentum, he was also afraid he would hurt Shu. His expression darkened slightly. The blue light around him brightened. His ear fins quivered, and he released Yin Shu, his hand moving like lightning to grab Ye's fist. "Don't get excited, Yi." Chen's tone was gentle, his smile unwavering, and he blocked Ye's attack with his arm. His sky-blue eyes calmly looked at him. "You two stop." Yin Shu was anxious, rushing to the middle, waving her hands and raising her voice. "Enough." Upon hearing this, Chun retracted the blue light, relaxed his grip, took a step back, and revealed a docile smile. "All right, I'll listen to you." He stood still, lowered his head to adjust his clothing, his demeanor gentle. But Yi didn't stop. The dark fire in his eyes intensified. His grayish-white pupils narrowed to slits, his lips curled into a cold smile, and with another fist, he swung it fiercely towards Chen's chest, arrogant without bounds. "Aye." Yin Shu was furious, her expression darkening. An invisible pressure erupted. It felt like a mountain pressing down. Before Ye's fist could reach Chun, he was slammed to the ground, his knee hitting the floor with a loud thud, his tall figure forced to bow, his face contorting for a moment. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Yin Shu saw that her ability finally had an effect, staring at Yi on the ground. She rarely got angry at her males, but this time she was genuinely furious. Yi panted heavily, his knee forcefully hitting the ground. But there was no anger on his face. Instead, he seemed momentarily stunned, his grayish-white pupils slightly constricted. He raised his head to look at Yin Shu standing before him. Her aura was extraordinarily strong, and the invisible pressure around her made one unable to resist submission. In that moment, he felt his blood boiling. Surprise, excitement, even a hint of ecstasy. Aïe soudain dissimulate. His thin lips curled up slightly, his voice low and joyful, as if he had discovered something that excited him. Shu, you are so strong." Yin Shu maintained a cold expression, unwilling to pay him any mind. But Yi seemed unfazed by the fact that he was still kneeling on the ground. Instead, he looked like a beast that had found treasure. His gaze growing even hotter, and a suppressed laugh escaped his throat. Shu, how come I never noticed before?" Yi reached out, his fingers firmly gripping her ankle, rubbing against her delicate skin as if confirming her real existence. He lowered his head, his bangs slightly falling forward. In the next moment, he gently rested his forehead against her instep, his grayish-white pupils half closing, as if lost in a kind of ultimate obsession. Shu. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of satisfaction, yet also a trace of crazed affection. "You like this, it really makes me like you even more." He showed no shame, even carrying a hint of almost submissive fervor. His posture was one of willingly prostrating at her feet, just to be a bit closer to her. Yin Shu frowned, raising her foot to try to break free, but Yi gripped tighter, even planting a heated kiss on her ankle, as if to mark his territory. She looked down at him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She never expected that Yi, who had just been arrogant and fierce, would now adopt such a submissive posture, his gaze fervent to an unreasonable degree, even kissing her ankle. She was momentarily speechless and had a headache, finally taking a deep breath and gently shaking her foot, but the ankle he held remained firmly in place. Yin Shu simply gave up struggling and asked helplessly Yi, "Can you not fight? Can you communicate normally?" Upon hearing this, Yi slowly raised his head, his grayish-white pupils reflecting her face. The corners of his lips curling up slightly as he obediently replied, "Okay." Seeing that he agreed, Yinshu felt a slight relief in her heart. The moment she relaxed, the heavy pressure in the room dissipated and the air became smooth again. Yi still knelt on the ground, his hand still gripping her ankle. But he looked noticeably more relaxed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if he was obediently following her orders. Yinshu looked down at him, her wariness not completely gone. After all, this guy's personality was indeed hard to predict. Just moments ago, he was arrogant and ready to fight a Chun, and now he was acting like this, even agreeing so readily, which made her feel a bit uneasy. She frowned. "Really okay?" Yi squinted his eyes, looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile, his fingers lightly rubbing her ankle once again, and he said in a low voice, "Shu, are you looking at me like this? Doubting me?" Yinshu's heart jumped at the way he called her Shu. The sensation at her ankle making her feel a bit ticklish, wanted to pull back, but Yi seemed to have sensed her intention, tightening his grip slightly, leaving her no escape. She stared into his grayish-white eyes, her gaze slightly heavy. "Yes, I am doubting you." Yi, upon hearing this, seemed amused, letting out a low laugh. "Shu, you always don't believe me." His tone carried a hint of grievance, yet the curve of his lips remained, as if he found her wariness quite enjoyable. "Clearly, I'm so good to you." Yinshu ignored his nonsense, just looking at his smiling face, increasingly feeling that something was off. This guy, did he really agree so easily not to fight a Chun? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Yi suddenly release her ankle and stand up, his figure flashing as he directly closed the distance to her. Shu. He leaned slightly forward, both hands propping up on either side of her, trapping her firmly in his embrace, his breath almost brushing against her ear, his voice low and lingering. "I'm so obedient. Shouldn't you reward me?" "Yinshu." She frowned, just about to push him away, when Yi added with a laugh, "After all, I've been holding back for you. It's been really hard." His tone seemed to carry a hint of hidden dissatisfaction, his gaze deep, as if he could bite at any moment. Yinshu felt trapped and helpless, just wanted to tell him not to mess around. But then she heard a cool voice from his side. "Don't you think you're too close?" A Chen's cold voice rang out, his sky-blue fish eyes slightly narrowing. Chapter 243. You can't be biased. Yi turned his head, his gray-white eyes slightly squinting. The smile at the corner of his lips remained, but it carried a hint of coldness, even a faint sense of danger. "Too close?" He repeated it with a half-smile, his gaze slowly sweeping over Ah-chun. His tone casual. "Ah-chun, are you managing me?" Ah-chun was not intimidated by the threat in his tone. He continued to look at him coldly, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable warning. "I just don't like seeing someone pressuring Shu." "Pressuring?" Yi let a light scoff, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Shu has never refused me." "Yinshu." She looked at Yi speechlessly. What exactly did this guy see that made him think she hadn't refused? She clearly wanted to push him away just now. Seeing her silent, Yi glanced down at her again, his tone carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. "Shu, you can't be biased." "Yinshu." Where did she show bias? Ah-chen's gaze darkened slightly, and he spoke softly. "If you knew the boundaries, you would know not to force Shu." "Knowing the boundaries?" Yi chuckled lightly, his tone still nonchalant, but his eyes had completely turned cold. He slowly straightened up, looking down at Ah-chun, the smile fading from his lips, replaced by a dangerous sharpness. "Ah-chun, do you think you can order me around?" Two invisible auras clashed in the air. Yinshu stood between them, feeling the obvious tension. Unable to endure it any longer, she raised her hand and pressed it against Yi's chest, pushing him back a bit, frowning. "Enough, didn't you say you would take me out to sea? What are you doing now?" Yi looked down at her, the coldness in his eyes slightly receding, as if he had temporarily sheathed his sharp claws. But the smile at the corner of his lips remained. "If Shu doesn't like it, of course, I will listen to you." Yinshu pressed her lips together, warning him, "Then behave." Yi smiled ambiguously, lazily taking a half-step back, yet still standing beside her, showing no intention of creating distance. Seeing this, Ah-chen's eyes shifted slightly, but he ultimately said nothing more. He just looked at Yinshu, his tone softening a bit. "Shu, where had you been these past few days?" It felt a bit like a question he already knew the answer to. As Yinshu was about to speak, Yi suddenly leaned closer. Before she could react, his tall figure was already pressing against her shoulder, rubbing against her in a somewhat spoiled manner. "Where else could I go?" Yi chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of laziness. "Of course, I'm with you every day." "Yinshu." She turned her head to glance at him, only to find Ayez's excessively handsome face so close, his gray-white pupils reflecting her figure. With a hint of triumph in the smile at his lips, her mouth twitched slightly as she reached out to push his head away. Don't, every day. I'm right by your side. Ayi was quicker than her, rubbing against her again, his tone subtly revealing a hint of spoiled dissatisfaction. But Shu, aren't you a little dishonest? We just came out, and you don't want to admit it? Shu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Meanwhile, Chun's expression noticeably darkened, his sky-blue eyes deepened, and his gaze at Ayi carried a hint of hidden displeasure. The atmosphere became subtly quiet for a moment. Shu felt she had to interrupt Ayez's nonsensical behavior. So she raised her hand to press his face, pushing his head back slightly, warning him, "Stop it." Ayi was forced to lean back a bit, but didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled softly. He then rubbed against her palm, lazily stepping back half a step, yet still standing beside her, without any intention of creating distance. Seeing this, Chen's gaze deepened even more, but ultimately he didn't bring it up at this moment. Instead, he looked at Shu, his tone gentle. Shu, let us go see the daughter. You must want to see her too." Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and moved forward. Ayi leisurely followed behind her, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Shu arrived beside the cradle. There were several small cradles woven from soft animal skins and vines. Her daughters were lying inside. Unlike Ayi's daughter, they had clearly not grown enough to run around, still looking like infants. Their tiny bodies were wrapped in soft fabric, their fair faces carrying the unique softness and innocence of babies, with long eyelashes, quietly lying there like a group of unhatched little beast cubs. Only Aling and Chen's daughter looked slightly bigger. As if sensing something, the few children in the cradle suddenly opened their eyes. Their pupils were clear and bright, blinking at Shu, who was standing not far away, stunned for a moment, and then Wuwa. The little ones almost simultaneously became excited, their rosy little hands waving chaotically, struggling to sit up, calling out in baby voices. Although they couldn't form complete sentences, their crisp voices were filled with joy and dependence. They recognized their mother. Some of the little ones couldn't help but stretch out their hands, opening their arms towards Shu, their little faces turning red, making urgent sounds as if urging her to come over and hug them quickly. Shu's heart trembled. In that instant, all her longing and concern were ignited. She almost instinctively walked towards the cradle, reaching out to gently pick up one little one who was anxiously stretching out her small hands, pulling her into her arms. The moment the daughter was lifted, she quieted down, her tiny hands tightly gripping Shu's clothing, her soft cheek rubbing against her shoulder, letting out a satisfied murmur. Shu looked down at her, her heart softening completely. Her daughters, she finally saw them. Ayi looked at her daughters, his expression not looking too good. But he ultimately didn't say anything at Shu's happiest moment. Moreover, he also had two children. The little one hanging on Shu's chest froze for a moment, then furrowed her brows, her chubby little face puffing up. She tilted her head to look at her mother, then at the child next to her who was also being held, as if she finally realized something. Mom has more than just her. This realization made her gaze instantly turn resentful, her little mouth pouting, staring at her mother with a wronged expression. Her tiny fingers tightened around Shu's clothing, as if confirming her position was still secure. Shu was immersed in the warmth of reuniting with her daughters, and for a moment didn't notice the change in the little one in her arms' emotions until she felt the fabric of her clothes being pulled tighter. She looked down in confusion. Then she saw her youngest daughter's face scrunching up as if she was about to cry. The little one finally couldn't hold back, suddenly opening her mouth, making a milk-soft voice that seemed to accuse her of bias, also declaring her presence. Shu. She found it amusing and reached out to touch her soft little head, about to comfort her. But at that moment, Ayi suddenly chuckled softly, lazily speaking. Tsk, it seems she is not very happy. Shu raised her head and indeed saw Ayi standing beside, squinting his eyes at them, his tone casual, but there was a hint of ambiguous emotion flashing in his gray-white eyes. Chapter 244. Competing for favor, Shu was slightly taken aback, looking down at the little one in her arms. She found that although her mouth was pouting and she looked like she was about to cry, her little hands were still tightly gripping her clothes, clearly showing deep reliance on her. She couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted, gently patting her back and softly comforting, "Little one, why are you suddenly unhappy? Isn't mommy always here?" The little one grunted and wiggled her body, clearly dissatisfied with this answer, but upon seeing Yin Shu's complete attention on her, she felt a bit more at ease. Yi noticed this and inexplicably curved his lips, seemingly quite satisfied with his daughter's reaction. However, Yin Shu ignored him and looked at the other children instead. The children were not raised by her personally, and due to the traditions of their world, they couldn't have their official names until they turned 1 year old, so none of them had formal names yet. However, they all had nicknames. Su's child was named Little Fox because she was born with a pair of fluffy fox ears. Even in her infant form, those little ears always moved flexibly, looking particularly clever. Ling's child was named Little Snake, a name he chose himself for a simple reason. The child's tail, like his, was a small white snake. Though still an infant, that little tail could already restlessly sway in the cradle. As for Chen's child, she was named Little Fish because she was born with a layer of light blue scales that shimmered under the sun, resembling the purest blue waters of the ocean. Chun held her with an extremely gentle expression and unhesitatingly gave her this name. Yin Shu looked at them and felt a bit guilty. She had missed this period of their growth, and even their names were chosen by their fathers. Thinking of this, she let out a soft sigh, reached out to stroke Little Fox's head, tapped Little Snake's nose, and finally held Little Fish in her arms, softly saying, "Mommy is back." The children clearly didn't understand her words, but instinctively felt her emotions, all opening their arms and leaning towards her, as if wanting to respond to her embrace in their own way. Yin Shu's eyes slightly warmed, and she gently hugged them a bit tighter. Standing aside, Yi squinted his eyes, watching her get close to the children of other men, a hint of displeasure flickering in his gaze. However, he ultimately did not break the atmosphere at that moment. Instead, he slowly curved his lips and suddenly said, Shu, what about our daughter?" Yin Shu was taken aback, looking down at the little one still lying in her arms, looking unhappy. Yi leaned closer and said in a low, husky voice, "The little one still doesn't have a name. You wouldn't want her to be nameless forever, would you? Shouldn't it be you, as her father, who names her?" Hearing this, Ye's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if her words pleased him greatly. He leaned in closer, his gray-white pupils fixed on her, his low voice rolling from deep in his chest, carrying a hint of pressure. Shu, you said it." Yin Shu frowned. The little one in her arms suddenly moved slightly, her small hand grasping at her clothes, her soft cheek rubbing against her as if seeking comfort. Her heart softened, and she lowered her head to gently pat the child's back, her tone becoming a bit gentler. "You could decide, just don't choose a name that's too unpleasant." Yi watched her soothing the little one, and his gaze suddenly softened for a moment. "Since she's our daughter," he murmured seriously, "let's call her Yishu." Yin Shu froze, looking up at him, just about to say something when she met his eyes filled with possessiveness and satisfaction, her heart inexplicably racing. "What do you think?" Ye's lips curled slightly, his tone deep and gentle. "Isn't it nice?" Yin Shu came to her senses, lightly cleared her throat, averted her gaze, not wanting to meet his burning eyes again. "It's okay." Her voice was a bit faint, yet it couldn't hide the subtle softness in her tone. Yi, hearing this, smiled even more deeply, a low chuckle escaping his throat, deep and pleasant. "Okay? Shu, you may say it coldly, but your heart has agreed." Yin Shu was too lazy to respond to him, continuing to gently pat the little one in her arms. The little cub seemed to have taken a liking to the name Yishu, letting out a soft whimper, as if in response. "Did you hear that? She likes this name too." Yi leaned in, his voice low and teasingly ambiguous. Yin Shu frowned, looking up and glaring at him. "Stay away." Yi, however, was not annoyed. Instead, he laughed more freely, gently poking the little cub's nose, his voice softening to a tone unlike the earlier arrogance. "Yishu, be good. Remember, this is the name your mother agreed to." Yin Shu pushed him away speechlessly, shifting with the child to the side. Yi, however, seemed completely unfazed, his gaze fixed on her and the child, filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. Chun stood aside, his expression slightly darkening. He instinctively glanced at his daughter, a hint of displeasure appearing in his eyes. Originally, he had always thought the name he chose for the child was gentle and suitable. But now hearing the name Yishu, he felt it somehow lacked appeal. Why hadn't he thought to include the character Shu in the name? He cleared his throat, his gaze unconsciously landing on Yin Shu's face, the tenderness in his eyes replaced by a hint of obsession, softly saying, Shu. Yin Shu, still immersed in Ye's inexplicable possessiveness lingering in the air, instinctively looked up when she heard Chun calling her. Chen's voice was warm, but carried a hint of seriousness. "Our daughter's name should also include the character Shu." As soon as this was said, Ayez's previously proud expression froze for a moment, his gaze instantly cooling, his gray-white pupils narrowing slightly, as if provoked. Yanshu was somewhat speechless at this sudden competition, letting out a soft sigh. Can you all stop making naming sound like a competition? Achun, however, remained gentle, his gaze calm as the sea, softly saying, No. Shushu, I just think she's our daughter, and this name should leave a trace of you. Ayi let out a cold laugh, a sneer filled with sarcasm. The air suddenly became tense, as if it would explode in the next second. Yanshu rubbed her temples, unable to bear it any longer. You all just shut up. When it comes to names, let's not argue. Chapter 245. Who does Shushu prefer more? Hearing this, Ayi narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't make any more sarcastic remarks, there was clearly a hint of dissatisfaction in his black and white eyes. Achun, however, smiled gently and took a step back, seemingly truly heeding her words. Yanshu took a deep breath, rubbing the little one's head in her arms, feeling her nuzzle against her dependently, her mood settling a bit. This naming issue really couldn't be rushed. After all, this was a lifetime title, and it couldn't be casually decided just because of the competition between these two males. Once she grows a bit more, I will think about it slowly. Yanshu said firmly, no one is allowed to rush. Ayi tilted his head, his lips slightly curling, as if smiling but not quite. All right, then let's wait until Shushu thinks of one. Achun nodded, still gentle in his gaze, softly saying, Yes, no rush. Shushu can take her time. Yanshu glanced at them, feeling that their overly agreeable responses gave her an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, he lazily added, But before you come up with one, she still needs a title, right? Achun gently echoed, Indeed. A temporary title is still necessary. Yanshu. She looked at the two males who were singing in harmony and felt utterly speechless. They were clearly arguing in a roundabout way. But then she glanced down at the round, sparkling eyes in her arms, her heart softened. After a moment's thought, she casually said, Let's call her Xiao Yi for now. As soon as she finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. Achun. Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness quickly appearing in his eyes, and a lazy yet flamboyant smile spread across his face, as if his mood had instantly improved. Shushu, you really are biased towards me. Yanshu suddenly came to her senses, realizing that the nickname she had just casually given, Xiaoyi, wasn't that Ayez's name? She had just blurted it out without thinking. Yanshu immediately saw Achun's aggrieved expression. His sky-blue, fish-like eyes drooped slightly, and he looked a bit forlorn, like a discarded little animal. He gently pressed his lips together and said softly, Shushu, I thought, at least it should have a bit of your shadow. Yanshu. She really hadn't thought that much. She had just looked at her daughter's soft and beautiful appearance and said it without thinking. But now, seeing Achun like this, she felt a bit guilty. And this guy was quite relaxed, lazily leaning against the side with a smile that couldn't be hidden, looking like a sly fox who had taken advantage. Well, Xiao Yi does indeed suit her. Yanshu. Can this guy stop being so natural about it? She felt a bit of a headache and turned to Achun while holding the little one, trying to make amends. Achun, I was just joking. Do you believe me? Achun blinked, his expression softening a bit, but he still seemed somewhat unwilling. But your first reaction was to say that name Yanshu. Why are these males so difficult to appease? Just as she was racking her brain on how to smooth things over, she saw Yi leisurely leaning against the side, adding fuel to the fire. There's no helping it. Who told Shushu to like me more? Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of my name first. Achun's gaze instantly turned cold. The next moment, bang, Achun didn't hesitate to swing his tail. The water light flashed, and it accurately smashed toward Yi. Yi had long been prepared and nimbly jumped aside, squinting his eyes with a smile. Are you angry? You can also let Shushu call you Xiao Chun, but... He paused, the curve of his lips deepening. Shushu definitely wouldn't be willing. You. Achun's face darkened completely, the water light swirling around him, hinting at a rising storm. Yanshu was getting a headache, holding the child in one hand and rubbing her forehead with the other, tiredly saying, If you two keep arguing, I'm just going to randomly come up with another name and settle it right now. This statement was indeed effective. Ayez's smile froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Achun also stiffened, the anger in his eyes somewhat restrained. Seeing this, Yanshu finally breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take the opportunity to change the topic. All right, we'll talk about names later. For now, let's take a look at the kids. She looked down at the little one in her arms, gently ruffling her soft hair, her voice softening a bit. Little fish. Call mommy. Little May was being rubbed comfortably and let out a giggle, trying to say something, babbling for a long time. Yin Shu's heart melted, and she couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Meanwhile, the two males standing beside her, one had a gloomy expression, while the other looked smug. But in any case, it was finally quiet for the time being. Yin Shu was determined to keep these two males from arguing any further. She pushed aside Yi, who was still leisurely watching the fun, and placed Xiao Yi in his arms, her tone decisive. All right, since you're so pleased with yourself, take good care of the child. Yi was taken by surprise with the sudden addition of the child, raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked down at Xiao Yi, who was also staring at him with her round eyes, her little pink mouth opening wide as she directly bit his arm. Yi, forget it. Shu really likes this child. He lazily held the little one and smiled at Yin Shu. Don't worry, Shu, I will take good care of our child. Yin Shu felt her ears heat up, too lazy to respond to him, and directly took Chen's hand to walk outside. Chen was somewhat surprised by her sudden pull, his sky-blue, fish-like eyes flashing, but he didn't resist. Instead, he obediently followed her outside. Once they were completely out of Ye's sight, Yin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to face Chen and seriously explained, Chen, I really didn't mean to name our daughter Xiao Yi. I just said it casually. I absolutely didn't mean to show favoritism. As she spoke, she reached out to hold Chen's arm, trying to soothe him. Chen quietly looked at her, his sky-blue eyes reflecting her figure. He actually wasn't angry anymore. After all, he had never been one to like competing. But Yin Shu was trying to comfort him, which made his heart tremble slightly. She was actively soothing him. Chen's heartbeat became a bit chaotic. He originally wanted to remain reserved for a little longer, but as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly asked in a low voice, Shu then? Can my daughter be called Xiao Shu? Yin Shu was taken aback. She looked at Chen in front of her, noticing the clear tension on his exquisitely handsome face, and the anticipation in his eyes was almost overflowing. Seeing Chen show such an expression made her heart feel as if it had been plucked at. She smiled gently and blinked. Xiao Shu? Chen quickly nodded, holding her hand tightly, his gaze serious yet cautious. Shu, I hope her name has a bit of your shadow. His voice was soft, carrying a sense of reverence, as if she were a part of him, and also yours. Yin Shu felt herself soften at his words, lightly sighing and nodding. All right. Then let's call her Xiao Shu. Chen was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't expected her to agree so quickly. Then a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He tightly held Yin Shu's hand, as if wanting to share this joy with her. His voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Shu, thank you. Yin Shu couldn't help but laugh at his expression, gently patting the back of his hand. Silly. Chen looked at her, his thin lips curving slightly, the tenderness in his eyes almost turning into a shimmering light. Chapter 246. Then you touch me. Yin Shu looked at the smile on Chen's face, the softness in her heart still lingering, and suddenly thought of something. Frowning as she asked, what about Su and the others? I haven't seen them since I came back. It had been quite a while since she returned. But apart from Chen and Yi, she hadn't seen any of her other males. Chen paused slightly upon hearing her words, then replied gently, they all went out looking for you. Yin Shu was taken aback, her heart tightening. Looking for me? Chen nodded, his gaze warm, yet holding a hint of helplessness. During the time you were gone, they went out looking for you every day. Yin Shu's fingertips curled slightly. Her heart gripped tightly. She knew it. If she wasn't around, they definitely wouldn't stay calm. They were looking for her, searching for her every day. Thinking of this, Yin Shu felt a bit of moisture at the tip of her nose, her hand instinctively tightening as she said softly, silly. Chen gently enveloped her hand, his voice still gentle. We are your males, Shu. Just like him, how could they really stay put? Yin Shu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the emotions surging in her heart. Meanwhile, Chen explained why he hadn't gone out. The child needs someone to look after her, so I stayed behind. He raised his hand and gently brushed against Yin Shu's hair, his sky-blue eyes filled with warmth. We discussed it. Everyone takes turns. When Su and the others go to find you, I'll stay here to watch the kids. Yin Shu was taken aback, as if something in her heart had been violently hit. During the time she was away, her male companions had spent it this way, taking turns to find her and taking turns to stay home to care for the children. Her throat tightened, and after a long time, she whispered, it's all my fault. Chen gently squeezed her hand, his fingertips softly rubbing her palm. His voice low and tender. It's not your fault, Shu. Yin Shu looked down at her hand enveloped in his, feeling increasingly distressed. But you didn't leave on purpose. Chen looked at her, his sky-blue eyes still warm, and you didn't want to come back. He understood her personality. If she could return, she definitely wouldn't have waited until now. But we waited too long. Chen's voice paused slightly, a hint of restrained emotion appearing in his eyes. Yin Shu's heart trembled violently. She knew they had waited too long. Hadn't she? Her eyelashes fluttered, she opened her mouth, and finally she whispered, "I'm sorry." Chen looked at her, suddenly chuckling softly, his tone gentle yet a bit helpless. Shu, you don't need to apologize to us. We just want you back." The bitterness in Yin Shu's heart surged instantly, and she bit her lip, lowering her eyes to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, Chen didn't push her to say anything more. He just tightened his grip on her hand slightly and asked softly, "So, do you want to stay now?" His voice carried a hint of nervousness, and despite his efforts to suppress it, Yin Shu still heard it. She raised her eyes to look at him, meeting his uncertain sky-blue gaze. She sighed softly, reached out to hold Chen's hand in return, and spoke earnestly, "Yes, I'm back. Now that she was here, how could she leave with Yi?" Chen was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to answer so decisively. The next second, a ripple of joy and excitement appeared in his eyes, as if the tension, unease, and restraint had all transformed into uncontainable happiness. Shu. He called her name softly, his voice wrapped in a gentle tide, trembling slightly. Yin Shu felt a bit choked up under his gaze. She nodded gently, her voice soft. "Yes, I won't leave again." Chen's breath hitched, and then he suddenly tightened his arms, pulling her tightly into his embrace. His hug was still as warm as ever, carrying a hint of a shallow sea breeze and a reassuring familiarity. Yin Shu felt a bit breathless from his embrace. Gently furrowing her brows and patting his back, "Chen, let me hold you for a while." Chen's voice was low and muffled, as if he was trying to suppress something. Yin Shu paused, but ultimately didn't push him away. She knew Chen really missed her. Just then, a lazy voice mixed with impatience rang out from a distance. "Have you hugged enough?" Yin Shu's body stiffened for a moment, and Chen's movements also paused slightly. They turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw Yi had come out at some point. He was leaning against the side with his arms crossed. His gray-white eyes narrowed slightly, lazily staring at the two, his emotions inscrutable. Yi's gaze lingered on their intertwined hands for a moment, and the coldness in his eyes deepened subtly. He slowly withdrew his gaze, the corner of his mouth still holding a smirk. But his tone was far from pleasant. Shu, it's not nice to hide outside and whisper to him, "I'm not happy." Yin Shu. This was hardly just not happy. He was practically overflowing with jealousy. Chen slightly furrowed his brows, but didn't explain further. He only tightened his grip on Yin Shu's hand and calmly said, "We're just discussing something important." Yi scoffed, lazily walking over with a natural aggressiveness, slowly and unavoidably inserting himself between the two, reaching out to pull Yin Shu into his embrace. "So, can we go back now?" Yin Shu stumbled from his sudden movement, instinctively raising her hand to support herself against his chest, her eyes meeting his deep gray-white pupils. Yi looked down at her, his emotions repressed and dangerous, as if brewing some dissatisfaction. He leaned in slightly, close to her ear, and complained in a low, husky voice, Shu, you came with me first. How can you be holding hands with someone else in the blink of an eye?" His tone was a bit aggrieved, mixed with dissatisfaction and jealousy, like a large beast guarding its territory, with a clear possessiveness in his eyes. Yin Shu rubbed her temples, feeling a bit helpless. "Don't make a scene." Yi looked at her, his gray-white eyes blinking as if seriously contemplating for a moment. Then he suddenly leaned down and gently rubbed his head against her palm, mumbling in a muffled tone, "Then you should pet me, Yin Shu." Chun. The air seemed to fall into an awkward silence. Chapter 247. Controlling Yi, Yin Shu momentarily didn't react, even thinking she misheard. She frowned and looked at Yi, who appeared completely nonchalant, even grabbing her hand and slowly placing it on his head, rubbing against it slightly, his tone lazy and aggrieved. "Didn't you just pet him? Now you should pet me too, Yin Shu." Chun. The atmosphere was once again strange. Yin Shu couldn't help but retract her hand, feeling exasperated. "Are you a little beast that needs petting?" Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, casually saying, "Then what else? How about a kiss, Yin Shu?" Chen's expression immediately darkened. Yi, however, remained oblivious, even pressing further, slightly leaning in and whispering in her ear, Shu, you can't be biased." Yin Shu facepalmed, feeling her patience was almost worn thin by this guy. She took a deep breath and simply reached out to ruffle Yi's hair, casually tousling his soft black locks, her tone dismissive. "Is that enough?" Yi's eyes suddenly froze. He looked at her, seemingly not expecting her to actually do that. After a 2-second pause, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of unmasked delight. That's acceptable, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist, fully pulling her into his embrace, as if he had finally found his place, clearly in a much better mood than before. Chun stood by, watching the interaction between the two, a coldness flashing in his eyes, but ultimately, he was afraid of making Yin Shu angry and said nothing. Yin Shu knew Ye's temperament well, realizing that once he started throwing a tantrum, it was really hard to appease him, so she sighed and patted his arm. All right, stop messing around, let's go back. Only then did Yi contentedly let her go, but just as he turned around, he glanced at Chun thoughtfully, a meaningful smile creeping onto his lips. By the way, Shu, you were just whispering with him. Yin Shu. Yi, however, didn't continue, instead lazily stretching and taking Yin Shu's hand to walk back, clearly in a much better mood than before. Chun watched their retreating figures, his gaze darkening slightly. But in the end, he said nothing and followed slowly. Yin Shu told Chun to go call Su and the others back. Since she was here, there was no need to search outside. Chun's gaze flickered between Yin Shu and Yi for a moment before finally settling on Yin Shu, an underlying hint of unease in his eyes. He didn't agree immediately, but said softly, Shu, I'll go call them over. What about you? Clearly, he was worried about something, even instinctively stepping forward as if to block her from eye. Yin Shu could see his concerns. She sighed lightly, reached out to hold Aiken's wrist, and spoke seriously, Aiken, I won't leave. I will wait for them here. Aiken's sky blue eyes trembled slightly, as if he wanted to confirm again. Really? Yin Shu nodded, her tone firm. Really? Aiken was silent for a moment, but eventually relaxed his clenched fist, gave her a deep look, and turned to leave. However, just a few steps out, Ice's voice lazily floated into the air, tinged with a hint of disdain. So obedient. Yin Shu frowned at his words and turned to him. Don't mess around. I leaned against the side with his arms crossed, his gray-white eyes watching her lazily. A faint smile on his lips. Why would I mess around? Shu, you promised him you would wait obediently. Yin Shu always felt something was off about his words. But before she could speak again, I had already reached out to grab her wrist, pulling her into his embrace with an air of entitlement. But you also promised me that you were just here to see the child. You've already seen the child. I chuckled softly, his tone casual, but with an undeniable meaning, as if he wasn't here to meet those bothersome males. Yin Shu immediately understood. I had never intended to let her stay from the start. She turned her head to look at him, and sure enough, she met his gray-white eyes, which were murky and carried a hint of danger. Yin Shu sighed lightly, reached up to ruffle his hair, as if comforting a little beast. Stop it. But I was not swayed, even grabbing her hand tightly, his tone somewhat muffled. Stop? I just don't want you to be entangled with them. Yin Shu frowned slightly, about to say something, but I suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear. Or do you actually want to stay? Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Seeing her silent, Ice's smile faded a little, and his gaze deepened. Shu, you haven't answered me yet. Yin Shu took a deep breath and pushed him away. I didn't come just to see the child and leave. I want to stay. Before she could finish, I abruptly picked her up, lifting her off the ground without warning. She instinctively grabbed his collar, her brow furrowing. I looked down at her, his expression calm. But you promised me you were only here to see the child. Yin Shu was momentarily speechless. She indeed said that. I chuckled lightly, walking steadily outside, showing no intention of letting her struggle. Yin Shu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She knew this guy would never let her stay easily. Her gaze instantly turned cold as she sternly ordered. I let go. As soon as the words fell, the pressure in the air suddenly intensified, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on Ice's body stiffened slightly. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his gray-white pupils constricted slightly. He let out a muffled grunt, seemingly feeling uncomfortable under the sudden pressure. Even so, his grip on her wrist remained tight, showing no sign of loosening. Instead, he curled his lips and chuckled. Shu, you're getting more and more ruthless with me. Yin Shu snorted coldly. Taking advantage of the moment when he was briefly subdued by the pressure, she moved quickly, breaking free from his embrace and stepping back a few paces, completely shaking off his restraint. She looked down at her hands, then at I, slightly furrowing her brows. Yin Shu was indeed becoming more familiar with her abilities and could now control them freely. She could even suppress I accurately in a short time. This eased her mind a bit. Meanwhile, I stood in place, looking down at his empty palm, the smile on his lips fading, and the depths of his gray-white eyes darkening, as if hiding some emotion. He slowly raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked at her, seemingly dissatisfied, yet also vaguely carrying a hint of grievance. Chapter 248. Eye's Transformation History. Yin Shu steadied herself, coldly looking at Eye, her tone leaving no room for argument. Stop messing around. I narrowed his eyes, chuckled softly, as if somewhat unconvinced, but ultimately did not make another move. He slowly retracted his hand, looking at her with a hoarse voice. Shu, do you not even want to let me touch you now? Yin Shu did not want to engage in his provocation, simply replied calmly. I said I wouldn't leave. Aiken has already gone to call Sue and the others. If you're done making a scene, then behave yourself. I stared at her for a while, the corners of his lips slightly lifting, lazily saying, behave? You know I never behave. Yin Shu didn't want to waste more words with him, directly turning to walk into the room, preparing to wait for Sue and the others to return. But as soon as she took a step, I suddenly said softly, Shu, have you ever thought about me? Her steps paused slightly. Seeing her stop, Ice's expression deepened as he took a few steps closer, speaking in a low voice. Do you know how I've been without you? His voice no longer carried a playful tone, but instead had an indescribable emotion, as if a long-repressed storm was finally revealing a hint of its true waves at this moment. Yin Shu lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. I know. You know? I chuckled softly, the emotions in his eyes murky. Shu, if you really knew, you wouldn't treat me like this now. Yin Shu pressed her lips together, remaining silent, only clenching her fists and continuing to walk forward, not wanting to continue this topic. I did not stop her again, just stood in place, watching her back, his gray-white pupils deep enough to seem as if they could swallow everything. Suddenly, he caught up with Yin Shu and forcefully grabbed her arm. Yin Shu sighed, thinking he was going to force her to leave again. She should have known better than to release the pressure. Before she realized it, everything around her changed completely. It was no longer the familiar room, but a dark and oppressive space, filled with a heavy smell of blood that made it hard to breathe. Eerie slithering sounds echoed around her, like some creature writhing and lowly screeching, full of danger. Her nerves instantly tensed, and she jerked her arm free from Ice's grasp, stepping back cautiously, scanning her surroundings. She said coldly, suppressing the agitation and unease in her heart. Where have you brought me? I stood not far away, his gray-white eyes appearing particularly cold in the darkness. He watched her for a moment before slowly saying, This is where I stayed after I disappeared. Yin Shu frowned slightly, not rushing to speak, but carefully observing her surroundings. The ground was damp, as if soaked in blood, and she could even see some broken bones. The air was filled with a strong stench of decay, making it hard to hold her breath. The slithering sounds continued, as if countless creatures lurking in the dark were stirring, waiting for the right moment to act. Yin Shu's heart sank. This place was too eerie. She squinted her eyes, looking at Eye, and asked in a deep voice, What exactly do you want? I looked at her, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, but that smile contained a chilling coldness. He spoke softly, Shu, you said you understood my feelings, but do you really understand? He spoke as he slowly raised his hand. A cold wind swept past, and Yin Shu felt something wrap around her ankle. She looked down, and her pupils suddenly constricted. There was a pitch-black and sinister tentacle, gradually emerging from the darkness, tightly coiling around her ankle, writhing and tightening, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. A jolt ran through Yin Shu's heart, and she quickly raised her hand to try to break free, but the dark tentacle was wrapped too tightly, exuding a chilling aura, dragging her slowly toward the abyss of darkness. Her body plummeted rapidly. The smell of blood around her became increasingly overpowering, and the whispering sounds grew clearer, as if countless tiny creatures were murmuring, gnawing, wildly proliferating in this darkness. In an instant, she thought she would be completely engulfed. But the next second, the scene suddenly changed. The suffocating darkness retreated abruptly, and the image before her reappeared, Yin Shu's feet finally touching the ground. However, this scene made her gasp in shock. She finally saw the source of the whispering. Carnivorous ants. Thick swarms of carnivorous ants covered the entire ground, writhing and climbing, leaving no bones behind in their wake. But what truly shocked Yin Shu was the massive white figure surrounded by the ants. It was a white pupa. The enormous body stood silently in place, as if fixed, allowing the carnivorous ants to swarm over it, frantically tearing at its flesh. Piece by piece, blood splattered, carrying a heavy, fishy odor, as the flesh of the pupa was gnawed away, revealing its stark white bones. Yin Shu's pupils constricted, her heart racing. She recognized what it was, a pupa. But why wasn't it moving? Why was it standing there, allowing itself to be devoured? Before she could ponder further, Aye's voice whispered in her ear, carrying a strange, light laugh. Shu, do you know, sometimes rebirth is also a complete destruction. Shu suddenly turned around, and Aye's face was inches away, his grayish-white pupils deep like a stagnant pool, reflecting her shocked expression. His smile was faint, but his voice was chillingly deep, as if it could penetrate the marrow. For transformation, some things must be torn apart, along with the soul. She instinctively clenched her fist, her gaze returning to the pupa. The carnivorous ants, like tireless demons, were frantically gnawing at the massive body, while the pupa remained motionless, as if it had long given up struggling. Why wasn't Tia resisting? Shu's voice was tense, her heart feeling as if it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Aye suddenly leaned in closer, his voice low like a whisper, carrying a hint of pathological obsession. Because it knows resisting is meaningless. If it wants to be reborn, it must accept being completely destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, the white pupa's body suddenly convulsed violently. Crack. Fine cracks spread across its body, and beneath the intertwining image of blood and bones, it seemed something terrifying was breaking free from the cocoon. The cracks rapidly spread, like a spider web covering the entire body of the pupa. Chunks of flesh mixed with broken bones fell to the ground, creating a dull sound. The intense smell of blood instantly filled the air, almost making one gag. But Shu couldn't take her eyes off it. In the next moment it moved. The once rigid body of the pupa suddenly trembled slightly. The sound of cracking bones danced like a torrential rain hitting a stone slab. Chapter 249 Ahye. I'm sorry. The pupa convulsed violently. Thick blood seeping from the cracks, dripping onto the ground, splattering with scarlet spots. Shu's heart tightened suddenly, realizing this was not an ordinary monster. That was Aye. She finally recognized it. The curvature of the bones, the twisted, struggling posture, all bore the traces of Aye's true form. But now he was being torn apart. The carnivorous ants surged like a heavy black tide, continuously devouring that massive body. Large chunks of flesh were gnawed away, revealing stark white skeletons. Blood gushing like a fountain from the gaping wounds, the stench so strong it was nauseating. Crack! A rib was forcefully torn out, accompanied by a spine-tingling sound of shattering. Aye's body trembled slightly, even though he was as massive as a mountain, and even though the carnivorous ants were merely ant-like beings at this moment. They had become the grim reapers of the devouring giant. He seemed to be enduring excruciating pain, but did not let out a single scream. Shu. Blood poured from his cracked mouth, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible, yet still carrying that obsessive determination, even when torn apart. He had to keep her name on his tongue. Shu's throat felt as if it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, each breath becoming difficult, heavy as if she were suffocating in mud. In her ears, there was the sound of flesh being torn apart, wet, disgusting, and viscous. Each impact felt like a blade slicing through her eardrums, deeply engraving that cruel pain into her marrow. Aye's body convulsed among the swarm of ants, his grayish-white pupils half open, staring intently at her, the madness in his eyes wrapped in tenderness, almost drowning her. Shu, look at me. His voice was hoarse, as if squeezed out from a broken throat, each word carrying the warmth of blood. She wanted to close her eyes, to escape this heart-wrenching scene, but she couldn't. Aye's gaze held her tightly. Blood dripped down the broken bones, staining the ground red. Aye had originally wanted her to feel heartache, to let her understand the price of his reappearance before her, the tearing of his soul. He thought she would be scared, would feel pain, but Wu truly shed tears. But he underestimated his own obsession with her, and also underestimated Shu's reaction. When the tearing pain almost consumed him, he saw her, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, the once fervent and obsessive gaze suddenly froze. Shu, Aye's voice trembled, struggling to emerge from the abyss of blood and pain. He panicked. His heart felt as if it was being tightly gripped by something. The once burning pain turned cold in that instant. This wasn't what he wanted. He wanted her to feel heartache, but not to make her cry like this. Shu. His voice trembled, carrying a hint of unprecedented panic and guilt. Don't cry. In his eyes, there was only her tear-filled gaze. I'm fine, don't cry, okay? No matter how painful, how tearing, it shouldn't make her shed tears. But he anticipated that what terrified him the most was not death, nor being devoured by the ants until he was reduced to bones. It was her tears. Like a sharp blade, carving deep into his heart. Yin Shu's body froze in place. Her throat felt like it had been sliced by a sharp knife. Painful enough that she couldn't make a sound. The sounds of the ants gnawing continued. The scene of blood and flesh flying about seemed to cruelly tell her he had never left easily. Her fingertips trembled slightly, as if finally unable to bear the suffocating pain. She suddenly covered her face. "I'm sorry." Her voice was fragmented, as if squeezed out from a collapsing abyss, filled with choking and tearing pain. "Aye. I'm sorry." Tears slipped through her fingers, cold as a blade. She truly hadn't expected this was how he evolved, by tearing himself apart with flesh and pain, in exchange for so-called rebirth. It turned out that sudden departure was not abandonment at all, but he was forcing himself to transform in the most cruel way, just to appear before her again. "I don't know. I really don't know." Her voice trembled violently, as if with every word she spoke, her heart was being emptied a little more. Shu. He wanted to hold her. In his grayish-white pupils, the trace of unease and panic completely overshadowed the previous coldness and stubbornness. I really didn't expect her to cry like this. He didn't want to hurt her. He just wanted her to know how much he had sacrificed to stand before her again. But now, her tears pierced through all his disguises like sharp swords. I felt timid again. His hand hovered in the air, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yet he dared not truly touch her. But Yin Shu couldn't take it in at all. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, soaking the stray hairs by her face. She hugged herself tightly, her shoulders shaking as if she wanted to release all the pain weighing on her heart. "Why?" she choked, her voice filled with deep sadness. "Why didn't you tell me? I felt as if you were nailed to the spot. I thought you wanted freedom." This sentence was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into his heart, peeling away all the disguised indifference and arrogance. "No." His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. "I never thought of leaving you." He finally raised his hand, the movement careful as if touching fragile porcelain, tightly wrapping her in his arms. Yin Shu did not struggle. She just buried herself in his embrace, crying heart-wrenchingly. I's hand froze in midair, and finally, cautiously landed on her back, gently patting her, the action awkward to the point of clumsiness. "I'm sorry." He buried his head next to her ear, his voice trembling slightly. Shu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you see those." But he knew. Everything had already happened. She had seen his most desperate, most cruel transformation. "I just wanted you to know that I would do anything for you." But he never thought it would cause her this much pain. I quickly raised his hand to cover her forehead, his fingertips cold, yet carrying a reassuring warmth. "Don't look anymore." In the next moment, the illusions around them shattered, the disgusting sounds of flesh tearing and the suffocating sensation of flesh-eating ants completely dissipated in an instant. Yin Shu felt a tremendous force suddenly pulling her out of the abyss, her whole being breaking free from the cold mire, the heart-wrenching pain rapidly fading away, as if the tide had receded, leaving nothing but devastation. Breathing finally became smooth. She gasped for air, her body still trembling uncontrollably, her fingers clutching ice clothing, as if grasping the last straw of salvation. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in her ears. System initializing. Detected host emotional fluctuations. Repair mechanism activated. Emotional stability 24, 35, 50. Yin Shu was stunned, feeling a gentle force within her gradually repairing her consciousness, as if the painful aftershocks were being smoothed out bit by bit. Shu, Ice's voice was deep and gentle, carrying an almost humble urgency. "Don't be afraid. The pain will soon disappear." She stared blankly up at him, meeting his deep eyes that seemed almost ready to swallow her whole. He was genuinely afraid. Not afraid that she would blame him, not afraid that she would distance herself, but afraid that she would endure even a little more pain. Yin Shu's heart suddenly tightened. Her throat choked. Unable to speak, she could only hold him tightly, as if wanting to bury all the remaining pain in his embrace. I gently wrapped around her, not saying another word, just holding her, as if this alone could pull her back from all nightmares. Chapter 250. You promised me you wouldn't get angry. Didn't you? Yin Shu buried in Ice's arms, feeling his slightly trembling breath. The suppressed panic had not completely dissipated. She suddenly realized that his possessiveness towards her, that almost obsessive attachment, was obtained through such a cruel and dangerous means. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have understood what his so-called evolution truly meant. Flesh tearing, soul reshaping, even life hanging by a thread. And he still thought she would blame him, feared that she would distance herself because of it. Yin Shu's heart suddenly softened, as if something heavy was pressing down on her breath. but without the previous resistance. So it was like this. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Her fingertips tightened slightly, and the movement of gripping his clothing became a bit more careful. The uncontrollable outburst before, just that time, had already made her worry to the brink of collapse, fearing he would be consumed by the uncontrollable power within himself. But his danger was far beyond mere loss of control. He was gambling with his life, tearing himself apart and piecing himself back together in the most extreme way, just to stand before her once more. Yanshu closed her eyes. The bit of helplessness and impatience regarding his possessiveness was oddly replaced by a sense of tolerance. Her voice was hoarse, her fingers slowly loosening a bit, gently holding his hand, as if giving consent, or perhaps a form of silent reassurance. I was stunned. Looking down at her, in that moment, all the madness and stubbornness in his eyes seemed to collapse. Shushu? His voice was slightly tight, as if in disbelief, and also as if afraid she would regret it. But she just shook her head, softly saying, "I will be with you, always with you." A simple sentence moved him more than any explanation. Ice's breath suddenly hitched, his fingertips trembling slightly. He had always thought that as long as he was strong enough, persistent enough, he could keep her by his side. Even if it meant using the most extreme methods, even if it meant destroying himself, it didn't matter. But at this moment, she was not afraid, nor was she sympathetic, but gentle like a beam of light, quietly illuminating the depths of his cold and mad obsessions. Shushu. His voice was hoarse, almost broken, as if afraid to disturb this hard-earned tenderness. Yanshu reached out, gently wiping away the bloodstains on his face. Her gaze, gentle yet firm, without pity nor sympathy, just purely accepting him, accepting this who tore himself apart for her and completely transformed. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, her fingertips soft like feathers, as if wanting to soothe every inch of his previously torn pain. Ice's chest trembled, all the coldness, possessiveness, and madness crumbling into powerless dependence in that moment. "I won't leave again," Yanshu whispered. I heard these words. He closed his eyes, then tightly held her in his arms, as if grasping the last redemption. This time, he was no longer afraid she would leave, because she had truly stepped into his abyss, and he no longer wanted to let go. "No matter where I go, I will bring you with me." Yanshu's voice was as light as a feather brushing across the heart, soft. I was stunned. His fingertips stiffened on her back, breathing as if suddenly taken away for a moment. Deep in his grayish-white pupils, the mad obsession seemed to be violently torn open by this sentence. Then he smiled. That smile was faint, yet carried an extreme sense of satisfaction, as if he had finally grasped the destined redemption. "Shushu," his voice was hoarse, low to the point of almost breaking. "Do you know what you're saying?" His fingers slowly tightened, as if wanting to merge her entirely into his bones and blood, completely becoming one. Yanshu did not retreat. She just looked up at him, her gaze firm, not wavering in the slightest. "I know." These two short words were like a blunt knife, cutting through all the repression in Ice's heart. He chuckled softly, his voice slight, yet carrying an almost pathological satisfaction, as if he had finally waited for her willingness. "Good." He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his voice dangerously gentle. "Since you've agreed, then you must stay by my side forever." I tightly embraced her, as if to lock her in the abyss, not allowing her to take a single step away, even if the whole world collapsed. After a while, Yanshu's heartbeat gradually steadied, and the heaviness that had pressed on her chest slowly dissipated with her breaths. She was still nestled in Ice's arms, feeling his chest slightly tremble. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside. A Su, a Hao, and a Ling had finally returned. As soon as he stepped through the door, Asu's eyes immediately landed on Yanshu, filled with urgency and worry, and he almost sprinted toward her. "Shushu." But just as he approached, Ice's figure blocked Yanshu like a wall. Shadows suddenly fell, and those grayish-white pupils fixed on Asu with unmasked possession and warning. The air froze instantly. Asu abruptly stopped, his golden eyes turning icy. He instinctively sensed Ice's hostility, his blood boiling, and the anger that had never truly calmed down was thoroughly ignited. He knew he couldn't defeat I, but in that moment, reason was completely shattered. "Get lost." Asu charged forward without hesitation, his fist swinging toward I with the force of breaking wind, golden light exploding around him as if the air itself was igniting. Ice's lips curled into a cold smile as he reached out with one hand and effortlessly caught the punch. But at that moment, Yanshu's voice suddenly rang out. Low and urgent, Asu no. Her voice was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through the tense atmosphere. Asu's fist halted in midair. His eyes filled with complexity and reluctance, but he forcefully retracted it, his anger still surging violently. Shu, it's fine. Yin Shu shook her head, her gaze gentle yet firm. I'm fine. I glanced down at her, his coldness slightly receding, but he still firmly protected her behind him, not allowing any movement. Yin Shu raised her head again, gently tugging at I's sleeve, her gaze soft, and her voice lowered as if soothing a beast that could explode at any moment. You promised me just now. Her voice was gentle. You won't get angry again, will you? I stiffened for a moment. The wildness swirling in his grayish-white pupils seemed to be doused with cold water, gradually calming down. He looked down at her, his throat slightly bobbing, his lips pressed into a straight line, as if trying to suppress his unwillingness. After a long time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Yes. At that moment, Asu's anger was still not dissipated, but seeing Yin Shu's calm face, the flames in his heart were also suppressed. The tense oppressive feeling in the air finally began to dissipate slowly. Chapter 251. Then if I don't coax you, won't you be even more unhappy? I lowered his eyes, his fingertips slightly curling, looking both unwilling and as if he had finally compromised. He said nothing more, just stood there silently staring at Yin Shu. The emotions deep in his eyes complex and unfathomable. Meanwhile, Asu snorted coldly, though his anger had diminished. He still held some dissatisfaction. It's rare. His tone was mocking as he stared at I. You also have a day when you're tamed. I slowly raised his gaze to look at him, his eyes dark and sharp, as if he could pounce at any moment. But in the end, he held it back, only sneering and not retorting. Yin Shu watched the two of them confronting each other. Feeling a bit of a headache, she rubbed her forehead and said softly, Stop arguing, okay? Asu withdrew his gaze, looking at Yin Shu, his expression finally softening a bit. All right, I'll listen to Shu. He quickly asked, Shu, you're not leaving, right? Yin Shu met his gaze and nodded seriously. I'm not leaving. As soon as her words fell, Asu's eyes noticeably brightened for a moment. The corners of his mouth slightly lifting, his mood seemed to improve significantly. However, standing beside them, I felt as if he had been stabbed hard, his clenched fists tightening even more, and his grayish-white pupils darkened. He let out a low laugh, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Shu really is the best at coaxing people. Hearing this, Yin Shu turned to look at him, slightly frowning. I pouted in grievance, as if he had suffered a great injustice. His eyes slightly drooping, and his grayish-white eyes were tinged with discontent. He looked like a neglected beast, or a spoiled little animal, his mouth tightly pursed. The look in his eyes pitiful, as if he would pounce at any moment. Yin Shu looked at him like this, her heart softened, but she still sighed and reached out to ruffle his hair. Stop it. I's gaze flickered slightly, as if he didn't expect her to do that. He froze for a moment, and then his eyes brightened a bit, but he still carried a hint of defiance. Shu just knows how to coax people. Yin Shu looked at him helplessly, her voice softening a bit. Then if I don't coax you, won't you be even more unhappy? I immediately quieted down, staring at her for a long time, seemingly trying to confirm whether she was being perfunctory, and finally grunted sulkily, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Asu couldn't stand it any longer and frowned. What kind of personality are you? You were just gloomy, and now you're acting spoiled? I glanced at him lazily. What does it have to do with you? Ahau watched the scene before him, eagerly staring at Yin Shu. Seeing I and Asu both getting attention, he felt it was his turn. So, he unhesitatingly stepped forward, his big head diving directly into Yin Shu's arms. The force was so great that Yin Shu's figure swayed slightly. Shu, Ahau called out in a low voice, sounding very aggrieved. Pressing tightly against her like a big wolf dog, rubbing against her, his tail almost wagging out a shadow. I's face darkened, and he quickly reached out to pull Ahau away. Get off, you're so big, don't crush Shu. However, Asu was not to be outdone. Immediately grabbing I's wrist with a cold smile, what's wrong? It's fine for you to act spoiled, but Ahau can't? He's too heavy, I said through gritted teeth, his face dark. Asu laughed. Then can you stop him? It turned out that I really couldn't stop him. Taking advantage of their tugging, Ahau had already completely nestled into Yin Shu's arms, like a huge fluffy pillow, burying his head in her shoulder, rubbing smoothly. Shu, do you dislike me the most? Ahau's voice was muffled, sounding even more aggrieved. I've evolved successfully, but you haven't praised me much. I think about you every day, but you're not here. I can only wait, until my heart hurts. Yin Shu's heart softened at his words, and she couldn't help but reach out to pet his fur, softly saying, How could I not like you? Ahau instantly raised his head, his golden eyes shining. Really? Really? Yanshu chuckled and rubbed his ears. Ahau grinned widely, his tail wagging even more joyfully, and he leaned against Yanshu, unwilling to move. I watched, his teeth itching. He couldn't help but snort coldly, narrowing his eyes at Ahau's back, seemingly calculating when to pull him out of Yanshu's embrace. Asu crossed his arms and watched the show lazily. TSK, it seems Shushu really likes Ahau. I gritted his teeth. Shut up. After a while, Yanshu finally managed to calm Ahau down. She was just about to catch her breath when she saw Ahau suddenly step back, standing straight like he was about to present a treasure, his eyes filled with anticipation. Immediately after, his figure swayed and transformed into a wolf right in front of her. The wolf that Ahau turned into was tall and majestic, with silver-white fur that shimmered like flowing light. Its muscular lines were distinct, yet not heavy, each step radiating a sense of power ready to explode. His wolf eyes were like golden glass, sharp and rebellious, exuding wildness without showing ferocity, instead carrying a hint of flamboyant nonchalance. Even in beast form, one could still feel the elegance and handsomeness emanating from him, like a king overlooking everything from the mountain peak, both imposing and hard to conceal his brilliance. Ahau raised his head, his golden wolf eyes fixed directly on Yanshu, his tail wagging lightly, clearly asking for praise. Yanshu blinked, indeed taken aback by the sight, and couldn't help but reach out to touch his soft fur. You look quite good. Upon hearing her compliment, Ahau perked up, his ears standing tall and his tail wagging even more joyfully. Shushu, did you know? I can change size now. Ahau's voice was filled with pride. If I grow bigger, this house wouldn't be able to contain me. Yanshu was momentarily stunned, and didn't he have time to react before hearing Ayi's cold laugh? Who cares? Asu lazily raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Oh? Then why don't you show me? Ahau glared at him, seemingly feeling that Asu's words were a bit provoking, and immediately took action. He slightly lowered his head, and suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, his body rapidly elongating and expanding, his aura becoming even more wild. Boom! In the next moment, the entire room seemed to be overshadowed by a shadow. Yanshu looked up and saw a massive creature occupying the space, almost ready to burst the entire room. And Ahau lowered his gigantic wolf head, still leaning towards her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shushu, am I handsome now? Yanshu. Chapter 252. Shushu, you didn't even look at me. Yanshu looked at the enormous wolf shadow that was almost bursting the house, her lips twitching. Ahau's golden wolf eyes were bright and lively, his large wolf ears slightly twitching, and his tail gently swaying behind him, creating a gust of wind that made the nearby curtains flutter. He was completely unaware of the pressure he brought, still eagerly lowering his head to get closer to her, his massive breath brushing against Yanshu's cheek, full of expectation. Shushu, you're not talking. Are you stunned by my handsomeness? I'm scared. Yanshu massaged her forehead, reaching out to pat his nose, helplessly saying, hurry and change back. This room is about to burst because of you. Ahau let out a pitiful whine, his massive wolf body swaying slightly, quickly shrinking back to his normal wolf size. The next second, he transformed back into human form, raising his hand to wrap around Yanshu's waist, nuzzling his head and her shoulder, acting cute. Does Shushu not like how I look when I'm big? Yanshu. She couldn't exactly say she hadn't recovered from that overwhelming feeling earlier, could she? Yanshu patted Ahau's shoulder, signaling him to let her go. Then her gaze landed on Ling, who had been quietly standing by. He said nothing, seemingly having no presence, but his deep eyes were focused on her, swirling with emotions and a hint of restrained heat. Yanshu's heart stirred slightly as she met his gaze. Ling's eyes, like deep pools, stared at her unwaveringly, as if trying to engrave her image in his mind. He didn't act cute like Ahau, nor did he speak thoughtlessly like Yi, but stood quietly, looking at her with such intensity that everything seemed to go unspoken. Yanshu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly saw Ling take a step towards her, slowly raising his hand to gently grasp her wrist. The warmth of his palm seeped through her skin, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Shushu, Ling called her softly, his voice as if laced with some enchantment, making it hard not to sink into it. Yanshu's heart trembled slightly at his low call, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on his hand, softly saying, Ling. Ling lowered his gaze, looking at the sensation between her fingers, seemingly stirred by her simple response. He took a step closer, his tone restrained yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Shushu, You didn't even look at me. Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. How could I not look? Ling looked at her, his gaze becoming even deeper, as if he wanted to engrave her whole being into his eyes. You looked, but you didn't look seriously. His voice was low, carrying a near-pouting accusation. You finished comforting them. When will it be my turn? Yin Shu was at a loss for words, her heart softening involuntarily. She had clearly looked at him, but perhaps to Ling, just glancing was far from enough. She sighed softly, raised her other hand, and actively ruffled Ling's hair. Ling stiffened slightly, seemingly not expecting her to be so proactive, his gaze deepening as he locked onto her. All right, now I'm looking at you. Her tone was gentle, like soothing a beast that had waited too long. Ling said nothing, suddenly bending down to get even closer, their foreheads almost touching. This was his first time making such a bold move. His dark pupils locked onto her, as if wanting to engrave her image into his very bones. His voice deep and husky, carrying a hint of dangerous ambiguity. Now, are you really looking at me? Yin Shu's breath hitched slightly. Realizing how close they were, the warmth of his breath brushing against her, making her heart race with an ambiguous tension. She instinctively leaned back a bit, but Ling raised his hand to gently hold the back of her neck, not allowing her to escape. Shu, he called her softly, his voice like an enchantment. Don't hide. Yin Shu felt a tremor in her heart at his lingering tone, clearly feeling a bit helpless but also reluctant to push him away. She sighed softly, ultimately not moving away, but merely poked his forehead with her finger, whispering, "You." Ling smiled, his eyes seemingly enveloped in a layer of dark mist, his voice becoming even more tender. What's wrong with me? Yin Shu didn't respond, just quietly gazing into his eyes. As they locked eyes, a subtle feeling seemed to permeate the air, ambiguous enough to throw their heartbeats off rhythm. Just as Yin Shu was about to say something, she suddenly caught a familiar scent at the tip of her nose. The fragrance lingered in the air, faint yet carrying a hint of intoxicating sweetness. Her heart jolted, and she quickly looked up at Ling, surprise flashing in her eyes. Ling, you? Ling's eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of his lips still carrying a faint smile, but the smile held a hint of restraint. Shu. He spoke in a low voice, deeper than before, as if carrying some uncontrollable emotion. Did you smell it? Yin Shu didn't speak, but looking into his dark pupils, she already had an answer. It was the scent of his heat. She was too familiar with this smell, the scent that came after Ling's heat. She hadn't expected that Ling's heat would come at this time. Seeing her silent, the emotions in Ling's eyes deepened even more, leaning closer, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. Shu, do you not want to care about me? He was very close enough that their breaths mingled together, the scent of his pheromones growing stronger. Yin Shu was enveloped by this familiar fragrance, her heart racing involuntarily. Ling stepped back a bit. Ling didn't move. Instead, he let out a low laugh, his voice both lingering and restrained. But Shu, I'm feeling really uncomfortable. His voice was deep, with a deliberately slowed ending, carrying a hint of seduction, like an impatient beast waiting for her response. Yin Shu. She suddenly felt a bit of a headache. This guy's coquetry was becoming increasingly refined. Yin Shu took a gentle breath, trying hard to remain calm, but Ling didn't give her that chance at all. He slightly lowered his head, his soft black hair falling down to cover the turbulent undercurrents in his eyes. The whole person felt like a shadow that clung to her. Refusing to let go, gently rubbing against her hand resting on his chest, his tone soft to the point of being unbelievable. Shu, can't you feel a little sorry for me? The voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of the unique heat of mating season, like a feather gently brushing against her heart, making her feel a slight itch. Yin Shu was internally groaning for a long time, but Ling had no intention of giving her a chance to escape. He slowly raised his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her figure, his voice hoarse as if it could lure souls. Shu, do you not like me anymore? Yin Shu paused, immediately rebutting. What nonsense are you saying? Chapter 253. All right, I'll give you a hug. Yin Shu took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself down. But the more she tried to stay calm, the more Ling pressed forward, like a shadow wrapped around her that she couldn't shake off. He slightly lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling, as if he had suffered a great grievance, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of coquetry. Shu, while speaking, he raised his hand, carefully grasping her wrist, the temperature of his palm slightly cool and carrying some anxious tremors, as if he might be pushed away at any moment. You used to love touching my scales the most. His tone paused slightly, as if trying to suppress some emotion, slowly leaning closer, his jet-black pupils staring straight into her eyes. His voice almost turning into a seductive whisper. Now, you're not even willing to give me a hug? Yin Shu's hand suddenly froze. She looked up at him. Ailing's handsome face was so close that she could almost touch it, his thin lips slightly pursed, the usually indifferent expression replaced by a look full of grievance and reluctance. This normally calm and aloof man was now using such a fragile and low voice to accuse her of neglect, causing her heart to tremble. She was genuinely a bit unable to withstand it. Thus, she resignedly reached out her hand and rubbed the ear fins at Ailing's neck. All right, I'll give you a hug. Ailing's eyes instantly brightened. The next moment, he abruptly pulled her into his arms, his arms tightly wrapping around her, as if afraid she would change her mind. Even the cool scales trembled slightly with his excited emotions. He buried his head in her shoulder, his voice carrying a slight breathlessness as he murmured, Shu, please don't leave me again. Yin Shu felt the cool body temperature emanating from him, a temperature belonging to a snake. Unlike Asu's burning warmth or Aho's warm, beastly breath, Ailing's body temperature was always cool. Especially when the thin layer of scales at his neck pressed against her skin, it brought a slight, icy sensation. Yet this coolness, in the moment he tightly embraced her, radiated a deep dependence that was more compelling than any warmth. Shu. His voice was gentle, carrying a hint of nasal sound, as if he had just crawled out from an abyss of extreme insecurity, finally finding her and refusing to let go. Yin Shu reached out to touch the scales at the back of his neck, felt him shiver slightly, knowing this guy loved it when she touched there. She wasn't unaware, nor did she not understand his current emotions. But this guy, clearly overdoing it with his coquetry, still put on a pitiful and wronged expression, as if afraid she would leave at any moment. She looked at him helplessly, her gaze carrying a hint of indulgence and a sigh. Ailing, where did you learn all this? Ailing, with her hand covering his mouth, couldn't speak, only blinking his dark eyes, his hands firmly wrapping around her waist, his whole being like a clingy snake, quietly trapping her. Yin Shu looked at him, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She knew she had been too accommodating. But even so, she still didn't want to push him away. She knew Ailing was timid, and now that he had gained a bit of courage, she felt somewhat relieved. Looking at the deep dependence ingrained in his very being, it could even be said that Ailing's meaning of life revolved around her. Ever since his evolution, he was obsessive, possessive, and liked to test her limits. But Yin Shu could tolerate all his emotions, including the moment he rubbed against her hand like a harmless big cat, deliberately looking at her with innocent eyes. She sighed and slowly released her hand, softly saying, All right, stop messing around. Ailing blinked, chuckled softly, but his tail wrapped even tighter. His voice tinged with satisfaction. Shu, I knew you wouldn't really push me away. Yin Shu shot him a glance, reached out to rub the scales at his neck, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. Otherwise, throw you out? Ailing tilted his head, leaning against her shoulder, his voice carrying a lazy coquetry. Would you really be willing? Yin Shu paused, ultimately sighed, and wrapped her arms around him, pressing him into her embrace. What else could she say? This guy's coquetry made it impossible for her to refuse. Ailing finally settled down, quietly nestled in Yin Shu's embrace, like a satisfied snake, his hands lazily wrapping around her waist, unwilling to let go. Yin Shu gently patted his back, effectively soothing him. But before she could catch her breath, she noticed there were two overly obedient little ones standing quietly beside her, watching her. Oten Ondohu. The two stood there, without saying a word, their postures unexpectedly obedient, not approaching as they usually did, but patiently waiting for her attention to fall on them. However, the moment Yin Shu's gaze shifted to them, Achun's lips immediately curled into a smile, his sky-blue pupils sparkling with gentle waves, carrying a hint of joy and certainty. He wasn't worried at all. In fact, he could say he never thought he would be overlooked. In his perception, adults would absolutely never forget him. Achun naturally stepped forward, his tone gentle, yet carrying a hint of coquetry. Adult, is it finally my turn? Yin Shu couldn't help but rub her temples, feeling that she was either comforting someone or on the way to comforting someone. It was still too many males. But Achun was clearly different from Ailing. He didn't deliberately act coy, but instead carried a sense of natural obedience and patience, as if no matter how long he waited, he would have no dissatisfaction. Yin Shu looked at him, her heart softening, and reached out to gently touch his cheek, her voice also carrying a hint of warm laughter. What is it? Do you want a hug too? Achun's eyes curved slightly, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. If the adult is willing, that would be the best. Saying this, he leaned over, as if he already knew she wouldn't refuse, carrying the satisfaction of a little fox that had stolen a treat. Yanshu's lips twitched slightly. She felt that these little ones were becoming increasingly unrestrained. She released Ailing. Ailing also understood what Shushu intended and didn't linger. After all, he was in heat. Shushu wouldn't neglect him. He had to think carefully about how to make Shushu comfortable during mating. After releasing Ailing, Yanshu pulled Aichen into her arms, smoothing his slightly damp blue hair, and softly said, "All right, it's your turn." Standing at the farthest distance, Ahuai remained silent. His pupils quietly gazed at the scene of her embracing Ah Chun. The corners of his lips still curved faintly, revealing no emotions. However, Yanshu noticed that his fingertips slightly curled. He was enduring. Unlike Ah Chun, who smiled and approached, or Ah Ling, who used a spoiled tone to gain her attention. He just stood there, overly obedient and quiet, making one's heart ache. Yanshu was slightly taken aback, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly rose in her heart. She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze passing over Ah Chun and landing on Ai, softly calling out, "Ahuai." Ai's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He didn't T-smile like Ah Chun, nor did he approach immediately like Ah Ling. Instead, he stood still, his tone very soft. "My lady, you finally see me." At that moment, a string in Yanshu's heart was plucked. This man, who was usually arrogant, domineering, and had a dual personality, didn't he even dare to fight for the qualification to approach. She sighed inwardly and reached out her hand to him. Chapter 254. He is my male now. Finally, after Yanshu had calmed all the males and spent some time with her daughter, she was finally able to relax. She rubbed her temples, sitting on the stone platform beside her. She lamented that for the past few days, she had either been comforting males or on the way to comfort them, and even her own time was almost completely consumed. However, before she could fully breathe a sigh of relief, the outside wind began to change. Ai's arrival had completely stirred up a storm in the dragon clan. When this guy was wandering around before, he had beaten up quite a few male dragons, causing the atmosphere in the dragon clan to be somewhat strange during this time. Now, he had unexpectedly appeared in the heart of the dragon clan without any warning, and it seemed he had no intention of leaving, which immediately made the entire dragon clan tense. What exactly is he here for? Could it be that he plans to cause trouble in the dragon clan again? At this tense moment, several highly respected female elders could no longer sit still. They personally brought a group of males to see what this troublemaker intended to do. Just after finishing her tasks, Yanshu was leisurely sitting in the pavilion eating fruit. Asu and the others finally stopped trying to steal her time and went to bond with Yi instead. She had already warned them not to fight. Otherwise, she would expel them. They agreed. So, Yanshu was enjoying a rare moment of peace. However, in the next instant, several figures flew in from the distant sky, all of them female elders of the dragon clan. They had a strong aura, accompanied by dozens of male dragons, all with serious expressions and fierce breaths, as if they were here to interrogate some great criminal. Yanshu blinked, sensing that things were about to get serious. In the next moment, the group of dragon elders landed in front of her. Asu and Ai immediately came to stand in front of Yanshu. The leading elder, an older female, squinted her eyes, her gaze directly landing on Ai, her tone deep. "You are back in the dragon clan. What is your intention?" Ai lazily stood to the side, completely unbothered by their sudden visit, even his expression unchanged. He glanced at the male dragons staring at him, his gray-white pupils revealing a hint of nonchalant indifference. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, his tone casual. "I come and go as I please. What is it to you? A bunch of defeated foes." Ai's attitude was outrageously arrogant. His gray-white pupils narrowed slightly, the curve of his lips carrying a casual disdain as he stood beside Yanshu, his posture relaxed, yet his tone utterly arrogant. "You all seem quite enthusiastic about my lady." He casually surveyed the dragon elders and the males glaring at him, his tone light and airy, as if looking at a group of irrelevant passersby. "Last time we met, didn't I beat you to the ground? Now you dare to come find trouble in front of me?" Ai. Yanshu fiercely pinched him, lowering her voice to remind him not to go too far. But Ai didn't care at all. He even leaned closer to her, his thin lips almost brushing her ear, his tone husky as he chuckled. "Yanshu, what's wrong? You pinch me so comfortably. Don't worry, I won't hurt them." This last remark completely ignited the anger of the dragon clan. The expressions of several dragon elders changed, and the male dragons behind them were furious. They stepped forward, their eyes flashing with ferocity, eager to tear this arrogant guy apart. How dare he be so reckless in the dragon clan? The leading older female elder's face turned ashen. With a wave of her sleeve, she said sternly, "Yi, you are utterly arrogant." Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Yinshu immediately stood up to mediate. She pressed down on Yi's arm, forcibly pulling him back a step, and revealed a gentle smile. She spoke in a tone meant to soothe. "Esteemed elders, Yi's temperament is indeed a bit rash, but he won't cause any trouble now. You can rest assured." "Rest assured?" Another elder sneered, his expression dark. "An outsider male who just beat our clansman half to death dares to swagger into the Dragon Clan's territory. My lady, how can you expect us to rest easy?" Yinshu's lips twitched, and she shot a fierce glare at Yi, signaling him not to cause more trouble. Yet Yi appeared completely unconcerned, his smile becoming even more arrogant. He tilted his head to glance at her, his voice deep. "Yinshu, where am I being rash? I'm clearly very gentle." "Gentle? Gentle my foot." Yinshu was nearly driven to laughter by his anger. She pressed her forehead, took a deep breath, and then looked at the dragon elders with a serious expression, her tone sincere. "I can assure the esteemed elders that he won't act recklessly. I can control him." The dragon elders exchanged doubtful glances, clearly not trusting her statement. "Really?" One elder's gaze was meaningful. "My lady, can you really make him behave?" "Of course." Yinshu nodded, her tone firm. "He is now my male, and I will make him follow the rules." As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of the Dragon Clan members became subtle. Yi raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Yinshu with a half-smile. "Yinshu, you're so protective of me. Are you worried about me?" Yinshu immediately pinched him again, warning him in a low voice. "Shut up." Yi chuckled softly, his gray-white pupils revealing a deep possessiveness and unabashed pride, like a wild beast finally acknowledged by its master. The dragon elders observed their ambiguous interaction with increasingly shocked expressions. Some even gasped, as if they had just heard something unbelievable. "My lady, are you saying that this male has already been accepted as your partner?" someone asked. Yinshu glanced at the arrogant and proud Yi beside her, sighed inwardly, but still nodded, yes. As soon as this was said, the Dragon Clan members erupted in an uproar, especially those male dragons, their expressions instantly becoming extraordinarily colorful, their gazes shifting from shock to anger, mixed with a hint of inexplicable defeat. They had long heard of Yi's deeds, knowing he was a thorough madman. Now he had actually become my lady's male? What kind of situation is this? They also wanted to be my lady's male. The expressions of several elders also became extremely subtle, their gazes darting back and forth between Yinshu and Yi, as if trying to find some flaw. "My lady." One elder frowned deeply, her tone carrying some uncertainty. "This guy is not a well-behaved male. If he won tea." Yinshu interrupted her, her tone resolute. "Since he is my male, he must listen to me." As soon as she said this, Yi chuckled softly, his deep gaze fixed on her, as if savoring her words, the possessiveness in his eyes growing stronger. Shu, I'll remember what you just said," he said in a low, hoarse voice, drawing closer to her, almost whispering in her ear, "You can't abandon me in the future." Yinshu immediately felt a headache and reached out to push him away. "Can you not make things worse?" She glared at him, regretting whether she should have said such bold words. Yi, however, remained unfazed, instead firmly grasping her wrist, his long fingers gently stroking her palm, looking at her with a half-smile, as if waiting for her to say something more. Chapter 255. Red warmed up, Yinshu took a deep breath, silently ignoring Yi's teasing gaze, and continued to assure the dragon elders that she could really manage him, putting their minds at ease. Several dragon elders were still observing her interaction with Yi, one elder furrowing her brow, seemingly unconvinced by her words. It wasn't that they didn't believe Yinshu, but they found it hard to believe that this insect male could be so well-behaved. Eventually, they could only helplessly look at the other elders. "Since Lord Yinshu has said so, we can only trust her." Yinshu nodded, feeling a bit more relaxed. The elders turned to look at Yi and found him slightly lowering his head, looking very obedient, even bearing a hint of docility in his expression. His usually cold and domineering face had completely transformed, as if all his previous ferocity and arrogance had vanished, replaced by a submissive demeanor. Seeing this, although they still harbored doubts, the scene before them was shocking enough to leave them momentarily speechless. This male, who seemed like a demon, had now turned into a well-behaved cat, lying next to Yinshu, devoid of any previous brutality, which was simply unbelievable to them. One of the older female elders pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to believe Yin Shu. After all, she was now a very special existence. Her influence and the unique control she had over Yi made it impossible to ignore. Given this, a complex expression flashed in the elder's eyes. Lord Yin Shu, we will take our leave for now, but if anything seems amiss, we will return. Yin Shu gently nodded, secretly relieved. Thank you for your trust, elders. If needed in the future, please feel free to reach out to me. The dragon elders nodded and turned to leave with their group of males. After watching them depart, Yin Shu finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation. She turned around, preparing to organize her thoughts. However, the few males behind her quietly approached. Asu gracefully walked to her side, his eyes carrying a hint of tenderness, yet unable to hide his helplessness. Shu, you're only taking care of Yi now. Are we being neglected? Aho followed closely, his brow slightly furrowed, displaying some dissatisfaction. Yes, Shu, we're all here, but you've been giving most of your attention to a Yi lately. Do we do something wrong? A Ling stood not far away, looking at a Yi with a hint of coldness. He gazed at Yin Shu with deep affection mixed with grievance. He didn't speak directly, but quietly watched her, seemingly waiting for her response. Yin Shu was taken aback for a moment, realizing their emotions. She sighed, knowing she had indeed been spending all her time on a Yi. Although she didn't want these males to feel ignored, it was impossible to fully consider everyone's feelings. Seeing this, a Yi proudly lifted his head, as if it were only natural, seemingly accepting Yin Shu's special attention towards him. A faint smile of satisfaction even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to say something to provoke the obviously neglected males, a delicate hand suddenly squeezed his waist. Yin Shu lowered her voice. Shut up. Her intention was to warn him not to stir trouble and not to provoke the other males with his arrogant attitude. But unexpectedly, Ye's body stiffened for a moment. Then his pupils slightly contracted, the curve of his lips deepening rather than diminishing. Shu, he said in a low voice. Ye's whole being trembled slightly, as if stimulated by something, excitement unabashedly coloring his grayish-white pupils as he leaned closer to her. You know, this might make me misunderstand that you're flirting with me. Yin Shu's hand froze. Then she quickly released it, frowning as she glared at him. Are you crazy? Yi chuckled softly, his eyes filled with meaning, seemingly particularly pleased with her reaction. The scene made a Ho, and a Ling's expressions darken even more, especially a Ling, whose eyes were clearly filled with dissatisfaction and grievance. His hands tightened slightly, his dark pupils deep as a tranquil lake, clearly in a terrible mood. Asu narrowed his eyes, his foxtail slightly raised, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Shu, you pinched him? When did you ever pinch us? Aho's expression was also grim, his fists clenched, voice low. Shu, have you touched his waist? Didn't you say you don't like being too proactive? Yin Shu, what on earth did these guys come up with? She was about to explain when Yi spoke first, laughing dangerously and joyfully. Who told Shu to be so reluctant to be rough with me? Even pinching me feels a bit careful and indulgent. Yin Shu, I indulge you my foot. Asu and the others' expressions darkened completely, the atmosphere in the air suddenly tense. Yin Shu felt a headache coming on, fully aware that she needed to stop this jealousy explosion immediately. Otherwise, things would likely spiral out of control. She took a deep breath, firmly grabbing Ye's collar and pulling him back from the battlefield, while her other hand sharply slapped Aho's arm as a warning. Enough. Everyone calm down. She glared at them, her tone unfriendly. Can you not let your imaginations run wild? Pinching his waist is just pinching his waist. How'd it turn into indulgence in your mouths? Yi still looked unbothered, even provocatively beckoning Asu and Aho with his fingers, his grayish-white pupils full of mockery. His face seemed to say, Come on, hit me. Do you dare? Asu's foxtail fluffed up, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint red, clearly angered. But he still pretended to be calm, squinting his eyes, his voice thick with jealousy. Shu, don't hold on to him. If you don't stop me, I could teach him a lesson. Aho's gaze was also dangerous, his fists cracking, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Although a Ling didn't speak, his gaze was deep, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger, his whole being like a lurking, dangerous snake ready to strike. Seeing their stances, Yin Shu felt an even worse headache. She simply raised her hand and patted Asu, Aho, and a Ling on the heads, her voice helpless, yet somewhat indulgent. Can you all be a bit more generous? I don't like it when you fight for my attention. After her pat, Asu and the others felt slightly better. Chapter 256. Aho feels isolated, especially when they heard Yen Shu say she didn't like it. Their previously explosive state eased a bit, and their expressions improved. Asu rubbed his head where she had patted him, his eyes filled with grievance. Shu, doing this will only make me want to bite you more. Aho furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment before finally muttering, you can't just indulge him. Aling stared at her, his black pupils slightly constricting. After a while, he slowly spoke, Shuju, do you like him more? Yen Shu was taken aback, not expecting them to ask such a question, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. I stood beside them, a faint smile on his lips. Although he didn't speak, his grayish-white pupils were filled with interest, as if he was waiting to see how she would answer. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Of course, there were also two well-behaved ones, Aiken and Abai. They didn't directly question like Ahu and the others, but at this moment, they quietly stood aside, their gazes unintentionally landing on Yen Shu. Aiken remained gentle, his sky-blue pupils flickering slightly. He didn't speak, but was clearly waiting for Yen Shu's answer. He had absolute trust in her, believing that no matter how she chose, she would treat them all fairly. However, even so, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes, as if he was afraid that she might really lean more towards I. Abai stood quietly at the back. Though he didn't speak, his slender, beast-like pupils blinked slowly. His emotions were not as obvious as Ahu and the others. But it was also evident that he cared about the answer to this question. With so many eyes on her, Yen Shu suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. She raised her hand to rub her temples, feeling like a sinner cornered, facing a group of males interrogating her about favoritism. She glanced at I, who not only didn't help but seemed to be enjoying the show, his mouth curling into a knowing smile, as if to say, Shuju, go ahead. I'm curious about how you'll answer. Yen Shu shot him a fierce glare, then looked around at Ahu, Aling, and even gave a glance at Aiken and Abai, finally letting out a long sigh, putting on an expression that showed she was quite troubled. I like each of you. Ahu frowned and let out a low hum, clearly dissatisfied with her answer. Ahu tilted his head, his 9 tails swaying gently, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of curiosity. Then who do you like more? Yen Shu. This question isn't over, is it? She felt cornered, internally screaming. What kind of hellish situation is this? However, at this moment, I chuckled softly, his grayish-white pupils narrowing slightly, his tone lazy with a hint of mischief. Shuju, it seems you really don't want to answer. Yen Shu's eyes flickered, her mind racing. Knowing that the more she explained, the more trouble she would get into, she decided to change her previous helpless attitude and go on the offensive. She raised her eyes, scanning the males with a sharp gaze, as if examining them, her tone slightly elevated. What? Am I too nice to you? Is that why you're causing trouble again and again? Ahu. Aling, Aiken, and Abai silently stood aside. Although they didn't press her, hearing her tone made them lower their heads a bit, feeling somewhat guilty. I, however, still wore an interested expression, his grayish-white pupils watching her intently. Seeing no one else speak, Yen Shu continued, unhurriedly, aren't you my males? Aren't you all supposed to listen to me? Do I need to tell you who I like more? Or, do you want to rebel? The last few words seemed to freeze the air for a moment. Ahu paused slightly, his ears twitching, his gaze awkwardly shifting away. Ahu licked his lips, seemingly savoring her words, his tail unconsciously swaying, barely maintaining his composure. Aling looked at her, his eyes slightly narrowing, a hint of nervous emotion flashing in his black pupils. Only I's smile deepened, and he couldn't help but lightly applaud, his voice low and hoarse, clearly teasing, Shuju, your momentum is really strong. You've completely put us in our place. Yen Shu shot him a cold glare and pinched his waist, resulting in this guy not only not dodging, but also leisurely leaning closer to her, whispering softly in her ear. But you know, I like you a bit fierce. Yen Shu. Her head hurt even more. But at least, this hellish situation was finally suppressed by her absolute attitude. She no longer paid attention to I and turned to Ahu, and Aling, her voice softening a bit. I feel the same way about each of you. No more, no less. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of a few people finally relaxed a bit. Aiken smiled, his eyes radiating a soft light. Whatever the adult says, we naturally believe it. Abai finally let out a light breath, his ears twitching, as if he felt reassured at last. Although Ahu and the others didn't speak, their expressions were much better than before, but their eyes still held a hint of complexity, clearly not fully satisfied with this answer. Seeing that they had finally quieted down, Yen Shu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally got through it. Suddenly, a small ya sound appeared. Ahu, Aling and the others all turned their gazes to the little cub in Yanshu's arms at the same time, as if finally realizing something was off. Their expressions changed gradually. Aho's fists suddenly clenched tightly, his muscles visibly tensing, gritting his teeth as he stared at the little cub. His eyes filled with a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and unwillingness, a blend of emotions. He nearly bit his own flesh in frustration. This unfamiliar child, the scent coming from her. He never expected that Yanshu had given birth to another child, and that the father of this child was I. Why? He had worked so hard for so long, always waiting, and what did he get? I not only monopolized Shuju upon his return, but also got a daughter. Why is that? Aho stood there, his eyes fixed on the little cub, his muscles taut like an enraged wolf, the unwillingness in his heart nearly swallowing him whole. But what made him even more frustrated was, when he looked up, he found Ahu, Aling, Aiken, and Abai all smiling. His good brothers were actually laughing. He looked at these guys in disbelief, each of them with a slight smile, as if it had nothing to do with them, even carrying a hint of meaningful amusement. Ahu's 9 tails swayed gently, his golden beast-like eyes curving as he leisurely said, "Ah, Shuju had another daughter. Really, congratulations." Aling squinted, his tone indifferent. "Yeah, it's another girl." Abai blinked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he added casually, "You're lucky." Aiken remained as gentle as ever, smiling as he said, "Shuju has worked hard. The daughter is very cute." Oh, he felt instantly isolated. Chapter 257, Are you serious? His fists were clenched tightly, and he was about to explode with anger. He shot a furious glance at these guys. Everyone was smiling so happily. Did they really not care? Or were they just pretending? Ahu casually flicked his tail, a smile on his lips, seemingly completely unaffected by Ice Advance, even looking a bit gleeful at Aho's expense. Aling stood expressionless beside them, but his eyes clearly held a hint of vigilance, as if he was contemplating something. Although Aiken and Abai were congratulating her, their attitudes suggested that they truly had no dissatisfaction about the announcement. On the contrary, was he the only one who was furious this time? Ahu felt like he was going to explode with rage. He glared at Ahu. "Are you serious?" Asu glanced at him with a lazy smile. "Of course it's sincere. What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Ahu almost couldn't hold back from punching him. Unhappy? Of course he was unhappy. After working so hard for so long without a child, Ayi had Shuju give birth in no time. How could he be happy about that? Aho held his breath, turned to Aling, and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you angry either?" Aling glanced at him, his expression still indifferent, and simply said, "The daughter was born by Shuju. It doesn't matter who she was born with." Aho. Damn, he couldn't believe these guys really had no feelings at all. Ayi looked at Aho, whose face was almost turning blue with anger, and finally couldn't help but laugh. His gaze was somewhat casual as he gently petted the little cub in his arms, his voice teasing. "What's wrong? Aho, you wouldn't be envious of me, would you?" Aho exploded instantly. "Envious of you, my foot." He glared at Ayi, his eyes nearly spitting fire. "I will have one. Sooner or later, I will have one." Ayi raised an eyebrow, casually shaking the little cub in his hands, the smile at the corner of his mouth burning. "But right now, you still don't." Aho! He gritted his teeth, almost unable to resist the urge to pounce on Ayi and fight. Meanwhile, Yanshu finally couldn't help but facepalmed. She had just managed to get these goods to settle down, and now they were starting to compete again because of this matter. She was really worried sick, but she also felt quite sorry for Aho. She had always promised to give him a child, but now she still hadn't given birth. Over here, Aho was initially full of anger, wanting to pounce on Ayi, but before he could make a move, Yanshu reached out and pressed him down. She sighed helplessly, her tone softening a bit as she gently patted his arm, soothingly saying, "Aho, don't make a fuss. I will give you a child sooner or later." Aho suddenly froze. The aggressive momentum he had just had was instantly cut in half by these words. He looked up at Yanshu, his eyes instantly becoming watery, like a wronged big dog. "Really?" His voice was muffled, filled with a hint of cautious expectation. Yanshu reached out and rubbed his head, her tone gentle yet a bit helpless. "Of course it's true. You don't trust me?" Aho was initially just angry, but now, being soothed by Yanshu, he felt incredibly aggrieved. It was obviously him who got together with Yanshu first, yet now he didn't even have a cub. Asu and Aling both had one, and even Achun had one. Now Ayi also had one. He was on the verge of tears, thinking of this. Aho hugged Yanshu tightly, rubbing against her shoulder like a spoiled big dog, his voice muffled. "Shuju, then hurry up." Yanshu was both amused and exasperated by his sudden display of grievance. She pushed his head away, But Aho not only didn't let go, but instead rubbed against her even more enthusiastically, his tail almost wrapping around her. Aho, be gentle, don't rub. No. The room gradually quieted down. The few guys who had been arguing about who had a cub first finally found their spots to sit down, but their gazes all uniformly landed on Yen Shu, staring at her intently. Yen Shu felt uncomfortable under their gaze and cleared her throat. She was just about to speak to ease the atmosphere when Aho quickly brought her a glass of water, being excessively servile. Shuju, have some water first. Moisten your throat. Yen Shu. She looked at him with amusement, her eyes filled with helplessness. This guy usually had a temper bigger than anyone else's. But in front of her, he could instantly turn into a well-behaved pup. She took the cup of water, took a gentle sip, and looked at Aho tenderly, her tone softening a bit. All right, you can sit back down now. Aho blinked, glanced at her, then at the still glaring Ah Su and Ah Ling. Although he was a bit unwilling, he still obediently sat back in a spot. Seeing that everyone had finally calmed down, Yen Shu slowly put down the cup of water, scanned a few people, organized her words, and simply said, recently my situation over with Ai is relatively stable. Ah Su's gaze shifted slightly, filled with contemplation. Ah Ling's fingers were slowly tapping on the table, his eyes narrowing slightly, while Aho immediately leaned over, his ears perked up high. And then, Shuju, did he bully you? Yen Shu smiled helplessly. No, he's been quite good to me. Only then did Aho let out a sigh of relief. But the next second he remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Then is he now skilled at holding the cub? Ah yeah. Ah Su. Ah Ling. Yen Shu. Can you stop bringing this up? Seeing her displeasure, Aho immediately became obedient, sitting up straight. But his eyes were still clearly written with I'm waiting for an answer. Yen Shu pinched the bridge of her nose. She had originally just wanted to briefly talk about a yes situation, but somehow the topic circled back to holding the cub. She cast a helpless glance at Aho, her eyes full of warning, but Aho still couldn't help it, looking at her eagerly, his mouth twitching as if ready to speak again at any moment. Ah Su timely reached out, gently patted Aho's shoulder, his tone gentle. Don't tease Shuju anymore, she doesn't like it. Aho was patted and immediately drooped his ears. Although he still looked unwilling, he finally quieted down. Ah Ling slowly raised his gaze and coldly added, when Shuju really gives you a cub, whether you can hold it properly is still a question. Aho's eyes widened. How is that possible? I can definitely hold it better than Ai. Yen Shu. She really shouldn't have expected them to behave. She took a deep breath, rubbed her temples, and figured that if she didn't change the topic quickly, she would probably be surrounded by them discussing who could hold the cub more steadily for the whole night. So, she simply ignored the few childish ones and directly said, Ai will live with us from now on and next. Chapter 258. We can finally live together in peace. She hadn't finished her sentence when Ah Su raised his eyes and warmly interjected. Next. Can we finally be at ease together? Yen Shu smiled. Yes, we can finally live together in peace. Ah Su smiled slightly, his gaze gentle. Whatever Shuju says, we will listen. Aho immediately became displeased, pouting. Why are you so quick to flatter? Ah Ling shot him a cold glance. You can choose not to listen. Aho! Yen Shu looked at this group of people, both helpless and amused, and simply decided to ignore them. As long as she spoke, they wouldn't really cause trouble. She slightly raised her eyes and slowly said, Now the most important thing is whether we should stay in the Dragon Clan. The atmosphere in the room finally became a bit serious, with several pairs of eyes immediately looking at her, waiting for her to continue. Yen Shu looked at the several pairs of eyes completely fixated on her. These guys had just been arguing fiercely, but now they were obedient. She leaned back on the soft couch, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, and after a moment of thought, she slowly opened her mouth. Although the Dragon Clan is okay with us, this is ultimately not our territory. Staying too long, after all, isn't good. Ai raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. Does Shuju want to leave? Yen Shu nodded, her eyes calm. I do want to leave, but not right now. She was thinking of that dragon male she had only met once, named Zhang Yuan. She had originally wanted to see him and ask him something. He still hadn't appeared, only saying that he was in seclusion. Ah Su had been listening very seriously, but Yen Shu was still silent. He slightly moved his gaze, suddenly raised his eyes, and spoke gently. Shu, are you thinking about that male from the Dragon Clan? Yen Shu paused for a moment, raised her eyes to look at Ah Su, and found his gaze gentle, yet carrying a hint of inquiry, as if he had already discerned something from her expression. She did not deny it and nodded slightly. Yes. Zhang Yuan. Aho frowned and said unhappily, Isn't that the guy who hasn't shown up until now? What's so good about him to think about? Yin Shu sighed lightly, her expression calm. Oh, I'm not thinking about him as a person, but rather wanting to know what exactly is going on with him. After all, he is the male I have a contract with. She paused, explaining originally, I wanted to meet him and clarify some things, but until now, he hasn't shown up. The Dragon Clan only says he's in seclusion, and this matter is too strange. Su smiled, his tone relaxed, so Shu wants to go see for herself. Yin Shu nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. If he really is in seclusion, then someone should know the exact news, but the attitude of the Dragon Clan towards this matter is too vague. I need to confirm. Su's expression remained gentle, but his tone had taken on an undeniable firmness. I'll accompany you. Aho immediately chimed in. Then I'll go too. Aling frowned and said indifferently, with so many of you going, will the Dragon Clan allow it? Yin Shu slowly raised her eyes, her gaze cooling slightly. If they really have no problem, why would they block us? As soon as she said this, the room fell into a brief silence. Everyone was contemplating the next course of action, while only Yi lowered his head, his expression dark and uncertain. In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Everyone's gaze turned to him, only to see Ye's fingers still gripping the armrest of the chair. While the beautifully carved chair had now completely shattered into several pieces, cracks spreading to the floor and with shavings scattered everywhere. Yin Shu. Oh. Su's lips curved slightly, seemingly unsurprised, and he said leisurely, looks like someone is not in a good mood. Yi raised his eyes, his gaze lingering on Yin Shu, his fingertips slowly loosening as if he had finally come to his senses. Then, he chuckled softly, speaking in a light tone. Shu, I almost forgot. You still have a male. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Aho looked confused. Who? Yin Shu. This big fool. Realizing that this topic could not continue, she instinctively wanted to divert the conversation, laughing casually and speaking lightly. Yi, aren't you going to check on your daughter? She said it casually, but clearly underestimated Ye's persistence. He squinted at her, a smile on his lips, his tone leisurely enough to make one feel tense. Shu, what are you hiding from? Yin Shu. How did this guy see her as hiding? Yi looked at her, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the table, and continued leisurely. Can you tell me how you and Shu met? Where did you meet? He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips, his tone casual. Or do you not even remember yourself? Yin Shu was thinking about how to respond. In the next second, Yi suddenly lost his smile, his brow slightly furrowing, his gaze heavy upon her. As if he had noticed something. Suddenly, he scoffed lightly, his voice low and hoarse. Shu, are you still pregnant with a child? The atmosphere in the room instantly became stagnant. Even the sound of breathing became almost inaudible. Su, Aho, and Aling's gazes all landed on Yin Shu simultaneously. They had long known that she was not only carrying their children, but also the bloodline of that Dragon Clan. They had even discussed this matter, since it was ultimately a return to ancestral bloodlines, and as long as it was Yin Shu's child, they would not reject it. But at this moment, with this topic being brought up again, the atmosphere became subtly different. The only difference was, who had always been treated as transparent in the room, finally reacted. He had been quietly sitting in the corner, focusing on his own feet, seemingly uninterested in the argument. But this time, his movements paused, and he slowly raised his head, his calm gaze landing on Yin Shu, who looked at her, his voice low and calm. Ma'am, is it true? His voice was not loud, and his tone did not carry the dangerous edge like a yes, but strangely, this calmness made people feel more tense. Yin Shu met Ahu's gaze, her fingertips tightening slightly. After a moment, she nodded. It is true. As her words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ahu did not speak. He simply looked at Yin Shu quietly, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. Meanwhile, Yi suddenly laughed. His laughter was soft, yet cold as if a stone had fallen on the ice in the depths of winter. He casually tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze deep, but the smile on his lips carried a hint of faint sarcasm. How interesting. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Yin Shu's face, his tone half smiling. Shu, you really know how to keep secrets. He was not questioning, but stating. Yin Shu looked at him, her tone calm. This matter, I never intended to hide from you. Yi stared at her, his expression growing cold, the smile fading. Never intended to hide? But you didn't take the initiative to say it. Yin Shu did not refute, as this was a fact. Mainly, she had just forgotten. She hadn't expected that both Ahu and Yi were unaware. She thought they had tacitly accepted it, but it turned out they had never heard of it. Chapter 259. You are also my male now. Aho was still desperately clinging to Yin Shu, his eyes red, filled with grievance and unwillingness, holding onto her tightly. Afraid she would change her mind. Shoo, you are already carrying a child from the dragon clan. What about mine? You promised me. He was truly anxious, his tone carrying a nasal sound, like a big dog about to be forgotten by its master, feeling extremely wronged. Yen Shu was helpless, unable to shake him off, and could only keep assuring him, I will have yours. I really will, Aho. When have I ever lied to you? Aho raised his head, his golden, beastly eyes shining brightly, filled with expectation. Then can you do it quickly? Yen Shu. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She felt this guy was completely hopeless. Meanwhile, Ahu remained indifferent, standing in place without any emotional fluctuations. He had always been like this, uninterested and unconcerned about Yen Shu's other children, and even had an attitude of indifference. He had never thought it would be his turn. After all, Aho Ling and Asu had long been restless. He thought it would be good enough for him to be the last one. But at this moment, Yen Shu suddenly raised her head, her gaze landing directly on him. Ahu was taken aback. Yen Shu spoke gently, her tone calm as if stating a fact. As long as you are my male, you will definitely have children, and Ahu will too. The air instantly froze. Ahu's previously indifferent expression suddenly stiffened. He blinked slightly, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. Finally, his pupils constricted sharply, and his eyes widened in shock. Ahu's throat moved slightly, the casual smile on his lips completely vanished, and he appeared as if he had been petrified in place. He looked at Yen Shu, his ears buzzing, his mind blank, as if his thoughts had been abruptly severed, unable to function at all. He would also have children? What does this mean? His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a word. Ahuai's expression was too unusual. Even Yen Shu could tell. She blinked and couldn't help but look at him again. You are my male now. Do you think I would forget you? Ahuai felt a bit guilty. He really thought that, from the beginning to the end, he felt like he was the last one to arrive, and she still had to give him his freedom. It was his persistence that made it not happen. He thought it was already a great fortune that he could stay. But now, Yen Shu said with her own mouth, he would also have children. This matter was already a done deal. Ahuai's head buzzed loudly, his fingers curled slightly, as if he was unsteady, even standing, his tail stiff behind him, not moving at all, as if he had been completely frozen in that moment. You. He opened his mouth, revealing a rare look of panic, his eyes trembling slightly, and finally even his voice became unsteady. Adult, are you really not joking? Yen Shu looked at his shocked expression, unable to help but frown. What joke? She looked at him seriously, her tone calm and natural. You are my male. So of course you will have children too. Ahuai. He felt like his world had turned upside down. He had never thought this day would really come. He had never even imagined that he would have such treatment. This certainty, this resoluteness, almost made his heart stop for a moment. Ahuai blinked, suddenly reaching out to gently pinch his own arm. Ouch, it hurt. It was real. In an instant, Ahuai's expression changed from shock to daze, and finally to excitement. Asu and the others watched his reaction and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Aho snorted coldly. You are behind me. My child has to be born first before yours can come out. Ahuai nodded without hesitation, his face full of understanding. Okay, I am behind you. Hearing this, Aho's gaze paused for a moment. Usually, he would argue a few words with Asu and the others, but being answered so readily by him made him a bit uncomfortable. Asu suppressed his laughter to the point that his shoulders were shaking, his big tail swaying lightly, his tone lazy yet teasing. Aho, just let it go anyway. Shushu has already said, you'll have your sooner or later, Ahuai will have his sooner or later, and we all will have ours sooner or later. Yen Shu. She had not even given birth yet, and this group had already discussed the issue of children's ownership in such detail. Yen Shu rubbed her temples, feeling thoroughly exhausted by this group of males. She took a deep breath, deciding to temporarily put aside their arguments. After all, she was also quite tired. But just as she was about to take a break, a pile of troublesome things to face came to mind. First, she had to fulfill her promise to Aho. After all, this guy was really anxious. Just from his earlier appearance, it was clear how much he cared about this matter. Secondly, Aling's heat. She glanced at Aling, who was standing aside. This guy was usually quiet and well-behaved, and even though he had become more extroverted after evolving, his habits still didn't make him more proactive in bothering her for a solution. Yen Shu also planned to help him. After all, he was from the snake clan, and his heat was more suppressed and enduring than that of ordinary males. If it dragged on, Aling would definitely suffer even more, and by then, he might not even be able to control himself. This is really a headache. Yanshu muttered softly, feeling a bit helpless, thinking about how she had to deal with Yi, who could cause trouble at any moment, while also having to soothe Aho's emotions. And now had to think about how to solve Ling's heat. Who is serving whom here? She sighed deeply in her heart, feeling that she might be the most worried female on this continent. Chapter 260 Shu Shu. Don't rush this sleep was particularly deep for Yin Shu. From last night until noon the next day, she finally slowly woke up as the sun outside was about to reach its highest point. When she slightly opened her eyes, the first thing that caught her was the bright sunlight pouring in from the window, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of grass and trees, mixed with a bit of warm humidity, making her feel completely relaxed. As she moved slightly, her consciousness gradually cleared, and she soon noticed that someone was beside her. Turning her head, she met a pair of clear, sky-blue eyes. Achan was quietly sitting beside her, his long arm propped against his forehead, gazing at her gently. Seeing her awake, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a warm smile. Adult, did you sleep well? His slightly blue long hair fell gently, smooth like high-quality silk, making him look exceptionally warm and handsome, with a hint of a unique cool aura. Before Yin Shu could speak, she felt the air on the other side shift slightly. She turned her head and saw Ling half leaning on the edge of the bed, his long fingers quietly resting on her bedding, his pale face half lit and half dark in the sunlight, exuding a faint sense of tranquility. His long hair was a bit messy, showing that he had been guarding her here without leaving during her deep sleep. Yin Shu was taken aback for a moment, then sighed helplessly. You guys have been here all along? Upon hearing this, Ling tilted his head slightly, his narrow black pupils shimmering subtly in the sunlight. He didn't answer directly, but instead reached out to gently smooth her bangs, his voice soft. Shu Shu slept too deeply. We were just keeping watch. Chun smiled lightly, his voice clear. Adult, it's rare for you to get a good sleep. How could we bear to wake you? Yin Shu's heart trembled slightly. She was silent for a moment, then reached out and gently flicked their foreheads, her tone carrying a hint of affectionate helplessness. You guys. Both were taken aback for a moment. Then Chun chuckled softly, while Ling slightly lowered his head, the corners of his eyes tinged with a barely noticeable red. Seeing their expressions, the fatigue in Yin Shu's heart dissipated a bit in this moment of warmth. She stretched lazily, just about to get up, but was gently pressed down on the shoulder by Ling, his voice soft. Shu Shu, you should rest a little longer. Chun also nodded slightly, his black pupils fixed on her, quietly saying, Adult, you just woke up. No need to rush to get up. Yin Shu was taken aback, then laughed. I'm not a patient. After sleeping for a whole day and night, you guys wouldn't want me to sleep again, would you? Ling blinked his eyes, his tone carrying a bit of spoiled helplessness. But Shu Shu rarely gets to rest well. We certainly hope you can sleep a bit more. Chun said nothing but reached out to gently squeeze her wrist, his fingertips cold, showing a noticeable reliance. Yin Shu sighed lightly, her gaze sweeping over their faces, and a hint of softness rose in her heart. She knew that she had put too much energy into Yi these past few days, leaving these guys a bit neglected. Now they were quietly accompanying her, not making a fuss, yet making it impossible for her to ignore their presence. Thinking of this, she narrowed her eyes, suddenly reaching out to rub Chun and Ling's heads, casually laughing. All right, today I'll spend a bit more time with you. Chun was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, a warm light appearing in his sky-blue eyes. Ling was slightly taken aback, his eyelashes fluttering, a faint blush quietly appearing on his cheeks, and he responded softly. The sunlight outside the window was still warm and gentle, spilling over them as if the entire world had quieted down in this afternoon. Yin Shu had just begun to enjoy a moment of peace when she heard babbling sound from outside, the childish voices a bit hurried, as if calling for something. She was taken aback, then immediately sat up, no longer able to relax. Her daughter. While calling out, she rolled out of bed and hurriedly walked outside. Chun and Ling quickly followed, one reaching out to support her arm, afraid she would walk too fast, while the other gently blocked her in front, trying to ease her pace. Shu Shu, don't rush, Ling said softly, gently holding her waist, smiling as she advised. She just woke up and called for you when she sensed your presence. Chun also reached out to tidy her disheveled collar, whispering, Madam, your clothes are messy. Yin Shu ignored them, hastening her steps out, and just as she pushed open the door, she saw in the courtyard a few little cubs surrounding her daughter, chattering away about something. Her little girl was in the middle, her face round, eyes sparkling, eyelashes fluttering gently as she called out in a milky voice, Mother! Yin Shu paused, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Not only had her little girl called out to her, but the other cubs had also joined in, their soft voices ringing out one after another. Mother, mother, mother. The voices were clear and tender, filled with the unique sweetness of children calling for her. Yanshu froze, shocked as she looked at the little cubs in her arms, her mind buzzing. She must have heard wrong. These little ones, just yesterday, they could only babble incoherently, not even able to form complete words. Yet now, after a single sleep, they all knew how to call her mother. Her hands holding the child trembled slightly, her gaze suspiciously turning to the surrounding cubs, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You all can talk now? Her little daughter blinked her sparkling eyes and nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the other children following suit, as if this was the most normal occurrence. Yanshu. Her mind was a chaotic mess, completely unable to grasp the situation. Soon Yanshu realized. At first, Asu and the others were also shocked, immediately starting to check the status of the children. However, whether it was their mental or physical condition, these little ones showed no abnormalities, except their consciousness had somehow synchronized on some level. The source of this phenomenon was a Yez daughter. Although she appeared soft and cute like the other cubs, in reality, her mental strength was innately powerful, even more terrifying than many adult males. And this strong mental power had unconsciously produced a subtle resonance while she was with the other children. In other words, her consciousness had briefly connected with the other children. And under this synchronization, all the children shared her learning ability, directly skipping the language enlightenment stage and instantly mastering language skills. Chapter 261. The matter of your insect clan males. When the resonance ended, they each regained their independent consciousness. But the ability to speak was already firmly etched in their minds. This was an extremely rare talent, even considered a unique existence. However, upon learning the truth, everyone did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, they fell into deeper silence. This child, just a few months old, could already influence the mental strength of other cubs. What would happen when she grew up a bit more? Just thinking about this question was enough to make their scalps tingle. Yanshu stood in place, looking down at the few soft-voiced cubs, unsure whether to cry or laugh for a moment. She had only rested for a day. Why did it feel like the world had changed? But Yanshu's heart was instantly melted. She no longer cared about the shock. After all, this wasn't a bad thing. She quickly stepped forward, hugged the child, gently shook her, and spoke softly. Why did you wake up so early? Her little daughter nestled into her embrace, opened her small hands to wrap around her neck, rubbed her face, and mumbled, Miss you, mother. Yanshu's heart was about to be melted. She gently kissed her daughter's forehead, sitting down in the corridor with her, softly coaxing, Mother misses you too. Asu and the others stood by, quietly watching this scene, their gazes involuntarily softening a bit. Aho was naturally even more envious. But before this warm atmosphere could last too long, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from a distance, followed by a Dragon Clan servant bursting in with a worried expression. Lady Yanshu. Yanshu furrowed her brows and looked up at the newcomer. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze instinctively swept around. She suddenly realized that a Yi was missing. Yanshu's heart dropped. She reflexively turned to look for him, but whether inside the house or in the courtyard, there was no sign of him. Where did Yi go? Her heart immediately tightened. This guy loved to cause trouble. If he stirred up some chaos in the Dragon Clan again, just cleaning up the mess would be exhausting. Before she could ask anything, the dragon's servant quickly approached her, whispering, Lady Yanshu, the elders request your presence. Yanshu narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening as she focused on him, her tone growing serious. What do the elders want with me? The servant's face paled slightly, clearly uneasy, but he still steeled himself to say, It's about your insect clan male. Yanshu's heart sank. Sure enough, he was in trouble. She quickly stood up and threw out a terse, Lead the way. She had only enjoyed one peaceful day, and now this guy had caused another mess. Yanshu's steps were hurried, inwardly cursing a Yi for being such a restless fellow. Just a moment of calm, and now he had stirred up trouble again. She hurriedly followed the dragon's servant all the way to the Dragon Clan's council hall. Before the elders could speak, she took the initiative to bow her head and sincerely said, It was my negligence. A Yi has just arrived at the Dragon Clan, and I haven't had time to discipline him. If he has caused any trouble, I apologize to all the elders here. The Dragon Clan elders initially wore stern faces, seeming to be ready to say something, but upon seeing her straightforward admission of fault, they paused, their prepared reprimands abruptly stifled. They exchanged glances, and, finally, the oldest elder sighed lightly, his tone softening somewhat. Lady Yin Shu, since you were so honest, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. However, could you ask your male to remove those carnivorous ants? Yin Shu's heart sank. She straightened up abruptly, frowning as she asked, carnivorous ants? The elder's expressions changed slightly as they spoke in deep voices. Yes, those terrifying insects he brought. They are now roaming around the dragon clan, causing panic among the surrounding tribes. The dragon clan was the central hub for nearby tribes. If even they were surrounded by these insects, the surrounding human tribes and other races would also be uneasy. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu's anger surged uncontrollably. Aye, this guy actually brought carnivorous ants to the dragon clan. What on earth was he thinking? Yin Shu rushed to the outskirts of the dragon clan, and from a distance, she saw a swarm of black carnivorous ants gathered there, her anger boiling over. She was prepared to see some terrifying scene, but when she got closer, she was stunned. There sat Yi, looking utterly bored on a large rock, casually fiddling with a group of carnivorous ants in his hands. The terrifying creatures that were supposed to rampage were now lined up in a straight line, passing by him one after another. I sat lazily, and whenever a carnivorous ant passed, he casually tapped its back with a stick. Crack! The tapped ant paused for a moment, then obediently continued moving forward. Crack! The next one received another tap, still marching forward honestly. Yin Shu. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or speechless. These carnivorous ants could actually be trained to be as orderly as an army. I sensed her presence, slowly raised his head, and saw her appear behind him. A smile crept onto his lips as he asked playfully, Shu, are you here to find me? Yin Shu saw him wave at her and could only walk over, then asked, what are you doing? I chuckled softly, flicking the stick in his hand with a hint of teasing in his gaze, bored, looking for something to do. He glanced down at the carnivorous ants in front of him, seemingly a bit disdainful as he clicked his tongue. These guys are even more obedient than I imagined. Yin Shu twitched her lips, wanting to swat away the hand that had come to rest on her, but it was gently held in ice palm, and he rubbed it tenderly. The elder of the dragon clan has already found me. Can't you let these little brothers of yours leave? They've already caused panic in the surrounding tribes. I tilted his head, as if just remembering this matter, and lazily smiled. Oh, is that so? Then he glanced at the group of carnivorous ants, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured, but they don't want to leave me. After saying that, he casually twirled the stick in his hand, his gaze drifting back to her. After a moment, he smiled faintly and said, but if Shu doesn't want to see them, I can let them leave. It just depends on how Shu plans to appease me. Chapter 262. Are you really worried? Yin Shu was initially fierce, her tone carrying a habitual reprimand, but as soon as the words left her mouth, an image of I during his evolution flashed through her mind. Flesh tearing, bones reshaping, he was reborn in excruciating pain, yet stood before her with a grin. As if it were nothing. This guy, that's how he is. He does the most extreme things with the lightest attitude. Thinking of this, her voice faltered, and her anger slightly subsided. She looked at him with a complicated expression, unable to help but change her approach, her tone unconsciously softening. These carnivorous ants. If they leave, will it affect you? She was genuinely a bit worried. After all, these weren't ordinary insects. They resonated with I and even obeyed his commands, which meant their existence was likely closely related to I himself. As soon as she finished speaking, I's hand holding the stick paused slightly, and his lazy demeanor shifted. The smile he had been wearing faded a bit. His gray-white pupils narrowed as he looked at her with a hint of imperceptible strangeness in his gaze. After a while, he slowly smiled, his tone losing some of its usual teasing, now carrying a hint of seriousness. Shu, are you worried about me? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he wanted to continue teasing her. But deep in his eyes, there was a trace of unmasked tremor. Yin Shu looked at him and nodded earnestly, speaking without hesitation. Of course I'm worried. I's pupils slightly constricted, and the curve of his lips froze for a moment. Yin Shu sighed softly, took a few steps closer, reached out to snatch the stick from his hand, and tossed it aside. She looked up at him, her brows furrowing less sternly and more helplessly. You really have no sense of security, always distrusting me. She knew that he always covered his obsession with a light-hearted attitude, playing the cynic, but in his heart, he was more serious than anyone else. He could mock everything without restraint, scoff at enemies arrogantly, but when facing her, he always had a trace of subtle insecurity and testing. Yin Shu looked at him, feeling inexplicably soft-hearted, reached out to gently hold his hand, her fingertips softly pressing against his palm. I's body stiffened, looking down at the small hand that had taken hold of his. His smile vanished completely, and his throat moved slightly. Shoo shoo, he murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. His fingers tightened slightly, as if wanting to hold onto this warmth firmly. I stared at her for a moment, his gray-white pupils slightly constricted, as if confirming something. He couldn't help but repeatedly ask, "Are you really worried?" Shu frowned gently, her gaze serious as she looked at him, her tone firm. "What else could it be? I just asked you, and you didn't answer. If the carnivorous ants leave, will it affect you?" Her fingertips tightened slightly, her warm palm resting on the back of his hand, as if providing him with some comfort, while also emphasizing her concern. Ice's breath hitched imperceptibly for a moment. She was genuinely worried. There was no trace of perfunctoriness in her eyes, no impatience, and no disdain for his extreme methods. In his world, he had always only believed in himself. Everyone could betray him, and all warmth could be a lie. But Shu was different. She was real, warm, and belonged to him. He lowered his gaze, the corners of his lips curling slightly, his tone finally softening a bit. "Well, it will have a little impact." Shu's eyes widened, frowning. "How much impact?" I blinked, looking at her serious expression, unable to help but chuckle softly. He reached out with his other hand, gently grasping her fingers, and slowly said, "Not life-threatening, just a bit weak. After all, they are a part of me." Shu's brow furrowed tightly, clearly not fully understanding the implications. She looked at I, her tone grave. "Do you mean the carnivorous ants in your body are of the same origin?" I chuckled softly, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of strange tenderness. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently sliding across her hand, seemingly enjoying her serious attention towards him at this moment. "Shoo shoo," he paused, narrowing his gray-white pupils, and slowly spoke. "When I evolved, the carnivorous ants completely consumed my body." Shu's breath caught, her fingertips tightening slightly. And then, her tone was a bit tense. I smiled, his gaze deep as he fixed his eyes on her. "Then, I reshaped them into my flesh and blood, making them a part of me." Shu's heart raced, her pupils contracting. I continued slowly. "The carnivorous ants now can be considered one with me. They're not just something I raised, but they entirely belong to me. My will can control them, and they carry a part of my life." His words were light, as if he were discussing something utterly ordinary. But Shu felt her palms grow cold. She suddenly recalled the scene. He stood before the consumed pupa, bloodied and mangled, devoured by the ant swarm, ultimately breaking free. She had always thought he merely used the carnivorous ants to help him complete his evolution. But now she realized that he had sacrificed himself, willingly allowing them to consume his body before reshaping them into a part of himself. This method was something no normal being could endure. Shu took a deep breath, her throat tightening. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. "So, you can't completely separate from them now?" I smiled, his fingertips tightening slightly as he held her hand. "In theory, it can be separated, but it will make me weaker." He tilted his head, a hint of mischief in the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Shoo shoo, do you really want me to become weaker?" Shu shook her head without the slightest hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she didn't press further. "Then let them stay," she said. I was taken aback for a moment, his gray-white pupils widening slightly, as if he hadn't expected her to say that. Shouldn't she be forcing him to remove the carnivorous ants to satisfy the dragon clan and reassure her males? But she didn't. She simply chose to stand by his side. It felt as if something lightly bumped against Ice's heart. He slowly lifted his gaze, looking deeply at her. He swallowed lightly, and after a moment, he chuckled softly. "Shoo shoo. Okay, I have always been very obedient. I will listen to you." I chuckled, his voice like feathers brushing against the heart, carrying an indescribable pleasure and satisfaction. Shu looked at him like this, feeling a little relieved. Just as she was about to say something, I suddenly grasped her wrist, his fingertips gently caressing her skin, and asked softly, "So, are you going to reward me?" Chapter 263. I want to reward. Shu was stunned. "Reward what?" I smiled, his gray-white pupils half squinting with a hint of wicked playfulness. His tone elongated. "I'm so obedient." Shu's eyelids twitched violently. "Don't start." She was just about to shake off his hand. But I didn't give her that chance. Instead, he held her fingertips, and a playful smile appeared in his eyes, like a beast that had finally relaxed and settled beside her. He let out a lazy sigh, his tone light. "Forget it, anyway, no matter what you say. I'm the most obedient one. I would even do what you ask." Shu. She felt like she had fallen into some trap again, but for a moment, she couldn't think of any rebuttal. Yin Shu looked at him, her eyes filled with a bit of helplessness. But in the end, she sighed in compromise, gently tugging at his fingers as if soothing him. All right, I'll reward you. Ice gray-white pupils instantly brightened, his tone slightly rising with rare excitement. Oh, Shu is so proactive. It makes me a bit. Yin Shu felt a bit creeped out by his tone, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. What kind of reward do you want? I leaned slightly closer to her face, his voice low and enticing. You know what I want, right? Yin Shu's heart raced, and she instinctively raised her hand to push him away. But I directly held her wrist, gently rubbing with his thumb, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Shu, I'm very obedient today. Yin Shu blinked, feigning calm. So? I smiled, his voice low, the last syllable lingering. Then, how about rewarding me with a kiss? Yin Shu. She felt like she was being tricked, but looking at Ice's obedient look, plus the fact that he seemed a bit pitiful. She gritted her teeth and quickly pecked his cheek, about to pull away when I suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. I narrowed his eyes, lightly licking his lips, seemingly unsatisfied, his voice carrying a hint of innocent grievance. Shu, is that so perfunctory? Yin Shu reacted, pushing against his shoulder, angrily saying, How much more do you want? I tilted his head, smiling as if it were obvious. At least, let me taste it, right? Yin Shu's face instantly burned. I looked at her wide eyes, his gray-white pupils deep like a vortex that could swallow her whole. He suddenly chuckled softly, his voice low and husky, carrying a hint of seduction. Shu, you clearly know. Before he finished speaking, he leaned in closer, his fingertips slowly gliding over her cheek, landing on her chin, gently lifting it. The next moment, a soft sensation enveloped her. Yin Shu's pupils constricted, her breath caught. He bit her lip, gently nibbling with a hint of lingering exploration, his fingertips sliding slowly along her waist, as if savoring her existence. Yin Shu's mind went blank in an instant, almost instinctively wanting to push him away, but I didn't give her a chance to react. Chuckling as he deepened the kiss, he kissed her with utmost tenderness, his tongue barely brushing over her lips, carrying a hint of seductive lingering, murmuring indistinctly, Shu, I've tasted it, but it's still not enough. Yin Shu's fingertips trembled slightly, her consciousness tangled in chaos, her ears turning a suspicious shade of red. Finally, she pushed him away with force, breathing unsteadily and glaring at him, her voice trembling. You can't take advantage of me. I licked his lips, squinting at her, a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice low and slightly wicked. Shu, you clearly promised to reward me. Why are you denying it now? Yin Shu's face turned even redder, gritting her teeth as she glared at him, trying hard not to kick him. This guy, really pushing his luck to the point of making one's head hurt. On the other side, Asu and the others indeed didn't come over. It wasn't that they weren't jealous, but they couldn't approach. After all, there were Dragon Clan members present too. Asu stood at a distance, his slender, beastly eyes slightly narrowed, watching I boldly hugging their Shu, even daring to kiss her in public. His 9 foxtails slightly bristled, his heart clenched, but his face still maintained a calm demeanor. Aho clenched his fists, his expression dark enough to drip water. But they couldn't go up. The elders and attendants of the Dragon Clan were also observing from a distance, clearly still wary of I, ready to intervene at any moment. Asu and the others exchanged glances. Although they were furious, they still forced themselves to endure, blocking the Dragon Clan members. What they could do was to let Shu calm I down for now, to prevent him from causing a scene later. After all, they really couldn't overpower him. Asu took a deep breath, suppressing his jealousy, and spoke lazily. Elders, why the rush? Look, he's being so obedient right now. The expression of the Dragon Clan elders was subtle. Obedient? They looked at I, who was hugging Yin Shu without letting go, a satisfied smile on his face, and silently averted their gaze. This is called obedient? But they also knew that if they rashly approached now, who knows whether this bug would go crazy again. So, the Dragon Clan elders could only snort coldly and refrain from acting for the time being. Meanwhile, Asu and the others continued to block, feeling frustrated inside. Hold on. Once Shu calms this bug down, they would settle the score. The people from the Dragon Clan initially thought that Yin Shu was coming over to bring good news. They had even thought about how to deal with the carnivorous ants, try to minimize the trouble for this insect male. But who would have thought? Yin Shu stood before them, her expression calm, her tone steady. Elders, I've considered it. For the sake of the other tribes, I plan to leave with my male. The air instantly froze. The Dragon Clan elders' eyes nearly popped out. What? Leave? How could that be? Not only the elders, but even the Dragon Clan males also changed their expressions, shocked. Lady Inshu, why? Why are you suddenly leaving? An elder couldn't help but speak up, his tone urgent. Was it not comfortable here? Were you dissatisfied? Another elder quickly followed. Yes, yes. If it's uncomfortable, we can rearrange or change places. How can you leave? In an instant, the entire Dragon Clan panicked, fearing that Yinshu would really leave. Yinshu's position was too special. She represented a stabilizing force within the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that she was cared for by a powerful figure, and all the children born from this great person were female. Now, she wanted to leave? How could they let her go? However, Yinshu's attitude was very firm. She shook her head slightly and explained, it's not that this place is bad, but the carnivorous ants might not be able to leave Yi. She paused, her tone serious, as she added, if I want them to completely leave the Dragon Clan, I can only take him with me. The Dragon Elders, their mouths slightly agape, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, as if something had lodged in their throats. They originally wanted the carnivorous ants to leave, but Yinshu's words implied that if she wanted the ants to leave, she would have to leave too. But they absolutely did not want her to go. Was this a deadlock? The elders exchanged glances, their hearts tightening, completely not expecting things to turn out this way. Chapter 264. Aya's strength. Yinshu initially thought that if she took the carnivorous ants away, the Dragon Clan would breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the presence of the carnivorous ants was indeed a headache for them. Logically, they should be eager for these things to leave as soon as possible. But now, seeing their anxious expressions, Yinshu couldn't help but frown slightly. Her gaze swept over several dragon elders and noticed their anxious and uneasy expressions. A few elders even opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed their words, seemingly hesitating. The male dragons around also had unsightly expressions, especially those males who had secretly been paying attention to her. The emotions in their eyes were extremely complicated. Yinshu thought for a moment and suddenly understood the general situation. Zhang Yuan, the one they respected the most, was her mate, but wasn't he still in seclusion? Yinshu understood in her heart, but her tone remained calm as she spoke at a measured pace. I will not abandon my mate. She looked steadily at the elders and continued, if Zhang Yuan comes out of seclusion, I will not give him up either. The faces of the dragon elders instantly grew tense. Would they allow Yinshu to leave with the carnivorous ants? This was not good for the Dragon Clan at all. She could give birth to females. This was the real reason the Dragon Clan was so anxious. A female capable of steadily nurturing female offspring meant everything for the future of the Dragon Clan. They knew this all too well. Although the male dragons were strong, their reproductive rate was extremely slow. Once a female gave birth to a female, she would become the core of the entire clan and even relate to the inheritance of the Dragon Clan's future. Now, she wanted to leave? No, they absolutely could not let her go. The elders exchanged glances, a hint of anxiety flashing in their eyes. One of the older female elders finally couldn't help but speak, her tone somewhat tentative. Lady Yinshu, if you're worried about the issue of the carnivorous ants, we could discuss a solution. There is no need to rush into leaving. That's right. Another elder immediately echoed. The Dragon Clan respects you and is willing to protect you. If you leave because of these trivial matters, it would be inappropriate. The male dragons nearby also chimed in, some even showing excited expressions. Lady Yinshu, if you feel uncomfortable living in the Dragon Clan, we can arrange better accommodations. We can discuss the issue of the carnivorous ants later. Yinshu raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why these people suddenly became so accommodating. Just a moment ago, they were urging her to get rid of the carnivorous ants, making it sound so serious. Yet now, not only were they no longer insisting on that, but they were also actively offering her a more comfortable stay and willing to discuss the issue of the carnivorous ants. She considered asking more, but then thought that since they could resolve the issue peacefully, she might as well go along with them for now. With that in mind, Yinshu nodded, her tone softening somewhat. In that case, let's do it this way. I will stay for now, but if the carnivorous ants continue to affect the Dragon Clan, I will still take them away. The several dragon elders breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her concession. The older female elder smiled, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness in her eyes, and said gently, by the way, Lady Yinshu, I've heard that you just gave birth to offspring, so recovering your vitality is the most important thing. Our Dragon Clan is skilled in nourishing the body, and we will send some supplements over shortly to help you recover quickly. Yinshu was taken aback. She finally understood why their attitude had changed so quickly. These people were indeed concerned about her ability to give birth to females. Looking at the elder's expressions of concern, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. No wonder they were anxious just a moment ago. But now they were actively softening their stance and offering supplements. After all, what they truly wanted was not her safety, but her offspring. These people were calculating more than anyone else. She suppressed her smile and returned to a calm demeanor, nodding gently. "Thank you for your kindness, elders." The elders saw her attitude soften, and their smiles became even more natural. One of the older female elders kindly said, "Lady Yin Shu, you are a distinguished guest of the Dragon Clan, and taking care of your health is our responsibility. If you need anything, just let us know." Yin Shu smiled. She didn't mind. She was already used to these things. The ability to give birth to females was the most important resource in this world. Since the Dragon Clan knew all her children would be female, how could they not be moved? She tilted her head slightly, speaking casually. "Then I really need to rest well, since this time it has indeed consumed quite a bit of my strength." The elders immediately agreed. "Of course. Lady Yin Shu, take good care of yourself. Once you recover, the Dragon Clan will feel more at ease." "Of course." They glanced at the frighteningly large number of carnivorous ants outside, pursing their lips. Yin Shu sighed, rubbed her forehead, and ultimately decided to take a step back. "Anye, can you let your carnivorous ants be a little more restrained? It's best if they don't scare others." So the Dragon Clan isn't on edge all the time. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Yi lazily lifted his eyelids, smiling meaningfully. "Since Shu Shu has spoken, I naturally have to obey." As he spoke, he casually clapped his hands. In the next moment, an astonishing change occurred. The dense, overwhelming carnivorous ants that had been crawling on the ground, as if they could devour everything in the next second, suddenly paused for a moment at Ye's gesture and then quickly burrowed into the ground like a tide. Within a few breaths, the earth returned to its previous calm, as if those densely packed, terrifying creatures had never existed. But Yin Shu knew that they had not disappeared. They had merely gone into hiding, lurking deeper and no longer revealing themselves to scare anyone. The surrounding Dragon Clan members felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes wide open in shock. Unable to speak, they just withdrew. Just moments ago, they had been frightened pale by the dense swarm of carnivorous ants. And now, Yi casually clapped his hands and directly hid them all underground. This was completely unlike ordinary bugs. It was more like a part of his body that he could control at any time. The expressions of the dragon elders changed unpredictably. Although they knew Yi was strong, this scene instantly heightened their wariness. Yin Shu was also slightly stunned, but then she reacted, raising her head to look at Yi. Yi met her gaze, a teasing light flashing in his gray-white pupils, his lips curling slightly. "Shu Shu, is this obedient enough?" Chapter 265. Naming the daughter, Yin Shu sat indoors, cradling a soft little creature in her arms, while several other small cubs gathered around her, eagerly waiting for her to name them. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but chuckle. The fathers of these children were all quite proud. Yet when it came to her, they all took her surname Yin, and now even the children had to follow suit. This was truly a joke from her previous world come to life. Thinking of this, Yin Shu couldn't help but smile again. She remembered a joke she had seen in her past life, where the father and children couldn't win against an outsider mother at home. Now it seemed her situation was even more absurd. Her males, with their unmatched strength, ended up taking her surname, Yin, along with the children, which made her feel a strange sense of pride. "Shu Shu, what are you laughing at?" A Su sat beside her, casually swishing his tail, with a hint of curiosity in his elongated beastly eyes. "Nothing." Yin Shu cleared her throat, holding the cub in her arms tightly, squinting her eyes. "All right. Since everyone is waiting, I'll name our little princesses." The four daughters immediately widened their eyes, fluttering their long eyelashes, their young faces full of anticipation. It was clear they understood. Su was the first to lean in, smiling. "Shu Shu, you must give our daughters the most special names." Ling stood quietly behind her, his black eyes calm and gentle. Though he said nothing, the expectation in his gaze was obvious. Chun remained gentle, holding his daughter. With a light smile, the names given by adults must be the best. Yi lazily leaned against the side, his usual mischievous smile on his lips, appearing indifferent. Yet the expectation in his eyes was hard to hide. Yin Shu chuckled lightly, stroking the smallest cub in her arms, her tone soft. "Then let us start with you." She raised her eyes to Su and slowly spoke. "Yinlu, I hope she can always be happy." Perhaps because she was Su's daughter. Her personality was particularly outgoing, laughing at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this, Asu's lips curled into a gentle and proud smile. His 9 tails gently swaying behind him, exuding an unmistakable sense of pride. Yenlu, he murmured the name, his gaze falling on the chubby little fox cub in his arms, his eyes filled with joy. His daughter, born with charm, had dazzling golden eyes that sparkled, her small face rosy, always wearing a sweet smile. Even now, being held by Shu, she giggled, reaching out her soft little hand to tug at her clothes, appearing quite clingy. Shu really loves me the most. Asu grinned slyly, looking at Yenlu's smiling face, his gaze growing even gentler. I'm very satisfied with this name. Shu gently tapped Yenlu's little nose, softly saying, little treasure, when you grow up, you'll probably be just like your dad, a charming little troublemaker. She teased. Yenlu laughed, even more happily at her touch, her soft little tail gently swaying in her embrace, radiating an innate aura. Hearing this, Asu felt even more pleased, the smile deepening on his enchanting face. He narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, a smile playing on his lips, looking at Shu as if his dark pupils could reflect light, shimmering brightly. She forcibly shifted her gaze away from him. His intense stare made her heart race. Shu quickly turned to look at Ling's daughter. The small body was soft and quiet, nestled in Shu's arms. Occasionally, she would slightly raise her eyes, her dark pupils reflecting Shu's face, her gaze carrying an innate coolness. Yet upon seeing Shu, there was an overwhelming reliance. She quietly clutched Shu's clothes, gently rubbing against her chest as if trying to memorize her scent. Shu felt her heart soften at her little actions, gently patting her head and laughing softly. Little one, so aloof yet so clingy, you must have learned it from Ling, right? From now on, you'll be called Yenlan. Upon hearing this, Ling slightly pursed his lips, lowering his eyes to look at his daughter, his gaze unusually soft. Lan Lang, he softly called out, his distinctly knuckled fingers gently touching her small hand. Yenlan slightly raised her eyes, glancing at Ling, and then held on even tighter. Her little paw firmly grasped Shu's clothes, her small body seeming to want to burrow completely into Shu's arms. Even her gaze showing a hint of defensiveness, as if claiming her territory. Ling, Shu. Ling blinked, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, chuckling softly as he reached out to rub Yenlan's little head, his tone gentle. I am your father. Yenlan quietly gazed at him, seemingly pondering his words. After a moment, she slightly loosened her grip on his fingers, but still clung tightly to Shu, like a young beast that had found its nest. Next was Chun's daughter. Shu looked down at the little one in her arms. Her skin was slightly fairer than the others, her eyes a light blue, and she always seemed to carry a hint of moisture. She was the most obedient of the bunch, quietly nestled in her embrace, raising her round eyes to look at her, her gaze pure like a glimmer in the deep sea. Shu said softly. See? Chun raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Is it the she of tide? Shu nodded, her fingers gently brushing her cheek. She is like the tide, soft, long, carrying a hint of mysterious charm. Chun looked down at his daughter, a trace of tenderness in his gaze, his thin lips gently pressed against her forehead, softly saying, she. She lightly blinked her eyes, softly humming, her small paws gently climbing up Chun's fingers as if responding to him. Finally, it was Yi's daughter. Shu gently stroked this little one. Compared to the others, her presence was the strongest. From the very beginning, she had been staring at Shu. Her grayish-white eyes resembled Yi's, carrying a hint of innate pride and indifference. Yet, she was the most clingy, even in Yi's arms. She would keep her eyes fixed on Shu, as if confirming that she wouldn't disappear. Shu said softly. Yi raised an eyebrow, gently stroking his daughter's hair, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of laughter. As in dusk, Shu looked at the little one, a faint smile on her lips. I hope she can find light even in the deepest night. Yi stared at her for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, his voice filled with satisfaction. Shu, you are truly special to her. She is my daughter. Shu shot him a glance, replying somewhat irritably. Is it wrong for me to be special to her? Of course not. Yi lazily laughed, leaning down to kiss his daughter's forehead, his grayish-white pupils filled with affection. All 4 names were finalized. Yenlu, Yenlan, Yenshi, and Yenmu. For completely different children, yet they were all her children, all her bloodline. Shu gently embraced these little ones, her lips involuntarily curling up. She lowered her head and gently pressed her forehead against theirs, her heart softening slightly. Chapter 266. The man's mouth is a deceptive ghost after naming them. Yinshu finally breathed a sigh of relief, lightly rubbing her forehead. But she knew she had 2 more matters to resolve. First, a Ling-S mating season. Second, a Ho-S children. Here is the translation of your provided content. As she thought about this, a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. She had known about A-Ling's mating period for a long time. He had been holding back, not actively bothering her for anything, not even saying an extra word. But she could feel his body temperature was higher than usual, and although his breathing was already unsteady, he still forced himself not to disturb her. The more A-Ling acted like this, the softer her heart felt. Forget it, who told him he was her male. But compared to A-Ling's problem, Aho's situation was truly giving her a headache. Aho really couldn't be conceived. Previously, it was because he hadn't fully evolved, which made it impossible for her to get pregnant. At that time, she could understand it. After all, the effects of evolution were unpredictable. But now that he had finally fully evolved, everything should have gone smoothly, right? As a result, that guy Aho had already started to be hesitant with her. Yinshu couldn't help but rub her forehead when she thought of that day's scene. She had asked him what he was hesitating about, and Aho's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, stammering for a long time before finally saying, Shoo, I just want to rub, not go in. Yinshu? She was stunned at that moment, almost kicking him away. Who taught him such nonsensical words? She was annoyed by his clinginess and reluctantly agreed to let him rub. Who knew that men's words were truly deceptive? He only said he would rub, but in the end, he still went in. Yinshu. Fine, she accepted it. As a result, after so much trouble, she still didn't get pregnant. Yinshu was truly speechless. She even began to wonder if Aho really had some special constitution that made it impossible for her to conceive his child. Now, even if Aho was no longer anxious, she was anxious. Although Aho didn't say it, she knew that this guy really wanted a child and was so envious that he was almost grinding his teeth. Yinshu rubbed her temples, deciding to solve these 2 issues in the next few days. She would personally help A-Ling through his mating period. She also had to get pregnant with Aho's child. If this dragged on, she felt she would be letting down this silly dog's expectations. He had been behaving himself recently, rarely causing trouble or looking for fights. Even the carnivorous ants had been kept in line by him. But who would have thought that during a good time, Yinshu would actually not bring him along? When he went to find someone at night, he discovered the person was missing. Yinshu was gone. Ai's first reaction was to mobilize all the carnivorous ants to immediately search for her scent. But the result couldn't be found, whether on the ground or in the air. Even the slightest trace of Yinshu had completely disappeared. This made Ai's expression instantly darken, his gray-white pupils slightly constricting, and the pressure around him dropped to the extreme. She actually dared to run away without telling him. She ran away. Ai clenched his fingers tightly, a cold aura surging wildly. Just as he was about to go berserk and turn the entire dragon clan upside down, Asu leisurely walked out, blocking his way. Don't be anxious, Ai. Asu had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his tail gently sweeping across the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of watching show. Ai narrowed his eyes sharply, coldly staring at him. Do you know where she went? Of course I know. Asu chuckled lightly, casually tossing out a piece of paper, a letter that Yinshu had left behind, which he gently threw into Ai's hands. Ai immediately unfolded the letter, and the more he read, the darker his expression became. Ai, if you see this letter, it means you've already discovered that I am missing. Don't worry, I will be back soon, just one night. A-Ling's mating period can't be delayed. I'm going to solve this tonight. You've recently made it hard for me by not causing trouble, not looking for fights, and not throwing tantrums. So, Ai, don't make me angry. If you really cause any trouble, I'll be very angry. Think about it. You've endured for so long, and everyone has slowly started to accept you. If you go and mess it up now, we will have to start all over again. So be good. Wait for me to come back. Ai held the letter, his pupils constricting, his expression terrifyingly dark. She went to accompany another male. But didn't T bring him along? She went to help another male with his mating period, but didn't T bring him along? Can he tolerate this? Ai's murderous aura suddenly surged up, and just as he was about to rush out to find someone, Asu immediately blocked him, smilingly saying, Don't be impulsive, Ai. Ai abruptly raised his eyes, his gaze icy. If you cause trouble now, Shushu will really be angry when she comes back. Asu lazily curled his lips, with an expression that said he understood him. And you wouldn't want to make her angry, would you? Alye. He gritted his teeth. his fingers trembling slightly, and finally forced himself to suppress his violent emotions, gripping the letter tightly. He was right. If he caused trouble now, Yinshu would definitely be angry. It had taken him so long to make her a bit more tolerant of him, willing to accept him, willing to stand on his side. He couldn't let her down. He would endure. But when she comes back, he would settle the score with her. The lake was deep and surrounded by mountains and forests, shrouded in mist. The surface of the water sparkled, reflecting the crescent moon in the night sky. In the center of the lake, the water rippled gently. A massive, snow-white dragon floated quietly on the water surface. Its silver-white scales seemed to be forged from moonlight, gently undulating with the waves, emitting a soft glow. Yinshu was completely naked, soaking in the lake, the water just covering her shoulders. Her wet hair clung to her neck, sliding down her skin, making her skin appear even more moist and fair. Her gaze quietly fell on the massive creature before her. Ailing had completely transformed back into his beast form. He was even larger than the last time she saw him. In his evolved form, a pair of long and imposing dragon horns had grown from his forehead, and he was surrounded by a layer of ethereal mist, faintly exuding pressure. But what surprised her the most was his scales. Normally, Ailing's scales were pale, carrying a sickly beauty. But now, under the moonlight, when she looked closer, she found that his scales had a slight pink hue, as if they had been stained with a light blush. This unusual change made her instantly realize it was because of the mating period. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently gliding along his neck, the touch surprisingly warm, rather than the cold she had imagined. Chapter 267. Helping Ailing through his mating period, Yinshu's fingertips slowly glided over Ailing's neck, gently stroking the texture of his scales. When she touched a slightly raised scale, she just grazed it lightly. That scale suddenly contracted, tightly adhering to his skin, as if instinctively responding to her touch. She was slightly taken aback, looking up at Ailing, but found that this guy not only didn't resist, but even actively leaned closer to her. The snow-white dragon's body slightly contracted, its massive form began to shrink, and the giant dragon that had originally enveloped half of her body slowly wrapped around her completely in its embrace. Her palm remained on that scale, feeling his slight tremble and the restrained caress. Yinshu was about to speak when she suddenly saw her reflection alongside Ailing in the water. She was momentarily stunned. Something was off. Just within her line of sight, the water rippled gently, obscuring the sight of that snow-white dragon body. After that bottom, her pupils slightly constricted, fixating on a certain direction. Two strange things. She gasped, her footsteps retreating slightly. This guy, after evolving, could he actually grow two more? She held her breath for a while. Her gaze was still locked on the reflection on the water's surface, her throat rolling slightly. She couldn't believe she looked again. As the water rippled, the long, snow-white dragon body slowly contracted, pressing against her skin, and what she had just seen, that shouldn't exist, actually slowly pressed against her thigh as the dragon body drew closer. Yinshu's fingertips trembled slightly, wanting to move away, but found her ankle unconsciously entwined by a ling. Shoo, he called softly, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible restraint and heat, his narrow black pupils fixated on her, filled with a trace of suppressed desire. Yinshu's heart raced with alarm, but before she could react, a ling's dragon tail had slowly tightened around her, even rubbing against her calf with a hint of testing. Yinshu's body stiffened slightly. Was he being coy? She swallowed, trying to push his head away, but a ling suddenly nudged her, his cheek pressing directly against her shoulder. His voice was a low, husky whisper, Shoo, touch me. Yinshu. At this moment, her mind was a mess, and she didn't know how to respond. A ling seemed to sense her stiffness, slowly raising his head, a hint of pitiful mist floating in his beautiful black pupils. He gently rubbed against her cheek, his voice tinged with grievance. Shoo, you don't like me like this? Yinshu's temples twitched violently. This guy, after evolving, he was really good at this. Before her hand could even rise, a ling's head had already lowered, his forehead gently resting against hers, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, a trace of temptation in his eyes. But I really like you touching me like this. The next moment, he let out a low laugh, his tail tightening gently, completely trapping her in his embrace. Yinshu's breath hitched, the surrounding water rippling with a ling's movements, adding a touch of hazy intimacy to his figure. She could feel the dragon tail coiling around her waist, bringing a slight chill. Yet it also had a different kind of heat. The scales pressed against her skin trembled slightly, as if stimulated by something. A ling. She felt shy. reaching out to push him away, but her wrist was firmly held by him. Ling squinted his eyes, his beautiful black pupils shimmering with a hazy light. Gazing at her, Shu, are you going to push me away? His voice was low, tinged with a hint of aggrieved hoarseness. Shu certainly wouldn't. It was just that his clingy demeanor made her feel shy herself. She took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions, and raised her hand to gently stroke down his neck. Soothingly massaging the scales at his side, her voice soft. Don't be naughty, I didn't say I wanted to push you away. Ling's tail tightened suddenly, and then his entire dragon body trembled slightly, as if her words had ignited something within him. He slowly leaned closer, his beautiful black pupils almost obsessively fixated on her. His forehead resting against hers, his voice low and tempting. Then hold me tight. Shu smiled. Okay. She was now completely under his spell, especially those eyes of his, filled with a red emotion, tormented by instinct, made her have no thought of refusal. So she resignedly sighed, wrapping her arms around his neck, softly saying, All right, I've got you. Ling's lips curled slightly, letting out a low laugh. The snow-white scales gently pressed against her skin, carrying a hint of restrained tremor. His voice even lower. Shu, I want you. Shu's temples jumped violently, feeling that this guy was really getting better at teasing. Ling's smile was meaningful, and the next moment, his tail retracted, pulling Shu suddenly down into the water. Yansha guspit, and then was completely submerged in the lake. The water gently enveloped her, the sound around her instantly quieting, only the faint sound of flowing water. She slowly opened her eyes underwater, her vision gradually becoming clear. This was not her first time in the water. Her body, due to bloodline transformation, had adapted quite a bit in this world. At least now, she could move a little. Unlike at first when she could barely hold her breath and couldn't even open her eyes. What came into view was a shimmering expanse. The lake water radiating a dreamlike blue, with the scenery at the bottom becoming vibrant as the light and shadows danced. And Ling was right in front of her. His white dragon body appeared even longer and more elegant in the water, the scales reflecting a soft glow, as if shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist. He slightly lowered his head, his black pupils focused intently on her, carrying a trace of possessive desire. His horns shimmered with a faint luster, and as he moved, the water flowed gently around him, forming a soft vortex that enveloped her entirely in his presence. Shu was just preparing to adapt to the underwater environment when, in the next moment, Ling had silently approached, his dragon tail gently wrapping around her waist, firmly trapping her in his embrace. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed against the scales on his chest, and in that moment, she distinctly felt Ling's body tremble slightly, a low, husky murmur escaping his throat, as if some deeply buried instinct had been stirred. This time, Shu didn't hold back, slowly reaching out her hand to touch the most sensitive scales at his neck, gently caressing them. Ling's pupils suddenly constricted, the emotions that had been restrained to the extreme instantly shattering beneath her fingertips. Chapter 268. Why did he become so clingy now? The sun rose, and the soft morning light spilled onto the lake, sparkling with golden gleams. The lake water rippled slightly, as if still savoring the warmth of last night. Shu was carefully held in Ling's embrace, as he slowly stepped out of the water. Clear lake water slid down their bodies, refracting brilliant light in the morning glow. Ling's dragon horns shimmered with a faint luster, and his snow-white scales glowed softly in the sunlight, as if coated in a layer of glazed brilliance. His long hair hung damply, resting on his shoulders, yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Instead, it made him look even more otherworldly. Shu nestled in Ling's arms, still a bit dazed, her eyes half closed, allowing him to carry her step by step onto the shore. Water droplets fell from Ling's hair tips, tracing down his jaw and landing in the hollow of her collarbone, bringing a slight tickle. Shu frowned slightly, her fingers gently lifting as if to push his face away, but in the end, they just limply rested on his shoulder. The gentle breeze by the lakeside brought a touch of morning coolness. The air still carried the faint moisture of the lake, mixed with a hint of sweetness. Ling looked down at her, his gaze focused and gentle, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice low and husky from satisfaction. Shu, it's dawn. Shu lazily opened her eyes, looking at the familiar scenery around her, feeling the warm morning light on her, her consciousness gradually returning. She slightly lifted her head, meeting Ling's beautiful black pupils, slowly exhaling a breath, her tone carrying a hint of sleepy languor. Last night's memories surged back. Her eyes slightly reddened as she glanced at Ailing and murmured, "Ailing, you really are too dramatic." Ailing chuckled lightly, tightening his arms to hold her more securely. His voice was deep and gentle. "Because it's Shu, I couldn't help it." Shu rolled her eyes, her voice still a bit hoarse and tired, as she reached out to lightly pat his shoulder with a hint of annoyance. "Don't do this next time." Ailing blinked, obediently nodding. "Okay." Shu. She always felt that his quick agreement made her uneasy. She used to think Ailing was the most obedient, but now he was becoming less so. Just as she was about to say something else, Ailing gently rubbed his cheek against hers, like a satisfied little beast, his tone soft. Shu, last night was very comfortable." Shu nearly choked on his words, her face instantly turning red. She quickly covered his mouth, gritting her teeth. "Shut up." Ailing looked at her with a smile, dutifully falling silent, but there was a glimmer of laughter in his dark eyes, tinged with satisfaction. Shu took a deep breath, trying to ignore his innocent gaze. She looked up at the sky and realized she had been soaking in the water for an entire night, suddenly feeling a bit of a headache. She pushed against Ailing's shoulder to get down, but he held her tightly, his voice as gentle as a breeze brushing over her heart. Shu, let me hold you a little longer." Shu helplessly said. "Ailing, why have you become so clingy?" Ailing tilted his head, his cheek resting against her forehead, softly murmuring, "I've always been this way." He paused, as if remembering something, his tone dropping slightly with a hint of grievance. "I just used to worry that you were afraid of me." Shu was taken aback, her heart trembling slightly. In the past, she indeed had a fear of snakes, even though she knew Ailing would never harm her. Her innate fear of snakes made her instinctively avoid him at first. She remembered every time she unconsciously stepped back. She also remembered how she would stiffen slightly whenever Ailing got close, and he would keenly sense it, silently withdrawing and quietly stepping back. He never complained or forced her to accept him. He just silently guarded her, patiently and gently waiting, like a snake that never dared to approach the flames, quietly coiling in the corner, watching everything it desired. Shu felt a pang in her heart, raising her hand to gently caress Ailing's cheek, her fingertips brushing over his scales, her voice carrying a hint of apology. "Ailing, I'm sorry I used to." Ailing lowered his eyes, his long lashes quivering slightly. He shook his head, softly saying, Shu, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. Whatever it is, it's my fault." Shu. He paused, as if making a certain decision, slowly tightening his embrace. "Actually, I'm afraid too." Shu was a bit stunned, softly asking, "Afraid of what?" Ailing's fingers carefully wrapped around her waist, his voice filled with utmost restraint. "Afraid you won't want me." Shu's heart tightened suddenly, staring at him in a daze. Ailing's eyes were very dark, reflecting her shadow, with deep emotions that seemed to hide countless repressed feelings and cautious expectations. Shu suddenly felt a pang of heartache, recalling her past neglect of Ailing, his patience, and how he never competed or fought for anything. He simply stood by her side, waiting for her gaze to fall on him. She sighed, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck, gently placing a soft kiss on his forehead. "Don't be afraid." Her voice was gentle and firm. "I won't abandon you." Ailing's body trembled slightly, and the next moment, he tightened his embrace fiercely, as if wanting to merge her entirely into himself. Shu. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he was enduring something with all his strength. Shu was almost breathless from his embrace, unable to help but pat his back, softly chiding. "Okay, don't be so excited." Ailing chuckled softly, his voice filled with satisfied dependency. Shu, I really like you." Shu's lips curled up slightly, unable to resist ruffling his hair. "I know." Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from a distance, followed by Ai's voice drifting through the mist. "It's Ai." She instantly felt a headache. Why is this guy here? Almost instinctively, she raised her hand to rub her forehead, then immediately looked at Ailing, her tone urgent. "Quick, take me back." Ailing naturally complied, continuing to hold her tightly, his form instantly transforming into a silvery shadow, moving with the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, they burst out of the lake and sped toward their residence. On the other side, Ai, who had just sensed Shu's presence, was initially very happy. But before he could get closer, he saw Shu's aura suddenly moving rapidly, as if trying to hide from something. He froze for a moment, his grayish-white pupils narrowing slightly. What does this mean? He paused for half a second, then reacted, his expression darkening, a hint of displeasure swirling in his eyes. Running away? He chuckled darkly, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips, and the next second, he dashed after them. The wind howled past his ears as Yi's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, his grayish-white pupils locking onto the silvery shadow ahead. His tone laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Shoo, why are you hiding? Chapter 269. Have you all been good? Ailing held Shu, moving at high speed. And in an instant, they returned to their residence. The four little ones basking in the sun immediately surrounded her. Each little hand grabbed at her sleeves, their soft voices calling out to their mother. Mother, mother, mother is back. Mother, hold me. Their growth was much faster than expected. In a short time, they could already walk by themselves. Although their steps were still a bit wobbly, it was a huge improvement compared to before when they could only babble. Shu smiled helplessly, patiently picking each of them up into her arms and gently kissing their soft heads. Her voice was tender, while Mother was away. Did you all behave? Behaved. One of them called out in a soft voice, looking up at her, their clear black and white pupils filled with dependency. Just as Shu was about to continue teasing them, she sensed something unusual out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze slightly shifted, and she noticed several figures outside the courtyard on the stone path, having appeared there at some point. Those male dragons, mostly tall and wearing the distinctive armor or robes of their kind, seemed to be strolling casually, passing by the courtyard as if nothing was amiss. However, their gazes were clearly directed this way, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Some looked at her openly, with unabashed curiosity. Others were more restrained, but their eyes lingered too long, carrying a complex emotion. Even some younger male dragons had heated gazes, as if measuring something, showing signs of restlessness. Shu narrowed her eyes, gently patting the little cubs in her arms, her tone unchanged as she whispered, Mother is here, don't be afraid. The little ones in her arms seemed to sense her displeasure, snuggling closer, their soft heads rubbing against her clothes, seeking more security. At that moment, Asu in the courtyard also noticed those gazes. He had been standing nearby, gently helping Shu smooth out her messy hair, his expression incredibly tender. After sensing those probing gazes, his eyes narrowed slightly, the warmth in his gaze disappearing in an instant, replaced by a hint of dangerous coldness. Aho also slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the lingering male dragons. An oppressive aura emanated from his body, and his elongated tail gently swept the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The atmosphere in the air became subtly tense. Shu calmly looked around, and her heart immediately understood. These male dragons might not be simply passing by. She sighed softly, the smile in her eyes fading somewhat. It seemed that the dragon clan had already spread the news about her ability to give birth to females. Otherwise, these males wouldn't have suddenly started appearing frequently outside her courtyard, pretending to pass by, yet their gazes were unabashedly fixed on her. She raised her eyes to glance at the sky. Golden sunlight poured into the courtyard. A faint chill lingered in the air. Not far away, the figures of those male dragons were still shifting uncertainly. Shu chuckled lightly, glancing down at the several cubs in her arms, and the warmth in her eyes gradually cooled. It seemed that some matters should be made clear to them, just as the atmosphere grew tense. A sudden violent aura surged from afar, accompanied by a low, cold, oppressive feeling, almost instantly sweeping over the entire courtyard. The visible black mist surged like a tangible substance, spreading through the air, bringing a suffocating sense of dread. The male dragons, still lingering nearby, instantly felt their backs chill, and when they turned to look, they saw a tall figure striding towards them. That person radiated a murderous aura, his gray-white pupils coldly scanning them, the corners of his mouth curling into a malicious arc. Yi had arrived. His gaze cut through the males present like a blade, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Humph. He snorted lightly, his thin lips curling up, his eyes revealing unabashed mockery and murderous intent. The males instantly paled, hurriedly lowering their heads, pretending they hadn't seen anything. A few of the timid ones had already quietly retreated, fearful of being targeted by this madman. He smirked coldly, his tone indifferent. Get lost. With just one word. The male dragons were frightened into fleeing, not daring to even glance back at Shu. They were afraid they would be the next to be torn apart by him. Seeing this, Yi coldly snorted, the murderous intent in his eyes slightly subsiding. But in the next moment, his figure suddenly flickered, appearing beside Shu in the blink of an eye, grabbing her arm with a hostile tone. Shu, are you avoiding me? His eyes concealed a repressed wildness, and he noticed that as soon as Shu appeared, she had run away. He had also seen the gazes of those male dragons just now. However, Before he could finish speaking, Yen Shu frowned, directly raising her hand to slap his away with a loud sound, scolding with a frown. The children are here. Don't act rashly. Ayi was taken aback. The cold aura around him was instantly disrupted. He instinctively withdrew his hand, as if his face had been slapped in public, yet he dared not retaliate. He had originally come over in a fierce and domineering manner, but now, after being slapped by her, he felt as if he had been frozen in place. His gray-white pupils trembled slightly, his lips pressed tightly together, and the cold light in his eyes instantly transformed into a sense of grievance. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with deep grievance and unwillingness. Like a small beast rejected by its owner, his lips tightly pursed, his gaze brimming with sadness. Shoo shoo. His voice was low, carrying a hint of defiance and grievance, as if expressing his unwillingness. Yen Shu looked at his expression, her lips involuntarily twitching, her heart softening a few degrees. This guy. Just a moment ago, he was full of murderous intent, and now he looks like he has been bullied. She originally wanted to say something more, but seeing Ayi like this, she sighed, reached out to pat his shoulder, and comforted the emotionally unstable beast. Her tone softened a bit. All right. Be good. Ayi felt her hand rubbing his head, as if encouraged, and a glimmer of light appeared in his gray-white pupils, the corners of his eyes slightly reddening, and his lips secretly curling up a little, but he still felt aggrieved, murmuring softly, "But why did you run away as soon as you saw me?" Chapter 270. All ancestors. Upon hearing this, Yen Shu's hand froze in place. She wanted to retract her hand, but the next second, Aye's hand suddenly clasped around her wrist, pressing her hand back onto his head, indicating for her to continue rubbing. Yen Shu. This guy is even harder to coax than her cubs. She shot him a glare, half amused and half annoyed, but Ayi maintained his grip stubbornly, his gray-white pupils carrying an unyielding insistence. She tried to move her hand, attempting to pull it back, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Finally, she sighed, resigned to continue rubbing his hair. However, because Ayi was too tall, even when he bent down slightly, she still had to raise her hand to reach him, which was quite tiring. She casually said, "I just really want to see my daughters, wanting to come and see them sooner." Ayi narrowed his eyes, as if trying to discern the truth of her words, his voice low and carrying a hint of danger. Really? Yen Shu nodded seriously. Of course it's true. Ayi looked at her like this, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. Although his possessiveness remained, he did not continue to press her. He grunted, as if finally accepting this reason, obediently standing there, letting her rub his hair. Seeing that he had finally calmed down a bit, Yen Shu also breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to coax. "Is it all right now? Are you not angry anymore?" Ayi said nothing, only let out a soft hum, the ending drawn out, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Yen Shu. She felt that not only was she raising a group of children, but she was also taking care of a particularly hard-to-please, large bug cub. Aling's heat cycle had finally passed. During this time, his emotions had been unstable, and he had nearly harmed himself by holding back. Fortunately, she had helped him through this ordeal. But now, Yen Shu's mind had not completely relaxed, and she thought of another matter, Aho's children. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Aho, who was standing not far away. This guy had not taken his eyes off her since the beginning, like a big dog waiting for a summons, standing obediently there. But his gaze was tightly locked on her, filled with anticipation and a hint of desire. Compared to the youthful demeanor when they first met, Aho had now completely transformed into a mature male. His figure was even more upright than before, his muscles more toned, and he stood half a head taller than all the other males, subtly becoming the tallest among them. Moreover, he was indeed the most robust one, with broad shoulders, strong arms, and a body radiating strength. Just standing there gave off a strong sense of oppression. But he was not the kind of male who simply piled on muscle. His lines were distinct, but not overly exaggerated, instead carrying a sense of appropriate elegance. Especially his skin, which was unreasonably pale. If it weren't for his innate beastly aura, one might mistake him for a pampered, noble young man based solely on his skin. However, in reality, Aho's physical condition was extremely formidable. The muscles beneath his skin were as solid as if they contained boundless strength, and every battle showcased his beast-like agility and explosive power. Now, this extraordinarily strong male stood before her, his golden beastly eyes fixed on her, hiding a hint of restrained desire and a trace of barely noticeable tension. Yen Shu squinted slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Aho. Upon hearing her call, Aho's ears twitched slightly, and his breathing quickened. He pressed his lips together and responded softly, Shoo shoo. Yinshu blinked. What's wrong? She asked knowingly. Aho's throat moved as he subconsciously tightened his grip. After a moment, he muttered, Shoo shoo hasn't looked at me since the beginning. His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of grievance. Yinshu looked at him and felt both amused and exasperated. However, her initiative to speak to him filled Aho with a sense of honor. But before he could fully enjoy this unique happiness, the other males nearby were already restless. Asu lazily leaned against the side, his 9 tails swaying slightly. He looked at Yinshu with a deep gaze and teased in a somewhat playful tone. Shoo shoo, you only call Aho, what about us? Aho might have been the older brother. He snorted coldly, crossing his arms, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a dangerous light, a smirk on his lips, and a low voice. Humph. Achin remained gentle, smiling and blinking his sky blue eyes, his tone soft and disarming. My lady, I also want to talk to you. Yinshu. She felt like she had suddenly fallen into a battlefield. Originally, she had just casually called Aho. But now this group of guys all wanted to be acknowledged. She rubbed her forehead, took a deep breath, and then began to comfort each one. Asu, has your tail grown an extra one recently? Ayi, are the meat ants behaving now? Achin, are you thirsty? Ohu, what do you want me to care about? Ahu tilted his head, thought for a moment, and lazily smiled. Anything is fine, as long as Shoo Shoo cares about me. I'm happy. Yen Shu. She went from left to right, from front to back, comforting each male, and by the end, her throat was dry, almost smoking. She took a big gulp of water, wiped her mouth, and helplessly glared at them. You guys are something else, each one needing me to coax. Asu laughed mischievously, his 9 tails swaying in a teasing tone. What can we do? After all, Shoo Shoo is our female. Ayi let out a cold laugh. If you don't want to coax, you can. Before he finished, Yinshu decisively raised her hand to cover his mouth. Shut up. Don't say things that will make me more tired. Ayi blinked, obediently shutting up, but his eyes still held a hint of unwillingness. Yinshu rubbed her temples, looking at this group of big and small guys, unable to help but sigh. What kind of ancestors has she raised? After finishing her water, Yinshu felt a bit better in her throat. She leaned against her waist to sit back down, her whole person feeling slightly fatigued. Just as she was about to catch her breath, she looked up and saw a group of males surrounding her, their gazes burning like wolves staring at meat. Yinshu paused for 2 seconds, finally unable to resist rubbing her temples and sighing. What else do you want to do? Chapter 271. Yi is dissatisfied with his ranking. After calming down this group of males, Yinshu finally rubbed her temples, feeling that she could no longer indulge them like this. Every time she spent a little extra time on one male, the others would immediately pop up. All kinds of grievances, all vying for her attention, making her head spin. She took a deep breath and decisively stated, No, I need to set some rules. The males immediately looked up, all staring at her in unison. Yinshu cleared her throat and calmly announced, From now on, 1 person a day, take turns, no fighting, no fussing. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Asu was the first to react, gently flicking his 9 tails, smilingly asking, So who goes first? Without thinking, Yinshu replied, You start. Asu's lips curled up slightly, his smile growing, and his tail wagged even more joyfully. Aho frowned, but didn't he object, after all? Asu was indeed the first to follow Shoo Shoo. Ailing's expression remained indifferent. He wouldn't compete, he would be there whenever Shoo Shoo needed him. Achin nodded gently, having no objections. Ahu only frowned slightly, but quickly became indifferent. But his expression changed instantly. What? His voice grew colder, his tone dissatisfied. 1 person a day? Shoo Shoo, are you joking with me? Yin Shu firmly nodded. Not a joke, this is the new rule. Yi frowned, just about to say something, but Yin Shu directly raised her hand to block his mouth. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Yi glared at her, his grayish-white pupils narrowing slightly, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. Shoo Shoo, you know I don't like these rules. Yin Shu stood her ground, glaring back, but I want to like them. He gritted his teeth in anger, but ultimately accepted it reluctantly, as he could sense Shoo Shu's determination. But the next second, he heard Yin Shu continue. Next is Aho, Aling, Achun, and then it's your turn. He exploded instantly. Why am I last? Yin Shu retorted confidently. Because you were the last to follow me. Yi stared at her fiercely, his tone dangerous. Why should it be in this order? Yin Shu raised an eyebrow. Then what order do you want? Yi smirked, his tone lazy and mischievous. Strength. He thought that since he was the strongest here, if they ranked by strength, he would definitely come in first. But Yanshu shook her head without hesitation. No. Ai's face darkened instantly. Why not? Yanshu looked at him blandly. Should I fight with you every day to see what place you are in today? Ai was momentarily speechless, his expression subtle, but he still stubbornly insisted. Shu, I don't accept this ranking. Yanshu shrugged. Opposition is invalid. Alye. He glared at her in anger, but Yanshu was completely unafraid, even raising an eyebrow to counter. If you're not satisfied, then you'll be last from now on, forever last. Alye. He was currently ranked 5th, and if he became last, he would be behind Ahu. No. Shu also has a dragon male. He stared at her intensely, his fists clenching and then relaxing, finally gritting his teeth and saying in a low voice, fine. Although he was unhappy, he didn't want to be ranked last forever. So he reluctantly accepted this humiliating arrangement. Seeing this, Yanshu finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, from now on, Shu and T have to comfort a whole bunch every day. Yanshu thought she could finally enjoy a few peaceful days, but before she could relish this hard-won tranquility, something happened outside again. That day, she was basking in the sun in the courtyard while Asu and the others played with the kids, several little cubs chirping around her, sweetly calling her mother. Everything was wonderful until she noticed several of her daughters eagerly leaning at the courtyard gate, looking outside with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Yanshu frowned, following their gaze. And the next second, she was left speechless. Not far away in a clear pond, a group of little males had neatly transformed into little dragons, swimming back and forth in the water, even occasionally soaring into the air, spiraling above, and splashing water everywhere. These little guys are clearly showing off their flying abilities on purpose, glancing back at Yanshu's daughters from time to time, seemingly waiting for their reactions. Yanshu silently glanced at the neat row and then at her eager daughters, unable to help but rub her forehead. These little males are clearly trying to attract her daughter's attention. Her daughters have been well protected and have had little exposure to the outside world, let alone to male peers of their age. But now, the little girls are lined up at the gate, their eyes sparkling, eager to rush out and see these friends flying in the sky. Just as a hint of vigilance rose in her heart. A few figures behind her exuded a menacing aura. Asu squinted his golden pupils, his 9 tails swaying slowly, lazily saying, Aren't these little guys flying a bit too high? Aling looked dangerously at those little dragons, his voice flat. Do you need me to freeze the water? Achun still smiled gently, but his eyes looking at the pond carried a hint of deep meaning. Should we make the water deeper? A Yi sneered, his voice lazy and dark. Or should we let them all fall down? Yanshu. She looked at this group of males who seemed eager to cause trouble, and her head instantly throbbed. She knew that these fathers were filled with hostility towards all males, especially when facing those little dragon cubs daring to show off in front of their daughters. Each one was more displeased than the last. Seeing the murderous intent of the males growing stronger, Yanshu quickly spoke up. All right. Stop making a fuss. She stood up, patted her sleeves, and sighed. I'll go check the situation. Don't scare the kids. But as soon as she finished speaking, Asu and the others tacitly stood up, all with cold expressions, directly blocking her path. Shu, there's no need to go. Yes, just chase them away. Don't let them see it. It might have a bad influence. Yanshu. She helplessly glanced at her possessive males and then at the little dragons still happily wandering outside, her lips twitching. It seems that these little guys have run into a tough situation today. Chapter 272. Daughters being targeted again, Yanshu rubbed her forehead, feeling that her recent troubles were endless. Just as she had settled the disputes among her males, now she had to start worrying about her daughters. While she was still thinking about how to solve it, a few esteemed female dragons came to her door with smiles. Lady Yanshu. As soon as they entered, a wave of warm compliments greeted her, their tone extremely cordial. Oh, Lady Yanshu, your daughters are truly more beautiful than one another. It has been many years since the Dragon Clan has seen such outstanding female cubs, especially the youngest. Her eyes are sparkling, clearly a clever child, and her future is bound to be bright. Your daughters are treasures in the Dragon Clan. Yanshu sat in her chair, holding a teacup, listening expressionlessly to their flattery, not even raising her eyelids. The opening was all flattery. How could she not understand the hidden meanings behind their words? She had already sensed something was off when the little males were showing off outside. Now, these esteemed females personally came to her door, smiling so warmly and praising her daughter's beauty. It all seemed suspicious. They're so young, and as their biological mother, she hasn't even complained about their antics. Yet outsiders are already starting to fixate on them? She lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced at the females, her smile fading to almost nothing. "What brings you ladies here today?" The females exchanged glances, their eyes holding a hint of secret anticipation, their smiles deepening. "We heard that your daughters are beautiful, and as elders, we want to come and take a look." Yanshu's gaze turned slightly cold, her fingers lightly tapping the teacup, the sarcasm in her eyes deepening. She understood completely. These females were indeed after her daughters. What they valued was likely not just how good-looking her children were, but her daughters are all females. Female dragon cubs mean what she knows all too well. These people probably want to take advantage of her daughter's youth to start paving the way for early engagements with those male cubs. What a beautiful thought. Yanshu's attitude instantly turned cold, and she couldn't even be bothered to maintain her smile. "Since you ladies have seen them, please take your leave." She stood up, stretched lazily, and yawned. "Sorry, I'm tired and need to go to sleep." As she spoke, she walked directly into the house, not giving the others a chance to continue speaking and decisively cutting off the topic. The few Dragon Clan females, seeing her attitude so indifferent, suddenly found their smiles stiffening. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat unwilling, but faced with Yanshu's obvious dismissal, they could only awkwardly excuse themselves. Once they left, Asu and the others leisurely stepped out. Although the Dragon Clan values strength, beauty is also an undeniable presence. Asu and his companions are undoubtedly among the most eye-catching in the Dragon Clan. Especially after their evolution, their features became more refined and three-dimensional, and their temperament grew more seductive than before. That enchanting aura, unlike any other dragon, made it hard for others to look away. Asu's golden fox-like eyes carried a hint of amusement, his 9 tails swaying slightly, exuding a noble detachment that made people hesitant to approach. Ao had grown even taller, his muscular lines perfect and smooth, standing tall with gray wolf ears perked up, sharp golden eyes holding a hint of sharpness. Even standing still, he exuded an aura of pressure. Aling's complexion was pale, his long black pupils deep and cold, his white scales making him appear even more frosty and mysterious, with an alluring yet abstinent charm between his brows that both intimidated and strangely attracted people. Achun was warm as jade, his light blue pupils resembling the deep sea, with a gentle glow in his eyes, as he casually adjusted his clothes with long fingers. He radiated an enchanting charm that drew people in. Yi was the most feared presence among the Dragon Clan. Although he appeared lazy and casual, the depths of his gray-white pupils always concealed a chilling ferocity, as if he could shred everything in front of him at any moment. Ahu was handsome and refined, his features soft and clean, with a hint of cunning in his narrow eyes. When he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, it carried a casual smile that seemed particularly sunny and easygoing. Even though the Dragon Clan females didn't have much interest in them, since they weren't of dragon lineage, when their gazes fell on these few, they couldn't help but pause, even a bit mesmerized. Some even couldn't help but gasp, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. How could they be so good-looking? This is too. Those females originally just wanted to see Yanshu's daughters and casually build a relationship with her. But unexpectedly, they encountered such stunning faces here. They were used to the imposing beauty of the Dragon Clan, but such enchanting, alluring, cold, gentle, and even dangerous looks were rarely seen. Even though they knew these individuals were Yanshu's males, they couldn't help but be drawn in by their aura, momentarily lost in a daze. Yanshu crossed her arms, her lips twitching slightly, and her gaze swept over the group of dragon females. Indeed, beauty was a powerful weapon in any race. However, she suddenly glanced at Asu and the others, feeling a bit displeased. These guys had just expressed their dissatisfaction about her daughter being targeted, and now they had become the targets themselves? Men. Yanshu sneered, narrowing her eyes and slowly speaking. "Have you seen enough?" As soon as her voice fell, the dragon females snapped back to reality, quickly averting their gazes and awkwardly clearing their throats. They certainly did not expect Yanshu to return. "Lady Yanshu, we were just..." Yanshu lazily raised her hand and waved it dismissively. "All right, no need to explain. I'm really tired, you can leave now." Her attitude was just as decisive and unwavering as before, leaving the females momentarily speechless. Unable to say anything, they could only smile awkwardly and quickly find an excuse to leave. After they departed, Yanshu slowly turned her head to Asu and the others, narrowing her eyes with a dangerous tone. "You guys just enjoyed that, didn't you?" Asu immediately waved his hands, smiling innocently. "It's a misunderstanding, Shu. We didn't do anything. A host snorted, speaking in a muffled tone. Those females aren't our type. Aling looked at her with a calm expression. Not as attractive as Shu. A Chun smiled gently. My lady, are you feeling jealous? A Yi laughed outright, gazing at her meaningfully. Shu. How about you hide us too, so others won't see? A Hu didn't speak. He felt that the group of females hadn't looked at him at all. Yin Shu. These guys are doing this on purpose, right? Chapter 273. Giving a Ho a child the night was like water, and the moonlight filtered through layers of mist, casting a hazy silver glow over everything. Yin Shu leaned against a cool rock, her fingers slightly clutching her clothes, her brow furrowed, and a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead. She felt a bit hot, yet the night breeze was clearly cool. Why did her body feel as if it were being scorched by flames, restless and unbearable? A tall figure approached silently, a strong sense of oppression enveloping her like a predator under the night sky. She slowly raised her head to meet a pair of deep, brilliant golden beast eyes, filled with the starlight of the night, yet carrying a hint of dark fire, as if they were about to swallow her whole. A host stood before her, his tall figure exuding an overwhelming pressure, with fair skin, deep-cut features, and slightly pursed lips that hinted at subtle tension. His tall wolf ears twitched slightly, gleaming with a hint of white, making them particularly eye-catching in the night. His gaze rested on her slightly flushed cheeks as he leaned down to sniff, his voice husky and tinged with suppressed emotion. Shu, why are you so hot? Yin Shu bit her lip, not answering. In the next moment, a thick, fluffy tail silently wrapped around her waist, gently pulling her into an embrace with a soft touch. Yin Shu shivered slightly, instinctively raising her hand to press against his chest. But what she touched was firm, warm muscle. Through the soft fur, she could feel his heartbeat, steady and strong, yet faster than usual. Aho looked down at her, a flicker of dark fire igniting in his golden pupils, his voice a husky whisper. Shu, where are you hiding from? His breath brushed against her ear, slightly hot, and his voice had a magnetic quality, making her head spin. Yin Shu turned her head away to avoid his gaze, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. I'm not. Aho chuckled lightly, a mix of cunning and suppressed emotion. Then why is your face so red? He instantly shifted to his human form, his bare body revealing long, slender fingers that gently brushed against her cheek. His palm had a slight callus, softly caressing her skin as if testing her temperature. Shu, do you need me? His voice was deep and seductive in the night, carrying a playful tone and a hint of restrained desire. Yin Shu's breath hitched slightly, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, and her ears flushed with warmth. His low murmurs stirred her heart. Hearing this, she asked in exasperation, do you still want to have a child? Aho was taken aback, but his pupils brightened suddenly, as if ignited by the most primal desire, even his tail swaying slightly in excitement. Yes. His voice was deep and urgent, as if fearing she might change her mind. In the next second, he had no hesitation in pulling her into his arms, squeezing her tightly, his long, strong arms wrapped around her waist, his heated chest pressed against her, his heartbeat steady yet powerful. But his voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Shu, let us have a child, okay? Yin Shu was held tightly, unable to move, her temples twitching slightly as she shot him a glare. Let go a bit. No. Aho's voice was husky, even carrying a hint of a spoiled tone as he lowered his head, his nose gently rubbing against her neck, his breath hot and filled with extreme attachment. Shu, you're finally going to give birth for me. Yin Shu. This guy is even more persistent than she imagined. She raised her hand to push him away, but Aho was faster, leaning down to bite her ear, leaving a mark of possession, his tail tightening slightly, encircling her completely, his voice heavy. Shu, I really like you a lot. His tail slowly slid over her waist, carrying the unique softness of the wolf clan, as if it would tighten even more in the next moment. Shu, give me a child, okay? He whispered in her ear, his golden beast eyes filled with unmasked desire and anticipation, radiating an extremely suppressed heat, as if waiting for her affirmative answer. Yin Shu sighed inwardly. She didn't even know if she could get pregnant. With other males, she was always confident she could conceive. But with Aho, after so many failures, she really felt uncertain. However, Aho clearly hadn't considered that much. Sensing her silence, he thought she was hesitating, tightening his grip on her, as if afraid she would change her mind. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her neck with a cautious, flattering tone, his voice hoarse and aggrieved. Shu. Yin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine at the sound of his voice. Just as she was about to say something, Her ear was suddenly licked by a warm, wet tongue. Her body stiffened slightly, and the next second, his teeth gently nibbled on her earlobe, nibbling delicately as if he wanted to devour her sanity bit by bit. His warm breath sprayed against her ear, his voice husky enough to ensnare souls. Shoo shoo, don't you want it? His tail slowly wrapped around her waist, providing a gentle, flattering caress, while his palm rested on her back, warm and possessive. Yanshu's breath momentarily faltered, her fingers curling slightly, seeing that she did not immediately reject him. Aho's overwhelming joy was nearly uncontrollable. He gently rubbed against her neck, his golden beast eyes filled with intense desire, his tone taking on a hint of a spoiled plea. Shoo shoo, this time it will definitely work, right? His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a touch of anxiety and hope, like a dog waiting for its master's response, his gaze glistening as it fixed on her. Yanshu looked at Aho, who was excited to the extreme and really didn't want to dampen his spirits. She sighed, gently nodded, and said softly, if once doesn't work, then let's try a few more times. It will surely work eventually. Aho was taken aback for a moment, then his pupils suddenly constricted, and the golden beast eyes ignited with intense flames. The only words left in his mind were a few more times, making him so joyful that he felt like he could explode. He suddenly threw his head back and let out a deafening howl. Whoa! The sound pierced the sky, resonating across the entire dragon clan's territory, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Even the distant dragons were disturbed, all looking up in the direction of the sound. The entire dragon clan heard this earth-shattering wolf howl. Asu, leaning on a bench in the courtyard, immediately broke into a meaningful smile upon hearing the howl, lightly shaking his fan and lazily saying, Aho is really excited. Ah Ling stood quietly in the corner, remaining silent at the sound, her fingertips rubbing the cuff of her sleeve, a hint of complex emotions rising in her black eyes. Ah Yi, on the other hand, instantly gritted his teeth, his face darkening terrifyingly, his fists clenching and cracking, casting a cold, sinister glance in Aho's direction. He wished he could rush over right now and beat that arrogant wolf to the ground. Ah Chun frowned slightly, curiously glancing outside with a look of confusion, seemingly pondering why Aho would let out such an excited howl. As for Ahu, he quietly sat by the window, his eyes slightly narrowed, staring intently outside, his long fingers gently tapping the table, seemingly deep in thought, yet the corner of his mouth slowly curled into an ambiguous smile. Chapter 274. Shoo Shoo. I want to hold you too. Yanshu felt like she had been completely swept into a whirlwind of enthusiasm. Aho's power was astonishing. Each approach felt like a storm sweeping through the world, wrapping her up within it. The intense heat, the heavy breathing, and even the sense of oppression in his embrace made her feel as if she was trapped in an inescapable predicament. From time to time, she could feel herself being lifted into the air, only to be tightly enveloped in that warm, strong embrace, falling under his control. She looked up, meeting Aho's blazing golden beast eyes, which were filled with indulgence and madness. He held her tightly as if he wanted to completely meld her into his bones and blood, murmuring her name with a voice hoarse and laden with primal desire. His unique scent filled the air, a faint woodsy fragrance mixed with a wild essence, completely consuming her thoughts in this heated atmosphere. She sighed softly, raised her hand to rub his wolf ears, her tone filled with helplessness yet tinged with a hint of fondness. Aho, that's enough. But this only made him hold her tighter, his tail wrapping around her waist, his voice husky and almost spoiled. Shoo shoo. Just one last time. Yanshu took a gentle breath, raising her hand to rub her brow. She glanced at Aho with exasperation, her tone filled with a mix of laughter and tears. Aho, you've already said last time countless times. However, the black wolf in her arms pretended not to hear, burying his head in her shoulder. With a hint of a spoiled tone, he tightened his tail's grip and murmured, but every time is the last time. Yanshu felt helpless against his unreasonable demeanor and reached out to push him away. But as soon as her hand touched his bare back, firm and hot, her hand hesitated slightly, and she ultimately couldn't bring herself to push too hard. Aho noticed her movement, his golden pupils flickering slightly, a low chuckle escaping his lips, laced with mischief as he suddenly raised his head, a smirk of triumph on his face. Shoo shoo, you actually don't want to leave, do you? Yanshu was about to retort when he suddenly leaned closer, his thin lips brushing against her ear, his voice low and enticing. You always say you want to leave, but in the end, you always stay obediently. She froze for a moment, her ears turning slightly red, and she raised her hand to smack his shoulder, but he caught her wrist. With a soft laugh, he pulled her back into his embrace, his tone carrying a hint of pleading and affection. Just one more time, really, just the last time. Yanshu shot him a glance, sighed inwardly, and chose not to expose his clumsy lie. She simply let him hold her, closed her eyes, and slowly exhaled. All right, the last time. But she knew that the so-called last time was merely the beginning of the next time. When Aho carried her out of the room, his steps were steady, while Yanshu in his arms had completely lost her strength. She felt as if she had been thoroughly crushed, lazily nestled in his embrace, not even raising a finger. However, just as she began to feel the outside air, a cold gaze instantly locked onto her. The next moment, a dark shadow flashed over. Yi directly blocked their path, his gray-white pupils fixed on Yanshu in Aho's arms, his expression dark and frightening. Aho put her down. Ye's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an extreme sense of danger. But Aho completely ignored him, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. His tone lazy. Shu just woke up. She's tired, can I hold her? No. Ye's voice was almost ground out through clenched teeth, his gaze sweeping down Yanshu's collarbone, which was partially covered by her clothes. Upon seeing those deep and shallow marks, his expression instantly turned terrifying. His fingers clenched until the knuckles turned white, and the gloom in his eyes surged violently. What have you done to her? Yi questioned in a low voice, each word dripping with suppression, as if he was on the verge of exploding. Aho raised an eyebrow, deliberately lowering his voice, and slowly said, "What else could I do? Of course, it's what you wanted to do, but didn't he have the chance? You're looking for death." The murderous intent in Ye's eyes erupted suddenly, not giving Aho a chance to react as he charged at him. Ye's punch was almost upon Aho, but just as it was about to land, a lazy and helpless voice rang out. "Yi, I'm fine, just tired." Ye's movement abruptly halted, the killing intent in his eyes momentarily disrupted. He turned sharply, realizing that Yanshu nestled in his arms was half closing her eyes, her expression lazy and clearly still waking up. She lifted her eyelids slightly, calmly adding, "If you make a move, you'll be punished for a day." Ye's pupils constricted, his arm muscles tensing, his expression fluctuating between dark and light as he stared at Aho, the anger in his eyes still roiling. Yet that fist that was ready to strike retracted the moment he heard her words. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the impulsive urge within him, his teeth nearly grinding against each other, and finally, with a face full of reluctance, he looked at Yanshu, his voice muffled as if he were holding back. "Are you really okay?" Yanshu lazily nodded, slowly adding, just exhausted from all the fuss." Ye's face instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Aho, hearing this, couldn't he help but smile wider, proudly lowering his head to nuzzle Yanshu, his tail happily wagging, his voice unabashedly boasting, "As long as Shu doesn't blame me." Ye's fists were clenched, crackling. Yanshu looked at this scene, her head starting to ache even more. She sighed helplessly, closed her eyes, and chose to ignore them. Ye's fists clenched and loosened repeatedly, ultimately grinding his teeth in frustration, forcefully suppressing that anger, his gaze filled with deep resentment. He lowered his head, his grayish-white pupils fixed on Yanshu, who was nestled in Aho's embrace, his expression as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly, his thin lips pressed tightly together, full of unwillingness and grievance. After a moment, he finally couldn't hold back any longer, his voice deep and filled with a sense of great injustice. "Shu." Upon hearing his hoarse call, Yanshu's brow twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes to see Yi standing in front of her, his previous hostility now mostly restrained, replaced by a profound sense of grievance. He slightly lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows over half of his gaze, resembling a neglected little beast, his throat carrying a hint of hoarseness filled with grievance. "I want to hold you too." As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously clenched tightly, as if he was about to rush over and snatch Yanshu into his arms, fiercely hiding her away. Summary: Yanshu has crossed over to a beast world filled with wildness and competition. Before she could figure out the situation, she bound herself to a childbirth system, with a task that seemed exceptionally simple: to flirt with a male each day to increase their favorability and entice them to provide food. It sounded easy enough. A flick of her finger and a flutter of her eyelashes would easily complete the task. Until one day, just after she completed a task, a series of unexpected system prompts suddenly flashed in her mind. Fox evolution, nine-tailed celestial fox, gray wolf evolution, Xiong serpent evolution, Panlong golden dragon evolution, ancestor dragon.